I returned as a vegetative state, witnessing my mother suffer endless humiliation to save me. Even the loyal dog left by my father was brutally slaughtered. The ultimate hatred awakened my SSS-level Hell Beastmaster System, granting me the divine skill of resurrection of the dead. I revived my dying old dog. It actually devoured the souls of the wicked, evolving into a three-headed hellish mastiff. All those who bullied me and my mother, they all became nourishment for my beast's evolution. At the profession transition ceremony, I summoned a second-order ghost mastiff that shocked the entire venue, drawing attention from top military officials. But I knew this was just the beginning. That general who harmed my father, he's the true target. My legion from hell is far more than just this one sacred beast. Chapter 1, Dying for the country, yet deceiving my mother? Lingyun City War Zone Hospital. Midsummer June, yet snowflakes filled the sky. The martyr's widow endured endless humiliation. Where is the justice of the alliance? Where is the dignity of guarding the families of martyrs? The gate of the military district hospital. The two guardian beasts stared fiercely at the two people below with their menacing eyes. A woman fell to her knees, wailing mournfully. The woman looked weary. A heavy plaque on her back was nearly buried by heavy snow. The plaque was made of fine material, with bold characters exuding sullen righteousness. National Hero of Special Class Merit. Beside this woman stood a broken tricycle. A young man lay on it, his eyes vacant. There was a slight resemblance in his brow to the woman. At 17 or 18, young and full of life, yet now fighting for survival. He wore a cheap oxygen mask, covered by a thin patchwork quilt, soon buried beneath the heavy snow. Snowflakes fell into his eyes as Chin Tianke awoke, yet he found himself unable to move. Become a vegetable? A skinny old black dog stood guard by the car, seemingly sensing its owner's condition change. It got up whimpering and wagging its tail. Widows and orphans, war martyrs, bereft families, descendants of heroes. This is a frontline hospital after all. Passers-by gradually gathered around. Auntie, dear auntie, please get up first, this is a war zone hospital. A nearby security guard hurried forward to intervene. Yet the woman remained kneeling on the ground, her hoarse voice continuously roaring out. Her emotions were intense, filled with grief and a sense of injustice. I refuse to accept this. Why? We just want to live a decent life. Why are you forcing us onto this path of no return? Why did you beat my son into a vegetative state? Isn't my husband a national hero? Why should the family of a national hero endure such treatment? Still trying to take away the only memory my husband left in this world. What kind of alliance is this? What kind of world is this? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into discussion. The martyr's widow actually encountered something like this? Damn it! The alliance has always treated the families of martyrs well. How could something like this happen? National hero? Now I recall, the special class national hero honor has only been awarded to 3 individuals. Shin Yunhai is the only one among them who has fallen. Shin Yunhai? I remember now, it's Lu Hui, the president of Yunhui Corporation. Yunhui Corporation has always abided by the law, yet somehow it managed to provoke the local gangsters nearby, putting the company in grave danger. How tragic, the hero's son had his brain severely injured by those gangsters not long ago and became a vegetable. Hearing these words, many couldn't help but show sympathy. The family of 3 now relies solely on the mother and son to survive. But now the son has been beaten into a vegetative state, leaving the mother powerless. The entire family's burden rests on her shoulders alone. It must be that she has no other choice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the entrance of the war zone hospital. The security guard's expression changed repeatedly. As soon as he saw the surrounding crowd gathering, an unusual glint couldn't help but appear in his eyes. Just as I was about to use brute force, I was suddenly stopped. Stop! A figure walked past me, and upon noticing the 3 stars and 3 bars on their shoulder, I hastily stood aside and saluted respectfully. Chief, General Wu. 3 stars and 3 bars. General Wu Wang, one of the 9 highest-ranking generals in the Global Alliance. General Wu Wang stood straight, his temples graying, his eyes gleaming brightly. He looked at the other person, visibly moved. This widow of a martyr, please rise quickly. My name is Wu Wang, you can tell me anything. The woman also understood the status of the man before her, especially after noticing the respectful demeanor of those around him and the medals on his shoulders. Wu, Chief Wu. Wu Wang helped him up and spoke word by word. Don't worry, let's go inside and talk slowly. No, Chief, you must uphold justice for us womenfolk. Chief. Wu Wang slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes gradually revealing a trace of anger. Alright, stand up first and speak. The woman wiped her tears, her body limp, and only managed to stand up with the support of those around her. Chief, life has been so hard for us mother and child. Hearing the other party finish explaining the reasons, Wu Wang's expression suddenly changed. Is it him? What a reversal of fortunes. Shin Yunhai, you'll have your day too? Back then, you suppressed me for so long. Now your wife and daughter will come begging me. A prodigy of his era, only to have his family end up like this. Gazing at the 2 individuals, Shin Yunhai's eyes flickered with thought. I'm truly sorry, but this falls under civil dispute. We don't have the authority to intervene, so you should just go back where you came from. Who in the nation doesn't know of Qin Yunhai, the meritorious hero? He was a presence that single-handedly suppressed an entire era, not just one faction. Even the geniuses of their world were subdued by him. Now his wife has actually come to see him. He must make sure they have a good time. General Wu, Chief Wu. The woman clearly didn't expect the other party's change to be so sudden. With doubts still lingering in his eyes, he heard the other party speak. Interfering with national military affairs, tarnishing the reputation of the military hall, silver guardian beasts. Are you all just eating free meals? With a furious roar, the two guardian beasts standing in front of the gate immediately stepped forward. Amidst the roars, they charged toward the mother and son pair with unstoppable force. The Silvertown guardian beast was at third-tier cultivation, while the black dog was only first-tier. The gap between them was too vast. The old black dog's tense body suddenly burst apart. Its frame seemed to swell slightly. It was burning its last life to protect its young master. Yet it still couldn't compare to the Silvertown gate guardian before his eyes. With a casual kick, the old dog was sent flying and slammed hard against the wall. The officer beside Wu Wang rushed out, charging towards the old woman with lightning speed. Beast tamers cannot attack ordinary people. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he still preserved his dignity. The lieutenant struck swiftly, but the black dog was faster, instantly shielding the woman once more. Dead dog, still showing your loyalty here? I'll put you out of your misery. Daring to act recklessly here? You've got some nerve. Today, I'll make sure you remember the consequences of crossing the general. He had no idea how much time had passed. The officer wiped the bloodstains off his boots. He spat contemptuously. Only then did he turn and walk back to General Wu Wang's side. Looking at the dying old dog nearby, he felt a twinge of admiration for it. Just like that Qin Yunhai, really stubborn to the bone. If Qin Yunhai were still in this world, he would probably come to fight him to the death. Unfortunately, he has long been in hell. Ha ha ha, a sigh escaped. Suddenly, an abrupt aura descended. As if struck by a resonant bell, he was firmly locked in place. The silver guardian beast was forcefully pressed into the ground, completely immobilized. The aura vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Wu Wang's expression turned wary as he turned and left. The person radiating formidable aura also soon departed from this place. The old black dog, covered in wounds, finally succumbed to its injuries erupting throughout its body, collapsing into the woman's arms. Big Black, don't scare me like this. Qin Yunhai, you bastard, why doesn't your spirit in heaven protect us? Lu Hui cried copiously, her tears falling like rain amidst plum blossoms while the swirling snowflakes gradually concealed the bloodstains everywhere. The black dog closed its eyes. Meanwhile, the vegetative patient on the car began to be enveloped in waves of mysterious energy currents. Slowly straightened up. Suddenly opening his eyes, Qin Tiang's pupils were bloodshot, having witnessed everything that had just happened. Damn you, Wu Wang, you bastard. I won't forget this. Lu Hui repeatedly rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that her son, who had been diagnosed as a vegetative state, had actually stood up. Tian Ke, is mom dreaming? Are we finally going to reunite as a family in hell? With these words, the woman completely fainted. Qin Tian Ke hurriedly embraced his mother and carefully placed her on the broken tricycle. A system voice rang in his ears. Ding! Beast taming system binding successful. Host has automatically evolved into a hell calamity beast tamer. Messenger from hell, bring endless wrath and calamitous suffering, descend upon this world. Chapter 2, Revenge. Hellgrade Disaster Beast. As the words fell, the power around him surged violently. A sinister wind howled, carrying faint ghostly wails in its wake. His entire body radiated an extremely dense aura of dark death energy. Jet black silk ribbons swirled around him like armor. His eyes brimmed with an unprecedented light, both black and white. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully changing professions. Host profession, Hell Calamity Beastmaster. Abilities, Resurrection of the Dead, Beast Transformation, Dark Undead. Torrential power descends. Qin Tiang's injuries were instantly healed. The black streak gradually dissipated as the black and white eyes opened and closed. Was this his rebirth? Feeling everything around him, Qin Tiang's mind was in a daze. Resurrection of the Dead? Is this my ability? Qin Tianke murmured. Could it be that the old black dog sacrificed its life at the last moment to save him? Light surged in his eyes, alternating between black and white, as he solemnly raised his hand. Old hey, go home. Before Qin Tianke, countless gusts of wind howled, and several figures emerged. Among these figures, some are humans while others are beasts. These are the undead, also known as spirits. Among these restless spirits, a black dog emerged, its gaze dull and sluggish. Loyal and brave in protecting its master. Would you be willing to follow me once more? The black dog trembled. A divine glow flickered in its eyes as it nodded. Countless restless spirits surged wildly, converging towards the black dog. Amidst a shimmering glow of light, a roar echoed out. The black dog had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its body had swelled to more than twice its original size. Strange crimson patterns shimmered against jet black fur. Old Black let out continuous roars. His entire body burned with black flames. The blood-red ferocity made him seem like an envoy from hell. Congratulations, host, your beast has evolved. Beast, 1-2 Gue AO, incomplete, Attributes, Fire Attribute, Dark Attribute. Quality, Perfect Grade. Strength, Tier 2. Abilities, Flame, Dark Shadow Step. Looking at his contracted beast, Shin Tian-K felt exhilarated internally. Fantastic, his contracted beast had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. After beast taming is leveled up, there will also be a feedback of power. Feeling the power within his body, Shin Tian-K immediately went to his mother's side and carefully channeled that power into her. Life revival can resurrect all deceased living beings. Lu Hui, his mother, had been exhausted by months of hard work compounded by the recent ordeal. The combination of new and old injuries led him to fall into a coma. Qin Tiang's entire body was surging with power. At the tip of his outstretched finger. At this moment, an extremely dense black energy was present. Power surges incessantly, like flowing water. It merged into Lu Hui's body. The moment this stream entered the body, it began continuously healing the injuries, gradually calming the body's energies, bringing them closer to equilibrium, until the injuries on the body are healed. This can only alleviate the injuries to a certain extent. It cannot completely heal them. To reach that level, my current strength is still far from sufficient. I must focus more on improving my strength. At this thought, Shin Tian-K turned to look at his spirit beast, the Ghost Mastiff. A system panel popped up before the eyes. Ding! Materials required for the ghostly mastiff to boost its power, evil-hearted individuals times 10. For every evil person consumed, one head grows. Truly worthy of a ghostly mastiff, a perfect grade beast. Its evolution process is indeed extraordinary. In this world, anyone can change their profession. The professions after changing careers are diverse and bizarre. Among the many career change professions, beast masters are considered one of the most popular, ranking among the top-tier occupations. However, the biggest drawback of being a beast master lies in the fact that all their power comes from their beasts. There are two ways to enhance the strength of beast taming. The first is to improve capabilities. The second is to elevate quality. The former only requires materials. Although the quantity needed is substantial, it can ultimately be obtained. The latter is several times more difficult. Pet quality is divided into common, elite, perfect, and legendary. In fact, given equal strength, as long as the quality is one tier higher, it could mean instant defeat. Looking at this beast before him, Shin Tian-K was in excellent spirits. Now with the system by my side and these mysterious abilities of mine, surpassing that General Wu Wang in the future is just a matter of time. Just wait obediently for me. Today's shame will be repaid tomorrow. With that, he mounted the broken tricycle and slowly carried his mother toward the direction of home etched in his memory. This was his first time returning to his own home since arriving in this world, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with anticipation. Lu Hui's business was now hanging by a thread, and even their home had relocated several times. The current location is just a simple bungalow. This place is in a downtown area with a mixed crowd, but the advantage is the cheap rent. Inside the alley, Shin Tian-K suddenly stopped in his tracks and spoke towards the direction behind him. Been following me for so long, not planning to show yourself? Several figures darted out from behind. The leader stared at Shin Tian-K, his eyes filled with astonishment. Damn brat, I clearly remember knocking you on the head. You shouldn't have woken up for at least 3 to 5 years. It seems you've stumbled upon quite the fortune. Hand it over quietly. Shin Tian-K instantly recalled some events from before he came to this world as he looked at the few people before him. That arrogant young man. Behind him stood another person. This was the culprit who had reduced him to a vegetative state. It was during the time when he came to collect the debt that he struck his own head. Shin Tian-K paid no attention and walked away on his own. The people beside him continued to chatter incessantly. Heh, what's the matter? You barely got lucky with an opportunity and dared to try running away with your mother. Did you really think I'm someone to be messed with? Hand over your treasures and everything from your family, and maybe I'll spare your wretched life. A searing flame suddenly manifested behind him. Shin Tiang's eyes narrowed sharply. Information appears before my eyes. Chen Nan, occupation, elemental mage. Strength, novice. Ability, low-level fireball spell. Relevant information about the other people behind also surfaces fully before my eyes. Shin Tian-K slowly put his mother down. Looking at the few people before him, his eyes shimmered with alternating streaks of black and white light as they opened and closed. Just when I was itching to vent my anger, you choose the path to hell instead of the road to heaven. Shin Tiang's voice fell. A massive mastiff leaped out, its body ablaze with flames, its eyes dark green, as if boundless fury was surging forth. Leave none alive. No, don't. You can't. Why did Shin Tian-K bring them to this alley? It was precisely to deal with the little tails following behind. In the blink of an eye, the place was littered with corpses and stained with blood. Alright, start talking. Shin Tian-K pressed his foot firmly on the opponent's shoulder, his gaze darkening. No. Chen Nan's arms were mangled and bloodied. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. After all, even though the male lead had awakened his beast-taming abilities, he had always been a hesitant and indecisive person. This is also one of the reasons why he bullies others so blatantly. But now, it's as if he's a completely different person. Ruthless and decisive. The aura around him feels like he's returned from hell. You only have one chance. A foul, fishy stench emanated from Chen Nan's crotch as his eyes filled with terror. He had no doubt that a single misstep in his words would mean instant death on the spot. Yes, Chen Jinhai. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, a blood-red mark appeared on his neck. Blood spattered across Qin Tiang's face, the fire in his eyes unquenchable. Lingyun, the Qian family. Chapter 3, Ghost Mastiff. You reported me too? Inside the room, Qin Tianke pinched the bridge of his nose. His mind felt like a tangled mess. The Lingyun Qian family. One of the 4 major families of Lingyun City. True to its name, the Qian family ruled with an iron fist and possessed the greatest wealth among the 4 families. Rumor has it that their clan enshrines numerous 3rd and 4th tier powerhouses. At the 3rd and 4th tiers, they are considered the backbone of the city. Above that tier, only the city lord and that general, Wu Wang, stand in their league. And these are merely the publicly acknowledged figures. Who knows how many other hidden entities lurk in the shadows. The gap between the two sides was truly as vast as heaven and earth. Qin Tianke glanced at his sleeping mother beside him. The ruthlessness that had once filled his eyes had faded. Instead, a hint of tenderness surfaced. Even if he faced their pursuit alone, so what? His true concern had always been his mother's safety. It wouldn't take long for the Qian family's young master and his henchmen to trace the disappearance back to him. And in half a month, they would come knocking to collect their debt. To reach the 3rd or 4th tier within a mere fortnight. Even with the system, the boy dared not take that gamble. After all, the time frame was far too short. Moreover, the advancement process for class changers was painfully slow. Especially for beast masters. The materials required for beast taming make achieving a power breakthrough an incredibly lengthy process. So he dared not gamble, and certainly wouldn't choose to. He wouldn't risk his and his mother's lives on something so uncertain. He never did such foolish things. Though his current strength was far from formidable. Among his peers, whether by age or innate potential, he ranked among the foremost in all of Lingyun City. During the 3 months Qin Tianke lay unconscious, he had gradually heard rumors about the outside world. To date, only a handful of awakened are widely recognized as having achieved the most successful class transitions. Among them, the most exceptional individual was rumored to be a sect disciple who had descended the mountain for training. Yet this individual's current strength barely reaches the 2nd tier. He is on par with me, but he is already 21 years old. Qin Tianke, however, is only 18. Whether in age, potential, or strength, he seemed poised to surpass that so-called outstanding individual. At this thought, a calculating gleam flashed in Qin Tiang's eyes. If that was the case, why not trade himself as a commodity? In this era of alien invasion, transitioners rush to the battlefield. Any citizen within the city walls, once they turn 18, are eligible for universal class change. The ceremony will be overseen by 3 parties: military district leaders, city garrison commanders, and school administrators. The universal job change ceremony is scheduled to take place in 2 days. Among these 3 parties, only the military district leader holds the most authority. They hold the ultimate authority over whether awakened individuals remain or depart after their class change. My current potential is absolutely capable of earning the military district leader's favor. Using myself as leverage, I can persuade the military district to prioritize protection and naturally resolve the current predicament. Even the Qian family, as one of Lingyun's 4 great clans, they must still abide by the rules. In this era, soldiers always stand on the front lines facing foreign threats. Therefore, those within the military district enjoyed supreme honor and were always prioritized above others. With the military district as their backing, even if the head of the Qian family came personally, he wouldn't dare cause trouble for them. Having made up his mind, Qin Tiang's thoughts turned inward. He glanced at his mother beside him. Then he looked at his current home. A resolute light shone in his eyes. No matter what, he must gain the military district's attention. 3 days later, the mass job change ceremony was held at Lingyun No. 3 Middle School. Though called a nationwide ceremony, it was actually only open to students aged 18 and above from these schools. Typically, these 18-year-old students could undergo job change through the Awakening Stone. They could also undergo self-transition. Take Qin Tianke, for instance. He was a student at Lingyun No. 3 Middle School. He could be said to have dominated the entire school. After all, he was the only one in the entire school who had changed jobs to become a beastmaster. His beast was merely a black dog. But a beastmaster's potential is limitless. As long as they have sufficient power, they can keep contracting new beasts. What do you think Senior Qinjun will become? Senior Qinjun, with a sword spirit by his side, will likely become an extremely rare swordmaster. Not only that, but Senior Lin, she might become a rare pure elemental mage. You guys haven't forgotten about Senior Qin, have you? Senior Qin? You mean the earliest Beastmaster to ever transfer in the history of Third High? Yes. Ha, Senior Qin? He's been in a vegetative state for 3 months now. You think he'd even be able to transfer classes? Students chattered excitedly. The noise was deafening. Then, a figure appeared. And instantly silenced the crowd. A brief silence fell over the scene. Qin Tianke, here to change professions. The crowd stared at the figure on the stage. Many were so stunned their jaws could have held a duck egg. That figure atop the stage. Who among them didn't know? Who hadn't heard? The youngest class changer in the history of Lingyun City, let alone 3rd middle school. He had awakened his profession even before undergoing the official transition ceremony. Transitioning into a Beastmaster. Though his beast was merely a black dog. His future holds limitless possibilities. Holy crap? No way, isn't that Senior Qin? Holy crap, Senior Qin? He's been in a vegetative state for over 3 months, how could he be here? I told you Senior Qin would be fine, those were all rumors. The moment he appeared, the crowd below the stage erupted into wave after wave of cheers and murmurs. At this moment, before the awakening ceremony, the foremost leader among the 3 factions, Military District Commander Chen Qinfeng, gazing at the figure before him, his gaze darkened. Why did this kid always give him such a familiar feeling? Principal. This leader was around middle age. Though younger than the other 2, his cultivation level and background were no laughing matter. This was a man who had fought his way back from the front lines. Rumor had it he'd stepped back from the front lines due to injuries. Regardless, the insignia on his shoulder was proof enough of his extraordinary status. Principal, this is the most outstanding prodigy in the history of our 3rd high school. He achieved Beastmaster status before even reaching the official ceremony. Though his beast is merely a black dog, his youth is his greatest asset. Upon hearing the principal's words, Chen Qinfeng remained silent. A hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. What's his surname? Sir, his surname is Qin. Oh, right, his father is a national hero and distinguished service recipient, Qin Yunhai. At the mention of Qin Yunhai, Chen Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock. His body trembled slightly, almost uncontrollably. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he stared intently at the other man, murmuring to himself. No wonder, no wonder. So he's my brother's son, no wonder they look so alike. Even I almost mistook him for someone else just now. Staring at the man, he suddenly remembered something. So this is the one who caused a scene at the military hospital entrance 3 days ago. The city official beside him nodded vigorously. That's the family. Our government has already sent people to relocate them. We've handled this matter properly. Hearing this, Chen Qingfeng's eyes flashed with even greater emotion. His older brother's son. Amidst his excitement, a flash of hatred rose within him. No wonder the Silver Town gatekeeper had bullied them so mercilessly back then. It was all Lin Han's doing. Oomph. Did he really think he had no one backing him? At the awakening ceremony, he gazed at the awakening stone in the old man's field. Qin Tianke shook his head. He raised his hand and waved it. Ripples rippled through the air, surging with scorching heat. A beast of command materialized. Enveloped in flames, it seemed to have returned from hell itself. Its 3 heads were enormous. The protagonist's voice boomed, his presence commanding and imposing, his eyes cold as ice. Beast, Three-Headed Ghost Mastiff. Power level, Tier 2. Because it devoured those 2 punks. The Ghost Mastiff had evolved, spawning 2 additional heads. It became a 3-headed demon mastiff. Upon hearing Qin Tiang's words, the crowd erupted in wave after wave of gasps and envy. How is that possible? Wasn't his beast a black dog? So it became a ghost mastiff? Damn, his future really is limitless? What gives him the right? At that moment, Chen Qingfeng, who had been observing the awakening ceremony all along, slowly rose to his feet. He led the applause. Excellent. What a formidable 2nd-tier ghost mastiff. But I truly surpass my teacher. This was the first time the military district leader had praised a student during the entire career transition ceremony. Unlike the student's sheer astonishment, the 2 leaders beside him scanned Qin Tianke. They couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Who would have thought he was connected to this man? Principal, I'm reporting him. Qin Tianke used forbidden techniques and colluded with the Dark Church. Chapter 4, Military District Intervention. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. All eyes turned to the speaker. Chen Qingfeng heard these words. His eyes scanned the crowd as a figure approached. His eyes betrayed no emotion. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Sir, I'm reporting this. The newcomer was about the same age as Qin Tianke. His face bore a hint of gloom and calculation. Why, isn't this Senior Shangguan? Shangguan? Could it be someone from the Shangguan family? That's right, he's the only son of the Shangguan family, one of the 4 great clans. Holy crap, I never thought Senior Qin would actually know someone from the Shangguan family. You guys don't know, but Shangguan Ling and Qin Tianke have always been rivals. 3 months ago, Senior Qin became the first person in Lingyun City to awaken his profession, naturally drawing Senior Shangguan's attention. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers. Qin Tianke also turned to look at the man. His eyes held a hint of something unusual. Simultaneously, memories of the original body surfaced. So this was the original body's sworn enemy at this academy. And he was also from one of the 4 great families. Qin Tianke felt a sudden headache coming on. Why did he keep running into members of the 4 great families everywhere he went? His luck was truly beyond compare. But as he looked at the other person, his face held a hint of interest. He was quite eager to see what this young master from the Shangguan family intended to do. Sir, you may not know this, but 3 months ago, Qin Tiang's beast was nothing more than an ordinary black dog. Now it's supposedly a 3-headed ghost mastiff? How is that even possible? To enhance his strength so rapidly, even altering his beast's breed, I have reason to suspect he's resorted to forbidden arts. Therefore, I suspect Qin Tianke has colluded with the Dark Church. His words rang out with conviction, delivered with passionate fervor. As if with a single sentence, he intended to condemn Qin Tiang's guilt. Youngster from the Shangguan family, don't spread alarmist rumors. Colluding with the Dark Church? That's a serious accusation. Damn, after Senior Shangguan puts it like that, it almost sounds plausible that Qin Tianke could have done it. After all, he managed to transform his beast in such a short time? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Qin Tianke stood with his hands behind his back. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he glared angrily. You keep accusing me of colluding with the Dark Church. How about this? Qin Tianke turned to face the assembled crowd, then fixed his gaze back on Chen Xingfeng. I ask everyone present and the military district leadership to bear witness. This man has made baseless accusations, publicly slandering my reputation. Therefore, I challenge you to a life or death duel. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Holy crap, did I hear that right? A life or death duel. Are you serious? A life or death duel once accepted, one of us must die. How brutal. Qin Tianke is utterly reckless. No way, seriously? Senior Shangguan hasn't said a word, is he chickening out? Ha 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 ha. All that slander and defamation, yet now he dares not face his opponent head-on? Is this how the 4 great families conduct themselves? The students' taunts rose and fell in waves. Each cry pierced Shangguan Ling's heart like a sharp blade. His gaze fell upon the beast beside his opponent. Shangguan Ling's heart jolted. He shot a pleading glance toward one of the 3 leaders across the way, the district chief. The 4 great families were under the jurisdiction of the urban district, and he was acquainted with the official. Upon seeing the nod of agreement, and spurred on by the surrounding crowd's encouragement, Shangguan Ling immediately spoke up. How utterly audacious. Very well. I accept your challenge to a life or death duel. Today, I shall slay you, traitor to the alliance, right here. A swirling vortex of energy began to coalesce around Shangguan Ling's body. An expensive magic staff materialized in his hand. It was clear that this man's profession was that of a mage. As the opponent's body ignited with fiery orbs, the flames engulfing the 3-headed demon mastiff surged with renewed ferocity. Then, it lunged forward to attack. Fireballs danced and exploded around Shangguan Ling. The blazing light flared up and down, quickly engulfing the 3-headed demon mastiff's body. Under his current mastery of the fireball technique, even a second-tier beast rider would find no escape. Purple currents of energy began to spread around his body, now possessing both fire attribute magic and thunder attribute attacks. With these 2 powers combined, his opponent was doomed to defeat. Thunder Seal, Divine Retribution. A bolt of lightning as thick as a finger erupted from his staff. Its power was immense, its speed astonishing. But the moment this attack struck the opponent, it triggered a series of immense disturbances. The 3-headed demon mastiff braced against the thunder's force, its speed unabated. They charged toward their target. At close range, the mage's defenses crumbled. With a deafening roar from the 3-headed demon mastiff, each head emitted a foul stench and a bloodthirsty hunger, lunging to bite at the opponent's head. A life or death battle decided both supremacy and survival. Thus, even if the 3-headed demon mastiff devoured its prey, it would be entirely justified. Suddenly, a sound echoed from afar, instantly repelling the 3-headed demon mastiff. Qin, show mercy. Mr. Qin, he is the sole heir of the Shangguan family in this generation. Please spare his life. Qin Tianke heard these words and immediately turned his gaze toward the city district leader standing beside Chen Xingfeng. The ruthless glint in his eyes remained undimmed. In a life or death battle, victory or defeat decides life or death. Death may be spared, but punishment cannot be avoided. Qin Tianke barked the order. The 3 demon mastiffs tore the man's arm clean off at lightning speed. Blood gushed forth in torrents, mingled with wails of agony. The scene unfolded too suddenly. Even the city district leader hadn't had time to react. But when he glanced at Chen Xingfeng beside him, who was now casting an admiring gaze toward Qin Tianke, he could only let it go. What decisive action! Chen Xingfeng's smile remained unchanged as he rose to his feet and addressed Qin Tianke. Young Qin, come with me. Military District. Chen Xingfeng's office. This was Qin Tiang's first genuine visit to the military zone, and he was filled with curiosity about the place. He looked at the leader before him, who was brewing tea, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. Wu Wang's previous actions had left him distrustful of the entire military district. No need to be nervous. Actually, you should call me Uncle Chen. Your father, Qin Yunhai, was once my older brother. The man pulled out a photograph from his pocket. In the photo, two men stood arm in arm. Even after all these years, Qin Tianke could still recognize one of them, his own father. Qin Tianke hadn't anticipated that this leader actually knew his father and had once been his father's subordinate. His thoughts inevitably overlapped with what he had been pondering earlier. Qin Tianke didn't know how to feel. To be honest, he had been filled with suspicion toward the man before him just moments ago. After all, what had happened to his mother and him before? He would never forget it for the rest of his life. Chapter 5, Standing Behind You. I know about what happened between you and your mother. Since we both want Wu Wang to suffer a bit. Back then, your father single-handedly suppressed an entire generation. To him, Wu Wang is nothing but a mere lackey. Chen Xingfeng's face brimmed with excitement, yet suddenly turned desolate. Only after your father passed did he seize absolute power. His corrupt alliances run so deep, even I can't touch him. I've long despised that brat's methods. But now, we stand united. A peculiar token appeared in the other man's hand. This artifact can protect you from a full power strike by a fourth-tier powerhouse. Consider it a token of our alliance. Chen Xingfeng spoke, his eyes unexpectedly glistening with moisture. I've thoroughly investigated what happened to you and your mother back then. It's just a pity I wasn't in Lingyun City at the time. I will personally see justice done for your sister-in-law. Chen Xingfeng's eyes burned with fury. Hearing these words, he looked at the other person again. Qin Tianke pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Uncle Chen. But, Uncle Chen, there's no need for you to trouble yourself with this matter. Uncle Chen's involvement violates military district regulations. I will seek justice for this matter myself. Chen Xingfeng's gaze sharpened as he looked at his nephew. In that gaze, he could almost see the figure of his elder brother. To possess such resolve at such a young age, this child. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Chen Xingfeng's voice was slow and measured, his tone unwavering. If you wish to make a fuss, go ahead. The military district will back you up. This single sentence was enough to show the other party's seriousness. Qin Tianke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chen Xingfeng grinned. The tension between them eased considerably. Have you heard about the alliance-wide transferee selection? Such unfamiliar terminology caused a look of doubt to flicker across Qin Tiang's face. The alliance-wide transferee selection is open to all outstanding youths under 25 across the alliance. Each city may nominate up to 5 candidates to participate in the selection. Those who rank highly in the alliance selection receive rewards and may even be granted military ranks. That old man who gave you and your son such a hard time? His city selected several geniuses. I want you to go to the alliance-wide transferee selection and give his so-called geniuses a good shake-up. Qin Tianke silently weighed his options. The chance to earn military rank and make that old man suffer a proper loss from every angle, this was a surefire win for Qin Tianke. Alright, Uncle Chen, I'm in. Excellent. While each city can only select 5 candidates, our military can grant one special exemption to join the top 5. That sole exemption slot is yours. Hearing this, Qin Tianke felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Of course, before that, let me see what you're made of and let them see too. Chen Xingfeng strolled over to the windowsill and followed the other man's gaze downward. Qin Tianke could already see the neatly arranged soldiers below. Observing the smile on the other man's face, Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel a strange thought arise in his heart. Why did he have this feeling he was about to be tricked? The military armory. Qin Tianke looked at the soldiers before him. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn it, he knew this guaranteed admission spot wouldn't come easy. Su Kuan. A tall man in military uniform stepped forward from the crowd. I've already given him the military zone's guaranteed spot for the alliance-wide transferee selection. Let's see if he's worthy of it. Hearing this, the tall man turned his gaze toward Qin Tianke. His eyes burned with intense heat and longing. Many other soldiers shared the same look. Damn, what makes this kid worthy of having the leadership personally grant him a guaranteed spot? Looks like some rich kid is using this chance to show off his skills. When did rich kids start daring to set foot in our barracks? Too bad he picked the wrong target. Sergeant Su Kuan broke through to the second tier over half a month ago. A second-tier lightning mage? What gives this kid the right to challenge Sergeant Su? Amidst the surrounding murmurs, Qin Tiang's lips twitched. He knew it wouldn't be this easy. Su Kuan strode up to Qin Tianke. His eyes brimmed with contempt. Getting that recommendation spot from Commander Chen must have taken a lot of effort on your part. Too bad about today, you won't get past me. Today, I'll show you that money can't buy everything. Oof. So he thinks he's some rich kid now? Shin Tian-K couldn't be bothered to argue. The other's words only stoked his competitive spirit. He looked at the person before him. A faint smile touched his lips. All this chatter first, show me what you're made of. Hearing this, Su Koan unleashed his aura without restraint. Simultaneously, a lightning-enveloped staff materialized beside him. Second-tier Lightning Mage. Second-tier Beast Master. In battles between class changers, it was customary to first declare one's profession and rank. Only then could the fight commence. This kid is actually a second-tier mage? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Koan's eyes. But he quickly understood. This person must have achieved such prominence solely through family connections. To achieve this level of accomplishment. A useless parasite living off his family's wealth. There was no way his abilities could compare to those honed on the battlefield. Lightning began gathering within his staff. Suddenly, bolts of lightning as thick as bowls erupted from it. Compared to Shang Wanling, who also wielded lightning magic before, his power was far superior. Yet Shin Tian-K remained utterly composed. Hands tucked into his pockets, expression serene, robes billowing, a peculiar magic array began to spread beneath his feet. Within the formation, a colossal beast burst forth, instantly deflecting the lightning bolts while unleashing a thunderous roar toward its opponent. This thunderbolt was indeed ruthless and formidable. But alas, the ghost mastiff possessed unique attributes. Ordinary lightning or flames could not harm it. The three-headed mastiff showed no fear, advancing step by step through the sea of lightning, bathing in the thunderbolts until it stood directly before its foe. Watching this scene, the faces of the soldiers below the stage were filled with terror. What kind of bizarre creature is this? Not only did it possess 3 heads, but its entire body was enveloped in flames. It could even withstand their sergeant's thunderbolts head-on. Was this beast master's power truly this terrifying? Purple light flared in Su Koan's eyes as he unleashed wave after wave of powerful lightning magic. Yet the attacks dissolved the moment they touched the creature. As if striking a sheet of iron, they made no impact whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qingfun's lips curled upward. Gazing at that figure, he felt an inexplicable wave of nostalgia. His elder brother's son truly possessed the same charisma as his father in his prime. Perhaps his achievements would surpass even his elder brother's. The three-headed mastiff had already surged through layer upon layer of thunder barriers to stand before its opponent. 3 eyes stared down at Su Koan below. The mere hot breath exhaled from its nostrils was enough to drive the opponent back. Chapter 6, Hidden Motives. Sergeant Su, thank you. Shin Tian-K uttered these words. He immediately recalled the three-headed mastiff. For a mage, getting within striking distance meant losing their combat effectiveness. Not to mention that the thunderbolts had no effect on him whatsoever. The outcome of this battle was obvious. Shin Tian-K was unaware at that moment that his name would echo throughout Lingyun City within hours. Su Koan's identity was no ordinary matter. At just 21 years old, he was already a sergeant. He was truly a military prodigy in Lingyun City. He was also widely recognized as the military candidate destined for the alliance selection process. One of the 4 great families. Qian family head's conference room. The alliance-wide transferee selection roster doesn't include Su Koan this time? Many elders within the clan had already received the list of Lingyun City's participants for this alliance-wide transferee selection. Su Koan is a second-tier powerhouse and a rare lightning mage. How could his name be missing? What's the name of the military-recommended candidate replacing Su Koan? Shin Tian-K? That name sounds unfamiliar. Shin Tian-K, I remember now. All eyes turned to the Qin family elder who had spoken. You may not know this, but Shin Tian-K just made enemies with the Shangguan family a few hours ago. He severed the arm of their only heir. Oh, not only did it have no repercussions, but he even earned the admiration of military leaders. Hearing this, many wore peculiar expressions. They pondered what course of action to take. I believe we should seek to befriend him first. Regardless of his methods, as long as he's favored by the military, it's still wise to cultivate this relationship. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Just then, another elder of the Qian family spoke in a hollow tone. His voice carried a hint of fear. Third young master, he has a grudge against Shin Tian-K. All eyes turned to him. Bearing the weight of their gazes, the Chen family elder slowly recounted the events that had transpired. The Chen family patriarch seated at the head of the table, a man in his early 40s, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he spoke again. Regardless of the past, we must cultivate a relationship with him. Even if it costs us, we must do so. Forgive all debts, and secretly support the Shin Tian-K family's enterprises. This matter must be handled properly. The Qian family patriarch's expression grew grave. Being selected for the alliance-wide transferee recruitment meant his future held the potential for meteoric rise. Such a man must be befriended, never antagonized. Meanwhile, apart from the Shangguan family maintaining silence, the other two major families almost simultaneously declared their intent to align with Qin Tianke. The moment Qin Tianke returned home, he saw his mother lying on the bed. His heart ached instantly. "Mom, why are you up? Go back to bed and rest." These past months, his mother had spared no effort in tending to his affairs, tirelessly running errands for him. Now, her hair had grown grayer and her face bore the marks of time and hardship. Lu Hui wore a gentle smile. She looked at her son without speaking, simply smiling. As long as he could wake up, it would be worth every sacrifice. Women are naturally gentle but become strong when they become mothers. "Oh, Tianke, these are gifts from the Qian, Lin, and Li families. They said it's to congratulate you on securing a position. What's wrong? Did something go wrong with your career change?" Qin Tianke had spotted the row of congratulatory gifts on the floor the moment he entered. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. He then shared the news of gaining recognition from the military district leadership. Upon hearing the leader's name, Lu Hui's expression grew pensive. She nodded. "Your father was indeed formidable back then." Among his closest associates, the brother he was most bonded with was a man named Chen Qingfeng. "I tried to reach out to Chen Qingfeng back then, but he was always out on missions." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke gave a slight nod. He didn't want to make his mother recall those tragic events from the past. She had endured so much already. Now that he had awakened, it was time to repay her. "All right, Mom, get some rest. I'll handle this matter myself." Lu Hui gazed at her son. A tender look welled up in her eyes. Who would have thought that just days ago, her son had been lying in bed, on the verge of becoming a vegetable? Yet now he stood before her, full of life and vigor. And he'd even earned the flattery and admiration of many people. It seemed her son was truly exceptional. He even carried a hint of her late husband's former grace. Qin Tianke gazed at the numerous congratulatory gifts before her. A look of contemplation crossed his face. These items failed to capture his attention. What truly intrigued him was the reason behind their gifts. The news of his defeat of Su Kuan had likely spread swiftly among those families. Yet the Qian family, who had previously targeted them so relentlessly, now groveled and offered gifts. The reversal was too abrupt. There was definitely something fishy going on. After all, they had ruined his mother's company and had always harbored ulterior motives. As one of the four great families, what could the Qians possibly possess that would make others so desperate to court them? Qin Tianke silently weighed his own assets. Soon, he pinpointed the root of the problem. He himself lacked the ability to command such attention. Neither did his mother. But his father did. His father was a National Special Meritorious Service recipient. A man who truly single-handedly suppressed an entire era. His relics. These items held immense allure for such men. Qin Tianke followed the memory of where his father's belongings were stored and approached a bookshelf. As he opened the bookcase, he soon saw. Inside, numerous items were arranged and displayed. Scattered about. Mostly medals of merit or maps and such. Even if these items were rare, they weren't worth the Qian family going to such lengths. Qin Tianke immediately began rummaging through them. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Something seemed to spring out from the side of the bookcase. Upon opening it, inside lay a curved blade and a scroll of parchment. The curved blade immediately caught Qin Tianke's attention. The blade was crafted from an unusual material. Moreover, a faint scent of blood lingered within its blade. Though faint, to Qin Tianke, this scent was far from ordinary. Simply waving the scimitar through the air produced a series of piercingly sharp whistles. Whether it was the method of concealing it or the nature of its material, this is absolutely a treasure. Item: crescent blade, flow of the moon. Quality: perfect grade. Description: long-term exposure to blood has tempered its edge to unparalleled sharpness, slicing through iron like mud. Its unique blade radiates a blood aura when unleashed. It grants the power to fight foes of higher tiers. Chapter 7, perhaps not dead? So this must be the weapon father wielded. Qin Tianke was quite satisfied with this discovery. His gaze swiftly shifted to the parchment. The parchment slowly unfolded. As he scanned the words left upon it, Qin Tianke's eyes narrowed slightly. A hint of astonishment and confusion flickered in his eyes. Bloodthirsty earth, sky of death, cycle of the undead. I shall dwell deep within this place. My child, do not come searching for me. Qin Tianke had no recollection whatsoever of the place described above. But the final line revealed another possibility. Father might not be dead. Upon reflection, it seemed the Alliance had only stated they couldn't locate the body. But that doesn't mean death, it could also mean disappearance. Father is still alive. A surge of joy welled up in Qin Tianke's heart. His father was still in this world, though judging from the parchment, he seemed trapped somewhere. But no matter what had happened in the past, as long as his father was still alive, he was determined to go see him. That night, the stars were sparse. Lying in bed, Qin Tianke sank into deep thought. After the initial joy and excitement, a sense of calculation began to stir within him. His father's whereabouts were unknown. To find him, he would need formidable combat strength. And according to Uncle Chen's words, in half a month he would meet with 4 others. Together, they would proceed to the alliance-wide transferee selection. Therefore, whether it was finding his father or participating in the alliance-wide transferee selection, the greatest challenge before him is to enhance his strength. Within Lingyun City, his growth potential was limited. To truly enhance his combat prowess, especially to advance the Three-Headed Mastiff, he needed nothing but relentless bloodshed. The wilderness beyond the city walls was undoubtedly the best place for that. A night of deep sleep. The next morning, after hastily packing his belongings and bidding farewell to his mother, Shin Tian-Kai set out on his journey. Of course, before departing, he didn't forget to tell Uncle Chen to keep an eye on the house. Only after receiving the man's reassuring nod did Shin Tian-Kai feel at ease. Venturing out alone into the world, his greatest concern was always his mother back home. Half an hour later, Shin Tian-Kai arrived before a magnificent, colossal structure. The Transferee Alliance. The 5 characters, gilded in gold and splendor, retained their majestic presence. To enhance his strength, his only option now was to join the Transferee Alliance and enter a squad to explore the battle ruins. The so-called battle ruins were actually sites where, many years ago, job changers and alien races had fought outside the city. All transmuters worldwide have established the Global Transmuter Alliance. This alliance has established 46 cities across the land. The distance between these 46 cities is immense. The spaces between them are the battle ruins. In other words, beyond these cities lies a desolate wasteland. These are the remnants left behind after battles with alien races. Remnants of the alien races may still lurk there. Numerous monsters also dwell within. This place is extremely dangerous, yet it offers extraordinary rewards. At the very least, the treasures accumulated over the lifetimes of fallen adventurers lie hidden within. Furthermore, the Alliance will demand that those who venture to explore collect alien corpses for them. These items could be exchanged for substantial rewards, money, or even secret manuals for enhancement. Shin Tian-Kai had defeated Su Koan not long ago. Even after a night had passed, few within the city knew his name. Shin Tian-Kai arrived at the front desk to register his identity information. During this time, he had already seen quite a few class changers. Among them were swordsmen bearing heavy blades, shield bearers clad in armor, and mages wielding staffs. Among these individuals were also a few beast tamers. Now that you've registered your identity, they could proceed to the recruitment hall to choose their teams. Tyrannosaurus Squad, 2 spots open. Seeking 2 shield and armor specialists. Mage Scouting Squad, 3 spots open. Swordsmen or shield and armor masters. A large display screen dominated the hall's center. It continuously displays recruitment needs for various squads, refreshing every 5 minutes. The options were overwhelming. Shin Tian's eyes grew weary from scanning it all. Yet among all these listings, he quickly identified the unit he desired most. Following the address provided, he arrived at the gatehouse of the unit he sought to join. Black Tiger Squad. Seeking Beastmasters or Swordsmen, 1 Shieldmaster, strength level 1 or above. The guardhouse, surrounded by concentric rings of display screens. Each represented a different squad's base. They would wait here for potential recruits to demonstrate their strength before setting out together. The moment he arrived, Shin Tian-Kai immediately spotted a 3-meter-long black tiger lying prone among them. The beast lifted its head, gave him a lazy glance. Then it lowered its head again, seemingly to resume snoring. Several people were gathered around the black tiger. Shin Tian-Kai glanced at them briefly, and their profiles instantly appeared before his eyes. Beastmaster, Healer, Swordsman, Shield Master. In Shin Tian's eyes, this party could only be described as average. But Shin Tian-Kai needed exactly this kind of team. Hello, I'm here for the job. Upon hearing this, one of the 4 men who had been chatting leisurely stood up and approached Shin Tian-Kai. One of them, a burly man clad in a black coat, stood up and approached Shin Tian-Kai. Shin Tian-Kai promptly handed over his information badge. After scanning the device in the other party's hand, Shin Tian's profile information immediately popped up. Upon seeing that he was also a Beastmaster, a hint of admiration flashed across the burly man's face. Would you mind letting me see your beast? This remark drew the attention of the other 3 members of the group. With a wave of his hand, a special formation materialized before him. 3 mastiffs burst forth from within. The black tiger, which had been lying still, seemed to react to something. It immediately stood up, sizing up the lead beastmaster before it. In terms of size, the black tiger was slightly longer. Yet it was nowhere near the size of the Three-Headed Mastiff, nor did it possess that layer of burning, eerie black flame enveloping its body. Upon seeing the opponent's beast, the burly man in black robes smiled even more broadly. 3 heads and black flames? Isn't this the hellhound? But wait, this one's even larger than a full-grown hellhound. It lacks the intimidating presence of a mature Cerberus, and ordinary juvenile Cerberuses don't possess such a massive frame either. What kind of beast is this? My beast is called the Three-Headed Mastiff. As Qin Tianke finished speaking, a layer of scorching flames ignited around his beast, as if responding to his words. Chen Hu stepped forward and extended his hand to Qin Tianke. First mission, huh? Don't worry. We're just scouting the outskirts for some herbs. Nothing too difficult. Relax. Qin Tianke nodded and withdrew his beast. My name is Qin Tianke, a second-tier beastmaster. My beast is the Three-Headed Mastiff. The team consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The woman spoke first. My name is Chen Jing, a tier 1 healer. The man wearing a scarf and carrying a sword stood with his arms crossed, his gaze cold. A Feng, a second-tier swordsman. A burly man over 2 meters tall, clad in armor, smiled and rubbed his shaved head. Just call me Old Yang. Second-tier shield master. The man shaking hands with Qin Tianke spoke in a drawn-out tone. I'm Chen Hu, captain of the Black Tiger Squad. Third-tier beast master. As for beast taming, well, you've seen it for yourself. Qin Tianke surveyed the squad, forming a favorable impression. Alright, since everyone's here, let's get moving. Qin Tianke stepped into the group. In the hall, many eyes had been fixed on Qin Tianke from the start. They quickly averted their gazes and entered a private room. Just as young Master Shangguan predicted, he's joined the squad. This operation is assigned to us by the Qian family. The dozen or so individuals continued exchanging the latest intelligence they had obtained. In that case, let us form an alliance. Each of us can return to claim our rewards afterward. The dozen or so individuals were familiar with one another. They exchanged their respective information. Meanwhile, Qin Tianke was leaving the Transferee Alliance with the Black Tiger Squad in a dedicated vehicle. The Transferee Alliance was situated at the very edge of Lingyun City. Leaving from here meant officially exiting the city. This was his first time leaving Lingyun City. What would the world beyond the city walls be like? And what about the legendary alien races? Qin Tianke's heart brimmed with anticipation. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt. Chen Hu's voice rang out. Same as always. Chapter 8, First Encounter with the Alien Race. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke froze for a moment. But soon after, he saw them all getting off the vehicle one by one. Old Yang beckoned to Qin Tianke. Let's go, brother Qin. Qin Tianke felt a bit dazed, but he followed them anyway. This vehicle had been modified. The view of the outside world was limited to a small window. Qin Tianke didn't suspect they intended to rob or kill him. After all, who would target a beastmaster who had just joined the Transferee Alliance? Beastmasters ranked among the top professions among all job changers, but his beast taming skills were merely average. Even if he possessed any special abilities, they were nowhere near as formidable as Chen Hu's. Therefore, Qin Tianke didn't believe he possessed the potential or likelihood of being targeted for robbery. The moment he touched down, he felt an intense, scorching heat. Flames lashed out at him, the air itself seemed to boil and burn. It felt as though he had suddenly been transported to a desert. Some of these tribes can detect auras, while others excel at tracking. Their overall strength isn't particularly formidable. But their numbers are vast. The roar of vehicles is too loud. Once alerted, they could easily draw the entire horde. That's why we usually travel several kilometers out of the city before switching to foot patrols. Qin Tianke remained puzzled. Then came Chen Hu's explanation. He watched as the group began donning a piece of equipment. It was a set of silver-white armor. Qin Tianke received one as well. He weighed it in his hand. It had some weight to it, but not too much. Judging by its configuration, it bore some resemblance to the legendary Woodvine Divine Armor. Though it didn't possess the Woodvine Divine Armor's invulnerability to all poisons or its ability to withstand countless arrows, it still counted as a formidable defensive weapon. This silver chain mail is meant to guard against close combat with the alien races. Their physical strength is formidable, even their bones and nails can be used as weapons. Since this is your first time here, it's best to err on the side of caution. Heed the advice, and you'll be better off. Qin Tianke immediately donned the silver chain mail. Holding it felt surprisingly light, but wearing it weighed him down considerably. He then followed the troops as they advanced forward. Perhaps it was the sight of the battle-scarred ruins. The previously jovial expressions on their faces abruptly changed. Everyone stood ready for battle. They advanced in formation, heading toward their destination. As squad leader, Chen Hu, he led the way by summoning his black tiger beast to walk at the front of the formation. Following closely behind was the swordsman, Afeng. Then came the healer, Chen Jing. Qin Tianke summoned his 3 mastiffs to trail behind them. Bringing up the rear was the dungeon master, Old Yang. Qin Tianke knew the Black Tiger Squad had come here solely to seek out a rare herb found only outside the city walls. This herb, due to its unique growing environment and mild medicinal properties, offers significant benefits to many job changers. Moreover, due to the enormous quantities required, They must travel far and wide, surrounded by desolation. In the distance, numerous ruins and crumbling walls could be seen. The road was swirling with sand and dust. In such a place, it seemed impossible to see any greenery no matter how long they walked. As the group slowly crossed a hill, Shin Tian-K finally caught sight of the distant landscape. Below the horizon lay the ruins he had seen earlier. It looked as though a city had been forcibly severed. Though devoid of any sign of life, the remnants of its former prosperity were still discernible from afar. From the city walls downward, a winding river, stretching all the way to where they stood. Sandstorms swirled all around. Yet patches of green grass had begun to sprout from the ground. This place is rather peculiar. Despite the scorching heat in the air and the swirling yellow sand all around, plants managed to survive. Shin Tian-K gave it only a cursory glance. He followed the others as they pressed onward. During this journey, Shin Tian-K also caught sight of the so-called alien race. They were creatures of an extremely peculiar physique. They resembled humans in appearance. Yet they stood 2 to 3 meters tall, with slender limbs, as if constructed from bamboo joints. Their bodies were uniformly dark, with a dull, yellowish hue. Its tough exoskeleton was clearly visible. Their hands resembled 5 blades joined together. Even the slightest movement revealed a chilling glint and a whistling wind. The reason the squad chose this method of advancement was to clear obstacles with minimal cost. The healer profession is always in high demand, no matter where you go. Especially when exploring battle ruins. Any wounds inflicted by alien races require a healer's care. Thus, healers are the prized assets every team desperately seeks. They must never be exposed to the enemy. As the peak combat power, Shenhu would handle any sudden alien threats at the forefront. During their journey, they also located the medicinal herbs targeted for this expedition. Shin Tian-K gathered some as well. These herbs were supposed to offer some enhancement to beast taming. But the three-headed mastiff didn't need them. Its very nature was exceptionally unique. To grow stronger, it only needed to devour more villains. Shin Tian-K carefully stored each item and handed them over to Chunhu. The rest of the team continued gathering items within their assigned areas. Having completed his task, Shin Tian-K leaned against his beast mount, observing the distant scene. This place was truly desolate. Nothing at all. Yet the alien races kept appearing one after another. He wanted to train here to boost his strength, but it seemed rather difficult. Strange, there's a small hole here that keeps bulging out. Ha! Wait a minute. Shin Tian's eyes lit up. He abruptly stood up. He saw something approaching them steadily from beneath the distant sand dunes. It was breaking through layer after layer of soil. Like a mole burrowing through. It's an alien race. Shin Tian-K had barely uttered these words. At least 10 alien creatures had appeared around them, seemingly out of nowhere. These creatures differed slightly from those Shin Tian-K had seen before. Their hands did not appear to be clawed blades. Instead, they held hammer-like weapons. They're stealth-type alien creatures. Shenhu exclaimed. These alien creatures were all around second tier in overall strength. Though lacking third-tier combat power, stealth-type aliens were swift and adept at concealment, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Black Tiger roared and charged forward. He crushed the aliens beneath his feet. As he roared, the Black Tiger's form swelled to several times its original size. By comparison, the alien creatures resembled tiny ants, instantly crushed beneath its might. The swordsman and the armor stealer struck almost simultaneously. Crushed them to the side. But at that very moment, one alien creature suddenly vanished underground. The earth began to ripple with peculiar swells. Its destination was the very center of the group. Everyone was engrossed in battle, paying no heed to their rear. Their formation had deliberately radiated outward from Chen Jing at its core, but now, with each member occupied, the alien creature burst forth from the earth. Shadows gradually enveloped Chen Jing. A pair of crimson eyes drew near. The whistling of clawed blades cut through the air. Chapter 9, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Chaos filled Chen Jing's eyes. Beyond the layer of silver chainmail armor covering her body, no other defensive measures remained. As a healer, she had no means to cultivate offensive abilities. Now, facing this impending blow, she could only pray that the silver chainmail on her body would absorb the damage. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. But the moment she tried to move, she collapsed backward. Faced with this dire situation, Chen Jing was so terrified her legs gave way. At that critical moment, black flames began to spread across the alien creature's body. Simultaneously, a roar echoed through the air. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, smashing the alien creature's limb clean off with a single swipe. Chen Jing stared in shock at the three-headed mastiff engulfed in flames. Shin Tian's figure appeared silently beside him. Seeing this alien creature now, his heart couldn't help but stir. Especially when he thought about how his father had gone missing fighting these very creatures. Fury flared in his eyes. Not a single one left alive, killed them all. The three mastiffs roared in unison. They charged forward immediately. Wherever they passed, black flames burned and collided, incinerating every bone in their path. Die! The three-headed mastiff's appearance was too sudden. The swordsman and armor-wielding warrior still locked in combat. Their expressions darkened. This beast was larger than the black tiger. Yet its body was nowhere near as long as the black tiger's. Moreover, the flames engulfing its entire body seemed to possess lethal power against the alien races. Wherever it passed, the alien creatures were scorched by the flames. Then, the three-headed mastiff would either crush them with a single swipe of its paw or snap their spines with a single bite. Its speed was lightning fast, its methods ruthless. In mere moments. Before the very eyes of all, the three-headed mastiff had slaughtered every last one of the dozens of alien creatures. After death, the invaders left behind only piles of bones and flesh reeking of blood and decay. The air thickened with the stench of decay. Old Jiang rubbed his bald head, muttering to himself. Holy crap, what the hell is that guy's beast control technique? Chen, who witnessed the scene, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. From the opponent's beast, he could sense a far stronger power emanating from it. Though both were beast tamers, compared to the other's beast tamer. The only aspect where his beast seemed superior seemed to be its third-tier strength. In comparison, both in size and ability, his own beast seemed laughable. Yet after the initial shock, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. This outcome was somewhat unexpected. It was his first mission. Yet showed no fear and reacted so decisively at a critical moment. Their team had recruited new members before. But every single one had been utterly terrified by the sudden appearance of these alien beings. Worse still, some couldn't even cast the most basic spells. And now he was expected to protect their lives. Chen, who had initially thought he'd simply misjudged the situation this time. He had recruited a new recruit. But he never imagined the other would possess such formidable strength. It seemed his choice had been spot on. The gazes of several people instinctively turned toward the man. Some acknowledged Qin Tiang's prowess. Others felt a pang of envy. Swordsman Afeng slowly sheathed his blade. As he looked toward Qin Tiang, his eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze held only disdain and contempt. Did a newcomer truly wish to flaunt his achievements before the captain like this? How foolish. A worthless coward who hides behind his beast, he wouldn't even bother to fight him. Qin Tiang bowed his fist to the group. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the skeletal remains of the beasts. He had already tried it earlier. Killing these creatures wouldn't enhance his strength. Moreover, the flesh and blood of alien races were unsuitable for consumption. This creature was completely beyond his hunting capabilities. What a headache. If consuming alien remains were useful, he'd push his strength to the absolute limit here. Ha ha, good. Qin Feng, I thought you'd be like those other newcomers before you. Chen, who approached with a smile, pulling Qin Tiang close. The Transferee Alliance's identity verification process only required that one not be affiliated with the Dark Church. As for his name, Qin Tiang would never use his real one. The name he registered here was Qin Feng. A somewhat earnest smile spread across Qin Tiang's face. Captain Chen, you're too kind. It was pure luck, nothing more. Having demonstrated his strength, Qin Tiang now enjoyed unanimous recognition. However, that swordsman seemed to maintain a cold, indifferent demeanor throughout. Qin Tiang, however, paid it no mind. Changing oneself for others' opinions was sheer foolishness. The squad regrouped briefly before setting off once more. Qin Tiang's gaze, however, settled on a spot not far away. The three mastiffs, being mastiffs, possessed significantly heightened senses of smell. Earlier, he had spotted no fewer than 10 people in that location. Qin Tiang didn't believe they were the same squad. The aura emanating from the others stirred a deep craving within the three mastiffs. Moreover, while searching for the squad earlier, the three-headed mastiff had already sensed these auras. Now, it finally confirmed the three-headed mastiff's suspicions. The presence of such villains in this remote frontier only deepened Qin Tiang's suspicion about their identities. If they were indeed following the Black Tiger squad, then their sole target could only be himself. It appeared they were either from the Shangguan family or the Qin family. It was also possible both families had jointly dispatched them. To send so many men just to eliminate him, they were truly willing to spare no expense. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Tiang's eyes. Since he had confirmed their identity, he would simply invite them into the trap. He currently lacked a suitable reason to leave the squad, and he certainly didn't have absolute confidence in taking them all down. But with them here, the three mastiffs' advancement was within reach. Thus, only one choice lay before him. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. The squad set off once more. Along the way, Qin Tiang witnessed the starkly different landscapes of these regions. One moment they were in the yellow sands, the next they were amidst mountains and forests. Black Tiger, leading the group, suddenly halted. His nostrils flared, and a thought flashed through to Chen, whose expression changed. The group halted immediately. Chen, who lowered his voice and addressed the others. Within 10 meters ahead, there is a foreign demon beast. An alien beast? Another unfamiliar term. Qin Tianke felt an inexplicable wave of frustration wash over him. No, he had to deepen his knowledge in this area once he returned. Otherwise, he'd look hopelessly behind. Unlike Qin Tianke, the other three wore expressions of excitement. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianke felt even more lines appearing on his forehead. Captain, this alien beast is... Qin Tianke was cut off mid-sentence by offing beside him. An alien beast? Even among alien races, this is extremely rare. They resemble the mounts only possessed by high-ranking members of the alien race. Chapter 10, Roadblock. These alien beasts are practically treasures from head to toe. Their flesh is edible and can enhance a transferee's physical form. Their bones can be polished into weapons of extraordinary sharpness. Every part of these alien beasts can be utilized to its fullest potential. Even after surviving so long in the battle ruins, we've only encountered them a handful of times. Shenhu's eyes gleamed with greed as he spoke. This alien beast's strength is nearly equivalent to a second-tier creature. Noticing the others' gazes, Qin Tianke instantly understood their intentions. They wanted to take down that alien beast. I have no objections. How should we coordinate? They had been traversing the battle-scarred ruins for an unknown duration. Their coordination was naturally seamless. Qin Tianke, having joined them now, was unaware of their strength distribution or team coordination. Shenhu glanced at Qin Tianke. Then he looked at the others. He immediately began sketching out a tactical plan on the ground using small pebbles. This alien beast is a centaur. Centaurs harbor an intense desire to exterminate humans and possess extraordinary speed. Black Tiger and I will lead the frontal assault to draw the centaur's attention. Afone and Old Yang, you two strike while we're busy. Afone, you must sever all four of this centaur's legs. Shen Jing, your job is to stack speed buffs on Afone. As for Qin Tianke, your beast taming abilities are formidable. You'll serve as backup for now, ensuring Chen Jing's safety. Qin Tianke raised no objections to this plan. After all, he had only just joined the organization. If he were to cooperate with others to complete a mission, he couldn't guarantee success. After all, there was no established rapport or coordination between them. Understood. Let's move out. The group began preparing their equipment. A faint blue glow emerged from Chen Jing's palm. The moment the light rose, it transformed into a small orb that spread across Afeng's body. Circular ripples began to undulate around his body, forming a uniquely distinctive blue wave pattern. It resembled a layer of gauze. Qin Tianke had never seen such a thing before. But he had heard of it. Healers did not merely perform healing in the simplest sense. They functioned more as amplifiers. What we call healing is merely the restoration of the body under the influence of these enhancement effects. Similarly, the effects of enhancement need not be confined to healing the body. Take this moment, for instance. This blue aura clearly possesses the effect of enhancing the speed of its target. This was the first time Qin Tianke had ever witnessed such an ability. It seemed this journey had indeed broadened his horizons considerably. The group began moving. Qin Tianke followed them to a hillside nearby. Below the slope lay a hollow of yellow sand. Within it lay a collapsed palace, its walls crumbling and broken. Traces of flesh and blood remained. A pungent odor filled the air. Qin Tianke crouched atop the hill. He soon spotted a massive creature below, frantically tearing at something. The thing stood over 5 meters tall. It possessed the upper torso of a human male. Its muscles were knotted and bulging with explosive power. Yet its lower body belonged to a horse. Its hooves stomped, producing an unusual sound. Qin Tianke stared at this bizarre creature and immediately activated his system for identification. Alien Beast, Centaur. Power level, Tier 2. Abilities, Swift Wind, Earth Surge. Qin Tianke had never encountered such a creature before. It felt as wondrous as watching a movie. Within his line of sight, the centaur's body abruptly halted for a moment, casually lifting its head to gaze ahead. Directly ahead of it, Black Tiger was advancing step by step toward it. Upon its back, its beastmaster sat. Their gazes locked. The air thickened with tension. In an instant, the centaur let out a sharp, piercing roar. Then, its forehooves pounded the ground frantically, charging straight toward each other. Its speed was blindingly fast. Simultaneously, with a flick of its wrist, the surrounding yellow sand surged and swirled. Strange, long, spindle-shaped spikes began to emerge, piercing toward Shenhu in the distance. The Black Tiger's speed was extraordinary. Even while dragging its beastmaster along, it still unleashed remarkable speed. While dodging these attacks, it continued closing in on its opponent. The distance between them grew ever shorter. Just as they were about to make contact, a sudden cloud of yellow sand swirled up, instantly obscuring the centaur's vision. Behind Shenhu, 2 figures materialized abruptly. The sound of blades leaving their sheaths seemed to herald the final chapter of life. A flash of silver light erupted. This silver light lasted but an instant. It sliced a trail beneath the horse's hooves. With a wet thud, All four hooves of the centaur were severed in an instant. Its body slumped instantly. Its center of gravity shifted, crashing heavily to the ground. Directly beneath it, Old Young had already raised his ion shield. Though primarily designed to block attacks, it could also serve as a weapon. The lower edge of his shield was razor-sharp, rivaling even blades. At such close range, the centaur had no time to react. It crashed down with a thunderous roar. A thunderous crash. His body slammed heavily against the sharp shields already erected. With a wet thud, blood spurted, flesh rolled, and the centaur's body was cleaved in two. The battle ended so quickly. Shin Tian-K couldn't help but feel astonished. Had the battle truly unfolded that swiftly? Even without deploying their strongest combatants, they had already disposed of the enemy? Was he dreaming? No need to be surprised. Their coordination has always been excellent. It's just unfortunate that my current abilities are limited to healing and speed enhancement, unable to provide them with much additional buffing effect. Chen Jing seemed to sense Qin Tiang's confusion and spoke casually. Qin Tian-K had been counting on his three-headed mastiff to intervene when needed. But now it seemed completely unnecessary. Still, this was for the best. It saved energy. Plus, he could still earn rewards. Not bad at all. At that moment, Qin Tian-K suddenly noticed something. His expression abruptly changed. He stared intently in one direction. It wasn't just him. Below, Chen Hu suddenly realized something. He and his beast companion both turned their gaze toward the same spot. This place was a mountain hollow. The terrain was rugged and steep. In the center stood only a solitary, half-ruined palace. It seemed buried within the terrain. The battlefield where they now fought lay to the left of the palace. Their view extends to the palace's right side. That is, the rear of their battle. That area had once been a vast expanse of yellow sand. Now, several figures were gradually emerging. One after another. Emerging from the yellow sands, there were 6 of them in total. The 6 approached, drawing nearer from afar. Chen Hu narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze fixed on the jet-black staff held by the leader. The staff was exceptionally peculiar. Even from a great distance, one could sense the thick aura of death emanating from it. This sensation seemed familiar. He had only felt it once before, on the new recruit who had just joined their group. The aura emanating from the other party was dangerously potent. He wasn't the only one. The others had also noticed this scene simultaneously. They all grew alert. Chapter 11, Striking in the Shadows. We've set our sights on this centaur. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Among the 5 men, a burly man wielding a machete strode forward in 2 strides. Standing over 2 meters tall, he wore only a vest that seemed strained by his bulging muscles. The blade in his hand resembled a massive door panel. Shen Hu stepped forward to face him. He glanced back at his own group. Then he clasped his fists in a bow toward the man before him. Friend, we're from the Black Tiger Squad. How about we split this centaur 1/2 for you, 1 for us? Qin Tian-K lay prone atop the hilltop. Fortunately, they hadn't revealed their presence too soon earlier. Now they lay concealed in the shadows. He was certain the 6 men hadn't spotted them. Chen Jing lay beside him. She spoke cautiously. Her eyes held even more fear than when she'd faced that alien creature earlier. It's them, the predators. Raiders? The battle ruins are in no man's land. The military won't intervene, the city authorities won't get involved, and the Adventurers Guild won't meddle. Precisely because of this, the place is rife with profiteers. They prey on passing adventurer squads, seizing all their spoils for themselves. These individuals rarely show their faces in the Transferee Alliance and never reveal their true appearances. Those who are recognized by their true faces are called raiders. They have already set up camp within the battle ruins. Qin Tian-K instantly understood. So these were the so-called bandits and outlaws? Looking at these people, Qin Tiang's eyes instead brimmed with a hint of delight. He had already suppressed the movements of the three-headed mastiff within him. The three-headed mastiff was always keenly sensitive to the aura of evil men. Just like now. He could now confirm it. That every single one of the 6 men below was thoroughly depraved. Judging from Chen Jing's earlier words, it seemed these bandits and villains were a common occurrence. These men were precisely why he had entered the battle ruins. This way, the three-headed mastiff could rid the land of these evils while also strengthening itself. In the blink of an eye, their information popped up. 1 greatsword guardian. 3 mages. 1 beast master. And a sacrificial mage. Qin Tiang's gaze lingered heavily on the words sacrificial mage. According to the system's explanation, sacrificial mages were extremely dangerous beings. Sacrificial mage, dangerous profession. Each rank advancement requires sacrificing a life of the same kind. In life or death moments, one can sacrifice a life to gain power beyond their current rank. But the effect is time limited. No wonder Chen Hu was groveling like this. These bandits had no sense of justice whatsoever. Whatever they set their sights on, they would fight to the death for it. These are truly dangerous individuals. Dealing with these people, Surviving the encounter was already a stroke of luck. Before the burly man wielding the greatsword could speak, the figure leading the group behind him had already begun walking forward at a leisurely pace. His body was cloaked in a tattered robe, obscuring his face. Yet the hand gripping his staff was half transformed into a skeleton. Beneath the robes, a pair of crimson eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "I want it all." With those words spoken, his cloak suddenly fell away, revealing a ghastly face. It was the face of a middle-aged man, but patches of flesh had been partially eroded away. He looked like a living dead man. "You won't live either." The moment the words left his lips, 3 magical arrays ignited behind him. Within the circles, fire, lightning, and frost, 3 pure elemental attacks erupted with a thunderous roar. They corroded straight toward the centaur's corpse, as if intent on obliterating it. Witnessing this scene, A Feng's expression abruptly changed. His body trembled and he charged forward in an instant. He still carried Chen Jing's speed enhancement. Combined with his innate swordsman's sharpness and reflexes, he instantly appeared before his opponent. His long sword swung out with deadly precision. At such close range, any mage caught in close quarters would meet certain death. But before he could strike, a roar erupted from behind him. A shadow closed in from the distance. A massive blade came crashing down upon him. The sheer force unleashed by that blow was overwhelming. The wind itself seemed poised to be cleaved apart. In midair, a foam couldn't dodge. He could only rely on a swordsman's instinct. Twisting his body to parry the blow with his own blade, a sharp crack echoed. A Feng's body tumbled backward. After rolling on the ground for a moment, he finally regained his balance. The blade in his hand had snapped clean in two, and a massive footprint was imprinted on his chest. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The moment he hit the ground, Old Yang appeared before him, shield raised. A swordsman who loses his weapon sees his combat effectiveness drastically reduced. This was the first time Foam had encountered such a situation, but fortunately, he still had 2 other swords on his person. But his gaze remained fixed on the greatsword guard, astonishment filling his heart. Chen, who witnessed this and understood there was no room for negotiation. Black Tiger roared. Its form instantly grew larger. After reaching the 3rd tier of beast taming, one gains the ability to enlarge one's body. Just as it did now. After a single roar, within just a few strides, its form had already swelled to over twice its original size. Its current size was now nearly identical to that of the centaur it had previously faced. With a thunderous roar, it lunged toward the strongest fighter among them. The sacrificial mage watched this unfold with eyes devoid of emotion. Or rather, his undead face was incapable of forming any expression whatsoever. A ghostly blue flame began to flow from his palm. As the flames surged, he danced forward. He himself kept retreating, luring the enemy away from this battlefield. Xin Tianke now lay prone atop the mountain ridge. The enemy was in plain sight while he remained hidden. His chance to strike was limited to a single opportunity. After that, he must achieve the best possible outcome. And it must deal them a crushing blow. How should he act to maximize the gains? He was calculating. Currently, the strongest combatant on the opposing side, the 3rd-tier sacrificial mage, had already been pinned down. The Berserk Greatsword Guardian would likely be handled jointly by Ah Feng and Old Yang. The remaining 3 mages were positioned with impeccable coordination. That left only the Beastmaster among them. Xin Tianke looked at the opponent. Instantly, he understood who his opponent was. "Sister Jing, wait for us here." Xin Tianke immediately summoned 3 mastiffs. He swung himself onto one. After the 3 mastiffs had been running, their bodies vanished in an instant. This was the Three-Headed Mastiff's true ability, shadow escape in darkness. They could conceal themselves within shadows, leaving no trace of their presence. A shadow surged from below the mountain peak. It bypassed the combatants. It approached the bandit group from behind. Chapter 12, Advancement. "Ha ha ha. Come on, come on." Loud laughter echoed. The massive figure swung a blade as wide as a door panel, hacking at the 2 before him. Each strike radiated overwhelming might and dominance. Yet the 2 opponents before him were completely overwhelmed, forced to dodge relentlessly. This man alone had completely overwhelmed them, leaving them utterly unable to resist. Even when they managed to block his attacks, they did so with great difficulty. Clang! Even with such a shield, he was still sent reeling back several meters by the sheer force of the impact. Old Yang stared at the numerous scars etched into his shield. A look of caution and surprise flashed in his eyes. He had anticipated the opponent would be formidable. But he never imagined this greatsword guard would be this formidable. The greatsword guard profession could be described as a fusion of his own armor master and Ah Feng's swordsman class. This class was exceptionally unique. They embodied absolute defense. Those who pursue this path primarily cultivate their physical bodies. As their profession's name suggests, the great sword is their method of cultivation. both means of attack and defense. Combining these two methods, with such a massive frame and immense strength, the power unleashed is beyond imagination. It was far beyond what he could withstand. Afong watched the scene unfold before him. A flicker of anger flickered in his eyes. A swirling blue aura began to gather around him. Simultaneously, faint traces of the blade's essence began to appear in his hands. Yet his eyes blazed with an unprecedented light of excitement. He let out a fierce shout. Whirlwind slash. Afong thrust off with both legs. His body spun relentlessly midair. The twin blades formed a miniature whirlwind as his body spun. He hacked fiercely toward his opponent. Under such an assault, the blade's original speed combined with the rotational momentum. The power only grew stronger and more ferocious. This was far beyond what the opponent could withstand. As the sword struck the opponent's blade again and again, the relentless assault surged like a raging torrent. The greatsword guard realized the situation was dire. Yet he showed no sign of backing down. His smile deepened as the battle grew fiercer. Old Yang charged forward, shield raised. Meanwhile, on the other side, the massive black tiger was locked in combat with a human figure several times smaller than itself, seemingly as insignificant as an ant. Both possessed third-tier combat prowess. Even with the size advantage, in terms of combat technique and agility, the black tiger still fell short. Meanwhile, on the other side, three mages stood in formation. Beneath their feet, a magical array formed from the convergence of purple, red, and blue light. Behind the three mages, a man stood silently. Coiled around his back was a giant python. This was his beast companion. Ghost Spirit Python. A second-tier beast companion possessing undead attributes. The Black Tiger squad really overestimates themselves. With the boss stepping in, aren't they already as good as caught? It's a pity about that centaur. If my little python had devoured it, it might have ascended to third tier. The man seemed to be talking to himself, his tone tinged with regret. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed something. The primal instinct unique to a beastmaster was triggered. Danger! Before the man could react, he felt his body grow light. The world spun violently before his eyes. As his line of sight dropped, he saw his lower body standing there, blood surging. How could this be? His ghost serpent sensed danger more keenly than he did. How could there have been no warning? Could something have blocked it? In the final moments of his life, he saw three black dogs appear. These weren't the hellhounds of the underworld? How could he possibly threaten his own ghost serpent? Alas, this question would forever remain unanswered. The three mages looked behind them in terror. They stumbled backward, simultaneously unleashing their magical attacks. Lightning, fire, frost. Three forces surged wildly, crashing toward the three mastiffs. They had just witnessed the strange hellhound devouring their comrade. After a burst of smoke and explosion, where the hellhound had stood moments before, a figure gradually materialized. Three mages stood ready for battle. Their wands were poised, ready to unleash attacks at any moment. At that moment, the figure stepped out of the smoke. What the hell is that? A hellhound? No, a hellhound with 4 heads? What kind of creature is this? Clearly the body of a hellhound, yet possessing 4 dog heads? What on earth is going on? Could it be some other mutated beast? The mage froze in shock at the sight. Yet driven by instinct and battle experience, he began unleashing a barrage of magical attacks. Raging thunderbolts, scorching flames, and bone-chilling frost. Upon witnessing these assaults, rings of flame began to burn around the 4 mastiffs. By devouring evil beings, it could enhance its power. Not only did it grant them an extra head, but also elevate their mastery of their abilities to a new level. Just like now, the black flames surrounding it seemed to undergo a transformation. The black flames now possessed a strange, viscous texture. 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the 3 mages ahead. With a swift movement, he charged toward them. Where it had stood moments before, the ghostly serpent, bereft of its master, continued to writhe in agony. Qin Tianke watched this beast of burden in silence. Not a trace of emotion flickered in his eyes. In this moment, his eyes held only the boundless, dense black flames. Like a grim reaper returned from hell. This beast of command was indeed rare, possessing a hint of undead attributes. But what a pity! I am a Hell's Calamity Beastmaster. A mere undead creature. It was nothing in his eyes. Qin Tiang's appearance was far too sudden. Even if those 3 mages reacted in time to launch counterattacks. But they were magicians themselves. Their physical strength and innate treasures were already scarce. And their opponent was exceptionally unique. The magical attacks they had pinned their hopes on, as if they were being swallowed whole. Not only did they show no reaction whatsoever, it even accelerated its pace. In a sense, the 4 mastiffs were no longer mere living creatures. These so-called physical attacks, how could they possibly affect it? The first to have its neck snapped clean off by the 4-headed mastiff was the mage who had been continuously unleashing thunder magic. watching their comrade torn in two before their eyes and swallowed whole. The remaining two were utterly terrified. They immediately cried out to their leader for help. Boss! Boss! Save me! A communication array existed among the mages. Upon receiving the subordinate's transmission, the undead figure concealed beneath the cloak shifted its form, dodging the black tiger's attack. He glanced downward. That single glance made his eyes turn blood red and his skeletal frame trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 13, Sacrificial Mage. Within his field of vision, two mages from the party were torn apart in one gulp by that peculiar creature and swallowed whole. The creature's body underwent a transformation. Its body doubled in size. Two additional heads sprouted beside the existing five. What kind of creature was this? The sacrificial mage's eyes widened in shock. In that very instant of bewilderment, a massive tiger paw slammed down. With a single strike, like swatting a fly, slamming him hard onto a nearby sand dune. The sand dune caved in, quickly burying his body. A mage's physical form was inherently fragile. And now, having endured the full force of a third-tier beast tamer's palm strike, how could he possibly have any chance of survival? Boss! The burly guard wielding the greatsword cried out in alarm. He suddenly sensed something hurtling toward him from behind. Before he could react, his weapon was already knocked flying by the opponent. Several gaping maws tore relentlessly at his flesh. Amidst screams and agony, the giant sword guard met his end. All that remained on the sandy ground was a pool of foul-smelling blood and a mangled corpse. Old Zhang and Ah Feng watched this scene unfold. They exchanged a glance. They saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What kind of creature was this? Before they could process it, the creature before them underwent a series of peculiar transformations. Its body seemed to swell slightly, though the expansion was minimal. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping its body burned ever more fiercely. The most striking change, however, a seventh head appeared beside its existing 6. 8 heads? 8 heads? What the hell is this thing? Ah Feng couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Xin Feng, bro, wasn't yours supposed to be a hellhound with 3 heads? How'd it suddenly grow 5 more? It wasn't just them. In the distance, Black Tiger had gradually shrunk in size. He had returned to his normal size. Shen Hu was now riding on its back. Man and beast. They were examining this strange beast before them. Especially the Black Tiger. Upon this mount, it sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even though his own strength surpassed that of his opponent, there seemed to be some kind of suppression at play. This was the first thought that crossed Black Tiger's mind. He relayed this thought to his beast master. Shen Hu studied Qin Tian before him. He pondered for a moment but said nothing. Qin Tian slowly approached from the side. He patted his beast. My beast isn't in its complete form yet. These people carry a special crystal that holds an immense attraction for Old Black. That's why I had it consume them all. He certainly couldn't reveal that his beast's consumption of evildoers would facilitate its evolution. Doing so would only invite unnecessary trouble. After all, these people before him, Qin Tian had only spent a single day with them. He had a rough gauge of their personalities, but one must guard against others without harboring ill will. Could a single careless remark bring disaster and trouble in the future? I see. I misjudged you earlier. I never imagined your beast would be of perfect grade quality. Shen Hu scrutinized the old black beast before him. He blurted out that remark. Qin Tian didn't deny it, merely nodding. Shen Hu finally understood why his own beast had sensed fear in the other's beast. It turned out to be a beast of perfect grade quality. His own beast was only elite grade. Beastmaster quality tiers were common, elite, perfect, legendary. Though elite and perfect were only one tier apart, the gap between them was vast. Even with a leap in power, fundamentally, it remains an irreparable gap. Watching this unfold before him, Afeng couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. The contempt he had harbored toward Qin Tian gradually receded within his own thoughts. At that moment, Chen Jing, who had been idling nearby, approached. After all, healers couldn't directly contribute to combat. Her speed-boosting effect on Afeng had long since worn off. She herself only possessed 2 abilities, speed enhancement and healing enhancement. She possessed no other abilities. So calling her a slacker wasn't too far off the mark. Among them, the heaviest damage was likely sustained by Old Yang's shield. The shield was as large as a door. Now it had begun to crack and crumble. It seemed that just a few more blows, it would shatter completely. But none of them had been injured yesterday. Surviving these bandits was the greatest fortune of all. Shen Hu was about to speak, when he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation descending. He wasn't alone. The other 4 sensed this powerful fluctuation almost simultaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, they all turned around simultaneously, gazing behind them. Within the sand dunes where the sacrificial mage stood, violent gusts of wind surged forth. The winds were so fierce they instantly flattened the sand dunes, as if a natural tornado had formed. At the very center of the whirlwind, a figure was slowly lifted by the whirlwind, standing proudly mid-air, feeling the power transmitted through it. Qin Tiang's heart skipped a beat as his eyes fluttered open and closed. The system panel popped up. Beep. Blood sacrifice ability. An ability unique to sacrificial mages, using one's own body as an offering to gain combat power beyond one's current tier. This is bad. That's a 4th tier aura. Shen, who was the strongest member of the team. He had been stuck at the peak of tier 3 for quite some time. He had long yearned for the 4th tier, but he had no path to breakthrough. Now, upon sensing this aura, he recognized it immediately. Even though the professions of class changers varied, the aura emitted during a breakthrough in cultivation is worlds apart from before. This is a 4th tier being. Run! Scatter and run! Shen, who didn't need to give orders. The group instantly scattered in all directions. The strongest among them was merely 3rd tier, let alone the rest who were all 2nd tier. Facing a 4th tier powerhouse in this situation, not running meant certain death. Old Jiang glanced at Chen Jing beside him. He swiftly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Though he was a shield and armor specialist skilled only in defense, his speed was no slouch. Plus, his shield could double as a sled on this sandy terrain. It could function as a skateboard, so his speed wouldn't be slow. He tossed the shield to the ground with a flick of his wrist. Then, with a powerful push, he landed on the shield. He began to flee into the distance, gliding as if he were skiing. A Feng was a swordsman, and he's always been known for his speed. His escape skills were equally formidable. Shen, who leapt back onto his horse. The group vanished in an instant. Qin Tianke watched the 4th tier sacrificial mages before him steadily reviving and surging forth. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He glanced behind him. A brilliant idea had already formed in his mind. Chapter 14, Redirecting the Calamity. Even if the sacrificial mage gained power beyond his rank through a lifeblood sacrifice, it wouldn't manifest so swiftly. Qin Tianke charged into the raging storm. Step by step, he approached the centaur's remains, the very corpse that had been blown to pieces moments ago. Foreign beast, show me your soul. Black and white light erupted from Qin Tiang's eyes. In that instant, his body was cloaked in a peculiar black and white robe. Come forth! The command rang out like a decree from hell itself. Numerous souls materialized from thin air upon the ground, humans and beasts alike. Yet the centaur from earlier was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that his abilities were ineffective against demonic beasts of other races? As Qin Tianke pondered this, a deafening roar erupted from behind him. The whirlwind had completely dissipated. In its place now stood a colossus over 10 meters tall. Though called a giant, it resembled a skeleton more than anything else. Nearly half its body was shattered and broken. Amidst the bones, flowing blood and a beating heart could be seen. Its internal organs were fully exposed. It looked like the sacrificial mage from earlier, magnified several times over. As its form grew larger, the aura emanating from it surged relentlessly. Was this the aura of a 4th tier being? Even in his current hellish calamity beast riding form, Qin Tianke felt a considerable sense of pressure. No wonder Chen Hu and the others chose to flee rather than fight. This was the reason. Die! A roar erupted, like an invisible sound wave amplified 100-fold. Qin Tianke felt as if he were at the epicenter of a sonar blast, his scalp tingling with the shock. He looked up to see a colossal palm crashing down. The sand dunes collapsed instantly, sending waves of earth-shattering noise hurtling skyward. The sacrificial mage's half-dead, withered form suddenly trembled, a flicker of change appearing in its eyes. Where was he? Several meters away, atop the sand dunes. Qin Tianke sat atop Old Black's back, observing the scene unfold before him. Having just faced the opponent's 4th tier attack head-on, he was still somewhat stunned. Is this the power of a 4th tier expert? Truly formidable. Truly the backbone of every city's military strength. Compared to the 3rd tier Beastmaster Black Tiger, the gap was immense. Fortunately, Old Black's ability allows him to conceal himself within the opponent's shadow, even capable of evading detection by 4th tier beings. It seems some of Old Black's abilities still needed to be unlocked. Since the centaur's soul couldn't be taken by him, then it was time to activate another plan. Gazing at the colossal creature before him, Qin Tianke casually picked up a stone from the sand dune and hurled it with all his might at the creature. The stone made little impact, yet it caused the sacrificial mage to turn its head. A pair of eyes locked onto Qin Tianke. You fool, you half-human, half-ghost abomination. Even in his current state, still possessed a measure of sentience. Yet that intelligence could only be swallowed by endless fury and slaughter. Driven by primal instinct, it rampaged, slaughtering everything in its path. The sacrificial mage's gaze locked onto Qin Tianke. With a roar, he charged toward Qin Tianke. Each stride left a deep crater in the sandy ground. After all, a 10-meter height was simply too massive and conspicuous. Lao He turned and sprinted away. Qin Tianke watched the sacrificial mage relentlessly pursue him from behind. His mind began calculating the odds of their impending clash. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Since you came to hunt me down, don't blame me for what comes next. He was still pondering how to deal with the little tail on his back, when someone came to deliver the pillow. This massive sacrificial mage before him would be more than sufficient to handle the threat behind him. Boss, where did those guys go? Why haven't we found them yet? At the edge of the forest, 15 figures exchanged glances. How should I know? There's a third-tier beastmaster in their group. While their strength can't compare to mine, they are, after all, under the protection of the Transferee Alliance. Our assassination target is Qin Tianke alone. We have no choice but to let the others go. Acting rashly would only expose our employer's whereabouts. When the blame comes down, don't come begging me to save your asses. The speaker was the leader of the 15. A massive sword hung on his back. A subclass of the swordsman profession, third-tier cultivation, the Great Sword Guardian. To dare subject young Master Shangguan to such torment, this brat has courted his own death. Young Master Sun San has already been punished by the family. Beside the Great Sword Guardian stood 2 others. All 3 possess third-tier cultivation. A third-tier wind mage. A third-tier shadow assassin. They had been dispatched by the Shangguan and Sun families. They merely encountered each other along the way. The 4 great families were interconnected. They hired assassins. They knew each other. Thus they formed an alliance to act together. Otherwise, how could an ordinary assassination group possibly have 15 members? The more people involved, the easier it is to expose their tracks. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Even if we can't wait for you to break away from the squad, we'll strike anyway, disrupt them and eliminate that kid. Understood. The leader of the Great Sword Guardians could barely contain his impatience. They rarely ventured outside the city for missions. This place was far too dangerous. And a 15-man assassination squad? Frankly, such a large number was bound to arouse suspicion. This matter needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. This sandstorm is fierce. A man carrying a scythe on his back watched the approaching sandstorm from afar and instinctively reached out to touch it. It was an utterly ordinary scene, yet the expressions of the 3 Great Sword Guardians suddenly shifted. Just as his hand was about to touch the approaching sandstorm, a sharp reprimand rang out. No! Back off! The command fell. A silver streak of light erupted from the sandstorm, piercing through the body of the man bearing the scythe. The streak flickered and vanished. The man was instantly cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground and swallowed by the sandstorm. Playing tricks. The wind mage's staff jerked in his hand. A violent gust of wind instantly descended, churning the sand and dust. As the sand and dust dispersed, a massive shadow loomed over the group. A colossal skeleton, standing at least 10 meters tall, stood there. Flesh clung to its bones. One could even see the heart beating and blood flowing through its bones. Fear froze the group's expressions, spreading from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. Danger. Extreme danger. Staying any longer would mean certain doom. Regardless of their final class. Every single one possessed their own unique danger warning system. Now, every single one of their danger warnings had gone off simultaneously. They've completed so many missions. They've encountered plenty of bizarre creatures like this. But this skeleton is no ordinary foe. The aura emanating from it is 4th tier. Chapter 15, Waiting for the Rabbit. The colossal undead stood tall. Its 4th tier aura radiated without restraint. Blood dripped from its pair of crimson eyeballs. It stared down at the group below. Rage burned within it. Damn it! No wonder he dared to kill my men. So there were this many accomplices after all. Die! Die! All of you die! A roar erupted from his throat. This roar was no less than a storm. It swept everything below in an instant. Trees snapped in the gale, crashing backward. 15 figures stood facing him. Fear was the only thought in their minds. Immediately afterward, the colossal creature raised its hand and brought it crashing down. From within its palm, flames coalesced within the formation and erupted in an instant. Run! Run! A one-sided slaughter commenced. The collision unique to magic. The unleashing of elements. The clang of blades. The howls and roars of tamed beasts. The frenzied clashes erupted and piled up relentlessly across this 1 versus 15 battlefield. At this moment, the 15 men were filled with despair. They couldn't fathom where this 4th-tier skeleton had come from. After all, even within the city walls, are the pillars of their clans. Or the pillars of their clans. They're highly sought after in any city. They are figures who could be called local tyrants. Yet now they've encountered this skeleton possessing such power? Where on earth did this thing come from? Fear was the only emotion left in them now. This thing is far too powerful and terrifying. How could they possibly withstand it? How could they possibly withstand it? As they fled in a panic. Not far away, atop a sand dune, Shin Tianke sat atop Old Black's back, watching the scene unfold before him. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. For the fate that befell these men, Shin Tianke felt no sympathy whatsoever. After all, if they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. When it came to enemies, he adhered to one principle alone: cut the grass at its roots. Watching this scene unfold, his heart remained utterly calm. He toyed with the curved blade in his hand. As he gazed at the curved blade, a surge of excitement welled up in his eyes. Truly a weapon of perfect quality. According to the Alliance regulations, weapons like the beasts tamed by beastmasters possess 4 tiers of mastery. This weapon is of perfect quality. It was quite rare indeed. Typically, such weapons only emerge from the ranks of blacksmiths among the transmutation professions. Only the most elite master smiths among them can forge weapons of such flawless quality. Even when placed in the Alliance trading post, would command exorbitant prices. As for legendary grade weapons surpassing perfect quality, they are even rarer. Legendary weapons are truly things that exist only in legend. The highest grade weapon Shin Tianke had ever seen was the perfect grade weapon he now held in his hands. His heart held a newfound, higher regard for his father's caliber. Even a weapon of perfect quality couldn't provide powerful support for his father's combat. It seemed his father's status was truly elevated. He must strive harder himself. Below his waist, Old Black had already grown a 9th head. His body had grown larger once more. The aura emanating from his body grew increasingly potent. Shin Tianke could sense it too. Lao He was filled with longing and desire for the aura erupting from the bloody battlefield ahead. Shin Tianke patted Lao He's neck. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. No need to rush. We'll be able to move soon enough. Shin Tianke's task now was to wait patiently for the opportunity. He could sense it. Even if that sacrificial mage resorted to blood rituals and had lost his sanity, remained formidable. Magic seemed to have become an instinctive response within him. This was beyond doubt. Sacrificial mages are among the most obscure types of spellcasters. As mentioned earlier in the system's introduction, this class is extremely rare. Rarity signifies immense combat prowess. Just like what happened earlier. While observing the sacrificial mages battle with their opponent, it was evident that the sacrificial mage cast at least 3 distinct spells. Consider this. Ordinary first-tier mages can only master 1 type. Yet this opponent has already wielded at least 3. This alone demonstrates the profound depth of his magical foundation. It also underscores how rare and terrifying this profession truly is. However, such effects rarely last long. All he could do now was wait quietly. Perhaps in another 10 minutes or so, he would be able to reap the rewards. At this moment, in Shin Tianke's eyes, including the sacrificial mage, all 16 individuals were nothing but experience points for his beast taming. Old Black needed just 1 more beast to reach 10. At that point, he would gain 2 new abilities. Who knows how terrifying it would be? By then, Old Black would be a 3rd-tier beastmaster. He would truly possess the qualifications and capability to enter the Alliance-wide transferee selection. He would be capable of protecting his mother. On the battlefield, many comrades lay fallen on the ground, barely clinging to life, while corpses littered the field. A cold gleam flashed in the greatsword guardian's eyes. Then he roared. Rage. His upper garments instantly ripped apart. Upon those muscles, intricate and mysterious scriptures began to flow in ceaseless succession. Under the scorching sunlight, began to take on a divine aura. They began to undulate like flowing water. Meanwhile, within himself, began chanting a series of peculiar incantations. As the incantations echoed, his body began to swell, finally settling at 3 meters. Though still vastly smaller than the colossal creature before him, when combined with the equally enlarged greatsword in his grasp, it would be a formidable force in battle. Wind's celestial pull. The wind mage now faced a moment of desperate gamble. His eyes glowed with a vivid blue light. This light, like divine radiance, gradually enveloped his body. The staff in his hand erupted with a piercing, high-pitched cry. Die! The 3 strongest members of the squad. The final member's eyes blazed with savage fury. His form began to shift. In an instant, his body merged with the earth. He vanished into the distance. Like encountering a night star in the darkness, a dazzling white light flashed across the sky. It landed upon the body of the sacrificial mage. Not just the 3 of them. The rest of the group was also fighting this skeleton with all their might. Victory alone. They would have a chance to survive. This was a true matter of life and death. A crimson light flared in the sacrificial mage's eyes. The aura emanating from his body showed signs of waning. Yet it swelled relentlessly. With a roar, his body began to undergo a series of bizarre transformations. His arms spread wide toward the surroundings. Flesh surged forth from within the skeletal frame. as if some monstrous creature surged forth from an open chest cavity. His body began to twist and swell, until the flesh on his chest solidified, coalescing into a cocoon-like mass. A thunderous boom echoed. The explosion ignited in an instant. Chapter 16, Advancement. The colossal blast sent dust billowing into the air. The thunderous roar reverberated like a drum across the desert. Upon the sand dunes, Shin Tian-Kei watched the scene unfold, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's go, Old Black. Time to reap the rewards." The nine-headed mastiff let out a roar. It immediately set off on all fours toward the location. "Wind, disperse." A command rang out, weak and feeble. From the swirling dust, violent gusts surged forth, shredding it all to shreds. As the dust dispersed, the devastation of the area was laid bare. Blood danced like rain, splattering freely across the surroundings. Numerous corpses remained scattered across the sand and stones. The air hung heavy with the pungent, overwhelming stench of blood. "Anyone still breathing?" A shout rang out. One after another, voices answered. The greatsword guardian propped himself up with his massive blade, struggling to stand. Half his face was covered in foul, sticky blood. His bare torso bore numerous scars. A single gash ran from his left shoulder, piercing through to his right side. Were it not for the guardian's formidable strength and overwhelming physical power, this single blow would have. His body would have been cleaved clean in two. Even so, the guardian of the great sword's aura had already grown woefully depleted. The power of his profession was steadily repairing his body. But the process was painfully slow. The scar across his chest emitted an eerily sinister aura of the undead. It relentlessly devoured the vitality emanating from his body. Such a powerful drain on vitality. Could this be the work of a sacrificial mage? As the leader of an assassination squad, he had seen his share of the world. He had his own theories and perceptions about this scar on his body. This scar not only drained vitality without his own regenerative abilities, it would likely have slowly reduced him to a desiccated corpse. Only a few classes could wield such power. Only the rare sacrificial mages. He never expected to encounter such a troublesome creature. And to be struck by the sacrificial mage's final, desperate curse. What rotten luck. Fortunately, the greatsword guardian possesses immense vitality, capable of repairing itself. As one weakens and the other grows, its eventual annihilation is only a matter of time. Not far ahead of the greatsword guardian, a figure struggled to remain upright, leaning heavily on a staff planted firmly in the ground. A series of luminous streams swirled and churned along the staff. The figure's aura was faint and weak. The magic he had just unleashed had drained him of nearly all his physical and magical strength. He was now at the very end of his strength. Wind mages are exceptionally swift. Yet all mages share one common weakness: extremely frail bodies. Once closed in on, it was a death sentence. His battle against the sudden apparition of a skeletal undead. Even with allies' aid, it was an exhausting struggle. Survival itself was nothing short of a miracle. As the remaining comrades gradually revealed their positions, the greatsword guardian's expression darkened. 10. Only 10 people left. All the way here. Though they were two assassination squads combined, the combat effectiveness of this group of assassins was relatively high. Facing this situation now, he naturally refused to accept it. Beyond the resentment, there was more hatred. So many brothers had fallen. As their squad leader, how could he not feel hatred? Damn it! Where the hell did that bastard sacrificial mage come from? The wind mage, second only to the greatsword guardian in the squad, sat cross-legged. Within his body, strands of power continuously nurtured and circulated. Before him lay a high-grade healing magic stone, providing an unending stream of restorative energy. This transformed his pallid complexion into one of calm composure. Though intense pain still coursed through his body, the stone's restorative effects. His bodily functions were gradually recovering, and the magic within him could once again circulate. In this place, where such commotion had erupted moments ago, it was inevitable that it would attract the attention of looters or lingering alien forces. Having some means of self-defense was certainly preferable. He hadn't forgotten his mission objective. It was just a pity he hadn't found it yet. His thoughts abruptly halted. The mage's danger warning struck instantly. The moment he turned his head, the magic within his staff hadn't yet been unleashed. He felt a powerful force descend. Death's invitation had already landed upon his brow. Gazing at the face emerging from beneath the cloak cast by his own shadow, his pupils contracted. A sudden realization dawned within him regarding the unexpected turn of events. All the scattered pieces came together. A thought surged through his mind. "It's you!" A flash of light streaked past. The man crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Old Black, standing nearby, tore the corpse to shreds before Shin Tian-Kei could utter a word. A 10th head suddenly sprouted beside the 9 existing ones. Shin Tian-Kei felt the relentless surge of energy surging back from within Old Black's body. Shin Tian's eyes brimmed with excitement. Was this the aura of a breakthrough? The sensation was exhilarating. It felt like being immersed in a hot spring. Rolling waves of warmth continuously nourished every bone and joint in his body. It felt as though something that had been stagnant for far too long was finally beginning to shatter. Hell's Calamity Beastmaster possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary Beastmasters. Each time a beast advances, the tamer receives feedback. Though it doesn't necessarily grant new abilities, it strengthens the physical body. Shin Tian-K did not linger in this sensation. His gaze swept over the crowd ahead. The black flames on Lao Hei's body were already boiling, his aura surging violently. The beast was on the verge of a breakthrough. Shin Tian-K would not let it enter the fray. Instead, his gaze swept over the 9 individuals before him, who now stood ready to confront him. A faint smile touched the corners of his lips. Who are you? The curse planted upon the giant sword guardian had been significantly weakened. His combat strength had now recovered to about 60 or 70%. His eyes locked onto the cloaked figure. The aura emanating from this person was only second tier. Yet he gave off an extremely peculiar feeling. An inexplicable connection to the sacrificial mage from earlier lingered. Shin Tian-K lifted his gaze. Beneath the cloak, flames of black and white danced like flowing fire within his eye sockets. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you here to hunt me down? The words had barely left his lips. The giant sword guardian's expression changed. He saw the face beneath the cloak. How could he not recognize the very target of his mission? It was him. How could he be here? How did he track us down? Wasn't he a beastmaster? How could he possess the aura of the undead? His mind was filled with questions. Not just him, even the comrades beside him, who had recovered somewhat. Upon seeing Shin Tian-K, they couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. I'm giving you a chance. Shin Tian's voice was slow and deliberate. Tell me who sent you, and I may spare you a whole corpse. A flickering light danced in his hand. The crescent blade, flowing moon, appeared, bathed in a silvery moonlight. Chapter 17, The Harvest. Black and white flames flickered in Shin Tian's eyes. An eerie aura emanated from his body. After speaking these words, silence hung heavy across the battlefield for a moment. Then, someone erupted into a maniacal laugh. Stop trying to play tricks on this old man. Ha 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 ha. A mere second-tier novice like you, what gives you the right to challenge us? You insolent brat. You're just a beastmaster. Without your beast, how dare you act so brazen? Attacking all of us alone? I don't know whether to call you foolish or clever. To these reactions, Shin Tian-K was hardly surprised. After all, they were all assassins. Such behavior was only to be expected. Observing them, Shin Tian-K hesitated not a moment, striding forward immediately. With each step, he toyed with the curved blade in his hand. As he advanced step by step, his aura grew increasingly formidable. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of panic crossed the giant sword guardian's eyes. Yet he immediately addressed the others. Quick! We can't let him advance his beast mastery. Kill him. Although this battle left many severely injured. But some of them were, after all, second-tier fighters. Moreover, 3 squad leaders shielded them from most of the damage. These second-tier fighters suffered minimal overall strength depletion. In fact, they were stronger than the 2 captains. One of them charged forward first. With a wave of his hand, 2 fierce tigers materialized behind him. The others summoned their wands. They formed a unified formation, and a massive magical array materialized beneath their feet. Frost, fire, and gusts of wind surged toward Shin Tian-K. Several more summoned their weapons and charged forward. Shin Tian-K remained impassive. The black and white light within his eye socket stirred. He raised his hand slightly, then propelled his body forward in a sudden burst of speed. What a pity! Today, this place shall be your final resting ground. A series of thunderous crashes echoed through the air. Shin Tian-K engaged the 2 tigers first. The 2 tigers were identical in appearance. Their size was smaller than that of normal tigers. They resembled leopards more than tigers. Beastmaster, twin Black Panther tigers. Grade, common. Power, tier 2. Abilities, telepathy, black slash. Gazing at the data panel that popped up from the system, Shin Tian-K remained as calm as ever. Oof. Merely 2 ordinary grade beasts. Even if he could only receive partial energy feedback from his beasts, dealing with these before him was still a breeze. Moreover, he sensed Old Black was on the verge of a breakthrough. The warm sensation flowing back into his body kept swelling. His strength seemed inexhaustible. The Hell's Calamity Beastmaster's power activated instantly. In a single glance, the faint, brilliant light erupted from the flowing moon in Shin Tian's hand. Truly resembling a streak of pure moonlight, it flashed across the sky. As it retracted, both tigers were instantly slain, severed cleanly at the waist. They lay on the ground, dead as a doornail. The beast tamers suffered the same backlash. The beastmaster would suffer the same backlash effect. A mouthful of foul blood erupted from the beast's jaws. Before any action could be taken, the backlash from the beast's death descended. His body was instantly cleaved into midair, though the lower half continued moving forward. The upper torso slowly slid downward, crashing straight onto the ground in a fountain of blood. The lower half ran 2 steps without consciousness, collapsed onto the ground as well. It all happened far too quickly. Even the melee-class adventurers who were still charging forward didn't have time to react. Watching the approaching magical attack in the distance, Shin Tian-K glided gracefully, as if a gust of wind swirled beneath her feet. In that instant, her form split into several shadows. She flashed sideways in an instant. While continuously evading these magical assaults, he closed in on the melee-class players. With a flick of his wrist, streams of light streaked across the sky, one after another. In that moment, it was as if the most dazzling moonlight had descended, bathing the group before him. Shin Tian's figure vanished like a ghostly apparition. All that remained visible was the moonlight-like radiance, and a pair of eyes radiating black and white light. It all happened too suddenly. Shin Tian's attacks were straightforward and precise, striking directly at vital points. Every strike, every move came straight for their lives. Under such a fierce onslaught, they were utterly unable to defend. Many melee-class warriors were decapitated in an instant, barely exchanging blows. Blood spattered, staining Shin Tian's peculiar cloak and robes crimson. Shin Tian-K continued to toy with the flowing moon in his hand, walking forward as he spoke calmly. 5. His voice was cold and merciless. In this state, both his strength and speed reached a certain peak. Especially those eyes, constantly surging with black and white flames. His voice sounded like a decree from hell. As he strolled forward, his gaze settled upon the last 3 individuals. Upon seeing these trembling mages, a flicker of contemplation crossed Shin Tian's eyes. Earlier, during the confrontation with that band of bandits, 3 mages among them had stood in precisely this formation. Could this stance hold some significance among mages? Or could it somehow amplify their magical power? The thought vanished almost as quickly as it had arisen. Even if I had some theories, he would have to wait until returning to Lingyun City to test it once more. But now was his slaughter feast. 3 magicians, panic-stricken, scrambled backward, desperate to throw themselves at their leader's feet. Boss! Boss! The fastest runner's frantic body suddenly froze. His gaze fixed on the massive sword piercing his own chest. He glanced again at his leader, mere inches away. His eyes filled with utter horror. He never imagined the leader of his own organization would betray him like this. Why? Alas, that question would vanish with his death. The other 2 witnessed the entire scene. I was instantly stunned. What the hell is going on? Wolves ahead, tigers behind. The guy behind them wants to kill them. And the boss wants to kill them too. What the hell is wrong with this world? Withdrawing heroic awakening. Frost impact. Just as the 2 were about to fight back, their leader closed in. The greatsword sliced through the air, leaving a trail of gale force wind. 2 heads followed the sword's arc, flung aside to drift and fall through the air. Shin Tian-K showed no haste in acting. Instead, he watched the scene unfold before him with keen interest. Whenever a villain was slain, they could be devoured by Old Black. These 3 would serve as experience points for their boss. He was curious. What could this desperate man possibly do next? Shin Tian-K chuckled softly. So this is what an assassin is, killing your own comrades when necessary? Chapter 18, Lao Hei's Advancement. Hearing this mockery, the greatsword guardian lifted his head to stare at Shin Tian-K. His eyes turned blood red. His expression bordered on madness. A series of roars and shouts erupted from his mouth. It's all your fault. Today, I will kill you. A bloodthirsty aura began to radiate from his entire body. Complex, obscure runes began to appear in concentric circles across his bare torso. His aura seemed to erupt in that instant. Yet it faltered. Shin Tian-K stood rooted to the spot, staring at his opponent with eyes devoid of any emotion. Ding! Curse corrupted Greatsword Guardian! The Greatsword Guardian endured the sacrificial mage's fatal curse, succumbing to madness. Corrupted by undead curses, it is gradually falling into ruin. Judging by the system's description, this seemed to enhance the opponent's power. How foolish. They're using a method similar to the blood sacrifice ritual performed by the sacrificial mage earlier, forcing a rapid increase in their own power. Though tainted by the undead curse, they still retain a glimmer of sanity. What a pity. Had he unleashed this attack at the peak of his power, I would have had no choice but to flee. But now? Isn't this merely a death throw? During their earlier battle against that 4th-tier sacrificial mage, he had already lost nearly 70% of his power. Especially after the sacrificial mage had planted a curse on him, a final strike that drained his entire body of power. This curse contained the power of the undead. As long as the will of the curse remained unbroken, it would never be destroyed. The reason the enemy killed his 3 teammates was to use their flesh and blood as nourishment to repair his body and accelerate his vitality, allowing the curse's power to dissipate. But this very act gave the curse an opportunity. It allowed the curse's power to spread faster, corrupting him in the process. A case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Xin Tiang's eyes brimmed with regret. He had hoped to interrogate the mastermind behind this, whether sent by the Shangguan or Qian families, or merely Xin Tiang's own speculations. But now it seemed he could only resort to the power of the undead awakening. As the giant sword guardian charged toward him, Xin Tian stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Yet his eyes slowly closed, as if it were nothing more than a passing cloud or a gentle breeze. He paid no heed to the opponent's attack. Die! Die! Just as the massive sword was about to swing down, the figure of the greatsword guardian suddenly froze in place. Immediately, a piercing scream erupted. The scream abruptly ceased. Only the greatsword and a pile of flesh remained. And where he had stood moments before, Old Black's 10 heads were relentlessly devouring the flesh. Xin Tiang's eyes flickered as a pet information panel popped up before him. Beast, 10-headed Mastiff incomplete. Attributes, fire, darkness, wind, ice, undead. Grade quality, perfect grade. Power, tier 3. Abilities, fire, shadow escape, storm, frostbite. Beep. Host's beast, 10,000-headed Mastiff. Next advancement requires devouring 0-100 evildoers. HM? Xin Tiang's sharp gaze immediately registered the 3 newly added attributes and 2 abilities. A fleeting look of contemplation crossed his eyes. What's going on here? Xin Tian immediately recalled Lao Hei's detailed system data. He began examining them step by step. He quickly grasped the underlying principles at play. After reviewing it, he couldn't help but whistle in admiration. No wonder. According to the system's explanation, Lao Hei underwent certain transformations each time he advanced. During these periods, from the villains he devoured, he would randomly acquire their abilities. It could be 1 ability, or it could be 2. It's also possible that upon advancing to the next stage, he gains no abilities at all. This time, upon advancing to the 10-headed Mastiff stage, Old Black awakens another inherent attribute. That is the so-called undead attribute. This undead attribute is a quality Old Black was born with. Lao Hei himself was summoned from the undead realm now. This power is merely being brought to the surface. Old Black did not possess this attribute before. Likely because his strength hadn't yet reached the threshold required to unlock the undead attribute. Though Old Black no longer possesses necromantic abilities, such attributes are more than sufficient. Xin Tian stroked Lao Hei's several heads as he spoke slowly. Go devour them all. Lao Hei set off to consume the corpses of the assassins. Xin Tian surveyed the surroundings. Desolation stretched all around. No unusual activity seemed to be occurring in the distance. It appeared this location couldn't attract too many alien races to come here. Even if they did, they would hesitate to approach, wary of the formidable combat power emanating from this place, daring not to approach lightly. Thus, his methods would remain unnoticed. With this in mind, Xin Tian hesitated not a moment. The black and white flames in his eyes flared up for an instant, seeming to intensify. Then, his cloak began to flutter ceaselessly. The bloodstains on the cloak swayed along with it. Simultaneously, it gradually dissipated, as if being washed away by a current. As he slowly raised his hand, at the center of his palm, a peculiar orb of light coalesced. Come. A single word, softly uttered. As if something immense had descended upon this place in an instant. A chilling wind howled. Transparent entities emerged one after another from the surroundings. Among these apparitions were both human and beast. These were the long-buried spirits of this land. Their numbers were overwhelming, swarming densely enough to obscure Xin Tiang's vision. Xin Tiang's gaze quickly locked onto one of the undead. He raised his hand and beckoned. The figure approached at a measured pace. This was none other than the greatsword guardian who had just clashed with him moments ago. Now existing solely as undead consciousness. Devoid of any independent thought, he would obey every command from the summoner who had called him forth. Xin Tian spoke coldly. Who sent you? The Qian family. It was them after all. It seems the goodwill they showed me back then was just a pretense. Their goal was to eliminate me right here. What a clever scheme, what a brilliant idea. Xin Tian harbored no goodwill toward them whatsoever. He only regretted his own lack of strength. Unable to root them out completely. As one of the Qin family, one of the 4 major clans that had long dominated Lingyun City, their true strength far exceeded what was visible on the surface. Behind the scenes, they likely harbored 4th-tier experts. Perhaps even 5th-tier experts. Those individuals. Xin Tian lacked both the qualifications and the capability to confront them. Therefore, the plan to eradicate the Qin family must be buried deep within his mind. Why send so many men just to kill me? It's not just the Qian family, there's also the Shangguan family. The undead possessed no independent thought, and could only follow the summoner's commands step by step, never offering explanations on its own. Tell me everything you know in detail. We encountered assassins sent by the Shangwan family while en route. We both belong to the same assassin organization and recognize each other, so we're conducting this operation together. Chapter 19, Advancement. Qin Tianke remained silent, the black and white flames in his eyes flickering. The giant sword guardian before him instantly dissipated into nothingness. Unfamiliar memories crashed like a tidal wave into Qin Tiang's mind. These were the complete memories of the opponent, from birth to death. Acquiring the memories of the undead was, in a sense, one of his innate abilities. The memories were too lengthy, but judging by the feedback he received from Lao Hei's advancement into the third tier, it was sufficient for him to digest. After a long while, Qin Tianke had fully assimilated all these memories. He scanned his surroundings. Numerous undead creatures surrounded him. Both the members of the assassination squad who had fought him earlier and the beings that had perished in this place before now appeared before him. Qin Tiang's gaze settled on a tall figure not far away. This being was nothing but a skeleton, a living dead figure. Its sunken eye sockets held nothing but blankness and confusion. Coalesce. With a wave of his hand, the skeletal form gradually coalesced, until it formed a stream of energy that settled into Qin Tiang's palm. The stream contracted and condensed, finally taking shape as a luminous sphere. The orb was translucent throughout, yet it carried a faint grayish-white hue. This was the skeleton of the undead being. Though the undead had sacrificed itself, that sacrifice was merely of its physical form. His soul remained intact. As a Hell's Calamity Beastmaster, Qin Tianke wielded absolute dominance over the manipulation of undead. Even in death, this undead being retained a portion of its former power. The moment he first laid eyes on it, he resolved to annihilate this creature and then extract its essence. A grayish-white light reflected within the orb in his hand. The system appraisal activated immediately. Item, Undead Orb. Attributes, Undead, Death. Description, created through the life sacrifice of a 4th-tier sacrificial mage. The soul, influenced by the sacrifice, is saturated with the aura of death. Usage, can be used to fuse with undead or death-attributed beings classes beasts, enhancing their quality or power. This was the first time Qin Tianke had seen the system provide usage instructions for an identified item. His gaze swept over the surrounding undead beyond their brief descriptions, they possessed nothing else. This sight caused Qin Tianke to ponder silently. It seemed the usage methods had scope limitations. As for what exactly could trigger these usage methods, that remained to be verified. Rest in peace, spirits. Qin Tianke withdrew his thoughts. With a wave of his hand toward the multitude of spirits before him, he dismissed them. The black and white flames in his eyes had already faded. His cloak had also returned to nothingness. The surrounding undead had likewise vanished. At his command, Old Black dug frantically through the sand. After a moment, he finally unearthed a ring. The ring fell into his hand, its material showing no signs of anything special. Light as a feather. Only a few rare, intricate runes adorned its surface. Was this what they called a storage ring? After absorbing and assimilating the memories of the Great Sword's guardian, Qin Tianke learned the location where the guardian stored his treasures. It was precisely this storage ring in his hand. System appraisal activated. Item, Storage Ring. A spatial pocket created within the ring by a spatial mage. Limited to storing inanimate objects. Dimensions, 555. Qin Tianke had prior knowledge of this item. Though merely the most basic model crafted by a spatial mage, this ring was still quite valuable. It ranked as the second most precious item Qin Tianke had ever seen. The first, naturally, was the curved blade, flowing moon, in his hand. With a flicker of his intent, an intangible force descended upon the ring. When that intent faded, the undead light sphere in his hand had entered the storage ring. All right. The greatest gains this time were undoubtedly the undead light orb and the storage ring. A gleam of excitement flashed in Qin Tiang's eyes. His gaze drifted toward the distance. Old Black approached his side. Lao Hei's physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its body had swollen to several times its previous size. It was now comparable in size to Chun Hu's black tiger. It seemed entirely unrelated to the Mastiff breed and was somewhat excessively large. Yet those 23 heads, in contrast, seemed perfectly proportioned. Due to the shift in its attributes and abilities, Old Black's body now bore intricate patterns woven with azure and blue hues. Under the scorching black flames, its aura grew even more formidable. Although he had broken through to the 3rd tier this time, the next advancement to the 4th tier would prove far more arduous. Advancing from Tier 2 to Tier 3 required devouring 10 evildoers. From the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, it requires a staggering 100. Wouldn't the next breakthrough demand 1,000? 10,000? This number snowballs, growing ever larger. A fleeting look of dismay crossed Qin Tiang's eyes. He revealed an extremely excited expression. Within the city walls, this would be utterly impossible. Such a large number of people would inevitably draw the city's attention. But this time was different. He was now amidst the battle-scarred ruins. This place was filled with looters and bandits. Every single one of them is a villain. Slaughtering them would be ridding the world of a scourge. It seemed this place truly was his ideal domain. This is his paradise. Battle ruins? Let me see how much my 10,000-headed mastiff can advance here. That night, the stars were sparse. Beneath the night sky, the battle ruins felt not only desolate as they had during the day, but also eerie and unsettling. From the shadows of the forest, a timid voice suddenly broke the silence. "Father, what do the alien tribes look like?" A voice came from nearby. "Shoo, be quiet." Peering carefully from the shadows, he saw several others lurking there as well. The exchange between father and son was brief, both straining to keep their voices low. Yet even so, they still managed to attract the attention of some presence. Sudden gusts of wind swept through the forest. As the wind swept through, a tremor rippled through the shadows. Unnoticed by anyone. From behind the shadows, several slender, mantis-like creatures of a different race gradually emerged. Red light surged in the eyes of the alien beings. Their sides were raised high, poised to strike at any moment. A sudden shriek pierced the air. The figures in the shadows instantly turned toward the source of the sound. What met their eyes was a massive scythe descending toward them. Shadow creatures. "Run!" A cry rang out. Immediately, everyone began sprinting forward. There were 10 people in this group. Amidst the battle-scarred ruins, it was a fairly large group. In the night, alien creatures kept pouring out. In the blink of an eye, the group halted in their tracks. At least 13 alien creatures now surrounded them. The squad leader carefully sensed the cultivation levels of these 13 creatures. His expression turned grim. Each of these 13 alien creatures was a third-tier being. He himself was still only a third-tier swordsman. Within the squad, only 2 others shared his cultivation level. How could just the 3 of them break through the encirclement of 13 third-tier alien beasts? Chapter 20, Rescue. 13 mantis-like alien creatures. They approached them slowly. Their third-tier aura radiated unabashedly. At the edge of this battle-scarred wasteland, third-tier cultivation represented the pinnacle of power. The leader's expression darkened. Damn it! Third-tier cultivation, whether among alien races or class changers, they could be said to dominate this border region. With just the 3 of them, this squad already possessed formidable combat strength. But now, with all 13 of these new alien creatures appearing, what could he possibly use to fight back? Watching the alien creatures steadily close in, the leader roared. 2 gauntlets erupting with fiery flames materialized in his hands. Under the influence of this blazing fire, his body seemed to undergo subtle changes. Distinctive patterns unique to burning flames gradually emerged upon his body. Close combat class, Blazing Fist Warrior. Men, forget it, charge out. The moment the words left his mouth, the flame patterns around the captain's body began to blaze and boil. His body resembled a ball of blazing fire as he charged forward. Hearing his words, the other 2 third-tier experts exchanged glances. Their expressions hardened, simultaneously summoning their own power. Charging forward. Amidst the battle-scarred ruins, they could rely only on themselves. After all, within the battle ruins, besides their own adventurer party of class changers, there were also many other adventurers who had turned into marauding bandits. The 13 alien creatures opened their mouths. Though called mouthparts, they resembled a cluster of specially forged blades. A peculiar laughter began to emanate from within. It sounded like mockery and contempt. The sound provoked everyone present. Battle was about to erupt. Those slightly weaker in strength already felt fear. They prepared to retreat at any moment. There was no other choice. How could they possibly fight these alien creatures? Each of these outsiders was terrifying enough, and night was their domain. To survive, the only thing left to do was pray. Within the group, a father clutched his son, his face etched with utter despair. The father was only a first-tier practitioner, a male healer at that. The young boy hadn't even stepped through the gates of becoming a transferee. The 2 of them were utterly defenseless in combat. They couldn't outrun their pursuers. All they could do was wait in despair for their lives to end. The little boy clutched in his father's arms. Despite his young age, he understood what was about to happen. Fear and panic filled his eyes. But suddenly, he noticed something. In the shadows not far ahead, something seemed to be moving slowly forward. Because of his small stature and unique vantage point, he could clearly see the figure emerging from the shadows behind him. It was a person, but with eyes glowing in black and white. The sight stunned the boy. He stared blankly at the scene, until the figure slowly raised its hand. With a gentle gesture, the battlefield transformed in an instant. The alien race stared in shock at the peculiar creatures emerging from all around them. Among them both humans and beasts. All uniformly white, they appeared ethereal and ghostly, like legendary spirits of the departed. The captain of the Blazing Fist Warriors stared dumbstruck at the scene before him. These white specters, appearing out of thin air, began surging madly toward the alien forces. Undeniably, these white specters were actually delaying the bizarre alien creatures. The mantis-like creatures swung their scythe claws relentlessly. The scythe blades sliced clean through their bodies as if they weren't even there. Yet these entities somehow impeded their movements. What are these things? As the battle-hardened leader of an adventuring party, the Blazing Fist Master had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. The little boy in his father's arms, his eyes flickering, seemed to have a hunch about what was happening. "Why haven't you left yet?" The voice echoed faintly, emanating from all directions. The Blazing Fist Master's body trembled, then he led the group away. The entire process unfolded in utter silence, without a single unnecessary sound. In his father's arms, the little boy glanced back over his shoulder. Before the eyes of the alien tribes, a figure seemed to materialize. Shin Tian-K surveyed the alien beings before him. His pupils, burning with black and white flames, revealed no emotion. After confirming the inner box squad had retreated far enough, Shin Tian-K murmured to himself for a moment. A dark silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows beneath his feet. This dark form resembled a massive wolfhound. But it possessed 30 heads. Its size was easily double that of an ordinary dog. It was even larger than some tigers. In this form, the 30 heads looked exceptionally terrifying. Its entire body emitted a pitch-black flame, as dark as ink yet tinged with green. 30 pairs of emerald eyes scanned the alien races present. The alien races had never witnessed such an eerie creature. One by one, they faltered. Their innate instinct to slaughter humans urging them forward. Yet the being beside them constantly radiated a dangerous aura. As if merely approaching would result in instant annihilation. Shin Tiank's expression remained impassive. 13 third-tier alien creatures. A few days ago, he might have chosen to flee, but now? Not necessarily. In just a few short days, Old Black had already consumed numerous evil beings. The number of skulls had reached 30. Though he hadn't gained any new abilities during this period, he had grown increasingly proficient with the powers he already possessed. Kill them. Shin Tian-K raised his hand and waved. The undead he had summoned moments ago instantly returned to the earth. His reason for not deploying Old Black initially was precisely because Old Black was too conspicuous. Even if he could add more than 30 heads, it would still draw attention. Moreover, it was a conspicuous trait. It's inevitable that one's whereabouts will be exposed. That was precisely why he chose to conceal it. In truth, these past days he had been slaughtering those raiders, while rescuing his fellow tribesmen trapped in the battle ruins, surrounded by the enemy. After all, they were his kin too. Though strangers to one another, they would all become comrades in arms against the alien forces in the future. For him, these battle ruins not only enhanced his strength but also elevated his cultivation, clearly outweighing any drawbacks. Rescuing his comrades was merely a natural act. 30 heads erupted in a deafening roar. They charged forward in a relentless onslaught. Frost power, flame power, and whirlwind tornadoes flared wildly upon Old Black's form. The three-colored patterns on his body began to glow faintly, while the pitch-black flames engulfing him grew increasingly intense. Moments later, only the corpses of these alien creatures remained. Shin Tian-K raised his hand, summoning the moonstream. He sliced through the alien corpses, quickly extracting one transparent crystal after another. Chapter 21, Power. Shin Tian-K toyed with the crystal in his hand. Each was no larger than a finger. Each piece was irregularly shaped. Yet they emitted an unusual aura. It also possessed a peculiar power. Shin Tian-K attempted to have Lao He absorb it, but the effect was negligible. In fact, it yielded less benefit than Lao He could gain through his own cultivation. Thus, he dismissed the notion. And this was the core of the alien race. Once the core was extracted, even if some alien beings could recover, it would be impossible. Though useless to Old Black himself, this item held immense value within the Transferee Alliance. It could be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points could be exchanged for many things. For instance, weapons, magical artifacts, and even precious elixirs. So it seems the alien race has three distinct branches. The stealthy lurkers, the brute force attackers, and the swift killers. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of light flickered on the storage ring. The 13 crystals in his palm had entered the storage space. Within his storage ring, he now held over 100 crystals from these alien races. After all, aliens were the most abundant creatures in this place. This was precisely why he could categorize their subspecies. Old Black stood nearby, skillfully using flames to incinerate the alien corpses completely. Although he had already extracted the cores from these alien beings, their bodies still contained materials suitable for forging weapons. Shin Tian-K had no intention of letting others profit so easily. He'd rather destroy them than let others gain an advantage at his expense. Lao He worked swiftly. Clearly, this wasn't his first time handling such matters. One could say his proficiency was growing by the day. And moments later, all that remained was a pile of charred remains scorched by flames. Shin Tian-K flipped himself onto Old Black's back. Man and beast galloped off into the distance. Shin Tian-K flipped through the messages on his communication phone. He pondered silently. After luring the sacrificial mage into performing the blood ritual to summon that colossal creature, he had lost contact with Chun Hu and the others. These past few days, he hadn't actively sought them out. He had no need to worry about their safety. The team had a healer and a stealth specialist together, plus a swordsman. With the three of them together, could withstand even a third-tier opponent and escape. There was absolutely no need for concern. Moreover, the team leader himself possesses third-tier cultivation. They possess the capability to protect themselves in the outer periphery of this battle-scarred wasteland. After all, the reason he joined the Black Tiger Squad in the first place was precisely because his strength was insufficient. To survive on the outskirts of this battle-scarred wasteland, one must reach at least the third tier. Shin Tiang's actions back then were too weak. He couldn't survive here. Which is why he joined the Black Tiger Squad. But now, things were entirely different. He now possesses absolute self-preservation capabilities, naturally eliminating the need to join an adventuring squad. Amidst these battle ruins, some adventuring squads worked together on missions, and lone wolves wandered, honing their skills in solitude. Such individuals are also known as ascetics or wanderers. Every survivor within these battle ruins possesses extraordinary means. Among the villains Shin Tian-K had encountered before, there was one who unleashed tremendous power at the brink of death. But for Shin Tian-K, it posed little problem. He could endure another 7 days. After returning from the military zone, Uncle Chen had told him that in half a month, he would arrange for Ling Yanqing and the other 4 candidates for the alliance-wide transferee selection to meet with him. Shin Tian-K understood that this so-called meeting was essentially just selecting a captain from among the 5. Shin Tian-K had no desire to vie for such an opportunity. He only wished to quietly enhance his strength. But he also wanted that damned general to suffer. For what he had done to his mother back then, he would repay him 1,000-fold in the future. A flicker of rage danced in Shin Tian's eyes. As Lao He picked up speed, man and beast vanished into the darkness. Time flew by. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly upon the vast expanse of yellow sand. Amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand, a small squad struggled forward. This group was entirely different from ordinary adventuring parties. Their numbers were far too great. Nearly 30 individuals. Among adventuring parties in the battle-scarred ruins, this was extremely rare. And yet, each of these 30-plus individuals wore distinct attire. Yet broadly speaking, they were divided into 3 distinct color schemes. This means they come from 3 adventuring parties. At the very center of this formation stood a peculiar compartment, somewhat reminiscent of the private compartments used by ancient nobles and dignitaries during their travels. Yet its appearance was a more technologically advanced silver-white. The material appears exceptionally unique. It moves under its own power, requiring no human propulsion. Only a handful of squad members were walking. The rest either sat atop their own beasts of burden, or mounted a warhorse. As they traversed a sand dune, the squad leader at the front was a middle-aged man radiating an aura of uprightness. He glanced back at the dune. A thoughtful expression flickered in his eyes. But he said nothing. Instead, he turned his head and continued leading the group forward. Their primary mission this time was to traverse this region to another city for intelligence exchange, and to seek out rare treasures. There was no need to provoke bandits over this matter. After the squad departed, a sudden rustling stirred within the sand dunes. Several pairs of eyes opened eerily from beneath the sand dunes. They slowly rose upright until their bodies were fully revealed. Holy crap, it's a courier agency. We're rich, we're rich. I've been lurking in this battle-scarred wasteland for ages, and this is my first time seeing a courier agency. What a lucrative gig. 6 third-tier guards? That's a bit tricky. No worries, the boss is 4th tier. That's plenty. After exchanging glances, they immediately vanished back into the sand dunes. Yet a peculiar surge rippled outward, stretching into the distance. The transferee's profession, concealer. Within a silver-white private compartment, an elder and a youth sat facing each other. The compartment was fully equipped, offering every conceivable indulgence for dining, drinking, and entertainment. It was far from the cramped space one might expect from the outside. The space was somewhat unexpected. Young master, we must exercise caution when joining the caravan heading to Tianshu City this time. The old man's face betrayed his concern. The youth, however, waved him off impatiently. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. Father has already reminded me about this matter. As he spoke, the youth gazed out the window. Beyond the window, the endless expanse of yellow sand stretched on, as if it would never cease. Ah! The old man sighed softly. Then, as if something occurred to him, I hear a mysterious lone warrior has recently appeared amidst these battle ruins. This statement caught the youth's attention. His eyes burned brightly as he stared at the old man, eager to hear more. Chapter 22, Beastmaster. They say this figure has only recently gained fame, having saved many lives within these battle ruins. All from nearby cities, witnessed by many who saw it happen. Some say he can summon the undead, likely a necromancer. Others claim he has a beast companion. It's quite peculiar, apparently possessing multiple heads and shrouded in an eerie flame. Eyewitness accounts vary wildly, but this man has indeed saved many lives with his skills. Some even saw him slaughter every last bandit corpse, a truly ruthless and merciless display of power. Hearing this, a look of longing appeared in the youth's eyes. He was only 15 or 16, still quite young. Though his features bore a hint of premature maturity, the excitement between his brows was already evident. Instantly, his feigned maturity vanished. This battle ruins is truly formidable to have so many lone wolves here. This fellow is quite the character. Hearing the young master's words, the old man chuckled. After all, he was a child he had watched grow up. How could he not understand the young master's feelings? The old man's voice was slow and deliberate. Just as he was about to say something more, suddenly, the private room they were in began to sway violently. As the world spun wildly, as if the compartment itself had been overturned. The old man's expression changed. He immediately raised his hand and drew a special staff. He then slammed it into the ground. A thunderous boom echoed. The moment the staff touched the ground, it rippled out concentric circles of a peculiar magic array. As the magic array spread outward, they instantly stabilized everything within the private room. "Young master, don't move." With those words, the old man stepped out of the box. The moment he emerged, he saw the squad halted in place, surrounding them completely. As far as the eye could see, bandits and outlaws formed ring after ring. Carefully sensing the aura emanating from these men, the old man's expression darkened. At least 10 third-tier cultivators. Where did all these bandits come from? Could it be that they'd provoked the Black Dragon Society? "We are the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild of Moyon City, merely passing through your precious territory. We humbly beg for your mercy." After uttering these words, he slammed his staff into the ground once more. Not far away, amidst the open space where both sides were clashing, a wooden crate suddenly appeared. The chest was made of a peculiar material, entirely crimson in color. Yet it radiated peculiar patterns. A peculiar force materialized into shimmering points of light that swirled around it. The moment the wooden box appeared, from the crowd surrounding the combatants, a man stepped forward. This man was tall and robust, with powerful muscles. He held a massive machete in his hand. He swung the machete at the wooden crate. The iron lock on the wooden crate snapped instantly, revealing its contents. The man blinked twice in surprise, his eyes flashing with greed. TSK, the Silver Dragon Trading Guild truly lives up to its reputation for being ruthless. Upon hearing this remark, the old man had barely exhaled in relief when he stiffened instantly. Too bad, though. When the Black Dragon Gang makes a move, it won't be settled with such trifling matters. Black Dragon Gang? So we've really provoked those madmen after all? So it's the Black Dragon Gang's leader. Long admired your reputation, long admired. Before the old man could finish his greeting, a cold snort echoed from the other side. Visible rings of ferocious aura erupted from his body. A peculiar wind swirled around him. At the center of his brow, a peculiar black dragon materialized. Simultaneously, a beast companion materialized beside him. "Old man, cut the crap. Hand over whatever valuable stuff you've got, or tell me where you're headed." As the most powerful bandit chieftain in the outskirts of this battle-scarred wasteland, how could he not know the Silver Dragon Trading Guild's reputation? He also knew these people were always victorious. Otherwise, how could they possibly hire so many people to traverse this battle-scarred wasteland? Clearly, they must possess some crucial intelligence. The old man's face immediately darkened. If it's the Black Dragon Gang, then he truly had no solution. After all, the Black Dragon Gang's leader, this burly man before him, his beast companion, was a 4th-tier Black Dragon. The other man's expression changed. Then, he swung the machete in his hand forward, roaring furiously. "Attack!" The lone bandit who had been caught in the crossfire instantly charged forward to attack. Charge! Amidst the 30-plus men, powerful auras erupted in an instant. They began to fight back. The old man watched the leader of the Black Dragon Society. He took the lead, charging forward into the fray. Though he was well over 70 years old, the old man's combat prowess remained formidable. Peak 3rd tier. He was but a single step away from the 4th tier. The battle erupted amidst the yellow sands of the Gobi Desert. And before anyone realized it, upon a sand dune, a figure suddenly materialized. Gazing down at the battlefield below, a triumphant smile spread across his lips. So this is the place old Black warned him about? It seemed quite substantial after all. 12 third-tier cultivators and 1 4th tier. Without a doubt, this man was Qin Tianke. Qin Tianke watched the two opposing forces clashing below. His gaze grew intense. Though that 4th tier fighter was troublesome, he could still handle it. There were over 30 bandits. Combined, they should be enough to double Old Black's numbers. He had originally thought finding 100 people would be incredibly difficult. But now it seemed this battle-scarred ruin was nothing short of a monster farming paradise. But slaughtering these villains here for so long, Shin Tian-K had come to understand the art of ambush. His combat experience had grown increasingly rich over this period. This group was already trapped like fish in a barrel. No need to rush. Let them fight it out first. Moreover, the team under siege didn't seem to be suffering heavy casualties. Shin Tian-K never intervened to aid others without cause. Only when dealing with the weak. He would make such a choice. Overall, this group's strength only fell short of their opponents in high-tier combat power. The rest showed no significant disparity. He had no need to intervene just yet. And it would also be a good opportunity to wear down that 4th tier power. But then again, that 4th tier beast rider is rather intriguing. Beast, Black Python Half-Step Dragon. Attribute, Darkness. Power, 4th tier. Abilities, Dark Devour, Dark Slash, Berserk. A large snake becomes a python, a large python becomes a giant python. Beyond that lies the dragon. In the midst of battle, frenzied energy constantly spills forth. Elemental explosions erupted from clashing spells. The clanging of blades and cries of battle. The roars of tamed beasts. A cacophony of sounds echoed across the battlefield. A thick black python rose from behind the burly man. Its body radiated waves of savage energy. Its body swelled to several times its original size in an instant. A small protrusion could even be seen on its forehead. A roar erupted. The black python charged forward. Mighty and domineering, every move it made was utterly savage. The Beastmaster was the sole combat force, nothing but the Beastmaster. But the physical strength of a Beastmaster could never be matched by an ordinary transfigured warrior. Chapter 23, Rescue. The black boa was massive. It charged wildly alongside the old man. Not only did it disrupt the crowd, but it also accidentally injured his own men. As the old man dodged relentlessly, circles of azure winds swirled around him. The currents were light and agile, lifting the old man's body, making him appear to float in midair. The spot where he had stood moments before was now a gaping hole torn open by the black python. The old man dodged backward. Upon witnessing this scene, his expression changed. He could already sense that the beast before him possessed formidable strength. It was undoubtedly at least a 4th tier beast. As the old man kept dodging, something seemed to flutter from his hand, scattering around him. The black boa constrictor relentlessly pursued its prey, swearing to swallow him whole once more. The old man's path was deliberately leading the black python toward the open area beside them. The burly man beside him watched the scene unfold. He paid it no mind. After all, the opponent was merely a 3rd tier mage hardly capable of making waves. Suddenly, the fleeing old man abruptly halted his steps. As he turned to face the charging Beastmaster, his eyes filled with an unusual blue glow. He slammed his staff into the ground once more. The crystalline fragments he had scattered earlier now erupted with dazzling light, the brilliance continuously rising and interconnecting. As if guided by a special brush, they formed a peculiar pattern. The pattern was peculiar, resembling the shape of a hexagram star. Yet it possessed a distinct 3-dimensional quality, like a celestial body. Not only that, there was even an indescribable, peculiar power contained within it. As the old man roared, a massive magical array instantly rose into the air. Beams of light surged from all directions, trapping it within. Simultaneously, bolts of lightning as thick as bowls raged relentlessly within the array. The array activated with blinding speed. Thunder and lightning surged violently. Beyond the thunder, a chill of ice and frost began to sweep through the air. The two forces intertwined, trapping and killing the black python within. Shin Tian-K watched the scene unfold from a distant mountain peak. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. This old man's profession was quite ordinary, merely a mage. Yet he seemed to possess a power distinct from that of ordinary mages. This was indeed intriguing. But alas, though the old man's magic was somewhat unique, he was simply too advanced in years. Moreover, his mastery of this magic was far from perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to subdue the black python with that single strike. The outcome unfolded exactly as Shin Tian-K had anticipated. The black python let out a roar. Then, its body began to undergo constant changes. Ring upon ring of scales gradually unfurled. Scales unfurled, roaring in fury. The sonic attack rippled through the air. The approaching frost and thunder were instantly obliterated. The force surged forth, overwhelming everything in its path. A powerful tail lash shattered the special barrier in an instant. Like a mirror, it shattered on impact. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man was taken aback. But before he could react, he was struck by the force's backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell. He could no longer sustain the support granted by his wind magic. He collapsed toward the ground. At that very moment, a figure appeared silently, catching the old man in his arms. This was none other than the youth who had been seated with the old man in the private room moments before. The youth glared at the enormous monster before him. Flames of rage burned in his eyes. He was filled with hatred. But he was powerless. He was only 16. He hadn't met the requirements for class advancement. Why couldn't he have changed jobs sooner? Then he might have been able to fight back. But now, all he could do was watch helplessly as Uncle Zhong, who had watched him grow up, suffered the backlash of his power. His life hung by a thread, and even Uncle Zhong himself was on the brink of death. The black python let out a deafening roar and charged toward the two. The old man's movements were now severely restricted by the backlash, agony radiating through every bone and joint. The youth hadn't undergone class change and was unable to fight. Meanwhile, the others trapped by the bandits couldn't reach them in time. It remained an inescapable predicament. Yet, at the very last moment, a sudden sound echoed through the air. It was a buzzing hum, as if a long whip had been swung through the air. The black python's gaping maw froze rigid in mid-air. Not only did foul-smelling saliva drip from its mouth, splattering around the two men, it just hung there, mouth wide open, hovering a meter above them. The youth could even smell the waves of foul stench emanating from the black python's mouth. He witnessed the serpent's once dominant gaze gradually shift fear, despair, until a wave of sorrow washed over it. As the gaze shifted, the black python collapsed lifelessly to the side. A barely perceptible bloodstain had appeared on its head at some point. The wound spread like a thin thread, completely severing the black python's head. Dead? Dead? The youth stared in utter shock. The black python then slithered past him, its gaze fixed on the large man in the distance. Where was the Black Dragon Gang's leader? Only a headless corpse was slowly collapsing backward. Dead? The Black Dragon Gang's leader, who had dominated the outskirts of the battle ruins, was dead? Had his beast companion also perished in the backlash? What the hell just happened? The youth doubted whether he was still living in a dream. An overwhelming sense of falseness and unreality kept driving him. Before the youth could react, he saw that, at some unknown point, clusters of floating white human figures had appeared around him. Their bodies were ethereal and insubstantial, approaching the front like souls. Not only humans, but beasts too. These things kept drawing nearer. They surged toward the bandits who had attacked them, instantly engulfing them. Then came a series of agonized screams. These undead didn't attack their own people instead, they only killed some bandits. Witnessing this scene, the youth recalled the rumors he'd overheard in the private room earlier, and his eyes lit up. This is great. It's that mysterious powerhouse. We're saved. We're saved. On the other side, the rescued crowd watched this absurd spectacle, their eyes filled with nothing but sheer terror. The old man lay in the youth's arms. He had been gravely wounded by that earlier blow. But he wasn't quite ready to depart this world just yet. As a mage, especially one of his stature, he naturally possessed numerous life-saving techniques. That blow hadn't struck at his core. It merely left him unable to stand for the time being. His mind remained clear and alert, a glimmer of sharpness flickering within his clouded eyes. At that moment, a figure slowly approached from the distance. The youth looked up. The figure was cloaked in a hooded garment, their face concealed by a peculiar mask, their true features hidden. Yet, the aura emanating from them was peculiar. It felt even more powerful than his father's within the merchant guild. It's the undead elder. Someone shouted. All eyes immediately turned to Qin Tianke. Their eyes brimmed with reverence. At that moment, Qin Tianke, the center of everyone's attention. Beneath his mask, his lips twitched slightly. Chapter 24, Courting. The undead elder? What the hell is that? Qin Tianke was well aware of the nickname bestowed upon him by those he had saved during this period. He just hadn't expected it to be this absurd. He'd expected something like mysterious figure, but who knew it would turn out to be elder of the undead? Qin Tianke felt nothing but awkwardness. What the hell? My toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. These words made him realize. Unlike Qin Tianke's current awkwardness, the others nearby wore expressions of suspicion. Though they'd long heard rumors of a mysterious powerhouse in these parts, aiding fellow citizens without seeking reward. They were no ordinary folk. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. This person's intervention likely concealed motives far more complex than simple altruism. The squad leader stared at Qin Tianke before him, his eyes flickering with calculation. This man's skills were no ordinary feat. To decapitate the Black Dragon Gang's leader in the blink of an eye. Once a beastmaster is separated from their beast, they become virtually defenseless. Having operated in these borderlands for so long, how could the Black Dragon Gang leader's guard be low? Yet he was beheaded with such ease. This man's skill level must be somewhere between 3rd and 4th tier. Moreover, the horde of peculiar undead he summoned is equally formidable. A suspected 4th tier special class changer, capable of instantly eliminating everyone present. Under these circumstances, whether the opponent intended to help out of goodwill or sought to make an example, They had no viable solution. Elder Undead, it's an honor to meet you at last. I am Chen Zhong, steward of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. The old man rose and approached, his form hunched over. It seemed that the earlier blow had caused him to suffer some backlash, even weakening his own aura slightly. He had suffered some backlash, and even his aura seemed slightly diminished. Shin Tian-Ke observed him, a faint smile curling his lips. Ha ha, how amusing. At your age, yet you've somehow obtained partial inheritance of spatial magic. No wonder your group lacks even a single 4th-tier practitioner, yet you dare roam these lands. As the words left his lips, the elder's face, which had regained some color, suddenly stiffened. His face instantly drained of color. A hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shin Tian-Ke. The youth's expression changed, equally shocked. Only he and his father knew that Uncle Zhong practiced spatial magic. Even an ordinary 4th-tier practitioner would be unable to detect the spatial magic Uncle Zhong cultivated. This man was no ordinary being. It's just a pity that such an opportunity will only be a burden to you. Unlike the youth's tense expression, Uncle Zhong remained composed, a faint, bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This old man knows he is unworthy of such an opportunity, but this spatial magic can extend one's lifespan. Alas, this method is the best solution for me. The old man was already over 70. He had lived a life of profound clarity. He understood that now, all his hidden cards were laid bare before his opponent. No amount of protesting would change that. The other party's strength far surpassed his own. He couldn't afford to provoke the other party's displeasure now. After all, Chen Zhong couldn't fathom this man's temperament. Therefore, he simply admitted it openly. The fact that he practiced spatial magic. Only 2 individuals within the guild knew of this. Even the squad leaders and members accompanying them on this mission remained completely unaware. Given their current location, some distance from the squad members, those individuals hadn't overheard any information, nor could they deliberately eavesdrop. After all, Shin Tian's deterrence still held sway. With Shin Tian-Ke present, they dared not make any rash moves. Moreover, the other party was their employer. Only after the employer had spoken with them could any decisions be made. The captain watched the scene unfold before him, hoping from the bottom of his heart that no conflict would erupt between the 2 sides. The so-called Goodwill Rescue mission held little credibility. There was no guarantee the other side wouldn't seize the opportunity to extort them. Therefore, he did not wish to engage in combat with such people. In the previous skirmish, the most severely injured among their group had only sustained minor wounds. Under the healer's treatment, they recovered quickly. It had no significant impact. Shin Tian-Ke fixed the other party with a deep, lingering gaze. Then his gaze swept over the group not far away. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. I want every single treasure these plunderers have taken. Know your place and get out of here now. Upon hearing these words, the captain actually breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. The other party merely demanded the treasures of these raiders. They weren't demanding any ransom. They then departed with the group. The old man and the youth followed along with the group. The youth about to enter the private room suddenly halted in his tracks. He dashed toward Shin Tian's side. Watching him turn back, a hint of peculiarity flickered in Shin Tian's eyes. However, the mask concealed any shift in his gaze. Honest to God, Elder Wangling, we're here searching for a treasure. It lies in the middle layer of the battle ruins. I'd like to extend an invitation to you. Upon hearing this, Shin Tian-Ke turned his gaze toward the speaker. Though no facial expression was visible beneath the mask, the surrounding air temperature seemed to drop imperceptibly. Waves of inexplicable cold began to spread and sweep through the air. Shin Tian-Ke couldn't decide whether to call the other naive or call him foolish. How could this kid utter such words? The old man watched the scene unfold, his eyes filled with horror. Young master, why provoke this mysterious powerhouse? While they did need some elite combat power for this mission, there was no guarantee the other party wouldn't demand an exorbitant price. Moreover, this man's origins were unknown. There might be other hidden dangers lurking. Shin Tian-Ke looked at the man. A peculiar expression flickered across his face. Aren't you afraid I might rob you? The youth's gaze burned intensely. He looked at Shin Tian-Ke as he spoke solemnly, one word at a time. I believe you're not that kind of person, senior. Though simple, these words conveyed the youth's fervent conviction. Shin Tian-Ke, upon hearing this, inquired instead. What do you intend to do there? The ruins of an unknown powerhouse human or alien race, but the site likely holds extraordinary treasures. Rare treasures? Even Shin Tian-Ke couldn't help but feel astonished. Exotic treasures were items associated with alien races. They are treasures that only the most powerful beings among the alien races can wield. Similar to the magical artifacts wielded by the most powerful class changers among the class changers. Each of these items was exceptionally unique. In terms of value, they could easily rival the perfect grade curved blade, Full Moon, currently in Shin Tian's possession. They might even reach legendary grade status. After all, each exotic treasure boasts exceptionally high quality and possesses remarkable effects. If you agree to assist us, esteemed senior, I pledge to honor you as a distinguished guest of the Silver Dragon Trading Guild. Moreover, I promise that from our collection of rare treasures, we shall present you with one. As the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild, the youth understood. This was the opportunity his father had often spoken of. Chapter 25, Homecoming. This was his moment to offer an unbeatable deal. As the sole heir to the guild, he had been taught since childhood by his father that he must possess absolute business acumen. This time, he would travel to deliver the message. This mission was also at his father's behest. It was also an opportunity to see if he could truly recruit talent. To the young man now, the person before him was an exceptional opportunity. The aura emanating from him sent a thrill through the youth. If he offered the right terms, there was a strong possibility he could win over this mysterious powerhouse who could become a tremendous asset to the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild in the future. This offer was too tempting for Qin Tianke to refuse. Alright, here's my contact information. Qin Tianke flipped his palm, revealing a communication device now in his hand. The two devices clicked together. That was how they exchanged contact information. The young man's face lit up with delight as he spoke eagerly. In that case, I'll trouble you, senior. I'll definitely give you an answer within 10 days. Qin Tianke remained silent, instead speaking slowly. Leave. Though his voice was cold, the youth detected no hostility in it. Watching the group depart from the place, Qin Tianke murmured softly, Old Black. Beneath his shadow, a massive figure gradually materialized. Nearly sensing the thick aura of wickedness permeating the area, a gleam of excitement flashed in Lao Hei's eyes. Pairs of eyes, glowing with a deep inky blue, fixed on the villains not far away. Hell's Calamity Beastmasters possessed the power to summon the undead. The undead they summoned, capable of inflicting harm upon humans. But against certain specialized classes, they are completely countered. Yet none among this group wielded any so-called special professions. They were easy to deal with. Old Black charged forward without hesitation and devoured them all. The undead he had summoned earlier hadn't killed them yet. The worst affected among them were merely knocked unconscious. Seeing the monster with such a peculiar head approaching them, at that moment their eyes held nothing but fear and dread. They never imagined they would face such a situation. Terror spread across every face. Run! Run! A series of shrill shrieks. Ironically, this gang of lawless thugs were now frozen in terror at the sight of the strange creature approaching them. Their faces twisted with terror. Barely managing to stand and flee was already pushing their limits. Some couldn't even maintain their stance, collapsing to the ground. They could only watch helplessly as their comrades' corpses were devoured. Then they felt their own lives come to an end. Qin Tianke watched the entire scene with cold-blooded detachment, his eyes devoid of any emotion. These 30-odd raiders were all deserving of death. As the Black Dragon Gang, which had long dominated the fringes of this battle-scarred wasteland, how many among them harbored any shred of kindness? And even if there were so-called good people among them, Old Black would eliminate them from his list of potential prey. Moments later, the pitch-black flames blazed once more, leaving sparse wisps of smoke upon the sandy ground. The scorching flames swiftly reduced the area to nothingness, save for a few scattered droplets of congealed blood. It seemed as though this place was no different from any ordinary moment. Everything that had just transpired. However, Lao Hei beside Qin Tianke now bore a starkly different transformation. The number of its heads had doubled. This was his greatest gain from this trip to the battle ruins. This meant Old Black was now only about 30 more villains away from his next advancement. Though the numbers still fell short, at least there was now something to look forward to. After advancing to the 4th tier next time, Old Black would undergo earth-shattering changes. In the current era of class changers, a transferee's cultivation is divided into 3 distinct milestones. Tier 1 to Tier 3. 4th tier to 6th tier. 7th tier to 9th tier. At the 1st to 3rd tier stage, one might break through with mere effort or a stroke of luck. However, advancing to Tier 4 requires either extraordinary fortune or immense personal effort. Take that old man, for instance. He's been stuck at the threshold of the 4th tier for who knows how many years. Now, by sheer luck, he gained spatial magic to extend his lifespan. He has finally shown some signs of progress. Yet even so, the gap between his current state and breaking through from the 3rd tier to the 4th remains vast. This final step is always a world apart. Once crossed, it's the 4th tier. From there, one enters the next watershed. Compared to the breakthrough requirements of other class changers, he had the system as his companion. The conditions and circumstances required for breakthrough were all clearly visible to him. But others are different. Most class changers must figure things out on their own, forcing their bodies to adapt. Only then could they discover the path to breakthrough. Old Black now possessed 64 heads. With such a multitude of heads, his body has grown correspondingly massive. Yet it does not appear disproportionate, with heads oversized relative to the body. The proportion between its heads and body is now remarkably balanced. His height now exceeds 5 meters, stretching nearly 7 meters in length. The 64 massive heads radiated a peculiar, intimidating aura. Gazing at Old Black's heads, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but silently ponder. When Old Black eventually reaches 10,000 heads, simply unleashing it would be enough to single-handedly eliminate enemies. After all, the sheer visual impact of 10,000 heads is enough to make the faint of heart look away. Then, he'd be able to annihilate opponents without lifting a finger. Hey, don't tell me. You're absolutely right. This idea is absolutely brilliant. Shin Tian-K gave this idea his full approval in his heart. Ding! He heard the sound. Shin Tian-K glanced at the time notification on his communication phone. A faint smile touched his lips. The time had come. Without realizing it, he had been here for half a month already. It was time to return. A flicker of excitement passed through Shin Tian's eyes. When he left Lingyun City a month ago, he was still only at the 2nd tier. His understanding of his own abilities and beast taming skills was still too rudimentary. But now, after half a month, his beast taming had advanced to the 3rd tier. Old Black's abilities had also become far more proficient. His own abilities and standards as a regional calamity beastmaster had been greatly understood and elevated. Enough! At this moment, Shin Tian-K held an even more certain answer in his heart regarding the adage of reading 10,000 volumes and traveling 10,000 miles. He now held an even more certain answer in his heart. From this perspective, his choice back then had been correct. This place truly allowed him to enhance his strength. Now it was time to return and report back to Uncle Chen and the others. It was fitting. He also wanted to see the young prodigies of Lingyun City among his peers. All those under 25 were eligible to participate in this alliance-wide transferee selection. Lingyun City had only 5 contestant slots. He secured 1 spot as the military representative. The other 4 spots, according to Uncle Chen's explanation, 2 come from the transferee alliance. The other 2 are from Lingyun City itself. They were homegrown geniuses from Lingyun City. Chapter 26, Contribution Points. Shin Tian's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Amidst that anticipation, there was also a deep longing. He wanted to go home. He missed his mother, whom he hadn't seen in half a month, even more. Amidst the battle-scarred ruins, the communication watch served only to relay messages and display the set time. Beyond that, they served no other purpose. After all, within these battle ruins, alien races were numerous. Many of these alien beings possessed the ability to detect data and sense electromagnetic waves. Their sensitivity to these data signals is particularly acute. Using any other functions of the communication watch in front of these alien creatures could easily expose your location. It could even lead to being surrounded and attacked. It was precisely for this reason that he hadn't spoken with his mother in half a month. No matter how far a wanderer roams, there is always an anchor point in the heart, rooted in the homeland. Old Black, let's go home. The Transferee Alliance. After many days, he returned to the Transferee Alliance. Shin Tian-K now carried a different mindset. Calm. Ordinary. Of course, beneath this composure, his heart was filled with excitement. The moment he arrived at the place where contribution points were exchanged. It was a large hall. Specimens crafted from the corpses of alien races were displayed all around. A stream of people flowed toward a passageway resembling a turnstile. These passage gates were flanked by rows of tables and chairs where alien races conducted trade and exchanged contribution points. This is the corpse of a flying alien race. How could it be worth so few contribution points? Flying alien? Brother, Lingyun, Moyun, Tianshu, and Daoyun. The battle ruins outside those 4 cities are nothing but endless yellow sand. How could there possibly be flying aliens? And your alien's wings are even cobbled together. Brother, cut me some slack. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Shin Tian-K watched the man in line arguing passionately with the staff member, lost in thought. It seemed these staff members possessed profound expertise. No wonder they were so strict, probably to prevent scammers from exploiting the contribution point system. Next. Why is it taking so long? Before the staff member could finish speaking. Before being utterly speechless at the sight of the pile of multicolored alien cores before them. What? These are alien cores? Alien cores? Where did all these come from? He must be an alien executioner? The responsible personnel stared at the alien cores, their minds swirling with questions. For a moment, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He wasn't the only one. The others who had come to exchange contribution points were equally stunned by the scene before them. Holy crap, is that even human? Poet, I'll take it. Holy crap, 1 alien race, 1 core, that must be hundreds of them, right? The staff paused for a moment before cautiously asking. What exactly is this? How much can I trade for this? Shin Tian-K couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He was eager to make the exchange. We need to count them first. A total of 2,382 alien core crystals. 300 pieces for first-tier alien cores. 2,082 for second to third-tier alien cores. Anything else? Shin Tiang's matter-of-fact recitation left the other party momentarily stunned. Could it really be that outrageous? The surrounding crowd was equally stunned. Over 2,000 alien creatures? Did this kid wipe them all out? So many alien creatures, even many adventuring parties hadn't seen this many in years, had they? The staff member was about to say something else. But then a voice spoke up from behind. No need. We trust this gentleman's reputation. The newcomer wore an exquisitely tailored black tailcoat. His plump belly stretched the tailcoat slightly. His narrowed eyes held a mix of scrutiny and flattery. At the sight of this man, the staff member flinched. He immediately sat up straight. The moment this figure appeared, it immediately stirred a commotion among the crowd. Whispers of Butcher Lu and Old Demon Lu filled the air. Shin Tian-K looked at the man before him. His voice was slow and deliberate. I am the manager of the Contribution Point Exchange Department for the Transferee Alliance in Lingyun City. My surname is Lu. And you, sir? Shin. Cut the pleasantries. How many contribution points can I exchange for these? Manager Lu's narrowed eyes held a hint of depth. One first-tier alien core equals 1 contribution point. A second-tier core is worth 2 points, and so on. As the head of the Lingyun City branch, I'll take the liberty of setting the terms myself. The price for first-tier alien cores remains unchanged. All others will be uniformly valued at the rate of third-tier alien cores. Total contribution points, 6,546. Brother Chin, this way please. Watching Manager Lu personally escort him. Many staff members, even those who frequently came to exchange contribution points, were stunned. They were astonished by the sheer volume of contribution points he possessed. And stunned by the identity of his escort. This was Manager Lu, after all. In the eyes of outsiders, this Manager Lu was no ordinary figure. To become the head of an entire city, one could tell his abilities and background were extraordinary. To the outside world, he appeared ruthless and decisive, with an iron fist and lightning-fast tactics. A far cry from the affable, rotund image he presented. Wow, this kid must be on his first assignment. Holy moly, getting Manager Lu's attention? He's really hit the jackpot. He's got the skills and the credentials for it. Over 3,000 alien creatures? How long will it take to slaughter them all without rest? This man must be extremely dangerous. Among the crowd gathered in the lobby, a man with a silver sword at his waist narrowed his eyes and asked the tall, bald man beside him. Old John, why does that guy look so much like Chen Feng? You know what? I think so too. Chen Jing glanced at Chen Hu beside her eyes seeking confirmation. Boss, is that man really Chen Feng? Chen Jing remembered her savior from back then vividly. Now she simply wanted confirmation. That man's aura is very similar to Brother Chen's, but he's already at the 3rd cultivation level. Looks like he's broken through. The group exchanged glances. Shock flickered in each other's eyes. They had thought that after parting ways with Shin Tian-K back then, they might never see each other again. After all, being hunted by a 4th-tier sacrificial mage. Survival alone was cause for profound gratitude. Yet here they were, face to face. Not only had he escaped the sacrificial mage's pursuit, but stood there unscathed. He had even advanced to the 3rd tier. Watching that figure gradually fade into the distance, Chen Hu's mind was filled with contemplation. To have advanced to the 3rd tier, and slaughtered so many alien races, and even gained the admiration of that renowned Manager Lu from the outside world. This Chen fellow has truly soared to new heights. On his very first mission, he'd already demonstrated such remarkable capability. Now look at myself. If only I were 10 years younger. He'd also say things like, comparing people is a sure way to get depressed. But now, all one could say was that each person had their own fate. Chen Hu murmured to himself. A golden-scaled dragon is no mere pond creature. When wind and rain come, it transforms into a dragon. Chapter 27, The 9,000 Years. Inside the office. Shin Tian-K leisurely flipped through the exchange list handed to him, resembling a menu. Manager Lu, we're alone now. If you have something to say, it's best to do so sooner rather than later. Manager Lu, who had just handed over the tea, stiffened for an instant. Then he regained his composure. He took a sip of tea without waiting for a response. I'm a few years older than you, so I'll just call myself your elder brother. Brother Chen, I actually learned your name half a month ago. The military recommendation slot among Lingyun City's 5 spots for the alliance-wide transferee selection. Your name is well known among the 4 great families in our Transfiguration Alliance. Shin Tian-K showed no surprise at the man's words, merely flipping through his pages in silence. Ha, since Brother Chen dislikes such pleasantries, I'll get straight to the point. The reason I summoned you this time, brother, is primarily to propose a deal. Given your progress, growth, and certain future achievements, you absolutely won't be confined to the small Lingyun City. I made a mistake in my youth, which is why I ended up in Lingyun City. I hope that if you rise to great heights in the future, you won't forget to give me a lift. I heard your mother is unwell. Our Transcendence Alliance has already sent our sincerest regards. This is a token of my personal sincerity and mine alone. As he spoke, he opened the red box placed before him. Inside the red box lay a single ginseng root, resting quietly. Though called ginseng, its shape was exceptionally peculiar and eerie. Like a strand of seaweed, it lay there quietly, emitting an unusual glow. There was no denying it. The moment Qin Tianke laid eyes on this thing, he could already sense the intensely potent life force concealed within it. The system's identification activated instantly. Item: 9-10,000-year herb. Description: a naturally occurring nourishing spirit object born in the vast, desolate grasslands of the great wilderness. Extremely rare. Exhibits extraordinary effects for those with damaged meridians or nearing the end of their lifespan, nourishing the body and extending life by over a decade. A natural spirit plant that could directly extend one's lifespan? Qin Tianke had heard of such so-called spiritual treasures before. Now, with the system's explanation, he could better grasp the immense value and preciousness of this thing. What difference is there between this and directly gifting someone extra years of life? The ability to extend one's lifespan by a decade or more. Frankly, it was far too tempting. It could be consumed even by those with damaged meridians or declining lifespans. This item perfectly aligned with Qin Tianke's purpose in exchanging these alien corpses. His goal was to exchange them for some extremely precious, naturally nourishing spiritual treasures. These items held little practical value for him. After all, he was still young and possessed the system. He needn't worry about enhancing his strength or extending his lifespan. This was all for his mother. All of this was prepared for his mother. Over the past 3 months, his mother had worked tirelessly for him, rushing about, bustling with tasks until her health suffered. As her son, how could he bear to see her treated this way? Guilt consumed him. That was why he had come here. While enhancing his strength, he also aimed to exchange for some nourishing spiritual treasures. This prospect held undeniable appeal for Qin Tianke. But recalling the man's words, after weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Qin Tianke stowed the item into his storage ring. To be perfectly honest, brother, I genuinely need this item. Though I don't know what trouble you've gotten into, whenever you need something in the future, as long as it's reasonable, just ask me directly. The other had done him a favor. Since he needed it now, he naturally went along with it. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant. And he knew full well the other was using him. But this lord of the ninth heaven, he truly needed him. Under these circumstances, what harm was there in accepting this favor? Still, Qin Tianke had his own conditions for these matters. Seeing the other party accept, Manager Lu's eyes narrowed to slits, a hint of amusement flickering within. No worries, no worries. You know how these things work, old buddy. In that case, I'll have a car send brother Qin back. Thank you. After many days, Qin Tianke finally returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw his mother waiting by the table. Steaming hot dishes filled the table. Sweet and sour spare ribs, kung pao chicken, braised pork belly. All were dishes Qin Tianke loved. The moment Lu Hui saw her son, she immediately stepped forward. Her delicate hands gently traced her son's cheeks, from top to bottom. After running her hands over every inch of Qin Tianke's body, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze toward Qin Tianke held tenderness. Tears welled up in her eyes. During this time, Lu Hui also learned of her son's accomplishments. 4 days on end, a steady stream of visitors had come bearing gifts. Regarding these gifts, Lu Hui's approach was to keep none and return them all. Moreover, during these days, she also saw the close friend who had always been by her husband's side. Her husband's only brother. Now, with the passage of time, they met again. The once spirited young man had grown gray at the temples. She too had weathered the vicissitudes of time. She understood. Her son's future achievements would no longer be confined to the small Lingyun city. He would follow his father's path, venturing farther afield to see wider horizons. When a fledgling eagle spreads its wings to fly, the one it worries about most is always the indifferent eagle. Her husband had passed away. Lu Hui did not want to see her son meet with misfortune. Yet she could not bear to stifle his remarkable potential. Parents always hope their children will become successful. Yet the safety of their children weighs equally heavy on their hearts. Mom! The long-awaited call came unexpectedly. Qin Tianke's eyes welled up with tears. What? The third young master of the Sun family angrily smashed things around the house. The room lay in utter disarray. His eyes burned with fury. Damn it! Didn't you say it was foolproof? Didn't you say he wouldn't come back alive? Tell me, who's standing there now? Tell me, is that a ghost? The furious roar of the third young master of the Sun family echoed through the air. The moment Qin Tianke appeared within Lingyun city, he had already received the news. How could he not be furious now? The servants below trembled in terror. The Shangguan family. The head of the Shangwan family opened and closed his eyes, his gaze tinged with anger. Damn it! The chance to eliminate a future threat had been missed. What to do next required careful deliberation. Military District Headquarters. Chen Xingfun's booming laughter echoed through the office. Ah, they're back. Good, good, good. Arrange for them to meet tomorrow. Chapter 28, Refining the 9,000 Years. Dawn broke, the morning light spilling in. Sunlight streamed through the windows. Qin Tian sat cross-legged. Before him, the 9,000 years old was being scorched by waves of pitch-black, dark green flames. He observed the surface continuously scorched, with a faint dusty haze beginning to drift. Qin Tian silently assessed the situation. The 9,000 years possessed unique medicinal properties. Ordinary herbs, when scorched by the hellfire surrounding Lao He, would activate their potency in mere moments. But this substance was exceptionally unique. After a night of hellfire forging, it was only now nearing the point of completely refining and melting the 9,000 years herb. A gleam of realization flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Power surged forth. The frequency of the black infernal flames surged instantly. The 9,000 years, already reduced to charcoal-like residue, seemed to undergo a transformation. A faint, shattering sound emanated from within. As swirling currents of air coiled around it, this 9,000 years plant gradually burned away into a pool of clear, luminous water. This pool of water was utterly wondrous. It simply floated quietly within the hellfire. Neither melted by the flames nor extinguishing them. As if the two entities existed on entirely separate planes, utterly independent. Yet each possessed its own distinct power and efficacy. A look of excitement flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Success! This 9,000-year-old spirit herb was an extremely rare, naturally occurring treasure capable of extending one's lifespan without cost. Its refinement method was remarkably simple. Simply simmer the herbs into a watery mass, and it can be administered to humans. Qin Tian carefully placed the liquid mass into his palm. He examined it closely, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He entered his mother's room. Lu Hui lay sound asleep on the bed. It seemed like ages since she'd slept so peacefully. Her snores echoed loudly. Despite the care Uncle Lu had provided these past days. But her 3 months of constant travel had taken a toll. Combined with the wear and tear on her own body, she still hasn't fully recovered. Now she was only cheerful and optimistic in spirit. While mental well-being often fosters physical health, her body still bears traces of wear and tear. This is something the mind alone cannot mend. It requires physical recuperation. This is where the efficacy of the 9,000 years elixir comes into play. To heal my mother. Qin Tian naturally wouldn't reveal this 9,000 years herb to his mother. For if she were to learn of its origins and effects, given her temperament, she would never consume such a naturally divine substance. Thus, he could only employ this method to channel the medicinal power of this celestial treasure to his mother. The infernal flames in Qin Tian's palm had long since dissipated. In its place, a translucent water sphere now floated above his palm, undulating like some bizarre creature. Qin Tian continuously condensed the water sphere. Its volume shrank in an instant. Ultimately, the sphere shrank to the size of a fingernail. Yet it radiated an intensely vibrant life force. Qin Tian carefully placed the water sphere upon his mother's forehead. For a 9,000-year-old being, the most effective way to absorb its essence was to refine it into a pill for ingestion. Not only did it enhance the potency of the medicine, but it also added certain elements that prolonged its effects. But Qin Tian didn't know any so-called alchemists at present. Nor did he wish to go through such trouble. Refining the 9,000 years into this form was extremely simple. Simply touching the human body or actively absorbing it. It could instantly drain all strength. Upon reaching Lu Hui's brow, the water sphere instantly fused into it upon contact. A peculiar halo rippled around it. The glow was orange-yellow yet held an unusual quality. After a flash of light, Qin Tian could clearly see. The silver streaks at his mother's temples were visibly spreading outward from their roots, gradually turning jet black. The wrinkles on her cheeks also began to gradually return to their original state. As if the marks of time had been instantly erased in that moment. In the blink of an eye, the person lying on the bed had visibly rejuvenated by 20 years. Gazing at his sleeping mother, Qin Tian felt a surge of emotion. His mother was getting better and better. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Deep down, he knew his mother was a person of profound emotional fragility. Back then, to save him, she endured untold hardships. All he could do was fulfill his filial duty as a son. Qin Tian's thoughts drifted to his father, who was currently suffering in hell, and a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. His father was now enduring unimaginable torment, and his own strength was still far too weak. He hadn't even fulfilled the most basic part of his vow back then. The gap was vast. But he wasn't one to back down. One day, he would bring his father back from hell and reunite their family. And the greatest opportunity for growth before him now was the upcoming alliance-wide transferee selection. Military District. Training grounds. Ha ha ha. Haven't seen you in half a month, and you've already boosted your strength and stepped into the third tier. That's impressive. Chen Xingfeng laughed as he slapped Qin Tiang's shoulder. Exclamations of admiration frequently escaped his lips. Truly, the pupil has surpassed the master. You're only 18 now, right? Back when your father was your age, he was still stuck at the second tier like the rest of us. Even so, he still managed to dominate his peers at the same cultivation level. Chen Xingfeng recounted with relish. He seemed unconcerned that he had once been intimidated by the presence of Qin Tiang's father. Qin Tianke nodded, unsurprised. Most of what he knew about his father came from others. The top talent among the younger generation. The one who subdued all the geniuses of his generation. Such words were too overbearing. Qin Tianke had always assumed they were exaggerations. But recently, he had gained a whole new understanding. His father might truly have been the one who crushed all competition in Uncle Chen's generation. Like father, like son. Qin Tianke refused to believe it. What his father could accomplish, he couldn't achieve. He would follow his father's path and surpass him. Not just suppressing his peers. In the future, he would crush entire alien races until they dared not lift their heads. As they chatted idly, they arrived at the martial arts training ground. Though separated by a great distance. Qin Tianke immediately sensed 4 distinct auras the moment he entered the area. Qin Tianke looked up. 4 figures stood within the training grounds. 3 men and 1 woman. Their auras radiated outward without restraint. The power and aura of each profession were distinctly different. The Transfiguration Alliance had introduced an overwhelming number of transfigured professions to date. Yet within this vast array, they are broadly categorized into melee-focused classes and ranged-focused classes. Of course, this classification is based solely on combat strength and fighting styles. If ranked by other criteria, the order would be vastly different. Precisely because every transferee is exceptionally unique. Regarding these auras, Qin Tianke was highly sensitive. He identified their professions at a glance. Chapter 29, Sparring. Observing the 4 figures before him, Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. He immediately summoned the system interface to verify his suspicions. Among the 3 men, one stood out with the most distinctive attire. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze-toned skin and well-defined muscles. His lower body was clad in a pair of casual trousers. He stood barefoot on the ground. An intensely fiery yang energy radiated from his body. Yet the aura emanating from the man beside him was entirely different. It was a man radiating a cold aura. He simply stood there. A massive sword case hung upon his back. He appeared taciturn, yet the chill radiating from him caused the temperature to drop noticeably. Like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. The other 2 men. One was short and stout, resembling a walking mound of flesh. Yet his aura was the most overbearing among them. His cultivation seemed to have reached the 3rd tier, not far from the 4th. The last was the sole woman among the trio. Tall and slender. Her dazzling red hair swayed in the breeze. The staff she held in her hand revealed her profession. She was a mage. Fat brother, is this the one who snagged the military's recommendation spot? I thought Sukoan would get the military recommendation this time, but look who showed up out of nowhere. The speaker was the burly, shirtless man. Anyone recommended by the military, especially catching old Chen's eye, can't be weak. You wouldn't be thinking of testing him, would you? The speaker was the cold-eyed man beside the burly figure. Compared to the former, the latter was utterly cold. Even his tone held little fluctuation. Their personalities were like fire and ice. They seemed destined never to blend, destined to clash and conflict endlessly. But no one could have imagined. They had been childhood friends. They were also the 2 representatives selected from Lingyun City to participate in the alliance-wide transferee selection. The identities of the other 2 were also becoming clear. According to the regulations, to participate in the alliance-wide transferee selection, a team must consist of 3 factions. 1 representative from the military. 2 representatives from the city faction. The remaining 2 members must come from the transferee branches of various cities. This man and woman were precisely the 2 representatives of the transferee alliance in Lingyun City. The stocky man narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared intently at Qin Tianke, who stood not far away. He silently sized him up. He said nothing further. Instead, he turned his gaze to the young mage beside him. Their eyes met. Each discerned a hint of something unusual in the other's eyes. Just then, the tall, burly man approached the military officer. Though they had spent little time together, the short, stocky man had already gauged the temperaments of the other 2. The man bearing the sword case was utterly cold. Like an iceberg. He had spoken fewer than 10 words the entire time. The tall man, perhaps due to his unique profession or simply by nature. His temper was extremely volatile. Right after arriving here, he had a fight with the 2 of them. He ended up losing. The short, stocky man understood that the other man was seething with pent-up frustration. Qin Tianke before him was undoubtedly the perfect outlet for that frustration. His gaze lingered on Qin Tianke as he pondered. So this was the 18-year-old Beastmaster who had replaced Sukoan? Military recommendation. Let's settle this with a fight. The burly man approached and addressed Chin Tian-K directly. He towered over Chin Tian-K by half a head. Combined with his bulging muscles, he looked utterly imposing. Chin Tian-K glanced at the burly man. A hint of confusion flashed across his face. Just as he turned around, he noticed Uncle Chen, who had been speaking to him moments ago, had somehow appeared behind him at that very moment. It seemed he had deliberately made space to let the two of them fight it out. How could Chin Tian-K fail to grasp the other's intentions? He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Then he turned his gaze back to the person before him. The other seemed to have a rather volatile temper. Seeing Chin Tian's silence, he exploded like gunpowder ignited, his voice brimming with fury. What? Scared now? Your military recommendation? Chin Tian's eyes flashed with the other's system profile. Seeing such a profession, he inwardly rejoiced and whistled in admiration. This profession was indeed quite rare. Among the many professions available to class changers, it leaned toward the Buddhist side. It was just that the temperament was a bit too volatile. Thinking this, Chin Tian-K shook his head helplessly, his gaze toward the supreme before him tinged with a hint of pity. What a pity. Such a rare Buddhist-oriented class, yet the transferee was a hothead who relied solely on brute force without understanding technique. Moreover, his strength was far too weak. Such abilities were utterly unimpressive in Chin Tian's eyes. He then turned and walked away quietly. The tall man had long since noticed the look in the other's eyes. It was not fear. It was disdain. It was pity. It was like witnessing a series of pitiful gestures directed at a weakling. This was Chen Zhengyang. For the first time in his life, he encountered such a gaze, and anger flared uncontrollably in his eyes. What? Are you looking down on me? No sooner had the words left his lips than he heard the other man's voice drifting back to him. No, no, no. I don't look down on you. When I strike, it's always a matter of life and death. There's no room for sparring. Your strength is too weak. You don't even have the qualifications for me to lay a finger on you. A simple sentence. Yet it instantly made Chen Zhengyang's face flush crimson. Chin Tian-K, however, remained unconcerned, continuing to walk forward. The three spectators nearby, who had been quietly watching and even expressing anticipation for a fierce battle between the two, now found their interest waning. The stocky man expressed disappointment. He had thought this man possessed some special skill. Turns out he only knows how to talk big. What a pity. A hint of disappointment also flickered in the young mage's eyes. But unlike the expressions on their faces, the man bearing the massive sword case suddenly changed expression. A faint smile touched his lips. His voice was slow and drawn out, tinged with excitement. Buddhist golden body. This was the first time either had heard him speak of his own accord. It was also the first time they witnessed such an expression on his face. A hint of surprise flickered in their eyes. But they heard his words clearly. Turning to look back. Behind the military-sponsored recruit who had just entered, behind the burly, large-framed man, was now visibly engulfed in golden flames. The flames surged and roared. Circles of strange golden runes gradually revealed themselves on his bronze-colored skin, intermingled with dazzling golden flames. Within the golden flames, a colossal, shadowy figure seemed to rise from behind him. Chapter 30, The Meeting. Feeling the immense power emanating from behind him, Chin Tian's expression remained as calm as ever. The shadowy figure behind the burly man gradually revealed itself fully. It was a Buddha. Yet unlike the Buddhas of old, who only sat in meditation and chanted sutras, this Buddha, aside from its golden body, every other aspect was utterly savage. Its defiant stance, its violent movements. Even a quiet observer could sense the intense fury and overwhelming battle aura radiating from it. A pair of blood-red eyes blazed with a savage, murderous intent utterly at odds with Buddhist teachings. This Buddha seemed utterly different. As if he knew only battle. As this phantom revealed itself, a peculiar expression flickered across the burly man's face. Liar, perish. The giant's words rang out solemnly, and suddenly, a brilliant light radiated from his body. As if carrying boundless discipline, it crushed forward with frenzied force. Simultaneously, he bent his arm and pushed lightly, then lashed out with a fierce palm strike. As the palm descended, it merged with the imposing, domineering aura of the golden Buddha's wrathful form behind him. A colossal palm print coalesced in the air. The distance between them was already short. Wherever the palm mark passed, it violently shattered the surrounding bricks, sending a whirlwind of debris surging forth. As if it would instantly reduce Chin Tian-K to dust. Why isn't he dodging? No! Xingyang's wrathful Buddha's bloodshot eyes have opened. Panic instantly gripped the three. Just as they were about to intervene, they saw Chin Tian-K, his form unshaken despite the golden palm print behind him, speak in a distant voice. Though calm, it carried an unparalleled killing intent and frenzied rage. A mere Vajra dares to call itself a Buddha? Behind Chin Tian-K, a beast suddenly materialized. This beast was enormous in size. It bore numerous heads, its entire body engulfed in swirling rings of pitch-black, greenish flames. Flames billowed, carrying unparalleled momentum, their aura surging. 64 heads roared in unison. A massive sonic attack rippled outward in concentric waves. It slammed directly into the figure before them. Under the onslaught of this sonic assault, the palm strike the opponent had condensed instantly shattered. Lao Hei's massive frame surged forward, crushing toward his opponent. The burly man, backed by the immense phantom of a Buddha statue, paled beneath the imposing aura of the Buddha's shadow. Chen Zhengyan's face also underwent an eerie transformation. Once solemn and dignified, it now held a hint of fear. He began retreating backward, attempting to evade the attack of that bizarre creature. A military recommendation? A beastmaster? Holy crap, what kind of bizarre beastmaster is this? The young mage girl gasped at the sudden appearance of the beast. The short, stocky man beside her spoke in a drawn-out voice. It's a bit bizarre, but judging by its size and howl, this should be a mutated hellhound. Hearing Lin Nua's words, Su Jia's expression darkened. She retorted, word by word. Wait, are you kidding me? A hellhound has at most 3 heads. This freaking thing has way more than 3 heads, right? Lin Nua scratched his nose awkwardly at the remark. Mutated. I said it's mutated. Can you do something reliable for once? Look who's talking. Why don't you use your magic to divine something? You. The aloof man bearing the massive sword case overheard the argument between the two beside him. His gaze fixed intently on the beast rider not far away, his eyes flickering with contemplation. In both physique and strength, Lao Hei completely outclassed Qin Zhengyang before him. Thus, the battle ended swiftly. The moment Qin Zhengyang was knocked to the ground by Lao Hei's claw, he had already dispelled the vast Buddha statue's illusory form behind him. The blood-red glow in his eyes slowly began to fade back to normal. Name, Qin Zhengyang Com. Cultivation level, Tier 2. Class, Wrathful Buddha of Diamond. One of the Buddhist professions, characterized by overwhelming offense and brutal defense. An incomplete profession harboring a thirst for slaughter, possessing a Vajra body and the Wrathful Buddha's heart. Abilities, Buddha's golden body, great compassion palm, Wrathful Buddha's bloodshot eyes. Note, this class remains vastly distant from Buddhahood, possessing only the Wrathful Buddha's mental state. Combat effectiveness fluctuates unpredictably and is easily swayed by the Wrathful Buddha's will. The system description is vague, even somewhat convoluted. In Qin Tiang's own words, this is a false Buddha. It possesses only the Buddha's heart essence, not the Buddha's body. That's why it suffered such interference, plunging into the frenzied state seen earlier. Qin Zhengyang seemed to have recovered somewhat, a clear light returning to his eyes. Recalling his actions moments ago, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Yet he remained utterly immobilized. For Old Black was pinning him down with all his might. I am Li Li of Lingyun City, a professional swordmaster. My friend, I implore you to spare him. He was merely acting under the influence of his profession. The man bearing the sword case hurried over in 2 strides and addressed Qin Tianke with utmost respect. A glance from the latter revealed the man's details instantly. Name, Li Li. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Occupation, sword writing immortal. Profile, sword immortal, belonging to the sword immortal lineage. Cultivates unique sword control techniques, possessing distinctly different powers. Abilities, sword writing technique, extreme sword technique, sword escape technique. Qin Tianke watched the scene unfold, inwardly marveling. These two, one a Vajra Wrath Buddha, the other a sword controlling immortal. Both professions were exceedingly rare. Qin Tianke waved his hand. Lao Hei's 64 heads roared at Qin Zhengyang below. Only then did they retreat back into the shadow at Qin Tiang's feet. Qin Zhengyang coughed twice, his chest heaving violently, visibly shaken. Though Old Black hadn't truly targeted this man, the gap in class strength made it difficult for the opponent to withstand the overwhelming pressure radiating from Old Black. I am Qin Zhengyang of Lingyun City. My earlier actions were rash. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Qin Zhengyang hastily bowed. He had already formed a rough understanding of the man's strength. This man was formidable, far surpassing his own abilities. He was likely a third-tier cultivator. At that moment, the other two approached. The stocky man and the young mage girl both clasped their fists in greeting. Lin Nua, Lingyun City branch of the Transferee Alliance. Su Jia, Lingyun City branch of the Transferee Alliance. He looked at the group. Qin Tianke clasped his fists. Military District, Qin Tianke. Each of them stated their identity and the department they represented. Qin Tianke understood this well, hence adding the words Military District. At that moment, Chen Xingfeng approached slowly. Commander Chen. Commander Chen. Old Chen. Old Chen. The old man gave a slight nod, observing the younger generation before him. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. But his tone shifted abruptly, growing stern. This old man doesn't care for idle chatter. You lot should familiarize yourselves well. In 3 months' time, the alliance-wide transferee selection will commence. The alliance-wide transferee selection held once every 10 years is a grand feast where the alliance selects its geniuses. Chapter 31, Sparring. Those who rank highly in the alliance-wide transferee selection will naturally receive substantial rewards. This time, the rewards for the alliance-wide transferee selection are nothing short of extraordinary. Those ranking within the top 10 will have their affiliated city's inherent qualities and capabilities elevated by one tier. Those ranked within the top 5 shall have their city bestowed with one legendary grade protective spirit treasure. Those in the top 3 will receive a legendary grade protective spirit treasure for their city, along with a private military rank equivalent to a brigadier general. Chen Qingfeng spoke, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He seemed genuinely stirred. This was the first time Qin Tianke had ever seen Uncle Chen display such a side of himself. As he spoke, Uncle Chen's expression shifted. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. You are all geniuses who have emerged from Lingyun City. 10 years ago, our city achieved 12th place in that competition. Your talents far surpass those of the previous generation. I hope you will strive to excel and secure a city-protecting spirit treasure for Lingyun City. Even someone as isolated and uninformed as Qin Tianke knew what a city guardian spirit treasure was. The city guard spirit treasure was forged by several top-tier master smiths working together. These treasures are exceedingly rare, worth a fortune, and truly extraordinary. To date, only 7 cities in the world possess this treasure. Qin Tianke never imagined such a generous reward would be at stake this time. It must be noted that the current war situation is turbulent. Even though alien races are held back on the 4 major battlefields, spatial rifts still spawn randomly. The tiers of City Guard spirit treasures are ranked as follows: Elite, Legendary, and Extraordinary. Currently, only the Alliance's capital city possesses an extraordinary grade protective treasure. A single legendary grade defensive spirit treasure could withstand a single B grade or higher alien invasion. The value of a City Guard spirit treasure is thus evident. Stirred a surge of excitement within Qin Tianke and the others. Seeing their high spirits, Chen Qingfeng's smile remained unwavering. Young people should possess this kind of drive and passion. It's getting late. You should spar with each other, get acquainted, and select a team leader while you're at it. With that, Chen Qingfeng stepped aside. The group exchanged glances. For a moment, they didn't know how to proceed. Chen Zhengyang regained his composure, ran a hand through his hair, and addressed the group. It's just a ranking, right? Heh, I already sparred with you all earlier. I'm the youngest. His demeanor now was completely different from the explosive-tempered Qin Tianke had witnessed earlier, as if he were a different person altogether. So it seemed. The incomplete profession mentioned in the system seemed to have a profound impact on the transferee themselves. No wonder the other party's transformation had been so swift. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he glanced at the other 3. Their gazes met. Each was deep in thought. The chubby boy spoke up slowly. Why don't we fight in pairs? The winner battles the next opponent, continuing until everyone has fought. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. I want to battle you. I'm curious, what kind of beast do you command? The speaker was the only woman among the 4. The beautiful young mage, Su Jia. Qin Tianke gave a slight nod. The 2 then moved to the side. The training ground covered an enormous area. It was equivalent to several standard playgrounds stacked together. This was only natural. After all, the military district housed a large number of personnel. And now, many soldiers were scattered about in small groups, training individually. There was no full assembly. The commotion caused by Qin Tianke and his group naturally drew the attention of many soldiers in training. Filled with curiosity about these so-called young upstarts, they wanted to see who among them was the strongest. Among the crowd, Su Kuan watched Qin Tianke from a short distance away. A wave of apprehension washed over him. He could sense that Qin Tianke's beast riding prowess had grown significantly stronger compared to just half a month ago. Half a month ago, he had been completely overwhelmed by the opponent's beast control, unable to mount any defense. Now, half a month later, Su Kuan's strength had indeed improved. He still hadn't crossed the threshold into the 3rd tier. In contrast, not only was he younger, but his strength surpassed Su Kuan's. He had already reached the 3rd tier. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Qin Tianke's prowess struck him deeply. Such a young prodigy. Who knows what honors he'll win in this year's alliance-wide transferee selection? With Chen Qingfeng's permission, had already surrounded the group. A sea of people. All these soldiers wanted to witness the strength of these young talents. Qin Tianke looked at Su Jia before him. To be perfectly honest, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was around his age. At 5 feet 5 inches, she was above average height for a woman. She wore a minimalist white robe. Even so, it couldn't conceal her stunning figure. She was well proportioned where it mattered. Her face was a perfectly rounded oval. When she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared. Her eyes sparkled like stars, giving her an undeniably mischievous and charming air. But Shin Tian-K wasn't fooled by her appearance. Su Jia's staff struck the ground. A faint halo began to spread from the base of the staff. The glow coalesced into swirling points of light, like sacred radiance. They swirled madly around her body. In the blink of an eye. As the light faded, Su Jia was now clad in an exceedingly sacred robe. Third-tier Sacred Mage, Su Jia. The system's corresponding introduction immediately popped up. Su Jia. Class, Sacred Mage. Rank, 3rd tier. Profile, a rare mage possessing the purest divine light attributes, absolutely countering all evil-aligned entities regardless of class. Abilities, Divine Light Illumination, Wings of Radiance, Meteor Divine Slash. This is a bit tricky. This little girl's profession completely counters mine. After all, Old Black is now a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. And fears no equal in rank. He still can't handle a class that fundamentally counters him. After all, Old Black possesses both dark and undead attributes. These two aspects are almost completely opposed to each other. Thus, the only forces he could currently wield were flame, frost, and storm. But Shin Tian-K gazed at the pure white, exquisitely crafted robes draped over the opponent. A peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Truly befitting the representative of the Transferee Alliance's Lingyun City branch. This robe is actually a magical cloak. Item, Sacred Magic Cloak. Grade, Elite. Description, emits innate light and sacred attributes. Most synergistic when paired with mages of the same elemental affinity. Resists magical attacks of equal tier and mitigates physical damage to a certain extent. No wonder they're from the Transferee Alliance. They're truly loaded. Even a 3rd-tier mage can afford such gear. Chapter 32, Countermeasure. Shin Tian-K suppressed his inner thoughts. He mimicked the other's tone. Shin Tian-K, 3rd-tier Beastmaster, commanding the Ghost Mastiff. The moment the words left his lips, from the shadows beneath his feet, a shadowy form gradually emerged. Initially a blurred, black silhouette. Under the sunlight, it gradually became translucent. Soon, it coalesced into the form of Old Black. Lao Hei's 64 heads stared at the other, baring its teeth and snarling. A hint of apprehension flickered in its eyes. This was the first time Shin Tian-K sensed Old Black's apprehension. Though the opponent was merely a 3rd-tier mage, her profession and the abilities she possessed were utterly counterproductive to Lao Hei. Holy and light attributes inherently counteract undead in darkness. Old Black happened to possess both attributes. Naturally made him wary of the opponent. During combat, even with some special techniques at his disposal that could unleash formidable power. But in comparison, he would still be suppressed by his opponent. His overall combat effectiveness would be diminished. Moreover, Su Jia also possesses a sacred magical cloak. With that item present, it's likely that any subsequent elemental attacks from Old Black will be weakened. Or even negated entirely. This is getting tricky. Given that this person represents the Transferee Alliance, by all accounts, he should indeed possess such capabilities. The Transferee Alliance has always been rolling in money. As far as Shin Tian-K knew, the magical cloak alone worn by the opponent would cost 10,000 contribution points within the Transferee Alliance. Even combining all the contribution points he'd earned from slaying those alien races earlier wouldn't be enough to purchase this single magical cloak. This clearly indicated that this person held an extraordinary position within the Transferee Alliance. With this in mind, Shin Tian-K hesitated not a moment, immediately commanding Ghost Mastiff to attack. Lao Hei let out a roar. Sound waves rippled through the air in layers. This was one of Lao Hei's abilities. Or perhaps merely one of its traits. When all 64 heads roared simultaneously, the resulting disturbance was immense. When these vibrations resonate with the ripples in the air, the resulting power far surpasses the ordinary. It could easily intimidate the opponent. And at this moment, just as Shin Tian-K had anticipated, the roar transmitted vibrations through the rippling waves, reaching Su Jia's entire body. A flash of clear light flickered in those beautiful eyes. A smile blossomed. Her staff paused silently in midair. Beneath her feet, golden halos began to materialize from thin air in concentric circles. The halos gradually expanded, until they completely enveloped Su Jia, forming a dazzling golden protective shield. What kind of beast is this? Observing the massive creature in the distance, a hint of curiosity flickered in Su Jia's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shin Tian-K remained silent. He continued directing Old Black to unleash sonic attacks. However, the moment these attacks touched the golden protective barrier surrounding the creature, they solidified into tangible form. Like a halo, they shattered layer by layer, drifting away into the air. Seeing the other party ignore him, a flash of anger crossed Su Jia's eyes. Fine, you won't speak, huh? Su Jia swung the staff in her hand. Her robes billowed. Her voice echoed faintly, tinged with disdain. Your beast is likely dark attributed. Coincidentally, I can suppress all darkness. Since you refuse to speak, we'll fight until you do. A cold gleam flashed in Sujia's eyes. Instantly, the staff in her hand rose slowly to a vertical position. Golden, strange runes rippled out in concentric circles around the staff. The frequency of the rippling runes grew ever stronger. Light swirled and shimmered. From within Sujia's staff, concentric rings of strange power spread outward. Gradually, at the very center of this expanding force, a form began to take shape, steadily emitting golden light. As the light shone with increasing intensity, the object gradually took shape, a dazzling sun. Sunlight radiated outward in all directions. Banish the evil spirits. Let divine light shine. A commanding voice rang out. The golden substance atop the staff began to emit an intensely dazzling radiance. The radiance surged outward in an instant. Bathed in this radiance, Qin Tianke could even sense that this object held a certain restraint over him. Everywhere the light touched turned a brilliant golden hue. Even from a great distance, Old Black still trembled violently under its radiance. White vapors began to seep from his body. The vapors drifted softly and gently, as if it were reacting violently with the sunlight. Lao Hei let out a series of agonized screams. Cries of agony, echoing relentlessly across the entire training ground. Among the many soldiers watching the fight, Su Kuan watched the scene unfold before him, his mind quietly pondering. If he were to step into the fray, how could he break through this stalemate? The light was too blinding. The sacred attributes it possessed exerted a unique scorching effect against darkness and undead. It was already manifesting upon the opponent. This light was certainly useless to him. But under such blinding light, discerning anything clearly is exceedingly difficult. Watching the beast tamer struggle in agony, a flash of shock crossed Su Kuan's eyes. He seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail. If memory served him correctly, the Beastmaster's mount back then was supposedly just a single hellhound. But now, how could it possibly have so many heads? How could it have grown so many heads in such a short time? This is utterly unheard of. Or perhaps this isn't a hellhound at all, but a mutated hellhound? Could it keep growing new heads to become stronger? His mind began to form its own theories and speculations about this beast. He was puzzled. What exactly was this creature? What intrigued him even more was, given the current situation, how could he break through this stalemate and defeat that female mage? Su Kuan stopped pondering alone at this point. Instead, he watched intently. On the field, Su Jia was bathed in a divine radiance. A solemn and majestic aura emanated from him, as if he had come to deliver salvation. Old Black, bearing down this overwhelming radiance, began crawling forward step by step. Admit defeat. Your beast is already under my control. Su Jia's arrogant laughter echoed across the arena. Suddenly, the figure that had been standing there moments ago had vanished without a trace. Even the screams had vanished completely. Su Jia remained composed. In her eyes, all darkness was utterly exposed. The malevolent aura emanating from the beast rider was instantly locked onto by her. When she sensed that aura suddenly appear behind her and rush toward her at breakneck speed, Su Jia believed he controlled everything. A maniacal grin spread across her lips. Trying to ambush me? Too bad. You are no match for me. As he lowered the staff in his hand, the light did not fade but instead gradually condensed, until it formed concentric rings of peculiar light around him, as if fireflies were swirling around him. Chapter 33, The 8 Trigrams Traveler. The golden substance atop the staff began to shift subtly. As his arm swung forcefully backward, it sliced through the air, creating a dazzling meteor. Meteor Divine Draw Slash. The golden substance instantly coalesced into a slash. With unparalleled intimidating force, it slashed toward Qin Tianke, who stood behind him. Faced with this attack before him, Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. A flash of light darted across his eyes. From the shadows beneath his feet, the figure of Old Black began to emerge. Lao Hei roared, instantly charging down to clash with the attack. Yet mid-air, he spewed forth waves of scorching flames from his mouth. The flames narrowly missed the incoming assault. Instead, they slammed into Su Jia's body. But the moment the flames touched Su Jia, they were instantly neutralized by the peculiar ripples emanating from her robes. It felt like punching cotton. No damage whatsoever. You think this flame is enough to challenge me? Su Jia's smile froze on his face. A hint of fear spread through her eyes. Behind her at that moment, a figure stood tall. A curved blade was pressed firmly against her neck. It seemed as though the slightest movement would cause the curved blade to instantly sever her head. The reason Old Black had appeared earlier to block that meteor divine slashing strike was to buy Qin Tianke time. As for the so-called flames, was merely a disguise for Qin Tianke's figure. Beast tamers could wield a portion of their beast's power. Of course, it's only partial. It could be 70%, 50%, 30%, or even just 10%. Qin Tianke currently wields only 30% of Lao Hei's full power. As for Lao Hei's partial abilities, Qin Tianke can also utilize them. However, the frequency at which he employs them is considerably lower compared to Old Black. Just moments ago, he had already absorbed Old Black into his shadow, simultaneously retreating toward the rear. All for this very moment. Now it seemed he had succeeded. Su Jia stared at Qin Tianke behind him. He couldn't fathom why the other had suddenly appeared behind him. But Qin Tianke wouldn't tell him. After all, this was one of his signature moves. Qin Tianke had been closely following in the shadow of that fireball. As he neared the other's vicinity, he had already merged into the opponent's shadow. Now he appeared at the perfect moment. Meanwhile, Old Black had managed to fend off the attack with all his might. His fur was somewhat disheveled. Scars dotted his body in multiple places. Though the opponent had unleashed only this single strike, its power was extraordinary. The suppression effect of the sacred light attribute is extremely severe. It was sheer luck that Old Black managed to withstand it. Su Jia glanced at Qin Tianke behind her. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. In this current predicament, it seemed she had no way to break through. A hint of regret flickered in her eyes. She wouldn't complain like others might. Even though she now possessed the ability to fly, she had made a grave mistake underestimating her opponent. From the moment the opponent's beast's attributes were revealed, she had never truly fought with all her might. Now that the opponent had seized the opportunity, she accepted her defeat. I lost. Su Jia had always been one to own her actions. She knew how to win with grace and lose with dignity. Watching Qin Tianke about to leave, Su Jia couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Don't rush off. Just tell me what exactly is your beast? Hearing this, Qin Tianke pondered for a moment. This little brat had been fixated on asking about his beast companion from the very beginning. Now that their battle had ended, for the next 3 months she would be his teammate. He didn't want to keep it from her. My beast is called Ghost Mastiff. It's a mutated three-headed dog. Qin Tianke spoke as he walked toward one direction. He did not recall his beast, because at this very moment, the battle on the other side had already concluded. Qin Tianke looked in the direction of the sound. There, the sword master profession holder was now kneeling on the ground. His body bore several scrapes, appearing quite severe. In stark contrast, the chubby boy wore a broad smile, seemingly unscathed. Among these 4 individuals, Qin Tianke could currently sense the strongest aura emanating from was this chubby kid. Qin Tianke couldn't guess his profession either. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, the system panel instantly activated. Lin Nuo. Occupation, Bagua Traveler. Power level, Tier 3. Description: 2 principles give rise to 4 symbols, 4 symbols give rise to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams determine fortune and misfortune. Abilities: determining fortune and misfortune, 8 trigrams spirit divination, Tai Chi Yin Yang power. 8 trigrams traveler? Qin Tianke had never heard of such a profession. His eyes held only confusion and bewilderment. There were countless professions for class changers. Among them, there might be Buddhist professions or Taoist professions. The most common were mages and swordsmen, ordinary professions. Yet there also existed obscure, niche professions. Like the Buddhist practitioner he had seen earlier, the wrathful Vajra Buddha, and the Bagua walker before him. Both of their professions were exceptionally unique. One belonged to the Buddhist tradition, the other to the Taoist. The uniqueness of these 2 professions naturally meant that their methods and abilities, not only were they uncommon, but they were so rare as to border on the uncanny. Before Qin Tianke could speak, the chubby boy's voice drifted over, faint and distant. Your power is unique. My profession is that of a Bagua practitioner. I can divine the 8 trigrams. In ancient terms, this is called fortune-telling today. It's known as determining auspiciousness and misfortune. Lin Nuo approached Qin Tianke step by step. With each step, a peculiar ripple of wind rippled beneath his feet. Qin Tianke stared at the other man. For some reason, he sensed an odd aura emanating from the man before him. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was unusual. As he pondered inwardly, the other's voice sounded again. Our battle, according to my calculations, will undoubtedly end in my defeat. Today, I wish to see whether my divination has failed me, or if this is truly the will of heaven. Hearing these words, Qin Tianke felt a sudden surge of emotion wash over him. He couldn't say when it had begun. The world before his eyes underwent a cataclysmic transformation. He felt as though he were imprisoned within an endless, ink-green starry expanse. He could see nothing around him. The only sensation he could feel was his own relentless descent into the abyss. As if an invisible, relentless force of attraction was pulling him down. The force surged and roared, threatening to drag him into an endless abyss. Was this the opponent's ability? The 8 trigram spirit inquiry? No, what is the 8 trigram spirit inquiry? Where am I? How did I end up here? And who am I? Doubts instantly filled Qin Tianke's mind. These questions seemed to grow wildly, filling his entire mind. Before he knew it, he felt a wave of irritation wash over him. And after this restlessness, tears streamed down his cheeks. Why was he crying? Qin Tiang's mind was filled with questions. Chapter 34, Divining the Spirit Through Gossip. Outside, at that moment, watching Qin Tianke collapse to the ground, Lin Nua's eyes flickered with light. He had divined the outcome of today's battle 3 times. Each time, the omens were dire. He refused to believe it. What skill could this man possibly possess to break through his bagua spirit questioning? A faint smirk touched Lin Nua's lips, tinged with smug satisfaction. But the next moment, he heard a sound behind him. He hurriedly dashed off to the side. Your master isn't dead, he just passed out. If you'd nudged him a couple times, he might have woken up. Don't chase me! Lin Nua shouted over his shoulder as he ran. Behind him, Old Black kept running after him. It seemed he wanted the other to wake up his master. The scene looked rather comical. No one had seen what method the other had used to send Qin Tianke into a deep sleep. And the unconsciousness had come so suddenly. By all logic, the battle should have ended there. Yet the opponent's beast continued to chase after Lin Nua, as if intent on devouring him. Lin Nua, who had feared dogs since childhood, was utterly terrified upon seeing so many headed beasts. He could only keep running forward, circling around Qin Tianke. Lin Luo had feared dogs since childhood, and even now, despite possessing the power of Tai Chi Yin Yang, he dared not unleash it upon the dogs. After all, once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. Besides, they were merely sparring. There was no need to attack each other's beasts. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt an odd vibration. Then, it began from within, radiating outward. A violent wave of pain surged through him, as if struck by a wave surging in from the sea. His entire body collapsed backward. His chest churned violently. A mouthful of blood spurted forth. Staggering, he finally halted his steps. A hint of shock flashed across his face. He glanced behind him. He saw that Qin Tianke had awakened at some point. With the support of his beast tamer, he slowly rose to his feet. The moment he rose, a peculiar small bagua ray beneath his feet, like a flying saucer, swiftly returned to his palm. Gazing at the shattered bagua ray in his hand, incredulity flooded Lin Luo's eyes. He even forgot the pain of the backlash he had just endured. How could this be? How could this person possibly break his bagua spirit questioning array? This was a formidable technique, even hailed by many elders within the Transfiguration Alliance as a dilemma illusion. How had the opponent broken through it? After all, no one at the same cultivation level could ever escape his bagua spirit inquiry. Not to mention his 8 trigram spirit inquiry could even exert some influence on 4th tier powerhouses despite the level gap. How did he manage it? How did you do that? Due to the nature of his profession, Lin Nua would cast a divination hex for himself before every battle or important task. This ability was known as determining auspiciousness and misfortune. He had previously divined the outcome of his battle against the 3 opponents. Both encounters showed signs of great fortune. Only the final battle consistently showed dire omens. It seemed as though he could not escape it no matter what. Before engaging in battle with the enemy, he deliberately cast the divination once more in his mind. The result remained an ominous sign. Considering the hexagram's implications, he resolved to directly invoke his own 8 trigram spirit questioning. The 8 trigram spirit inquiry was a method for navigating predicaments and illusions, far superior to his own offensive technique, the Tai Chi Yin Yang force. Rather than engaging in combat with the opponent using Tai Chi Yin Yang force, it was far more convenient to directly activate the 8 trigram spirit inquiry. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of dogs. After a moment of startled surprise, his gaze regained some of its former composure, as if the earlier emotion had not affected him at all. So this was the dire omen his divination had foretold? Indeed it was. Why did Lin Nua suddenly feel a sense of helplessness welling up inside him? Knowing the outcome yet being powerless to change it, that bitter frustration welled up within him. To some, this ability might be seen as precognition, a cheat code to existence. After all, it allowed one to effortlessly know the outcome of any desired event. Wasn't such a power truly extraordinary? Wouldn't it be rare? But that was not the case. To him, this ability was both a gift of extraordinary foresight and a shackle. Whether success or failure, he had already calculated his course in his mind. Even now, defeated, he showed little emotional fluctuation. I lost, but I'm very curious to know how you broke through my bagua spirit questioning technique. Lin Nua's small eyes widened instantly. His eyes brimmed with curiosity. Seeing the expression on the other's face, almost identical to Su Jia's, Qin Tianke couldn't help but twitch his lips. No wonder these two came from the same place. This matter involves some personal secrets and opportunities of mine. I cannot disclose it. Hearing this, Lin Nua's expression darkened. But it quickly vanished. Upon witnessing this scene, the others approached. Lili, who had fought Lin Nua, approached and bowed his hands toward Qin Tianke. Though I have already lost to Lin Nua, I still wish to engage you in a proper battle. I want to see where exactly the gap between us lies. Jin Tian-K nodded solemnly. He accepted the proposal. Perfect. He had never crossed swords with a sword immortal before. Sword-wielding immortals were an exceptionally unique profession. They could manipulate their weapons. Not limited to swords. It could be axes, spears, staffs, or any other weapon. Jin Tian-K didn't know how they manipulated these objects. But the system's description had recorded it. Their weapons contracted and extended as freely as their own fingers and arms. They could be summoned and commanded at will. They were essentially extensions of their arms. Regarding this ability, Jin Tian-K had never witnessed such a feat before and naturally felt a touch of novelty. Third-tier sword-controlling immortal Li Li. Having spoken these words, the other party immediately slammed the sword case from his back onto the ground, slapping his palm downward. A crisp snap echoed. The sword case slowly split open from both sides, revealing the array of flying swords displayed within. Gale. Chaos Shadow. Li Li murmured softly. The sword case trembled. 2 flying swords shot out. One was a vibrant emerald green, shimmering with faint light. The other was entirely golden, like a streak of golden light. The 2 flying swords circled around each other. Simultaneously, they shot forward. Extreme swords. The 2 words were uttered softly. Both flying swords radiated an intense glow. As if gripped by a hand, they sliced through the air, leaving a trail of piercing whistles, slashing toward the opponent's body. Each strike and maneuver targeted Jin Tian's vital points, as if intent on strangling him to death. Seeing the 2 flying swords approaching, Jin Tian-K retreated backward. His curved blade, Flow of the Moon, suddenly slashed out. The relevant information about these 2 flying swords also flashed before his eyes. Chapter 35, Captain. Flying Sword, Swift Wind. Grade, Common. Description, Swift as the wind, razor sharp. Flying Sword, Chaos Shadow. Grade, Common. Description, a whirlwind of blossoms, a shadow of blades and illusions. Both flying swords are crafted from ordinary grade materials. They cannot be considered particularly precious. Jin Tian's flowing moon sword had barely engaged in combat and swung down. It had already deflected one of the flying swords. After all, his curved blade vastly surpassed the opponent's weapon in both material and quality. The perfect grade designation was no empty claim. The 2 flying swords complemented each other, achieving a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2. Jin Tian-K remained composed. While continuously dodging backward, he skillfully countered the flying swords' encircling assault. Yet he never once allowed Old Black to join the fight. After all, the opponent's true killing move wasn't these 2 flying swords before him. He had already noticed earlier. The sword case held a total of 17 flying swords. Among these 17, only 1 flying sword possessed perfect grade quality. That was the opponent's true trump card. Jin Tian's footsteps moved lightly. While deflecting 2 flying swords, he swiftly closed in on his opponent. Since the opponent refused to use the flying swords again, then he would force them to act. The thought formed. Jin Tian-K closed the distance in an instant, constantly swinging the curved blade in his hand. Seeing him advance, Li Li remained composed. The curved blade, Flowing Moon, traced a crescent of moonlight through the air before plunging toward his opponent. Frenzy, Agility, Shadow Strike, Fiend. 4 flying swords in succession. All flew out from the sword case at once, circling around Li Li's body. They blocked Jin Tian's curved blade assault. As the 4 flying swords encircled him, they abruptly formed a celestial sword formation, shielding Li Li within its embrace. Light Dance, Soaring. 2 consecutive calls, summoning all the remaining flying swords from his scabbard. These flying swords lined up behind him in formation. Li Li stood facing the wind, his robes billowing. 17 flying swords stood proudly erect behind him, majestic and imposing, radiating an extraordinary aura of dominance. It evoked a sense of 10,000 blades converging to their source. Beyond the 4 swords encircling his body to form the heavenly sword formation, the remaining 13 swords stood erect behind him. A bitter chill swept across their blades. Among these flying swords, some were so small they could only be described as daggers. Some had curved blades with peculiar shapes. Others possessed blades so thin and light, as if made of paper. Others were thick and heavy as planks. Each appears distinct in its own way. Each flying sword possesses a distinct color and aura. To forge 17 flying swords and wield them with such skill, this individual's abilities are truly extraordinary. No wonder he secured one of the 2 spots in Ling Yunqing's selection this time. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Jin Tian-K witnessed this scene. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Lao Hei also approached him. No wonder he's a sword immortal. Sword immortal, an immortal among swords. To wield 17 flying swords seemed quite ordinary. But who knows how Old Black will handle it. Regarding combat, Shin Tian-K generally refrains from intervening. He wanted to see if Old Black could defeat the sword immortal before him. Lao Hei roared. All 64 heads opened their mouths simultaneously. Within them gathered streams of peculiar energy and 3 eerie colors. Among these 3 colors lie the powers of flame, frost, and storm. Red, azure, and blue. 3 colored light spheres poised to erupt from the 64 heads at any moment. It resembled a star-destroying cannon poised to unleash a barrage of fire at any moment. Seeing Lao Hei's combat prowess like this, even Shin Tian-K was momentarily stunned. Holy crap! Brilliant! How did he come up with such an unconventional approach? While Lao Hei could indeed wield elemental power, Shin Tian-K genuinely hadn't considered this combat style. Wouldn't the sheer power send him flying into the sky? Shin Tian-K silently gave Lao Hei a mental thumbs up. Old Black always came up with solutions beyond his wildest imagination. Truly formidable. Seeing the scene before him, resembling a volley of 10,000 arrows, Li Li hesitated for a moment. He glanced at the 17 flying swords behind him. Compared to this, his own side seemed far weaker. He silently swallowed hard. As his mind raced with thoughts, he had already stowed all the flying swords back into their scabbard. He bowed his hands toward Shin Tian-K. I have lost this battle. I concede defeat. There was no other choice. 15 flying swords against the elemental attacks unleashed by so many heads. Given his current state, merely holding his ground was already commendable. And he must ensure his own flying swords weren't damaged by the enemy's attacks. Each of these 17 flying swords had been meticulously nurtured by him. Some sword cultivators would cultivate a fixed number of flying swords at each stage. Then they transform them into their life-bound flying swords. He was different. He had already chosen his life-bound flying sword upon entering the first stage. The other 16 swords were all half-life blades of his life-bound sword, forever bound to follow the master sword wherever it goes. Witnessing this scene, Old Black began attempting to withdraw his power. But it was already too late to stop the arrow once it had left the bowstring. Lao Hei immediately tilted his head back and unleashed an elemental attack composed of 64 peculiar beams of light converging into the sky. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted across the sky. Exploding mid-air, they rose in billowing clouds of smoke. The swirling smoke coalesced into a dark cloud that had been gathering for quite some time. Holy crap! Everyone present froze in shock at the sight. At this very moment, even Li Li was momentarily bewildered. Holy crap? If he hadn't conceded defeat just now, and instead had used his flying sword to endure the attack head-on, only his life-bound flying sword would likely remain. The other flying swords would likely have vanished into thin air under that assault. Beads of cold sweat inexplicably formed on his forehead as a wave of dread washed over him. Su Kuan was utterly terrified. This power is no different from a walking cannon. At that moment, Chen Xingfeng approached at a leisurely pace from the distance. His gaze toward Shin Tian-K held a hint of admiration. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd. His gaze finally settled upon the 5 individuals. In that case, Shin Tian-K shall be your captain. The 4 nodded in agreement, without objection. Shin Tian-K had already proven himself through his practical methods and strength. He truly possessed the qualifications and capability. Witnessing this scene, Shin Tian-K bowed his hands to the others. I look forward to your continued guidance in the days ahead. The others returned the bow. They had also cleared away some of their own methods. Alright, you all get acquainted. Shin Tian-K, come with me. Under the gaze of everyone present, Shin Tian-K followed behind Chen Xingfeng, and the 2 entered Chen Xingfeng's office one after the other. The moment they entered, Chen Xingfeng immediately asked, after sparring with them, what did you discover? Chapter 36, The Blazing-Tailed Golden Eagle. Faced with this abrupt inquiry, Shin Tian-K paused for a moment before speaking slowly. My beast possesses elemental attacks, close-range combat, ranged strikes, and stealth abilities. If anything truly counters it, it seems to be its flight capabilities. His assessment was based on his combat experience, well-reasoned and logically structured. Chen Xingfeng set down his teacup. His gaze settled on Shin Tian-K before him. Looking at this nephew, he felt a moment of daze. He truly resembled his eldest brother. Whether in appearance or combat tactics, he was almost identical to his elder brother. Flight techniques can be compensated for. You still haven't grasped the true crux of the matter. Chen Xingfeng's voice carried an unmistakable edge of sternness. What did you feel when fighting Su Jia of the Transferee Alliance? At this question, Shin Tian's expression shifted abruptly as realization dawned. A peculiar look flickered in his eyes. Your beast possesses dark attributes. When facing light attributes that counter it, your beast's power is suppressed, preventing you from fully utilizing its abilities. Chen Xingfeng's voice was measured as he observed his opponent. So, how do you propose to handle such a situation? Shin Tian-K shook his head. There's no way. Lao Hei's true nature is that of a ghost mastiff, possessing both undead and dark attributes. Even if one possesses other elemental abilities, there is no complete countermeasure. For class changers, regardless of profession, if their attributes are countered, they'll be utterly dominated even if they cross class boundaries. Naturally, there was no solution. Chen Xingfeng glanced at his somewhat dejected nephew, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his wrist, a cage appeared before him. As Chen Xingfeng lifted the curtain covering the cage, a young eagle was pacing frantically inside its cage, emitting piercing screeches upon spotting Qin Tianke and his companion. Its feathers were a blood-red hue, with a tuft of white down atop its head. Though still in its fledgling stage, its appearance was remarkably handsome. Each flap of its wings seemed to send waves of fiery heat rippling through the air. Qin Tianke's eyes flickered. System activation. Beast taming, blazing golden-tailed eagle. Attribute, flame. Grade, elite. Ability, blazing fire. Description, an orphan eaglet, fiercely untamed and hostile to strangers. Current state, raging, furious, grieving. Flying-type tamed beasts were rare indeed, and this one before him was elite grade. Qin Tianke scrutinized it closely. Its blood-red feathers shimmered with a golden glow in the sunlight, and at its tail, dazzling golden feathers fluttered. Form a contract with this beast. It can compensate for the deficiencies in your combat strength. Rest assured, contracting any beast other than your primary one is straightforward. It only requires your soul power to establish communication. Seeming to sense Qin Tianke's hesitation, Chen Xingfeng offered an explanation. But Uncle Chen, I already have a beast. His words were cut off before he could finish. Oh, come now. Do you know why the beastmaster profession remains so popular despite its obvious flaws? The strength of a beastmaster is directly determined by the strength of their tamed beast. Despite the glaring flaws, it has consistently ranked among the most sought-after and prestigious professions for job changers. Qin Tianke pondered briefly before grasping the reason. You mean the number of beasts they command? Exactly. Some beastmasters have contracts with over a dozen beasts, almost like a small beast squad. Flying, heavy assault, stealth, assassination, all kinds of beasts complement each other. In battle, even if their combat power is lacking, they can still achieve remarkable results. Qin Tianke grasped the meaning behind the words, a broad smile lighting up his face. Uncle Chen's approach was indeed quite clever. Let's go back and sign the contracts. Qin Tianke clasped his hands together. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Meditation chamber. The four walls were meticulously lined with soundproofing materials and reinforced with exceptionally resilient meteorite iron. Not only was it quiet, but it also prevented the sounds of combat from escaping. This was the ideal training ground for practitioners of all disciplines. Gazing at the fiery golden-tailed eagle in the cage before him, baring its teeth and snarling relentlessly, Qin Tianke pondered. The number of beasts a beastmaster could contract depended entirely on the strength of their soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more powerful and numerous the beasts one could contract. The sources of soul power are divided into active cultivation and passive acquisition. The cultivation methods for soul power were extremely rare. Only those who had undergone class changes into related soul-related professions possessed them. Qin Tianke's current source of soul power within his body lies in passive reception. Everything a beastmaster possesses originates from their beasts, including their very soul power. When Old Black reverted to being his beast, it had already undergone significant changes. The feedback power not only altered his physical form but also significantly enhanced his so-called soul power. Just like now. Circles of blue light swirled around Qin Tianke, light and ethereal like ribbons of brocade. Delicate and lingering. A flicker of light danced in Qin Tianke's eyes. He began attempting to communicate with the fiery force using this refined energy. The moment he touched the blazing golden-tailed eagle, Qin Tianke felt an intense repulsion. It felt like a series of furious roars. Painful wails echoed incessantly in his ears. To sign a beast contract, one must enter the beast's consciousness space to communicate. Old Black hadn't needed it before as his first beast, it was utterly loyal. Naturally, it wasn't necessary. Was this what it had endured? The creature hadn't even reached the first tier. Even if its consciousness space was filled with resistance, it couldn't expel him. Qin Tianke also came to understand the young eagle's journey. The golden-tailed firehawk thrived in the scorching western lands. Their numbers dwindled drastically, all because poachers indiscriminately slaughtered them, robbing them of their homeland. Since birth, this eagle had followed its flock in constant flight. The journey held no emotion, only endless fear and rage toward humanity. Later, its parents were killed by human poachers while trying to protect it. Due to its exceptional qualities, it was repeatedly traded, becoming a commodity in the black market. Burning with intense hostility toward humans. It attempted to resist and escape countless times. But in the end, it only earned itself repeated beatings. This deepened its inner rage toward humanity. Is this its past? Qin Tianke's soul lurked within a realm saturated with fear and agony. A wave of emotion washed over him. To bind a beast, one must make it consent willingly. even if subdued by force of soul power. It would never truly submit to its master. Shin Tian-Ke did not desire such an outcome. Chapter 37, The Power to Avenge You. Human, even if I die, I will never sign a contract with you. The voice was childish. Yet it concealed a torrent of fury. Endless fury lay concealed within those words. The words echoed relentlessly within the consciousness space. Shin Tian-Ke felt as though countless of his kind were beginning to vent their fury, roaring in unison. Witnessing this scene, Shin Tiang's mind grew hazy. His mood inevitably sank. Indeed, if he were to face such a situation, his homeland destroyed, his entire clan forced to relocate, and finally, watching his parents die before his very eyes. Such a situation. No one could bear it, much less forgive it. Now, witnessing the plight of this fiery golden-tailed eagle, how to form a contract with it seemed less important at this moment. A strange wave of sympathy surged within him. He found himself pondering deeply. His father had also left him during childhood, especially after witnessing everything the other had endured. A wave of disorientation washed over him, gradually giving way to sympathy. With this thought, Shin Tiang's voice grew distant. I won't force you to sign a contract with me. Human, don't even think you can make me submit this way. The voice carried a hint of contempt. Foolish humans, he'd seen this tactic too many times. Each time, they seized this moment to unleash their contract power upon him. Even knowing the human before him possessed immense power, it would never yield, even if it meant fighting until covered in wounds. It had encountered such humans before, those who sought to move it. Precisely because of this, the flame-tailed golden eagle remained constantly wary of Shin Tian-Ke, fearing it might be ensnared by the other's contract power in an instant. Soon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Over 10 minutes passed. The flame-tailed golden eagle was somewhat surprised. This human hadn't yet unleashed his contract power against it? How could that be? Was this the so-called tactic of feigning retreat to capture the enemy? Foolish human! Human, what are you doing? The other's soul power was stronger than his own. The consciousness space couldn't expel the other. Thus, it could only watch as the other remained motionless. Shin Tiang's voice echoed faintly. After all you've been through, you must feel terribly lonely, right? If there's anything you wish to say, I'm here to listen. Shin Tian-Ke waited a moment, receiving no response. He murmured softly to himself. Our experiences are somewhat similar. My father was a national hero of the highest order. He fought valiantly on the front lines to drive out the invaders. My mother ran a company, honest and hardworking. Our family managed to get by. Until that day when word reached home that my father had gone missing at the front. My mother's company was crushed and taken over. Its assets vanished. We had hoped to rebuild through our own efforts. But we became targets of thugs. They relentlessly oppressed us. 3 months ago, I clashed with them. After being struck in the back of the head, I became a vegetable. Shin Tiang's tone shifted from excitement to regret, tinged with profound sorrow. For these past 3 months, I've lain in bed, kept alive by a respirator. Though unable to move, I could still hear and feel. To save me, my mother toiled day and night, begging and pleading, kneeling countless times before others. To save me, she knelt before the military district command, only to be beaten unconscious. Perhaps heaven took pity. I awoke that day, and from that moment, I vowed to make those people pay. Shin Tiang's tone shifted dramatically, unconsciously igniting a fiery passion within the golden-tailed eagle. Its voice grew urgent, demanding to know what happened next. What happened next? Shin Tian-Ke remained silent. Instead, he addressed the surrounding space. I know your heart is filled with rage. Among humans, there are both good and bad. As a mere bird, and such a young one at that, you'd likely perish before you even matured, wouldn't you? I am willing to form a contract with you, but I will not aid you in seeking vengeance. The golden-tailed hawk snorted in disdain. This human doesn't even know how to lie. I can grant you power. In the future, you shall exact your vengeance yourself. As the words left his mouth, the entire consciousness space trembled. Something seemed to shatter. Starting from the periphery, the consciousness space fragmented into pieces, drifting through the air. Invisible yet undeniable, everything here had changed. Human, once I have the power to exact my revenge in the future, you will release me. The voice was furious, its tone leaving no room for negotiation. Shin Tian-Ke shook his head. Impossible. Everything in this world has a fixed price, set in stone. As long as you become my beast companion, I will never let you leave my side. If I gain the power in the future, I will help you seek revenge. No sooner had Shin Tian-Ke finished speaking. A voice that brooked no argument cut through the air. No, you promised me I could seek revenge myself. As the words left his lips, Shin Tian-Ke felt something enter his body. It intertwined with his soul power. Though that force was extremely faint, it was incredibly resilient. As it wound itself around his soul power, the two gradually merged into one. This unified force then began to separate. Merging into his body, it seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully contracted the Beastmaster's flame-tailed golden eagle. Based on the contracted beast's attributes, the following advancement options are provided. Option 1, Blazing Falcon. The blazing golden-tailed hawk develops ultimate flame attributes and possesses explosive capabilities. Option 2, Ice-Fire Demon Eagle. Fiery attributes merge with frost power, creating overlapping ice-fire forces. Though future conflicts may arise during integration, this combination yields extraordinary combat prowess. Option 3, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Fused with a spectral light orb, its flames have evolved into ghostly fire that fears no light. It can advance further by absorbing various flames in the future. Gazing at the three options before him, Shin Tianke narrowed his eyes slightly. He began to ponder carefully. Option 1, merely developing flame power, with too many limitations on future growth. Option 2 would cause attribute conflicts with his beast taming, potentially triggering numerous conflicts and mutations. As for Option 3, Shin Tianke's eyes lit up. A necromantic light sphere? He happened to possess one. Not only would it grant him the power of undead flames, but future growth could be advanced by devouring flames. Its future potential would likely far surpass that of Old Black. The world spun before Shin Tianke's eyes, and in a moment of dizziness, everything before his eyes suddenly became crystal clear. At that moment, the flame-tailed golden eagle sat quietly in its cage, preening its feathers. Shin Tianke could sense the communicative bond between them. Chapter 38, Evolution. Within his body, two distinct forces seemed to coexist. These two forces floated within his consciousness. One was intensely scorching. The other radiated a bone-chilling cold, yet it too burned with a surging intensity. These two forces appeared utterly distinct. They felt utterly foreign to him. Yet it could form countless intricate connections with his body. He realized. This must be the power of his beast taming contract. This was the first time he had ever actively contracted a beast. A peculiar sensation washed over him. After observing this power in detail, he promptly channeled it into his body. Meet your partner, Old Black, Shin Tianke said. From within his shadow, Old Black emerged. Gazing at the enormous monster before him, with its multitude of identical heads, the flame-tailed golden eagle's body visibly began to tremble, overwhelmed by fear and dread. In comparison, the flame-tailed eagle's size seemed as insignificant as an ant. Shin Tianke could sense the fear radiating from the creature. No need to be nervous. Old Black is a good fellow. Since you're already my beast companion, then I should give you a name. Shin Tianke glanced at his two beasts. He hesitated for a moment, fixated on their colors. Then he spoke. In that case, starting today, you'll be called Little Gold. One old, one young. One black, one gold. Perfect. Shin Tianke gave himself a mental thumbs up for his naming skills. Upon hearing this, the golden-tailed fire eagle's voice grew slightly hoarse. It knew it now had a name. A name held significant meaning, even among spirit-awakened beasts. The name made it recall the environment it had once occupied within its clan. It reminded it of its parents and the clan it once belonged to. Gazing at the enormous human before it, a strange sense of connection stirred within Xiao Jin's heart. As if there were some tangled connection between them. As if this human could offer him temporary solace. The fear within Xiao Jin gradually faded. He began to preen his feathers. Just then, Shin Tianke spoke. My beast taming skills are far more advanced than this. I can now offer you an opportunity to advance. With good fortune, you might advance a rank through this process. There's also a chance your grade could improve, though the journey will be excruciatingly painful. Hearing the possibility of strengthening his abilities, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. He began to grow excited. His wings flapped incessantly. His eyes brimmed with anticipation. Seeing his reaction, Shin Tianke cautioned him repeatedly. You must be absolutely certain this process is excruciatingly painful. The youthful voice echoed once more, its tone unwavering. No matter how painful it is, I must become stronger. Hearing these words, Shin Tianke nodded. Lao He also received Shin Tianke's mental command. He lay down beside them. Perfect. He wanted to observe how his host intended to enhance the power of the beast. Generally speaking, beasts often repel one another. They would harm each other in their struggle for favor. But Old Black didn't care. Simply because the fledgling eagle before him was too fragile, a mere speck in his eyes, easily extinguished with a flick of the finger. Moreover, having learned of its entire ordeal from its host, his gaze brimmed with pity. Besides, he was the host's very first beast companion. Wasn't this little fellow his subordinate? Being able to be the big brother. Of course he was delighted. Old Black pondered this in his mind. He was naturally overjoyed. He began quietly guarding the two from the sidelines. This training chamber was specially approved by the military. And only those representing the military were granted access. By all accounts, this place should be utterly quiet. Disturbances were unheard of. There was no need to worry about security issues. Yet Qin Tianke remained uneasy. That's why he summoned Old Black. Ha ha ha. Qin Tianke couldn't fathom why Lao He was suddenly letting out a series of strange chuckles. But Xiao Jin was so frightened his feathers trembled. No wonder. With dozens of heads, this bizarre creature was emitting that eerie GGG laugh. It was bound to make a bird's skin crawl. Come. A soft call. A shadowy orb of undead light floated within Qin Tianke's palm. This entity was forged from the soul of the fourth-tier sacrificial mage who had perished earlier. The properties within this spectral orb were exceptionally unique. It could fuse with living beings, causing them to undergo transformation. Just like what was happening now. Xiao Jin stared at the orb. Upon it, a peculiar specter roared, seeming to carry boundless resentment and overwhelming fury. Upon seeing this entity, Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. He immediately shrank it down until it was the size of a fingernail. Only then did he place it before Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin gazed at the peculiar glowing orb within the cage. Feeling the immense power contained within. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. As the orb entered his body, blazing rays of light erupted from Xiao Jin's chest cavity. His tiny body became saturated with blazing light. The light surged and roared. Like a dazzling sun. It continuously radiates dazzling, brilliant light. Its power is formidable. Its momentum was colossal. The light instantly engulfed the entire cultivation chamber. Qin Tianke could not discern what transpired within. He could only rely on the contract-bound connection between them to gauge Xiao Jin's current state. Xiao Jin's state had evolved from initial tension into agony. Just like Old Black had been back then. However, Lao He was a fusion of undead entities. And thus felt no pain. But this undead light sphere was different. It was by a sacrificial mage who had poured every ounce of his strength into it. It contained not only his cultivation from life, but also the boundless resentment he carried with him. Fourth-tier cultivation. For Qin Tianke now, it wasn't too difficult to deal with. But Xiao Jin wasn't even at the first tier. The process of natural fusion was exceedingly arduous. Soon, the intense light began to gradually fade and subside. Yet the cage Xiao Jin was trapped in had been shattered to pieces by the commotion he'd caused. His body lay coiled within the wreckage. He appeared to be in immense agony. Occasionally, it let out agonized cries. Yet, visibly to the naked eye, Xiao Jin's body was undergoing a dazzling transformation. The fiery red feathers were gradually becoming tinged with dust. Or rather, it wasn't merely stained gray. Rather, grayish rings were surging outward from the roots. The feathers became a blend of gray and red, intertwining. Meanwhile, the golden tail feathers grew ever more vibrant. Its color deepened. Its form began to expand under this transformation. The tuft of white hair atop its head underwent a dazzling transformation. Its entire body began undergoing a series of mutations. It seemed to be advancing toward some higher plane. Even the aura emanating from its body started to gradually approach that of a first-tier being. So it should be soon, right? The thought barely formed in his mind. Qin Tianke heard a high-pitched chirp. Ding! Chapter 39, Keeping the Appointment. Congratulations, host. Your beast has successfully evolved. The Beastmaster's blazing golden-tailed eagle has evolved into the Shadowflame golden-feathered eagle. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Qin Tianke immediately looked ahead. Just moments ago, it had been merely a fledgling of flame-tailed golden eagle barely larger than 2 palms. Now it had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its body had swollen to at least twice its original size. Though it still appeared somewhat slender. Its aura had already reached the level of a first-tier creature. Its plumage was also gradually changing. The once fiery red fur was growing dull. Now it appeared as if it were perpetually soiled, as if it could never be truly cleaned. But Qin Tianke knew. This was another physical manifestation of his beast's purification. Yet its golden tail now stood tall and proud. Amidst the grayish-red feathers, the golden tail feathers were the most fiery and dazzling. The white feathers on its forehead gradually took on a grayish hue. The overall appearance seemed to carry a hint of gloom. Qin Tianke's eyes displayed Xiao Jin's detailed information. Beast, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Grade, Perfect Grade. Attributes, Flame, Spectre. Power, Tier 1. Ability, Ghostly Flame Scorch. Spectral attribute, exists within light, endures within darkness. As things stand now, Little Gold's abilities are no small feat. Possessing the unique attribute of a spectral spirit is no small feat. Among all dark attributes, the most unique of all dark attributes. This attribute allows one to comprehend darkness and fear no light. It allows one to thrive in both light and darkness. Such a unique attribute. This was the first time Qin Tianke had ever encountered it. Fortunately, this was his own beast companion. Xiao Jin's emergence not only aided Qin Tianke in confronting the unknowns of flying beasts, but also break the limitation where Lao He was suppressed by light attributes. Xiao Jin's arrival couldn't have been more timely. Now, Qin Tianke wouldn't be like other beast tamers. Sign contracts with dozens of beasts at once. After all, doing so, not only would it drain his soul power, but also demand considerable energy and dedication just to nurture them. Currently, he only has these 2 beasts. He could simply contract suitable mounts when the opportunity arose in the future. The value of his beasts lies not in their quantity, but whether each beast is precisely suited to him. This is perfectly fine. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he promptly stored Old Black within his beast taming space. Lao He climbed back into Qin Tiang's shadow with practiced ease, vanishing into it. As for Xiao Jin, he flew back to Qin Tiang's shoulder. It seemed like a rather pleasant resting spot. Qin Tianke felt quite pleased. But just then, a message flashed on his communication phone. Glancing at the device, Qin Tiang's eyes lit up. Could it be the Silver Dragon Trading Guild from back then? Qin Tianke now used 2 communication devices. This particular device is dedicated to handling situations within the battle ruins. The moment Qin Tianke activated his communication phone, he saw the message sent by the other party. Elder Undead. We are ready and can head to the battle ruins the day after tomorrow morning. Qin Tianke didn't rush to reply. Instead, he first consulted Uncle Chen. After receiving the latter's approval, he finally sent his approval. A relic of a powerful being, huh? Battle ruins were sites where alien races invaded and clashed with human powerhouses. The areas where Qin Tianke had previously slaughtered evildoers to enhance his cultivation. It was merely confined to the outskirts of the battle ruins. After all, no matter how formidable those places were, they couldn't possibly harbor alien races above the 4th tier. The entire battle ruins is sequentially divided into the peripheral zone, the central zone, and the core zone, like 3 concentric rings encircling one another. This layered structure segregated the combat strength within the ruins. However, it was generally unlikely for excessively powerful alien races to exist within the core zone. Otherwise, it wouldn't be confined by these cities as a so-called trial ground. Qin Tianke understood this point well. He knew that the combat strength of the alien races in the core and central zone should not be particularly formidable. 4th tier or even 5th tier. That was already considered the absolute peak. Anything stronger, and the city authorities would likely lose patience and send forces to eliminate them. Qin Tianke had learned this very fact from Uncle Chen just moments ago. As the military commander of Lingyun City, he naturally knew these details like the back of his hand. Moreover, such intelligence was considered commonplace among military and city leaders across major urban centers. After all, this was merely a testing ground. It held no greater significance. One must understand. A location designated for exploration would naturally hold little value. Uncle Chen and his team have already thoroughly surveyed all the powerful relics in the core and central zones. Even if any were overlooked, they wouldn't be particularly formidable. It could be said, this is like children playing house. For them, there was absolutely no value or necessity in further exploration. Qin Tianke finally felt at ease. After all, they'd already made it clear. How could they possibly be that formidable? 2 days later, during his stay, Qin Tianke had already arranged the training plans for the other 4 individuals. Only then did he arrive at this place. Stepping out through the gates of the Transferee Guild, he breathed in the long mist scent of yellow sand. Qin Tiang's face broke into a broad smile. Through Uncle Chen's intelligence, he knew this battle-scarred wasteland. It was jointly governed by their 3 cities. There was no way a 5th-tier alien race could exist here. At most, they might be peak 4th tier. Even the core and central zones were no different. Therefore, with his current strength, he could walk tall here without fear. Moreover, there were no flying alien creatures in this area. Qin Tianke headed in the direction agreed upon with his companion. As he ran, a black and white glow illuminated his body, forming an aura that enveloped him. After all, his current status was that of the undead elder the other party had mentioned. He certainly couldn't reveal himself in this form. As for Xiao Jin, he stood obediently perched on Qin Tiang's shoulder. Since the other party didn't know his true nature anyway, he might as well bring him along. Meanwhile, on the other side, a dozen or so people gathered beneath a sand dune. The leader appeared to be middle-aged. His presence commanded respect without a word. He was observing the youth beside him. A flicker of change crossed his eyes. Young master, there's no need to delay us this long over that boy. Even if he does have some skill, he can't possibly surpass the 3rd-tier cultivation level. Hearing this, the youth shook his head. No. He has his own methods. Please don't worry about that, Uncle Wolf. The youth murmured to himself. To see through Uncle Zhong's spatial magic techniques. How could this person be merely an ordinary 3rd-tier cultivator? Chapter 40, The Meeting. The youth muttered to himself. Surrounded by swirling yellow sand, A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He was filled with anticipation for this expedition. After all, this was a joint venture with another city's merchant guild. The expedition required only a small number of personnel. And since the primary focus was reconnaissance, too many people, which would only increase the risk of exposure. It could very well draw the attention of raider gangs. This operation is a joint effort between the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild of Moyun City and the Yunshu Merchants Guild of Tianshu City. A total of 14 individuals were dispatched from both sides. The youth surveyed the group assembled for the mission. He silently calculated in his mind. With the addition of that undead elder, the total would be 15. For a team like this, if they were simply exploring the battle ruins, would be considered a luxury lineup. Moreover, among these 14, 2 possessed 4th-tier cultivation. One hailed from the Silver Dragon Trading Guild, the other from the Yunshu Trading Guild. Both were the leaders dispatched by their respective guilds to command this operation. 5 others in the group are at the 2nd tier. Excluding the youth without cultivation, the remaining 6 were all 3rd-tier cultivators. This group was extraordinary in both numbers and combat strength. How much longer must we wait? When will your so-called senior finally arrive? The speaker was another 4th-tier powerhouse at the rear of the group. Though small in stature, his eyes burned with intense brilliance. This was Fuihang, the captain dispatched by the Yunshu Merchants Guild of Tianshu City to carry out the mission. Upon hearing the other's words, the few individuals dispatched by the Yunshu Merchants Guild also turned their gaze toward the youth. Their eyes held a hint of contempt. Truly the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. What a nouveau riche demeanor and posture. All this just to recruit a 3rd-tier cultivator. Had caused them to wait in vain for so long. Their joint operation had now been disrupted by this kid who hadn't even stepped into the door of class change. Beyond his status as the Silver Dragon Guild's young master, he's nothing more than an ordinary person. In this world, might reign supreme. Though status might still carry some deterrent weight at times. But in their eyes, this place was far from the reach of authority. Whatever happened here, they couldn't be blamed. You must understand. Exploring ruins takes an immense amount of time. After all, while called ruins, but in reality, they are more akin to the dwelling places of certain powerful beings. Within them lie not only records of cultivation techniques, but also the possibility of discovering precious treasures left behind by those powerful beings. Thus, they were understandably in a great hurry. Fuihang observed the representatives of the Silver Dragon Trading Guild across from him, silently weighing their offer. Judging by the terms the Silver Dragon Guild had offered and their assessment of this ruin, this should be the ruins left behind after the demise of a powerhouse at least at the 7th tier. If they could find items used by that individual or related treasures within, even if it conflicted with one's profession, selling it could yield a huge profit. The young man Zhang Fan's face showed a mix of conflict and hesitation. Still, he reassured everyone not to panic. He also urged the undead elder to arrive swiftly. At that very moment, 2 4th-tier experts in the group suddenly sensed something. Both turned their gaze in the same direction. On the sandy ground not far away, a figure was slowly approaching. They were positioned beneath a hill. A boundless sandy plain stretched out before them. They hadn't noticed anyone ahead moments ago. It seemed to appear suddenly, as if swept in by a gust of sand. The two exchanged a glance. As 4th-tier masters, their senses were sharper than those of ordinary people, even if their professions differed. After all, they were the first to spot the intruder. Yet not a single one of the 3rd-tier practitioners behind them had reacted. It seemed this person's strength surpassed that of a 3rd tier. This meant his cultivation level was likely 4th tier. A 4th-tier expert? Fuihang's expression darkened. To be honest, the opponent's appearance was far too sudden. The original plan had to be put on hold for now. According to the chairman's instructions, the primary objective of this operation was to abduct the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. Only by doing so could they ensure the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild suffered a severe blow. The Silver Dragon Guild's chairman had only this one son, and having long navigated the business world, the chairman himself possessed considerable influence. Though the 2 major guilds maintained a surface-level harmony. In recent years, however, disputes had flared over certain long-standing grievances, with neither side yielding. This expedition into the ruins served as a mutual test of strength, while also ensuring neither side would completely sever ties. If they could secure his only son as leverage, they would gain leverage and standing in negotiations. Originally, he had planned to act immediately upon entering the ruins. But he hadn't anticipated the other side bringing in a 4th tier. By his estimation, even if the 4th-tier captain of the Silver Dragon Guild was exceptionally powerful, couldn't match the magical artifact the guildmaster had specifically entrusted to him. But now the situation had changed. With an additional unknown 4th-tier powerhouse in the mix, and how to proceed required careful deliberation. When Zhang Fan saw the figure approaching from the sandy terrain, his eyes lit up. He hurried toward the figure. Following his gaze, The others also saw the figure walking through the yellow sand. The figure wore a black cloak. Unusual runes were etched upon the cloak. Perched upon his shoulders sat a gray bird. Beneath the cloak, a strange, grotesque mask covered his face. A beastmaster? Fu Hong silently assessed the situation. Ah, Uncle Lin, this is the undead elder I told you about. The middle-aged leader of the Silver Dragon Guild nodded slightly. How should I address this friend? Though the other was also a fourth-tier practitioner, he wasn't foolish enough to address him as Necromancer Elder. Just call me Qin Feng. Qin Tiang's voice was calm and measured. I am Lin Bai, a berserker and the squad leader of the Silver Dragon Trading Guild. Fu Hong, Bloodblade disciple, captain of the Yunshu Guild. Qin Tianke had already heard from Jiang Fan about the prerequisites and background of this mission before arriving. He understood that the ruins they were exploring was the suspected residence of a 7th-tier human powerhouse. From Uncle Chen's explanation, he also learned that before the alien invasion, this place had once been a city, but it had been swallowed up by the alien invasion. After a series of expulsions, it gradually fell into ruin, eventually buried beneath a sea of yellow sand, becoming the testing ground for those who remained within its walls. Qin Feng, Beastmaster. Xiao Jing perched on his shoulder, unabashedly radiating the aura of a first-tier practitioner. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to conceal it further. However, Qin Tianke looked at the two squad leaders. His gaze lingered on Fu Hong. A fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. Chapter 41, Exploring the Ruins. He sensed a surge of longing emanating from Lao He within his body. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His gaze then swept over the others. Within this squad, a full 6 members carried such an intense aura of bloodshed. And the fact that Old Black was so excited, meaning they were all villains. At this moment, in Qin Tiang's eyes, they were nothing but experience points for his beast taming level up. Perfect timing. His expedition to explore the ruins had originally been motivated by the desire to eliminate some villains along the way. Unfortunately, as he made his way through the ruins, due to his previous notoriety, had actually caused the bandits throughout the battle ruins to fall silent. This, however, brought him no small amount of trouble. But with these few people around, he needn't worry about such matters. It seemed the upcoming operation would prove quite interesting. The group of 15 immediately began scaling the sand dunes. Qin Tianke followed along with the group. He learned the youth's name. He struck up a casual conversation with the other. When the topic turned to the 2 merchant guilds, suspicions began to form in his mind. Every villain he had encountered hailed from the Yunshu Trading Guild. This guild was no ordinary outfit. At the very least, none of the Silver Dragon Guild members currently possessed any flaws that Old Black could exploit. The opposing guild, however, was filled entirely with villains. It seemed this operation held some unexpected twists. Qin Tianke harbored his own suspicions about this mission. Yet he continued to ponder something. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan chatted with Qin Tianke about everything under the sun. His demeanor was as if he'd encountered a celebrity. After all, Qin Tianke was the strongest individual he had ever encountered, and naturally, he wanted to learn as much as possible about him. Even his father probably didn't know that Uncle Zhong practiced spatial magic. Moreover, after he recounted this matter to his father would insist he must win over this man. Even if he couldn't win him over, he must at least win his favor. This was the first time in Jiang Fan's memory that his father had been so agitated. Moreover, the expressions on both captains' faces seemed somewhat unusual just now. Though he couldn't quite grasp it, he could only surmise that Qin Tianke must be exceptionally powerful. Qin Tianke remained utterly composed throughout. Regarding Jiang Fan's words, he only responded with a few words at times. Most of the time, he chose to remain silent. The squad moved swiftly. After half an hour, they were only a few dozen meters away from their mission's destination. Standing on high ground, merely gazing into the distance, Qin Tianke could already see what lay exposed in that place. It was a sand dune. Jiang Fan had just transmitted the mission's destination to everyone's communication devices. Judging by the marked route above, he had a pretty good idea of what lay ahead. From a distance, this spot seemed to be merely a bit lower in height compared to the other sand dunes, and it carried a peculiar air. But after being swept by wind and sand, one could see the surface of the dune constantly shifting, revealing what lay hidden beneath. It resembled the half-exposed corner of some ancient structure, eroded by wind and sand. Qin Tianke immediately activated the system for identification. As he activated it, he felt uncertain. He didn't know if the system could detect the origin of this thing. Ding! Sword Palace Ruins. The dwelling place of a 7th-rank human weapon master. It actually identified it? And just from that tiny exposed corner? Qin Tianke grew increasingly impressed with the system. Wow! It truly could identify anything within sight. Hiding his delight within, He hesitated no longer and followed the advancing group. In moments, the group arrived before the sand dunes. Observing the relatively low sand dunes compared to their surroundings, Zhang Fan's expression turned slightly puzzled. As an ordinary person, he couldn't see the half-exposed horn protruding from the dune. After all, though smaller than the others, it was still equivalent to a 4- or 5-story building in overall height. He studied the map on his communication phone repeatedly. After confirming the location multiple times, he turned to the 3 people beside him. His eyes brimmed with confusion. This must be the place. I can sense signs of life that once existed here. There's also the sorrow of fallen beings, the echoes of battles against alien races, and traces left behind by powerful beings. Though eroded by time, these traces remain vivid. The speaker was a woman from the Silver Dragon Trading Guild's expedition. She wore flowing blue hair and robes that billowed in the wind. Her eyes were slightly closed as she spoke. Something seemed to be constantly surging forth from her forehead. It resembled a pale blue halo. As she spoke, ancient scenes seemed to emerge around her, like lingering fragments of images. What kind of strange profession is this? Shin Tianke had encountered countless professions he'd never seen before. When faced with such unknowns, he often chose to trust the system's judgment. Name, Chen Ling. Occupation, medium. Power level, tier 3. Spirit medium, utilizes various objects to communicate across time, bridging realms to perceive images of what once existed and discern the past. Abilities, spirit communication, assimilation, manifestation. Still only at the 3rd tier? According to the system's description of this profession, it appears to be merely an administrative role with little combat capability. Yet, unexpectedly, this individual managed to cultivate to the 3rd tier. He must possess some hidden skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been selected by the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild for this mission. Shin Tianke silently noted this profession. Then he turned his gaze to the others. After all, this man hailed from the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. Lin Bai was well aware of the man's strength and methods. He gave a slight nod. Fuihong, standing nearby, looked at the woman. His gaze held a peculiar intensity. Shin Tianke saw it all clearly. It was curiosity, but more than that, it was desire. Moreover, the expressions on the faces of the team members behind him revealed hints of yearning and craving. This group was indeed no ordinary bunch. Shin Tianke had long since added them to his kill list. After all, wherever evil dwells, would be surrounded by an aura of bloodlight. The only difference lay in the quantity and intensity of that aura. Among all the villains Shin Tianke had encountered, ranks among the upper middle tier. Proceed according to plan. As Lin Bai finished speaking, 2 figures abruptly materialized behind him. The moment they appeared, they immediately took positions at opposite ends of the sand dune. They were twins. They stood about 12 meters apart. Almost simultaneously, they reached out. A brilliant radiance began to coalesce in their palms. The light flowed between their fingers, then gradually spread to the palms. Suddenly, an intensely vibrant blue light erupted from both of them. Chapter 42, The Palace. Their robes billowed in the air. Something seemed to twitch within their bodies. Their pupils began to shift to an eerie blue-white hue. Within their bodies, something seemed to stir incessantly. Within the air, forming visible ripples that rippled around them. Shin Tianke's lips twitched. Great, another unknown class. The system activated. Name, Xietian, thank heaven. Class, Key Guardian. Power level, Tier 2. Key Guardian, this ability to unlock all barriers requires sufficient strength. Abilities, Resonance, Unlocking. The ability to unlock all barriers? Holy crap! This class seems even more god tier than a necromancer. The system note only mentions sufficient strength, meaning they function as walking keys, capable of unlocking any door at will. Holy crap! If they were to visit places where treasures lie hidden, wouldn't they be godlike beings? Shin Tianke speculated silently within his heart. Meanwhile, Fuihong watched the scene unfold. He bowed his hands respectfully toward the other party. I've long heard that the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild harbors hidden talents. Seeing it now, I find the reputation truly lives up to its name. Faced with such flattery, Lin Bai remained silent. He merely gave a slight nod. He watched the scene unfold before him in silence. Seeing his reaction, a hint of anger flashed across Fuihong's face, but he concealed it well. Upon hearing this, his gaze swept across the remaining 3 members of the opposing team. A shield mage, a spellcaster, and a beast tamer. It seemed that for this operation, they had only brought these 3 unique professions. The rest were relatively ordinary and commonplace. Since I've already looked, might as well take a look at the other guild's members too. Shin Tianke's gaze swept across the room. He turned his gaze to the other group. 3 second-tier mages. 1 third-tier beastmaster. A third-tier berserker. 1 third-tier summoner. Is this the strength of the Yunshu Trading Guild? Among this group, If we're talking about genuine threats, it seems only the third-tier summoner. Summoner. This profession bears some resemblance to Qin Tiang's current role as a beastmaster. However, beastmasters summon beasts. They can enter the beastmaster's realm to contract compatible beasts. They could also contract beasts independently. But summoners are different. The summoner profession can conjure an incredibly wide array of entities. For instance, they can summon undead or wild beasts. Therefore, Qin Tiang's gaze lingered intently upon the other person. Name, Liang. Class, Summoner. Power level, Tier 3. Summoner, capable of summoning specific groups of beings. Ability, summons an army of undead. Upon seeing the opponent's ability, Qin Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wow! The Undead Legion? What a coincidence! Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. Qin Tian looked up. What had been merely a corner of the building. Now, after a violent tremor, layers of yellow sand cascaded down. The peculiar ripples emanating from the two figures grew ever larger. Soon, the sand covering them vanished completely, revealing its original form. It was a ruined white structure. White columns of extraordinary material. Some were shattered. Others had vanished entirely. Traces of blood remained above. As the yellow sand finally settled, a putrid stench of rotting flesh hit the senses. At its very center lies an enormous stone cavern. Compared to the surrounding white stone pillars, it seemed not to belong, yet it radiated an eerie and profound aura. As if something extraordinary lay within. Particularly eerie was the skeleton lying at the cave's entrance, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Was this the former residence of that powerful human? According to Uncle Chen's account, these places have all been explored. There probably wasn't much left to gain. But what truly occupied his mind was eliminating those villains and strengthening his own power. Thankfully, the two had returned. The blue aura surrounding them had vanished. They possessed little combat prowess, remaining at the second cultivation stage. The true combat power was concentrated entirely among the third-tier members of the team. Lin Bai waved his hand decisively. The group began moving deeper into the interior. Lin Bai and Fuihan, the two captains, led the way at the front. The two groups interwove in sequence. Qin Tian and Zhang Fan brought up the rear. Zhang Fan was seeing such magnificent architecture for the first time. He chattered incessantly to Qin Tian beside him. When they passed the skeletal remains at the cave entrance, however, he showed little emotion. They passed through the white stone pillar platform. The group had now entered the stone cave. The moment they stepped inside, darkness engulfed them. In the darkness, one could never be certain what unknown entities might lurk. Therefore, no one lit a fire. Instead, they advanced cautiously toward the front. The beastmaster in the group was the first to release his beast. It was a tiny mouse. Its purpose was to track scents and discern clues. It proved invaluable during this mission, constantly moving forward. It sought out safe paths for the group. Gradually, the path grew narrower and narrower. Until finally, only one person could pass at a time. After passing through, the group felt a sudden sense of spaciousness before them. In contrast to the darkness, a flood of white light met them head-on. Qin Tian, bringing up the rear, adjusted to the glare, and beheld the scene before him. A vast cavern of yellow sand. The source of the light was something above the cavern, continuously emitting radiance. It seemed to be some kind of strange treasure, capable of naturally generating dazzling white light, making the place appear as bright as day. Within the cavern, the most striking feature was a colossal palace. Majestic and solemn, it radiated immense splendor. Though weathered by the passage of time, it still radiated a unique charm. Compared to the white stone pillar platform we saw earlier, that was merely a decoy. Beneath it lay the true treasure trove. The palace remained predominantly white, yet it bore numerous crimson stains. These were signs left behind by blood that had settled over the years. And all around this palace lay scattered the decayed remains of countless skeletons. The moment one arrives at these sandstone caves, the pungent stench of decay that had once filled the darkness vanished without a trace. Ha ha ha! Found it! Found it! This is a bit too easy, isn't it? Treasure! Treasure! The treasure of a 7th-tier powerhouse. The instant they beheld the palace, everyone couldn't help but let out cheers. According to their prior agreement, they could freely take whatever they desired. However, if they discovered any extraordinary treasures, it must be handed over immediately. The two captains made no attempt to stop them. Both teams' members had already rushed forward to search the palace for valuable items. Hadn't they come to the battle ruins for precisely this moment? Chapter 43, Turning on Each Other. Qin Tian stood watching from where he was. Zhang Fan hurriedly grabbed Qin Tian's arm. Senior, let's go find the treasure. This place had already been searched by the military. There was naturally no way any rare treasures remained. After all, such things are incredibly precious. Qin Tianke didn't believe the military would leave anything untouched. So for Qin Tianke, whether or not to go training didn't matter much. Yet he still followed the other into the area. For Qin Tianke, the search itself held little significance. What he truly desired was to witness the impending battle between the two sides. Qin Tianke followed Zhang Fan as they wandered aimlessly through the palace. The palace complex covered an immense area. Its construction materials remained unknown. An eerie aura permeated the surroundings. Qin Tianke wandered silently through the palace. Perhaps the military hadn't harvested everything so thoroughly. After all, the palace was vast, and not all military forces were concentrated here for the search. So, in his view, he still had a good chance of finding something overlooked. Of course, this was merely Qin Tianke's conjecture. Zhang Fan, however, was quite lively. Although this place was highly likely to harbor alien races. With Qin Tianke by his side, nothing untoward should happen. Qin Tianke strolled quietly through the area. Above in the sky, little gold flapped its wings as it soared. Though its current form was still that of a fledgling eagle, it had already mastered flight. It searched the skies relentlessly. This was what Qin Tianke had instructed it to observe. After all, a bird's vision in the high skies is vastly superior to that of humans. Moreover, Xiao Jin possessed its own unique intuition for certain special things. After all, when it comes to unknown entities, especially treasures, far surpasses that of humans. That's why Xiao Jin was sent to search. Qin Tianke walked alongside, soothing Lao Hei's agitated state. Throughout their journey, Lao Hei had repeatedly urged them to devour those villains. In Qin Tianke's view, the time had not yet come. Just then, little Jean let out a sharp cry. It seemed to have made a discovery. Qin Tianke immediately raced off in that direction. Along the way, he didn't forget to pull Zhang Fan close. Now he had Lao Hei's feedback. His strength, speed, and every aspect of his physique all far surpassed that of ordinary people. Though he couldn't match the combat prowess of those who specialized in physical cultivation. Among beast tamers at the same cultivation level, he could be considered a top-tier talent. Compared to ordinary people like Zhang Fan, the difference is even more pronounced. Moments later, Qin Tianke arrived at the chamber. The palace contained numerous rooms. Each one was identical. All the team members could do upon entering to search for treasures was to search each one by one, in the hope of finding something. Qin Tianke didn't hold out much hope, but Xiao Jin's feedback was that this place held some peculiar entities. Xiao Jin hadn't been exposed to the human world for very long. He didn't know about rare treasures or precious artifacts. It could only rely on its instincts as a beast tamer to indicate any peculiarities, thus informing him. The moment Qin Tianke stepped into this place, the system initiated its scan. After all, the system could instantly relay any detected information to him, far superior to relying solely on his own eyes to search. Item: Prophet's Awakening Stone. Attribute: Mystical Treasure. 1. Enables class change for candidates who haven't met the requirements. 2. Overrides the user's own limitations to add a second class. Add a second profession? Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. He strode forward in 2 steps. He approached a bookshelf. Without hesitation, he immediately swung his curved blade, Flow of the Moon. He drew several deep gashes across the countertop. Though the counter was made of exceptional material, the curved blade was, after all, a weapon of perfect quality. Moreover, the counter had weathered the test of time. It could be easily cut through. As the counter shattered, Qin Tianke saw a stone lying within. The stone was jet black throughout, emitting a deep green glow. Within its glow, traces of red fluorescent powder were intermingled. It resembled a multicolored stone. Yet several colors were missing. Moreover, the stone's surface bore intricate and convoluted patterns. Qin Tianke's breathing quickened, and felt an inexplicable wave of heat wash over him. Could this be a rare treasure capable of enhancing a secondary profession? Considering how deeply concealed this object had been, no wonder the military failed to locate it. If he hadn't had the system by his side, he might have missed it entirely. Who would have thought it was such a huge find last time? Gazing at the stone, a wave of thought surged through Qin Tianke's mind, but they gradually faded away. His initial fervor had gradually cooled. This was a precious artifact capable of unlocking an additional class for his job advancement. By conventional wisdom, a transferee could only possess one profession in their lifetime. Yet there are also exceptionally powerful class changers who possess 2 professions simultaneously. They are known as dual-class awakened ones. That, however, is a matter of innate predisposition. Another type exists, as seen before us. This Prophet Awakening Stone enables an acquired leap, granting a second profession. Qin Tianke stared at the stone, ultimately shaking his head and choosing to abandon it. Though a second profession was undeniably tempting, he understood the saying, he who grasps at two things loses both. Even his current profession as a Hell Calamity Beastmaster was already challenging enough. Moreover, the growth potential of his current profession was already limited. The profession awakened by the Prophet Awakening Stone was entirely unknown. If he used this Prophet Awakening Stone and awakened another entirely unknown profession, even a burdensome profession, wouldn't that just add to your burdens? Moreover, it would waste one's energy. Dual-class awakened individuals must ensure both their classes remain at the same level. Only then can they advance toward the next realm. Old Black was nearing his next realm. If he were to awaken another class, especially one with completely random attributes, he'd have to start cultivation from scratch. Who knows how long it would take to reach the third tier then? In comparison, the drawbacks of this unknown profession far outweigh the benefits. But he couldn't just hand over such a rare treasure like that. What difference would that make from letting a duck slip from his grasp? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze fell upon Jiang Fan, who stood nearby, examining the stone with intense curiosity. His eyes lit up. At the palace gates. Brother Lin, this operation is nearing its conclusion. I have long heard of your great reputation, Brother Lin. Today, I wish to seek your guidance. Would you be willing to impart your wisdom? Hearing these words, Lin Bai relaxed slightly and addressed the other man. Very well, let us stop at the right moment. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Bai's body stiffened and his pupils contracted. Chapter 44, Unexpected Turn. Lin Bai's face was frozen in shock. His body froze rigid. His gaze slowly drifted downward. A massive, razor-sharp claw had pierced through his chest. The claw was stained crimson red with his blood. Sharp and claw-like, it resembled a human hand yet was far more jagged and bone-like, utterly monstrous. This is... The claw clutched a beating heart. Vessels still clung to its surface, not entirely severed. Blood flowed continuously from the holes in its body. Fragments of flesh rolled from the creature's body onto the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Watching the beating heart gradually lose its rhythmic pulsation, Lin Bai's life force began to rapidly fade. Shock and fury filled his eyes. He stared fixedly at Fuihan, mere inches away. He wanted to summon his strength. But any force he could muster now would only hasten his demise. A muffled groan escaped him. Before Lin Bai could utter a word, the claw gripping his heart suddenly moved. Blood spurted forth, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. His life force faded completely. His heart was crushed to pieces before his eyes. Even at his current 4th-tier cultivation level, he could not evade such a fatal blow. Unless one was a special class changer, this so-called physical death could never be avoided. The claws piercing through the opponent's chest abruptly retracted. His body collapsed downward. Fuihan gazed at the black-scaled beast standing before him. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from behind the Beastmaster, not far away. This was the Beastmaster of their Yunshu merchants expedition. His beast was the scaled, humanoid mantis creature before them, towering over a man in height. The beast stood over 6 feet tall, poised before them, resembling a mantis in appearance. It possessed 2 legs, though they were extremely slender and razor-sharp. Its arms and fingers resembled those of a human, yet they glowed with a layer upon layer of unsettling cold light, appearing incredibly sharp. Notify them to move out. Xin Feng and Jiang Fan are together. It's not time to act against them yet. Do not let anyone from the Silver Dragon Guild escape. Leave only those 3 special class operatives alive, kill all the rest. As for Jiang Fan and Xin Feng, I have my own plans. Upon hearing this, the Beastmaster nodded. He then mounted the Tiger Beastmaster beneath him and raced toward the palace. The mantis beast that had just taken Lin Bai's life nodded slightly as well, following closely behind its master, dashing toward the palace. Witnessing this scene, Fuihan calmly stepped forward. He rummaged through the battered corpse before him. He soon located a communication device. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, this time brought an unexpected windfall. Those 3 special class job changers would join his guild if the benefits were generous enough. Xin Feng, the one beside Jiang Fan, was a troublesome character. But his side had a full complement of people. Every profession was represented. He refused to believe the other side could possibly overpower them. Fuihan's expression darkened as he began sending messages to Jiang Fan through the communication device. This sandstone cave complex covered an immense area. Perched atop the highest palace structure here, a young eagle, its body a mottled gray-red with golden tail feathers. It watched everything unfolding before it. Its eyes were filled with coldness. The young eagle spread its wings and soared, swiftly returning to its host's side. As he examined the intelligence relayed by Xiao Jin, Xin Tiang's expression gradually darkened. So it was true after all? It seemed this group truly harbored ill intentions. They'd disposed of the Silver Dragon Guild's leader so swiftly, and now they intended to target the others. Judging by this, their target must be Jiang Fan, or perhaps they covet the relic's treasures. For now, he himself was safe. But the same cannot be said for the others in the group. Shin Tian-Ke felt a pang of unease. He had anticipated this situation long ago. He hadn't expected it to unfold so quickly. He certainly hadn't anticipated the enemy's methods being so decisive. He immediately glanced to the side. Jiang Fan sat cross-legged. Above his head rested the Prophet's Awakening Stone. The Prophet's Awakening Stone emitted concentric rings of blue light that enveloped Jiang Fan's entire body. Beyond this glow, however, emanated concentric rings of crimson light, like fireflies circling around him. At this moment, two distinct types of light shone around Jiang Fan. There was a peculiar aura about him, quite extraordinary. Shin Tian-Ke observed him. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. This Prophet Awakening Stone not only granted him a second profession, it could also assist those who hadn't reached the required age for class change to undergo awakening in transition. It must be noted that only after undergoing the unified transfer ceremony at age 18 can embark on their class change journey. If one could embark on this path early, they could gain a developmental edge over their peers. Imagine this, while others are just awakening their professions, while you've already reached a level comparable to their parents or even teachers. Clearly, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Of course, all this hinges entirely on what profession the other person pursues, and the innate talents, abilities, and resources one possesses. Shin Tian-Ke looked at Jiang Fan. The Prophet's Awakening Stone held too many drawbacks for him. He had no choice but to give it to him. After all, the resources behind Jiang Fan were truly immense. As far as he knew, the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild was the foremost guild in Moyan City. It was arguably the most formidable civilian force in the city, second only to the city's Transfiguration Alliance. With such organizational backing, even if he were to transition into a relatively weaker profession, he could still rise step by step within it by leveraging those resources. After all, he was only 16. Awakening and changing professions now meant he was 2 years ahead of his peers. With 2 extra years and the resources his family provides, he has ample time to cultivate to a higher realm. And I'll gain a favor in return. In 3 months, he would be leaving Lingyun City. At that time, his mother's safety would be his foremost concern. Though Uncle Chen has agreed to assist his military background, unavoidably, there would be certain complications. Therefore, he needed a civilian faction to assist in caring for his mother. The Silver Dragon Merchants Guild, though based in the neighboring city, they maintained a branch office within their city. Though not massive, they held no fear of the 4 great families. He hadn't exchanged many words with the other party along the way, but Jiang Fan was a kid who suited his temperament. Though lacking cultivation, when facing him, he remained neither servile nor arrogant, showing no hint of flattery. Such youthful integrity was truly rare. Shin Tian-Ke concealed all these thoughts within himself. He watched silently as the other completed his awakening. Eerie light began to coalesce, eventually forming distinctive red and blue halos that encircled the youth's entire body. Chapter 45, Summoner. As the crimson and azure halos swirled ceaselessly, Shin Tian-Ke could sense the aura surrounding Jiang Fan shifting. If he had been nothing more than a broken stone before, now it was as if a sharp axe had chiseled away the surface impurities, revealing the brilliant diamond-like radiance that had always been within. This was the process of class awakening. The class change had been predestined from the very beginning. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would only be activated at the age of 18 through a special external ritual, allowing the profession to manifest. Now was the moment for the other's profession to be revealed. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's aura surged violently and a crimson-blue halo erupted violently. After the red and blue halos shattered, tiny specks of light drifted through the air. Then, the specks rapidly poured back into Jiang Fan's body. Logically speaking, a class change for a class changer shouldn't involve such complex procedures. But Jiang Fan's cultivation level was far from ordinary. He had not yet reached the age required to initiate a class change. This meant he was essentially unlocking his latent potential prematurely. He is unleashing his full potential. There was a drawback to this approach. He must endure considerable pain. After all, attempting to awaken and change professions before reaching the required age, there's no guarantee it won't lead to complications. But Shin Tian-Ke had already scrutinized all the conditions of this Prophet Awakening Stone. Only then did he feel confident enough to allow the other party to proceed with the class change. After all, the power of this Prophet Awakening Stone should be extremely violent. It could even backfire, inflicting severe injuries upon Jiang Fan. But this place had lain abandoned for decades. Through the passage of time, even the Prophet Awakening Stone had lost much of its original potency. Otherwise, merely initiating the awakening ritual would have been enough to give Jiang Fan a run for his money. By all accounts, this young man has been exceptionally fortunate. Had it been any later, this Prophet's Awakening Stone might have vanished from the world entirely. After all, while it's called a rare treasure, but it also has a storage limit. Had he arrived any earlier, he might have been consumed by its power, suffering harm without any benefit. Thus, Zhang Fan's timing was perfect. Obtaining this Prophet's Awakening Stone was truly a stroke of luck for him. As the light exploded and receded, at that moment, the power surged wildly throughout Zhang Fan's body. Gradually, it formed a crimson and azure robe draped over his body. At that moment, Qin Tianke also activated his system to check the opponent's class. Upon seeing the class name, his eyes lit up. This class, as far as he could tell, seemed to share the same lack of obvious drawbacks as his own Beastmaster class. Name, Zhang Fan. Class, Summoner. Power level, Tier 1. The summoner profession was one Zhang Fan possessed by nature. It merely required a special power to unlock it. The Prophet Awakening Stone grants ordinary class changers a second profession. This second profession is entirely random. Therefore, Qin Tianke dared not gamble on it, nor did he wish to. At that moment, Zhang Fan also snapped out of his earlier state. Surveying the surroundings before him, a hint of strangeness flickered in his eyes. He was still a bit dazed. But after a moment of daze, he quickly regained his composure. He felt the power steadily surging through his body. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha. It worked. It actually worked? Zhang Fan still found it hard to believe. But now, he had indeed successfully changed professions. He could clearly see his new profession. And he was currently only a Tier 1 summoner. Yet he hadn't summoned his own unique species or tribe. Therefore, possessing abilities was out of the question. Congratulations. Qin Tianke had no intention of revealing the other's profession at this moment. That would only raise unnecessary suspicion. Zhang Fan's thoughts were pure. With a childlike innocence, he bowed his hands toward Qin Tianke before him. Then he knelt down on the spot and spoke earnestly to Qin Tianke. Senior, you bestowed this precious artifact upon me, enabling my early class change, and even personally guarded my initiation. Such immense kindness and grace, Zhang will never forget it for all eternity. As he spoke, he bowed his head to Qin Tianke with a loud thud. In Zhang Fan's eyes, only heaven and earth and his parents were worthy of his kneeling. But Qin Tianke before him had shown him immense kindness. Advancing his career path early held immense significance. Not only did it put him 2 years ahead of his peers, but he could also achieve considerable accomplishments during this period. He could demonstrate his potential to his clan. Such a transformation was nothing short of a second birth. This bow was well deserved. Qin Tianke felt a surge of emotion. This childlike sincerity mirrored his own state just 3 months prior. Had he not suffered that accident, perhaps he too would have embraced such a mindset. At this thought, Qin Tianke immediately gave a slight nod, his voice solemn. Since you have paid me such a great honor, I cannot simply ignore it. From this moment on, you are my foremost disciple. I have nothing to offer you as a token of our meeting, but that will change shortly. Hearing this, Zhang Fan still felt a bit puzzled. Ding! Noticing the notification from his communication device, he glanced down before urgently addressing Qin Tianke. Master, the captain and the others are calling us back. Before he could finish, Qin Tianke cut him off. I have important matters to attend to shortly. Today, I shall teach you lesson 1. Zhang Fan felt a hint of confusion. For some reason, his master's gaze felt strangely unsettling. Like a venomous snake in the dark of night. Nevertheless, he followed Qin Tianke out the door. They headed toward the palace's exit. Now a summoner, Zhang Fan possessed the ability to partially enhance his physical form. Compared to before, he could barely keep up with Qin Tianke's pace. Zhang Fan followed Qin Tianke to the entrance. We're here. Zhang Fan jogged along the way. He passed Qin Tianke. He headed toward the team already assembled and ready to go. Uncle Lin, I've already changed jobs. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's body froze. Even the words he'd started to shout froze in his throat. Under his horrified gaze, Zhang Fan watched as Uncle Lin's body slowly turned around. Only his internal organs had been completely gutted. Blood flowed unceasingly. And that mantis-like creature was now relentlessly devouring Uncle Lin's body. A pair of blood-red eyes turned to stare at him. A voice tinged with mockery emerged from its throat. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lin. Zhang Fan felt as though something had lodged in his throat. Unable to utter a single sound. His body trembled uncontrollably. Fear and dread surged relentlessly from his heart. Oh my, the young master has returned. Go fetch him back, sky-splitting mantis. The mantis creature emitted a distinctive cry. With blinding speed, it charged straight toward Zhang Fan. Chapter 46, Battle. Zhang Fan watched as it charged straight at him. Before he could react, he saw the sharp claws closing rapidly from afar, lashing out toward him. There was no way he could dodge this strike. His body froze in sheer terror, while his primal instinct for survival raged in conflict. His body froze completely in place. He couldn't move. At that very moment, A roar echoed through the air. Before the sky-splitting mantis could even close in, its body was slammed into the ground by a massive claw. Yellow sand swirled, dust billowed. Zhang Fan stared blankly at the enormous claw before him. The shock in his eyes seemed to subside slightly. After a moment of turmoil within, he finally began to calm down. However, overcome by sheer terror, caused him to stumble backward. Terror still clung to his eyes. He was utterly stunned. After all, he was still just a child. Having never experienced life and death separation, one could never witness such a bloody scene. Qin Tianke approached quietly from the side. He stroked his beast companion. He looked at Zhang Fan. He spoke, one word at a time. His voice rose and fell, laden with meaning. Listen carefully. The moment you step onto the path of a class changer, it means your future will be filled with bloodshed and slaughter. If you don't kill others, they will spare no effort to eliminate you. This is your first lesson. Qin Tianke finished speaking and turned his gaze towards several figures approaching him. 3 second-tier mages stood upon a familiar magical formation. Qin Tianke understood. This was a defensive magic array used among mages. There was also a burly man over 2 meters tall. He held a massive blade as large as a door panel. Step by step, he advanced toward him. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. A third-tier berserker guard. Beside the blade guard stood a relatively short yet exceptionally sharp-witted young man. This individual was the only one in the group worthy of Qin Tianke's attention. A third-tier summoner. He did not advance with the others. Instead, he remained rooted to the spot. In his hand rested an object resembling a mage's staff. The object was erupting with a cluster of searing light. Simultaneously, the ground beneath his feet rippled with peculiar waves. It seemed as though something had been summoned by him. Within the group, there was another individual at the third tier of cultivation. The third-tier Beastmaster. At this very moment, the Beastmaster, whose beast had just been crushed into dust by Old Black's single strike. He now endured the torment of his beast's backlash, kneeling on the ground in agony. At the center of the group, Fuihong was advancing step by step. Blood-red patterns began to burn across his body. A peculiar armor formed over his body. Blood-red patterns rippled continuously across the armor. A narrow tang sword materialized in his hand. Boss, what kind of beast is that? Could it be a mutated hellhound? With so many heads, is it a hellhound with multiple heads? The burly man with the giant blade grinned widely. Fuihong also wore a faint smile. But he didn't forget to warn them. Don't underestimate it. This is a 4th-tier beast. You guys stall it as long as possible. I'll go take out its host. Got it, boss. This was the Blood Blade disciple. Qin Tianke's gaze lingered heavily on Fuihong. Fuihong. Occupation, Blood Blade disciple. Cultivation level, 4th tier. Abilities, Blood Blade, Storm of Blades, Blood Demon Possession. Blood Blade disciple, a slave to the blade, devoting their entire life to the path of the sword, willing to sacrifice everything for the blade. He was a madman obsessed with pursuing the sole path of the blade. Qin Tianke had already formed his own judgment of this profession. His gaze toward the opponent was filled with icy coldness. Now, he could strike without hesitation. As the opponent approached. Of the original Silver Dragon Merchants group, only Lin Bai had been killed by the opponent. The others had been bound together by some peculiar means. They seemed to be held as hostages. Old Black stared at the humans before him, his inner savagery now impossible to contain. He had longed to devour them all. Now, at last, the opportunity had arrived. Qin Tianke nodded, agreeing with Lao Hei's plan. Witnessing this scene, Lao Hei could no longer contain himself. He charged forward on all fours. He charged forward. This time, released its aura completely without reservation. And because the distance was close enough, Fuihong now noticed the beast before him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The one who collided head-on with Old Black was the Great Blade Guard. The broad sword in his hand was exceptionally thick. But when Old Black collided head-on with him, he was forced to retreat several meters. His entire body seemed to be forcibly shoved sideways, leaving 2 deep gullies in the earth. Noticing this, the others rushed forward to assist. In the distance, 3 mages continuously unleashed magical attacks, targeting Old Black. Unfortunately, Old Black wasn't a living creature at all, but rather a type of undead. Before these magical assaults could even touch his body, they had already completely dissipated into thin air. 64 heads began to roar. Gazing upon the insignificant human before them, barely over 2 meters tall. A wave of contempt washed over them. After all, when Old Black fully unleashed his form, he could reach 5 or 6 meters in height. Compared to such colossal proportions, made this 2-meter-tall giant blade guard were mere ants. Moreover, the sonic attack unleashed by his roar instantly sent several others who had been closing in flying backward. The giant blade guard began to struggle. He kept trying to force his opponent back with brute strength. But as Old Black subtly drew his leg back, his opponent lost his balance and began to fall forward. He suddenly felt his body seized by something. Sharp daggers pierced his body repeatedly, tearing him apart alive. As they devoured the giant blade guard piece by piece, a new head sprouted beside the 64 others, erupting in a cheer of rebirth. Witnessing their comrade's death, several mages simultaneously erupted in fury. They began summoning relentless magical attacks, pounding the enemy with relentless force. Old Black advanced toward them step by step. The beast tamer struggled back from the agony of backlash. Though the backlash had ended, he was still half dead. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a roar. Behind him, a colossal elephant, equally 5 or 6 meters tall, stepped forward. It collided with Old Black. A powerful shockwave erupted from the collision. Yellow sand and gravel rained down continuously from the entire yellow sand cave. Fuihan's eyes grew icy. The aura of a 4th-tier cultivator surged violently. While tracking Old Black's assault, he kept one eye on Qin Tiang's position. After a brief stalemate, he swung his blade with all his might, temporarily evading Lao Hei's assault. He thrust his legs forward. He charged urgently toward Qin Tian. Chapter 47, Summoning the Dead? Who doesn't know how? His profession was melee combat. Fighting a beast master was a thankless task. Moreover, the beast before him was enormous, truly formidable. But in comparison, the beast master was far easier to deal with. The distance between them rapidly closed to 3 meters. At this range, his long sword could unleash its most devastating attack. Seeing his opponent standing motionless, Fuihan hesitated no longer. At this distance, even if the opponent still had a beast companion, they could never be his match. To secure a decisive kill, a flame-like glow ignited in his eyes. Blood demon possession. Sword and spear storm. A wretched roar erupted from his throat. In that instant, seemed to ignite. Like a revenant returned from hell, he charged at his opponent with frenzied ferocity. The long sword in his hand swung out. Endless blurred blades danced through the air, as if 1,000 blades had simultaneously locked onto their target, plunging straight downward. Amidst the flowing crimson light, Qin Tiang's escape routes from every direction were sealed off, leaving him no way to break free. Qin Tian stood rooted to the spot, quietly awaiting the full impact of these assaults. Just before the attack struck, Qin Tiang's form flickered. He vanished from his original position. All the attacks missed their mark. Witnessing this scene, Fuihan, whose body burned with a blood-red aura, paled. It's no secret that beast masters possess some of the abilities of the beasts they command. This was no secret. Having seen countless battles, he instantly grasped the truth. Could that damned beast actually possess the ability to teleport? What kind of monster was that? It had the appearance of a hellhound yet possessed the ability to teleport. Could it be some kind of special, unknown beast? As these thoughts churned within his mind, he heard a whimpering sound behind him. He turned just in time to see several sharp jaws lunging toward him. In the next instant, this 4th-tier Bloodblade disciple was devoured alive by Old Black, a 4th-tier melee class. Even at the 4th tier, their physical strength remained limited to varying degrees. Even after crossing the watershed of the 3rd tier and stepping into the 4th tier, it still meant little. Their bodies remained just as frail. Even if their physical strength isn't low, who could withstand Lao Hei's voracious consumption? After all, Old Black now possessed 65 mouths. The roar unleashed by 65 heads is immense in both sound and power. Enough to tear anything apart with ease. Let alone the corpse of a mere 4th-tier Bloodblade disciple. Qin Tian now appeared atop Old Black's back. Zhang Fan, however, remained at a distance from the battle. Qin Tian would never involve his disciple in this. He surveyed the group before him. The icy killing intent in his eyes grew increasingly intense. He addressed Lao Hei with a command. Eliminate them all. The battle now depended solely on Lao Hei. After all, Xiao Jin was still only at the 1st stage. Before reaching the 2nd tier, his combat strength remained far too weak. Xiao Jin has undergone modifications. His combat strength can barely withstand a 2nd tier opponent. But it was still only barely holding his own. Not a single one of these men was a pushover. They won't waste time on Xiao Jin. Therefore, it's best to have Lao Hei step in quickly. Ending the fight would be best. Lao Hei roared. Then he charged toward the giant elephant on the battlefield. Its size matched Old Black's, but it was only slightly stronger than Old Black in defense. Besides, now, their only opponent was a summoner. A beast master. Add to that the 3 mages. The attacks of those 3 mages were so weak they could be ignored. Lao Hei charged forward with great courage. As the colossal elephant charged toward it, at the very moment of impact, his form abruptly shrank. It transformed into a dark silhouette, merging into the shadow of its opponent. When it reappeared, it had already burst out from beneath the colossal elephant. One claw sliced it clean in two. However, the colossal elephant was simply too immense. This strike could not sever it entirely. Instead, it hung there, half its belly severed, exposing its flesh and entrails. The sticky, foul-smelling blood spread across the ground. Old Black devoured it all. The effect of devouring 65 heads. In the blink of an eye, half of the colossal elephant was consumed. Feeling the agony of his body being devoured, the beast tamer swiftly succumbed to the endless agony, his life extinguished. The reason beast tamers are called the most contradictory profession is precisely because of the existence of the beasts they command. Beasts are powerful, and so are their masters. Yet in direct exchange, they must bear every ounce of suffering their beasts endure. This holds true even when facing fatal injuries. Thus, this beast tamer lost his life in Old Black's violent struggle. The three mages were utterly transfixed. What kind of monster is this? A demon! A demon! This is a demon! Their magical attacks dissolved the moment they touched it, as if utterly ineffective. Instead, they seemed to only amplify its aura. They had never encountered such an existence before. Only fear and dread filled their hearts. Run! But where could they possibly flee to? Xin Tiang's figure materialized behind them. Lao Hei's shadow escape. Capable of traversing shadows, these three mages even protected by their magic array still cast shadows. The moment Xin Tianke materialized, his curved blade sliced through the air, leaving a mark on their necks. Almost instantly, the three fell dead. Their heads rolled across the ground. At that moment, Xin Tianke wiped the blood from his curved blade. His gaze fixed on the summoner not far away, their final opponent. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The summoner gazed at his opponent. His eyes held pity and admiration. He appeared almost deranged. How about this? Surrender to me now, and I might even recommend you to the Dark Church. After uttering these words, the peculiar radiance that had been spreading around the summoner stirred. The rippling fluctuations he had previously gathered had now fully taken effect. Numerous undead began to materialize around them. Among these undead were humans, beast riders, and monsters. There were dozens of them. This was the absolute limit of the numbers he could currently command. Very well. I'll give you time to consider whether you will submit to me. The summoner was confident. By now, the opponent had expended an unknown amount of power. Not to mention the battle against his vast legion of undead. By then, even if the entire undead army were slaughtered, the opponent would be utterly drained. As long as the undead still existed, he could keep summoning them. It would merely require time to recover. Summoning undead? Who can't do that? Chapter 48, Annihilation. What? Hearing this, the short summoner frowned. His expression grew increasingly grave. No. Considering this individual's unique beast taming techniques, especially that mutated beast resembling a hellhound, it seemed to sprout a new head each time it devoured a human. Such a beast was terrifyingly difficult to deal with. A peculiar feeling surged within the summoner's heart. After all, the opponent was a beastmaster. Beastmasters typically command numerous beasts. This individual couldn't possibly have only this one beast. He must have many other beasts at his command. There was no time to waste. Delay could spell disaster. The summoner swept his arm in a sweeping gesture. Dozens of undead creatures surged forward in unison, unleashing a chorus of howls. The white undead charged forward as one. Though their numbers were relatively small, they still formed a seemingly endless tide. Gazing at the dense swarm of undead before him, Xin Tianke remained utterly composed. Beside him, Old Black calmly devoured the corpses of the fallen mages one by one, completely unflappable throughout. Witnessing this scene, the summoner felt an uneasy sensation welling up inside. An ominous foreboding took root within him. Could this man also summon the undead? But he was merely a beastmaster. How could a beastmaster possibly summon the undead? The thought flashed through his mind only to be swiftly dismissed. He stared at the figure before him, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. Witnessing this scene, Xin Tianke remained as calm as ever. He merely raised his hand slightly, his robes billowing wildly in the wind. His aura surged outward. Xin Tianke quietly removed the mask from his face. A faint, disdainful smile played upon his handsome features. The black and white flames burning within his eyes surged and flickered. Undead? Is that all? As soon as Xin Tianke finished speaking, power surged from his entire body. Feeling the familiar aura of the undead permeating the air, the summoner's expression changed instantly. No, no. This can't be. This couldn't be. This aura was all too familiar to him, the unique scent of the undead. How could he possibly have summoned it? As undead creatures poured forth from all around, the summoner's eyes were filled with utter horror. Undead. They were truly undead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly summon undead? You're just a beastmaster. Hearing these words, Xin Tianke remained remarkably composed. Black and white flames filled his pupils, carrying a hint of coldness. They seemed to radiate a murderous intent. He gazed at the other, his voice slow and measured. What lies beyond your comprehension is deemed impossible. Since that is the case, then watch closely from here on out. With that, Shin Tian-K snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the multitude of undead charging toward him suddenly froze in place. Then, under the summoner's stunned gaze, these undead beings, almost in identical formation, retreated backward. Seeing their own undead rushing toward them, fear welled up in the summoner's eyes. Muttering incantations under their breath, his body instinctively retreated backward. Impossible. How could this be? His undead forces obeyed only him. This was his own legion. Why was it being manipulated by the enemy? In this moment, he was filled with fear and panic. Just as he was about to act, he discovered with horror that undead creatures, appearing from nowhere, had already seized him in a death grip. Among the many undead clutching his body was the very captain of the Silver Dragon Trading Guild he had slain not long ago. Seeing the other's deathly pale face and eyes filled with rage, the summoner was utterly terrified. Though his legion was composed of undead, he had never encountered undead that possessed emotions. How could this be? The undead were supposed to be devoid of all emotion. Even when resurrected after being slain by their own master, they were like mechanical beings. How could they possibly be like this today? At this very moment, before he could react, he watched helplessly as the undead he had commanded to attack his opponent now surged toward him from all sides. Those undead had no physical form. At best, they were mere clusters of spiritual matter. These spectral entities now frantically darted through his body. Horror flashed in the summoner's eyes. A scream was about to escape his lips. But at some unknown moment, his tongue was completely severed by something and swallowed into his own stomach. Simultaneously, within his body, shadows kept piercing through his body. The sensation felt as though someone were relentlessly pounding his entire body with a massive drumstick. His body felt as though it had been pierced through. The assault persisted relentlessly until every undead entity had passed through his body. Outwardly, he appeared unscathed. But on his face, a look of terror gradually spread across his face. Within his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, this force had utterly devoured everything. His internal organs had rotted beyond recognition, emitting waves of foul stench. He now resembled a corpse, yet his body still carried the aura of a living being. Shin Tian-K strolled up before him. The summoner now clung to the last remnant of his will, forcing his body to stand. His internal organs had long since been utterly pulverized. His heart throbbed with agony. At this moment, fear was the only emotion left within him. Yet his eyes betrayed a desperate craving for answers. Shin Tian-K stared at him. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. What a pity. He had wasted his own expectations. At first, he had thought the other's abilities would be summoning some other legion, but he never imagined it would be undead. After all, he was a Hell Calamity Beastmaster. He could summon the undead himself and wield them with perfect precision. I can have them serve my beasts, causing them to undergo purification. Like Old Black and Little Gold. It's just a pity. The quality of the undead this fellow summons is generally low. Moreover, they cannot be used as resources to enhance one's own beasts. Before the opponent could react, he felt his body tumbling backward into the air. Immediately after, the last sensation coursing through his limbs felt like 1,000 blades slicing through his flesh simultaneously. Agony and stabbing pain relentlessly twisted through his body. Leaving him utterly speechless in despair, he fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing his opponent torn apart by Old Black, Shin Tian-K regained his usual composure. The black and white flames within his eyes gradually dispersed. At that moment, Shin Tian's gaze shifted toward the members of the Silver Dragon Guild standing nearby. Thankfully, Chen Ling and the other two were unconscious at that very moment. The others who had been following the group were also not unconscious. No one had witnessed his actions, and Shin Tian-K felt relieved. One must always be wary of others. But one must never harbor malicious intent. These people were bound to leak his whereabouts. Chapter 49, Spirit Summoner. At that moment, Zhang Fan had calmed his emotions. He walked toward Shin Tian-K. Though not entirely rigid, Shin Tian-K could see the shift in his demeanor. Where once his face had held only innocent charm, now it stirred with a hint of vengeful fury. His steps were unsteady, his body stiff. Step by step, he approached the remains of Uncle Lin. Zhang Fan watched his uncle, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. Within the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild, aside from his father, these two uncles were the only ones he had a close relationship with. Uncle Zhong and Uncle Lin had watched him grow up since childhood. How was that any different from his own parents and relatives? Now, watching Uncle Lin's body hollowed out before his very eyes, leaving only an empty shell, how could he bear it? Feeling the surging blood energy radiating from his disciple, Shin Tian-K truly couldn't bear it. This disciple possessed a pure heart and an innocent spirit. Such people are often the most loyal and devoted. Such an ordeal now was too cruel for him to bear. Yet, in a way, it could also help him grow. Uncle Lin! Uncle Lin! Zhang Fan's body began to tremble as grief and indignation welled up within him. The energy within him began to surge and swirl, building until it reached a critical point. Come! A soft command. Xin Tianke sensed an unusual aura. His eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at his disciple. A hint of strangeness flickered in his eyes. This was not the aura of the undead, yet it bore a striking resemblance to it, differing only in essence. Behind Zhang Fan, a shadowy figure began to emerge. The figure flickered in and out of existence, as if it were an illusion. What is this? Xin Tianke's heart stirred. Heroic spirit, Ling Konlu. Human spirit, killed in action while resisting alien invasion, surrounded and slain by 17 alien foes. Pre-death cultivation, 5th tier. Current combat power, 4th tier. Spirit, classified as undead, yet distinct from typical undead, possesses righteous yang energy and fears no light. In spirit? Xin Tianke's heart trembled. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder he sensed that familiar undead aura. There are countless types of undead. Among them, the heroic spirit is the most powerful. Ordinary undead feared sunlight. Even Old Black, having cultivated to his current level, still fears the sacred light element. But the spirit is different. Strictly speaking, elders are heroes who fell in battle. They often possess remarkable achievements and were virile men in life. Thus, they are not repelled by this so-called light. Instead, they align with the light. They stand as the most unique among the undead. Many summoners who possess undead servants seek to advance further. To possess a true spirit. It seems the only unit my apprentice can summon is a spirit. Summoners can call forth many different types of units. However, they often cannot possess conflicting attributes. In other words, from now on, my disciples will be restricted to summoning only undead units. Specifically, the most powerful spirits among the undead. But that will suffice. Spirits often possess immense individual power and are easier to summon in certain battlefields. Two spectral figures began to materialize behind Zhang Fan. The number of spirits behind him reached a full 3. Among these 3 spirits, 2 possessed 3rd-tier combat strength. 1 possessed 4th-tier combat strength. It seemed his disciple had finally gained the ability to protect himself. The combat strength of heroic spirits differs from that of undead forces. Spirits can only awaken based on the host's strength. If the host's cultivation is at the 1st tier, then the power displayed by the spirit will remain confined to the 1st tier. In other words, the spirit can gradually unleash its full power as the host's abilities improve. And that is sufficient. I know anger burns within your heart. When you gain the strength, I hope you will take vengeance upon that merchant guild with your own power. They slaughtered all those people solely to kidnap you. When Xin Tianke summoned the undead here, he had already understood their purpose. That was why he revealed everything. Hearing this, Zhang Fan clenched his fists. A flicker of anger flared in his eyes. But soon after, the anger gradually faded. He looked at his master. His gaze held gratitude. He knelt before his master and bowed his head heavily to the ground. Thank you, master, for granting me this opportunity. He knew that without any unforeseen circumstances, he would have to wait 2 more years before he could undergo his class change. Now, advancing his career 2 years early meant his combat prowess would receive an unprecedented boost. Becoming the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. 2 years would be sufficient to elevate his strength to a certain peak. Xin Tianke gave a slight nod. Just then, he raised his hand and waved it. The aura of the undead began surging into the nostrils of those who had just been unconscious. For those untrained in cultivation, the undead energy felt bitterly cold. It could potentially cause physical harm, but Xin Tianke controlled it with great skill. It merely sent a shiver through them, rousing them from unconsciousness. The moment this energy entered their bodies, caused them to shiver. They all awoke. Observing the events unfolding around them, they quickly pieced together their experiences from before losing consciousness. Anger flared in their eyes. Captain Xia Tianxie and the others were filled with rage. They had followed the captain here. They had also joined the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild under the captain's leadership. Without the captain, their professions might have faced considerable setbacks from others. After all, their professions were too specialized. Moreover, few truly understood the strengths and weaknesses of their professions. It could be said the captain was their benefactor. Now that the captain had died before their very eyes, how could they possibly tolerate it? At that moment, Zhang Fan revealed everything about his class change and awakening to the people before him. These individuals were all trained by Uncle Lin. They were like older brothers and sisters to him. They exchanged glances. Chen Ling stepped forward first. She shared the closest bond with Lin Bai. With a hint of moisture in her eyes, she addressed Qin Tianke respectfully. Esteemed senior, we are profoundly grateful for allowing our young master to change professions. We have no way to repay you. Master, on behalf of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild, we extend an invitation to you. The guild wishes to honor you as a distinguished guest, granting you the highest level of treatment. Such words were inappropriate coming from them. But Zhang Fan was the young master of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. When he spoke, his words carried immense weight. Elder, these are some items we've gathered. We're unsure which might aid your cultivation. If you don't mind, please take them all. Consider it a token of our sincerity. At this moment, they couldn't promise empty words or make grandiose promises. All they sought now was tangible material support. Chapter 50, Star Moon Bodhi Seed. Upon hearing their words, Qin Tianke accepted without hesitation. Watching as the other emptied the contents of their storage ring, he began examining each item one by one. He wasn't foolish enough to search through them himself. Instead, he activated the system's capabilities, scanning each item one by one. It was precisely at that moment Qin Tianke suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Something was relentlessly pulling at him, as if an invisible thread had hooked his body. He turned his gaze toward that place. Guided by this stirring sensation, Qin Tianke walked step by step. Soon, he saw an object lying quietly on the ground. It appeared to be a string of Bodhi seeds. Crystal clear, with certain sections shimmering like starlight. In other places, the beads shone like moonlight, illuminating a small patch of the surrounding area. Like outer space. It appears quite extraordinary. As soon as Qin Tianke swept his gaze over it, he became even more certain. This was what he had been searching for. It was also the source of that stirring sensation within his body. The only thing capable of stirring such feelings within him now was not his own beast. Rather, it was his curved blade. Back then, Qin Tianke had already performed the blood oath ritual with the flowing moon, binding it to him as his weapon. This blade had been left to him by his father. Thus, his blood-binding ritual posed no issue. It must be understood that once a weapon reaches the perfect grade, it can undergo the blood-swearing ritual. This allows the wielder to sense the weapon's location no matter how far apart they are. Item, Star Moon Bodhi Seed. Attributes, Starlight, Moonlight. Effects, can be used for weapon forging and cultivating the mind. Bodhi, seeds from a plant, commonly used to craft Buddhist prayer beads or bracelets to aid spiritual practice. Star Moon Bodhi, delicate and graceful, suitable for women, aids in self-cultivation. So it's something for self-cultivation? It can also enhance weapons? It should be able to further refine the quality of the flowing moon. At this thought, Qin Tianke's breathing quickened involuntarily. After all, his curved blade, the flow of the moon, was already of perfect grade quality. To advance it further, it would become a true legendary grade weapon. Legendary weapons were exceedingly rare. Even among the current lords of the 44 cities, possibly only possess one. And even then, it might merely be a collector's item. They would never be wielded lightly. Who would have thought that now? A hint of peculiarity flickered in Qin Tianke's eyes. These were all his speculations. That it could move the moonlit blade so deeply must mean it holds extraordinary significance. With this thought in mind, Qin Tianke promptly stored the Bodhi seed into his storage ring. As for the other items, after carefully sensing and examining them, he found they offered little benefit to his cultivation. He set them aside. This Star Moon Bodhi seed might just help enhance the quality of his curved blade. Even if it couldn't reach legendary grade, it could still push it a step further. Seeing the elder accept the items, the others breathed a sigh of relief. An elder like this is absolutely someone worth befriending. Their strength was beyond imagination, though they were unconscious and missed the actual battle. But their ability to help their young master advance his class early through rare treasures spoke volumes about their extensive experience. Qin Tianke had donned his mask long after the battle concluded. He rarely revealed his true face to others. After all, these individuals held only superficial connections to him. Except for his own disciple. Alright, it's time to leave. At these words, the others exchanged glances. Zhang Fan stepped forward, wrapped Lin Bai's body in some material, and carefully placed it into his storage ring. The storage ring could only hold objects without a life force. Anything non-living could be stored within. Observing his disciple's solemn expression, Qin Tianke felt a wave of contemplation wash over him, but it quickly dissipated. Watching the group walk toward the city where they were headed, Qin Tianke withdrew his gaze. As for the affairs between the two major merchant guilds of Moyan City and Tianshu City, Qin Tianke had no desire to know. He had no desire to wade into that murky water. Come to think of it, this trip had yielded considerable rewards. Not only had Old Black added several more heads to his tally, but he had also gained a new apprentice. Moreover, the curved blade had obtained a treasure that enhanced its quality. Qin Tianke looked at his own Lao Hei. Old Black now possessed 71 heads. Reaching 100 was merely a matter of time. With that in mind, He would seize this opportunity to slaughter some villains in the vicinity, striving to help Old Black reach the 100-head mark sooner. After all, he's about to head to the Alliance for the transferee selection. That place was a veritable den of hidden talents. Anyone under 25 could participate. One could encounter prodigies of extraordinary talent, so diligent cultivation remains essential. After all, during this operation, Shin Tian-K had already witnessed numerous unique class change professions. Not to mention the transferee selection, famed as a gathering of prodigies. Only by elevating his own abilities to secure a better ranking in the competition. He didn't want to disappoint Uncle Chen's expectations, and he was eager to make that damned commander suffer. Time passed slowly. 7 consecutive days passed. Upon a sand dune. That night, Shin Tian-K sat cross-legged in silence. Starlight bathed his entire body. During this period, Shin Tian-K began attempting to fuse the star moon Bodhi seed using the flow of the moon. A peculiar reaction seemed to occur between the two. Both emitted a hazy starlight. Then the lights drew toward each other, gradually merging into one. The fusion process was exceedingly long. Even now, a hazy starlight still lingered around the curved blade, refusing to dissipate. As it continued to condense, peculiar forces began to surge forth. It seemed only after that hazy starlight had completely dissipated, before his curved blade could ascend to a higher quality. Shin Tian-K said nothing more, instead biding his time to fully absorb it. And during this period, Old Black had already amassed 99 heads. Just one more head would bring him to 100. Then, he could step into the 4th tier. Shin Tian-K felt a surge of anticipation. His gaze fell upon the figure not far away. He pondered silently. He had been tailing this person for a full day and night. But the target was incredibly alert. Every time he got within 10 meters of them, they would instantly sense it. Then he'd flee at lightning speed. He carried the undead aura I had planted on him. Escape was impossible. But the moment I draw near, he'll sense me instantly. It was difficult to make a move. That kid's escape skills were truly formidable. Old Black ran until he was gasping for breath but still couldn't catch up. Not far from Shin Tian-K at that moment, a figure sat quietly in a cross-legged position. Shin Tian's vision displayed the target's system data. Lin Bo. Occupation, Earthwave Messenger. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Earthwave Messenger cultivates a unique sensory technique capable of detecting the slightest movement within a 10-meter radius. Can conceal themselves anywhere within the Earth. Abilities: Peril Sense, Earth Escape, Wall of Earth Spikes. Chapter 51, Prerequisites for 4th tier. Reading the system's description, Shin Tian-K frowned. This is tricky. After all, this guy currently only possessed one offensive ability and one defensive ability. But his crisis sense is extraordinary. As long as someone in danger exists within a 10-meter radius of him, he can instantly detect it and flee. Its escape speed is nothing short of extraordinary. This creature is incredibly difficult to deal with. Shin Tian-K was a stubborn mule. Once he's set his mind on eliminating this kid, there's no way he'll let him live. But how to catch him? That was another top priority problem. Shin Tian-K had been pondering it for so long. Still no leads. There was no other way. Every time he got close, even when his own beast drew near, he was instantly detected. No wonder the blood aura emanating from him was so thick, yet no one had ever noticed it. That kid's running too fast. How to eliminate him? That was the foremost problem before him. Never mind. Since there's no clue, then I'll stick to my original plan. Shin Tian-K had already formed an idea in his mind. After all, as things stood now, the other party's escape tactics were indeed formidable. But so what? You must understand. The enemy only excelled at escape. Their offensive capabilities are far inferior to mine. Though Xiao Jin hadn't advanced beyond the 2nd tier within these 7 days, through his cultivation, he drew closer to the 2nd stage. Now, all that remained was to consume a flame of this kind to propel him into the 2nd stage. Shin Tian-K had already researched this place. There was no such thing as a flame. Therefore, Xiao Jin could not advance. But Xiao Jin's flight speed was exceptionally swift. After all, its true form remains that of a blazing golden-tailed hawk. Among its kind, this bird's flight speed ranks among the fastest. Though Lao Hei's cultivation level is 3rd tier, his running speed was nowhere near his flying speed. Therefore, sending Xiao Jin to pursue the target was undoubtedly the best course of action. Shin Tian-K immediately sprang into action. The reason the pursuit yielded no results after a full day and night was because the target's danger warning system was too powerful. Even when the target was asleep, they could still detect danger and flee instantly. Just like now. The moment Shin Tian-K approached within 10 meters of the target, Lu saw the person instantly awaken from their deep slumber and immediately vanished into the earth. At incredible speed, rising mounds of sand surged from the ground, and the sky filled with swirling yellow sand. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment, immediately summoning his two beasts. He mounted Old Black's back. Xiao Jin soared through the sky. From its mouth, streams of ghostly flames continuously spewed forth. As these attacks descended upon the figure actually ran even faster. Qin Tianke, undeterred by the trouble, he simply stuck close behind his opponent. So what if it was fast? Speed is merely speed. Their endurance couldn't last long. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rested for so long. Moreover, how could a professional adventurer possess such formidable danger awareness and blazing speed? And to still maintain peak endurance to some degree? That's simply impossible. In this world, every shadow has its light, every loss comes with a gain. He refused to believe it. Moreover, every profession has its own flaws. That's why he was willing to take the gamble. Qin Tianke's reasoning was indeed sound. After an hour of pursuit between the two sides, Qin Tianke clearly sensed the opponent's speed had slowed, and seemed to be using some restorative elixirs. Their vital energy began to recover. Seeing this, Xiao Jin immediately flew up from his shoulder into the air. A ghostly flame gathered in his mouth. He unleashed a powerful blast. The fireball formed by the flames had barely descended. It exploded around the opponent. The intense shockwave from the explosion caused the figure beneath the mound to stiffen. His speed increased. But Qin Tianke had already clearly seen what the opponent dropped during their escape. Just as he thought. If this kid lacks endurance, then I'll wear him down. As Qin Tianke's plan unfolded, 2 hours passed. During this period, Qin Tianke had numerous elixirs to replenish his strength. In contrast, his opponent gradually grew weary. Eventually, his pace slowed to normal. Even slower than walking. Watching the man before him slow to a complete crawl, Qin Tianke knew this was the final moment. The moment he halted his own stride. He heard the figure before him utter a complaint. "Hey, big bro, why are you chasing me? What did I ever do to you?" Hearing these words, Qin Tianke raised his hand to recall Xiao Jin. Lao He was striding forward step by step. Qin Tianke spoke in a cold, measured tone. "You haven't provoked me, nor have you wronged me. But you killed someone, and for that, you must pay with your life. There are so many villains in this world, can you possibly kill them all? All I encounter shall be slain without mercy." The blood aura emanating from the man was exceptionally dense. Such a villain could not be spared. Linbo still wanted to resist. But in the next instant, something flashed before his eyes and struck instantly. A flash of white light streaked past. After 3 grueling hours of forced travel, had already left him severely weakened. Not to mention being caught off guard at such close range by Qin Tianke's sudden advance. He couldn't even unleash his abilities. He lay dead on the spot, head severed from his body. Lao He couldn't wait to devour the corpse. After all, 3 hours of relentless pursuit. Even he couldn't endure it. As the final head sprouted beside Lao He's 99 existing ones, his aura surged relentlessly. This signified that Old Black had successfully ascended to become a 100-headed mastiff. Qin Tianke couldn't help but cheer with joy. Yet he felt no surge of power coursing through his body. There was no sign of Old Black making any breakthrough. The earlier surge of energy felt like a force that had reached its peak only to halt abruptly. As if something crucial had failed to materialize, preventing it from breaking through that barrier. What the hell is going on? Qin Tianke was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. His eyes held a dazed look. At that moment, the system popped up a notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have fulfilled one of the prerequisites for breaking through to the 4th tier of beast taming. One more prerequisite remains. Breaking through to tier 4 requires 2 prerequisites. First, reaching 100 beasts. Second, the host's mental power must reach 60. Current host's spiritual power, 35. Seeing this requirement, Qin Tianke felt an inexplicable wave of dizziness wash over him. No way. What the hell is spiritual power? He only knew about soul power and necromantic power. What the hell was this spiritual power? Mental power can progress alongside tamed beasts, allowing constant sensing of their status and assimilation. In critical moments, it can even temporarily manifest within the beast. Cultivation method, none. Chapter 52, Homecoming. What the hell? No cultivation method for spiritual power? Qin Tianke's expression darkened. He felt like he'd been tricked. But upon closer reflection, among the 4th tier experts he'd encountered so far, seemed to be limited to that Blood Blade disciple. And Lin Bai, the captain of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. Yet regarding the combat prowess of these two, Qin Tianke found it rather peculiar. Setting aside Lin Bai, even that Blood Blade disciple, a full-fledged 4th tier expert, yet he was slain by a mere 3rd tier beastmaster like myself. Their abilities seemed somewhat lacking. And overall, there wasn't much about him that stood out. Not to mention he failed to discern my true cultivation level. So it seems 4th tier practitioners varied in strength. Unlike the first 3 tiers, where strength and weakness are so clearly defined, it seems the boundary between the 3rd and 4th tiers is no small watershed. Once I break through to the 4th tier, then I can move closer to even greater heights. But how exactly to advance remains a problem. Observing the system's current prompt, he gradually gained some insight. Perhaps the dividing line between tiers 3 and 4 lies in what is termed spiritual power. The system offered no explanation on this matter, nor did it emphasize it. He would have to seek the answers himself. Thinking this, he glanced at Old Black beside him. With no further hesitation, he immediately swung himself onto the horse. He galloped off into the distance on Lao Hei. Since there was no way to grow here, then he'd return. Perhaps upon returning, he might gain some new insights. Besides, it was still early. With over 2 months left, he had ample time to figure things out on his own. If we take the battle ruins as the center of the map, 3 cities lie scattered around its perimeter. The central city among these 3 is Lingyun City. It stands as the foremost among the 3. To the left of Lingyun City lies Moyun City. To its right lies Tianshu City. Compared to Lingyun City, relatively smaller in scale, seemingly unremarkable. Moreover, within Lingyun City, the largest of the 3, the chambers of commerce within Lingyun City are spread out in an extremely confined manner. In stark contrast, merchant guilds are practically everywhere in this city. Among them, the largest guild in Moyun City is undoubtedly the Silver Dragon Guild. Not only does the Silver Dragon Guild maintain branches across all 3 cities of the battle ruins, its status as the foremost guild is well earned. It must be understood that throughout history, the transfiguration ceremony has always been influenced by 3 major factions. One is the city authorities, one is the military, and the third is the Transferee Alliance. Among these, most personnel within Moyun City's city administration belong to the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. The military district also maintains close cooperation with the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. As for the Transferee Alliance, it stands as the largest official faction. Compared to the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild in Moyun City, it is also the largest private organization. The 2 sides have always engaged in mutual trade, with no conflicts or antagonism between them. Silver Dragon Merchants Guild, Silver Dragon Manor. Upon the high dais, a middle-aged man sat with a faintly cold expression, watching the scene unfolding before him. His gaze held nothing but icy detachment. Nothing but icy detachment. Beside him stood a figure. It appeared to be a youth. Yet his face bore traces of coldness and bloodshed. There was no trace of the innocence one would expect at that age. Before them lay a corpse. The body had been hollowed out from the abdomen down, leaving only a skin-covered skeleton, a truly unsettling sight. The Yunshu Trading Guild? The middle-aged man's voice was icy, radiating an overwhelming aura. He possessed 4th tier cultivation, yet it carried a distinctly savage edge. Daring to make my Silver Dragon Guild pay such a price, they must be tired of living. With that declaration, the middle-aged man raised his hand. Several figures swiftly approached the entrance. They radiated a thick aura of death, as if long since buried. Yet they moved here, their presence revealed in the constant surging of their aura. All possess 3rd tier cultivation, teetering on the brink of 4th tier. Take care of every last one of those Yunshu merchants' heirs. As for the military side, I have my own methods. Hearing this, the figures nodded in unison. They immediately vanished from the area. Their speed was astonishing as they raced toward Tianshu City. As the foremost merchant guild in the city, and arguably the foremost guild across all 3 cities, Zhang Tianjiang possessed both the qualifications and the strength. After all, the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild earned its reputation as the strongest guild in these lands, was due to Moyun City's advantageous geographical position. And Moyun City's outskirts bordered other cities, serving as the most interconnected central hub among them. Thus, aside from 2 other cities, representatives from all other cities frequently come here to negotiate, coordinate logistics, and conduct trade. Over time, the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild seized this momentum to rise to prominence, eventually becoming the foremost guild. It even gained the privilege to participate in the so-called transferee ceremony, an event presided over only by the leaders of the 3 major factions. This is how the Silver Dragon Guild attained its current formidable stature. At that moment, Zhang Tianjing turned to look at his son, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. The earlier icy chill and grimness had completely dissipated. Fanner, this matter is not your fault. Your cultivation has only just reached the 1st tier, and you possess such a unique summon object. What you must do now is focus on cultivating diligently. As for the Tianshu Guild, I will naturally stay behind and let you test your hand at it. Zhang Tianjiang had always been decisive in battle. In his eyes, the insignificant Tianshu Trading Company wasn't worth his full effort. He only needed to eliminate their only son. In time, his own son could personally destroy the entire guild. Jiang Fan nodded. Observing his son's unusual expression, Zhang Tianzhang felt a stir within. Fanner, you handled this matter correctly by winning over your master. Based on what you've said, your master should be at the 3rd tier level. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes flickered slightly. He had always wanted to know his master's cultivation level. But his master had never revealed it to him. And he felt awkward asking. Moreover, not a single person around him could discern his master's cultivation level. He trusted his father's words implicitly. Seeing the expression on his son's face, Zhang Tianjing's lips curved into a smile. Your master might not be some so-called senior figure. According to my intelligence, the only one capable of summoning that peculiar beast within the 3 cities thus far is none other than Lingyun City's foremost prodigy. He is also the team leader representing Lingyun City in this alliance-wide transferee selection Qin Tian. This man is someone you can befriend, but never do business with. Rumor has it he has deep connections with the military, and he's a young hero. Don't make him an enemy lightly. I will personally send someone to deliver gifts to his residence to establish a connection with him. Chapter 53, Preparations. Lingyun City. Military District Training Ground. Li Li let out a furious roar. From his sword case, 17 flying swords burst forth simultaneously. Traces of light streaked through the air and plunged straight toward the figure before him. Meanwhile, Lin Nuo stood before him, narrowing his eyes, watching his opponent. His round, plump body showed no sign of movement. Instead, he stretched out onto the ground with evident contentment. The moment he lay down, a peculiar halo began to ripple around him in concentric circles. From his body, a peculiar bagua formation spread outwards, radiating into the earth. Lin Nuo's lips curved into a smile. You little flying sword, how dare you act so presumptuously? Lin Nuo paused. The instant his body made direct contact with the flying swords, he vanished completely. When he reappeared, his figure had already materialized before Li Li. Simultaneously, Tai Chi Yin Yang energy coalesced in his palm. With a soft grunt from his mouth. Boom! The next instant, his opponent's body abruptly recoiled, instantly knocked flying into the air. Meanwhile, the flying swords rapidly overlapped beneath his feet, forming a platform, allowing Li Li to stand temporarily. Witnessing this scene, Li Li charged forward once more. Several flying swords circled around him. The other flying swords swiftly charged forward. The perfect grade flying sword remained by his side at all times, reserved as his final killing blow. At the same time, on the other side, sacred light shone relentlessly. Chen Zhengyang let out a roar. His skin began to transform rapidly. Golden scales gradually spread across his body, though it appeared dazzlingly golden. In reality, the gold vanished in a flash, forming bronze-colored skin without many striking patterns or runes. He had not yet cultivated his profession to the point where it was utterly impossible to condense a truly perfect golden body. Not to mention he was not in a state of rage. Naturally, he couldn't channel his full power. A red light flashed in his eyes. He immediately thrust his palm forward. The fierce palm, carrying a gale, crashed down with a thunderous impact, slamming heavily into his opponent. The raging wind swirled, constantly whipping up dust. Su Jia's figure was obscured. Su Jia watched the scene unfold before him with an expression of calm detachment. A smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. His magic staff struck the ground with force. The smoke instantly dissipated. These attacks caused him no harm whatsoever. After all, the sacred magic cloak granted immunity to physical attacks to a certain extent. TSK, not quite there yet. After saying this, Su Jia's staff had already begun to shift. A pattern resembling knife marks began to spread across its tip. As the staff swung relentlessly in her grasp, he swung it with brutal force. This was his most powerful strike yet. After half a month of cultivation and refinement, Chen Zhengyang had already advanced to the 3rd tier. Faced with this strike, a part of him wanted to dodge. Yet a stubborn resolve compelled him to meet it head-on. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He stepped forward. The golden radiance upon his skin flared once more. The Buddha's golden body suddenly manifested. A thunderous roar echoed. The meteor divine slashing strike struck the Buddha's golden body. It left a significant gash upon its surface. Then the golden light dissipated. Chen Zhengyang staggered backward several meters. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had taken the full brunt of that strike. He had given it his all. The greatest taboo in battling a mage is relying on ranged attacks. The most effective approach is close combat. But there was no other way. Su Jia had the divine magic cloak as his cheat code. He simply couldn't win. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately charged forward again to engage in combat with his opponent. Watching the 4 combatants, Qin Tian walked in through the main gate of the training ground. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. After half a month of training, his teammates seemed to have made considerable progress. For instance, the combat styles they had chosen were now perfectly suited to their individual strengths. That said, Su Jia and Lin Nuo truly lived up to their reputation as members of the Transferee Alliance branch. After all, they represented the face of the Transferee Alliance. Their combat movements, experience, and techniques all placed them firmly in the upper echelons. The differences were evident in the clash between the four. The two fighting on home turf were completely overwhelmed, unable to mount any resistance. The other two, however, moved with ease and confidence. They appeared utterly at ease. Perhaps this was the kind of genius cultivated by the abundant resources within the Transferee Alliance. All four combatants simultaneously sensed a familiar aura. They all turned their gaze toward that direction. There stood Qin Tianke. All four halted their fighting at once. Lin Nuo shouted, "Quick, welcome our captain." Without hesitation, the four immediately turned their weapons and charged toward Qin Tianke. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianke shook his head helplessly. With a stomp of his foot, from the shadows, Lao He slowly materialized. This time, Lao He's aura approached that of a fourth-tier being. The combined pressure and collective roar erupting from 100 heads caused the few people before him to pause. Then the 4-on-1 battle commenced. Commander-in-Chief's office. Commander Chen, these are the participant lists from the other cities. Chen Xingfeng's gaze darted repeatedly across the list in his hands. He pinched the bridge of his nose. His expression darkened. This batch of prodigies truly outnumbered those from their own generation. Specialized class changers aside, among the roster of participants from numerous cities for this alliance-wide job change selection, there was a 15-year-old prodigy and a 20-year-old dual-class transferee. Both of these individuals are formidable opponents. Moreover, among the numerous participants from the other 43 cities, there were actually 2 experts who had already reached the 4th tier. The divide between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is particularly vast. Chen Xingfeng understood this all too well. Once one stepped into the 4th tier, especially for these specially cultivated elite candidates, the impact they could make would be immeasurable. Now, it would be quite difficult for them to secure the same ranking as last time. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, he suddenly sensed something. He glanced toward the window. In the direction of the training grounds, a massive cloud of smoke erupted. It drifted slowly upward. It seemed an epic battle was unfolding. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingfeng set down the list in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Youth is truly wonderful, so full of energy. Amidst the battle's aura, he sensed a familiar presence. Already nearing the 4th tier? Truly, the pupil has surpassed the master. But without a special mentor to guide them, breaking through to the 4th tier. It's like a blind man feeling an elephant. You grasp the surface but never the essence. The others were still far from the 4th tier. They still need to hurry up and strengthen their abilities. They must strive to reach the threshold of the 4th tier. Special training must be implemented for them. We must devise targeted strategies and plans to elevate their capabilities. Chapter 54, Tactical Coordination. Chen Xingfeng made up his mind. Distribute all these supplies tomorrow. Chen Xingfeng handed the pre-prepared supply list to his secretary. The secretary took it and gave it a cursory glance. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Though the list contained only a handful of items, each one could be considered priceless. Commander Chen is truly generous. The secretary understood his authority and responsibilities. He said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Only then did he depart. Quietly, he went to prepare the materials. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Lin Nuo plopped down onto the ground. He was panting heavily. His gaze fixed on the massive beast not far ahead. His eyes brimmed with confusion. He shouted at Qin Tianke. "Wait, where'd you get such a huge beast? It wasn't this big last time. How come there are so many now?" While he was still complaining, Su Jia beside him had already begun slowly counting the beast's heads. 98, 97, 99, 100. Holy crap, 100 heads. How many heads is this beast supposed to grow? Are we talking 1,000? 10,000? Meanwhile, Chen Zhengyang and Li Li on the other side had already given up. There was nothing they could do. Even when the 4 of them joined forces earlier, they still couldn't win. Qin Tiang's overall strength surpassed theirs. Even though Su Jia possessed attributes that countered his beast-taming abilities, Qin Tianke himself hadn't even joined the fight yet. Moreover, Su Jia hadn't unleashed her full strength either. This left the 3 of them being thoroughly dominated by the opponent's beast. Su Jia, however, stopped fighting midway through. She ran off to the side and began counting Lao Hei's heads. After all, this was merely a sparring match, no need to go all out. Holy moly! Upon hearing Su Jia's words, the other 2 were utterly astonished. They couldn't fathom what kind of beast Qin Tianke possessed. How come every time they saw it, it seemed so different? Hearing their remarks, Qin Tianke smiled without saying much. Instead, he recalled Old Black. He looked at the people before him. During their earlier exchange, he had observed the gap in overall combat strength between the 5 of them. He cleared his throat twice. Then he stepped forward. While it's true you've trained diligently during my absence these past 2 weeks, but the results of your training still fall short. The 4 exchanged glances. This was the first time they'd heard Qin Tianke speak in such a formal and disciplined manner. Each wore an expression of peculiarity and unease. Qin Tianke spoke first. Your previous battles were either in pairs or, rather, you've grown accustomed to fighting alone. When you joined forces just now, not only did you fail to exert any pressure on me, but it actually felt quite relaxed and pleasant. Hearing this, the sole woman among them immediately bristled. Su Jia snorted coldly. That's only because I haven't unleashed my full power yet. Once I do. Qin Tianke promptly cut in. If you had moved, I would have countered. And even without moving, I could have exploited the weaknesses of those 3 to defeat you. He recalled the combat prowess displayed during the earlier captain selection. First, Chen Zhengyang, your class is the Wrathful Buddha. I know your combat power skyrockets when enraged, but it only allows you to surpass your own limits, not fight opponents of higher tiers. Therefore, the strength you should focus on developing isn't your own attack power, but rather your defense. Our goal here is to win this alliance-wide transferee selection, secure a higher ranking, and earn protective treasures for our city. That means we must abandon some of our old combat styles and mindsets. Your combat prowess is undeniably formidable, but your class inherently has vulnerabilities and your defense is exceptionally strong. Take the Buddha's golden body you demonstrated earlier, that's the direction you should prioritize. Focus your cultivation on defense. You can practice attack techniques as a secondary focus, but don't overemphasize them. His tone shifted abruptly. Qin Tiang's gaze shifted to Li Li. The same applies to you. You and Chen Zhengyang are polar opposites, one fixated solely on offense, the other solely on defense. You wield 17 flying swords, yet keep a full 7 by your side for defense, using the other 10 in combat. By comparison, you seem more concerned about threats to yourself. But have you considered that Chen Zhengyang hones his defensive abilities precisely to protect you all? This way, you can fully concentrate on making all 17 of your flying swords lethal. Your 10 swords are indeed formidable, but add the 7 more. Combine those 17 flying swords with specialized sword formations, your sword techniques could reach an entirely new level of power. Li Li nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Qin Tianke turned his gaze to the other 2. Our mission this time is a team battle. We'll face many other teams in combat, so we need to establish our tactical arrangements now. Their roles, one offense, one defense, complement each other perfectly. I can support your combat, but you two must also fulfill your respective functions. First, Su Jia's class provides powerful support effects and can deliver a decisive finishing blow. It holds a strong counter and advantage against dark attribute classes. So no matter what, you must fully leverage your strengths. Also, stay close to Chen Zhengyang at all times. That cloak you wear is quite unique, but treat it as a trump card, don't reveal it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Finally, Lin Nuo, your Bagua walker is indeed formidable, but you haven't leveraged your strengths effectively. During our earlier clash, you consistently relied on your Ascension combat style. I suggest shifting tactics. You could rotate your roles, have Li Li serve as the ranged attacker, continuously unleashing his sword techniques while coordinating magic with Su Jia. Meanwhile, you and Chen Zhengyang could alternate between roles. One handles defense, the other focuses on close combat. This approach will yield twice the results with half the effort and foster greater synergy. Upon hearing Qin Tiang's words, the others pondered briefly. They quickly grasped the meaning behind his words. Approval flickered across their faces. Qin Tiang's strategy stemmed directly from his recent expedition to the powerful figure's ruins. He had observed both merchant guild teams. He naturally understood the flaws within their ranks and the strategic deployments they had arranged. These could all serve as valuable lessons for his own team's advancement. Alright, let's begin training. Following my earlier reasoning, we'll practice for a while first. Then, Commander Chen, please arrange for us to face an opponent. We need some hands-on combat practice. Chapter 55, Second Tier. The group was brimming with enthusiasm. They plunged back into relentless training. 3 days passed in a flash. It must be said, Qin Tiang's insights were truly spot on. Each of their combat strengths had risen to a new level. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless. All this growth, Chen Xingfeng had witnessed it all. Regarding this generation's combat and tactics, Chen Xingfeng could offer no guidance or advice. He couldn't invite others to witness their peak lineup. So he let them figure things out on their own. After all, what they discovered through their own efforts would always be the flaws they themselves recognized most keenly, so he chose not to intervene. However, to his surprise, his good nephew did indeed give him a surprise. He had no idea where. He never imagined he'd have such peculiar insights into combat matters. While such tactics were commonly discussed within prominent families, his beloved nephew lacked the familial pedigree to conceive such ideas. He must have experienced quite a few battles to grow like this. Chen Qingfeng was naturally filled with heartfelt satisfaction. If his elder brother knew this in the afterlife, he would surely depart with a smile. "Commander, the shipment has arrived." The secretary's voice reached his ears. Chen Qingfeng's voice was calm and measured. "Distribute them as requested. These items should be sufficient for them to enhance their current capabilities. As their strength grows, their tactical coordination will become increasingly seamless. Also inform them that they have exactly 2 months to prepare for the journey to the Alliance Governor 2 months from now." "Yes, sir." Within the secluded cultivation chamber, the commander had assigned them 5 identical cultivation rooms. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged. He carefully sensed the peculiar fluctuations around him. His gaze fell upon the storage box before him. The box appeared glass-like in appearance, yet it could withstand extremely high temperatures. Moreover, it kept the flames stored within from extinguishing. His eyes flickered slightly. System information appeared. Ding. Item, Magma Flame. Born from volcanic magma flames, it embodies the spirit of molten rock. Quality, elite. This was what Uncle Chen had found for him. It was enough. He was still fretting over how to advance Xiao Jin to the 2nd tier. In his view, if he were to enter this alliance-wide transferee selection with confidence, there were 2 main aspects. One was to strive for his beast companion, Old Black, to reach the 4th tier. Though that would require certain restrictions. For instance, at present, he needed a method to cultivate his spiritual power. He had no idea. The other goal was to strive for Xiao Jin to advance to the 2nd tier. While ordinary beast tamers are constrained by their own mastery level, all be kept at the same stage before advancing them collectively to the next tier. But Qin Tianke was different. His beastmaster status was exceptionally unique, seemingly free from such constraints. Thus, he could possess 2 beasts at entirely different, even vastly disparate, levels of mastery. It was undeniable. Xiao Jin's current abilities, whether it be flight, fire manipulation, or immunity to light, will undoubtedly help him gain the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Therefore, advancing Xiao Jin to the 2nd tier is the second crucial condition he has set for participating in the alliance-wide transferee selection. Qin Tianke summoned Xiao Jin from the beast taming space. The moment he appeared, Xiao Jin eagerly approached the iron box. His face brimmed with anticipation. Qin Tianke could sense the meaning conveyed by the other party. He pulled the pin from the iron box. In an instant, scorching heat swept wildly through the air. It felt as though they had been transported into a raging volcano in an instant. The temperature shot up instantly, searing the entire cultivation chamber. But for flames of this intensity, Qin Tianke could endure it. The feedback from his beast taming both from Old Black and Little Gold. As it happened, beasts of Xiao Jin's species were renowned for their flight speed and heat resistance. So this level of heat was hardly anything to him. Little Gold cheered with excitement. Seeing the flames before him, twice his own size, it darted straight into the flames without hesitation. The moment it entered, Qin Tianke sensed the comfort it radiated. According to the system's explanation, flame fusion typically resulted in 2 scenarios. Either the flame's temperature is too high and its grade too advanced to be fused, causing a painful reaction, or the flame is entirely within an acceptable range, easily dissolved. The sensation felt like taking a bath within it. This flame was merely elite grade, but Qin Tianke knew Uncle Chen had gone to great lengths to obtain it. After all, this was no ordinary flame. It was a flame born from a natural spirit object. Such things required natural formation from heaven and earth, and reaching elite grade was already extraordinary. Qin Tianke didn't linger idly. Instead, shifting his gaze to the items displayed on the desk beside him. The Blue Lotus Spiritual Cultivation Method. This must be the other condition Uncle Chen had given him. Though he didn't know Uncle Chen's cultivation level, the latter must have been aware that he was now at the critical juncture of advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier. This spiritual cultivation method perfectly filled the void in his current practice. Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. He immediately began flipping through the text to start his cultivation. Xiao Jin sat quietly nearby, basking in the flames. As the flames continuously surged into his body, the ash-red feathers began to undergo subtle changes. The flames gradually took on a burning quality. The crimson hues within the feathers grew increasingly pronounced. The gray seemed to grow sparse. Instead, an eerie blackish-red hue emerged. But that wasn't all. Within the flames, Xiao Jin's aura surged relentlessly. The tuft of white fur on its forehead grew more dazzling. The previous white hue gradually transformed into a pure snow white, while the golden color on its tail deepened and intensified. At the same time, in the other 4 meditation chambers, the 4 members of the team also received their respective cultivation supplies. They began diligently cultivating. They knew that only by elevating their strength could they gain the upper hand in this battle. Moreover, they could obtain the so-called protective spirit treasures. Reaching higher ranks, It meant they could receive greater rewards. Even being granted military ranks was not out of the question. Time slipped away swiftly. Dawn. As a ray of sunlight pierced the darkness and streamed into the secluded meditation chamber, a pair of eyes opened in the light. With a hint of excitement, a brilliant lotus seemed to swirl within the pupils. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spiritual energy has increased by 2 points. A whole night of arduous cultivation only yielded 2 points of mental power. That's ridiculously little, isn't it? Shin Tian-Ke felt utterly speechless inside. Little did he know. The spiritual power of ordinary people cannot be measured in points. It could only be roughly gauged. And making even an inch or two of progress in a single night was considered quite good. He was truly blessed beyond measure. At that moment, a piercing bird call rang out beside him. Chapter 56, Parting Approaches. Shin Tian-Ke turned his head. In his eyes, a red and black eaglet perched upon the iron box. Compared to before, this eaglet seemed to have grown significantly in size. Its plumage had shifted slightly from the previous grayish-red hue. The crimson markings appeared as if they were burning. The gray feathers were gradually turning black. Red and black intertwined. Unusual patterns have begun to appear on its feathers. As if they were some sort of undead markings. The golden hues of its tail feathers grew ever more brilliant. Its aura and the power it displayed all proclaimed its advancement to the second stage. A second stage beast tamer. Little Gold was now meticulously grooming its feathers. Simultaneously, its cultivation underwent subtle shifts. Its physical form showed little change. But the aura emanating from its body now carried a sense of enduring, lingering depth. His eyes lit up. Detailed system data for Xiao Jin appeared before him. Beast, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Flame, Spectre. Power, Tier 2. Abilities, Ghostly Fire Scorch, Phantom Shadow Shuttle. Spectral attribute, exists within light, endures within darkness. Shadow Shifting, a unique ability of spectral attribute beasts, enabling swift traversal through shadowy realms. It seems that with each level up of my beast, the system's descriptions of the beast become increasingly detailed. Just like now. He only knew about this new skill. It seemed somewhat similar to Old Black's Dark Shadow Escape. However, Dark Shadow Escape was a means of escape and travel. This Shadow Shuttle seemed to be faster. Old Black's abilities typically only allow a single use before entering a cooldown phase. That's what they call the cooldown period. But this Shadow Shuttle seems to require none. It appears to have no limitations whatsoever. It can be used for extended periods and multiple jumps, though its range might be fixed. Regarding the abilities related to beast taming, Shin Tian-Ke himself had gained considerable insight. This realization struck him like a bolt of insight. Xiao Jin had already flown over in 2 swift strides to land beside Shin Tian-Ke. It settled quietly on his shoulder. Fortunately, Xiao Jin hadn't grown to an enormous size after advancing. Otherwise, his shoulder wouldn't have been able to support a full-grown falcon. At the very least, he'd need to brace it with his arm. Shin Tian-Ke wasn't idle. He seized the opportunity in the cultivation chamber to continuously advance his spiritual power. Xiao Jin had now reached the second stage. This enhanced his combat effectiveness. It further strengthened his resolve to participate in the alliance-wide transferee selection this time. But he still wanted to push further. He aimed to elevate Old Black's cultivation to the 4th tier. The prerequisite is that a Beastmaster's mental power must reach 60 points. His mental power still seemed to be over 20 points short. He had no idea how long it would take to cultivate that much further. Judging by his current pace of 2 to 3 points per night, it shouldn't be too long. Shin Tian-Ke pondered this. He felt some ideas and thoughts forming. To him, cultivating spiritual power seemed effortless. But often, ideals are rich and full, while reality is stark and lean. After immersing himself in quiet rest for 2 days, he suddenly collapsed upon realizing one thing. He simply couldn't cultivate the way he had before. His spiritual power seemed to have stagnated. There was almost no progress at all. It took 3 days just to gain a little. The gap compared to before was simply too vast. Could cultivating spiritual power truly be this difficult? Shin Tian-Ke couldn't quite put his current feelings into words. He only knew that perhaps he could try slowly. When faced with challenges, he never gave up easily. At most, he'd grumble a bit. He immediately resumed his cultivation of the mental technique. As the energy circulated within him, the aura emanating from his body began to undergo subtle shifts. Overall, however, the results of these days of cultivation remained minimal. Meanwhile, Shin Tian-Ke had ventured out during this period. He learned of his teammates' progress. Each of them had begun striding forward along the path he had guided them toward. Take Li Li, for instance. The sharpness of his flying sword now has been elevated to an entirely new level. Apart from that one perfect grade sword, all others have reached elite grade standards. This greatly enhances his killing prowess. Additionally, Chen Zhengyang's Buddhist golden body has been enhanced. His defensive attributes had risen considerably. The other two were similarly enhanced. They were already celebrated geniuses within the Transfiguration Alliance. Their comprehension abilities speak for themselves. They possess the innate ability to grasp concepts through sheer willpower. Now, they have achieved this very effect. Time passed slowly. Over the course of these 2 months, Qin Tianke and the others trained during the day. Each delved into their own strengths at night, then gathered for unified discussions to devise targeted training plans. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed amidst their relentless training and cultivation. Their cultivation progress gradually leveled off. Qin Tianke's spiritual power ultimately plateaued at 52 points. There remained an 8-point gap to reach 60. But it was sufficient. Even if he wished to cultivate further, there was no way to do so. After all, they would be heading to the Alliance Governor in 2 days. Walking down the street, observing everything around him, Qin Tianke felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Who could have imagined that just months ago he had been a bedridden vegetable? Yet now he stood as the young representative sent forth by the city. Qin Tianke returned home. He spent his mother's final days by her side. During this time, he also learned that the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild had visited. His disciple knew his true identity. This revelation came as no surprise to him. He had investigated the head of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. The man was no ordinary individual. His combat prowess alone was at the 4th tier level. And ruthless to boot. What sort of person could elevate their own guild to become the foremost merchant guild across the 3 major cities? But it seemed. He seemed to harbor no ill will toward him and had even extended an olive branch. With him around, I can leave this place with peace of mind. The first guild's influence far outweighs any pressure from the so-called military. The military would not act lightly, but the guilds face no such constraints. For a family to thrive, they must rely on commerce and trade. With the guild's restrictions, they'd have no capacity to grow even if they wanted to. Tianke, what are you thinking about? He heard his mother's nagging. Qin Tianke snapped back to reality. Watching his mother serve him braised spare ribs, he smiled. His expression was simple and honest. Nothing much, Mom. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. The Shangwan and Chen families won't cause any more trouble. During his time here, Qin Tianke leveraged his status and position as a guest of honor at the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild. He had continuously exerted pressure on the Qian and Shangwan families. Though neither side had openly broken ties, they continued to curry favor with Qin Tianke. Their young masters refrained from any further reckless actions. Moreover, throughout this period, his mother had been under the constant, discreet protection of the personal bodyguard sent by Uncle Chen. Chapter 57, The Reverse-Breaking Vessel. That was enough. This trip, Mom won't be by your side. Think things through carefully and be cautious about everything. Also, make sure to eat your fill no matter what anyone says. If you come back looking thinner, Mom won't forgive you. Got it, Mom? I'm old enough to take care of myself. Amidst Qin Tianke's carefree smile and his mother's nagging, the night slipped away in a hurry. That day, at the martial arts training ground, numerous soldiers stood at attention, arrayed in orderly formation. Their gazes were fixed on several figures standing at the very front. Before the soldiers stood 5 figures. Though their faces bore traces of youth, the weight upon their shoulders was immense. Among them, Su Kuan, the soldier in charge of leading this group. He gazed at the figures ahead. A hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, especially when he saw the squad leader among the 5. His eyes held a rare look of admiration. To be honest, he still couldn't accept being defeated by that person back then. He still harbored resentment. But over these past days, he had witnessed the fruits of their training. To be fair, even with the special resources he'd received from the commander-in-chief, he couldn't have reached this level. After all, their progress was terrifying. Su Kuan was now 22 years old. It was only 2 days ago that he narrowly broke through to the 3rd tier. But what about the other party? He had been in the 3rd tier for who knows how long. And on this path, he continues to grow, relentlessly closing in on the 4th tier. Consider this, he's only 18 years old. This was the gap between innate talent and actual strength. He had long since abandoned his initial hatred for Qin Tianke, transforming it instead into admiration. Such a prodigious young talent. His path of growth could never be confined to their world alone. If possible, he hoped this young man would go even further, bearing the hopes of all the city's citizens toward greater heights. Suddenly, Su Kuan sensed a colossal force descending from the heavens. The moment this aura appeared, he instantly grew alert. Such an aura could never belong to a 4th tier being. It surpassed the 4th tier. 5th tier? 6th tier? Or even higher? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, many soldiers nearby had already assumed defensive and combat stances. Such an immense aura descending. Regardless of who the opponent was, they should react instantly. It was the first instinct of every warrior. At that moment, the object in the sky also captured the attention of Qin Tianke and the others. That is, a massive floating object had broken through the clouds and descended from within. Qin Tianke felt a pang of doubt. At that moment, Lin Nuo beside him gazed at the object. His eyes narrowed slightly. His plump face now bore eyes reduced to slits. His voice drifted out softly. Legend has it that the commander-in-chief of Lingyun City once possessed an exceptionally unique spirit treasure. This treasure possessed two forms. Not only did it possess offensive attributes, but it could also transform into a flying spirit treasure capable of carrying 100 people through the skies. It was an item of immense value. That artifact was known as the Reversal Breaker Vessel. As Lin Nuo began his explanation beside him, Qin Tiang's eyes flashed with the system's corresponding description. Spiritual treasure, Reversal Breaker Vessel, Reversal Breaker Sword. Quality, legendary grade spirit treasure. Attributes, attack, flight carriage. Description, a legendary grade spirit treasure of rare dual capabilities attacking and flight-bearing unseen in this world. The Reversal Breaker Vessel is a colossal ship possessing 4 inherent capabilities: attack, defense, flight, and transport. It traverses tens of thousands of miles daily. The Reversal Breaker Sword possesses formidable offensive prowess, forged from countless wills defying adversity. It unleashes terrifying power in dire moments. A spirit treasure with 2 distinct forms? This was the first time Qin Tianke had ever encountered such an extraordinary divine artifact. It must be noted. Spiritual treasures are generally classified as innate or acquired. As a spiritual treasure, it was akin to the flame Xiao Jin had devoured earlier. Born from the heavens and earth, originating from nature itself. They can only grow and evolve within natural environments. Post-heavenly divine treasures, however, are mostly created through human intervention or directly forged by humans. It is worth noting that artificially constructed spiritual treasures are extremely rare. Moreover, their existing numbers are exceedingly scarce. Qin Tianke had only ever seen this one spirit treasure before him, and it was a dual-form one? He had only heard them mention that Uncle Chan might possess some special methods, but never imagined it would be this terrifying. Within the city, all major factions simultaneously turned their gaze toward the colossal warship in the sky. In the other 2 cities, powerful individuals also sensed this aura. They all craned their necks to look. They beheld a silvery white floating object amidst the sea of clouds above Lingyun City, not far away. Witnessing this exceedingly rare spectacle, a hint of astonishment flickered in their eyes. The ruler of Moyun City was a woman. At her feet stood a peacock radiating multicolored light. The woman gazed at the warship emitting a silvery white glow on the horizon. She sensed its presence. A wave of astonishment washed over her. With her current discernment, she could clearly discern. This was a rare, post-heavenly legendary grade spirit treasure. Post-heavenly spirit treasures that had been successfully refined were already rare, let alone a legendary tier artifact among them. Moreover, the individual capable of wielding this treasure must possess cultivation far exceeding the 6th tier. The Lord of Moyun City narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of surprise flickered in his beautiful eyes. Unexpectedly, that military leader from Lingyun City possessed such formidable strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. No wonder he was hailed as one of the 9 supreme commanders. Indeed, he possessed considerable strength. The president of the Silver Dragon Merchants Guild witnessed this scene as well. He pondered silently. Had he overlooked anything in his own affairs? Tianshu City. The city lord was a white-haired elder, leaning on his cane as sunlight flickered around him. It seemed as though he stood atop the shoulder of a colossal figure. This colossal figure radiated immense vitality and raw, untamed power. Even in the flickering sunlight, this figure alone could block out the sky and shade the sun. Yet now it seemed obscured. No trace remained, only a vague outline visible. Yet in the refracted sunlight, it vanished again. Only an old man remained standing. TSK. A 7th rank sword master actually choosing to dwell in our remote desert? TSK. That's quite rare, isn't it? At this moment, among the 4 great families of Lingyun City, the heads of the Qian and Shangguan families stared at the colossal warship before them. Their faces turned deathly pale. They knew Commander Chen's methods were unconventional, but they never imagined he would be this formidable. Inside the training grounds, gazing upon the immense warship before them, the crowd was filled with dread. This thing is just too massive? Qin Tianke felt the same way. This world seemed to overlap with certain aspects of his past life. But a warship this massive, a colossal vessel stretching hundreds of meters long. He was genuinely stunned. Chapter 58, Alliance Governor. He dared not imagine the sheer power unleashed when this dual-form spirit treasure manifested its sword form. Qin Tianke suddenly trembled. His body was being violently pulled upward by a powerful suction force. His body swayed violently in midair as he. In an instant, they found themselves on a deck. The The surrounding scene shifted instantly. A gentle breeze swept toward them. The breeze ruffled the hair at his temples. His robes billowed in the air. Xin Tiang's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary land. Moreover, even on slightly elevated ground, one could feel the turbulent currents of wind. This was the sky, after all. Though this position hadn't reached the stratosphere, it was close to the clouds. The wind currents should be quite strong. Yet, there's only this faint breeze. Truly rare. It must be restricted by some sort of formation. In the distance, endless white skies blend with the blue horizon. He could feel the clouds right above his head. As if he could touch them at any moment. This strange sensation sent a wave of disorientation through Qin Tiang's heart. He had never experienced anything like this before. This journey hadn't even begun yet. Qin Tianke was already filled with anticipation. Each of you choose a room to cultivate in. The rooms contain everything you need for your practice. Our journey will take 3 days. After 3 days, I will awaken you. Shen Xingfeng's voice seemed to be everywhere. It seemed to emanate from every corner of the deck. Or as if the entire vessel itself were relaying these words. Truly a legendary spirit treasure. Truly extraordinary. Qin Tiang's mind filled with speculation and certainty about this spirit treasure. Following some signs on the deck. Upon entering the rooms, each chose one for themselves. Only then did they begin their cultivation. The moment Qin Tianke pushed open the door, the entire room came into view. The room itself wasn't large, only about 20 square meters. Though compact, it contained all the essentials. It contained a bathroom, a shower stall, a meditation cushion, and a bed. The meditation cushion held several items for cultivation practice. It could be said that every aspect of this place had been meticulously arranged. Not an inch of space is wasted, yet everything is used to its fullest potential. It never feels cramped, but rather harmoniously integrated. This place truly seemed special. Qin Tianke didn't dwell on it. He immediately sat cross-legged. In 3 days, he would enter the Alliance Governor's residence. That place teemed with countless powerful beings. It lay over 30,000 li beyond the Alliance. He was well aware of this fact. This was his last chance to enhance his strength before that. Once he arrived there, he might not encounter any special troubles. Therefore, it was best to cultivate as swiftly as possible. When the alien races launched their massive invasion, human battlefields were fragmented. Through the efforts of the first generation of class changers, and driving back the alien races, scientific advancement continued to flourish. The integration of class changers accelerated technological progress. These advancements followed suit. The maps of major regions began to converge through specialized methods, ultimately coalescing into a vast, unified map. As for the direction where Lingyun City was located, strictly speaking, it was the lower right corner of the map, and the closest point to the alien race battlefield. The 3 cities of Lingyun, Moyan, and Tianshu, along with their surrounding territories, were collectively known as the Frontier Wastes. It could be said their region was entirely a barbarian frontier. Traveling northward from this frontier wilderness leads to a truly central region. Within these lands, numerous cities band together to cultivate, share, and vie for resources. They collectively nurture the younger generation. At the very heart of this central region, the final city at the very center is protected by these 44 cities, arranged in a radiating pattern. The ultimate city guarding the very heart of this arrangement is known as the Alliance Governor. That is the true Alliance capital city. A place of aspiration for countless Alliance members seeking advancement. The sole supreme city in the present world. This city occupies an immense area. Within its walls dwell countless mighty warriors. It could be said this city witnessed the Alliance's rise from nothingness. And now, it stands at this glorious moment. In the sky above, the reverse breaker warship roared to life. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding mighty figures, it streaked toward the distance at breakneck speed. Like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Inside the main cockpit of the reverse breaker, a middle-aged man with white temples sat with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea. Though efficient, his eyes betrayed a brewing excitement. The Alliance Governor, huh? After all these years, this old man has finally returned. Let me take a good look at this younger generation. Time flew by. 3 days later. Half an hour remains before we reach the Alliance Governor's headquarters. Pack your belongings and prepare to disembark. The voice echoed once more from all directions. Qin Tianke slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings before glancing at his own body. It seemed unchanged. A system interface appeared before him. Name, Qin Tianke. Age, 18. Occupation, Hell Calamity Beastmaster. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Beasts, 10,000 Ghost Mastiffs Tier 3, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle Tier 2. Mental power, 5760. Unexpectedly, he'd actually made significant progress these past 3 days. His mental energy was rising much faster than before. Could it be that this mental strength is related to one's state of mind? In the days prior, his mindset had been focused on combat, then settling. But now, during these 3 days of cultivation, he felt utterly relaxed. He even felt a sense of anticipation. Regarding this mental energy aspect, Shin Tian-K resolved to explore it on his own first, only turning to Uncle Chen for guidance if absolutely necessary. After all, what one discovers through personal exploration always leaves a deeper impression. But it could bring him considerable growth and progress. That said, Uncle Chen's voice seemed to come from nowhere. He could even hear the excitement in Uncle Chen's voice right now. Alliance Governor? He'd been anticipating this for so long. This is the true capital city of the Alliance. The undisputed crown jewel among cities. It was the place countless adventurers dreamed of reaching. Here lie countless opportunities. One might say gold lies scattered everywhere, yet only a handful achieve true fame. Alliance Governor, Aerial Surveillance Department. Many sat at their desks, staring at the vast data streams on their screens. People bustle about the surrounding area. Everything proceeded in an orderly, methodical bustle. A sudden commotion erupted. Report, unknown vessel detected in the northwest. Requesting orders. As the relevant imagery was projected onto the massive central display, the head of the Aerial Surveillance Department instinctively took a few steps forward. His gaze fixed intently on the massive vessel displayed on the screen. Upon noticing the distinctive lettering on the vessel and the markings on its mast, the Air Surveillance Director's expression changed abruptly. Clear it. Clear it immediately. Chapter 59, Arrival. Numerous staff members turned their gaze toward the minister's position. Their eyes brimmed with confusion. Though obedience to orders was a soldier's duty, they were deeply curious. What capabilities did this vessel possess, that it could cause the minister to look so flustered? Seeing the minister in such a state, someone couldn't help but ask aloud. Minister, what is this ship? Before he could finish his sentence, he met the minister's piercingly cold gaze. He turned to face the assembled crowd. He spoke, enunciating each word clearly. From now on, wherever you encounter this vessel, you are to clear it immediately and extend every possible convenience within your authority. After delivering these words, the minister's voice grew solemn as he continued. Among the 9 highest-ranking generals of the Alliance in this world, 3 have already died in the line of duty. Among the remaining 6 commanders, 1 never interferes in Alliance affairs and has even requested assignment to the desolate frontier. This man possesses an extremely eccentric temperament, yet his personal strength has reached the pinnacle of existence. Rumor has it he is a 7th-rank swordmaster, and some even claim he has ascended to the rank of 8th-rank sword saint. Regardless, this man is someone you absolutely do not want to provoke. That vessel is his divine treasure. The words of the Minister of Supervision filled them with utter dread. Many felt their hearts churn with overwhelming shock. They never imagined the vessel's owner to be one of the 6 general commanders still alive in this world. Even more astonishing, that the opponent's strength might even have reached the 8th tier. What did that even mean? Even their minister was only at the peak of the 5th tier. 7th and 8th tiers represented the absolute pinnacle of combat power within the Alliance today. They all fell silent. They turned back to their tasks. Yet the minister's words, tinged with their own shock, remained etched in their minds. The surveillance minister watched the departing warship on the screen. His eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. An ominous foreboding gripped him. The Alliance capital city, which had been peaceful for so long, was about to be thrown into turmoil by this old man once more. The Alliance Governor is also known as the Alliance Capital City or the Alliance Central City. It has many names. It is an organization truly born from the unity of all people, brought together by the first generation of transferees. Before the alien invasion, this organization united global powers, hence it is also known as the Global Alliance. Shin Tian-K and his 4 companions had long since assembled on the deck, fully prepared. Lin Nuo gazed down at the densely packed cities below. A sense of longing welled up within him. He murmured to himself. As a member of the Transferee Alliance branch, he naturally possessed some understanding of such matters. The others exchanged glances upon hearing his words. Simultaneously, they gazed downward, where they could vaguely make out numerous towns clustered together like ants. Among them stood numerous towering structures. Gazing upon the multitude of cities below, Shin Tian-K felt a surge of emotion within. Why did it still feel so distant from the Alliance's main city? This peculiar thought surfaced in his mind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the reverse breaker ship sped toward the distant horizon. Though aboard the vessel, they felt no passage of speed. They could clearly see the numerous towns vanishing from view, receding into the distance. They stood at the very front of the deck, gazing toward the city gates standing not far ahead. The gate seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding mountains and forests, appearing as if it were a natural formation. The ship halted several hundred meters from the gate. It then began to descend slowly toward the ground below. During this interval, Shin Tian-K caught sight of it. Below them lay what appeared to be a parking lot-like expanse. Yet this place was filled with numerous ships. These vessels varied greatly in size and design. It appeared that ships were not permitted to enter the Alliance's main city. Soon, a familiar sensation washed over them once more. The world spun before their eyes. When they regained consciousness, the first thing they heard was a cacophony of noise. The world before their eyes was no longer the sky they had just seen. Instead, it was filled with the clamor of human voices. Numerous massive warships were docked nearby. Shin Tian-Ke gazed at the scene before him. His heart trembled. This place resembled a parking lot where people had just disembarked, with many heading toward the massive staircase leading to the exit ahead. The staircase stretched upward for countless levels. It seemed to rise above the clouds. Though the mountain gate standing at the summit was clearly visible at a glance, the distance remained daunting. It was exactly what they say, a mountain looks closer than it is. Shin Tian-Ke glanced at the few people beside him. They were all together. Then a figure appeared, Chen Qingfeng. He approached the group. He gave them a few words of advice. Then, in full view of everyone, he raised his hand and placed it upon the massive warship before him. Shin Tian-Ke also took the opportunity to observe the ship he was aboard. The vessel appeared immense, hundreds of meters long. Yet it seemed perfectly ordinary in this docking area. The vessel was entirely silver white, exuding an intense technological aura. It also emanated a peculiar, blood-like aura. As the figure placed a hand upon the ship's hull, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. The moment the word retract was uttered, the vessel suddenly trembled. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly shrank, finally transforming into a silver-white sword held in the other's hand. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? How did it turn into a sword in the blink of an eye? Even though everyone knew this spirit treasure had two forms, they couldn't help but be stunned. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of many others present. They all turned their gaze toward Chen Qingfeng. Some even deliberately released their aura, attempting to coerce him into handing over the item. After all, they had not yet reached the territory of the Alliance's main city. Some bloodshed was tolerated here. Upon sensing those ignorant auras, Chen Qingfeng snorted coldly, stomping his foot on the ground. In an instant, his uniquely savage aura surged forth. Shin Tian-Ke, being close enough, and due to the peculiar nature of his cultivation path, could distinctly sense. At this moment, Uncle Chen radiated an intensely potent aura of bloodlust from within and without. He resembled a god of slaughter descended upon the mortal realm. This was the first time he had ever seen Uncle Chen like this. He felt a mix of confusion and shock. Led by Chen Qingfeng, the group climbed the winding staircase before them, heading toward the top. After an unknown span of time, they finally reached the summit. The moment Lin Nuo stepped up, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. There was no helping it, the steps were simply too high. For someone of his weight, they were indeed a burden. At that moment, after catching his breath for a moment, he lifted his head to gaze at the city wall before him. As the main gate of the Alliance's capital city, could this wall be a spirit treasure? His pupils suddenly contracted. A system notification popped up before his eyes. Chapter 60, Arrival at the Alliance. Spiritual Treasure, Guardian Mountain Gate. Grade, Innate Legendary Grade Divine Treasure. Attributes, Protection, Blessing. Description, a rare capable of blessing a 1,000-mile radius, safeguarding city fortifications, uniting the hearts of its people, and forging an endless shield of protection. Ha! A legendary grade spirit treasure. As we know, divine treasures are already rare, let alone one that has reached the legendary tier among innate treasures. Shin Tian-Ke had only speculated inwardly just now. Could it be that the Alliance headquarters facade was also a spiritual treasure? But who would have thought this was actually the Alliance headquarters display? A legendary grade spiritual treasure guarding the entrance. Wow, holy moly! Acquiring is far more difficult than obtaining. Post-heavenly treasures are generally forged by human hands, though the forging process is extremely unique and time-consuming. Through relentless refinement and the collective effort of countless people, the chances of successful refinement actually increase over time. Primordial treasures, however, are entities that exist within the cosmos itself. A primordial divine treasure of such immense size as this one is almost unheard of in the world. When Shin Tian-Ke previously advanced Xiaojin's cultivation, Uncle Chen helped locate that flame. He later learned that many in the military had expended tremendous effort searching for that flame. Primordial divine treasures are also categorized, especially those with flame attributes. They could still be found in certain special locations, though it required immense time and effort. He glanced at the people around him. None of them seemed to have noticed the gate's extraordinary origins. Shin Tian-Ke finally withdrew his gaze and resumed his previous state. I told you to lose weight during your free time, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, so fat you can barely walk. Su Jia's scolding voice echoed. Lin Nuo scratched his head awkwardly. Yet he still defended himself with righteous indignation. What do you know? My profession as a gossip walker requires me to be fat. It's the only way to gain stronger combat power. Hearing this, Sujia's eyes flashed with disdain. As they climbed the stairs, Shin Tian-K had already begun counting. There were over 3,000 steps in total. But thanks to the power feedback from Old Black and Little Gold, combined with his physical prowess, so climbing these stairs posed no real difficulty. Li and Chen Zhangyang were both melee class changers. These 3,000 plus steps were merely a form of training for them. Su Jia, being a mage, had the added benefit of his special cloak, which granted him immunity to certain attacks. With the effects of magical healing, she could recover while climbing. Only Lin Nua's Bagua walker seemed to offer him little advantage. After ascending these 3,000 plus steps, they arrived at a vast platform, before which stood a colossal city gate. Chen Xingfeng gazed at the gate before him, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He then spoke. Next, you will enter the Alliance Governor's residence. There are some matters I need to clarify with you. The group walked onward while listening to his instructions. The Alliance Governor's residence differs from Lingyun City, where we come from. If we were to compare its size to Lingyun City, it would be equivalent to dozens of Lingyun cities. Moreover, due to its enormous population base, it is teeming with countless powerful individuals. Third-tier cultivators like yourselves are practically commonplace here. Fourth-tier and fifth-tier practitioners are the norm. However, the highest tier you'll likely encounter is fourth tier. Most fifth-tier cultivators have joined special factions or military units in the surrounding areas. They won't reveal themselves unless you actively violate the Alliance's numerous rules. Additionally, the Alliance Governor enforces strict regulations. Aerial travel is prohibited within the Alliance, and Alliance garrison troops may randomly inspect your credentials at any time. You'll receive your identity tokens shortly. In the span of a few sentences, they had already arrived at the city gates. It was only upon truly arriving at this place, Shin Tian-K finally felt the overwhelming sense of awe and the powerful aura emanating from it. Heavy troops seemed to guard the city gates. The formidable aura Shin Tian-K sensed emanated from them. After a brief moment of sensing, his gaze swept over them. Simultaneously, he summoned the system prompt. Jin Yu. Occupation, Guardian. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Abilities, Guard, Greatsword Attack. Third tier, guarding the city gate? Shin Tian-K scanned the other guards. Only then did he realize that even the gate guards alone possess third-tier cultivation. Even stronger auras emanated from the ramparts above. Was this the face of the Alliance headquarters? It was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. In their small Lingyun city, would they ever station third-tier cultivators as gate guards? In Lingyun city, third-tier cultivators could establish their own merchant guilds or join prominent families to serve. The guards slowly verified identities as the line inched forward. Soon it was Qin Tiang's turn. Chen Xingfeng led the way at the front. Two objects seemed to have appeared in his hands. Shin Tian-K, being too far away, couldn't make them out clearly. However, he did notice the guard's expression turn instantly stern the moment he caught sight of those objects. The other guards were equally solemn and upright as they slowly approached them. After scanning each of them with their gaze, only then did they present a special token. The token was blue. Its surface felt cold to the touch, as if forged from some rare, refined metal. Despite being iron, it was remarkably light. A peculiar force seemed to emanate from its surface. Upon receiving the token, they had effectively secured their status. Then, led by Chen Xingfeng, they stepped inside. Shin Tian-K noticed that even though they had walked quite a distance away, they could still see the solemn and serious expressions on the faces of those guards, as if they were receiving some incredibly important figure. Is Uncle Chen really that powerful? Shin Tiang's mind filled with yet another layer of speculation about Uncle Chen's true identity. The open city gates resembled a treasure trove, ceaselessly drawing vast treasures into its depths. It also drew in those adventurers seeking opportunity here, striving to rise above the rest. Shin Tian-K had barely stepped inside. He witnessed orderly formations continuously soaring through the sky. It seemed these were the Alliance's city defenders Uncle Chen had spoken of. On the ground, numerous garrison troops remained, marching in formation with perfect uniformity. Even at a glance, this place seemed far more prosperous and technologically advanced than Lingyun City. It was far more prosperous and technologically advanced. And amidst it all, the most conspicuous and striking features was the towering black skyscraper in the distance, along with several other high-rise structures. Chapter 61, Family Factions. Shin Tian-K and his group walked along the main street. Along the way, he had already sensed numerous third and fourth tier auras. Who would have thought this place was truly teeming with third and fourth tier cultivators? Back in Lingyun City, a fourth tier cultivator would be considered a dominant force in their own right. Yet here, they were as common as errand boys. Shin Tian-K felt his horizons had been narrowed, but now, for the first time, they showed signs of broadening. The Alliance's main city is divided into 5 districts due to its vast size. the Eastern District, Western District, Southern District, Northern District, and Central District. The Central District is the true heart of the Alliance's main city. The competition selection you're about to participate in will take place there. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, all city teams will be uniformly assigned accommodations within the Central District. Within the Central District, the presence of 3rd and 4th tier energies will be more prevalent and significantly stronger. Exercise caution throughout your journey. Avoid unnecessary movement and rest properly in your quarters. Though you're here for the tournament, the Central District is filled with wealthy young nobles and various special factions running rampant. It's inevitable that you might attract their attention. Clashes with them will inevitably draw the attention of other city teams to your strength. Shen Xingfeng's voice was slow and deliberate. For the first time, Qin Tianke realized just how detailed Uncle Chen's intelligence on these matters truly was. As he spoke, Qin Tianke finally realized they had entered through the West Gate. And the Western District was the closest to the Central District. After half an hour of travel, Qin Tianke and his group finally reached the Central District. A most conspicuous landmark separated the Central District from the Western District. Upon entering, one could immediately see the buildings grow larger and taller. Dongjiang Grand Hotel. Qin Tianke received his room number. All 5 of their rooms were on the 27th floor. The Dongjiang Grand Hotel. Qin Tianke had noticed its extraordinary height the moment he entered. The Dongjiang Grand Hotel seemed to soar nearly 100 stories high. The sheer number of guests staying there was no small matter. This alone attested to its immense profitability and influence. It was also one of the tallest structures Qin Tianke had seen within the Central District. The moment he stepped into the room, Qin Tianke was instantly overwhelmed by the governor's opulence. There was no helping it. This place gave off an illusion of gold scattered everywhere. His room alone covered over 100 square meters. An observation deck, sofas, a grand hall, a king-size bed, a game room. Even a kitchen. This isn't staying in a hotel. This is practically coming home, right? Suppressing the excitement bubbling inside him, Qin Tianke began following Uncle Chen's instructions from the journey. He started searching for detailed annotations about this place. Within the room were some special prompts, such as the television, which could be tuned to display the distribution of factions within the alliance. These matters weren't exactly shadowy affairs. On the contrary, powerful factions often actively recruited outsiders to join their ranks. Meanwhile, the alliance has consistently hosted selection events for all transferees. Some exceptionally gifted young talents have been recognized by these special factions. They then join these factions to serve them. These special factions also participate in the alliance selection as sponsors or patrons. Qin Tianke reclined on the sofa, beginning to watch the television commentary. Not long after, Qin Tianke stepped out onto the balcony. Looking down from the 27th floor, he felt a sense of superiority, as if overlooking all the mountains below. He could already see other sizable buildings and the Black Tower still standing tall in the distance. A flicker of excitement flickered in his eyes. So this was the Alliance Governor's residence? Not only the sheer scale of the grounds, but even certain peculiar entities seemed concealed within this place. It could truly be called a veritable den of extravagance. The extravagant displays of wealth they witnessed along the way were far from uncommon. Even along the main streets, they encountered rare materials unseen in Lingyun City. This place they call a land of gold. Here, power equated to dignity. Strength meant access to more opportunities. Strength leads to selection. It means more people will know your name. No wonder so many are willing to leave their hometowns to pursue opportunities here. This is what they truly desire. Qin Tianke had come to understand their mindset. This place may be bustling, but it still fails to draw him in. In his heart, his hometown would always be the place he cherished most. The 6 great clans, huh? During his earlier observations, he had also grasped the approximate distribution of power within the alliance. At the alliance's founding, there were 6 formidable first-generation transmuters who helped humanity escape the clutches of alien hunters and sounded the trumpet for counterattack. Those 6 formidable first-generation transmigrants branched out within the alliance, passing down their bloodlines through their families. Because their ancestors were first-generation transferees, their career development followed unique paths. Combined with the exceptional talent of their descendants, they enjoyed the most precious resources within the alliance. Through sustained development over time, the 6 great families gradually emerged within the alliance's core. They are also known as the 6 great houses. The names of these 6 great houses alone are highly distinctive. Ouyang, Sima, Nangong, Duanmu, Zhuge, and Weiqi. The family names of the 6 great houses are all compound surnames, making them easily distinguishable. Among them, the Eastern District is held by the Ouyang and Sima families. The Western sector is the domain of the Duanmu family. The Southern and Northern districts are divided equally among the Nangong, Zhuge, and Weiqi families. The division of the 5 districts is not strictly equitable. There are disparities in size and influence. The western sector being controlled by the Duanmu family does not necessarily mean they are the strongest. But because its land area is only half that of the other districts. This explains why it took them only 1 hour to travel from the West District. Had they come from any other district? It would likely take well over 2 hours. Shin Tian-K had formed a rough mental map of the Alliance capital based on his current understanding. First, the location where they landed in the Alliance capital city should be the warship docking area in the Western District. Then, after climbing over 3,000 steps, they reached the city gates. That was the Western District. Continuing through the Western District led them to the Central District. Surrounding the Central District were 3 additional sectors. Though the exact size and distance remain unknown, one can still discern their approximate locations. Additionally, there are several family clans within these districts. Beyond the 6 great families, 3 other major civilian factions exist. The Three Blades Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Auspicious Cloud Hall. Together, the 6 great families and the 3 major factions form the 9 great family factions within the Alliance's main city. Above them all stands the foremost power, the Alliance headquarters. Chapter 62, Turbulent Currents. Even if the 6 great families and the 3 major factions were as powerful as they were, even if the ancestors of the 6 great families were the true first-generation class changers, they could never compare to the true Alliance headquarters. The Alliance headquarters, that is, the Transferee Alliance headquarters. The headquarters dominates its domain. It occupies the central region among the 5 districts. Keep in mind that while the 4 regions northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest differ in size, the central district remains the largest of the 5. It is also the most prosperous and densely populated with powerful individuals. The Transferee Alliance headquarters maintains branches in all 44 cities across the entire Alliance territory. It is a truly global powerhouse. Not only do they oversee the job change ceremonies in each city, but also stands as the most powerful faction within the delicate balance of 3 major forces in each city. At times, even city lords must gauge the mood of the Alliance branch director before acting. This alone demonstrates the vastness of the Alliance's reach, the formidable strength of its territory, and the sheer terror of its commanders. Shin Tian-K suppressed his earlier thoughts. He sat cross-legged in silent meditation upon the cushion. He couldn't explain why. Upon arriving at this place, he sensed that it seemed conducive to his cultivation. His cultivation now relied primarily on rare treasures and natural wonders. Old Black was now just 3 points of spiritual energy away from advancing. As for Xiao Jin, to advance to the next stage, he needed some innate fire attribute spiritual treasures. Comparing the two, Xiao Jin's path is clearly much longer. Lao Hei's path is comparatively easier. Given this situation, he now has only one choice: to elevate his spiritual power as much as possible, to help Old Black advance to the 4th tier. For some reason, it seemed that as his own pre-sales improved, the system also undergoes some upgrades. The information it provided grew increasingly detailed. I wonder what kind of evolution Old Black will undergo. What kind of evolution he might bring. Following that spiritual cultivation method, Shin Tian-K began to steadily cultivate his spiritual power. Cultivating spiritual power was like an ice spike steadily growing. It must expand slowly from the inside out. Such a process of growth was not only slow but also required favorable conditions and time. Through this cultivation manual, Shin Tian-K also came to understand the origins and processes behind some of his previous cultivation practices. The so-called Blue Lotus cultivation method involved refining one's spiritual energy until it crystallized into a lotus flower. The larger the lotus, the more petals it bore. The more petals it possessed, the stronger the practitioner's spiritual energy became. The power of the condensed spiritual energy would also grow increasingly violent. Therefore, Shin Tian's current task was to diligently refine his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy is currently like a seed. Though small, it grows and expands with each passing moment. It still has a long way to go before it sprouts and blossoms into a lotus. But with a clear direction, he could strive forward with greater determination. That seed now floats within an ethereal, void-like black space. Special energies slithered toward it from all directions like tiny serpents, infusing into the seed. After emitting a peculiar disturbance, it began to transform. Yet the process of change was exceedingly slow. It seemed to be expanding. Yet the rate of expansion steadily diminished. As if, after reaching 57 points, there was no further way forward. This place was just right for him to cultivate for another week. After 1 week, he would formally participate in the Global Alliance's class change selection. By then, he won't have time for proper cultivation. Making the most of this time to settle his mind was undoubtedly the best course. In the adjacent room, Lin Nua sat atop a special Bagua formation. The Bagua formation swirled and flowed ceaselessly. Waves of peculiar energy were being channeled and concentrated, erupting in bursts. Something strange seemed to be unfolding. In Li Li and Chen Zhangyang's room, they too were relentlessly amplifying their own power. progressing according to the direction provided by Qin Tian-K. Su Jia, meanwhile, had carved a magic array within her room. With the aid of the magic circle's power, she steadily cultivated the energy within her body. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly fashion. The Zhuge family, one of the 6 great clans. Each of the 6 great families possessed unique strengths. Among them, the Zhuge family was renowned as the foremost intelligence organization in the realm. They could uncover every event unfolding across the land. They could even foresee potential dangers and impending opportunities. Family meeting. 3 middle-aged men clad in different robes sat together. Their eyes held a hint of astonishment. Behind them, in the shadows, numerous figures clad in uniform robes remained concealed. They were watching the portrait displayed on the screen not far away. It depicted a massive warship bearing a distinctive emblem atop its mast, which was uniquely shaped. After a long silence, one of the 3 spoke up slowly. Their voice grew stern. "Is it really him? Are you certain?" The relentless barrage of urgent questions revealed his desperate need for the truth. "Minister Ming has already informed us about this matter. The aura of the reverse breaker warship, he wouldn't mistake it." The voice paused for a moment. A hint of emotion tinged the words. "And that's the only dual form, postnatal legendary grade spirit treasure in existence. Only he possesses it. It's on par with the city gates level, though admittedly a notch below the innate grade of the city gate. But it's still among the pinnacle of acquired spiritual treasures." "Exactly. Ahem." The third person, who had remained silent, tapped the table. His voice carried an air of solemn authority. "We didn't come here to chat idly. He actually came back again, and he's even leading a team. Don't forget, this guy is a real handful. We need to discuss how to handle him." Hearing these words, the other 2 let out cold, mocking laughter. "Deal with him? What are you thinking? A 7th rank sword master, one who might even have reached the threshold of an 8th rank sword saint. Would it even come down to the 3 of us deciding how to deal with him? Forget handling him, the fact we even know his whereabouts is likely thanks to his own permission. With that level of cultivation, he'd be a major powerhouse even within the Alliance. The Alliance's most outstanding commander of the 9 generals throughout its history isn't someone we can handle. And even if we take a step back, what right do we Zhuge family and the other major clans have to deal with them?" Hearing the 2 of them echo each other like this, the man was clearly enraged. Unable to utter a word, he still sought to salvage his dignity. Before he could speak, the other man's voice drifted in, haunting and solemn. "The last battle with Commander Cui Jian and General Longgang is still the talk of the town. Even after years away from the Alliance's main city, though his strength may have waned, he remains an undisputed 7th rank sword master." Chapter 63, Genius Intelligence. With him around, the Alliance's situation might just take a turn. 7th tier. What an exalted realm that must be. Indeed. 7th tier cultivation, and he's a sword immortal, the most lethal of all professions. To reach 7th tier, such prowess truly earns him the title of the strongest sword cultivator of this age. Does the Alliance leader know about this? The one who had remained silent all along suddenly spoke up, as if he'd found a savior. "How long has the Alliance leader been in seclusion? Do you really expect him to help you? Besides, the Alliance hasn't intervened. Why should we? Just keep a close watch for now. This individual is ruthless and extremely dangerous. We must issue a stern warning." "No need. The other 5 major families have been at each other's throats for ages. Let them suffer a taste of their own medicine. Let them learn why the Zhuge clan holds sway over this region. And it's time to put those upstart young whippersnappers from those clans in their place." After exchanging these words, the 3 fell silent for a moment. It seemed as though they had fallen into a kind of stillness. At that moment, the Zhuge clan member who had consistently voiced dissent suddenly agreed with a calm nod. "Very well. Let those clan members witness firsthand the ruthless decisiveness of the legendary sword master who shattered the rebellion. Also, make sure to emphasize this matter to the younger generation within the clan. This man is extremely dangerous. It's best not to provoke him lightly. Also, don't provoke the city and its forces he belongs to either." After a moment of contemplation, several of them suddenly remembered something. Especially that Zhuge Hong brat, his temper is notorious. "Second brother, you'd better keep your own son in check." Zhuge's second brother spoke slowly. "No need to worry, I've got it under control." As the strongest prodigy among the younger generation of the Zhuge clan, a bit of pride is actually quite fitting. After saying this, the group turned their gaze behind them. 12 figures in the shadows behind them began to speak up. Though the 3 of them could propose ideas and formulate plans, the ultimate authority to execute decisions rested with the 12 elders behind them. With 6 raising their hands, 2 abstaining, and the remaining 4 holding dissent, the matter was thus concluded. The meeting concluded. Come to think of it, I'm still quite curious, how many years has it been since this general returned? He's leading a team this time. Does he really believe his squad can take first place? Either way, best not to provoke him. I have a feeling his return isn't for anything good. I hear other city teams have intelligence too. This alliance-wide transferee selection has quite a few prodigies. We got the intel ages ago. This time, the prodigy is apparently a girl with dual classes. And another practitioner who awoke at just 15 and has already reached tier 3. Now that's a true prodigy. 3rd tier at 15? Holy crap. Which family is this kid from? How come he's not in our main city? This kid's got potential. I'm betting he'll take first place this time. I'm betting on that dual class girl. What are you grabbing? I bet on that dual class girl first. Bull, I'd bet on her first. As their conversation veered off track, the 12 figures lurking in the shadows behind them had slipped away unnoticed, seemingly unwilling to get involved in such childish squabbles. Meanwhile, inside the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, Lingyun City Conference Room. Given the sheer number of teams from major cities participating in the selection process, accommodating them all presented a major challenge. Fortunately, the Dongjiang Grand Hotel possessed both the capacity and capability to meet this demand. The Dongjiang Grand Hotel stands 108 stories tall. Each city team would be provided with complimentary rooms and a free meeting room. The conference room features special materials, so there's no need to worry about eavesdropping. Lin Nuo abruptly stood up. He stared at Commander Chen before him, utterly shocked. What? A 15-year-old at the 3rd tier? He wasn't the only one. The others present were equally stunned. Chen Qingfeng gave a slight nod. A faint smile played on his lips. That's right. A 15-year-old at the 3rd tier. After saying that, Chen Qingfeng began detailing the information he possessed. This individual hails from Sky City. Rumor has it he underwent class awakening at the age of 14, and his chosen class appears to be an exceptionally unique offensive melee type. However, no intelligence has surfaced yet. Yet he managed to reach tier 3 in just 1 year, becoming the youngest tier 3 class changer in the Alliance's history. This alone speaks volumes about the uniqueness of his class and the cultivation behind it. Thus, he is hailed as the youngest prodigy of his generation. Qin Tianke inwardly gasped at this. What prodigy? A 3rd tier at 15. This isn't a prodigy. This is clearly the so-called chosen one of this world, right? Only 15 years old. You gotta understand. Most don't awaken until they're 18. Even his own disciple only awaken at 16 through extraordinary circumstances. But this 15-year-old prodigy? He's already 3 years ahead of them in awakening. Could such a thing truly exist? Qin Tianke had no way of knowing. It took others a full year to advance from awakening to the 3rd tier. Qin Tianke, however, ascended from the 1st tier to the 3rd tier in a mere 5 or 6 months. By comparison, he seemed even more prodigiously gifted. More prodigiously gifted. Qin Tianke examined the intelligence reports Uncle Chen had brought him. He flipped through them one by one. These were the individuals Uncle Chen had mentioned as being among the more competitive members of their younger generation. Qin Tianke scanned them hastily. Suddenly, he noticed one exceptionally unique entry. This, a dual-class awakened individual? Hearing Qin Tianke's exclamation, the others immediately gathered around. They saw the file in his hand. Yang Ruoshi, age 20, dual-class awakened spiritist and mage? 3rd tier spirit medium, 3rd tier mage. From Yujin City, the leader of the Yujin City squad this time. If the previous intelligence merely left them stunned, this new revelation was like a bombshell. It detonated deep within their minds. They all suspected the data before them was wrong. What the hell? Dual-class awakened individuals were one thing. But a necromancer and mage? Two exceptionally rare professions. As a mage herself, Su Jia understood the unique nature of this profession. Advancement as a mage is incredibly difficult. For someone to reach 3rd tier, and to have both professions reach this level simultaneously. This alone demonstrated the extraordinary nature of their abilities. This was a true prodigy in every sense. Qin Tianke had witnessed spirit mediums firsthand and understood the uniqueness of their profession. They could uncover past events in certain places and even communicate with the spirits of the ancients. This is getting tricky. Chapter 64, Resolve. Qin Tianke had initially believed that merely being a 15-year-old 3rd tier class changer was sufficient to be called a prodigy. But he never imagined there could be a dual-class awakener. Dual professions meant requiring more time and more cultivation resources. Yet, correspondingly, dual-class awakened individuals often required significant time and effort to nurture. Thus, they demand immense time and effort to nurture. Consequently, the time required is often far longer than for ordinary individuals. The resources required are also greater. Yet the gains from such cultivation are immense. Dual professions inherently open up a wider array of future development paths. More combat options, greater power. Remember, dual classing means mastering two entirely distinct sets of abilities. Once one ability is exhausted, you can instantly switch to the other ability. When these two powers combine, they unleash a combat power where 1 plus 12. Moreover, they can continuously combine to form special skills, similar to fusing two techniques into a single attack. These were the unique abilities Qin Tian-Ke had come to understand about dual-class awakened individuals. Previously, he had only possessed a rough understanding of these concepts. In his view, dual-class awakened individuals were truly rare indeed. A 15-year-old class changer was already rare enough, let alone a dual-class awakener. What the hell? This batch has so many geniuses? Lin Nuo felt an inexplicable wave of unease wash over him. He had thought his status as a gossip monger was already extraordinary enough. But, unexpectedly, there were even higher-level experts. Not only that there are 2 from the Alliance headquarters. They're only 23, yet they've already reached the 4th tier. The crowd gathered around. They stared at the information Li had pulled up. Chen Hai, Chen Hu. From the Alliance headquarters, 23 years old, 4th tier beast masters. Holy crap, 4th tier at 23? Keep in mind, while awakening and class change occur at 18. Not everyone can advance 1 realm per year. Those who advance 1 tier per year are merely average. As cultivation reaches its later stages, progress becomes increasingly difficult. After reaching the 3rd tier, often stagnate. After all, the 4th tier presents a formidable watershed that is exceedingly difficult to cross. This explains why Qin Tian-Ke encountered mostly 3rd stage practitioners amidst the battle ruins, with only a handful of 4th stage ones. Moreover, those so-called 4th tier practitioners possessed extremely fragile combat prowess. Qin Tian-Ke could annihilate them in direct combat even at the 3rd tier. This clearly demonstrates that combat strength within the 4th tier itself exhibits starkly defined tiers. Consequently, most individuals might spend their entire lives stagnating within the 3rd tier. Reaching the 4th tier before turning 30 was considered quite an achievement. A 23-year-old 4th tier? And there are 2 of them? Wow. This is practically the 3000 States Genius Tournament. No, wait, that's overestimating. Holy moly, are there really that many geniuses? Chen Zhengyang stared at the other relevant documents, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The other few members all looked equally troubled. Hearing his teammates' complaints, Qin Tian-Ke suddenly spoke up. So what if they're dual-class awakened? So what if they're 15-year-old prodigies? How many of those participating in this alliance-wide transferee selection aren't geniuses? Elite? We're here to take on the elite. A hint of robe-like defiance colored Qin Tian's voice. Ha, exactly. If they're not elite, they're still our targets. Lin Nuo laughed boisterously. Their few words instantly stirred the previously subdued atmosphere into restlessness. Qin Tian-Ke extended his palm forward. The others understood the gesture and placed their palms on top of his. Go for it! Go for it! Go! Seeing this scene, Chen Xingfeng felt quite gratified. Only 5 days left everyone, give it your all. Got it. 5 days neither long nor short. The central district of the Alliance's main city had already drawn a considerable crowd. Excluding the teams participating from the Alliance headquarters, the combined forces comprise teams from 44 city-states plus the 9 major clan factions within the Alliance capital. The total number of participants has reached 265. The Alliance-wide transferee selection included not only teams from the 44 cities within the territory but also the 9 major family factions within the main city. These 9 family factions comprise the 6 major clans, Ouyang, Sema, Nangong, Duanmu, Zhuge, and Yuqi. Following them are the 3 major civilian factions, the Three Blades Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Qingyun Hall. Due to their privileged status within the Alliance city, each could select their 5 most outstanding members to participate. In recent days, the Dongjiang Grand Hotel has seen a steady influx of new guests. The influx of outsiders has led to friction between newcomers and locals. Ha. Ridiculous. Yujin City? What a trashy town. This is our Three Blades Alliance's territory. You lot have no right to run wild here. Know your place and get the hell out. A loud, arrogant shout echoed through the lobby. The already bustling crowd now turned their attention toward the commotion. A gang of thugs carrying huge knives were arguing with a group of 8 people. Their voices were so loud that many people stopped to watch. Qin Tian-Ke and Lin Nuo Sujia abruptly halted their steps, glancing toward the commotion. Qin Tian-Ke narrowed his eyes. Yujin Cheng? The city of that dual-class awakened individual. Qin Tian-Ke naturally kept track of individuals requiring special attention. Their associated cities were noted as well. 8 individuals arrived from Yujin City. 5 men and 3 women. An ordinary person might judge who was the legendary figure based on their aura. But Qin Tian-Ke didn't need to. He had the system by his side, offering countless advantages. As his gaze swept over each of them, relevant information appeared. After all, with only 3 girls present, they were easy to spot. Yang Ruwashi. Occupation, Mage Spirit Medium. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Mage Ice, Wind. Spirit Medium Netherworld. Abilities: Endless Ice Shards, Windswept Strangulation, Bone-Chilling Frost, Communication with Ancestral Spirits, Insight into the Past, Ancestral Spirit Possession. Note: a rare dual-class awakened being with symbiotic mage and necromancer abilities, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. TSK, truly befitting the rank of a dual-class awakened. This is the first time the system has displayed so many ability descriptions, complete with thoughtful annotations. Truly terrifying. Shin Tian-K took this opportunity to scrutinize the opponent. From his vantage point, he could only make out the blue cloak draped over the figure in their tall, slender frame. Beneath the cloak, the figure seemed to be faintly visible. Somewhat graceful. No other distinctive features stood out. Shin Tian-K desperately wanted to see if the person was truly as beautiful as in the photographs. He had seen their photo, they were beautiful. Not seeing her face now left him with a hint of regret. That's our room at Eugen City. Chapter 65, Conspiracy. The two teachers leading the group, one man and one woman, were filled with righteous indignation. Their eyes flashed with anger. Oomph. The Dongjiang Grand Hotel is under the protection of our Sandow Hall. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. The speaker was utterly brazen, his aura radiating without restraint. Shin Tian-K couldn't help but ponder at this sight. Eugen Cheng had produced such a prodigy. The teacher leading this group probably wasn't someone to be taken lightly. As his gaze fell upon them, the system remained utterly silent. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This situation could mean either that the person had no cultivation at all, or that they were extremely weak and had not yet undergone class advancement. But as a team leader, how could they possibly lack cultivation? The only explanation left was that the system had crashed. No, crash doesn't quite capture it. It should be that the system was unable to identify it. HM? Shin Tian-K couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wow. For the system to be unable to identify the origin of their cultivation realm. The cultivation levels of those two individuals must be above the 4th tier. 5th tier powerhouses? This seemed to be the first time the system had encountered beings it couldn't identify. Two unknown class-changing adventurers, likely 5th tier. What gives this lowlife the nerve to act so brazenly? Even if he hailed from the Three Blades Alliance. Even within the Alliance City, these factions still adhere to the principle that might makes right. 5th tier cultivation. By all accounts, that should command respect. Yet why were those petty thugs so brazen? Shin Tian-K felt perplexed by this. At that moment, his gaze shifted to the thugs. What he saw startled him. These thugs from the Three Blades Alliance were all around the 3rd tier. One of them had even broken through to the 4th tier. Yet, it seemed the figure remained silent behind these thugs, like a puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows. Witnessing this scene and recalling the dual-class awakened individual within Eugen Cheng, Shin Tian's thoughts suddenly clicked into place. So that's how it was. These thugs weren't trying to make trouble for Eugen Cheng. Or rather, their target was the dual-class awakened individual. Dual-class awakened individuals. A true prodigy of heaven. They were forcing him to show his hand, to reveal some of his methods. Or perhaps, through their dirty tricks, they hoped to make him refuse to compete. The benefits of that outcome would be immense. After all, everyone was vying for top rankings. Eliminating a formidable opponent would naturally be advantageous. Having endured too many trials, coupled with the presence of that special class transferee within the opposing city's forces, Shin Tian-K had already deduced the Three Blades Alliance's true objective. Even if all of them were killed, it wouldn't matter. They were merely cannon fodder, or rather, sharpening stones brought along to thoroughly test the capabilities of that dual-class transferee. The two instructors leading the Eugen City contingent witnessed this scene unfold. A flicker of anger flared in their eyes. Both were in their 30s or 40s. Well versed in such matters, they understood exactly what the others were scheming. Damn it! How dare they drag young Ruwashi into this? She was the captain of their city's team, a dual-class awakened individual worthy of being recorded in the Alliance's annals. The instructor leading Eugen City narrowed his eyes. A peculiar, rippling glow emanated from his body. In an instant, the air temperature around him seemed to drop significantly. His imposing aura surged forward like a tidal wave. Oh? What? You're going to lay a finger on me? You think I can't kick you all out with just one word? The thug seemed to get a kick out of it, growing more and more excited as he spoke. He strode toward his opponent. He even thrust his face right up to the teachers, taunting him relentlessly. The strong possess dignity. Especially since this teacher leading the group was the Deputy City Lord of Eugen Cheng. The Deputy City Lord glanced around. Only then did he notice. At some point, a crowd of over 50 people had gathered around them. Among them were numerous teams participating in this selection event. How could he, a Deputy City Lord of such stature, be grilled like this by a 3rd-tier punk? Witnessing this scene, the Deputy City Lord's rage boiled over. The aura surrounding him turned utterly frigid. The surroundings seemed to transform into a frozen wasteland in that instant. These people had gone too far. You're courting death. The words had barely left his mouth. The thug's body froze abruptly. Then, frost began to emerge from within his body, like maggots burrowing into flesh, spreading relentlessly from his core toward his skin. In the blink of an eye, under his stunned gaze, his entire body was frozen solid. At that moment, the deputy city lord stepped forward. That single step seemed to sound a peculiar alarm. It struck instantly. The frozen corpse of the thug shattered into pieces the moment that step was taken. Not a single drop of blood spilled forth. Witnessing such an eerie display, those around him were startled, simultaneously sensing the overwhelming aura erupting from the opponent. That aura. 5th tier. He's at the 5th tier cultivation level. Lin Nua exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, it really is 5th tier, the same level as the director and the others. Sujia and Lin Nua both hailed from the Transferee Alliance branch. They instantly assessed the sheer power of this aura. A look of astonishment spread across their faces. Hearing their remarks, Qin Tianke began to form some conjectures about the situation before him. According to their accounts, a 5th tier powerhouse was already on par with a department head. Could this person be the department head of the Transferee Alliance branch? Or perhaps a city lord of Yujin City? Or perhaps a deputy city lord? Or perhaps some other high-ranking executive? Qin Tianke was unaware of the precise power classifications among the cities within the alliance. He could only make a rough guess. At that moment, the thugs clearly hadn't anticipated the other party striking so suddenly. Their expressions turned startled. Just as they were about to react, a voice drifted leisurely from behind them. So it's Deputy City Lord Zhou. I've long admired your reputation. Meeting you today, it's truly well deserved. An ice element master truly extraordinary. Deputy City Lord Zhou looked at the newcomer and spoke in a resonant voice. Long time no see. I never imagined Brother Zhang would join the Three Blades Alliance. The newcomer was roughly the same age as Zhou. However, his attire matched that of the thugs, a single robe. Emblazoned upon his chest was the Three Blades Alliance's distinctive emblem. 3 blades interlocked. Ha ha ha. Come, come. It's been ages since we last met. Tonight, I insist we share a drink together. As the two men strode forward step by step, the group behind them followed suit. However, the Three Blades Alliance contingent led by the middle-aged man paid no heed to the earlier group of petty thugs. Chapter 66, the selection begins. The Three Blades Alliance team proceeded directly to their designated room. As for those petty thugs, seeing that one of their own had already died, they were all utterly terrified. Even the 4th-tier cultivator fled the scene in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianke watched the absurd scene unfold before him. He felt a bit strange. It felt as though something had happened, yet hadn't happened at all. Not witnessing the opponent's attack meant their methods were too peculiar to observe a regrettable circumstance. These past few days, whenever they weren't cultivating, Qin Tianke would come down to observe potential opponents who might appear. Though he called it observation. In truth, it was more about using his system to discern the capabilities of those opponents. This way, he could ensure a degree of security when engaging in combat. After days of waiting, he finally caught sight of that famed dual-class awakened prodigy. Though he hadn't seen her face, her abilities were the most extensive he'd ever seen in his system profile. As for Lin Nua and Su Jia, they had simply come down to grab a bite. They never expected to stumble upon such an incident. Qin Tianke observed for another half hour. After noting down the names of several powerful peers he intended to focus on, he finally returned to his room. Beyond cultivation, he spent his time gathering intelligence and assessing their capabilities. His spiritual power seemed to have stagnated. After reaching 57 points, no matter how much energy he channeled into it, he simply couldn't take the next step. It seemed his initial plan to achieve a breakthrough here as quickly as possible had come to an end. By the calendar, in 3 days, the Transferee Alliance selection would begin. By then, it would be a true grand event. An event that would capture the attention of the entire alliance. Qin Tianke, however, felt no nerves. Nor did he feel any sense of inferiority. After all, for him, as long as he performed to the best of his ability, even defeat would leave him with no regrets. And so, the days passed in an orderly fashion. Time flew by. Before he knew it, the day of the alliance-wide transferee selection tournament had arrived. Starting 2 days prior, the entire capital city of the alliance was enveloped in a vibrant festive atmosphere. This was truly a momentous occasion. A grand celebration held only once every 10 years by the alliance. At the heart of the alliance lies an immense plaza. Though called a square, but it resembled a plain more than anything else. Endless and boundless. Legend has it that this was personally carved out by a mighty figure within the alliance. Its purpose was to host this very selection process. This is where the selection will soon take place. Circular tiers of spectator seats encircled the plaza. The entire area resembled a grand, bustling arena. Hanging above the square is a unique list. The material of the list resembled sheer gauze. Yet it floats effortlessly in the air. It remained utterly still, as if frozen in place. It resembled some highly advanced electronic technology. Constantly, random codes flicker and dance. It looked quite peculiar. The surrounding spectator stands were already packed to capacity. Even beyond the square's perimeter, crowds strained to join the throng. No wonder. A grand celebration held only once every 10 years. A chance to witness the younger generation's performance. Of course, that was only part of it. For many, it's a means of livelihood. It's even become a semi-industrial endeavor for some to amass local fortunes. Many gamblers reap huge profits here, striking it rich overnight. Naturally, this draws a lot of attention. Of course, this is merely the perspective of the common folk. More significantly, it involves certain special factions. They aim to recruit the younger generation from below. These young talents represent the future lifeblood of the Alliance. If they join our organization, it would undoubtedly elevate the organization's prestige and overall strength to new heights. At that moment, Shin Tian-Kei followed the guide's footsteps ahead and entered the vast plaza holding his placard. The plaza was immense. Surrounding it were numerous other teams. This competition featured 54 participating teams. 44 city teams, 9 major city clan factions, and finally, the Alliance headquarters team. Furthermore, this was not a simple 5-person team format. Each team also includes substitutes and team mentors. Thus, the total number of participants is exceptionally large. Yet even so, this vast multitude occupies but a mere speck upon this square. Standing upon this plaza, Shin Tian-Kei could feel the boundless grandeur emanating from the square. And in his eyes, displayed relevant information about the plaza. What he hadn't anticipated was that this square itself was an extremely precious spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure, heaven and earth in the palm. Attribute, spatial. Grade, perfect. Description, an artifact from the lost legacy of a 10th tier spatial mage, capable of infinite transformations and simulating anything. Upon reading the system's description, Shin Tian-Kei nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. No. The strongest individuals he had encountered thus far were those 2 5th tier powerhouses leading the group he'd encountered not long ago. But the origins of this square before him were even more extraordinary. This plaza was actually the lost legacy of a 10th tier spatial mage? It must be understood that mages face immense difficulty in advancing, and spatial mages among them are exceptionally rare. What sets spatial mages apart from others? Is their ability to condense their power into an inheritable legacy? This allows the system of spatial mages to develop extremely rapidly. And it grew formidable in no time. Though their numbers remain exceedingly small, their combat prowess is formidable. Each possessed extraordinary abilities. When I first met my disciple amidst the battle ruins, his uncle possessed a fragment of spatial magic inheritance. However, his inheritance was severely fragmented. Even so, his magical prowess remained terrifying. It was only due to his advanced age that he could not unleash the full power of spatial magic. Yet it had still granted him considerable longevity. Now, the square beneath Shin Tian's feet was actually a perfect grade spatial artifact known as the palm-sized universe. It originated from a powerful spatial mage. To have created such an immense and formidable spatial realm, the legacy of this spatial mage must be truly extraordinary. And the opponent's strength was far beyond what he could possibly fathom. A relic? It seemed the creator had already perished. By careful calculation, they should have been among the Alliance's true elite, the pinnacle of the pyramid. Shin Tian-Kei wasn't the only one who noticed the peculiarity of this place. As more and more city teams poured in, among the Alliance headquarters contingent making their grand entrance, one member's expression abruptly darkened the moment they stepped onto the plaza. His expression abruptly changed. He looked down at the square beneath his feet, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. Chapter 67, Dragon. This is the aura of a spatial mage and of an extremely high caliber. He might even surpass my master in power. This man. He had already sensed the intensely potent spatial magic aura permeating this place. His eyes burned with intense greed. Spatial mages were exceedingly rare in this world. Therefore, the heirlooms of every such mage are objects of relentless pursuit. Though he knew nothing of the origins of this square beneath his feet, anything connected to a spatial mage was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could this very plaza be the legacy of that spatial mage? A faint suspicion had already taken root in his mind. The sensation of discovering such a vast treasure filled him with both surprise and delight. However, he kept these thoughts well hidden within himself. Beyond the initial shock he had revealed, he gave no hint of his true feelings to those around him. As soon as this group appeared, this drew an unprecedented roar of cheers from the crowd. Hearing the surrounding celebrations, Shin Tian-Kei also turned his gaze toward the commotion. He soon spotted the sign held aloft by the leader of the 5. So this was the team dispatched by the Alliance headquarters? Their appearance not only drew cheers and applause from the surrounding spectators, but also drew the attention of every other team on the field. Shin Tian-K quickly scanned their detailed information. The 5 comprised 3 men and 2 women. Among them were the 2 4th-tier beings Uncle Chen had specifically instructed them to monitor. Their aura stood in stark contrast to those around them, suggesting a profound transformation. Moreover, as fellow beast masters, Shin Tian-K could sense that the beast-taming aura emanating from them was highly unusual. It felt even more powerful and frenzied. The other individual, however, surprised Shin Tian-K. He was actually a spatial mage. If that was the case, it meant they could sense the powerful aura emanating from this plaza. Perhaps they could even detect the spatial mage's heirloom. Shin Tian-K was utterly horrified by this realization. He never imagined the team dispatched by the Transferee Alliance headquarters would be this formidable. Each of these 3 was an extraordinary being. Even if one was only a 3rd tier, his combat power could rival that of a 4th tier. As for the other 2 women, the aura they emitted suggested 3rd tier cultivation. Yet Shin Tian-K had never heard of their specific professions. Truly, they were individuals dispatched directly by headquarters. Truly extraordinary. No wonder the top spot in every alliance-wide transferee selection always goes to headquarters. They truly possess the strength to back it up. The sound of celebratory firecrackers snapped everyone back to reality. Shin Tian-K began surveying his surroundings. The venue was immense. Yet standing within it, one could feel the space steadily contracting, as if the surrounding spectators were mere inches away. Yet they also seemed distant as the horizon. Now near, now far. This, he realized, must be the power of spatial magic. Those spectators surrounded them on all sides. Directly in front of them, there was a special observation platform. Though called an observation deck, it was occupied only at the top and bottom. The central area remained open, occupied by only a handful of individuals. It appeared deliberately arranged. That area was also a specially constructed platform. Numerous figures occupied the platform. Their auras radiated immense power. The system seemed to have a distance limitation, preventing it from displaying anything. Even if it could, it wouldn't display any detailed information. After all, each of them was likely a 5th tier or even higher tier being. This was the most crucial celebration in the Alliance's main city. How could they possibly assign those lowly nobodies? On the 3 chairs at the head table, no one seemed to have taken their place. Clearly, the true decision-makers had yet to arrive. Boom! A colossal aura descended in an instant, like a mountain crashing down from the heavens. The sky, at some unknown moment, had turned a deep crimson. Like a churning sea. Within that endless crimson sea, a vortex suddenly surged forth. A colossal creature slowly revealed its form. It descended toward the depths below. Even as it descended from the heavens, its immense form remained partially obscured. Its immense form began to shrink even before it reached the air. Until its form reached over 20 meters in length. It finally revealed its true form before the crowd. Shin Tian-K braced against the pressure and gazed toward that spot. However, the system offered no prompts, only a jumble of gibberish. Even without the system, Shin Tian-K could recognize such a creature. Not just him, everyone present had already seen that creature. Their eyes held astonishment, envy, jealousy, but above all, awe. This was a dragon. The dragon clan existed in this world, soaring through the 9 heavens and galloping across the 4 seas. They command the submission of all beasts and stir the fervor of all people. A dragon. It's a dragon. Only 3 beast masters in the Alliance possess dragon beasts. That crimson sea of blood, could it be the legendary Blood Sovereign? It is the Blood Sovereign. I saw the Blood Sovereign standing atop that dragon's head. 7th tier cultivation. This is 7th tier cultivation. Hearing the voices around him, Shin Tian-K stared at the colossal beast. His eyes held nothing but sheer terror. There was no other way. This colossal beast was simply too immense. Its body was already compressed to measure over 20 meters in length. If it hadn't been compressed, it would have been even more colossal. And the aura emanating from its body grew increasingly violent and turbulent. When it appeared, the air around it turned a deep crimson. The blood-red hue lingered in the sky for a long time. Within the vortex, a relentless whirlwind churned ceaselessly. This was the majesty of the Dragon Clan. Even at its very first appearance, Shin Tian-K could feel the 2 beasts within him trembling with fear. He wasn't alone. Every beast tamer present felt the same. This was the suppression emanating from the deepest recesses of their bloodlines. It could not be erased, only endured. The dragon, a being that commands all beasts to submit. What terrifying pressure! For the first time, Shin Tian-K felt genuine dread toward a beastmaster. There was no helping it, the opponent was simply too powerful. And it was a formidable powerhouse from within the Alliance itself. In the blink of an eye, the Crimson Dragon charged to the edge of the colossal platform. The body seemed to dissolve into a special passage at the platform's edge as it continued to melt away. 3 figures abruptly materialized. 2 men and 1 woman. The moment they materialized, The atmosphere on the field ignited instantly. The cheers were even louder than before. Moreover, the aura emanating from them commanded the admiration of their colleagues nearby. The two flanking figures comprised one man and one woman. One wore a blood-red robe, the other a deep blue gown. The pair seemed as incompatible as fire and water. The figure in the center, however, wore a pure white robe. Chapter 68, Acting Alliance Leader. The Blood Sovereign? Qin Tiang's gaze fixed on the middle-aged man in the crimson robe atop the dais. Even if the system couldn't gauge his strength, the sheer power radiating from him alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The intensely thick blood aura surrounding him seemed as though he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Such overwhelming might, such terrifying power. This man seemed like an endless hell itself. Blood Sovereign. The legendary pinnacle of the Alliance's might. The true pinnacle of the pyramid, a super-elite master. Don't be fooled by his current age of 30 or 40. At their level of power, age is not confined to outward appearance. Decades ago, he was already a 7th rank beastmaster who single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of alien races on the outer battlefields. That dragon-type beast he commanded earlier is one of the Blood Lord's signature marks. One of the dominant dragon-type beasts, the Blood Sea Abyss. Dragon-type beasts are exceedingly rare to begin with, let alone such an existence as this. Beside the Blood Lord stood two figures, one male and one female. The woman in the blue gown radiated an aura as smooth and warm as jade, creating the illusion of a gentle breeze caressing one's face. Qin Tiang's gaze settled heavily on the figure in the center of the trio, his eyes narrowing slightly. A sense of caution stirred within him. Though the central figure made no effort to project their aura, Qin Tian could sense an extreme danger emanating from them. Even the woman in the blue gown and the Blood Lord combined did not instill as much fear in Qin Tian as the figure in the center did. A figure clad in white, walking between the Blood Lord and the Sea Lord. Could this person be? Lin Nua gasped in surprise, but before she could finish her sentence, Su Jia smacked her chest. She rolled her eyes and pursed her lips. Don't hyperventilate over nothing. Lin Nua watched the beautiful roll of her eyes, his gaze brightening as an inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. Yes, this person possesses profound cultivation. He is known as the white-robed Taoist, Shi Huan, also called Xixingzuan. Ha? That name, why does it feel strangely familiar? It wasn't just Qin Tian. Even Li Li and Shen Zhengyang looked utterly perplexed. They had no idea who this Xixingzuan was. Su Jia, standing nearby, suddenly paled. Her gaze toward Lin Nua held a hint of pleading. Pointing at the figure above. Unparalleled, almost unbelievable. Seeing the two of them like this, Qin Tian grew even more curious. In all the time they'd spent together, this was the first time Su Jia had ever worn such an expression. When he had heard the names of those geniuses before, he had merely felt astonished. He had never seen such a change in her expression. Qin Tian observed her closely. Only then did he notice that within Su Jia's expression, besides sheer disbelief, there was also a hint of admiration. A figure capable of inspiring Su Jia's admiration must be truly extraordinary. As for the other two, Li Li and Shen Yang, seemed completely out of the loop, as if they hadn't heard a word of their conversation. These two probably didn't take it seriously. Lin Luo gazed at the figure, his voice lingering. The fundamental reason the Transferee Alliance can establish branches in various cities lies in the presence of several exceptionally powerful individuals within its ranks. The Blood Lord you mentioned earlier, along with that Song Haijun, are among them. Within the Alliance, the current leader is in seclusion. The acting leader now stands as the most formidable figure among the Alliance's high command. His power far surpasses even the Blood Sovereign and Zhang Haijun. Some say he is the undisputed strongest within the Alliance. Some even argue his name should be among the Alliance's 9 great commanders. Others insist he deserves to be immortalized in the annals of history. He never interferes in military affairs, spending his days within the Transfiguration Alliance and rarely showing his face. Yet his fame was cemented in that battle decades ago. He single-handedly quelled a rift war. And that man is Xixingzuan. Hearing this, Qin Tian finally understood why this name felt vaguely familiar to him. So it was him. He was a legendary hero known to every household in this world. No wonder Su Jiawei was so excited after all, he was a true great hero, revered by all. Even Qin Tian himself couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for this hero. The other two who heard Lin Nua's words also felt a deep sense of reverence. Though the alliance they now lived under seemed peaceful and orderly. Decades ago, the world still suffered brutal invasions from alien races. These alien races were exceptionally ruthless and decisive in battle, possessing highly unusual methods. The connection between these alien races and their world was known as the Alien Fissure, also called the Fissure Gate. The invaders emerging from these rifts were known as the Alien Wars. 9 such rifts still exist in the world today. In those days, battles raged between the invaders and humanity at all 9 rifts. However, after decades of conflict, defensive fortresses were established around these rifts, manned by numerous powerful guardians. Thus, these places gradually faded from human memory. Yet each fissure once brought unimaginable calamity upon humanity. Amidst those battles, one great hero single-handedly pacified the turmoil at one rift. Saving humanity immense resources and manpower, this man was Qi Xingzuan. How terrifying! Though he couldn't see the figure's exact features, Qin Tianke felt it. That towering figure in white was utterly formidable and terrifying. Just as these few were conversing, the crimson figure atop the high platform suddenly stirred. His form vanished from its original spot. Trailing a trail of blood mist that seemed to explode around him, he ascended into the air. Gazing down at the crowd below, his voice was deep and resonant, like a peculiar whisper. Though only his mouth opened, the sound reached their ears as if he stood right beside them. I, the Blood Sovereign, have been specially commissioned by the Alliance leader to preside over this selection of all Alliance class changers. Following deliberation by the Alliance's High Command, the first round of selection will be a speed trial. Shortly, this area will undergo terrain modification to simulate a primordial jungle resembling a battlefield. Alien creatures will be deployed within the primordial jungle. Each participant may possess one water orb as a protective artifact. Note, crushing the protective artifact signifies forfeiture of eligibility for this speed selection round. You will also be instantly removed. Survive here for 2 days. After 2 days, I shall personally deploy markers. Follow these markers, the first to reach them will earn points for their team. Though this race is an individual contest, securing a top ranking will earn points for your team. Reaching the top 100 earns your team 1 point. Reaching the top 50 earns your team 2 points. Reaching the top 10 earns your team 10 points. Chapter 69, The Jungle's Secret Realm. 10 points? Qin Tianke inwardly gasped. That 10-point incentive was incredibly tempting. After all, the Alliance-wide transferee selection didn't prioritize team combat capabilities. It's all about the score. Regardless of a team's strength, only the score mattered. The higher the score, the higher the entire team's members would rank. Conversely, the lower the score, the lower the team ranks. No matter how capable the individuals, they sink to the bottom together. Thus, this battle serves to highlight both individual prowess and teamwork. There are currently 270 individuals on the field. Though their numbers are small, each is a prodigy from a major city. Some are even members dispatched by the Transferee Alliance headquarters. Their strength is naturally formidable. Among these 270 individuals, numerous prodigies stand out, almost every one of them unquestionably the finest among their peers. A true battle of geniuses. To emerge victorious among such rivals, relying solely on speed was unrealistic for Qin Tianke. But the allure was simply too great. Qin Tianke quickly discerned the underlying implications of these rules. It valued individual capability. As long as one person made it into the top 100, the team would gain 1 point, with a maximum cap of 5 points. If the entire team ranked within the top 50, the cap would rise to 10 points. Conversely, if the ceiling can be raised to the top 10, it means the team gains a whopping 50 points. What a terrifyingly massive boost. Moreover, this score is precisely what the entire league's transferee selection process values most. Therefore, while individual ability is crucial, mastering teamwork to achieve optimal scores is equally vital. A peculiar object now appeared in Bloodlord's hand. Since the opponent was mid-air, it was impossible to see clearly. But in the next instant, a palm-sized water sphere materialized before everyone's eyes. Qin Tianke examined the object and immediately initiated a system appraisal. Treasured artifact, simulated secret realm water sphere. Grade, none. Attributes, defense. Description, enter the simulated realm. Crush the water sphere to exit. A simulated realm? Qin Tianke muttered inwardly. It seems their so-called simulated scenario is likely just one aspect of this class's capabilities. After all, it was created by a spatial mage. And a relic left behind by a 10th tier spatial mage, no less. Wait a minute. Qin Tianke couldn't help but wonder. His system could discern the relics left behind by that great figure. But why couldn't it identify the cultivation level of anyone above the 4th rank? Could it be that the system could fully identify these fallen relics? Yet for the living, powerful beings still existing in the world, it couldn't? Qin Tianke possessed some understanding of the system. Yet his understanding remained incomplete. The system's origins were peculiar. As long as it could help him enhance his strength, it was a good thing. Still, it was always wise to keep one's guard up. He needed to pay more attention to understanding the system. At that very moment, the Blood Sovereign in the sky suddenly stirred. A peculiar blood mist began to swirl around his body. Initially circling only around him, the mist gradually spread until it completely covered the sky above the square. Then, the mist coalesced into a peculiar cloud, from which a relentless rain of blood poured down. Qin Tianke saw at the spot in the sky where the Blood Sovereign had just been. Though shrouded by the mist, he could discern the object in the figure's hand, now radiating a dazzling light. An obscure incantation echoed in the ears of all present. The next instant, as the blood rain fell, The surrounding environment began to shift rapidly. The clamorous voices of the spectators completely receded into the distance. Everything around seemed to be rapidly receding. New things began to emerge. The ground beneath their feet began to shift. Grass, soil, and even the air carried that distinctive, muddy scent unique to the aftermath of rain. Towering ancient trees surged forth from the surrounding landscape. Seeing the changes occur so suddenly, Shin Tian-K hurriedly called out beside him. Only upon turning did he realize. The people who had been standing beside him moments ago had vanished completely from their spots. As if swept away by the shifting earth to some other place. How could this be? Shin Tian-K was certain. This was the unique function of the spatial artifact here. But he never imagined it could instantly teleport people beside him away. Moreover, it could transform and create simulated effects. Spatial magic truly was extraordinary. But their departure meant he no longer had trusted allies by his side. Shin Tian's eyes narrowed in realization. The Blood Sovereign hadn't mentioned that friendly fire was forbidden in this simulation. They were simulating battlefield conditions, which meant such situations could arise on the actual battlefield. So he dared not let his guard down. As these thoughts surged through his mind, everything around him froze instantly. The shifting trees, too, came to a complete halt at that very moment. It seemed to herald the commencement of this selection. At that moment, Shin Tian-K glanced around and only then realized that the changes that had just occurred had completely escaped his notice. At this moment, I find myself on a hillside. Trees towered overhead, shading the sky. The ground beneath his feet, which had been paved with bricks moments ago, had now transformed into a patch of mud. Both feet were now caked in mud. Is this a simulation? It felt just like the real thing. Shin Tian-K swallowed his complaint and walked forward in silence. At that moment, Xiao Jin was summoned from the spatial pocket and shot skyward. Shin Tian-K watched as Xiao Jin shot straight through the towering tree that pierced the clouds, then seemed to collide with something in the sky. It plummeted back down with a thud. Though unharmed, he was a bit dazed. Still reeling from the disorientation, Xiao Jin flew back to Shin Tian's shoulder and began reporting the intelligence. Master, there's a wall up there, an invisible wall. It's incredibly hard. And I saw other flying beasts too. Shin Tian-K nodded. Little Gold was unaware of certain special magical artifacts used by humans. He surmised. The wall he described as hard was likely a barrier. Other flying mounts? It seemed he wasn't the only one who had figured this out. Finding oneself in an unfamiliar environment. The first priority is to survey the surroundings. Gaining a general sense of the terrain and one's position would be ideal. That's precisely what he had sent Xiao Jin to do earlier. He also checked whether it was possible to break through the ceiling above, but it seemed impossible. Xiao Jin had also noticed that the surrounding environment seemed just as vast as the previous plaza. It appeared not only his teammates were scattered, but others were in the same predicament. We're all on the same starting line now. And with 2 days to prepare, those 2 days must be the so-called battle period, right? Shin Tian-K didn't dwell on it further. He immediately began sprinting forward. Shin Tian-K had barely departed. A piercing sound split the air. Chapter 70, The Pursuit. A spear suddenly sliced through the air, trailing a roaring wind like a dragon tearing through the sky. It slammed heavily into the ground. The earth instantly cracked open. Furious thunder surged forth from the spear, engulfing the surroundings. The thunder's power surged violently, amplified by the spear's immense force. The ground instantly collapsed, forming a sizable crater. A man floated down from the sky and stood there. He stood silently atop the spear's shaft. Clothed in battle armor, he radiated an extraordinary aura of dominance. A surging, violent aura emanated from him, lashing out like thunder in all directions. Did they run? The man murmured to himself. His gaze fixed on the thunder mark in his palm. A peculiar lightning-like light flickered within his eyes. Thunder coiled around his entire body. As if the very will of thunder walked among mortals, fierce and extraordinary. An idea seemed to form in his mind, only to be instantly dismissed. Just a lowly second-tier beastmaster. He couldn't possibly have detected my thunder shadow needle. He must have sensed danger and chosen to leave. Going it alone is ultimately futile. I must reunite with my comrades. The man silently mapped out his next course of action. Then, with a stomp of his feet, his body suddenly drifted forward. The spear beneath his feet trembled violently. Thunderous energy gathered around him. A peculiar purple aura coated the spear's surface. In an instant, it shot toward the enemy's feet. He stepped onto the spear and raced forward. As the opponent departed, from the nearby thicket, shadows began to stir, as if gaining consciousness. They began to follow the figure, weaving and leaping through the shadows. Until the very last moment, they entered the other's shadow. Only then did it conceal itself. All this remained unknown to the person who was still searching for his teammates. Shin Tian-K sat cross-legged. The surroundings were filled with eerie darkness. He seemed accustomed to this atmosphere. He lifted his gaze to look at the shadow before him. It was the back of a person. He observed the figure. Qin Tianke immediately activated his system's identification function. The results appeared swiftly. Sikong Kwang. Occupation, Thunderbolt Gunmaster. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Element, Thunder. Abilities, Lightning Shadow Needle, Thunderwing Transformation, Wrathful Thunderstrike. Profile, an exclusive close combat Thunder specialist of the Sikong clan in Lanma City. At the peak of his power within Thunder, he transforms into a formidable Thunder warrior of unparalleled strength and ferocious temperament. Seeing this name, Qin Tianke first recalled the legendary figure from a game he frequently played in his previous life. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well. So it seems that great figure exists in this alternate world too. Qin Tiang's focus shifted to the three characters, Lanmo City. This time, Lanmo City was among his primary targets. Within Lanma City, there was a clan renowned for generations for cultivating thunder and lightning. Every member of this clan had chosen thunder-related professions. It was precisely this trait that made Qin Tianke remember this city. He never imagined he would actually encounter it. Even back when he first saw Xiao Jin descending in a daze, he had sensed something was amiss. In his vision, he could clearly see that Xiao Jin had been suddenly pierced by something. That was what caused the dizziness. In his view, it wasn't Xiao Jin's reaction to colliding with the barrier. It was a needle. He just couldn't remove it. But he thought of the tactic of luring the enemy into a trap. That's why he lured the other party over. Unexpectedly, he even learned the opponent's profession and cultivation level. A third-tier Thunder Gunmaster and a close combat specialist at that. Engaging him at this distance would be utterly disadvantageous. Even with Old Black and Little Gold by his side, it wouldn't work. It wasn't that Qin Tianke couldn't defeat him, but he judged the timing to be wrong. After all, they had only recently entered this area. Engaging in combat now would inevitably attract the attention of lurking stealthers nearby. If he possessed such capabilities, what about the geniuses from other cities? Their methods were likely far more terrifying than his own. The individual before him had been selected by his clan to represent them. His own strength must be no small feat. That's precisely why he wouldn't make the first move to eliminate them now. However, he wasn't worried about exposing himself. This was Old Black's ability, Dark Concealment. After months of intensive training, this ability had become truly extraordinary. Only those who had reached the 4th tier possessed the ability to detect it. Among the transmuters participating in this mission, only the 2 from the Transferee Alliance headquarters had reached the 4th tier. The others did not come from the Alliance headquarters. They were merely from a city. So it was impossible for them to possess 4th tier combat strength. Qin Tianke was still fretting over his lack of teammates and worrying about the dangers of scouting alone. Wasn't this like someone delivering a pillow just as you were nodding off? A free melee fighter to scout ahead for him. Brilliant. Compared to Xiao Jin's shadow shuttle, the former allowed him to lurk on his target even without a shadow. He could constantly hide within the shadows of his opponent. Thus, there's absolutely no worry about being detected. And so it went. The opponent kept flying, while Qin Tianke quietly followed in his shadow. Time ticked by second. Soon, the sky was gradually filled with the blazing sun. This was the worst time to hide. No matter how formidable Lao Hei's strength and abilities might be, he would still fear the light. And sunlight is the most intense energy in the world. It was naturally impossible to conceal. Qin Tianke began contemplating how to escape. But at that moment, the other parties suddenly halted. After a brief search, they dashed off in a certain direction. Deep within the jungle. Damn it! If Huaquine hadn't been absent, how could I have fallen for your dirty tricks, you scoundrels? Beifeng City, you damned scoundrels! 2 figures in the jungle clutched their chests, faces contorted in agony. Wherever their skin was exposed, blue veins were already bulging. Numerous dark green insects wriggled across their skin. Not far ahead of them, their own water sphere was being toyed with by their adversaries. Before them, 3 figures stood. Smiles played on their lips, dripping with scorn. Ha 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 ha! This world naturally belongs to the strong. Did you really need us to teach you that? Now, I'll give you the final lesson of your lives. You 2 are nothing more than special professionals at best. I don't believe you can contact your teammates right now. Absolutely laughable. The other 2 immediately stepped forward to flatter him. So what if it's Sikong Kwang? That kid's just a Thunder-class job changer with a family legacy. If it weren't for his family's backing, who knows who'd win? Our boss wouldn't be afraid of that nobody. The captain seemed to relish the praise, his chest puffing out with pride. Chapter 71, Arrival. Exactly. Just some dumbass who only knows how to swing swords and guns. Tell him to come out and fight me one-on-one right now. I wouldn't be scared of him. The speaker was the captain of the trio. The man who heard this wanted to say something, but the wound in his chest forced him to stop, his body trembling. The two men belonged to the Blue Ink City team. Due to their unique professions and being twin brothers, they shared a telepathic connection. They could sense each other's location. Just as they reunited and prepared to send their coordinates to the others, they were spotted by the bandits before them. Their profession was unique. Their actual combat prowess was limited. And to make matters worse, one of the three attackers was a poison master. By comparison, they were outnumbered and outmatched, so the two quickly fell into defeat. Even so, as they looked at each other, filled with rage, their water sphere had now fallen into enemy hands, which meant they were likely to meet their end right here. Yet even so, they harbored not a shred of regret. From the moment they first arrived here, they had prepared for the worst. Now, they could only hope their comrades would avenge them. In truth, battles frequently erupted between these two cities. Such massacres were far from uncommon. The city they were in, Lanma City, and the city before them, Beifeng City, shared a deep-rooted enmity. In the past, the two cities fought constantly over resource disputes. Even in their generation, the fighting persisted. In truth, if they found an opportunity, they would treat these people before them in exactly the same manner. Thus, the enmity between the two sides has always persisted. But now that the other side had seized the chance, they had little left to say. Seeing the two men in such a state, the captain's lips curved into a smile. Unable to suppress his admiration for their talent, layers of peculiar green haze swirled around him. Venomous snakes coiled around his shoulders. His eyes blazed with a venomous, piercing glare. Would you two consider serving my Northwind City? Should you agree, this captain will return this water orb to you. Once we return, you two can change your hometown records and come to my Northwind City. I can promise you that once you arrive, your treatment won't be any worse. In fact, it'll be far better than that poor place, Blue Ink City. The two before him were twin brothers, both possessing the unique profession of mind messengers. Even from the name alone, one could tell this profession held little combat prowess. Their primary ability lies in telepathy. They could sense each other's presence. Through specific techniques, they could pinpoint each other's location even when separated by kilometers. They can also create a unique barrier centered on themselves to establish their position. Their sole means of attack is to manipulate the enemy's mind to achieve combat objectives. However, although both possess third-tier cultivation, each could only control one person at most. Northwind City held the numerical advantage. Furthermore, their captain was a poison master, whose specialty lies in using poison to shatter the mind. Thus, the two were swiftly captured and poisoned. One of the brothers managed to speak. His mouth gaped open. His voice was hoarse. Could barely form words. As if his throat had been damaged. The captain immediately stepped forward, leaning close to listen at his ear. The next moment, he heard the dying man's desperate roar. I'll take someone down with me. The words barely left his lips. He had already sunk his teeth into the man's ear. But the next instant, the poison took effect. His neck jerked sideways and he collapsed lifelessly on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the captain calmly wiped his ear. A faint, sinister smile played on his lips. Foolish. How could he not have anticipated the enemy's final desperate gambit? After all, he was a poison master. His profession allowed him to saturate his entire being with toxins, rendering him immune to all poisons. But to others, they themselves became a uniquely potent poison. Touch them and die, no empty threat. Ha! Since that's the case, and you brothers share a bond, you surely won't submit to me either. Then die. The captain had already summoned the venomous scorpion in his palm, striking out at his opponent. A single sting would instantly trigger a chain reaction. The poison would take effect, leading to instant death. At that very moment, a roar echoed from the horizon. Release my brother. The roar grew louder as it drew nearer. A piercing scream tore through the air from the distance. The next instant, a silver-white spear instantly pierced through one of the three, a dungeon master who had barely managed to raise a defensive stance. Even though the dungeon master had activated his defense at the very first moment, faced with a thunderous strike of overwhelming force, his shield was instantly pierced through. His body was pierced through as well. The silver spear drove straight through him. He didn't even have a chance to crush the water ball. No! Seeing this, the captain's face turned pale. He immediately sprinted backward. His teammates did the same. But the moment they began to flee, a torrent of thunder surged from the sky behind them. The thunderbolts exploded like a lake. After leaving a peculiar trail behind, a figure descended in an instant. He blocked the two who were still trying to flee. He raised the spear in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot. Madman, return my brother's life. Sikong Quan charged forward with fierce urgency. The thunderous battle cloak roared fiercely in the wind. Each swing of his spear was accompanied by thunderous roars. Witnessing this scene, the two men were startled. They quickly regained their composure. Charge! He's alone! The captain roared, toxic fumes spreading around him. The other man struck instantly. His form swelled to several times its original size in an instant. The blade in his hand broadened to the width of a door panel. A deafening roar erupted from his throat. The greatsword stood firm, blocking the attack. As the spear touched the greatsword, a thunderous, drum-like vibration reverberated outward. The resulting shockwave uprooted grass and branches, leaving a distinct trail in its wake. Guardian of the greatsword, very well. You've come too. Then you'll die here. Upon hearing this, Sikong Kwang immediately engaged his opponent in combat. Though he was facing two opponents alone, he held his own against the odds. He held his own. Meanwhile, within his shadow, another shadow darted toward the side and fled. It soon vanished into a thicket of trees. Quietly observing the unfolding scene before him, Shin Tian-K activated his system and began to analyze. A poison master and a greatsword guardian? Chapter 72, Strike. Shin Tian-K remained hidden in the shadows, watching the scene unfold before him. Perfect. He too wished to witness the caliber of those who had made it this far in the competition. Each of them was a prodigy from their respective cities. No doubt, each possessed their own extraordinary methods. Their abilities were certainly not as simple as they appeared. After all, he had seen the greatsword guardian Shin Tian-K more than once. Yet not a single giant sword guardian had ever possessed the ability to enlarge their bodies. Chan Yixing. Occupation, Bug Poison Master. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Profile, the embodiment of the will of poison, wielding bug magic. Endless toxins lurk within their body, poison itself is their essence. Capable of controlling venomous insects. Abilities, insect erosion, venomous needle, lifebound parasite possession. Note, this unique class can manipulate poisonous insects, transforming them into a lifebound parasite. Similar to a Beastmaster's single beast, it allows the lifebound parasite to possess the user in battle, resulting in fluctuating combat power. Chan Hu. Class, Greatsword Guardian. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Profile, a messenger who guards the greatsword with his life. The sword in his hand is his very existence, and his existence transforms into the sword in his hand. Abilities, Gigantic Body, Greatsword Gale, Thousand Shadow Slaying. These two individuals' abilities aren't particularly formidable. However, their professions complement each other's weaknesses. Take the Bug Poison Master, for instance. Skilled in the use of poisonous insects. This ability itself can be considered a highly unique form of ranged attack. In close combat, they naturally cannot match the Thunder Gunmaster's prowess. In contrast, the other Greatsword Guardian, however, can leverage the close quarters advantage of their massive blade to wear down opponents. Meanwhile, the Poison Master could strike from the shadows. With the two working in tandem, the outcome of the battle is obvious. That said, the Thunder Gun King class is truly terrifying. It's not merely a melee class. It can also summon the power of thunder. When combined with a close-range weapon like a spear, which possesses an extremely ferocious attribute, the synergy between the two yields even greater power, making it exceptionally formidable. This class possesses thunder as a ranged attack method, and the spear for close-quarters defense and offense. When combined, it can be said that whether in close combat or ranged attacks, they hold the upper hand in both close combat and ranged engagements. No wonder the opponent could become the representative of their city to compete in this selection. However, Shin Tian-K had already discerned the inherent drawbacks of this class. Though termed a flaw, it was not inherent to the profession. Rather, they stemmed from Sikong Kwang himself. Even though his thunderbolt was ferociously violent and his physical strength was undeniably formidable, it proved difficult to contain the pervasive attacks of the poisonous insect. Just like now, Sikong Kwang fought two foes alone. His strikes all landed on the giant sword guardian. The sword in his hand grew immense alongside his body. Like a shield, it blocked the fierce onslaught. Sikong Kwang channeled all his strength into his spear, condensing thunderous energy. A torrent of thunder crashed forth. The explosive force of the battle's aftermath violently erupted outward, instantly sweeping away everything in the vicinity. Yet this mere residual shockwave attack, compared to before, it had already weakened considerably. This alone was enough to show that the individual likely had few remaining techniques left to deploy. After all, he had channeled all his strength into the thunderous assault. After prolonged combat, such a state was only natural. Sikong Jin's own power was not infinite. Human strength has its limits. In such a state, the two opponents did not even launch proactive attacks. Merely defending and retreating was enough to wear the enemy down. Having endured so many battles, he possessed these fundamental insights. In his view, the man before him was either inexperienced, or had been driven reckless by the death of his comrade, and thus failed to grasp the key points. And now, his opponent was gradually showing signs of exhaustion. The power coursing through his body seemed to be growing ragged. Power constantly shifted. Their vital energy began to feel somewhat unstable. Their combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. At that moment, the Poison Master finally made his move. A serpentine coldness flashed in his eyes. His gaze turned icy. He flicked his sleeve and a chilling poisonous mist billowed forth from its cuff. The poisonous mist spread forward, utterly unsettling. Yet the moment it touched the earth or branches, it instantly corroded and rotted them. It was unimaginable. What horrifying effects this poisonous mist might have if it were to affect a person. Seeing the poisonous mist approaching, Shenhu, the giant sword guardian, roared in fury. He immediately swung his massive sword, crashing it down toward the enemy. Such a massive sword, as thick as a door panel, delivered an impact and force comparable to a giant hammer. Sikong Kwang's heart jolted. He stood with his spear held horizontally. Lightning surged across his battle robes. Thunderous power roared forth, aiding his desperate defense. The blow sent his opponent crashing backwards several meters. Staggering. Sikong Kwang coughed once. A mouthful of foul blood gushed from his chest. At that moment, the poisonous mist drew nearer, swiftly enveloping him. Shen, who had already returned to his original form, shouldering his massive sword as he stood by. Having endured the earlier blow, Sikong Kwang's body bore significant damage. Not to mention the power within him was already nearly depleted. Faced with this toxic mist, he didn't even have the strength to flee. Shin Tianke observed the scene before him. A hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. To be fair, the strength of these two individuals had already been thoroughly assessed. Their combat prowess was not particularly formidable. If I were to take action myself, I could eliminate them all. But the question was, should I intervene? A moment of hesitation flashed through his mind. He quickly made up his mind. His form gradually emerged from the shadows. The other party had previously assisted him in exploring this area. Though it was to find their own comrades, it had indeed benefited him. He was a man who always repaid kindness. Having hidden within the other's body for so long, it was time to repay the favor. Shin Tiang's body shifted. He immediately charged forward. Someone's here. Noticing the approaching figure, both instantly went on high alert. The bug poisoner hurled a swarm of insects first. Meanwhile, the greatsword guardian's form swelled once more. He charged toward his opponent. Shan Yixing's eyes narrowed. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Why, after killing one, another keeps coming? What was this? But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind. A peculiar sound soon reached his ears from nearby. The moment Shan Yixing turned his head, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly stunned. Chapter 73, Search. He saw his teammate's massive body. A bizarre creature with multiple heads perched atop it. Those gaping, blood-red maws were devouring his entire body. What the hell is this? Shan Yixing was utterly dumbfounded. The creature atop his teammate's head, massive in size, resembling a hellhound. But with an unknown number of heads, all gaping their blood-red maws simultaneously, it looked utterly terrifying. And as his teammate's body grew larger, was swallowed whole by the creature without hesitation. Blood scattered, flesh littered the ground. A single droplet even landed on his face. Shan Yixing felt his body stiffen instantly, as if something was relentlessly stirring within his soul. Facing such a terrifying creature, he had no desire to confront it. Only one thought filled his mind: escape. After all, this creature was too terrifying. Its colossal size combined with its multitude of heads. Its sheer presence was utterly overwhelming. The attacks it unleashed were equally devastating. But before he could act, he watched helplessly as the colossal creature began to slowly advance toward him. Now close enough, he could smell the foul, fishy stench emanating from the creature. The scent resembled countless vats of fermented, viscous blood mixed with flesh and bone remnants. Piercingly pungent and foul, overwhelmingly strong. It seemed to assault him from every direction. Aman! 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 With each roar he emitted, his pupils shifted abruptly. The cold, snake-like gaze revealed itself. His pupils stood vertical, filled with bloodlust and savagery. At that very moment, a serpentine phantom appeared upon his cheek. The serpent's phantom writhed. The icy serpent eyes radiated waves of domineering aura. A thick, blood-soaked aura radiated from his entire body, as if it were about to strike back. Just as he was about to act, its legs suddenly jerked backward, with lightning speed. And just like that, he fled. But this was only to be expected. After all, in his estimation, this monster had clearly surpassed the third tier. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? Could it be a hidden master? Shan Yixing harbored an indomitable will to fight within his heart. The sheer size of the beast it commanded a massive 5 or 6 meters long. Indeed put him under considerable pressure. In comparison, his own life-bound bug was only a little over 2 meters long, and was a python that thrived in the shadows. From any angle, he held no advantage. If he didn't run now, he'd be a total pushover. Though he wasn't a beastmaster himself, he understood well that a beast's size was often directly linked to its combat power. Such an enormous form. The opponent's combat strength was at least 3rd tier. And earlier, he'd already sensed a 4th tier aura emanating from the beast. Damn it! Which city team was concealing their strength? There's actually a 4th tier beastmaster among them. He had barely run a short distance, when suddenly, right before his eyes, that colossal beast materialized in the shadows before him. Then, he felt as though countless blades were piercing through his body. Half his body was devoured in an instant. The remaining body lay mangled and broken, flesh rolling, entrails spilling out. His consciousness flickered on the brink of oblivion as his body trembled. Driven solely by his remaining will, he ran forward. Yet even so, death was inevitable. Unlike before, each time Old Black devoured a person, it gained another head. Now, the number of its heads remained unchanged at 100. This meant the 2 victims were not evildoers. All of this was within Qin Tiang's expectations. After all, they weren't the so-called utterly depraved criminals. Even if they had killed someone, they didn't carry the distinct aura of blood and evil that marks such villains. So even if he devoured them, it wouldn't boost Old Black's cultivation. Sikong Quan gazed at the masked man beside him who had just rescued him from the poisonous mist's peril. A hint of gratitude flickered in his eyes. Though gravely wounded, he still managed to steady himself and stand upright. He clasped his fists together in a deep bow toward the other. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I am Sikong Quan of Lanma City. Should you ever visit Lanma City in the future, I shall be honored to extend my hospitality. Not necessary. If he weren't wearing a mask right now, Qin Tianke would likely have scratched his nose in embarrassment. After all, he had just been hiding in the other man's shadow, and had relied on the other to scout the path. Moreover, while Sikong Quang spoke these words, he coughed twice, blood clinging to the corner of his mouth. His injuries seemed severe. I hail from Lingfeng City. Should you encounter any of my city's people during these selection rounds, I humbly request your kind consideration. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Qin Tianke immediately swung himself onto Old Black and galloped off into the distance. Watching his opponent depart, Sikong Quan's mind raced with thought. He couldn't gauge the cultivation level of that man. Given the sheer size of the beast he commanded, it should logically be a 4th tier beast. Yet the Beastmaster's cultivation seemed to be only around the 3rd tier. What was going on? His mind filled with speculation and contemplation. But the thoughts quickly dissipated. The other had saved his life, yet here he was, presumptuously speculating about the other's identity. Sikongjin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He immediately returned to his comrade's side and began tending to his wounds. After leaving them, Qin Tianke sat atop Old Black's back. He was moving forward at a rapid pace. A sense of urgency stirred within him. The events he had just experienced there served as a stark reminder. After all, every person who had made it this far was a prodigy. And these chosen ones often shared one trait: arrogance and conceit. Such a habit was highly unsuitable in this place of survival. Young people, especially those representing their cities in battle, they all carry pride within their hearts. And such individuals are often the least able to accept defeat. Precisely for this reason, they refuse to comply with so-called arrangements. Take, for instance, the water sphere. The Blood Sovereign gave each of them a tool meant to aid their escape from the secret realm. Earlier, when Qin Tianke consecutively slew 2 opponents, he noticed none of them instinctively held the water sphere in their hands. When he struck down the first opponent, perhaps because the enemy had used abilities to enlarge their body during combat, and failed to notice Lao He darting out from behind him in an instant. Thus, this outcome was entirely predictable. But the other man was different. He had the time and opportunity to flee, and had even managed to escape. Yet he showed no inclination to use the water sphere to aid his escape. Perhaps in their eyes, they couldn't possibly die here. And that was precisely the most dreaded outcome. Witnessing their cherished talents and extraordinary abilities being brutally crushed by another. Perhaps the only thought left was to flee. Chapter 74, The Brilliant Star Collector. Others would choose to fight to the death for their dignity. Regardless of the situation, survival is always the top priority. His 4 teammates would never make such a foolish move. Because this place was merely a simulated secret realm. There are no treasures or magical artifacts here, and certainly no rare herbs. Thus, this place held no value or meaning to search. Qin Tianke moved with lightning speed. His mind was consumed solely by the thought of finding his teammates. Soon, the sun drifted slowly toward the west, until the last ray of sunlight vanished between the towering shadows of the forest. The bright moon appeared as if it had descended in an instant. This marked their first night spent within this mysterious realm. Qin Tianke had already recalled Old Black. Simultaneously, he harnessed Lao Hei's innate abilities. His body gradually blended into the darkness. He sat cross-legged amidst the darkness. He dared not venture forward recklessly on this first night. Who could guarantee no monsters lurked in the night? Yet for Qin Tianke, what was often more terrifying than these unknown beasts were his own kind. There was still 1 day left before the official start of the speed selection. Strictly speaking, what was happening now should be called survival of the fittest. The cost was just a bit steep. If you don't crush the water ball, there's only death. Shin Tiang's consciousness gradually sank into darkness. He fell into a brief slumber. No practitioner, before reaching the 4th tier, could survive without food or sleep. Just in case, not far from the shadows where he rested, little Jean lurked within the shadows of nearby bushes. The ability to traverse shadows allowed it to move swiftly through the darkness, extremely fast and usable multiple times. This allowed Shin Tian to sleep soundly. Master, master, someone's coming. Once a beast was bound by contract, its voice would echo in the master's ears through the power of the bond. Hearing this, Shin Tiang's heart stirred. He awoke from his slumber. Before reaching the 4th tier, beasts cannot speak human language. They could only express their thoughts through various cries. For a beast tamer, however, the power of the contract allowed them to communicate directly with their beast. Therefore, he could clearly understand what Xiao Jin was trying to convey at that moment. To his ears, this sound was no different than someone playing a bell and drum right next to his ear. The sound was piercingly loud for Get sleeping. It was a miracle he hadn't jumped out of his skin. Shin Tian instantly snapped to attention. After all, this place was vast and sprawling. Moreover, he had been asleep for so long without anyone coming. Now that someone has come, it's only natural to take precautions. Never harbor malicious intent, but always be vigilant. Meanwhile, in the shadows nearby, a small bird peered out once more. Then it vanished back into the shadows in an instant. At that moment, Shin Tian, through Lao Hei's abilities, began observing everything outside. Within the gloomy thicket, a group of people had appeared at some unknown point. There were roughly 3 of them, moving cautiously, stopping and starting along the way. The trio comprised 2 men and 1 woman. The professions of 2 among them. Their magical wands revealed their professions. These were 2 mages. Their pace was extremely slow. It seemed as though they were deliberately or inadvertently protecting the young man behind them. Upon seeing the youth, Shin Tiang's eyes lit up. He instantly recognized the youth's identity. This was the individual he had closely monitored, the one he was instructed to keep a close watch on. The moment he saw him, the rumors he'd heard earlier came flooding back. There was no way around it. One of these 3 was far too young. And his appearance was also quite youthful. He looked like he was still in middle school. Yet they'd stumbled into an adult's fight. Indeed. This was the youngest 3rd-tier transferee in the entire Alliance's transferee selection, also known as the 15-year-old prodigy. The universally acknowledged strongest prodigy. Yang Ming. His name has been circulating among major cities ever since he participated in this selection. His appearance, too, has been etched into the memories of many. Gazing at the other person, Shin Tian suddenly grew curious. He wondered what profession this so-called 15-year-old prodigy might possess. To be honest, he had no desire to fight him. He only wanted to observe the opponent's profession. A thought struck Shin Tian. He activated the system and began observing closely. Yang Ming. Profession, Brilliant Star Collector. Attribute, Stars. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Abilities, Astrological Divination, Starry Violet Eyes, Stardust like Dust. Profile, an emissary uniquely bound to the stars, possessing abilities beyond mortal comprehension. Combat prowess doubles beneath the starlit sky. Brilliant Star Collector? Another unfamiliar profession. But it even has a role similar to Lin Nua's Bagua Walker. And it also possesses divination abilities. Seems pretty decent. And what exactly is this Stardust? Isn't that an idiom? Could it possibly possess such an ability? What astonished Shin Tian most was the other party's attribute. It was actually Starlight. Having observed countless class-changing adventurers through the system, this was the only attribute he had never encountered before. It couldn't be helped. The starry sky often symbolized endless mystery and vastness. He wondered what exactly this profession could do. Shin Tian glanced at the system's rather brief description. A silent stream of complaints filled his mind. Then, at that very moment, Yang Ming, the center of attention, suddenly halted in his tracks. Though only 15 years old, he had already shot up to over 180 centimeters tall. Combined with his long, flowing robes, made him appear even more imposing. However, his body was somewhat gaunt. His cheeks bore an unusual pallor. His features weren't particularly handsome, and his face still retained traces of baby fat. He seemed to be searching for something, his gaze scanning the surroundings constantly as he walked. Shin Tian felt a pang of curiosity. Why did this man suddenly stop? Yet for some reason, a sudden restlessness surged within him. It seemed connected to the man before him. No. Something's wrong. The thought barely formed in his mind. The next moment, Yang Ming's voice echoed through the air. Friend, it's time to come out. Hearing this, the expressions of the 2 third-tier mages changed, as if facing a formidable enemy. They immediately drew their magic wands, etching a series of magical arrays onto the ground. The magic circles layered upon one another. The magical prowess of these two was astonishingly on par with that of 4th-tier mages. Each array they carved was exceedingly intricate, with particular emphasis on defense. Within moments, 6 or 7 layers of arrays were carved into the ground. The overlapping arrays, when used together, actually enhanced their defensive capabilities. Observing the two men standing ready for battle, Yang Ming, protected at the center, felt his expression shift slightly. Nevertheless, he spoke aloud. "Friend, please step forward. We mean you no harm. I wish to speak with you." Chapter 75, Who Goes There? Watching the two mages, a man and a woman, their wands focused, ready to unleash elemental attacks at any moment. Qin Tianke silently clicked his tongue. "Good grief. What do you mean, no ill will? These two teammates of yours are clearly out to get me." Qin Tianke couldn't bring himself to believe their words. The two mages' mastery was entirely beyond this stage, seemingly at the 4th-tier level. Yet their cultivation had stalled. It appears that mages also face similarly difficult breakthrough opportunities. Qin Tianke was uncertain about this, merely harboring a faint suspicion. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. These two joining forces to attack him. They were no match for him at all. As these thoughts swirled within him, Qin Tianke slowly emerged from the shadows. The spot where he appeared was mere meters in front of the group. Seeing a figure emerge from the shadows of the bushes before them, the female mage's expression changed abruptly. Just as she was about to launch an attack, she was stopped by the youth behind her. "Ling, don't." Though the woman still glared at Qin Tianke with lingering hostility, she had already withdrawn the attack she had been about to unleash. The male mage beside her remained tense, as if facing a formidable foe. He couldn't gauge the cultivation level of the person before him. Their aura seemed to be that of a 4th-tier cultivator. Yet the overall fluctuations carried a 3rd-tier quality, as if oscillating between the 4th and 3rd tiers. "How should I address you? Undead? Seriously? Who gives out their real name?" Yang Ming looked at Qin Tianke. His eyes held a trace of contemplation. Then a faint smile suddenly appeared. The rapid shift in mood left Qin Tianke momentarily bewildered. "If you, brother undead, trust me, we'll meet again in 2 days." The remark was utterly baffling. His peculiar actions first summoning him, then uttering such baffling words. Qin Tianke felt the youth before him was something of a disappointment. The youth, however, seemed to have heard his inner thoughts. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "Brother, there's no need for such concern. Truthfully, I came seeking you merely to see you. After this round of selection concludes, there will be a week-long rest period. During that week, you may go to the treasure pavilion to seek out a precious item called Star Soul Grass. With that item, I'm confident it will help you advance your strength to the 4th tier." Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke's eyes flickered. A hint of murderous intent flickered unnoticed in his eyes. This man could see through his cultivation level. Ever since Old Black had condensed his 100 heads, no one had been able to discern his cultivation level. This was the first and only person to see through his cultivation. Doubts continued to gather within his mind. Nevertheless, he nodded. "In that case, I shan't disturb your rest any longer. Also, brother, there are no living creatures here at night." After saying this, Yang Ming immediately turned and walked away, while the two mages cast magical arrays and retreated cautiously, ever vigilant against Qin Tianke erupting into action at any moment. Qin Tianke, meanwhile, was pondering the words spoken earlier. He knew the location of the treasure pavilion, of course, but the prices inside far exceeded his expectations. That was precisely why he had never gone there. Unexpectedly. Now, having met this 15-year-old prodigy and received such words, better safe than sorry. After this selection concludes, he would naturally go to the treasure basin to retrieve that item. His mind was already forming certain thoughts. Perhaps this person had seen something. Qin Tianke had previously discussed the so-called divination and spirit questioning with Lin Nuo. Essentially, both practices. Both are methods of divining the future. The future was fraught with uncertainty. Often, a single misstep. One finds oneself at a crossroads in life. Then, one wrong step leads to another until the outcome becomes irreversible. The so-called abilities of divination and fortune-telling merely predict one possible trajectory of a person's future. A human life is filled with countless forks in the road, and just as many choices and their ultimate consequences. Precisely for this reason, the diviner can only foretell certain future events based on the present circumstances. Of course, this is merely one possible future. Seeing the other depart, Qin Tianke pondered for a moment, then leapt onto a tree branch instead of retreating back into the shadows. This was their first meeting. There was no enmity between them, and he wouldn't deceive himself over such a minor matter, so his words were trustworthy. Still, he needed to weigh the situation carefully. Since no creatures roamed the night, there was no need for worry. Shin Tian-K swiftly darted through the jungle, beginning his search for his teammates. No communication devices functioned in this place. Even certain specialized sensory techniques would vanish. Only certain specialized class changers possessed abilities that allowed resonance between parties. But Shin Tian's team had no such class shifters. Thus, Shin Tian-K could only resort to the simplest method of searching. Not far away, Yang Ming, who had already departed, suddenly turned back. He gazed at the figure gradually fading into the distance within the jungle. A peculiar expression in his eyes. The other two had never seen him look like this before. "Did you see something?" the male mage asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Before arriving, they had received their mission. Protect him. Even at the cost of their own lives, they must fiercely guard this hard-won genius. That was why they had located each other the moment they became separated, and had guarded him ever since. They were also aware of some of Yang Ming's abilities. Of course, this was the first time he had ever taken such initiative to seek out someone he had never met before, someone he had divined. Thus, they were deeply intrigued. "No need. He's an interesting fellow. I simply wish to meet him once. What level of cultivation does that person possess? Why is it so erratic?" The female mage couldn't help but speak up. "Him?" Yang Ming pondered for a moment. "The two of you combined might not even be a match for him," he added. Even if the captain came, he wouldn't fare much better. The male mage's expression darkened. He trusted Yang Ming's abilities, but the latter part of the statement was utterly unbelievable. Their captain couldn't gain an advantage against this man? Just how powerful was he? As Yang Ming departed, the three continued on their way, searching for other teammates. Strictly speaking, the two of them were essentially Yang Ming's bodyguards. Yet, owing to their formidable combat prowess and the lavish resources promised by the city lord, they were more than willing to accept this role. As for their other two teammates, were the team's elite combatants? Meanwhile, on the other side, Shin Tian-K raced swiftly across the tree branches. Not far ahead of him, Little Jean flapped his wings, soaring through the air as he searched for his comrade's trail. Chapter 76, Reunion. Under the cover of night, a man and an eagle darted swiftly through the treetops. In the darkness, Xiao Jin's dazzling golden tail feathers were truly eye-catching. As a young eagle, its speed naturally couldn't match that of its adult counterparts. Beastmaster's beasts typically only enter their growth or adult stages. Enter their growth or mature stages. Xiao Jin, having undergone modification by the undead light cluster, its inherent grade had been elevated. The growth of a beastmaster's mount is, to a certain extent, directly linked to the mount's own grade. Higher grade beasts enter their growth phase later and reach maturity later as well. Typically, even after reaching the 4th tier, a perfect grade beast may only just be entering their growth phase. Little Jean is still in its juvenile stage. Don't let its small size fool you. It far surpasses its peers in speed. After all, Xiao Jin's species is renowned for its speed and fiery prowess. After undergoing transformation by the undead light sphere, Little Gold not only gained the rare ability of a ghost, but also dramatically increased its speed. It also gained the ability to phase through solid objects. In a sense, this further maximized his already exceptional speed. As Xiao Jin flew ahead in search, time ticked by second. After an unknown duration, as the first hint of dawn began to spread across the horizon, Xiao Jin's transmission reached Shin Tian's ears. "Master, I've detected a familiar scent." Upon hearing these words, Shin Tian's eyes flickered. He immediately pursued in the direction Xiao Jin indicated. Within moments, he arrived at a spot. Within the thicket, the sky's pale dawn glow now faintly illuminated the surroundings, lending an otherworldly, slightly intoxicating feel. Shin Tian-K also spotted what appeared to be a battle unfolding nearby. At a glance, he locked onto two figures within the crowd. Familiar faces, these two were members of his team. One radiated a colossal aura of Buddhist enlightenment as if bathed in divine light. The other was constantly surrounded by flying swords, their sharp, murderous intent permeating the air. Chen Zhengyang and Li Li. It seemed they had already encountered trouble. Yet Shin Tian's gaze immediately affected the three opponents facing them. All three possessed 3rd-tier cultivation. Shin Tian-K immediately activated his speed system to scan them. 2 fist masters and 1 beast tamer. The 2 fist masters were currently entangled with them. The fist fighter profession relied entirely on brute physical strength to fight and struggle. As long as their fists were hard enough, they could smash through anything until no foe remained before them. That is the essence of a fist master. Conversely, this profession's greatest weakness is its vulnerability to ranged attacks. Yet ironically, both Li Li and Chen Zhengyang they encountered were completely neutralized. Chen Zhengyang's Buddhist golden body could withstand attacks, but the fist master class itself cultivates the physical body as a weapon. Thus, their ferocity in this regard far surpassed their opponents. Chen Zhengyang's composure now wavered. Red light surged within his eyes. The crimson light pulsed and surged, as if brewing an immensely powerful aura. He appeared poised to enter a frenzied state at any moment. Not far away, Lily was locked in combat with another opponent. Flying swords swirled around her. The sword light pulsed and surged, filling the air with the whistling sound of blades cutting through the void. Yet even these flying swords could not pierce the skin of the person before him. Beside their clash, the Beastmaster leaned against his own beasts. He commanded only 2 beasts: a colossal third-tier giant falcon and a colossal white tiger. At this moment, he was leaning against the white tiger. The giant eagle circled in the sky. Numerous flying swords clashed with it all around. Damn it! Lily's expression darkened, his brow furrowing. The fist master before him completely countered his strengths. His sword control abilities were indeed formidable. But his opponent was a fistmaster specializing in close combat. The moment he tried to create distance, the opponent would instantly burst forward to close the gap, using sheer strength to keep grappling with him. Although the sword immortal had cultivated his physical body as well, compared to that, the gap remains too vast. Moreover, his flying sword cannot create distance between them. He could only passively endure the opponent's close combat. Moreover, his flying swords were still locked in combat with that giant eagle beast in the sky. Both the flying sword at his side and the one in the sky relied solely on his own power to maneuver. In contrast, the fist fighter was a close combat specialist by nature. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became, and the greater his strength grew. As the battle raged on, his combat prowess and raw power kept surging higher and higher. As one side gains strength, the other loses it. Defeat is inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Zhengyang's Buddha-like golden body clashed with his opponent. He gained absolutely no advantage. A blood-red glow surged in Chen Zhengyang's eyes. He couldn't allow himself to enter a berserk state. Though it might grant him a temporary victory, the aftermath would be devastating. Once trapped in that frenzied state, he would become a killing machine. At that point, if he failed to eliminate all opponents before the frenzy subsided, upon its conclusion, his body would plunge into unprecedented weakness. At that point, slaying them would be out of the question. He would become lambs awaiting slaughter. The Beastmaster remained remarkably composed at that moment. Lying atop the white tiger, he watched the unfolding scene before him in silence. A faint smile curved his lips. Since the competition rules did not prohibit killing one another, eliminating them early, it would also relieve some competitive pressure on himself. Moreover, it would help his team achieve even greater success. It was precisely with this resolve in mind. That's why he'd been slaughtering opponents with his beasts from the very start. His goal was to secure more spots with fewer competitors. Enough games kill them all. Seeing the two before him still struggling desperately, the Beastmaster roared in fury. The sky was already brightening on the horizon. If this dragged on any longer, they'd inevitably be discovered by others. Then escaping would be a real hassle. Hearing this, the giant eagle circling in the sky ceased its struggle with the flying swords. Instead, it plunged downward. It swooped straight toward Lily, who was surrounded by his flying swords. The giant eagle moved with blinding speed. It flapped its wings and dove downward. Soon it arrived before Lily. Its eyes blazed with icy, murderous intent. Simultaneously, it raised a pair of sharp talons. It lunged viciously toward its target. At that very moment, the giant eagle's body suddenly stiffened. Then it let out a mournful cry. It collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood flowed from its neck. In an instant, its body was severed from its head. Witnessing this scene unfold with the Beastmaster, the other 2 Fistmasters immediately turned their gaze toward their captain. But the very next moment, they witnessed the captain suffering the same fate, head severed from body. Yet as the body slowly collapsed, revealing the figure standing behind it. Chapter 77, Simulation? Blood dripped steadily from the curved blade in that figure's hand. The 2 men's faces paled. Captain, dead? Kill him. Kill him. Avenge the captain. The 2 immediately abandoned their opponents. They charged toward Qin Tianke with all their might. Golden waves resembling flames blazed around their bodies. The waves surged skyward. Their bodies appeared before Qin Tianke in an instant. They unleashed a flurry of punches. Each punch was fierce and relentless, as if intent on crushing him utterly right then and there. Watching this scene unfold, Qin Tianke remained as calm as ever. His body swayed slightly. He evaded the opponent's attack. Under the combined assault of their joint punch, his body dissolved before their eyes at a visible speed, like flowing water, gradually merging into the shadows of the 2 assailants. Then a flash of light streaked through the air. Both men had their heads severed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 2 third-tier martial artists vanished in an instant. This scene sent shockwaves through the 2 who had been celebrating moments before. Where had this formidable opponent come from? Capable of instantly eliminating 2 third-tier practitioners? Both men were now severely injured, their strength barely hanging on. Facing another unknown powerhouse in this state meant certain doom. But when they caught sight of the unknown powerhouse's true form, Lily couldn't help but cry out in shock. Captain! Chen Zhengyang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He immediately began treating his own injuries. Lily was utterly astonished. He never imagined the captain had reached this level. After all, and this was without even using his beast-taming abilities, he could instantly kill 2 fist masters. Boxers excel in physical prowess. They are masters who cultivate their physical bodies. Their physical fortitude is extraordinary. How could they possibly be instantly dispatched with a single strike? At that moment, Old Black appeared beside them. He began silently devouring the corpses of the 3 men. However, Qin Tiang's gaze lingered on Old Black for a moment. He then glanced at the blood pool on the ground. A flood of questions surged through his mind. Why had he chosen to strike first and kill that beast tamer? It was precisely because he had sensed the blood aura emanating from the man. Though the blood aura wasn't particularly dense, it still proved the man was a villain. Therefore, it was clear that slaying this man and feeding it to Old Black would undoubtedly add another head to his tally. Even though Old Black's cultivation level currently prevents him from breaking through to the 4th tier due to his mental power not reaching 60 points, it did not hinder the addition of a new head. Yet Old Black shows no signs of change whatsoever. This clearly indicates either the opponent isn't a villain, or Lao He hasn't devoured them. Yet Qin Tianke wouldn't mistake that blood energy. Nor could Old Black have misinterpreted the sensation. The only possibility left is that the person from earlier is not dead. Or rather, none of the dead here were truly real. Qin Tianke instantly understood why this place was called the simulated jungle secret realm. Death here never truly vanishes. Instead, they were forcibly transported out of this secret realm using something akin to water spheres, losing their eligibility for this selection round. Looking at it this way, the Alliance wasn't intent on pitting them against each other. Rather, it seeks to observe how these prodigies, under such extreme circumstances, whether they could abandon their so-called genius pride and choose survival instead. Qin Tiang's mind worked quickly. He quickly grasped the underlying circumstances. But he wouldn't share this insight with his teammates. After all, it was enough for him to know. If he told his teammates, it would inevitably make them relax their guard. In Qin Tiang's view, this was also a trial, a so-called safe trial. Besides, they hadn't even reached the real speed selection yet. Qin Tianke looked at the 2 of them. Both bore injuries. However, their bodies could heal themselves. He wasn't overly concerned. How did you encounter this group? Chen Zhengyang's golden body already showed significant signs of damage. As soon as Qin Tianke arrived, he began repairing it while seated cross-legged. He was unable to speak. Lily, meanwhile, examined the numerous flying swords suspended before him. Each bore faint scratches. One was even on the verge of snapping. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had it not been for that fist master constantly holding him back, and focused entirely on controlling the flying swords, he would have already cut down that vile beast. Chen Zhengyang and I got separated right after we entered. Later, we met up and have been traveling together ever since. We originally planned to advance alone under cover of night, but suddenly got entangled with this group before us, leading to the battle that's lasted until now. If what they said was true, this group must be here specifically to slaughter others. Could it be they're trying to secure spots in their own squad through such means? How foolish. Qin Tianke said nothing more. Instead, he examined the injuries of the 2. Have you seen Su Jia and Lin Nua? Lily shook his head. This place is too vast. Finding them would be next to impossible. It's a stroke of luck we even found each other. Qin Tianke lowered his gaze in thought before nodding. So it seemed their squad now had 3 members. Competing for the real rankings and points would be much easier now. Even if he gave his all to secure a top 10 spot, it would only add 10 points to the team's total. While 10 points seemed decent on its own, but if compared to other teams where every member consistently ranks in the top 100 or even top 50, that score becomes insignificant. Here's the plan, we'll rest up here for now and wait until first light tomorrow. The moment any relevant action occurs, we strike. Also, remember, if you face life-threatening danger, crush the water ball immediately. Compared to this selection process, staying alive is the absolute priority. Lily nodded, acknowledging he'd remembered. Chen Zhengyang was still recuperating his energy and had no time to respond. His injuries were severe. His golden body was on the verge of shattering. Thus, it required more time to recover. Qin Tianke had decided to hold off on further action. Was to wait for the selection site that would appear early tomorrow morning and the alien races released by the Blood Lord. This speed selection hadn't officially begun yet. At most, it was still in the warm-up and preparatory stages. Once the selection site materializes, they would have to race to that location. And if the alien creatures were released near them, they'd be walking straight into a trap. This place is too vast, no one can find its boundaries. Therefore, rather than wandering aimlessly, it is wiser to stake out a single location. Then, once the selection point appears, they can rush over. If the selection point suddenly appears along the path your group has already traveled, that would be a huge loss. Shin Tian-K sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a warm shadow. Lily, meanwhile, perched atop a tree branch. Flying swords circled around him, ever vigilant for any impending unknown threats. Chapter 78, National Treasures. Amidst the jungle, Chen Zhengyang stood bare-chested. Crimson patterns began to emerge one by one across his golden skin. The golden body, now resembling a cracked surface, grew increasingly luminous alongside the crimson patterns. The process of restoration continued uninterrupted. None of the three noticed. This scene was being recorded by a peculiar entity. It resembled an eagle-like beast of burden. Yet within its pupils shone an utterly peculiar light. Something within those pupils radiated an unusual aura, as if some peculiar runes were being inscribed, reflecting every scene before its eyes onto a water sphere. One of the screens on the massive display above the square. The board resembled a giant monitor. The top section was divided into numerous segments. Each segment displayed a meticulously edited video recording. In the spectator stands of the plaza, many spectators watched the scenes unfolding above. At some point, a layer of impenetrable white mist had descended. This mist, even in the wind, refused to disperse, enveloping the square entirely, yet seemed to merge with it as one. What lay hidden within remained unseen. Yet this was precisely the true form of the simulated secret realm as seen by outsiders. At this moment, the rankings on the board had been split into multiple fragments. Within each monitor-like screen, the screen belonging to Shin Tian-K was drawing considerable attention. Holy crap, even that bug poison master from our Northwind City got eliminated. Northwind City and Blue Ink City have always been at odds. That guy, Sikone Kwang, is even called a once-in-a-century genius of the Blue Ink Sikone family. Sikone? Isn't that the family of Lanma City's ruler? Sikone Kwang's Thunder Spear Saint has long been legendary, capable of both ranged attacks and close-quarters combat, with unmatched combat prowess. Compared to that class, I think that mysterious guy who appeared and vanished out of nowhere is way stronger. Damn, who the hell is that guy? Appearing and vanishing without warning, and that person's beast mounts are all different sizes. Holy crap, that's way too bloody. His beast looks somewhat like a hellhound. With so many heads, could it be some kind of mutated hellhound? I just counted, his beast has 100 heads. Looks like a peculiar mutation of the hellhound, resulting in a hellhound with 100 heads. Holy, a hellhound of 100 heads. Not just Northern City, even the captain of another city, MOU City, couldn't stand up to that guy. He took out 2 third-tier martial artists with a single strike. Could that hell 100-headed dog be 4th tier? How else could it possess such overwhelming power? Beyond the spectators from the Alliance's main city, there were also many residents from the other 44 cities. Of course, those willing to spend such vast sums and invest so much time to witness the match were no ordinary folk. They were all local magnates who had traveled great distances. For them, this selection process, a contest. It was a contest determining the outcomes and returns of their investments. If the teams they backed secured top placements, it would elevate their standing among peers in future wagers. I've found it. That man hails from Lingfeng City. He's the captain of their city's team this time. His name is Shin Tian-K, and his beast companion is a 3rd-tier ghost mastiff. To ensure the fairness and impartiality of the competition, the details of every city team member are posted on the official selection website. A 3rd-tier beast? Looks like this is an unknown beast master. Isn't that obvious? With so many beastmasters in the Transfiguration Alliance, can you really guarantee you recognize every single beast? No wonder I said his aura felt like a 3rd tier floating among 4th tier. I think he has a shot at the top 10 this time. I'm betting on him. Count me in. Count me in. Upon the elevated platform, seating arrangements followed a clear hierarchy. At the very bottom sat the so-called reserves and their instructors from various cities. 1 tier above them sat teams from cities housing all special departments. And 1 tier higher still, within the Alliance's main city, the seats of the 4 great families and the 3 major factions. At the very top sat the Alliance's foremost dignitaries. There are 5 such figures occupying the highest tier. To outsiders, they sit upon exquisitely ornate chairs, radiating an aura of formidable presence and majestic authority. Yet upon closer inspection, a barrier seems to exist around their positions. And what were they doing within that barrier? This tile, ugh, the 8 bamboo. Kong, responsibility chicken. Exactly. The familiar sounds of the national pastime echoed. Inside the barrier, 4 people sat on either side, staring at the mahjong tiles on the table. In the center sat Shi Xingzuan, the acting alliance leader. To his left sat Sung Hai-jun, and to his right, Xu Ezuan. Opposite them sat the man in the blue robe. Bloodlord seemed to be on a winning streak, his face radiant with triumphant smiles. Qi Xingzuan followed closely behind, his expression calm and composed. The other two, however, wore peculiar expressions, clearly conflicted. Sun Haijun held his 6-10,000 point tile, torn between playing it or not. Quite a few rising talents have emerged this time. The Blood Lord's emotionless eyes held a hint of amusement as he spoke lightly. He casually discarded his tile. Well said. Aren't all these youngsters rising talents? That Yang Ming's profession is quite impressive, a rare starry sky attribute. While his ability to foresee the future is undeniably powerful, the consequences it brings are something we both know all too well. 15 years old? Do you think he'll even live to adulthood? The speaker was a young man beside the Blood Sovereign. His aura matched the Blood Lord's in intensity. In appearance, he was the epitome of a pretty boy. Handsome and well-dressed. Clad in a light blue robe. He appeared exceptionally refined and scholarly. Yet even beneath such attire, one could still discern the bulging, powerful muscles beneath his robes. The physique concealed beneath the blue robe stood in stark contrast to his handsome features. As he spoke, his expression grew noticeably more serious. It seemed less about the selection process and more about the card game unfolding before them. An unexplained silence fell among the group. 10,000. Win. Pure suit. A flicker of excitement danced in Blood Lord's eyes as he pushed his tiles forward. Instantly, he was overcome with joy. Qi Xingzuan remained as composed as ever, while the other two showed contrasting expressions, one beaming with joy, the other with sorrow. Sun Haijun seemed in a rather good mood. These youngsters from Lingyun City are quite interesting. One of them is a beast tamer who can't even discern the path. Lingyun City? Never heard of it. Chapter 79, The Arrival of the Foreign Race. Blood Lord remarked nonchalantly. He failed to notice the slight shift in expression on Qi Xingzuan's face beside him. Just an insignificant minor player. No need to pay attention. As the clatter of mahjong tiles echoed, the group began another round of play. The sounds of play echoed continuously, each player experiencing both joy and sorrow. Then, from the corner, a muffled murmur drifted over. Why isn't this over yet? The time's almost up over there. Hearing this, Blood Lord's expression darkened, his gaze growing intense. It was clear his current hand was far from promising. I refuse to believe it. Blood Lord played another card, just as he was about to wait for something, when suddenly he heard Sun Haijun's voice. Oh my. My apologies. Thank you, Blood Lord. It's EGE's turn now. Blood Lord's face froze. Watching his chips being snatched away by the others until only a few remained, the once cold and domineering face twisted into an expression uglier than crying. I really am. A man crouched in the corner rushed over, shoving the Blood Lord aside. Go. Hurry up and take charge. I've got this covered. The Blood Lord stormed away from the card table, his face twisted with resentment. Recalling his earlier hand, a wave of resentment washed over him, darkening his expression. The next moment, the Blood Lord stepped out from the barrier that resembled a curtain. To outside observers, it appeared as though the Blood Lord seated on the throne had risen. Lord Blood Sovereign has risen. Is the selection process finally about to begin? Many spectators grew excited. Those unaware might have thought they were about to participate in the selection themselves. The Blood Lord soared into the air with a dark expression, his eyes flashing crimson as he surveyed the white mist below. Within the mist, numerous crimson dots appeared, some clustered densely together, others scattered sparsely in the distance. A ruthless gleam flashed in the Blood Lord's eyes. Since he had suffered such a crushing defeat, this was the perfect opportunity to make an example of them. With a single thought from the Blood Lord, a multitude of massive, blood-red alien creatures materialized before him. Perfect. One by one. No sooner had the words left his mouth. All the alien beings leapt into the white mist. As their bodies touched the mist, peculiar ripples spread out in concentric circles across their forms. Like fish entering water. Strangely enough, the mist did not spread elsewhere, but only rippled across the square. So many outsiders, they all seem to be 5th tier. Holy crap, with this many outsiders, are we in for a life or death race? Blood Sovereign watched this scene of wolves entering a flock of sheep, a faint, slightly sinister smile curling the corners of his mouth. As the faintest hint of dawn began to break on the horizon, Qin Tianke could no longer afford to rest. His expression grew grave as he stared intently in that direction. Beside him, Chen Zhengyang and Li Li had concluded their cultivation. After nearly a day of recuperation, Chen Zhengyang's golden body had gradually regained its perfect form. Though faint cracks still marred its surface, it was a remarkable recovery. His class, when not in a berserk state, his combat prowess was already mediocre. Back then, he had to face a full power fist master, making him naturally far weaker. Li Lizho beside him had already summoned numerous flying swords, ever ready for battle. After all, at this moment, no one could guarantee where the alien races might appear. Nor could anyone guarantee where the selection point would manifest then. Therefore, they must remain on high alert. Suddenly, Qin Tianke heard Xiao Jin's voice. Master! Master! There are aliens! His expression darkened at the words. Though Xiao Jin was a beast tamer, he had accompanied his master to battle ruins and witnessed those alien races. This meant the Blood Sovereign had already begun deploying the alien race. The true selection was about to commence. Gazing in that direction, Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Could he possibly stand against a fifth-tier alien race? Just then, a blood-red alien creature charged toward them from several dozen meters ahead. Qin Tiang's figure instantly materialized beside Xiao Jin. The system activated instantly. Yet, for the first time, the system which had never faltered before faced an exception. He couldn't even discern the creature's cultivation level, only seeing a simple name displayed. Blood-forged being. JBFHFCNH. Beyond that name lay nothing but gibberish. As he sensed the overwhelming blood aura and ferocious combat power emanating from that alien being, Qin Tiang's expression darkened. Run! Run now! The combat power the system couldn't identify was only at the 5th tier. Even with his undead techniques activated, he could barely match a 4th tier opponent. He had never faced a 5th tier combatant before. The last time he encountered a 5th tier deputy city lord at the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, he knew he stood no chance against such an opponent. Facing this unknown 5th tier alien threat, resistance was futile, retreat was the only option. When life hung in the balance, he would charge headlong into battle. But now, the priority was to save his own skin. All the while waiting for the selection point to appear. He wasn't foolish enough to exhaust himself completely at this moment. This was a strategic retreat. Qin Tianke was merely curious about this blood-forged entity. He charged backward. The other two did the same. Though they hadn't seen the alien creature, they knew trusting Qin Tianke was the right call. After all, their strength speaks for itself. The three began sprinting backward at breakneck speed. During this process, Chen Zhengyang's disadvantage became apparent. His class was inherently designed for close combat, and is renowned for its defensive prowess. Standing over 2 meters tall, which significantly slows his movement speed. Even now, though he managed to keep pace with the two at the start, but his pace gradually slowed behind them until he fell nearly 10 meters behind. Seeing this, Qin Tianke and the other exchanged a glance. Golden light flared in Li Li's eyes. The sword case on his back suddenly opened. 2 flying swords shot out instantly, swiftly arriving beneath Chen Zhengyang's feet to support him. Simultaneously, a flying sword beneath Li Li's feet propelled him forward at breakneck speed. In contrast, Chen Zhengyang, hampered by various issues, stood atop 2 flying swords. His speed could only barely keep pace with the other two. He maintained a gap of 1 or 2 meters behind them, pushing himself to the limit. Qin Tianke, meanwhile, sat astride Old Black. If only Xiao Jin were large enough now, he would have chosen to ride Xiao Jin instead. After all, flying mounts were always significantly faster than these crawling beasts. The spot they had just occupied. Qin Tianke glanced back, only to find the alien creature's body submerged within the towering canopy of trees. In an instant, every tree along the path where they had stood moments before was instantly shattered, leaving not a single fragment behind. What terrifying physical combat prowess! He hadn't even seen the alien creature swing its weapon once. Chapter 80, Redirecting the Calamity. The crimson alien rampaged forward. There was no technique to speak of, only raw emotion. Its speed was blinding, its entire body brimming with inexhaustible brute force. Like a rampaging beast, they charged headlong forward. Everything in its path, trees, weeds, was reduced to dust. It was utterly impossible to face it as an enemy. Qin Tiang's mind was flooded with this single thought. As the group continued their relentless dash forward, Qin Tianke kept glancing back. The frenzied howls and roars of that alien creature still echoed behind them. This is bad. Though the creature was a special blood-colored artifact-type alien, it possessed 5th tier cultivation. 5th tier cultivation surpasses them in every aspect, not just physical prowess and strength. Its speed was far beyond what they could withstand. At this moment, Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. The selection point, the selection point. Where would the selection point appear? After running for an unknown duration, Qin Tianke gradually pulled ahead. The two behind him advanced atop flying swords, and they were still dozens of meters behind. That alien creature continued to pursue them relentlessly. Like a raging bulldozer, it reduced trees and dust to powder wherever it passed. Doesn't this thing ever get tired? They had been running for a full half hour. Not a single selection point had appeared during this time. Li Li had maintained the lead by constantly using his sword to propel himself forward. Now, even he was falling behind. Meanwhile, the alien creature seemed to show no sign of slowing down whatsoever. Even a 5th tier being couldn't endure such relentless exertion, could it? Qin Tianke suddenly sensed something. Xiao Jin flew off his shoulder. Upon seeing the scene ahead, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Master! Master! There's someone ahead too! Hearing this, Old Black, who had been sprinting at the forefront, abruptly halted. He let out a roar to the heavens. He whipped his head around. 100 heads, each with a different expression. Some hung their heads low. Others watched with eager anticipation. Others appeared somewhat listless. This scene startled the two teammates behind him. Who could bear to face such a monstrous creature, 100 heads, all glaring at them with such eerie expressions? This thing would unnerve anyone. They remained silent. They simply waited silently for Shin Tian-K to issue his next command. Shin Tian-K was the squad leader. His words determined everything for their squad. At that moment, Li Li was consuming some restorative pills. Even though flying on swords was far faster than riding beasts. However, he had been continuously manipulating the flight of 3 flying swords. Chen Zhengyan's weight was too great, still posing a burden for him. That was why he was so exhausted. Meanwhile, Shin Tian-K, through Xiao Jin's perspective, he witnessed everything unfolding in the distance. Regardless of cultivation level or rank, can briefly merge with their beast too. This allows everything the beast sees to be transferred into the master's eyes, briefly merging the two into one. This is one reason why beast tamers can wield their beast's abilities. This is the aerial perspective. Towering trees reached into the clouds all around. Eagles possess exceptional vision. Especially in flight, they can see even farther. Not far ahead, within the thickets roughly dozens of meters away. The smoke and dust billowing from that place were clearly visible, along with numerous humans emerging from it. When Xiao Jin opened his eyes again, he had already returned to his own body. Shin Tian-K severed the visual link. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed. He glanced back at the blood-red alien race closing in behind him. His mind made up. He immediately shouted to the two men. Get on! Chen Shenyang leapt onto Lao Hei's back in one bound, while Lili used her flying sword to ascend. Old Black's current form was enormous. Yet it resembled a square. Standing 5 or 6 meters tall. Its length also measured 5 or 6 meters. Sitting atop this beast of burden, Chen Zhengyang felt as though he'd climbed atop a truck's roof. The seating area was furry. Like a blanket. Hold on tight. We're about to pull off something big. Whether we can shake off that alien creature chasing us depends entirely on this moment. He stared straight ahead. Shin Tian's eyes turned cold. He never claimed to be a good person. Sometimes, sacrificing others for one's own survival was not entirely unacceptable. Besides, this wasn't even sacrifice. They weren't truly dead. Instead, they would be transported away. So there's no need to worry. Having sensed the host's intent, Old Black let out a roar. His 4 legs surged forward as he charged ahead. Having been waiting for the two behind him all this time, Old Black hadn't deliberately exerted his full strength. This was also Shin Tian's instruction. Even at full speed, Old Black couldn't shake off the 5th-tier alien creature pursuing him. But he could barely keep them from falling behind, allowing them to fly on their own swords. It would conserve some of Lao Hei's strength. But now it seemed unnecessary. They were moving as a group now, so naturally they'd stay together. As Old Black began to run, Shin Tian-K sat in the foremost position, watching the distant dust cloud suddenly settle, revealing several figures emerging from the silence. Their movements were loud and disruptive. They trampled the surrounding area into a haze of dust. Like a roaring locomotive, billowing clouds of thick smoke continuously rose. Shin Tian-K turned to Lili beside him and issued his orders. The moment I tell you to jump, take your sword and get Chen Zhengyang out of here fast. Head northwest for 30 kilometers and wait for me there. If any selection sites appear during that time, head there immediately. Take as many as you can. The commotion caused by Lao Hei's massive frame at full speed was hardly less than the distant line of dust. The dust cloud, which had been steadily advancing, suddenly halted. At its forefront sat a beastmaster astride a colossal wild boar mount. Upon seeing the enormous monster with countless heads suddenly appear before them, terror flashed in his eyes. Run! Run for your lives! Monsters! Hearing this, the group of dozens began to panic. They didn't know whether to flee backward or towards some other direction. Only a handful remained clear-headed. Prepare yourselves. Be ready to charge at any moment. If the monster isn't too powerful, strike it down immediately. As they slowed down, soon the enormous monster ahead came into view. The creature possessed an unknown number of heads. They were tightly packed together. Each head's eyes glowed with a distinctly excited light, as if many dog heads had been assembled together. Its massive body charged toward them like a tank, kicking up clouds of dust as it barreled straight at them. Upon seeing such a colossal beast, the few who had just ordered the assault instantly paled. Chapter 81, Unexpected. This group comprised over a dozen individuals. Each member was at the 3rd tier level. The city team had 5 contestants. These dozen-plus individuals represented no fewer than 6 city teams. Among them, some members had been eliminated. Others were lost contact and could not be found. Ultimately, they chose to band together for mutual support. Such situations were not uncommon. After all, while this place symbolized danger, there are no rules prohibiting them from fighting each other, but there are also no restrictions on forming alliances. Compared to combat and bloodshed, more often than not, people opt for more peaceful resolutions. Take alliances, for instance. It's worth noting that all 6 teams hailed from the same region. Within the alliance map, 44 cities are divided into distinct territories. Some of these cities are connected to one another. Others stand isolated in remote corners. As the colossal entity approached in the distance, panic spread across their faces. Wait, where did this monster come from? What should we do? What should we do now? Their situation was utterly hopeless. Ahead lay this unknown colossal creature. Behind them, 2 fifth-tier alien creatures were in hot pursuit. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Both sides were blocked by dense trees. No matter which way they fled, they would be caught. How could they possibly escape this predicament? Within this temporary alliance of 6 teams, they elected a leader to guide them. The commander surveyed the scene before him. He made up his mind. Forget it, charge. Compared to the alien races behind them, he still believed defeating monsters was far easier than defeating the alien race. The moment he finished speaking, the group immediately charged forward. Roars and shouts erupted as numerous mages cast spells while running, conjuring magical arrays. Some swordsmen had already summoned their greatswords, slashing fiercely ahead. The group moved with blinding speed. Their combat power erupted. They charged straight toward their foes. Despite Old Black's massive frame, in this dense thicket, he moved as if on level ground. His leaps and crouches were exceptionally fluid. And sitting on his back, you felt not a single jolt, utterly stable. Jump! As soon as Chin Tian-Ke uttered these words, Lili, who had been poised behind him for some time, gave a light command. 4 flying swords shot out from the sword case. Chin Tian-Ke was atop Old Black's back. Just as the 2 sides were about to collide, he retracted them into his beast-taming space. He stepped onto Lili's flying sword. The 3 were thus carried by the flying swords, shooting off into the distance. Gazing at the colossal creature that vanished before their eyes, the group that had been preparing to fight desperately stood frozen in place. Many still held their wands frozen mid-air, their internal power coalesced but never released. Wait, what just happened? The group looked utterly bewildered. But as they watched the other depart from behind them, they all froze in place, unable to find words. Why did something strange suddenly flit through their minds? The crowd was inexplicably unsettled. The squad leader watched the figures soaring through the sky on swords, heading toward other destinations. An ominous foreboding welled up within him. But in the very next moment, a peculiar disturbance rippled in from the distance. All eyes turned toward the front. Just a few meters ahead of them stood a colossal creature. When they saw its blood-red scales, their expressions changed. A gasp rippled through the crowd. An alien race. It's an alien race. Recalling the gigantic creature that had suddenly appeared and vanished earlier, combined with this alien pursuit, even the most foolish among them, they now understood what was happening. That creature earlier? It was a Beastmaster's mount. The other party had lured the creature here to evade pursuit by the alien race. And had lured them here. A chill ran down everyone's spine. They already had 2 alien pursuers on their heels, and now another one was right before them. Before the squad leader could devise a countermeasure, he saw one of the beasts roaring as it charged toward him. Quick! Water ball! Water ball! There was no other choice. The alien creature before them was about to charge. Though only a few meters away, its massive frame closed the distance with each stride. Not to mention 2 more beasts were closing in behind it. This was a death trap. Damn Beastmaster. If I ever find out who you are, you'll pay for this when we get out. You cost our team this opportunity. Damn you. Faced with this decision, the group, their hearts were filled with resentment. They hurled curses at Chin Tian-Ke, seeking to vent their pent-up frustration. If they had faced that monster earlier, they might have had a chance to win. But now, facing the combined assault of 3 fifth-tier alien creatures, what possible solution could they have? Compared to the terror of facing death head-on, they preferred to cling to life. Their group was already battered and broken, with nearly every squad suffering casualties. That was why they had banded together in the first place. Having witnessed their comrades fall before their very eyes, they had long abandoned the pride befitting geniuses. At this moment, survival was paramount. As each water sphere was crushed in their hands, indigo blue runes rippled across their bodies. These runes rippled like water waves. After a fleeting moment, the figures vanished from their original spots. Boom! 3 alien creatures arrived instantly. They halted where the others had vanished. They exchanged glances. Confusion flickered in their eyes. Where had the humans gone? The human vanished? Next one, next one. There was still the scent of humans. The gazes of the three alien creatures turned sharply toward the horizon. Immediately, the three alien creatures gave chase toward Shin Tian-K and his group. Meanwhile, in the sky not far away, a black and red golden-tailed eagle watched the scene unfold before it. Upon the flying sword, Shin Tian-K severed the visual link with Xiao Jin, his heart tightening. I've blown it. He had always adhered to the principle of better the friend die than the poor monk. But he never imagined these people would be so decisive in crushing the water sphere. Simply popping the water ball allowed them to teleport away. Throughout his journey, Shin Tian-K had rarely seen anyone willing to pop their water ball. He'd completely forgotten that point. He never expected to be taught a lesson this way. This was entirely unexpected. A thought flashed through Shin Tian's mind. From the shadows, Old Black emerged once more. The three leapt from the flying sword onto Old Black's back. As Old Black plummeted from the sky, the commotion he stirred caused the earth to tremble, leaving behind a trail of cracks. The landing caused a commotion. Old Black didn't pause for a moment. He charged forward at full speed. Chapter 82, The Situation. Finally seeing this bastard get his comeuppance. What a vile man. He's a disgrace to his own team. The crowd watched Shin Tian's attempt to shift blame onto others. Each one looked on with disdain. Upon the high platform, the three major factions and 6 prominent families occupied their designated tiers. The area was divided into sections, each representing their respective positions. What a ruthless scheme, sacrificing others to secure one's own gain. The speaker was a young member of the Zhuge family. He glared at Shin Tian-K on the screen, his eyes filled with defiance. What's the big deal? When a fellow cultivator dies, it's no loss to this monk. The one who spoke up was a young man whose attire bore the emblem of the Three Blades Alliance. Exactly. Brother Mo sees things clearly. The other speaker hailed from the Endless Society, a man with effeminate attire. Compared to others' lives, one's own life is far more precious. Sacrificing a few strangers to escape pursuit, isn't that the better choice? The effeminate man continued. Seems Brother Ji hasn't seen real battlefields either. He knows nothing of the treacherous nature of human hearts. The effeminate man chuckled, covering his mouth as he spoke. His mannerisms bore a distinct feminine air. Just as Zhuge Ji was about to rise and speak, he was silenced by a stern cough from the elder beside him. With an elder speaking up, the other two dared not continue their banter. They could only watch quietly. Zhuge Ji glanced at the two men. He gave a cold snort and began sipping his tea in silence. A voice suddenly spoke. The voice was clear and ethereal, like a mountain spirit bird. I, however, believe this is a remarkable individual. Since none of you are speaking up, then my Qing Yun Hall shall claim him. The others turned to look at the speaker. It was a woman. In her early 20s. She wore a cheongsam. Her figure was beautifully accentuated. Her fair, oval face bore delicate features. A tear tattoo graced the corner of her eye. Paired with her rather vivid makeup, she looked like a fox spirit come to life. Captivatingly alluring. Every smile and frown drew attention, evoking a longing in others. Unwittingly, one's imagination runs wild. The moment she spoke, the young generation from the other major clans and factions all turned their gaze toward her. Their gazes carried hints of admiration and covetousness. Yet they dared only conceal these emotions deep within, never daring to reveal them. Though this woman was exceptionally beautiful, her identity and reputation throughout the city were known to all. The phrase devouring people whole was practically synonymous with her. Though a woman, she was none other than the young master of Qing Yun Hall. Several years ago, a young master from a prominent family once publicly harassed her on the street. Within a mere half day, that prominent family was utterly annihilated. Every single member of that household, over 1,000 souls, men, women, and children alike, were slaughtered without mercy. It must be noted that this family was renowned throughout the city. Even the other 6 major families would usually show them some deference. Yet now, the entire clan had been slaughtered. Word of this incident eventually reached the Alliance headquarters, where it ended in discord. No one knew what punishment the perpetrators received, but it was clear that after that incident, Qinji Untang seemed to suffer no repercussions whatsoever. Meanwhile, the name Shu Changwei began to resonate throughout the major clan factions. Even young Master Shu has spoken up. Looks like they're serious about recruitment? Though the gathering included representatives from the 9 major family factions, only the Wei Qi family could match Qinji Untang's tone. Only the representative from the Yuqi family. Shu Changwei shot him a glance. She gave a light snort. Her beautiful eyes flashed a sultry glance at him. Such a brief gesture was enough to set the hearts of the surrounding youths aflame. No wonder. Though she was ruthless and unforgiving, but such charm, like a fox turned demon, naturally drew the attention of many young men. That dual-class transferee seems to be performing exceptionally well this time. The speaker was no longer a young member of one of those families. Instead, it came from the elders seated beside them, those who represented their families. The speaker hailed from the Nangong family. Brother Yangshu, what are you saying? Who would reveal their trump card right from the start? That said, dual-class job changers really are a rare sight. A middle-aged man from the Duanmu family spoke up beside him. Could it be that the Duanmu family intends to recruit them? Or is it the Nangong family's plan? The elders from both families, who had been preparing to converse further, instantly fell silent, their faces bearing slightly apologetic smiles. The other major families similarly shifted their attitudes. Their demeanor became exceedingly obsequious. The speaker was a middle-aged beauty. Beside her stood a young woman. Both were dressed in vibrant cheongsams. The makeup on their faces seemed not meant to conceal their age. Instead, it added a unique charm. Compared to the young woman beside her, the beauty appeared even more radiant. Or rather, their auras were entirely different. The young woman possessed striking beauty. Even more stunning than Su Qianwei. Her face was shaped like a delicate goose egg. Her cheeks held a hint of baby fat. It didn't make her look plump, but rather adorable and innocent. It was her figure that seemed somewhat disadvantaged. If the three stunning beauties on stage were compared side by side, this young woman would be the pure and adorable one. Qinji Untang's young master, Xu Changwei, radiates alluring charm. As for this beautiful woman, she possessed a unique quality. She possessed a natural, innate charm that far surpassed the other two. The moment this beautiful woman spoke, the five great families fell silent. It seemed a mix of flattery and apprehension. She stood proudly with her chest thrust forward, her almond-shaped eyes not conveying contempt but rather adding to her allure. The Ouyang family, head of the 6 great clans. Her identity was no less remarkable. Ouyang Weiniang, the current grand elder of the Ouyang family. I wonder how many promising talents this generation will yield, and how much fresh blood they can bring to our Ouyang family. Ouyang Weiniang murmured to herself, seemingly lost in self-doubt. She paid no heed to the peculiar glances from those around her. Xu Changwei snorted in disdain. She thought to herself, old hag. The representatives from the Three Blades sect and the Endless Society remained particularly composed. They sipped their tea without acknowledging the exchange. The Ouyang family has always produced prodigies. This time, their contestants truly proved that women are no less capable than men. The Sima family elder, who had remained silent until now, suddenly began to flatter. The recipients seemed thoroughly pleased, nodding with satisfaction. Though these were merely brief exchanges, it was enough to reveal the dynamics among the major clans and factions within the city. The Three Blades Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Auspicious Cloud Hall. These three major factions were all newly established outsider forces. Their establishment within the Alliance's main city. Securing their foothold within the Alliance's main city and achieving rapid expansion required the dedication of several generations. Chapter 83, The Selection begins. To rise to prominence and attain a status equal to the 6 great families. This alone speaks volumes about the immense effort and dedication they poured into their endeavors. The 6 great families, however, owed their origins to their ancestors being key founders of the Alliance. In subsequent years, the Alliance honored their legacy. Their descendants were given special cultivation. Thus, the 6 great families were established. On the surface, the two sides appear to be in open opposition. Yet behind the scenes, intricate connections bind them. For instance, the Sima family has long served as the Ouyang family's loyal subordinate. Meanwhile, the Duanmu and Nangong families maintained friendly relations while occasionally clashing. Among the other clans and factions, only Qinji Untang and the Yuchi clan maintained close ties. It seems the eldest son of the Yuchi family is deliberately or inadvertently pursuing the other. This has become a delightful topic of after-dinner conversation among many residents. Above the white mist in the square, the Blood Lord showed no hurry to depart. Instead, he watched with interest as the red dot below transformed from 1 into 3. Then he began chasing after the 3. Earlier, he had been playing cards. He hadn't noticed this little fellow. Blood Lord narrowed his eyes, curiosity stirring within him. How could he possess the aura of the undead? He must be a rare kind of special beast tamer, then? As the Blood Lord pondered this, a playful urge stirred within him. Though he had punished them, the pain of his recent gambling loss remained unresolved. In that case, you shall be the first to taste my wrath. Blood Lord was quite pleased with his own idea. A crimson light flashed in his eyes. The 3 dots that had been chasing him suddenly halted. They seemed to double in size before resuming their pursuit at an even faster pace. The Blood Lord simultaneously surveyed the approximate distribution of figures within the white mist. The flow of time within the simulated realm differed from that outside. Though 2 days had passed within the simulation, only 2 hours had elapsed in the outside world. And within those 2 hours, over 100 participants had been eliminated. These individuals had been killed by one another. They were all arrogant and conceited. Because it was a simulation. He wouldn't let these geniuses die so easily. This incident was merely a lesson for them. And what follows that is where the real battle begins. starting with deploying alien creatures beside each of them. Many actively crushed their water spheres to escape, leaving only about 120 people remaining on the field. So it seems, it was time to establish positions. Seeing the general distribution of those people, he understood. He raised his finger and casually tapped downward. The next moment, a massive crimson light abruptly descended. Like a pillar of crimson light, it stirred up a super weather wave. After plunging into the white mist, it vanished in an instant. Like a flash of light that suddenly swept past, the crimson light settled upon a single point within the white mist. Meanwhile, on the rankings above, the monitors began to shift. All eyes turned on the crimson beam of light. Within the simulated secret realm, Lao He sensed the surging, overwhelming aura behind him. His pace unconsciously quickened. Shin Tianke watched anxiously as 3 alien creatures charged recklessly toward them from behind. Xiao Jin, capable of flight, scouted ahead. Originally, a single alien creature would have been enough for the 2 of them to handle. 3 alien creatures have appeared. Lily watched the alien creature charging recklessly toward him from behind. His expression darkened. The sword sheath on his back opened and closed. Extreme Shadow, Wind Chaser. 2 flying swords shot forth at his command, leaving 2 streaks of light in the air as they hurtled toward the 3 alien creatures. His recent training had greatly enhanced his capabilities in ranged attacks. Extreme Sword Technique. The flying swords themselves were exceptionally slender, and when combined with Extreme Sword Technique, they could unleash their full potential. At that moment, the slender blades shot forward with blinding speed. Even the thick-skinned 5th-tier alien creatures had their skin pierced by the blades. However, since their flesh was crimson to begin with, the wounds appeared barely noticeable. Seeing the attack succeed, the 2 flying swords began darting about in rapid succession. The alien beings allowed the flying swords to strike their bodies. They showed no reaction whatsoever, neither blocking the strikes nor attempting to defend themselves. Instead, they charged forward with reckless abandon. Like robots. Seeing Lili about to command the flying swords to attack again, Shin Tianke hurriedly stopped him. It's unnecessary. These alien tribesmen only know how to track. Moreover, they can only charge recklessly through certain terrains without evading. This will significantly delay their progress. Even if these alien creatures possessed 5th-tier cultivation, but charging headlong into trees along a straight path with their physical bodies inevitably delayed their progress. This greatly slowed their progress. Upon hearing this, Lili finally abandoned his earlier plan. Qin Shenyang, watching the scene unfold beside him, and felt his teeth itch with frustration. There was nothing he could do. He was merely a melee-focused class changer. He couldn't match Li Li's ability. Execute such long-range attacks. Shin Tianke now began sharing Xiao Jin's vision. Nothing unusual lay within the next 30 meters ahead. Shin Tianke glanced back at the alien tribe members whose pace had slowed due to the straight-line march. He breathed a sigh of relief. Escaping now would be pure luck. Although Li Li's flying sword was extremely fast over short distances, it wouldn't be enough to sustain them until the selection point appeared. Moreover, Li Li's strength was limited. It would be better to let him recover fully. Once the selection point appeared, they could then rush there at full speed. That was the top priority. For now, they could wait on Lao He. As Old Black's running speed increased, the 3 5th-tier alien creatures pursuing him seemed to accelerate in tandem. Shin Tianke keenly sensed this change. His eyes narrowed. What kind of intelligent creatures are these? Capable of matching his own acceleration? Shin Tianke began to suspect that the entities trailing him weren't alien races at all, but machines. But the other party unmistakably carried the aura of an alien race. Boom! A piercing explosion echoed beside his ear. Shin Tianke instinctively whipped his head to the side. He narrowly dodged the perilous attack. The blast struck the ground ahead. It left behind a massive crater. The roots of the towering tree were shattered, crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Shin Tianke glanced back with a hint of surprise. Among the 3 alien creatures, one was now relentlessly firing attacks at them. These were not shells, but ancient arrows. No! A warning bell rang loudly in his mind. He had dodged the previous strike purely on instinct as a beast tamer. Had he not dodged, he would likely have been teleported away by now? Old Black's speed increased even further. What incredible speed! And its attack power had grown stronger too. Could this be an attempt to ramp up the difficulty? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the drop point is about to be released? The thought barely formed in his mind. A dazzling red light streaked across the horizon. The red light flickered and vanished, engulfed in the distance. Only a crimson pillar of light remained, standing tall between heaven and earth. The true speed selection had begun. Chapter 84, Escape. Put. Lili clutched his chest without warning, spitting out a mouthful of foul-tasting blood. His aura was utterly depleted. He had sustained significant injuries. The 2 flying swords he had dispatched to attack the enemy were now seized by one of the alien creatures. A powerful force surged through its crimson body. His armor seemed forged from condensed gas. It was nearing the point of solidification. Its aura grew ever more formidable. Compared to its previous robotic state of mindless charging, it had undergone a complete transformation. It now radiated a far more formidable presence. Lily's sword was crushed to pieces in the opponent's grasp. For a sword-riding immortal, a flying sword is an extension of their very being, nurtured with heart and soul. Once shattered, it meant the wielder would also suffer certain side effects. Whoosh! Arrows sliced through the air, streaking toward their target. Its speed was blindingly fast, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Old Black dodged the barrage of arrows with constant leaps and dodges. Even so, the arrows were incredibly swift. With his massive frame, Old Black was practically a sitting duck. Several arrows struck Old Black in quick succession, blood flowing freely. Not far behind him, the three beasts that had previously charged recklessly suddenly changed their tactics. Even at over 2 meters tall, it can spin and leap through the jungle. Taking advantage of the towering trees, it relentlessly closed in on Qin Tianke and his companions. Its speed was significantly faster than before. From their hands, wave after wave of blood-red arrows erupted from their crossbows. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tianke's heart lurched with alarm. He barked orders to the two beside him. Spread out. Reach the selection point as quickly as possible. Do not engage in prolonged combat. Hearing this, Li Li and Chen Zhengyang nodded in unison. Then, with Chen Zhengyang's support, Li Li's sword case snapped open. Several flying swords shot out from within. The flying swords streamed out in single file ahead. Meanwhile, with Li Li's support, stepped onto the flying swords. The two of them sped toward the pillar of bloodlight. At that moment, the flying swords coalesced together, forming a massive platform instead. It seemed the sword immortal profession allowed one's flying swords to be assembled and combined in diverse ways. Qin Tianke had no time to dwell on such matters now. The three outsiders behind them, upon seeing them split up, only one was dispatched to pursue the pair. The other two alien beings were now racing toward him. Qin Tianke's heart tightened. These two fifth-tier alien creatures seemed to have gone mad, as if they were going all out. It seemed escape was impossible. Qin Tianke focused on gathering the power within his body, while mentally calculating his distance from the blood-red light pillar. The blood-red pillar didn't appear particularly distant. But as the saying goes, the journey is longer than it looks. The distance from his current position to the pillar of blood-red light was likely around 50 kilometers. At such a great distance, and with no clue how many survivors remained on the field, he couldn't even guess what rank he might achieve. Hearing the roars of the two alien beasts behind him, Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. His mind was already made up. It was still daylight. A large shaded forest lay ahead in the distance. Once he reached that spot, he could unleash his full potential. The pursuit from the two alien creatures behind him grew ever closer. A relentless barrage of crimson arrows pierced through the air. Old Black's body bore numerous arrow marks. The sound of continuous, agonized moans reached his ears. Qin Tianke's heart suddenly jolted. He promptly summoned Lao He into his beast taming space. However, he did not head toward the shaded grove ahead. Instead, he leapt into the air. As his body flipped mid-air, a peculiar curved blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Summoning all his strength, he swung it at one of the two beasts. He was actually attempting to fight the alien race head-on. Outside the arena, those watching him couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. No way, has this kid lost his mind? A third-tier cultivator actually trying to fight a fifth-tier alien race head-on? Good riddance. He got our team eliminated, he deserves this. All eyes were fixed on the curved blade in Qin Tianke's hand. They all wanted to see what tricks this third-tier cultivator had up his sleeve against a fifth-tier beast tamer. Members of the 6 great families and the 3 great sects all turned their attention to Qin Tianke's next move. Even the Blood Lord, who had been leisurely above the white mist, now peered through crimson light points to observe from the perspective of the alien race. He wanted to see what special techniques this youngster possessed. As the two sides drew ever closer, a crimson gold light erupted from Qin Tianke's eyes like never before. The crimson gold light flashed and vanished. Meanwhile, in the sky, the small golden creature circling overhead revealed the same glow in its eyes as Qin Tianke's. Both pairs of eyes held that crimson gold light, flickering like flames. The alien creature swung its scythe-like arm, slashing toward Qin Tianke. The distance between them was mere inches, on the verge of contact. This alien creature's power could absolutely shred Qin Tianke into dust in an instant. However, at the very instant of contact, the figure in the air vanished from its original position in an instant. It fled frantically into the distance. When his body reappeared, he had already appeared behind the alien creature. The howling wind of death swept past. In the next instant, a gash tore open on the alien creature's back. Blade flashes slashed relentlessly across its back. Stabbed by such an assault, the alien creature let out a pained roar. It tried to turn around, but it had to endure the agony. Seeing the situation turn dire, and charged toward Qin Tian-K at lightning speed. Qin Tian-K vanished from his original position once more. When he reappeared, he was already a short distance away. The alien creature, now covered in countless slash marks from his blades, let out a roar. In that instant, its roar stirred up gusts of wind. As the whirlwinds swirled, a figure, like a meteor streaking through the sky, plunging straight toward Qin Tian-K. But looking at the other side, he neither flinched nor dodged. Boom! Qin Tian-K took the blow head-on. His body was hurled backward. After tracing a perfect arc through the air, he swiftly vanished into the shadows of the mountain forest. When he reappeared, he had already arrived nearby. Simultaneously, his figure vanished once more into the shadows. He continued to flash and vanish toward the distance. He seemed almost as comfortable as a fish in water. The two alien creatures exchanged a glance. Then they accelerated, chasing after him. Is this the power of spatial traversal? Among the 6 great families and the 3 major factions, Zhuge Ji couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Amidst the earlier idle chatter, Qin Tian-K had already drawn some of their attention. Now, upon witnessing this ability he displayed, all eyes turned to him in unison. Chapter 85 Ambush. It wasn't that Zhuge Ji was overreacting. Rather, such abilities were exceedingly rare. Even the elders beside him were visibly startled. Members of other clans also stared at the enlarged image of Qin Tian-K on the small screen before them. As one of the 9 great clans whose fame and standing within the Alliance's main city ranked only below the Alliance headquarters and the military headquarters, how could they not possess certain privileges? Their platforms could be customized, with barriers rising around them at any moment. This created a space enveloped by a barrier, rendering everything within completely invisible to outsiders. A modest ranking list naturally appeared before them. The display above could be freely enlarged or reduced according to their thoughts. Zhuge Ji's words brought smiles to the others' faces. The thought of recruiting talented individuals stirred within them. However, the elders from the other families let their gazes linger subtly on Ouyang Weiniang for a moment. Without the Ouyang family, the foremost among the 6 great clans, giving the go-ahead, how could they dare? As clan elders, how could they not understand the terrifying potential of such abilities? As demonstrated in the earlier scene, leaping dozens of meters from one location to another, it bore an uncanny resemblance to spatial traversal. That's why they were so astonished. After all, anything connected to spatial attributes is no simple matter. Auntie, does that person truly possess spatial attribute abilities? The young girl beside Ouyang Weiniang's side revealed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she watched Qin Tian-K on the screen, her gaze tinged with curiosity. This question was like lighting a fuse. Those around them immediately turned their gaze toward her, seeking confirmation. Spatial attributes are extremely rare. Even at the Alliance headquarters this year, only 1 person possesses spatial attributes and nobody from a remote area. Perhaps it merely overlaps with a fraction of the power associated with spatial attributes. Ouyang Weiniang remained utterly unconcerned, yet this demeanor struck the others as peculiar. Each harbored their own suspicions. Ah. The girl seemed to have no ulterior motives, speaking blankly. Little Yuqing, your aunt's words aren't without merit. The spatial attribute is indeed rare and precious. Among the 9 young disciples present, only Xu Qiangwei of Qingyun Hall possessed the standing to address Ouyang Yuqing so familiarly. A faint smile played at Xu Qiangwei's lips as she spoke with a hint of playful teasing. Rumor has it that this sea-embracing plaza is the legacy of a top-tier spatial mage. Yet no one has ever been able to fully inherit its ultimate power. Others say Haina Plaza is a spatial artifact painstakingly forged by the former Alliance leader. Whichever is true, if this person possesses spatial attributes, they should be able to see through it. Why bother fighting over it? Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Yuqing's baby-faced features fell into deep thought. Xu Qianwei absent-mindedly toyed with the petal-shaped weapon in her hand. Representatives from the other major clans and factions exchanged glances, falling into a prolonged silence. Simulated Secret Realm Speed Selection Champion Yuan Haoren from the Transferee Alliance headquarters. The announcement echoed from all directions, reverberating across the square. The rankings displayed in the sky shifted accordingly. A name appeared prominently on the list. Yuan Haoren, headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. The crowd erupted in a roar. He's here. First place. It's first place. Yuan Haoren, I remember him. One of the top contenders for the Alliance Championship, a 3rd-tier spatial mage. Holy crap, the top spot is held by a spatial mage. Within the simulated secret realm, the crimson pillar of light suddenly trembled, erupting with a blinding flash. Then, a voice resounded, echoing across the heavens and earth. Like the tolling of a great bell, it reverberated through the heavens and earth. Simulated Secret Realm Speed Selection Champion Yuan Haoren from Alliance Headquarters. Qin Tiang's body darted swiftly through the shadows. His form now resembled a dark, fluid mass, constantly pulsing through the shadows. His speed was blindingly fast, each leap covering an immense distance. Qin Tianke sprinted for his life while glancing at the weapon in his hand. The blade of the Flow Moon had developed a slight chipping. Though the chipping was barely noticeable, it still made Qin Tiang's heart tighten. It had taken a month and a half to fuse the material into the Flow Moon. After fusion, besides becoming more powerful and sharper, it had gained an additional property. Yet despite this, it had still suffered a slight chipping from the previous strike. This alone demonstrated the extraordinary physical resilience of a fifth-tier alien race. Observing the chipped edges, Qin Tianke felt a quiet sense of relief. Thankfully, Luiwei had fused with the material, enhancing its rigidity. Otherwise, that single strike would have caused far more than mere chipping. Qin Tiang's body leapt out of the shadows once more. He glanced up at the distant pillar of blood. His anxiety deepened. The hour was nearing noon. At this hour, sunlight was most abundant. Under the scorching rays, shadows could scarcely linger. He was now only a few kilometers away from the blood column. He could already clearly see the red light refracted by the pillar. The trees along these final kilometers lay shattered and broken, trunks snapped, trunks toppled, not even a clump of bushes remained. It was now high noon, and not a single shadow could be found in this place. Seeing this, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why did it feel like he was being deliberately targeted? Before he could ponder further, he saw figures continuously approaching from within the crimson pillar of light. Oh no! Qin Tiang's legs flew into motion as he hurried to keep up. Simulated Secret Realm, Speed Selection 3rd Place, Transferee Alliance Headquarters, Shanghai. Qin Tianke had already reached within 10 meters of the crimson light column, unleashing his speed without restraint. Securing a top 10 finish would earn his team 10 points. With opportunity staring him in the face, how could he dare let it slip? Qin Tiang's speeding form abruptly halted as he sidestepped to dodge. A spear sliced through the air from behind. His eyes caught sight of the spear, streaking toward him like a fleeting shadow. As Qin Tianke dodged, Old Black roared forth. Then came a thunderous explosion. A figure had blasted a sizable crater into the spot where he had been moments before. The force of the blast rivaled that of a small bomb. The shockwaves from the blast rolled out in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qin Tianke glanced back. Within the dust-filled crater, a burly man now stood tall. His aura surged powerfully. As the giant reached out to grasp his spear, his aura surged with even greater intensity. Emerging from the dust, his eyes locked onto Qin Tianke. Noticing the man's gaze, Qin Tiang's heart jolted. That gaze surely meant no good. Chapter 86, Roadblock. Before Qin Tianke could react, thunderous booms echoed from all directions. 3 figures materialized one after another. Their eyes burned with intensity as they fixed their gaze upon Qin Tianke. Their gaze was like that of someone seeking revenge for a father's murder. Qin Tiang's heart sank. His gaze swept over the 4 figures. Among them, the burly man with the gun was excluded. There were 3 others. One wore a black cloak. Visible specters of malevolent spirits swirled around his entire body. In his hand, he held a white human bone banner swirled by countless chilling winds. Beside him stood a bare-chested man, his fists bound in white cloth. His body radiated an exceptionally potent vitality. The final figure was a woman clad in golden armor, wielding a long whip. A system prompt popped up before Qin Tiang's eyes. Jin Feng. Occupation, Fiend Master. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attribute, Undead. Abilities, Banner of 10,000 Souls, Possession by Wicked Spirits, Soul Summoning. Evil Spirit Master, Skinning and Dismembering, Seizing Souls and Refining Spirits. Utilizes undead spirits as weapons. Signature Een Artifact, Banner of 10,000 Souls. Shui Ping. Profession, Fist Master. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Martial Arts. Abilities, Fist Winds Like Gale, 32 Fist Forms. Shu Mo. Occupation, Valkyrie. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attribute, Martial Arts. Ability, Battle Ready Spirit, Weapon Mastery, Surging Fighting Spirit. Valkyrie, born for battle, combat unleashes her potential and combat prowess. Holy cow! Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. These 3's professions are no simple matter. To think there exists a pure martial attribute. Martial attributes are exclusive to melee-type class changers. Pure martial arts attribute class changers are rare enough on their own. And now, 2 had appeared at once. Qin Tiang's gaze returned to the burly man wielding the spear at the start. Ling Yu. Class, Elemental Spearmaster. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Fire, Water, Wind. Abilities, Fire Spirit, Water Surge, Windquake. Elemental Spearmaster, a class that fuses ranged elemental attacks with close-quarters spear techniques, merging elements and spear into one seamless whole. Ling Yu roared, spear in hand. 100-headed fiend, it seems you're the one I've been waiting for. Layers upon layers of aura surged from his body. This profession is an extremely rare elemental gunmaster. Compared to the Thunder Gun King Qin Tianke encountered earlier, the two professions were evenly matched. However, this class held a slight edge in elemental manipulation. An elemental gunmaster refers to one who can manipulate elements. And among elemental powers, thunder is one. In comparison, the opponent holds a slight edge in elemental manipulation. However, this class excels in both ranged and melee combat. But in close combat, it's no match for the Gun King, not by a long shot. Qin Tianke observed the group, seeing them all preparing to strike, as if they were sworn enemies with whom he could never coexist. His heart filled with confusion. He clasped his fists solemnly. Brothers, where have I crossed you? Speak plainly. Even if I die, let it be with clarity. As he spoke, Qin Tianke began circulating his power throughout his body. He did not wish to reveal his trump card prematurely. At this moment, facing these four exceptionally powerful third-tier peers, even without resorting to his trump card, escape seemed unlikely. Elemental Gunmaster Ling Yu snorted as if hearing the most ridiculous joke imaginable. He let out a sharp rebuke. When you manipulated the beast to divert the alien threat eastward, you should have foreseen this day. I never imagined your heart could be so twisted. You actually attempted to divert that fifth-tier alien threat eastward, robbing my team members of their chance to advance. Even if we secure a top-tier placement now, we'll slay you right here. The woman clad in golden armor and wielding a long-bladed weapon roared in fury. Even clad in such armor, her proud figure remained undeniable. The moment the demon master spoke, it felt as though countless cold winds swept past, accompanied by the howls and screams of fierce ghosts within the wind. Fear not. After your death, I shall extract your soul and forge you into the mightiest demon within my banner of 10,000 souls. I will make you endure every torment this world can offer. I'll make you watch your own bones shatter into pieces. Xue Ping roared, his aura surging violently. Hearing the words of these four individuals, Qin Tianke instantly understood. So that's how it was? These four were teammates of those he had diverted the blame onto back then. He never expected they'd formed a team together. They actually had teammates. Qin Tianke couldn't help but mutter a few complaints under his breath. No communication devices could be used here. How on earth did they manage to send out information? Though his mind was filled with questions, Qin Tianke maintained a composed expression. He simply watched the group. His previously humble tone abruptly shifted, replaced by utter arrogance. His eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed them on the group. As the saying goes, better the friend die than the monk. What do their lives or deaths matter to me? Since you insist on this course, I shall send you down to join them. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Qin Tianke struck first. He charged straight toward Ling Yu. But in the next instant, Ling Yu swung his spear through empty air. Somehow, the opponent vanished from his original position. Something's wrong. This kid's got tricks up his sleeve. Watch out. Though the four of them were already prepared, none of them knew the special tactics of this beastmaster before them. Therefore, heightened vigilance was essential. Ling Yu's expression grew tense as three-colored elemental energies swirled defensively around him. When Qin Tianke reappeared, he had already arrived beside the fistmaster. Qin Tianke casually swept out a palm strike. Yet his hand appeared empty. Yet in the instant he struck, a flash of light appeared, gradually forming a curved blade. This was a unique property of his weapon, the crescent blade flow of the moon. Hidden in the body, it could render the blade completely invisible within the air, appearing utterly non-existent. The fistmaster keenly sensed a presence behind him. Foolish fool! A mere beast tamer dares to. His words trailed off. A sharp prickling sensation suddenly shot through his neck. In that instant, he lunged forward at lightning speed. Simultaneously, he swung a powerful punch toward the figure behind him. But the punch missed its mark. The moment he touched down, the familiar aura surged forth behind him once more. A cold gleam flashed at his throat once more. The two flashes of cold steel snapped together like two threads being pulled tight. With a muffled groan of refusal, the man crashed to the ground. Body and head separated. What blinding speed! Such a technique startled the other three. This man is extremely dangerous. We can't waste any more time with him. This man is a madman. Valkyrie Shumo roared in fury. Golden armor radiated brilliant light, bathing her in dazzling radiance. Like a sacred warrior god, wielding her long whip, charging forward in a fury. Lao Hei roared. 100 heads bellowed, charging relentlessly toward the man. Chapter 87. No more pretenses, time to show your hand. Both sides clashed instantly. Golden light intertwined with pitch-black radiance collided relentlessly. Waves of dust billowed outward in all directions. The Valkyrie possessed formidable physical strength. And the more she fought, the more her abilities surged. Old Black unleashed wave after wave of attacks amidst his constant roars and growls. Yet his efforts gradually lost all effect against the Valkyrie before him. At first, he maintained the upper hand. But within mere breaths, Old Black was relentlessly lashed by a golden whip, suffering defeat throughout the exchange. Shin Tian-K was now locked in combat with another opponent. Though this opponent was also a melee class transferee, his physical strength far surpassed that of the previous Fistmaster by a vast margin. Meanwhile, the wicked Ghostmaster stood quietly nearby, brewing something. The banner of 10,000 souls in his grasp continuously surged with fresh power. Countless shadowy souls roared and wailed around him. Shin Tiang's curved blade moved like a shadow, relentlessly slashing at his opponent. The force of his attacks grew ever stronger. Yet they were effortlessly parried by his opponent. He even stumbled backward, his body scorched by the elemental attack unleashed by his opponent. Shadow Wave. Ling Yu roared. The massive body followed the spear's motion, twisting and spinning through the air several times. The spear crashed down with tremendous force. This strike was packed with immense force. Countless streams of water surged around its body, swirling together. The sound of the currents echoed like waves crashing and overlapping, combined with his own tumbling motion in midair. A dual strike channeling both physical might and elemental force. This strike carried the force of 1,000 tons, the power of 10,000 tons. Even as Shin Tian-K summoned every ounce of his strength, his chest was still slashed open by that spear. Damn it! Shin Tiang's heart lurched in shock, still retreating steadily. So this is an elemental gunner. Indeed, he was unlike any of the others he had encountered before. His elemental powers, as far as he could tell, were limited to wind, fire, and water. Yet even with just these three elements, combined with that unbreakable physique, his power has reached a peak state at this very moment. This is troublesome. At the same time, Old Black let out a low, growling roar. Shin Tian-K looked in the direction of the sound. Old Black was being relentlessly lashed by the opponent's golden whip. He appeared utterly defeated. That whip seemed to carry an aura that even Old Black feared and dreaded. Could it be? Realizing this, Shin Tiang's eyes lit up. He immediately began scanning. No wonder. A golden whip imbued with sacred attributes. No wonder this mere mortal could completely suppress Old Black. Shin Tian-K was about to take further action. The whistling sound of a gun blade cutting through the air echoed nearby. He barely dodged it. A burst of flame erupted from the spear tip before his eyes. Before he could react, the flame flared up like it had caught wind, instantly engulfing the world before his eyes. As flames swirled with the wind, fire and wind raged together. What had been but a tiny spark upon his body, a mere spark, stirred by the wind's surge, suddenly coalesced into a crimson whirlwind of flames, sweeping toward him. This was a completely unexpected attack. Shin Tian-K had no time to dodge. He could only endure it head-on. His entire body engulfed in flames. He was even knocked aside by a single thrust from his opponent. Lao He was also being beaten back by the Valkyrie Shu Mo. He wanted to fight back, but had no strength left. He was utterly defeated. A final lash struck him, and he collapsed unconscious nearby. I thought you were so damn cocky, but this is all you've got. This beast tamer of yours is disgusting. Watch me whip him to pieces. With that, just as the two were about to strike, they were stopped by the Demon Master. Leave this man to me. I shall strip him of his flesh and bones, seize his soul, and refine his spirit. The power in the Demon Master's hands had already coalesced. As waves of roars erupted from the banner of 10,000 souls, wailing spirits and vengeful souls surged forth. They charged toward Shin Tian-K to strike him down. The other two withdrew their weapons. Should the Beastmaster perish, their beasts perish as well. In this dire situation, the enemy had absolutely no strength left to stand, much less engage them in battle. They had won this battle. If this man did not die, he would crush the water sphere. So they had absolutely nothing to worry about. It's just a pity that he was knocked unconscious earlier. He likely had no strength left to crush the water ball. As these few secretly relaxed, the evil Ghostmaster's expression suddenly changed. Then, his pupils contracted. An expression of utter disbelief spread across his face. Before he could finish his sentence, his banner of 10,000 souls began to tremble. Countless vengeful spirits and restless souls surged forth from it. Even those that had flown out moments before returned, swallowing him alive. Witnessing this eerie spectacle, the two men instantly felt alarm bells ringing. They both turned to look at Shin Tian-K, who was lying prone nearby. No, impossible. They could sense it. A powerful aura was erupting from this man. So it still won't work? Shin Tian-K slowly rose to his feet, sighing softly. The reason he had initially attacked that Fist Master was precisely because he had sensed it. The opponent's physical strength was no match for the perfect grade weapon in his hand. After all, though Fist Masters cultivated their bodies, how could a third-tier physique possibly rival a perfect grade weapon? That was why he had chosen this approach. But he hadn't anticipated the other two would prove even more troublesome. Especially that elemental gunner. The spear in his hands was also a perfect grade weapon. Given that, he might as well drop the pretense. Time to show my hand. I'm going all out. Qin Tianke slowly raised his head. A single glance was enough to send shivers down their spines. What kind of eyes were those? They couldn't describe it. It felt like a demon crawling out of hell, striding toward them step by step, seeking only to claim their lives and souls. As shock gripped both men, they quickly regained their composure. As Qin Tianke approached step by step before them, his eyes blazed with black and white flames. A jet-black robe of magic had appeared on his body at some unknown moment. Come! A commanding shout echoed out. A surge of formidable energy erupted behind them. Then, under their stunned gazes, the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts within the evil Ghost Master's banner of 10,000 souls slowly rose into the air, fixing their gaze directly upon the two before them. Their eyes brimmed with greed. Exterminate! Those two words echoed like a command from hell. The souls went mad, swarming around the two men. No matter how powerful they were, they could scarcely resist the power of these spirits. This is precisely why those possessing attributes related to the souls of the dead are deemed dangerous. The souls could ignore all physical attacks, only the sacred light could counter them. At this moment, the only one left standing on the battlefield with any strength left is that Valkyrie. Chapter 88, Shao Jin. The six great clans, the three great factions. Could these black and white hues represent the forces of yin and yang? Nangong Linping, the young member of the Nangong family, gazed intently. Among the known class transitioning professions possessing yin-yang power within the alliance, it seems only the yin-yang walker fits the description. The young members of the six great clans began discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, the elders' expressions grew grave. Shu Changwei gazed at Qin Tianke on the screen. His eyes were filled with two distinct colors of light. They appeared to burn like flames, intensely brilliant. She did not join in the others' arguments. Instead, she sipped her tea in quiet contemplation. Her gaze lingered on Qin Tianke for only a moment, before settling on Shu Mo, who was about to engage Qin Tianke in combat. Observing her, Shu Changwei's lips curved into a faint smile. This kid's got potential. Yuqing, after this selection concludes, you'll be the one to deliver this invitation. The eldest son of the Ouyang family casually placed an invitation on the table. The young girl beside him promptly picked it up. Yes, Auntie. Witnessing this scene, the elders from the other major families chose to remain silent. After all, this was a clear statement of intent. This person the Ouyang family claims him. After each alliance-wide transferee selection event, participants who demonstrated exceptional talent could be recruited by the major family factions in the main city. This was a privilege granted by headquarters to the family factions. As the major families fell silent one after another, a sudden voice cut through the silence. In that case, I'd like to see if this young brother would accept an invitation from my Qin Yun Hall. All eyes turned to the speaker. Even the elder's eyes held a hint of surprise. Despite Shu Changwei's youth, if one were to truly consider her status, she could stand on equal footing with the elders present. After all, as the young head of Qin Yun Hall, her standing and the backing of her faction is hardly inferior to that of the Ouyang family's senior elder. Among the six great families, the Ouyang family stands at the forefront. Among the three major factions, Qin Yun Hall held the foremost position. Ouyang Weining remained silent, yet the contempt in her eyes was unmistakable. After speaking, Shu Changwei also remained silent. The atmosphere between them grew tense, almost as if swords were drawn. Within the simulated secret realm, the crimson light pillar continued to emit its dazzling radiance. Under its illumination, it seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The golden whip, radiating a sacred aura, relentlessly lashed out at the restless spirits and undead souls attempting to draw near. The golden whip swept through all obstacles, forming a protective barrier, sweeping all approaching vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts into dust. Shumo's expression grew increasingly grave. Golden light flared from her armor. Her will to fight grew ever stronger. Whenever battle arose, the Valkyrie class granted her unparalleled advantage and benefit. The surrounding fiends surged relentlessly, forming a tide as vast as 1,000 armies. Though Shumo's fighting spirit now burned fiercely, she dared not expend too much of her stamina. After all, not far away, a man and a beast were watching her with hungry eyes. Fortunately, the golden whip in her hand possessed sacred attributes. It held absolute dominance over these fiends, including the 100-headed demon dog. Shu Mo still couldn't fathom why, when faced with such a deadly situation, suddenly display such an awakened demeanor? He even seemed to be able to control the evil spirits. Could it be that he possessed another class? Could he be a dual-class transferee? Her mind was filled with shock and doubt. But the next moment, Shu Mo realized with horror. The malevolent spirits that had been relentlessly closing in suddenly froze in place. They retreated backward with a thunderous roar. As the malevolent spirits all poured into the banner of 10,000 souls, all returned to stillness. Save for the utter devastation left behind. There was likely nothing left to bear witness to the peril this place had just endured. At that moment, Shin Tian-K walked slowly toward them. His gaze toward the other held no trace of emotion. No. To be precise, his pupils were filled with light of black and white. Within such luminous pupils, there was naturally no emotion to be found. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Beside Shin Tian-K, Lao He lay covered in wounds, his face etched with apprehension as he stared at the woman before him. The golden whip in the opponent's hand exerted immense pressure on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so thoroughly defeated just now. Shin Tian-K summoned another beast from his beast taming space. A piercing cry echoed through the air. Shumo's expression changed. She then saw perched upon the opponent's shoulder. Perched a young eagle. Though still a fledgling, its size already surpassed that of most adult birds. Seizing this moment, to scrutinize the creature perched on the figure's shoulder, quietly restoring her depleted stamina. Though the pre-sale creature appeared as a fledgling eagle, its plumage was exceptionally peculiar. A peculiar grayish-red hue. Though grayish-red, it leaned toward darkness. It appeared as though two distinct color palettes had blended together. The tail feathers, however, shone with an exceptionally brilliant gold. A tuft of white feathers drifted atop its forehead. This young eagle simply stood upon the other's shoulder. Its wings were slightly tucked in. Head held high, chest thrust forward. Though clearly an eagle, it exuded a certain cold, proud handsomeness. It even possessed a certain human-like grace. Because the distance was close enough, Shu Mo could sense the peculiar aura emanating from this young eagle. It seemed to share the same attributes as that 100-headed vicious dog from before. Shu Mo frowned. The power within her body was undergoing restoration through the elixir she had just consumed. What kind of pre-sale is this? A dark attributed eagle-type beast? If so, this would be much simpler. It wasn't that Shu Mo was exaggerating. As long as the opponent's beast possessed any dark attributes, then my exorcism whip can suppress it. Just like dealing with that 100-headed hellhound. With that thought, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Xiao Jin. Upon hearing those words, the fledgling eagle perched on her shoulder let out a shrill cry. Then it darted straight toward the person. Shu Mo watched the scene unfold before her. A cold laugh echoed repeatedly in her heart. As the young eagle drew nearer, she could increasingly sense the dark aura lurking within the opponent's body. Simultaneously, she sensed its cultivation level. So it was indeed a beast master of this attribute? And a second-tier beast tamer at that? How foolish. With just this beast, it dares to challenge me? Had it forgotten how it had been suppressed by her just moments ago? Shu Mo had sustained injuries during her battle with those fiends. Even with elixirs to nourish her, it would take time. But even so, her current strength was still far beyond what this puny second-tier beast could withstand. Moreover, this fledgling eagle's attributes were completely countered. How could it possibly be her match? Chapter 89, Enlightenment on the Spirit Mountain. No. To be precise, it was suppressed by the weapon in her hand. Her weapon, the exorcism whip, held absolute dominance over all dark attributes. The thought barely formed in her mind. Shu Mo struck first. The golden whip in her hand flickered. It swept through the air, tracing a graceful arc. Like a gentle touch upon emerald waves. The force of the whip struck the young eagle with brutal impact. This strike would peel off a layer of skin, if not kill it outright. In the imagination, the image of the opponent being struck did not appear. Instead, under Shu Mo's gaze, the young eagle vanished from its spot. Ha! At that moment, Shu Mo's heart was filled with alarm. A weak enemy was not terrifying. What was terrifying was an enemy that vanished before her eyes. Born for battle, she formulated a countermeasure in an instant. In an instant, she whipped her golden whip around her body, sweeping relentlessly through the surrounding air. Though she did not know why the enemy vanished, no matter where they were now. As long as she left no openings around herself, the enemy could not draw near. Moreover, her exorcism whip held a natural advantage against such an existence. She refused to believe the enemy could withstand it. But at that very moment, a searing wave of scorching flames suddenly surged in from all directions. The flames spread through the air, instantly boiling. Foolish. Any dark, malevolent entity can be obliterated by my exorcism whip. Shu Mo could almost see the flames being whipped into oblivion by the exorcism whip. Since this was her life-bound weapon, Shu Mo could feel every sensation it conveyed. The exorcism whip lashed out at the flames, yet instead of extinguishing them, instead, it only fueled their fury, spreading their flames onto the golden whip itself. Shu Mo's heart skipped a beat. Anything related to the dark attribute, whether it be dark ghostly flames or the water of the dark moon, could be suppressed by the demon banishing whip. Yet this flame wasn't extinguished. Instead, it seemed to amplify its power. This signifies that the opponent's elemental nature could never be mere darkness. What else could be immune to the sacred light attribute? Ghosts? Ghosts? The thought barely formed in his mind. But it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the flames around her gained momentum, gradually engulfing her. Ultimately, she lost her life in this dark sea of fire. Xiao Jin soared back from the flames, landing on Qin Tiang's shoulder. A human-like look of triumph spread across his face, as if seeking praise and commendation. Qin Tiang nodded. He was very satisfied with Xiao Jin's performance this time. After all, during those 2 months of intensive training, Xiao Jin had demonstrated quite a few unique abilities. It seemed that after being modified by the undead light sphere, Xiao Jin's combat prowess had reached a level where he could fight above his tier, facing third-tier opponents as a second-tier fighter. Now he moves with effortless ease. Back when he was a first-tier opponent against third-tier ones, he seemed rather constrained. Back when Xiao Jin was only at the second tier, he often clashed with Su Jia. The opponent possessed undeniable raw strength. Even though Xiao Jin could fight opponents of higher tiers, Su Jia still exerted considerable pressure on him. Yet enduring such prolonged combat had its benefits. It increased Xiao Jin's immunity to sacred attributes. Accumulating combat experience further enhances the resistance and potency of its flames. That's why he felt confident letting Xiao Jin handle the Valkyrie Shumo before them. After all, though she was formidable, her combat instincts seemed rather weak. Her true reliance lay in the golden whip in her hand. As long as Xiao Jin could counter that golden whip, then she would be like a fish gasping for air, utterly powerless to resist. As the enemy's flames burned to ashes, Qin Tiang showed no emotional fluctuation. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded or heartless. Rather, this was merely a simulated battlefield where no real casualties would occur. Moreover, if this were truly a battlefield where survival was paramount, he would spare no effort. After all, they had initiated the attack. If others do not provoke me, I will not provoke them. But if they dare to provoke me, I will destroy them. Back in Lingyun City, Qin Tiang adhered strictly to this principle in life. His only regret was lacking the power back then. Otherwise, the Qian family would have been annihilated long ago. The opponent vanished. This meant every obstacle before Qin Tiang vanished instantly. Who's there? Show yourself. Qin Tiang did not rush into action. Instead, he issued a stern command. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin flew toward the figure. He spat out a mouthful of scorching, ghostly-colored flames toward that position. The flames glowed in eerie, ghostly blue. It drew nearer from afar. Gradually expanding, it eventually formed a sea of fire. As if countless flamethrowers erupted simultaneously. It was hard to imagine that such a small fledgling eagle could spew forth such a sea of fire. Before the flames could reach it, a figure leapt out from within, haphazardly trying to stop it. Hey, hey, hey! Wait a minute, brother. Brother! Don't be so quick to resort to violence. Qin Tiang looked at the other person. His eyes held a hint of curiosity and surprise. After all, despite his speed, he had still been scorched by Xiao Jin's flames. Logically speaking, flames should be swirling around his body right now. After all, Xiao Jin's flames were no ordinary fire. It shouldn't have been suppressed so easily. Yet an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar golden light surged from the opponent's body. As the golden light surged, it forcibly suppressed the flames that had just touched him. As the flames were suppressed, special runes appeared on the surface of the golden light. Upon seeing the runes, Qin Tiang confirmed his inner suspicion. This is the Buddha's golden body? Before Qin Tiang could speak, the other party addressed him first. I am Gao Wuming, from Ling Mountain. My profession is Wrathful Vajra. The man was tall and imposing. His upper body was bare, clad only in canvas trousers. Golden light flickered across his skin. Then it retreated inward, revealing his original bronze complexion. A string of Buddhist prayer beads was clasped in his hand. The beads rolled through his fingers, circling his hand. His hands pressed together in prayer, his posture reverent. Buddhist chants flowed from his lips. Behind him materialized a colossal, ethereal form of Vajrapani. The Vajra stood majestic, glaring with wrathful eyes. Radiant light shone brightly, with runic markings continuously appearing all over its body. As Qin Tiang's eyes fluttered open and closed, he immediately summoned the system to examine it closely. High Enlightenment. Class, Wrathful Vajra. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Gold, Buddha. Abilities, Wrathful Gaze, Suppression, Buddha's Golden Body. Wrathful Vajra, an exclusive class of the Buddhist city of Lingshan, upholding the power of precepts and mantras, embodying boundless and vast power. Truly a Buddha's golden body. Qin Tiang had only witnessed this ability once before, on a teammate. Compared to the opponents, Chen Zhengyang's Buddha's golden body, the former's golden body seemed to glow with a dimmer light. Nor was it nearly as pure. To Qin Tiang's surprise, the opponent actually possessed the rare Buddhist attribute. Chapter 90, Arrival. This attribute was equally rare compared to the martial attribute encountered earlier. One was born of martial prowess, the other of Buddhist enlightenment. No wonder this person hailed from Ling Mountain. There are currently 44 cities under the Alliance's jurisdiction. Among them, there are many Buddhist-class job changers. Yet Ling Mountain remains the only city universally recognized as a Buddhist stronghold. Yet this Ling Mountain differed from the one Qin Tian remembered from his past life. In his previous life, Ling Mountain was a place of intricate complexity and rampant intrigue. In this world, the name Ling Mountain seemed to be nothing more than a designation for a city. It held little deeper significance. It was likely just a means to attract fellow Buddhist professionals seeking class changes. Having been in this world for so long, he understood such matters well. Buddhist class changers have always taken pride in hailing from Ling Mountain. Lingshan is also widely recognized as the place with the highest concentration of Buddhist class changers. This has even spawned numerous other professions unique to this city. Take, for instance, the figure Qin Tianke had encountered earlier, Sikon Kwang from Lanma City. My name is Qin Tianke, hailing from Lingyun City. My profession is Beastmaster. Both men gave a slight nod. And so, they were acquainted. Gao Wuming stammered out. Brother, though this may be presumptuous, I must ask, what technique did you just employ? Qin Tianke looked straight at him. He said nothing. Generally speaking, though they were all transmuters of different professions, no one would ask what techniques the other had trained in right off the bat. Wasn't that like asking to see their trump card right off the bat? Qin Tianke was about to say something else, but the other party hurriedly explained. No, my apologies, sir. To be perfectly honest, I've been observing from the sidelines for quite some time, ever since those four began their ambush. I had intended to intervene, but seeing you seemed to manage perfectly well without my aid, I remained silent. I planned to follow behind you once you had passed them. I was hoping to ask what extraordinary techniques you cultivate. I never imagined you'd witness me in such a sorry state. My deepest apologies for the disturbance. Please forgive my intrusion. After hearing all these explanations, Qin Tianke looked at the other man. A hint of strangeness flickered in his eyes. It wasn't suspicion. After all, judging by his demeanor and movements, those earlier words had already left the other flustered and floundering. This fellow seemed rather absent-minded. Yet, his words and actions carried an air of martial obsession. He was cultivating Buddhist and Taoist practices, after all. By all logic, one cultivating Buddhism shouldn't possess such a mindset. It felt more akin to the martial fanatics obsessed with cultivation in certain immortal realms. But Qin Tianke remained silent. He pondered for a moment. In truth, this is merely a characteristic of my profession, not some special technique. Therefore, I cannot teach it. Hearing this, Gao Wuming sighed slightly. He bowed respectfully toward Qin Tianke, hands clasped in front of him. I stand by what I said earlier. I've troubled you, brother. Once we're outside, I'll definitely treat you to a proper drink. I truly have overstepped. Gao Wuming stiffened. Just as he was about to explain, Qin Tianke's voice cut him off. I've told you my name is Qin Tianke, not brother. Oh, right. Brother, no, Qin Tianke. Looking at this man, such a towering frame performing these movements, it felt strangely incongruous. Qin Tianke grew increasingly convinced he possessed the heart of an innocent child. Given that his profession was associated with Buddhism, he likely harbors no ill intent. Qin Tianke turned his body sideways. He held out his palm. Let's make a deal. Once we're out, you're buying me drinks. Gao Wuming nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Old Black silently lay down. At 5 or 6 meters tall. Even lying down, it still stood over 2 meters tall. But Qin Tianke merely grabbed its fur and swung himself onto its back. Simultaneously, he turned and beckoned for the other to follow. Gazing at the colossal monster before him, its head count beyond comprehension. To be honest, Gao Wuming felt a chill run down his spine. Still, he steeled himself and swung himself onto its back. In comparison, Lao He was like a wall to him. Was like a wall. After all, standing 2 meters tall himself, it was effortless. Furry and soft like a blanket, it felt quite comfortable. This was Gao Wuming's first impression. He sat there obediently, following the other person toward the nearby selection point. Despite the large-scale battle erupting in this area, no one had come to the selection point during this time. The selection point was only about 20 meters away from them. Moreover, there was no cover in the surrounding area. Therefore, it was likely that those individuals had either been delayed by 5th-tier alien races, or delayed by their own kind. However, the possibility of being delayed by alien races is quite low. For some reason, ever since Qin Tianke broke free from that shadow, he hasn't sensed the pursuit aura of any 5th-tier alien race behind him. At first, he feared they might be feigning retreat to lure him in, which is why he had exerted so much effort to flee this far. Now it seemed he had worried needlessly. Those fifth-tier alien races would likely halt within a certain range. Only then would their true competitive selection begin a race to outpace one another. Shin Tian-K hesitated not a moment. He immediately spurred the two pre-sale mounts toward the location of that crimson pillar of light. Currently only in 6th place. Thankfully, there's still time. As the crimson pillar of light grew ever closer before his eyes, he grew more and more excited. Gao Wuming, seated behind him, felt the same. As Lao He crossed the crimson beam, their names echoed one after another across the sky. Simulated Secret Realm Speed Selection, 7th place, Shin Tian-K of Lingyun City. Simulated Secret Realm Speed Selection, 8th place, Gao Wuming of Ling Mountain. The moment they stepped into the blood pillar, both of them tumbled off Lao He's back. However, such a distance posed no harm to them. The moment they landed, Shin Tian-K immediately sensed the gazes fixed upon them from all around. Some even openly released the violent aura emanating from their bodies. Seeing this, Shin Tian-K hesitated not a moment, stepping forward. His aura surged outward. Though he couldn't summon Lao He and Xiao Jin here for some reason, his own third-tier strength would not permit him to bow before these unknown adversaries. Shin Tian's gaze swept over several of them. Among the 6, there were 5 men and 1 woman. 2 of them were deliberately projecting their aura toward him. Unabashedly. As if testing whether he was worthy. Shin Tian-K immediately looked over. He had never seen those 2 in the records. But to have secured a spot in the top 10, they possessed considerable strength. Shin Tian's aura now combined Lao He's savage ferocity with Xiao Jin's ghostly flames. As these 2 energies intertwined, his power was approaching the 4th tier. The 2 were standing close together, likely acquainted. Upon sensing Shin Tian's aura, they exchanged no words, merely glancing at Shin Tian-K. Then they stepped aside once more. Chapter 91, Beauty That Could Topple Kingdoms. Noticing Shin Tian's movements, especially noting the lingering gazes and palpable tension emanating from the others around him, Gao Wuming beside him pressed his palms together. The chanting of sutras surged from his lips once more. A golden Buddha's illusory form materialized behind him. In a moment of haze, it seemed as though a faint, anxious sound echoed around them. The probing auras had all retreated. Shin Tian-K seized this moment. He scrutinized the 6 figures before him. 3 of them he had seen in the files. These 2 were Chen Hai and Chen Hu. The records indicated they were twin brothers. They shared identical height and appearance. They wore blue cloaks draped over their shoulders. They appeared as if they were envoys from some special place. The other individual, like Chen Hai and Chen Hu, both are among the top contenders for the championship this time. She was also one of the few female class changers among the favorites. That dual-class transferee, Yang Ruoshi. She held a specially crafted silver staff in her hand. She stood there. She wore a specially crafted starlight cloak draped over her shoulders. Only a few strands of hair peeked out from beneath the cloak. Even with such a cloak, her striking figure remained undeniable. The moment she entered, several auras had begun to drift over her body. Among those auras, 2 were completely unmasked. The others lurked in the shadows, coveting her. Yang Ruoshi was among them. This wasn't the second time Shin Tian-K had seen her. And this time, they were at such close proximity. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen her breathtakingly beautiful face. According to Shin Tian's investigation, within Yujincheng, the other was renowned as the city's foremost beauty. To be selected as the city's representative for the competition, and also be hailed as the foremost beauty, this alone demonstrates how exceptionally talented and beautiful she is. Truly peerless in every sense. Shin Tian-K yearned to see her face. But alas, the starlight cloak enveloping her seemed to possess some peculiar restraining effect. His true appearance remained hidden. He even sensed the distance fluctuating, sometimes seeming closer, sometimes farther. Shin Tian's eyes flickered. He summoned the system to examine it directly. That peculiar starlight cloak had seemed to shimmer with starlight, as if enveloped by an ocean of stars. Item, starlight robe. Grade, perfect. Attributes, defense. Description, crafted by a celestial mage, it observes the star charts and condenses the starry sea. Though it cannot rival the power of the stars, it comes infinitely close, offering formidable defense. No wonder. A perfect grade star mage robe compared to Su Jia's artifact. The latter is more powerful. After all, that sacred robe can both defend and enhance its own offensive power. This one, by comparison, possesses only defensive capabilities. Still, it's quite rare. Moreover, mage robes are tailored to their wearers, so no true comparison between the 2 exists. Throughout his journey, the only robes he had seen belonged to these 2 individuals. The last time he saw her, she didn't seem to be wearing it. Now it appeared she had been saving it as a trump card. Seizing this opportunity, Shin Tian-K once again scanned the silver wand in the other's hand. The last time he had seen it, the wand in her hand had not been this one. This wand was entirely silver white, emitting a peculiar blue powder. It seemed this dual-classed adventurer held many secrets. See more now, so you'll have a way to handle it when you encounter it later. Item: 1000 Ice Condensing Staff. Grade: Perfect. Attributes: Ice Element Amplification. Holy moly! Even Chin Tian-K was taken aback by this. For one person to possess 2 perfect grade items. Perfect grade items were extremely rare, even among weapons. Let alone a mage's gear. Mage gear was notoriously expensive and fragile. After all, the mage profession itself seems to be quite wealthy. Take Su Jia, for instance. She was a true heiress in every sense of the word. So in Qin Tiang's view, someone like Su Jia only had 1 perfect grade robe for protection. Yet this opponent possessed 2, 1 for offense, 1 for defense. Truly befitting a dual-class transferee, she was clearly well regarded. 2 at once. Qin Tian-K inwardly gasped in astonishment. As if sensing Qin Tiang's gaze, the cloak stirred slightly. Qin Tian-K caught a glimpse of the face beneath that cloak. How to describe it? Qin Tian-K couldn't quite put it into words. He only knew it felt like a gentle breeze brushing his face. It was also as if a peculiar flutter rippled through his very soul. That face was the most perfect and beautiful he had ever seen. Her skin glowed like solidified cream, shimmering with a faint blush like precious white jade. Her delicate, oval face bore exquisitely refined features. Most captivating were those eyes. They shone like stars, radiant and luminous. As if they held endless thoughts. She was the kind of woman who seemed utterly perfect at first glance. In her presence, any adjective would crumble and decay. No words seemed capable of capturing the breathtaking beauty of the woman before them. A beauty from the north, peerless and standing alone. This was the first thought that sprang to Qin Tiang's mind. Then, a torrent of praise surged forth from his heart. Truly a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Qin Tian-K. Qin Tian-K. Brother Qin Tian-K. The persistent shouts from those around him. Only then did Qin Tian-K snap out of his daze. He turned to look at Gao Woming beside him. His eyes were filled with confusion. He seemed unable to grasp why the other man had pushed him, nor could he comprehend what had just overtaken him. Seeing his expression, Gao Woming whispered softly beside him. You were staring at her like a fool just now. Qin Tian-K finally recalled his earlier embarrassing display. He couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Before meeting her, Su Jia had been the most beautiful woman Qin Tian-K had ever seen. But Su Jia had a certain childlike innocence about her. The second most beautiful woman Qin Tian-K had ever seen was the Valkyrie he had just battled. Though she wore a golden battle robe, it couldn't conceal the curves beneath the armor or her flawlessly beautiful face. If one were to compare the three together, Su Jia was like a wealthy heiress. Shu Mo was a female general on the battlefield. Finally, Yang Ruoshi was the one who truly possessed a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms and cities in Qin Tiang's eyes. No wonder she was hailed as the foremost beauty. Such beauty is truly extraordinary. Qin Tian-K took a long while to calm down before finally relaxing. Brother Qin Tian-K, it seems you're falling head over heels in love. Hearing the teasing remark from the person beside him, Qin Tian-K turned to ask. Does the master also have troubles? This monk finds such romantic entanglements most distasteful. Seeing the other instantly slip into such a mood, Qin Tian-K was speechless. Good heavens! Anyone unaware might think you're the real deal. At that very moment, 2 more people had joined their group of 8. But he didn't recognize either of them. Suddenly, Qin Tian-K remembered something crucial. Chapter 92, Teammates. Something's wrong. What about Li Li and Chen Zhanyang? Weren't they supposed to have gone ahead? How come I'm the only one here? They vanished without a trace? Could they have been eliminated? Qin Tian-K suddenly recalled this incident. He immediately looked toward the distance. From the outside, this blood pillar seemed to pierce the heavens. Its internal space was immense. Surrounding it was a crimson barrier. Like a fenced-off plot of land. One could see the outside world from within. But before Qin Tian-K entered just now, he recalled that from the outside, one could only judge how many people were inside by the sounds. It was impossible to discern any specific details. Just as Qin Tian-K pondered this, a commotion arose in the distance. A large crowd was approaching from afar. Like a wave. Though they couldn't secure a spot in the top 10, merely entering the top 50, they could boost their team's score. The more members who made it in, the higher the points. At present, it seemed like I was the only one from my team who had made it into the top 10. I wonder where my other 4 teammates are right now. He has now added 10 points to the team. If his teammates can break into the top 50, the points would keep climbing. He wondered just how high their team could climb. Qin Tian-K pondered inwardly. Gao Woming, who had been beside him moments ago, had already found his teammates. Watching them converse amongst themselves, Qin Tian-K took the opportunity to observe them. After all, they hailed from the Seoul Buddhist city, and Shin Tian-K was naturally quite curious. Their team consisted of only 3 members. Yet the other 2 had both entered the top 50 rankings. This meant their team's current score stood at 14 points. Both of the other members had professions related to Buddhism. One of them was nearly identical in build to Gao Wuming. Both stood 2 meters tall with robust builds. The other, however, was considerably slimmer. Their robes hang loosely on their frames. They appeared excessively long. Chen Bolin. Occupation, disciplinary attorney. Cultivation level, tier 3. Affiliation, Buddhism. Abilities, precept lock, precept mantra, precept formation. Precept lawyer, one of 2 classifications among the numerous professions within the Buddhist order. Those who cultivate to the pinnacle of Vajra and precept disciplines can command the Dharma to manifest through their words. Precept lawyer? Shin Tian-K had never encountered this profession before. Reading the system's explanation, his eyes lit up. Words become law? This ability seems absurdly powerful. Judging by its capabilities, this profession likely combines both ranged and melee combat abilities. And unlike melee classes, it didn't require physical training. Instead, it unleashed attacks through verbal prowess. Buddhist practitioners truly are unique. First came Chen Zhengyan's Vajra Wrath Buddha, then Gao Wuming's Wrathful Vajra, and now this discipline master before us. According to the system's explanation, Buddhist practitioners can be broadly categorized into 2 branches. First comes the Vajra path, then the Vinaya path. Based on current observations, Vajras likely refer to Buddhist practitioners with close combat abilities, such as Gao Wuming and Chen Zhengyang. The discipline, however, refers to that frail-looking discipline master we saw earlier. Their understanding of the Buddhist order deepened further. The 3 conversed among themselves. Compared to Gao Wuming, the other 2's aura was far weaker than his. It seemed that even among Buddhist class change practitioners, there were varying degrees of strength. As Shin Tian-K continued to scan his surroundings carefully, suddenly, several familiar figures burst into his line of sight. The 2 collapsed onto the ground the moment they entered, gasping for breath. Simultaneously, Shin Tian-K heard voices echoing from all directions in the sky. Simulated Secret Realm, Speed Selection 44th place, Su Jia of Lingyun City. Simulated Secret Realm, Speed Selection 45th place, Lingyun City's Lin Nuo. Spotting the pair, Shin Tian-K immediately approached. The man and woman instinctively grew wary as someone approached. But upon recognizing him, they both relaxed. Whoa, you scared the crap out of me. Thought it was those jerks. Hearing that familiar voice, Shin Tian's expression turned puzzled. There was no doubt about it. The only man and woman in their group were Lin Nuo and Su Jia. Lin Nuo sat cross-legged, steadily regulating his breath. Even with his current physique, having advanced to the 3rd tier, but charging at full speed, was still a burden for him. Meanwhile, Su Jia, drawing on the magical energy from her wand, was steadily replenishing her own strength. After a long absence, the 2 had rushed here, seemingly having endured every hardship. That's why they looked so disheveled. Su Tian-K recalled the others' words from earlier. Shin Tian-K grew curious. What exactly had these 2 been through? After they had a moment to catch their breath, Shin Tian-K finally asked, "What's gotten into you 2?" Hearing this, Lin Nuo grimaced. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to have lost a bit of weight over the past couple of days. Before, when he smiled, his eyes were just slits. Now, 2 small eyes were visible. What had he been through? Su Jia and I just had some bad luck. Lin Nuo muttered to himself. We both have special spells granted by the Alliance branch that allow us to communicate across distances. We reunited quickly, but unexpectedly, right after we joined forces, we were ambushed by a squad. No clue where they came from, but they attacked us with everything they had. We fought back with everything we had and managed to take down 2 of them before escaping. The remaining 3 chased us relentlessly, like they were possessed. As he spoke, Lin Nuo held up his finger, his expression filled with deep resentment. 2 whole days. They hunted us down for 2 entire days. Lin Nuo pointed at himself. I swear I lost at least 20 pounds these past 2 days. They're monsters, Lin Nuo said. Tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing his state, Su Jia beside him took over the conversation. But thankfully, those 5th-tier creatures appeared just in time. Lin Nuo and I sped up our escape, and those pursuers, unable to dodge while tracking us, actually helped distract the 5th-tier creatures, giving us a chance to break free. We didn't dare let our guard down and immediately headed toward the selection point. You wouldn't believe how madly those guys chased us like they were possessed. Who knows what we did to provoke them? Lin Nuo's face still bore a look of fury. Hearing their ordeal, Shin Tian's mouth twitched. Good grief. These 2 must have broken some divine law. Even in the simulated realm, someone chased them for 2 days and 2 nights. No wonder I couldn't find their trail. But upon hearing their explanation, Shin Tian-K began to form some suspicions about why the 4 individuals who had previously held him back had arrived. Chapter 93, Departure. No wonder. It was impossible to send messages inside, and even communication devices were affected. How did those four know it was me forcing their teammate to crush the water ball and abandon the chance? There were apparently some special spells capable of shielding against these effects. The world truly holds endless wonders. Qin Tianke then proceeded to recount his journey over the past 2 days. Shen Zhangyang and Li Li, whom I encountered along the way, were facing a 3-headed 5th-tier alien race ambush. After our trio split up, they both headed toward this location. Yet for some reason, I've arrived while they still haven't reached it. Qin Tianke began calculating the team's potential score. They were both ranked within the top 50. Combined with his own points, their team's current score stood at 14 points. He wondered where this score would place them after the speed selection concluded. Judging by his observations along the way and their recent ordeal, it seemed that many teams had already suffered total annihilation. They haven't even had a chance to score points. Even if they did, it was likely just a lucky 1 or 2 points. The scores are pitifully low. According to what he had heard earlier, the Crimson Light Pillar announces every arrival. Except for himself, it seemed every other one had quite the pedigree. Qin Tianke scanned his surroundings. The crowd was growing larger by the minute. But he still remembered the faces of those few individuals clearly. Soon, they spotted them. The top 3 were all from the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. That is, Yuan Haoran, Chen Hai, and Shen Hu. Following them was the renowned dual-class transferee, the young woman Yang Ruoshi. The 2 individuals behind them were the very ones who had earlier unleashed a frenzied aura toward Qin Tianke, testing whether he was worthy. If memory serves me correctly, these 2 were from the 6 great families. One hailed from the Zhuge family. The other seemed to belong to the Nangong family. Along with myself and Gao Woming. And the last 2 individuals. One belonged to the Ouyang family, while the other came from Qing Yun Hall. 3 families from the 6 great clans ranked within the top 10. Among the 3 major factions, only Qinjiuntang made it into the bottom tier of the top 10. And then there were the top 3. They hailed from the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. Lingshan also secured 1 spot in the top 10. By comparison, every one of these individuals was a true prodigy. Qin Tianke felt a surge of excitement within. He had finally proven himself to rank among the top 10. This was living up to Uncle Chen's expectations. Achieving such a feat naturally filled him with immense joy. But he also knew, if those 4 hadn't blocked his path, he might have ended up in last place. Those 4 individuals. Originally, they could have contributed a significant number of points to their team. Yet they chose to kill him instead. They abandoned such a rare chance for advancement to hunt me down. Qin Tianke felt pity for all 4 of them. Compared to the hatred of teammates, Qin Tianke believed that instead of seeking revenge, they should have focused on boosting their team's score and strengthening the squad. What a pity. Blinded by rage, the 4 failed to grasp what truly mattered. It wasn't that they lacked loyalty. They simply failed to see the bigger picture. This speed selection was crucial. You must understand. The entire Alliance's job advancement selection only had 3 rounds. Held once every 10 years. The age limit is 25. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event for most. Such a precious opportunity. Qin Tianke naturally felt anguish for them. Besides, when exactly is not the right time to avenge a teammate? Must it be done this way? Besides, to put it mildly, this was merely a trial. There's no need to waste a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity over something like this. So, looking at it this way, apart from the 6 major families and 3 major factions at the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance, the other city teams overall shouldn't score too many points. He had also noticed that Cao Woming's teammates seemed to have finished their rounds. Their entire team of 3 only scored 14 points, equal to his own team's score. The Transferee Alliance headquarters seems to have all 5 members present. Their scores should be quite high. After all, they represented the highest department of the Transferee Alliance. If they weren't all present, wouldn't that be embarrassing? In every such competition, they always take first place. That much is beyond doubt. He didn't recognize anyone from the 6 great families. Nor did he know the total number of survivors in their team. He could only speculate silently. His team's score felt like it would be somewhere in the middle. He just didn't know where Li Li and Shen Zhangyang had gone. If they hadn't been disqualified, even if they made it to the end and added 1 point, their team could still surpass the Ling Mountain team. They wouldn't end up at the bottom among the teams he knew of. At that moment, beyond the blood pillar, something unusual seemed to stir. Qin Tianke and the others turned their heads to look. Within their line of sight, several figures emerged from the distance. They seemed to be running for their lives. In the sky, others were rapidly closing in through the flying abilities of their beasts and their own powers. Amidst the teeming crowd, Qin Tianke immediately spotted Li Li flying on his sword. After all, the flying swords surrounding him were far too conspicuous. It was impossible not to notice them. Besides Li Li, There were also numerous beastmasters flying on their flying beasts. Judging by their posture and speed, they seemed to be fleeing from some terrifying catastrophe. And behind them, a fifth-tier alien race radiating immense power pursued them, like hunters closing in on their prey. Among the crowd, Chen Zhengyang stood out conspicuously. He was channeling the Buddhist golden body technique, sprinting at breakneck speed. They appeared to have endured some sort of ambush. They all bore injuries to varying degrees. Those who were wounded were quickly overtaken by the fifth-tier alien creatures. They met their end right there on the spot, watching helplessly as the chance for advancement vanished before their eyes. Fortunately, the alien creatures consumed the wounded and sick, which significantly slowed their advance. The survivors surged into the fray. Li Li moved with blinding speed, swiftly entering the fray on his flying sword. He secured the 75th position. Meanwhile, Chen Zhengyang, running with all his might. Though disheveled, he barely made it at the last moment. He secured the 87th position, each contributing 1 point to their team. Their team's total score now stood at 16 points. This meant they had surpassed the Ling Mountain squad. The entire group surged in almost at once. With the 100-person quota now full, the crimson pillar of light emitted a blinding radiance. The space they occupied began to invert. A peculiar light appeared before their eyes. Several individuals felt the world spinning violently. The scene before them rapidly receded. Simultaneously, a sensation of weightlessness washed over their bodies. This meant they could finally escape. Chapter 94, Controversy. Qin Tiang's heart raced with excitement. His name had already sparked countless arguments and debates in the outside world. The founding patriarchs of the 6 great clans were the highest-ranking powerhouses formed by the Transfiguration Alliance. Their relationship with the Transfiguration Alliance was inextricably intertwined. Therefore, the 6 great families also enjoyed certain territories within the main city. Though termed territories, they were essentially just areas for them to administer. The 6 great families are populous and each possesses their own methods, securing 3 spots within the top 10 this time around. This outcome is hardly surprising. In comparison, the 3 major factions appeared somewhat disorganized. They possess no exclusive territories. Their branches are scattered across various regions. Even their headquarters could only be established within the territories of other families, as civilian factions and outsiders. Thus, they lacked fixed cities or gangs, relying solely on survival within the territories of the 6 great families. Nevertheless, the presence of these 3 major factions remains formidable. And among these 3 factions, Qing Yun Hall stands as the undisputed leader. No wonder the final spot in the top 10 was claimed by a member of Qing Yun Hall. This selection allowed only 5 members per team. The Transfiguration Alliance headquarters alone had 3 members in the top 10. And they secured the top 3 positions. This clearly demonstrates the level of importance placed upon it. Among the top 10 spots, 1 also belonged to Ling Mountain. Lingshan is a city exclusively belonging to the Buddhist sect. This city's faction has always been under the Alliance's jurisdiction. Yet every year, a steady stream of people settle within its walls. It seems they are treating it as a form of missionary work. The Alliance has not intervened to stop this, nor has it been overly permitted. Regardless of the Alliance's motives, the people of Ling Mountain have always been renowned for their formidable Buddhist prowess. This time, it was hardly surprising that Ling Mountain secured a spot among the top 10. Qin Tiang's own achievement, however, was somewhat unexpected. He hailed entirely from a remote, obscure town. To secure a top 10 spot in the speed selection, it was truly beyond everyone's expectations. Many had placed wagers on the distribution of these top 10 spots. Among them, the 6 great families, the 3 major factions, and the Grand Alliance headquarters held the most significant stakes. Even if someone from Ling Mountain suddenly emerged, it would only be an unexpected occurrence. In contrast, Qin Tianke, hailing from a remote frontier town, drew little attention. Even though he had delivered numerous surprises during his survival in the past 2 days, it remained confined to the realm of pleasant surprises. Few believed Qin Tianke possessed the caliber to secure a top 10 position. Yet now it was clear he truly possessed both the capability and the merit. A single list hung high in the sky. Yuan Haoran, Shan Hu, Chan Hai. Only the top 10 names appear on the list. To rank among the top 10 was tantamount to revealing one's strength and potential to everyone present. Among these top 10 names, only Qin Tianke was an unknown quantity. Opinions about Qin Tianke were all over the place at that moment. Holy crap! This Beastmaster actually snagged a top 10 spot. Even though it's just a speed selection, the first round is crucial for showcasing one's abilities and getting chosen by other family factions. In my opinion, this kid will definitely get invitations from at least 3 of the 6 great families. Among the other 3 major factions, only Qing Yun Hall probably won't invite him. The spectators buzzed with discussion. In a corner room nearby, several figures stared dejectedly at the rankings displayed in the sky. Qin Tianke would recognize them instantly. These were the 4 class changers who had just blocked his path to the Crimson Pillar of Light. Damn it! Ling Yu roared in fury. Elements surged around him. A tempestuous aura, intertwined with flames, reverberated outward in all directions. Shumo's face was flushed with anger. That man actually possessed a ghost attribute beast. Spectral attribute beasts weren't particularly powerful. But it possessed a trait absent in all dark attribute beasts: it feared no light. Had they failed to stop the enemy at the outer perimeter, their names would be among the top 10 rankings now. The warlock's face twisted with grief and anger. His aura had grown immensely compared to before, seemingly unaffected by the ordeal. In the corner, a figure sat with a face etched with deep sorrow, as if drained of all vitality, utterly haggard. Head bowed, his eyes brimmed with anguish and regret. This was the Fistmaster Qin Tianke had slain at the very beginning. His eyes, too, were filled with grief and resentment. No one had anticipated that he would be the first to fall victim to that damned Beastmaster. He was unfamiliar with the opponent's tactics and methods. He had stumbled into a trap. Regret filled the hearts of all 4. If things had gone as planned, their names should have been at the top of that list. They should be the ones basking in glory and acclaim now. Not the remaining 4 on that list. Especially that damned Beastmaster. And it was precisely at that moment. The world before their eyes spun violently. A powerful suction force suddenly gripped their bodies. Their bodies began to convulse violently. When they finally regained consciousness, they found themselves standing in the square. The white mist on the square was dissipating at a visible pace toward the distance. What had once been a unified mass, now that it had dissipated, it seemed to have returned to its source. Not a single trace of mist escaped. One after another, figures materialized upon the square. They stood there, frozen in the very poses they had taken when transported in. Among them were many who had perished within the secret realm. Gazing upon their fallen comrades, even the most obtuse among them, they now understood that this simulated secret realm posed no threat to their physical safety. It was merely that everyone would be teleported out together after its conclusion. And at this moment, only 2.5 hours had passed since they entered the simulated realm. The sky was already tinged with wine-red hues as the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon seeing their teammates, lost and then found again, many burst into tears. Others trembled with emotion. These were the comrades in arms who had journeyed alongside them for days. Now they stood before them once more. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not be thrilled? Among them, Qin Tianke noticed a few hostile glances. It was those 4 who had ambushed him back then. They were now staring at him intently, as if they intended to resume the fight from earlier. But Qin Tianke paid them no mind. To him, these men were mere clowns, possessing some skill yet still lacking in substance. His thoughts were elsewhere now. The 15-year-old prodigy had once told him he could go to the treasure pavilion to find something. That item could help him break through to the 4th tier. They were complete strangers. Yet, this person had gone out of their way to seek him out personally. And without expecting anything in return. Therefore, whether it was true or false, he had to visit the treasure pavilion. Chapter 95, Surprise. As Qin Tianke pondered these thoughts, in the sky above, a solemn voice, beyond description, like the tolling of a great bell, it thundered in his ears. Thunder rolled across the heavens, accompanied by the steady beat of drums. I now announce the top 10 finishers of this speed selection race. First place, Headquarters Squad of the Transferee Alliance, 34 points. Second place, Ouyang Clan Squad, 18 points. Third place, the Nangong Clan Squad, 16 points. Fourth place, Lingyun City Squad, 16 points. The crowd erupted into cheers upon hearing the top 10 teams announced. Among the top 10 teams, 5 of the 6 major clans made the list. 2 of the 3 major factions made the list, along with the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance and the Ling Mountain Squad. The sole exception was the Lingyun City Squad, ranked 4th. This squad managed to secure 4th place and surpass 3 additional families from the 6 great clans, 3 major factions, and the Ling Mountain Squad. This alone demonstrates the sheer terror of this city team, and the sole reason this team achieved such success? Thus, the name Qin Tianke began spreading throughout the city. Nearly all the competitors turned their gaze toward the Lingyun City Squad. Their gazes held envy, admiration, jealousy, and hatred. Yet none of these gazes did not faze the captain. His gaze radiated pure arrogance, as if his achievements were his rightful due. Whispers continued to ripple through the crowd. The Lingyun City Squad's reputation had been firmly established. This squad would likely become a formidable rival in the near future. Many from the 6 great families also turned their gaze toward this team before them. This is one of the few teams that managed to advance with their entire roster intact. Their teamwork and individual skills must be extraordinary. However, this is only the first round of selection. The second and third rounds still lie ahead. This squad still warrants close attention. The Yujincheng Squad. The captain of the Yujingcheng squad cast a glance toward the Lingyanqing squad. His gaze held a hint of appraisal and contemplation. This individual wore a cloak. A silver staff gripped in his hand. Even so, his well-built physique and the aloof aura radiating from within remained undeniable. His gaze lingered briefly on Qin Tianke, then swiftly withdrew. The crowd murmured in discussion. At that moment, the Blood Lord spoke again. This judge declares the speed selection concluded. The second round of selection will commence 1 week from now. With that, the Blood Sovereign turned and vanished from the spot, his crimson dragon body disappearing into thin air. At that moment, the crowd in the square began to disperse in all directions. No spectator, regardless of faction or background, were forbidden from entering the square. This was the competition venue. Only after they had exited could one glimpse the teeming crowds beyond. Many were already frantically seeking autographs from the promising teams, especially the headquarters squad of the Transferee Alliance. This team consistently secured the top spot in the selection rounds. This time was no exception. Thus, the entrance was swarming almost entirely with their mindless, fanatical supporters, chanting the name of every participating member. Qin Tianke and the others followed the prompts. They walked all the way out of the square. It's worth mentioning that this location was quite close to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, only about a 10-minute walk away. Dongjiang Grand Hotel. As soon as Qin Tianke and his group entered the lobby, they saw 2 squads of men standing in orderly formation ahead. These individuals were highly disciplined. They stood silently in place. Yet the imposing presence they commanded plunged the surroundings into a momentary silence and stillness. Observing these figures, Qin Tianke felt a jolt of surprise. He merely glanced over them briefly. Among them were quite a few with 4th-tier cultivation. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed entirely obedient to the 2 women before them. Judging by their attire, the 2 women likely belonged to 2 entirely different factions. One woman stood tall and slender, clad in a cheongsam. Her figure was graceful, with a tear mole beneath her eye. Her delicate oval face was flushed with rosy hues. Every smile and frown radiated boundless charm. A natural seductress, truly a woman who could bring down a nation. The other woman, however, possessed an even more distinctive aura. Her oval face shone with a clear, luminous glow. Yet her appearance was more innocent and pure, seeming like a completely different person from the woman beside her. One possessed innate allure, the other pure innocence. Upon seeing these 2, Lin Nuo beside him stared wide-eyed. These were truly peerless beauties of the highest order. Such a sight was rare indeed. And now there were 2. Seeing Lin Nuo's dazed expression, Su Jia moved away from him in disgust. Qin Tiange's gaze lingered on the pair for a moment before relevant information popped up before his eyes. Shu Qiangwei. Occupation, Beastmaster. Cultivation level, early stage 4. Beasts, 4th tier 9-tailed spirit fox, 3rd tier celestial winged beast, 2nd tier water spirit fairy. Attributes, charm, wind, water. Abilities, fox charm technique, 9-tailed spirit form, swift shadow dash, wind riding flight, sonic shockwave, water spirit body, water control. Just one glance. It nearly sent Qin Tianke reeling. This was the second person he had ever seen, aside from Yang Ruoshi, who possessed such a vast array of abilities. Yang Ruoshi was understandable, after all, she was a dual-class awakened individual. With 2 professions came 6 abilities. That was quite common. But the person before him was also a beastmaster like himself. Yet they commanded 3 beasts. A full 7 abilities. This was the first time Qin Tianke had ever encountered such a situation, and he was naturally astonished. His gaze immediately shifted to the other person. Ouyang Yuqing. Occupation, sword taming, immortal bloodline inheritance. Cultivation level, early stage of the 4th tier. Element, sword. Abilities, sword control technique, 10,000 swords return to the source, extreme shadow chaos swords, heavenly void sword, bloodline seizure. Note, bloodline seizure can be activated through yin-yang union to strip an opponent's bloodline profession. Bloodline inheritance has been completed. Upon seeing the words bloodline seizure, Qin Tiange's heart skipped a beat. What kind of special ability is this? It can actually seize another's bloodline? During yin-yang union? Could it mean engaging in intimate relations, then taking the other person's bloodline and profession? Seeing this annotation, Qin Tiange's mind was filled with confusion. Compared to the former's astonishment, the latter seemed downright terrifying to him. He had never imagined such practitioners existed in this world. But he only glanced at it briefly, and led his squad to sidestep to the side. This group were all 4th tier practitioners, with their strongest member barely reaching 3rd tier. Besides, he didn't believe the other party would come looking for them. His own people wouldn't dare provoke such formidable foes either. The 2 perfectly aligned groups suddenly stirred. But Mr. Qin? Chapter 96, Joint Recruitment. Qin Tianke slowly raised his gaze to meet the others. His eyes held confusion and bewilderment. The visitor wore a qipao, her figure gracefully curved. She stood a few paces before him. Qin Tianke could even catch the faint fragrance emanating from her. It wasn't overpowering, but rather refreshingly pleasant. Xu Qiangwei? The name felt vaguely familiar. But he did recall this opportunity. He studied her closely. It must be said, this woman was truly beautiful. The most striking feature on her body was that pair of almond-shaped eyes. Such eyes were the most beautiful and captivating. The aura she radiated was utterly enchanting. Though Qin Tianke was deeply immersed in cultivation, he had seen his fair share of women. Though she could not compare to the true heavenly beauty he had encountered within the simulated secret realm, her aura possessed a unique charm. It could be said, every inch of this woman radiated an allure beyond ordinary imagination. She was a walking, breathing natural beauty. With her now standing before him, he could no longer feign ignorance. He voiced his confusion. I don't recall ever meeting you. Though impolite, it was understandable. After all, without his system, he wouldn't know the other's name. And mentioning their name now would only risk exposure. That's why he chose this compromise. But no sooner had he finished speaking. Xu Qiangwei covered her mouth with a smile, her eyes sparkling like stars, radiating charm. I forgot to introduce myself. Xu Qiangwei of Qingyun Hall. This is an invitation from my Qingyun Hall. After the selection concludes, I hope Mr. Qin will consider joining our Qingyun Hall. As he looked at the invitation she handed him, fragments of lightning like flashes surged through Qin Tiang's mind. Qingyun Hall? Xu Qiangwei? He remembered. When he first arrived at the hotel, he had researched the major factions within the city. Qingyun Hall, the foremost among the three major factions, had a female junior hall master, none other than the woman standing before him. Her status and standing were extraordinary. As the young master of a hall, and a woman at that, her standing was no less than that of the direct line successors in certain families, and could even rival the young masters of those clans. Such a person had personally delivered an invitation for him? He knew. After each selection phase concluded during the Transferee Alliance trials, it was possible that some of the top-ranked outstanding individuals gain recognition and favor from family factions, and thus accept invitations to serve them. Qin Tianke had always been accustomed to freedom. Even if the person before him personally intervened, would not sway his resolve in the slightest. He clasped his hands in apology and stepped aside. He declined the invitation. So it's the young sect leader. My apologies for not greeting you properly. Please forgive my oversight. Qin Tianke bowed respectfully with clasped fists in apology. Xu Qiangwei still wore a smile. She stepped forward in her high heels. The distance was close enough that Qin Tianke could even see a flash of white light before her. A delicate jade-like hand lifted the hem of his robe, placed the invitation inside. As she withdrew her hand, she gently stroked his abdomen for a moment. Qin Tiang's body trembled slightly as he stumbled back 2 steps. Just as he was about to refuse, a soft, boneless voice drifted over. In that case, I shall have someone come for Mr. Qin at this time tomorrow to accompany him to the Spring Breeze Pavilion for a gathering. These words were an order, not a mere suggestion. With that, she immediately turned and walked away on her high heels. As she departed, her almond-shaped eyes flashed a seductive glance at the belatedly arriving woman from the Ouyang family. A faint, mocking smile played at the corners of her lips. Ouyang's sister, feel free to visit me at Qingyun Hall sometime. Ouyang Yuqing responded with a smile that remained dignified and composed. Certainly. At that moment, she stepped forward, looking at Qin Tianke before her. Her figure and features were utterly different from Xu Qiangwei's moments ago. If the former was a fox reincarnated in human form, then the latter resembled a pure white lotus. There was no trace of impurity about her. Her eyes sparkled like starlight. She radiated a unique aura of innocence. Like a lotus blossom, untainted by the mud, washed by clear water yet not seductive. Ouyang Yuqing gazed at Qin Tianke. Her eyes held a hint of appraisal. Mr. Qin, this is my daughter, Ouyang Yuqing. Here is the invitation from the Ouyang family. Before she could say another word, Qin Tianke bowed and spoke as he had before. Greetings, Miss Ouyang. Qin Tianke did not know this person's identity or status, so he could only address her thus. He looked at the invitation the other was about to hand over. Qin Tiang's eyes flickered, and he did not refuse. Thank you, Miss Ouyang. Seeing his receptive attitude, Ouyang Yuqing was quite satisfied, her face glowing with a warm smile. Alright, since Sister Su has already made plans with Mr. Qin, I'll schedule something with you the day after tomorrow. Huh? Qin Tiang's eyelid twitched involuntarily. What? He hadn't even processed it yet. Ouyang Yuqing then led the people behind her away from the place. Seeing them depart, Lin Nuo and the others approached Qin Tianke with excitement written all over their faces. Holy crap! First Qingyun Hall, then the Ouyang family captain, you've really hit the jackpot. If I'm not mistaken, this is the foremost of the 6 great families, and Qingyun Hall is the foremost of the 3 major powers. In truth, they weren't the only ones thrilled. The others in the main hall were equally thrilled. It began. The moment the Ouyang family and Kinji Untang forces arrived. The atmosphere in the grand hall became oppressively tense. No one dared speak. Fear gripped them all. Among them were numerous city contingents and several high-ranking officials and nobles. And when they saw that the other party had actually extended an invitation to Qin Tianke, speculation began to swirl. Who is this person? I've never heard his name before. Mr. Qin? When did a master surnamed Qin appear in the city? His cultivation is only at the 3rd tier. He must be from one of the city teams, right? Which city's team could possibly have such a powerful fighter? Bro, your intel is way outdated. This Mr. Qin hails from Lingyun City. His full name is Qin Tianke, and he's the captain of Lingyun City's representative squad. He ranks 7th in the top 10 of this speed selection tournament, the only one among the elite 10 not affiliated with the Alliance headquarters, the 6 great families, the 3 great sects, or the 2 mountains. Hearing the explanation from those beside them, they finally understood. Why would the 6 great families and the top 2 factions of the 3 great powers join forces to invite him? With such credentials and skills, combined with his complete lack of background, this man was a hot commodity. Hearing the others' remarks, Qin Tianke said little in response. After storing the 2 invitations in his storage ring, he glanced at the few people beside him. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Before Qin Tianke could finish his sentence, a familiar voice reached his ears. Chapter 97, the second round of selection. Bring them to me. The voice was authoritative and solemn. Uncle Chen. Qin Tianke's heart stirred. He scanned his surroundings. He saw no sign of Uncle Chen. Could it be? He suppressed the thought. Qin Tianke glanced at the others and immediately ordered. Enough of that for now. Let's go. The group bickered and joked their way into the elevator. Watching them depart, many other city teams in the lobby fell into deep thought. Within one team, the captain's expression grew grave as he cautioned the others beside him. Keep a close eye on that team, especially their leader. Word is even Ling Yu fell into his trap. That good-for-nothing Ling Yu didn't even make the top 10, yet he still managed to trip up in the gutter. How utterly foolish. A member beside the captain sneered in disdain. His words were cut short by a sharp rebuke from the captain beside him. Stupid. This man has earned the favor of 2 major factions. If you think you're capable, get those 2 factions to recruit you too. You. The player's words trailed off. Seeing this, the captain sneered twice. Poof. The team member tried to say something more, but no one around him spoke up. He could only swallow his words silently. Watching Qin Tianke and his group depart. Among the crowd, the cloaked woman's eyes flickered. Captain, that Lingyun City team leader is incredibly powerful. Powerful? Could he possibly be as powerful as our captain? Exactly. Our captain ranks higher than him. Plus, our captain is a dual-class transferee. With that kind of background and strength, I don't believe this kid can compare. So what? Don't you think their captain is handsome? The woman's eyes sparkled as she spoke with a hint of infatuation. Overhearing her teammates' conversation, the cloaked woman could no longer contain herself and spoke up slowly. Enough. Let's head back. We need to strategize together for the upcoming team battle. One by one, her teammates fell silent, nodding in unison. In the standard conference room of every city's team headquarters, Qin Tianke stepped inside. The moment he entered, he spotted Uncle Chen, who had been waiting for quite some time. Commander Chen. Old Chen. Old Chen. These 2 forms of address for Chen Xingfeng, representing his status within the 2 factions he belonged to. Commander Chen referred to the 2 individuals from Lingyun City's local faction. Old Chen was used by the 2 from the Transferee Alliance branch. Qin Tianke followed their lead in addressing him. Chen Xingfeng's expression remained as cold as iron as he surveyed the group. After a moment, a faint smile touched his lips. Your performance this time has been commendable. To achieve such results under the siege of these clan forces and other city teams, you've done well. The other 4, rarely hearing praise from this long-renowned elder, wore smiles on their faces. Then, at that moment, his voice paused slightly. But it's not good enough. The credit for this accomplishment rests entirely with your captain. Your own performance has been quite disappointing. Lili. Hearing the sharp reprimand, his body jerked upright and he snapped to attention. Your sword riding technique is unmatched among those at your level. Only a handful could rival you in this skill. With your natural speed, you have every capability to rank among the top 50. But Commander, I can't abandon your teammate? What about him? If he's in danger, can't he crush the water sphere to save himself? For the sake of your friendship, causing the squad to lose a point, do you think that's right? Lili, who had been preparing to argue his case, stiffened and silently lowered his head. Chen Zhengyang. Present. His face was tense, bracing himself for the commander's reprimand. You did well. At a critical moment, you abandoned your teammate's assistance to avoid holding him back. That's commendable. Within these 7 days, perfect a spell for me to enhance your speed. Chen Xingfeng had witnessed every detail of their actions. He naturally witnessed the final moment when Chen Zhengyang told his opponent to ignore him and focus entirely on advancing. Yes. Chen Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jia, Lin Nuo. Master Chen. Chen Qingfeng frowned. He looked at the two of them. His expression was as dark as storm clouds. After a long moment, he finally asked in a drawn-out tone. Do I look that old? The two exchanged glances, confused by his remark. No, not at all. Then that's settled. From now on, call me Commander Chen. Don't be like that dumb fawn of yours. They knew exactly who this foolish deer was. It was the nickname of their division chief. Yes, sir. Lin Nuo said with a grin, but his smile froze instantly. Smile? Smile my ass. You could have split from Su Jia and escaped separately, but you chose to stick with her. Chen Xingfeng spoke, then shifted his tone. You like her, don't you? The senior's abrupt shift in tone left Lin Nuo frozen in place. Once he grasped the implication of those words, his face flushed with panic. Elder, don't say such things. I wouldn't dare. She's so. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough for you? Su Jia's words were sharp and intense. But the moment she finished, she realized what she'd said. Her face flushed crimson, and she looked utterly embarrassed. Qin Tianke and the others exchanged knowing smiles and began teasing her. Ha ha ha. Lin Nuo looked at his longtime friend and swallowed the word beautiful. Su Jia lowered her head, her face flushed crimson. Ha ha ha. Chen Xingfeng wore an amused smile. Ahem, alright then. Following the tradition of every alliance-wide transferee selection, casualties only occur in the final round. For the first 2 rounds, prioritize the team's victory above all else. Yes, sir. The smiles remained on their faces, the atmosphere cheerful. Use these 2 days to rest well, but also strive to enhance your strength and reach the 4th tier as soon as possible. The second round of selection has been finalized, Team Free for All. The Team Free for All consists of 2 parts, individual combat and group combat. The group's expressions turned serious as they braced for what was to come. Individual battles precede team battles, with each team sending 2 fighters. 54 teams, totaling 108 participants, will engage in cross-team combat. First, the 108 competitors will be grouped into teams of 4. The top 4 from each group advance to the next round. Then, they will face off in head-to-head duels to determine the final rankings. The top-ranked individual earns 10 points for their team, second place earns 9 points, third place earns 8 points, and so on. Of course, outstanding performers in the individual battles will also draw attention in the team battles, receiving greater focus and special consideration. However, team battles primarily test coordination among teammates, so there's no need to worry about that aspect. Now, it's time to select the participants for the individual battles from among you. Chapter 98, Selection. The group exchanged glances. With a shared understanding, they stepped back, making room for Qin Tianke. There was no other choice. During these past 2 months of training, Qin Tianke often faced 4 opponents at once. Even when 2 beasts were engaged in combat, he could even turn the tables and kill them repeatedly. They held their own completely. Qin Tianke's participation in the individual battle. He was undoubtedly worthy. Qin Tianke didn't hesitate. In that case, I'll take the individual match. The remaining few began discussing among themselves. As a mage, I have the least advantage in a solo battle, so I won't be participating. Su Jiao was well aware of the mage's disadvantages. In one-on-one combat, mages are most vulnerable to being surrounded, while their magical attacks pack a punch. But the required charging time is far too long. The enemy would never grant her that time. Therefore, if she were to participate, she'd likely be eliminated in the first round. My Bagua Walker isn't suited for solo combat. Bagua Walkers excel at controlling opponents within a team. Therefore, I withdraw. Lin Nuo quickly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of her class. I can take a beating, but just being tough isn't enough. I can't win fights. Chen Zhengyang said, rubbing his head. A simple, honest smile spread across his face. All eyes finally settled on Li Li. A flicker of light danced in Li Li's eyes. He stepped forward and declared in a deep voice. The Sword Immortal excels in single-target combat. Given that, I'll take the second spot. They didn't even need to select members through combat like other teams. After all, during those 2 months prior, they had thoroughly assessed each other's abilities. Thus, they naturally understood who was best suited for battle. Very well. Since that's settled, you 3 may return first. I need to explain the rules to them privately. Yes. The 3 departed. Chen Xingfeng turned to Qin Tianke. He asked, enunciating each word clearly. What mistake did you make during this selection process? Asked by Uncle Chen like this. Qin Tianke felt puzzled, but he still followed his heart's answer. I didn't make any mistakes. Before Qin Tianke could finish, a sharp rebuke cut him off. When you lured that E-tribe into ambushing those people, you should have anticipated that everyone had water balls and could withdraw at any moment. Yet you deliberately ignored that fact. Such a basic mistake shouldn't have happened to you. What clouded your judgment back then? Uncle Chen was truly formidable. Indeed, his eye for detail is sharp. Qin Tianke instantly recalled the events that had unfolded. He couldn't help but marvel at the other's alertness. None of the opponents I've faced before had the habit of crushing the water ball, so you just assumed they wouldn't crush the water ball, abandon their dignity, and admit defeat? Wrong. Dead wrong. This is the mistake you absolutely should not have made. At best, it's carelessness. But at worst, what do you call it? Arrogance. The first 2 rounds of selection won't result in casualties among you. But the 3rd round is especially crucial. If something were to happen to you then, how could I ever face your father? How could I ever explain it to your mother? Qin Tianke suddenly understood. He finally understood why the other man was so furious. Though Uncle Chen remained as stern as ever. His intentions were for my own safety. A wave of warmth washed over Qin Tianke's heart. Uncle Chen, I know I was wrong. Uncle Chen? Li Li's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Qin Tianke's identity was so extraordinary. Calling Commander Chen Uncle Chen. This was the first time he'd learned of their relationship. Previously, he had only heard of the man because he had been recommended by the military. So he might have a closer relationship with this Commander Chen. After all, the other party had never mentioned his connection to Commander Chen. And who would have thought there was any connection between them? Chen Qingfeng calmed his inner turmoil. He patted Qin Tianke on the shoulder. His tone was filled with genuine concern as he spoke each word. You must be more careful. Your shoulders bear not only vengeance, but also the weight of the future. During the individual battles, don't act recklessly. You must proceed with caution. Hearing these words, Qin Tianke nodded silently. At that moment, Chen Qingfeng turned his gaze to the figure beside Qin Tianke. He took a step forward. His aura surged violently, unleashing a peculiar pressure that crushed down abruptly. The incident occurred suddenly. Li Li could only passively brace against this overwhelming pressure descending from above. Penetrating every pore, overwhelming and tyrannical. It violently battered his body. In the blink of an eye, Li Li was drenched in sweat, enduring the torment with agonized resignation. Chen Qingfeng watched him. His eyes held no emotion whatsoever. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly difficult to conceal. With a flick of his wrist, the overwhelming pressure that had filled the air instantly dissipated. Li Li felt the pressure lift. His body staggered. Staggering unsteadily, his clothes drenched in sweat, he looked up at the other man. His mind was filled with confusion and bewilderment. But he dared not say much. This was the commander after all. Whatever he did had its reasons. Chen Qingfeng reached out, and in his hand, he now held a parchment scroll. Take this sword manual to practice. Try to gain some insight within 7 days. Qin Tianke watched the scene unfold. A gleam shimmered in his eyes. The system promptly activated. It scanned Chen Qingfeng's body. And astonishingly, it detected no information whatsoever. A blank slate? Chen Qingfeng. Occupation, UXGX. YBXFBCH. This wasn't the first time Qin Tianke had seen garbled information. This meant the system couldn't identify the strength of the person before him. That meant Uncle Chen's cultivation level was at least 5th tier. Or even beyond the 5th tier. Come to think of it, that made sense. They all addressed each other as commander. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Qin Tianke had never imagined he would use the system to probe Uncle Chen. Now it seemed this Uncle Chen was far more complex than he had imagined. Yes, Commander. Thank you. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Chen Qingfeng's lips. Yet beneath that smile lay a hint of smug satisfaction. As if concealing something. In individual combat, you two must be vigilant. You may find yourselves facing each other as opponents at any moment. If teammates face each other, show no mercy. Giving your all is the true respect you owe your opponent. The individual battle rosters for other city teams haven't been released yet. Once that information is announced, I'll inform you. For now, go back and rest. Yes, sir. But Qin Tianke didn't rush off. Instead, he stood there quietly. Li Li began to speculate about Qin Tianke's actions. As the door closed, he caught sight of what Qin Tianke had taken from his bosom. He didn't deliberately linger. He never pried into others' affairs. Only one thought occupied his mind. Insight. Chapter 99, Better Safe Than Sorry. Hurried back to contemplate. Even if he had only glimpsed that sword manual once, he could sense a glimmer of opportunity for breakthrough. This sword manual was crucial to him. Perhaps he truly had a chance to break through to the 4th tier within this 7-day deadline through the sword manual. Shin Tianke took out the 2 invitations he had been keeping in his robe all along and handed them to the other person. Uncle Chen, these. Chen Xingfeng didn't even glance at the invitations. He continued speaking without pause. The 6 great families are deeply entrenched powers in the main city, with long histories and formidable strength. They maintain intricate, inseparable ties with the Alliance headquarters. Any scion of these families commands reverence and respect within the city. This stems both from the deeds of their ancestors and their own inherent capabilities. Among the 6 great clans, the Ouyang family stands as the foremost, naturally ranking first in both heritage and clan strength. Chen Xingfeng recalled a rumor. It said that their family possesses a unique ability. During the union of yin and yang, they can seize the bloodline and profession of their partner and pass it on to the next generation. Of course, this ability remains mere rumor. No one has ever witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, every generation of the Ouyang family has been endowed with extraordinary talents. Chen Xingfeng spoke as he walked. Before he knew it, he had arrived before the enormous blueprint hanging in the conference room. This was the map of the Alliance's main city. The area was densely packed with countless buildings. The area was vast beyond measure. It was roughly divided into 7 sections. Each section bore the name of its ruling faction. The 6 great families are said to have territories, but in reality, they're merely given areas to manage. The 3 great powers possess no territories of their own. Their headquarters are all established within the territories of families with whom they maintain close ties. But their branches are everywhere. They even surpass the branches of the 6 great families. Among them, Chen Xingfeng pointed to a spot on the map. Qingyun Hall emerged latest among the 3 major factions, yet achieved the greatest prominence. Rumors suggest they have deep connections with a high-ranking official at the Transferee Alliance headquarters, while others claim they are backed by an immensely powerful entity. But regardless of which is true, one thing is undeniable: this faction is immensely powerful. The final moment hasn't arrived yet, so it's impossible to determine which side you'll join. With alliance policies in place, they dare not act rashly. Here, being unfamiliar with the place, you can use this to intimidate lesser opponents. Receiving such a response from the other party, Shin Tianke immediately nodded his thanks. Thank you, Uncle Chen. I'll head back now. Go ahead. As Shin Tianke departed, Chen Xingfeng remained seated, sipping his tea in solitude. His gaze drifted off into the distance. As if lost in thought, he murmured to himself. Brother, back when you were in the first round of selection, it seems you only received an invitation from one family, right? Ha, truly the pupil surpassing the master. Inside the room, Shin Tianke sat cross-legged. A faint, undulating blue lotus light shimmered around his body. The light surged, seemingly gradually altering everything on his body's surface. At that moment, within his consciousness space, in the pitch-black darkness where one could not see their hand before their eyes, countless slender threads, like wandering serpents, madly converging toward the seed suspended in the air. The blue lotus seed, formed from condensed spiritual energy, was now gradually approaching perfection. Though no larger than a fingernail, the spiritual energy it contained was unprecedentedly powerful. If the seed formed earlier was merely planted, this one now showed signs of sprouting. Within the pitch-black void, countless scattered energies began to coalesce continuously. Then they poured into the seed, causing them to manifest signs of sprouting. As the power gathered frantically, the essence within the seed seemed to surge forth in tandem with this energy, until a sharp crack echoed through the void. What shattered was not the seed's shell, but the pitch-black void surrounding it. The dark void shattered like a lens at that moment, forming a clear pool of water. Within the pool, the water was crystal clear to the bottom. The seed lay buried at the bottom of the pool, washed by the silt. The seed's radiance grew ever brighter. It seemed only a matter of time before it would break free from its shell. A piercing light erupted from Qin Tiang's pupils. His eyes burned with intensity. His aura surged upward in that instant. The azure light surrounding him retracted infinitely into his dantian, then vanished entirely within the dantian, as if it had journeyed to some unknown place. With a flicker of his mind, a detailed panel appeared before his eyes. Shin Tianke. Occupation, Hell Calamity Beastmaster. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Beasts, 3rd tier 10,000-headed Ghost Mastiff, 2nd tier Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Abilities, Resurrection of the Dead, Beast Conversion, Dark Undead. Mental Power, 60-61. Shin Tiang's eyes lit up. He was beyond excited. Had he already met the requirement of 60 mental power points? Without realizing it, he had actually cultivated his mental power to 61 points. It seemed he was now ready to attempt breaking through to the 4th tier at any moment. He had a premonition: once he broke through to the 4th tier, the seed formed from his spiritual energy would sprout, growing into the so-called Blue Lotus. That would signify the success of his cultivation. He felt the abundant power surging within his body. Shin Tiang's heart leapt with excitement. Only after a beast master breaks through to the 4th tier, Can a Beastmaster achieve breakthrough through natural accumulation? Lao He had been stuck at the 3rd tier for a long time, unable to break through due to limitations in his spiritual power. Now, the opportunity to break through to the 4th tier lay before him. If he could break through to the 4th tier now, in the individual battles days hence, and even the team battles beyond, he could lead his team to greater heights. How could he not be thrilled? How could he not be thrilled? However, as Qin Tianke prepared to make his breakthrough, a sudden flash of insight erupted in his mind. He couldn't help but halt his attempt to break through. The power that had been gathering around him also halted at that very moment. He was now just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, but he recalled the words spoken by that prodigy long ago. His profession was a brilliant star collector. Though he didn't know what special effects this profession entailed, he could foresee the future, and had gone to great lengths to meet him, simply to inform him of his breakthrough. Though he couldn't fathom the man's true intentions, such sincerity was impossible to dismiss. Now, 60 points of mental power was sufficient. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see what exactly was the function of that thing the other party had mentioned. Even if it proved useless, he could break through to the 4th tier at any moment now. Better safe than sorry. Chapter 100, The Treasure Pavilion. Alliance Capital City. Its footprint was immense. Nearly 3 to 4 times the size of an ordinary city. Its population numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Beyond the dwellings for daily residents, it primarily features entertainment districts. Take the 9 flower streets, exclusive to the Western District. This place was a haven for those seeking blossoms and willows. It served as a rare source of pleasure for the city's common folk, while also being a place of leisure and amusement for the nobility and high officials. When it comes to the most imposing and recognizable structures within the Alliance's capital city, the Treasure Pavilion would undoubtedly rank among them. This Treasure Pavilion, even its exterior alone, is exceptionally unique. It is an ancient-style pavilion, constructed from the finest golden threaded embroidered wood. This wood is sold by the gram. Each gram commands a value of hundreds of Alliance coins. The entire Treasure Pavilion is constructed entirely from this golden threaded embroidered wood. Its value alone makes it the most expensive structure in the entire Alliance capital city. Its exorbitant cost stands in stark contrast to its surroundings. This has given rise to numerous rumors. Some say this place originated from an ancient ruin, but it was forcibly relocated here by someone with immense power. That's why it looks so out of place. Others claim it was painstakingly constructed by a high-ranking Alliance official as a money-making scheme. Regardless of the explanation, it all adds to the place's profound mystery. Treasure Pavilion. Gazing upon the 3 golden characters gleaming on the plaque, Qin Tiang's heart stirred. Though the surrounding area was filled with places of ill repute, but this Treasure Pavilion truly held immense value. A system prompt popped into his eyes. Item: gold-threaded embroidered wood. Grade: common. Attributes: capable of surviving in diverse environments, resistant to decay for over a century. This single attribute alone was enough to make it rare. A century without decay, and this was merely the most common variety of golden silk embroidered wood. It's hard to imagine. If it were elite grade or perfect grade golden silk embroidered wood, how incredibly precious would it be? Qin Tianke had heard of it. Its price was astronomical. He never expected the treasure vault to be so generous. Qin Tianke had already inquired about it before coming. This place could be described as a gathering spot for dignitaries and nobles. After all, the sums spent here were astronomical. Even a single item easily cost tens of thousands of Alliance coins. Such extravagant spending not only brought immense profits to the Treasure Pavilion, but also spread its name far and wide. Thus, its fame spread far and wide. Therefore, Jubao Pavilion can be said to represent, to a certain extent, a landmark structure of the Western District. The threshold of this Treasure Pavilion is not guarded by human sentinels. Instead, 2 imperial beasts stand guard. These guardian beasts resemble a fusion of lions and tigers. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, their bodies radiate brilliant golden light, as if forged from solid gold. They stood there, glaring with fury. Their gaze radiated majestic solemnity, emanating a profound aura. Beast: Golden Gate Guardian. Grade: common. Attribute: guardian. Cultivation level: tier 3. Description: the ultimate choice for guarding homes and estates, capable of protecting a 3-mile radius around the residence. Holy moly! Even the guardian beast guarding the main gate is a 3rd-tier cultivation. Qin Tianke whistled in admiration. No wonder they say this place, in some respects, isn't much different from a den of iniquity. Even the gatekeeper alone is extraordinary. The guardian beast's cultivation levels were nearly on par with his own. However, when 2 beast tamers of equal strength face off, the outcome depends not only on their control but also heavily on the beast's rank. Beyond the handler's skill, it largely depends on the beast's rank. Even with equal cultivation levels, If one's grade is just one rank higher than the opponent's, it can forcibly crush its opponent. Even if one's cultivation is one tier higher, the chasm in grade remains unbridgeable, resulting in a stalemate. If the grade is 2 tiers higher, then it can be forcibly slain across tiers. The grade of the beast determines the upper limit, while raw strength only determines the lower limit. Shin Tian-Kei showed no sign of fear. He strode right in. The 2 golden guardian beasts gave him a cursory glance before resuming their sentry duty. Their duty was solely to inspect threats appearing at the entrance. Internal matters were handled by the overseers. The moment Shin Tian-Kei stepped inside, he was immediately stunned by the opulence within. Every item in this place triggered relevant explanations from the system. It was truly a treasure trove in every sense of the word. No wonder it was called the Treasure Pavilion. No sooner had he entered than a servant approached him. The attendant addressed him with utmost respect. "Sir, employee number 9507 is here to assist you." Shin Tian-Kei glanced at him. Even this servant possessed second-tier cultivation. Indeed, this place was extraordinary. He quickly scanned his surroundings. He asked casually, "This is my first time here. Could you give me a quick rundown?" "Sure thing." The attendant felt a surge of pride, puffing out his chest and speaking with confidence. "Sir, our treasure pavilion is renowned for its treasures. We both acquire and sell treasures here. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to buy and sell treasures. The first is the free market, where you can freely pick out what you want or sell what you have. As long as the price is right and both parties agree, the transaction is complete. However, once the item leaves the counter, we assume no responsibility regardless of authenticity. The second is through auctions. Our treasure pavilion holds an auction once a month, and this month's event begins in just 2 days. If you wish to attend, sir, I can reserve a spot for you." However, noticing the other's gesture, Shin Tian-Kei nodded. "How much?" It seems you truly don't understand our rules here. The treasure pavilion requires a minimum expenditure of 100,000 alliance coins. 100,000 alliance coins? That could buy a large villa even in their own Lingyun city. Well, that's within expectations. Shin Tian-Kei nodded. "Take me to the free market." He retrieved 2 100 denomination alliance coin notes from his storage ring. The young shop assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. You see? In their world, tips and gratuities existed. It all depended entirely on the customer's mood. Though the man before him was a first-time visitor, his demeanor was nothing like that of the nouveau riche. He carried himself with remarkable restraint. The alliance-wide transferee selection tournament had commenced during this period. Given his cultivation level and age, it was likely he must be a participant in the alliance's selection process. Even if he didn't possess great wealth, the power behind him was a city. Having spent years navigating the underbelly of this world, he'd honed a keen eye for judging people. He had his own theories and assessments about everyone. Among the patrons he'd encountered, only the wealthy playboys chasing women. He'd only seen such extravagant spending among wealthy playboys chasing women. Yet this man showed little interest in gold or silver treasures. He seemed to regard money as dirt. "This way, sir." The attendant led Shin Tian-Kei away from the place with a cheerful smile. Chapter 101, Reunion with Yang Ming. Free Trade Zone. Along the way, Shin Tian-Kei finally understood. This wasn't some treasure pavilion at all. It was clearly a treasure basin, right? This place was nothing like what he'd seen outside. From the outside, it appeared no larger than a single pavilion. Yet inside, it contained boundless space. It feels more like the skyscrapers I'd built in my past life. Each floor is absurdly huge. Behind it stood several more buildings. All were treasure halls. He now stood beneath the second building. The young servant had been chattering incessantly all along, explaining everything to Shin Tian-Kei. Ever since he'd pulled out those coins, the boy seemed even more eager and excited. Shin Tian-Kei didn't mind. To him, anything money could handle was no big deal. After all, he had more than enough wealth on him. Of course, these things weren't his own. They were dropped by the villains he had slain. Each of those villains was a robber and plunderer. Naturally, they carried no small amount of gold, silver, and treasures. How many villains had he slain along his journey? And thus, he possessed the treasures of that many souls. The combined wealth of these individuals was already sufficient to rival the total assets of any ordinary family within the Alliance headquarters. Thus, when Shin Tian-Kei flung money about, he did so without a care in the world. "Sir, our treasure pavilion consists of 3 buildings. The first one, which you just saw, caters to casual visitors. These casual visitors just wander around occasionally, browse, but never buy anything. The second building houses our free trade market. You can find anything here if you can imagine it, we have it." As he spoke, the attendant's voice suddenly grew huskier. He whispered softly beside Shin Tian-Kei. "Even if you wish to buy or sell beasts, we can accommodate that as well." Seeing the other party's lack of interest in the topic, The young servant cleverly shifted the conversation again. May I ask what the gentleman seeks to purchase this time? Our free trade district has clear divisions of labor. The first and second floors sell weapons, the third and fourth floors sell medicinal herbs, and the fifth and sixth floors feature rare treasures. Take me to the third and fourth floors. Seeing the customer was buying into his pitch, the attendant promptly led the way ahead. We no longer spoke much along the way. Instead, they exchanged only the occasional word. He knew this was a wealthy man, and he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. He had to curry favor thoroughly. The moment Qin Tianke stepped inside the building, he saw the crowd conducting transactions within. Though it was called a building, but it resembled a street market more than anything. Every inch of the floor was covered in stalls. Some vendors even carried their wares tucked inside their clothes. When customers approached, they'd pull back their clothes to reveal the merchandise. Qin Tianke watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This truly was a free trade zone, far too free. But those people were only carrying small items. There were weapons that could extend and grow larger. Others were high-tech weapons capable of firing lasers. This world's development encompassed both cold weapons, alongside advanced technological arms. It was a mixed bag, with everything imaginable. Qin Tianke had long since grown accustomed to such sights. After hastily traversing 2 floors, he reached the 3rd floor. The moment he stepped in, Qin Tianke immediately detected a distinctly different atmosphere. Even the air itself was permeated with the fragrant scent of medicinal herbs. This area was equally vast. Besides the main hall, there were 2 subsidiary halls. Qin Tianke walked along. He began searching for the medicinal herbs he desired. With the system at his disposal, he could freely access detailed information about each herb, including its age and medicinal properties. Dragon grass flower. Description: an herb formed after being tainted by dragon blood. Contains extremely low levels of dragon blood, offering some benefit in activating dragon blood within pythons and other beasts. Age: 10 years. Condition: withered. This plant, resembling some sort of animal's claw, appeared somewhat withered and thin. Even when dug from the soil, these spiritual herbs and medicines can endure for an exceptionally long time. Evidently, this dragon grass flower had been stored for an exceptionally long time, hence its withered state. Qin Tianke continued searching other stalls. However, none of the next few stalls had what he was looking for. His expression grew noticeably colder. He then proceeded to walk forward. The young servant followed behind him. He dared not urge him on, nor did he dare say much. Suddenly, the man ahead halted his steps. The servant, caught off guard, bumped into him. Realizing his mistake too late, he hastily bowed respectfully. Before he could speak, the other person spoke first. Do you know herbs? The servant nodded repeatedly. I know a little. Do you know of the star soul herb? The words hung heavy in the air, instantly silencing the once bustling atmosphere of the side hall. Everyone turned their heads toward Qin Tianke. Their gazes were like staring at a monster. Not only that, even the servant's eyes betrayed astonishment. Noticing the stares around him, Qin Tianke felt no discomfort whatsoever, only a hint of puzzlement. Young man, why would you be so desperate as to seek out the star soul herb? That thing grows in the meteorite lands, exists in extremely limited quantities, and possesses potent hallucinogenic effects. Who'd have thought someone so young would be so reckless, seeking death like this? Hearing these half-informed explanations, Qin Tianke's puzzled expression grew even more solemn. Oh? Seems you truly don't know, young man. As he spoke, an elderly man stepped forward. He began explaining to Qin Tianke. This star soul herb is an exceptionally rare medicinal plant. It cannot be cultivated artificially and exists only in meteorite lands, places where shooting stars have fallen. That place contains rare extraterrestrial substances that infect the surrounding weeds. Among countless infected weeds, only one may possess the star soul state. Hence, it is called star soul grass. This herb possesses potent hallucinogenic effects, easily leading those with weak resolve astray. Despite its significant drawbacks, it offers immense benefits and convenience for certain beast masters, especially those who command dark attributed beasts. It can even enhance their cultivation. Is your beast, young man, perhaps of this type? Qin Tianke remained puzzled after hearing the elder's initial explanation. Why would Yang Ming deceive him? Hearing these later words, he relaxed a little. The fact that the other party had noticed his beast riding ability didn't surprise him. After all, he had emerged from the darkness back then. Anyone with half a brain could have guessed. Qin Tianke remained silent, effectively acknowledging the truth. The side hall gradually returned to its usual bustle. Yet the gazes of those present still lingered on Qin Tianke. They seemed astonished by this young man's beast-taming abilities. But at that very moment, Qin Tianke's gaze caught sight of a figure standing beside the staircase. The figure held a folding fan in hand, dressed in an extremely flamboyant manner. Large sunglasses covered their face. Surprisingly, it didn't seem out of place with the rest of their attire. 2 magicians stood behind them. Such an entourage. Qin Tianke had only witnessed once before in the simulated realm. He recognized the man before him. Chapter 102, Star Soul Grass. Xian Yun Tower. The night stretched out beyond the window, though this vantage point offered little of the outside scenery. This pavilion was not particularly tall. Yet from here, one could look out. A cluster of low-rise buildings came into view. The night glows with brilliant lights. Numerous patrol teams could be seen flying low overhead. And at the farthest edge of sight, a tower stands tall amidst the night. Though not exceptionally tall, it radiated an aura of malevolence, as if it could connect heaven and earth. Hiss. That place. Qin Tianke sensed a familiar aura within that tower. That feeling was indescribable. As if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were being released from within, ceaselessly devouring everything around it. In a daze, everything before his eyes abruptly shifted. From the tower, endless crimson spread outward into the distance. In an instant, it destroyed and devoured the world before his eyes. An endless, surging sea of blood rolled toward them from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it reached his very presence. The sea of blood seemed poised to engulf him at any moment. So close was the distance that he could even smell the thick, pungent stench of blood permeating the air. Qin Tianke couldn't help but tense up. At that moment, a faint, piercing sound echoed in his ears. Break! The moment the words left his lips, everything around him vanished in an instant. As if the sea of blood that had been drawing near from afar had merely been a figment of his imagination. The scene before his eyes remained as harmonious and perfect as it had been at the very beginning. Staring at this bizarre spectacle, Qin Tianke turned to look at Yang Ming, who had spoken earlier. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes. That is the Slaughter Tower, also known as the Black Tower. It's the sole forbidden zone within the city, a place untouchable by the 6 great families and the 3 major factions. Every year, numerous members from the 6 great families and 3 major factions, along with powerful outsiders, come to challenge it. Yang Ming sipped his tea indifferently. His face bore a depth and contemplation uncharacteristic of his age. Those who come to the Black Tower for trials either fall victim to its blood sea, suffering broken limbs at best, severed meridians at worst. Or they become corrupted by the blood sea, transformed into killing machines. Or assimilated by the blood sea, becoming guardians of the Black Tower. What you witnessed earlier was the aura the Black Tower projected outward. It's called the blood sea consciousness. Yang Ming looked at the other person, his eyes shimmering with a hint of profound meaning. To perceive the blood sea's consciousness, you are no ordinary man. At the very least, it proves you now possess the qualifications to venture into the Black Tower. As he spoke, Yang Ming murmured to himself. Time and again, those challengers falsely claimed to have seen the Black Tower. Death or injury awaited them. That was the fate of most. Black Tower? Qin Tianke heard the name of this tower for the very first time. Back when he first entered this place, he had glimpsed the Black Tower from afar. But back then, he'd been in a hurry to press on, so he hadn't paid it much mind. Now, as he settled his mind to fully appreciate the Alliance's nightscape, he finally noticed what set this tower apart. The surging sea of blood seemed poised to consume him. As if an ancient, murderous intent had descended. Is there something special about that Black Tower? He felt a familiar aura emanating from the tower. Familiar. As if he had seen it somewhere before. But he just couldn't place it. The Black Tower is indeed unique. Its origins remain unknown. Some say it was created by a 10th-tier being. Others claim it was left behind by the few powerful beings who existed at the dawn of the Alliance as a trial to be overcome. Regardless of the theory, the Black Tower remains profoundly mysterious. Those who have attempted its trials have revealed that it contains only 10 floors. Those who conquer all 10 floors are granted the title of Duke by the Alliance headquarters. Yet throughout history, those who have conquered all 10 floors are exceedingly rare. Since the Alliance's founding, only 13 individuals have achieved this feat. Each of these individuals made indelible contributions to the Alliance. Of the 13 who conquered the Black Tower, only 3 remain in this world. A nostalgic look spread across Yang Ming's face. The most recent one conquered it just 20 years ago. You've met that person. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke suddenly recalled something. He asked uncertainly. You mean the Blood Sovereign? That's correct. The Blood Sovereign conquered the Black Tower 20 years ago and was bestowed the title of Sovereign. Qin Tianke finally understood why he had sensed a familiar aura amidst all this. The Blood Lord's aura of slaughter back then had left a deep impression on him. Qin Tianke didn't dwell on it further, instead fixing his gaze on the other man. He asked, enunciating each word clearly. You mentioned Star Soul Grass could aid my beast taming, yet there's nowhere to buy it here. Could it be you're merely toying with me? Yang Ming's smile remained unchanged. Ha, of course. Star Soul Grass originates from the meteorite lands. It's impossible to find in ordinary places. But as luck would have it, I happen to have one right here. Yang Ming flipped his palm. A small, ghostly blue plant suddenly appeared in his palm. The plant was no larger than the palm of a hand. Its entire body was a deep blue, with distinct roots and stems. A faint blue glow of firefly light swirled around it, like stars circling around it. Moreover, faint, shadowy figures could be discerned flickering around the plant, their presence both real and illusory. Qin Tian glanced over it. The system activated. Spirit plant, star soul grass. Attributes, illusion, darkness. Current state, fresh. Description, born in meteorite-strewn lands, possesses potent hallucinogenic effects. Demands harsh growing conditions, is extremely difficult to harvest, has a short shelf life, and exists in limited quantities. Disappointed I couldn't find it myself. This star soul herb, named for its celestial essence, yet it lacks even the most fundamental starlight attribute. Instead, it possesses both darkness and illusion attributes. Whether in cultivation, harvesting, or storage, is exceptionally difficult. No wonder I never saw it. What conditions? He's no little cutie. Since the other party brought it up like that, they clearly wanted something in return. Qin Tian wasn't one to play dumb. He cut straight to the chase. Haha, I do enjoy doing business with straightforward people. Should you ever come across any precious life-prolonging elixirs in the future, kindly set some aside for me. Qin Tian looked at the other person, his gaze unusually serious for the first time. After all, the young Ming before him was only 15, a youth in the prime of his life. Why would he seek life-prolonging medicine? This was highly unusual. Could it be his profession? In this world, he had only encountered two other class changers with abilities related to foreseeing the future. One was Lin Nuo, and the other was the person before him now. However, Lin Nuo's profession could only make predictions and inferences through the method of divining spirits through the 8 trigrams. The man before him, however, possessed the ability of divination. What difference could there be between these two abilities? Could it be that one consumes lifespan? Qin Tian was puzzled, noticing the 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Chapter 103, Mystery. But isn't this kind of losing deal a bit unfair to you? Qin Tian was somewhat perplexed. Throughout his journey, he had encountered countless spiritual treasures and artifacts. If he had to name the most precious one, it would have to be the 9,000 years bestowed upon him by that manager. The 9,000 years bestowed upon him by that manager. Ha ha. Yang Ming let out a bitter laugh. An inexplicable sense of world weariness, far beyond his years, suddenly welled up within him. As if the person before him were an ancient elder. Consider it an investment on my part. Hearing this, Qin Tian asked with a hint of speculation. I wonder how the 9,000 years would fare. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yang Ming's eyes widened in shock, his expression turning agitated. His Excellency the Ninth? This was the first time Qin Tian had ever seen him in such a state. Though they hadn't spent much time together, Qin Tian had always perceived him as a refined gentleman. Yet now, this scene unfolded before him. Ahem. Brother Qin, you may not know this, but the 9,000 years is an extremely precious creature. It was born on the vast and desolate grasslands of silence, a place surrounded by natural hazards like the meteorite fields, the storm sand eyes, and the sea of fire and clouds. Yang Ming regained his initial composure. Yet his neck flushed crimson, his expression agitated. The Great Wasteland Silent Grasslands, as its name suggests, boasts an extremely harsh environment with unpredictable weather, unsuitable for human survival. Yet it nurtures a unique form of life known as the wasteland spirit. Wasteland spirits thrive amidst these 4 natural perils. Most of the innate spiritual creatures and plants you know, Brother Qin, originate from these 4 perilous realms. Among them is the 9,000-year-old you mentioned, Brother Qin. The origin of the 9,000 years name is quite telling. 9,000, just one step further and it becomes 10,000. Qin Tian understood. So that was it? Very well. I agree. Qin Tian didn't hesitate. He immediately accepted the star soul grass. I look forward to Brother Qin achieving even greater success in the upcoming competitions. Qin Tian returned the gesture with a clasped fist. I'll take your good wishes then. Good luck, Brother Yang. The moment the other party departed, the male mage could no longer contain himself. I really don't understand, Xiao Ming. Why are you so determined to help him advance his cultivation? Isn't this just adding to our team's burden? Brother Qi, this is an investment. While it carries risks, I see it as a surefire win-win. Yang Ming gazed in the direction the other had departed. A rare depth and calculation flickered in his eyes. You don't understand. This guy is the most extraordinary person I've ever encountered. There's a peculiar haze around him that obscures his true form as if something of a higher order is shrouding him. I can't see through his body, but I'm certain there's a power within him that even I can't fathom. Perhaps he can help me break this curse. At the mention of the word curse, Yang Ming's expression darkened unconsciously. A hint of regret flickered across his face. Seeing this, the other 2 were about to speak. But they quickly recalled his profession. The words caught in their throats, ultimately transforming into looks of regret. To outsiders, breaking through to the third tier at 15. Perhaps destined for boundless potential in the future. But they were teammates. And they knew the fatal flaw inherent in his profession. Yang Ming's heart stirred. Perhaps this person truly deserved his trust? On the other side, Qin Tianke, however, was quite excited. In his view, this star soul grass should be able to help him enhance his spiritual power. Or perhaps a valuable item to break through a bottleneck. Beyond the growth conditions mentioned earlier in the system, the star soul grass possessed additional effects. If consumed by ordinary people, it would plunge them into an illusionary realm from which escape would be difficult. They could either awaken through sheer willpower or sink into it, losing consciousness. Another effect was its ability to enhance the cultivation of dark attribute beast tamers to a certain extent. Dark attribute beasts are the most unique among all tamed creatures. There are numerous types, such as undead beasts and specter beasts. Generally speaking, beasts typically require forces or herbs aligned with their attributes to enhance their power. Clearly, the star soul herb is the most suitable medicinal herb for Old Black. It could even be used for Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin hasn't broken through to the third tier yet. Spending an entire star soul herb just for Xiao Jin's breakthrough would be rather costly. Moreover, the overall boost to his own strength wouldn't be significant. While Xiao Jin's enhanced power might help him fend off beast masters of the same tier. But if Old Black's strength increased, it would make her the third-fourth tier beast tamer among the current contestants. In that case, his odds of winning would be overwhelmingly high. Moreover, the next phase is the individual battles. These battles would be a pure test of individual skill, so he needed to focus his development in that area. Qin Tiang's face was filled with exhilaration. Unconsciously, excitement clouded his judgment. When he finally came to his senses, he realized he had somehow strayed off course. This main city is countless times larger than their Lingyun city. Moreover, the streets were labyrinthine and confusing. When they tried to use communication devices to search, they found no signal. There was nothing to be done. This place was simply too vast. Sometimes the signal inevitably weakens. The surrounding buildings were all identical. He couldn't find a way out. Qin Tianke could only ask for directions while slowly feeling his way out. He searched at a leisurely pace, slowly searching for an exit. But in the very next moment, an unusual sight appeared before his eyes. A vast, mottled mirror, reflecting layers of light. The lake shimmered with rippling waves, reflecting a full moon. And around it, the chorus of fireflies could be heard. The lake's surface reflected the full moon in the sky. Where the water shimmered, it resembled a scattering of twinkling stars. This is Star Moon Lake. If he remembered correctly, this was also the only lake within the city. Situated at the junction of the western and southern districts, it also served as a significant landmark dividing the two districts. How did he end up here? Qin Tianke was somewhat surprised. But just as he was about to step away, he suddenly spotted a figure standing beside Star Moon Lake. The figure stared at the lake, seemingly lost in thought. Judging by the silhouette, it was a woman. Qin Tianke stared at the figure for a moment. Doubt arose in his mind. He felt he had seen her somewhere before. But he couldn't quite place it. Perhaps she was one of the contestants this time around? He didn't pay much attention. Once he reached Star Moon Lake, he'd know which way to go. After all, most buildings in the West District looked exactly the same. Only a few landmark structures could guide him out. And the very spot where that graceful figure stood by the lake was the very path he must take to return to the Dongjiang Hotel. Qin Tianke hurried along, passing right by her side. A gentle breeze brushed his face. For some reason, Qin Tianke instinctively glanced behind him. Chapter 104, Moonlit Encounter. Years later, Qin Tianke couldn't fathom what had possessed him back then. Perhaps the breeze had blown dust into his eyes, or maybe he felt a sense of familiarity with this person and wanted to take a closer look. The moment he turned his head, he saw that breathtaking profile. Now, seeing that face again, his heart trembled involuntarily. Too beautiful. Such beauty could truly be called beyond compare. Truly, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Qin Tianke found himself staring blankly once more. And the person who could make him lose his composure like this. From the day he was born until now. Only the captain of Yujing City, Yang Ruoshi, whom he had encountered at the selection point. As if sensing his gaze, her long hair swayed gracefully, its clear light shimmering. A pair of starry eyes fixed upon him. Stared at by those pupils. Qin Tianke didn't know how long he'd been frozen in place. Only when the other called out several times did he snap back to reality. Qin Tianke snapped back to his senses. Realizing his own indiscretion once more. His face flushed crimson. This one is Qin Tianke. Before he could finish speaking, the other had already approached from the lakeside. Only then did Qin Tianke notice. The newcomer wore a white dress. Her long hair was pulled into a high ponytail. Her delicate, unadorned face radiated an air of aloofness. She was tall for a woman. At 5 feet 7 inches, she carried the dress with ease, and it didn't feel out of place at all. Unconsciously, it even accentuated her aura with a touch of fresh elegance, making her appear quite extraordinary. The other person suddenly spoke. I've long heard of Mr. Chen's reputation. To see 2 major factions vying for you today, truly, your abilities are extraordinary. He detected a hint of mockery in the words. Chen Tianke gave a wry chuckle. Miss Yang, you flatter me. As the only dual-class transferee in this era, your reputation is hardly inferior to mine. Upon hearing this, the other party remained silent. She simply stared at him. The two fell into a tense standoff. It was unclear who broke the silence. A voice drifted out slowly. Mr. Chen, are you heading back? Chen Tianke didn't answer but instead asked in turn. Would Miss Yan like to join us? Please. The two walked together. The distance to the Dongjiang Hotel still took over 10 minutes. Along the way, they chatted sporadically. For some reason, Chen Tianke had never before lost his composure like this in front of anyone. Today it happened twice in a row. It was truly embarrassing. Meanwhile, Yang Ruoshi walked with her hands behind her back. She looked mischievous and playful. This was a stark contrast to the aloof and distant aura Chen Tianke had previously encountered. Suddenly, the figure beside Chen Tianke halted in their tracks. Had they noticed something? Mr. Chen, would you like some late-night snacks? Chen Tianke followed the other person's gaze. There, by the roadside, stood a barbecue stall. The air carried the distinctive aroma of grilled spices. Even more enticing. It felt like an invisible hand was tugging at the cravings in his stomach. Upon reflection, ever since they participated in the selection that morning, they had been there. Though 2 days had passed within the simulated illusion, only 4 hours had passed in the real world. That is, 8 hours. A day had slipped away unnoticed. Upon returning, he was invited by 2 major factions. And then summoned by Uncle Chen to discuss countermeasures, he finally arrived at the treasure vault to search for artifacts. He realized he hadn't eaten much all day. Now, the aroma of the barbecue spices stirred his appetite. Please. The two walked one in front, one behind. They arrived at the barbecue stall. It must be said, the prices here were significantly higher than usual. A typical barbecue meal here would likely cost several times what a regular meal in Lingyun City would run. It was even comparable to a high-end banquet at some grand restaurants. Chen Tianke didn't mind the expense. After all, it wasn't his money. He casually ordered a few things. Yang Ruoshi beside him also casually selected a few dishes. As the waiter unfolded the menu, the two fell silent again, not speaking for a long while. Mr. Chen, I wonder who Lingyun City's individual combatant is? Yang Ruoshi asked, glancing at him. Realizing her words might have been a bit off, she hastily corrected herself. Our team's combatants are myself and the deputy captain. Her earlier words had been too blunt, sounding like she was prying into someone else's business. Chen Tianke didn't seem to mind much. The truth would come out eventually anyway. He wasn't worried they'd devise countermeasures in advance. Me and another teammate. Mr. Chen was truly formidable today, holding his own against 4 opponents. That's too kind. If those 4 hadn't fought me, I might not even be in the top 10 now. People only remember the first. Likewise, in this selection process, only the top 10 will be remembered. Even though Chen Tianke ranked 7th, he was still in the top 10. Had he not made the top 10, even if he had placed 11th or 12th, wouldn't have drawn both major clans to vie for him. Using this topic as a springboard, the two began to converse, listening to each other's insights and arguments. Chen Tianke couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. He had always assumed this dual-class transferee might be an arrogant, self-important individual. After all, such honors would make anyone restless and arrogant. It was only natural to expect arrogance and haughtiness. Yet now, through conversation, he found the man truly extraordinary. He possessed none of the qualities Chen Tianke had imagined. Instead, she seemed like an ordinary girl next door. This was a stark contrast to their first meeting, when she had seemed like a distant goddess. The two of them chatted happily. They chatted until they finished the barbecue. They didn't return to their respective rooms until late into the night. Inside the room, the lights were still on. 3 in the morning. At this hour, sleep was no longer an option. He couldn't wait any longer. He was preparing to break through to the 4th tier. What had just happened was merely a minor interlude for Chen Tianke. He wouldn't forget the true purpose of this night. Break through to the 4th tier. As Chen Tianke retrieved the Star Soul grass, he began to slowly refine it according to the method recorded in the system. The Star Soul herb glowed with countless specks of starlight. Its surface seemed to hold countless shadows, constantly reflecting and refracting. Chen Tiang's mind stirred. Xiao Jin flew out from the beast taming space and landed steadily nearby. Gazing at the herb before him, Xiao Jin's face lit up with excitement. He opened his mouth and spat. A ball of ghostly flame erupted from its mouth. This was Xiao Jin's flame. Previously, Xiao Jin's flame had only been a ghostly fire, but since absorbing that fire attribute spirit object last time, it had undergone a significant enhancement. Though still a ghostly flame, its quality had improved. However, the gap between reaching the perfect grade and the legendary grade remains vast. Nevertheless, it is sufficient for refining medicinal herbs. In an instant, it had refined this single star soul grass. Chapter 105: The Seed's Transformation. After the star soul grass was melted, a pungent medicinal scent and peculiar liquid gradually began to permeate the air. Amidst the flames, dreamlike starlight flickered faintly. An intensely potent aura spread outward. In a daze, Qin Tianke felt the world spinning, as if everything before his eyes had been overturned and reset. He no longer seemed to be in a room, but rather on an endless grassland. This grassland was truly vast beyond measure. Only the distant starlight could be seen, with shooting stars constantly streaking across the sky. Not a soul lived here. It seemed as though only weeds grew between heaven and earth. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Then, Qin Tianke witnessed a cascade of meteors streaking across the sky, crashing one after another onto the earth below. His current perspective felt more like that of an observer. Or perhaps a creator god. Witnessing everything that would unfold before him. From the shattered planet that had once been a celestial body, special rays of light radiated outward, seemingly contaminating the surrounding grasslands. Yet in the very next moment, the scene before his eyes vanished once more. I found myself back in the room. Everything that had just happened was nothing but a fleeting dream. Observing the stardust grass, still emitting that peculiar scent and shimmering with points of light, Qin Tianke couldn't help but inwardly marvel. So that was what they called an illusion? This concept of illusion was truly extraordinary. Everything that had just happened seemed so real. He felt as though he had become a creator of the heavens and earth. He watched coldly as everything descended upon and unfolded within the grasslands. Watching the star soul grass continuously being refined. This thing, indeed, was not something ordinary people could wield. But he was no ordinary man. Just as he began to fully refine it, a sliver of pale dawn light appeared on the horizon. Upon seeing the first light of dawn, Qin Tianke's heart trembled. How could it be? How could dawn already be breaking? After all, given the current season and weather, it was utterly impossible. Only a few minutes had passed. For the sun to appear already? Could it be that this was merely the fleeting sensation he had just experienced? A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. After all, from the moment he saw the vast grasslands to now, it had only been a few breaths. At this moment, he glanced at the clock. It was already 6 a.m. He had only begun refining this star soul grass a little after 3. And now it was already 6 o'clock? 3 whole hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Tianke began to doubt whether he was still trapped in an illusion. But the real sensations and consciousness were telling him this was the true reality. The star soul grass, could it be this terrifying? This illusion could induce such intense hallucinogenic effects. Even the flow of time itself was forgotten. How terrifying. I wonder if Old Black can obtain this rare hallucinatory ability. The star soul grass has been completely refined. It finally floats within the flames, forming a stream of water shimmering with starlight. Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. He tilted his head back and swallowed it immediately. The moment it touched his throat, a bitterly cold frost, as though he'd swallowed a chunk of ice whole. Yet this was far colder than ice. Like a north wind, it pierced through skin and bone. In an instant, it nearly froze his internal organs solid. How could such a terrifying temperature exist? Qin Tianke's mind was shaken to its core. His entire body began to mobilize its strength, ceaselessly dissipating and incubating this chill. His energy surged through his veins. The persistent sensation of frost seeping into his body sent a shiver through Qin Tianke's heart. How terrifying, this temperature! Qin Tianke could sense that the moment this substance entered his body, a peculiar force began to permeate his being. Could this enhance his spiritual power? The thought barely surfaced. He sensed within his consciousness space. Within that watery pool, the seed buried deep beneath the silt was now undergoing a series of peculiar transformations. The seed began to tremble incessantly. Simultaneously, peculiar energies began to emanate from it, seemingly originating from within the seed. Frost gradually takes root and sprouts. As the seed sprouted amidst the breeding cold, the seed's volume steadily increased. Indeed, it truly could enhance his spiritual power. Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. He immediately channeled his full strength through the major acupoints of his body to suppress this power. He had no idea what this star soul grass was made of. The power within it could actually spread from his physical body into his consciousness. The sensation was terrifying. A hint of apprehension stirred within Qin Tiang's heart. But this thing could indeed help him break through to the 4th tier. Then it was cause for celebration. As long as he could advance, no matter how much hardship he endured would be worth it. Feeling the seed's power begin to surge, Qin Tiang's heart trembled. The initial icy, stinging sensation vanished in an instant, replaced instead by an unprecedented wave of exhilaration. This sensation is like taking a sip of ice water in the scorching desert. The temperature isn't icy cold, but rather just right to awaken the thirst within. Like sweet rain after a long drought. Refreshing. Within his consciousness space, that seed was now undergoing constant transformation. After sprouting its first green leaf, the seed's growth accelerated. Gradually, a section of root stem emerged from the seed. It spread outward, its vigorous movements growing louder. The pace quickened. Soon, a lotus root emerged from the pond's depths. Yet it continued to grow. Though the seed's external growth appeared slow, its interior was exploding at an astonishing rate. Compared to the pace of nature, that is. It was far too slow. What Qin Tian did not know was this. After consuming this liquid, his mental power was surging at a visible pace. 61, 62, 65, 67, 69, 72. The pace grew ever faster. His spiritual power finally stabilized at 80 points. The seed had now grown a peculiar root stem. Though not particularly long, it radiated a faint blue glow throughout its entire length, as if formed by natural frost. The mental attribute was the rarest among all class changers. Its rarity surpasses even that of spectral, sacred, or even spatial attributes. After all, spirit represents a unique kind of power. To date, the Alliance's records remain exceedingly vague. Some claim that after cultivating spirit to a certain level, it can be condensed into a distinct force. This force is also known as psychic power. Those with profound cultivation can use psychic power to shatter an opponent's consciousness, rendering them insane. They can also use psychic energy to instantly kill a person. Yet regardless of the rhetoric, one undeniable truth remains: the power of psychic attributes is truly formidable and terrifying. Among all professions, the one most closely associated with psychic attributes. And among all professions, the one that most frequently and powerfully channels and utilizes psychic energy is undoubtedly the Beastmaster. Chapter 106, Breaking Through to the 4th Tier. When all Beastmasters reach the 3rd tier and face the breakthrough to the 4th tier, they cultivate mental energy. This is an exceptional method for them to control their beasts. They establish a connection with their beasts through chains of spirit. Through communication, they transform their beasts into companions. This is a unique ability. To date, only the Beastmaster profession has mastered its application. Moreover, during their training, especially when breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th tier, this is a critical threshold. The greater the concentration of spiritual power achieved during this breakthrough, the greater the potential for future growth. To control a beast, the most crucial step is to link the beast's spirit with one's own, establishing a communication link that unites them as one. Thus, the profession of beast tamer can be said to be the one that utilizes mental attributes the most. Qin Tian possessed 80 points of spiritual power. Among ordinary 3rd tier beast tamers, he ranks among the top. And he stands out as one of the most exceptional among them. After all, a Beastmaster's mental power isn't described or modified by numerical points. Most employ their own unique methods. Take Xinglian, for instance. He judges whether an opponent possesses breakthrough potential by observing whether seeds sprout. However, the higher the degree of mental energy refinement, the easier it becomes to achieve breakthroughs. Their future achievements are destined to be boundless. Within Qin Tiang's consciousness space, as the seed matured into a lotus root, his cultivation underwent extraordinary changes. Within Lao Hei's body, a previously unseen force began to surge forth ceaselessly. A colossal force surged forth, accompanied by a howling, surging wave that raged and developed within his body. Outside, a series of extraordinary transformations were also occurring within Qin Tiang's body. A long imprisoned shackle was now shattering piece by piece. Ding! Host's mental power, 80 points. Requirements for breaking through to the 4th tier met. Condensing mental power for breakthrough. Accompanying the sound of shackles shattering was the system's cold notification. He had no idea how much time had passed. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. A layer of frost had unnoticed spread across his body, and a blast of icy breath erupted from his mouth. He stared at his own palm. Though his entire body was covered in frost, it was now melting rapidly as his body temperature rose. It seemed that, when he had concentrated all his consciousness into the consciousness space earlier, his body had been frozen by the frost released from the star soul grass. But weren't the star soul grass's attributes solely illusion and starlight? Where did this ice attribute power come from? Qin Tian was deeply puzzled. But there was no good solution now. He could only proceed cautiously, one step at a time. With a flicker of thought, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Shin Tian-K. Class, Hell Calamity Beastmaster. Cultivation, Early Stage 4. Abilities, Resurrection of the Dead, Beast Transformation, Dark Undead, Frostthorn. Shin Tian's expression changed. He stared intently at his last remaining ability. An unprecedented brilliance shone in his eyes. Had he actually gained a new ability? Frostthorn? You see? He was a Beastmaster. A Beastmaster's abilities stem entirely from the beasts they command. The power of the tamed beast can be partially converted into the Beastmaster's own strength, to be used as their own power. Beast tamers can also assimilate the beast's 5 senses to a certain degree. Of course. Either way, it's utterly terrifying. He rarely gains what is commonly referred to as power. Beyond the 3 abilities actively wielded by the Hell Calamity Beastmaster. Now he had even acquired Frostthorn. This inevitably stirred a hint of speculation within him. It seemed, then, this power differed slightly from what he had imagined. But the overall difference was not significant. Shin Tian-K could already guess the source of this power. He casually raised his hand. A brilliant ice flower crystallized in his palm. Crystal clear and translucent. It was entirely formed from condensed frost. Within the ice flower, numerous currents swirled and rose. This was an ability he had actively cultivated himself. It must be noted that when he previously used his beast taming abilities, he faced certain limitations imposed by his physical form. Take Old Black's Shadow Escape, for instance. Typically, it could be cast 5 times per hour. Xiao Jin's Shadow Shuttle requires a range of no more than 100 meters. Each leap can cover a maximum distance of about 30 meters. This is merely the baseline when used by a human. When used by a Beastmaster, the range can be increased by 10 meters overall or even more. These limitations arise from the physical constraints of the Beastmaster when utilizing their beast riding abilities. After all, the human body is extremely fragile. It cannot compare to the physical form of a tamed beast. However, one can absorb a portion of the beast's power to fortify the physical body. Purely in terms of ability. If it were their own innate abilities, like summoning the undead. This is an innate ability of Shin Tian-K himself. He could summon them at will. Similarly, the ice blossoms and frost thorns he just conjured. These two stem from his innate abilities. These abilities will accompany him throughout his cultivation journey. They would even grow alongside him. It seems Yang Ming's words were indeed useful. Not only did he advance to the 4th tier this time, but also gained an entirely new ability. Truly a fruitful outcome. With the individual battle just days away, he now had a stronger chance of securing a top-tier ranking. His heart surged with excitement. Shin Tian-K immediately summoned Lao Hei's system interface. He wanted to see what kind of improvements Old Black had made. Beastmaster, 10,000-headed Mastiff incomplete. Attributes, Fire, Darkness, Wind, Ice, Undead. Grade quality, Perfect grade. Power, Tier 4. Abilities, Flames, Shadow Escape, Storm, Frost Spike Array. As expected, Old Black also gained this Frost attribute upgrade. It's just a pity he didn't get the rare Illusion attribute ability. This ability is indeed rare, so it's understandable that he didn't obtain it. I wonder how Old Black has changed now. Though Shin Tian-K knew of Old Black's transformation, witnessing it firsthand was far more awe-inspiring. Shin Tian-K sighed inwardly. If only this room weren't so cramped. Old Black's current size after his advancement was twice as large as before. Meaning Old Black now stood 7 or 8 meters tall. And that was just his height. The room simply couldn't hold him. Lao Hei doesn't possess the ability to shrink. Therefore, he cannot alter his form. He also doesn't want to shatter the room and end up paying for the damage. Thump thump. Shin Tian-K immediately ended his cultivation. He glanced through the peephole. Then he opened the door. Outside the door stood 2 figures. Tall and imposing, clad in black. Clearly dressed as bodyguards. Shin Tian-K sensed 4th-tier energy fluctuations emanating from them. This time, however, his perception was more comprehensive. One of them possessed mid-4th tier cultivation. The other was at the early stage of the 4th tier. Chapter 107, Xingyun Hall requests your presence. It seemed. This is why the 4th tier serves as a watershed. The 3rd tier has no early, mid, or late stages. But after the 4th tier, the cultivation begins to solidify into early, middle, and late phases. This signifies the distance remaining before advancing to the next stage. Shin Tian-K formed a tentative judgment in his mind. Looking at the 2 people before him, he felt a hint of confusion. He didn't recognize this so-called bodyguard. So he wanted to see what they wanted with him. But Mr. Qin? Hearing that name, Shin Tian-K immediately thought of one person. Seeing the other person nod, one of the bodyguards replied. The young master requests your presence. The 2 bodyguards parted to make way for Shin Tian-K. Among the people Shin Tian-K had encountered, Only the young master of Qing Yun Hall. Shin Tian-K gave a slight nod. Shin Tian-K gave a slight nod. He glanced down at his own attire. His old face flushed involuntarily. Please wait a moment while I tidy up. Though he had no intention of joining any family faction, he could temporarily leverage their prestige to gain a foothold within their ranks. No matter where one was, establishing a foothold was a necessary means of survival. Gaining a foothold for survival, whether through dirty or noble means, is a skill one must master. Moments later, he followed the two men out of the room. After all, the fact that they had invited him was already common knowledge. Besides, he didn't believe it would happen within the confines of the Alliance's main city. Could the young sect master really force him to join? After all, he'd never seen anyone cause trouble within the city walls. They wound their way through the streets. They arrived before the Spring Breeze Pavilion. He gazed at the characters inscribed on the plaque above the door. The calligraphy was truly masterful, with strokes as graceful as a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing. Spring Breeze Pavilion. Compared to the Treasure Pavilion Shin Tian-K visited last night, it seemed somewhat smaller in scale. But he knew well. The origins of Spring Breeze Pavilion were a topic of much discussion within the city. Moreover, the prices here were hardly any lower than those at the Treasure Pavilion. Accompanied by two bodyguards, they made their way up to the third floor. Upon entering, he saw the table set up in the private room. Though called a private room, but it also had a sofa and a TV, fully equipped. It looked more like a standard room. It didn't feel like a place for dining at all. Shin Tian-K spotted it immediately. The graceful figure standing by the window heard someone enter. The figure had already turned her head. Shin Tian-K saw an exceptionally beautiful face. Though its beauty fell short of Yang Ruoshi, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But in every respect, it was exceptionally beautiful. She wore an oversized white robe as she walked step by step. The robe swayed with each step, revealing glimpses of skin. Shin Tian-K stood rooted to the spot, watching silently. The figure had already seated herself at the dining table. Elbow propped on the table, chin resting on her hand, she stared at Shin Tian-K. As if appraising him, yet also as if bewitching him. Without exaggeration, the figure before him seemed like a fox transformed into a spirit. Every smile, every gesture was utterly captivating. As if capable of stirring the primal flames within anyone. Mr. Qin, please sit down. Why are you standing there? Shin Tian-K stood rooted to the spot. His eyes fixed on Shu Qiangwei. Not a single flicker of movement. Suddenly, Shin Tian-K walked to the table, picked up the tea, and drank it in one gulp. Let's cut to the chase. What are your terms? Speak. The other party clearly hadn't anticipated Shin Tian-K would propose terms like this. A pair of beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly, seeming to waver and struggle. After a moment. How about this, we're willing to offer the highest compensation available within Mr. Qin's family. Regardless of Mr. Qin's performance in the next 2 rounds of selection, if he ranks among the top, the compensation will naturally be higher. He will also enjoy certain exclusive privileges within our Qing Yun Hall. Mr. Qin need only remain with Qin Jiantang for 3 full years. After that period, whether he chooses to stay or leave, we will not stand in his way. Upon hearing these so-called terms, Shin Tian-K said nothing. Instead, he took another sip of tea. He remained silent. He showed neither dissatisfaction nor approval. Seeing this, Shu Qiangwei's expression changed. But she had already risen and walked to Qin Tiang's side. She pressed herself against Qin Tiang's body. Her posture was alluring. Shin Tian-K kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. He spoke, enunciating each word clearly. If you wish to negotiate, why did you send out the beast? Is this the sincerity of Qin Yun Hall? With those words spoken, Qin Tiang's aura erupted violently. His 4th-tier cultivation level instantly overwhelmed Shu Qiangwei, who had been leaning against him. She retreated rapidly toward the rear. Seeing that he had been exposed, Shu Qiangwei's expression changed. She was about to speak. The next moment, a voice emerged from behind the screen. Good eye. Hearing this, Shu Qiangwei, who had been about to lose her temper, regained her composure. The screen behind her swayed. A figure emerged from somewhere and began to move. Shu Qiangwei, her expression peculiar, approached the screen. Along the way, her body began to undergo a series of bizarre changes. Her form gradually withered. Her white robe fell away. As if crushed flat in an instant, a white fox darted out from beneath the robes. The white fox swayed its 9 tails with extraordinary agility. Its eyes gazed at Shin Tian-K with an almost human expression. It strode proudly to the figure emerging from behind the screen. The person beside it bore an uncanny resemblance to the one the fox had transformed into earlier. Shin Tian-K remained as calm as ever. He felt no particular surprise at these developments. Even before entering, he had already seen the information prompt about the other party. It wasn't Shu Changwei herself. It was her beast companion, a 4th tier 9-tailed spirit fox. Qin Tianke glanced at the system data appearing in the 9-tailed spirit fox's eyes. Beast, 9-tailed spirit fox. Attributes, charm. Grade, perfect grade. Cultivation level, mid-4th tier. Abilities, charm, shapeshifting, 9-tailed chain strike, 9-tailed heaven piercing strike. Description: the supreme ruler among all fox spirits, the 9-tailed spirit fox, possesses innate bloodline suppression over the fox clan. So it was a beast tamer with shape-shifting abilities. No wonder he sensed something amiss from the start. That's why he used the system to identify it. As Qin Tianke pondered these thoughts, Shu Chanwei had already strolled over to the opposite side of the dining table. The 9-tailed spirit fox bounded into his arms. Mr. Qin is a clever man, so I'll be blunt. I know you young generation are ambitious and proud, with hearts reaching for the sky. You all dream of carving out great achievements on your own, without relying on others. Since Mr. Qin has come here, I assume you're here to discuss terms with me. Qin Tianke nodded, gesturing for her to continue. In that case, let me state my terms first. Qingyun Hall welcomes talented individuals from all corners of the realm. A unique talent like yours is someone I wouldn't want to miss out on. Shu Changwei's expression turned serious and solemn. She began negotiating like a seasoned merchant. Upon joining Qingyun Hall, Mr. Qin will receive compensation at our highest standards for 2 years. We are confident that within this period, we can assist you in breaking through to the 5th cultivation tier. Chapter 108, Conditions. As she spoke, Shu Changwei's expression grew utterly impassive. She casually laid out the so-called conditions. At the end of 2 years, whether Mr. Qin chooses to stay or leave is entirely up to him. Of course, during this period, we only require you to personally handle a few minor troubles. With that, Shu Qianwei smiled smugly. She didn't believe the man before her would refuse. After all, the compensation she offered was exceptionally high by the city's standards, assisting him in breaking through to the 5th tier. That alone, no 4th tier cultivator could refuse. The other party's cultivation had already reached the 4th tier. Though during their meeting yesterday, they were still only at the 3rd tier. She could sense the signs of a breakthrough in the shackles within their body. As fellow beast tamers, how could she not recognize the opponent's predicament? The person before her was likely just a step away from breaking through to the 4th tier. After a night of cultivation, the breakthrough had finally come. This outcome held no surprise for her. After all, every participant in this selection process was a prodigy. His current cultivation level signified significant growth in his spiritual power. No wonder they could see through her beast summoning transformation technique. Shape-shifting techniques belong to the enchantment attribute. All enchantment attributes fall under the same category of illusion. Shape-shifting involves the beast's appearance continuously transforming until it crystallizes into various forms. Of course, if one encounters a beastmaster with formidable mental strength, they could instantly counter it. No wonder the opponent saw through my beast's shape-shifting technique from the start. His psychic power must be formidable. Shu Changwei waited quietly for the other to speak. The prospect of breaking through to the 5th tier is indeed tempting. I admit I'm quite tempted. Hearing this, Shu Changwei flashed a smug smile. Indeed. No one could resist such an offer. Among the talents she actively recruited, only a handful existed within Qingyun Hall. Each of them had their own way of dealing with it. First, beauty. Of course, it wasn't her. It was the spirit fox in her arms. The allure created by the fox's shape-shifting abilities was naturally the most effective. If seduction failed, then they could shift to wealth and power. She refused to believe that anyone in this world could be truly indifferent to beauty, wealth, or power, a genuine sage. In her view, if the person before her couldn't be swayed by beauty, then she could certainly make him compromise and yield through wealth and power. That too would achieve her goal. Shu Changwei pondered this in her mind. But upon hearing the other's next words, her expression changed abruptly, and her smile froze on her face. My apologies, young sect leader, but I fear I must disappoint you. Breaking through to the 5th tier is indeed tempting, but I have no need for it. In matters of cultivation, I've always followed nature's course. As long as breakthroughs happen naturally, that's sufficient. If they don't, I can pursue other paths. Qin Mao has grown accustomed to complete freedom. I'm not yet used to binding myself, nor am I accustomed to bowing beneath another's feet. Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Shu. It seems this meal is destined to remain unfinished. Qin Tianke finished speaking and rose to leave. Since negotiations had failed, it was only reasonable for him to decline the meal. But the moment he stood up, the other party's voice reached him once more. You're quite an interesting little fellow, aren't you? A glimmer of light flickered in Shu Changwei's eyes. For the first time, someone had resisted the lure of wealth, power, and beauty. Such individuals, who could hold fast to their true nature, were not entirely uncommon. But she was curious, what weakness did such a person possess? Driven by this curiosity, Shu Changwei had no intention of letting him leave. She wanted to see clearly what it was that had drawn this man to her. For some reason, you look familiar to me at first glance. Perhaps there's some karmic connection between us. To remain unmoved by wealth, power, or beauty shows you have some strength. How about this? I'll take you as my younger brother. Having said this, without waiting for a refusal, she presented another condition. In a few days, at the Treasure Pavilion auction, I can help you auction off a piece from your collection. Hearing this, Shin Tiang's body froze instantly. Adopt me as his younger brother? Come on, Shin had studied the spring and autumn annals. This offer was useless to him. But if he could help secure an item at the auction, that might be worth considering. He had investigated auctions, especially those held by the treasure vault. Each featured numerous extremely valuable treasures. Among them were rare spiritual artifacts, each holding immense appeal for Shin Tianke. Before Shin Tianke could speak, the other seemed to read his mind. Her pupils glowed with the crimson hue of peach blossoms. Rest assured, sister won't ask you to join my Qingyun Hall. As a merchant, she couldn't let some trivial matter ruin such a golden opportunity. The man before her held an irresistible allure. Her merchant's instincts compelled her to make an investment. Even if this person didn't join Qingyun Hall, their future growth could still serve as a valuable asset to bolster the hall's reputation. With someone like this in the fold, any business venture would be a surefire win. Of course, it would be best if they could join Qinjiantang. If not, why not leverage Qinjiantang's reputation to support her while she grows into someone who can support us? Wouldn't that be a better investment? Businesspeople pursue profit. Even though she is merely a woman, her mind is remarkably forward-thinking and agile. In that case, thank you, Sister Shu. With those words spoken, it signified Shin Tiang's acceptance of the other party's terms. A temporary alliance had been forged between them. Or rather, Shu Changwei's investment had officially materialized. For Shin Tianke, this was a surefire win. He wouldn't have to join any faction, retaining his freedom. He could also leverage the other party's reputation. In this way, it was truly killing two birds with one stone. Witnessing this scene, Shu Changwei clapped her hands twice. Soon, servants began carrying in platters of delicacies one after another. They were all placed upon the dining table, surrounded by this dazzling array of delicacies. At that moment, Shin Tianke felt a surge of excitement. The barbecue he had eaten just yesterday seemed to lose its appeal. Every dish before him was not only exquisitely prepared, but also exuded an enticing aroma. It seemed to stir the craving within his stomach. Seeing his expression, Shu Changwei remained expressionless. She continued eating while addressing Shin Tianke. Since you called me sister, I can't just ignore you. These are all signature dishes of Spring Breeze Pavilion. This copper bull bone marrow comes from wild copper bulls. For beast tamers, consuming it enhances physical strength and even provides certain bonuses to their beasts. You won't find it anywhere else, it's exclusive to Spring Breeze Pavilion. Then there's this dragon-scaled fish. Though it's merely a fish infected by dragon blood and dragon blood yields are extremely low, it's hideously ugly, yet incredibly delicious. Chapter 109, The Ouyang Clan's Tactics. Shu Changwei explained. She observed Shin Tiang's expression. She couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. Though the youngster was desperately trying to hide his expression, she could almost see him drooling. What a childish mindset. No wonder beauty, wealth, and power held no allure for him. Such a person truly wouldn't be swayed by temptation. His heart held a rare and precious sincerity. This was the first time since Shu Changwei began recruiting talent Shu Changwei had ever encountered someone with such a mindset. In Shu Changwei's arms, the spirit fox rubbed against her. As if sensing its host's emotional shift, she appeared several years younger. Though she was only 26 now. But as the young sect leader, troubles were never in short supply. Not to mention the intricate power struggles among the rival clans. The 6 great families and 3 major factions were far from the harmonious facade they presented. Behind the scenes, she had endured countless ambushes. Such incidents have only grown more frequent. Her mind and thoughts gradually grew numb. Watching Shin Tianke devour his meal with relish, Shu Changwei suddenly recalled something, and the smile on her face deepened. Though he hadn't joined Qingyun Hall, she seemed to have forgotten one crucial fact herself. This youngster was only 18 this year. What cultivation level had she achieved at this age? Had she just barely entered the 2nd tier? Or had she just awakened her abilities? To be honest, her talent was merely average among her peers. Had it not been for the resources of Qingyun Hall propping her up, her cultivation wouldn't have advanced so rapidly. But the other party achieved it entirely through her own efforts. At just 18 years old, she was already a 4th-tier beastmaster. Among this year's contestants, the oldest were still those 2 brothers at 23. They're only at the 4th rank at 23. Yet this young man before us had reached 4th tier at 18. While it's true that no matter what profession a transferee pursues, especially after reaching the 4th tier, Advancing through each tier becomes exceptionally difficult. But for this youngster to achieve such cultivation at just 18 years old, his potential for future advancement can only be even greater. Youth possesses a vibrant, boundless energy. Research indicates that the mindset of these young people offers significant advantages for spiritual practice. Whether true or not, in her view, her younger brother's future growth might not be confined to the 4th tier alone. It might even be possible for him to reach even greater heights. Across the dining table, Shin Tian-K was already famished. Last night's late-night snack combined with a full night of cultivation. Although entering the 4th tier allowed him to go without food for extended periods. But ultimately, he was still human. Basic sustenance must be maintained. Going without food was simply impossible. Besides, these dishes looked absolutely delicious. The meal concluded amidst laughter and lively conversation. As he departed, Shin Tian-K received the exclusive token of Kinjian-Tang. It was said to hold immense value within Qingyun Hall, second only to the tokens of the few representative elders. The moment he returned to his room, Shin Tian-K collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Having participated in the selection process that morning, by the time the selection concluded, it was already afternoon. That night, he rushed to the treasure vault and obtained the Star Soul Grass from Yang Ming. He spent the entire night refining it, elevating his cultivation to the 4th tier. Shortly after finishing his cultivation, he was summoned for a meal. For this entire day and night, he barely rested at all. Even a 4th tier beastmaster couldn't help but feel exhausted. Meanwhile, the Ouyang family, one of the 6 great clans. In the chamber of the Ouyang family's grand elder, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed through the room. Damn that brat! Ouyang whinnying seethed with fury. Her aura surged uncontrollably. He actually agreed to that. Pa! An outsider beggar, daring to come and take a slice of our family's pie. The attendants beside her saw her expression. Their expressions darkened. Trembling with fear. Standing there like quails, Ouyang Yuqing watched this scene unfold. Felt a flicker of hesitation and uncertainty. Auntie! Hearing her niece's call, Ouyang whinnying finally regained her usual composure. But her face still burned with anger. Why must we recruit him? That dual-class awakened one is also. Before she could finish, Ouyang whinnying immediately shook her head in denial. Impossible. Dual-class transferees possess extraordinary potential. Especially this woman's class as a mage and a necromancer. Ouyang whinnying paused, a hint of resignation in her voice. While dual-classing is extraordinary, advancing it is several times harder than for ordinary class holders. To reach 3rd tier in both professions even with city resources demonstrates extraordinary talent. All transferees face this threshold at tier 4. Once they cross it, their futures transform completely just as yours did. Do you think only we covet each other's achievements? Ouyang whinnying's face hardened with a hint of ruthlessness, deeply displeased with the actions of others. It's not just us. The other 5 major families and the 3 great factions feel the same. Even the Alliance headquarters holds this woman in extremely high regard and is secretly courting her. But they're all secretly courting and testing each other, never truly bringing it out into the open. Do you know why? Ouyang Yuqing shook her head. She looked so dazed and clueless, yet strangely adorable in her innocence. Seeing her niece's expression, Ouyang whinnying found her tone softening unconsciously. If she can elevate both her professions to 4th tier cultivation, then she'd receive invitations from all 6 major clans, the 3 great factions, and the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuqing couldn't help but feel a surge of shock. She hadn't imagined the other party would be so sought after. An invitation from all 10 factions. Among all the people she had ever encountered, not a single one possessed the standing to warrant a 10 directions invitation. The 6 great families, the 3 major factions. 6 were indigenous organizations, while the other 3 were external civilian factions. Regardless of their origins, these 9 factions collectively formed the 9 sides. For any prodigy to receive an invitation from even one of them, can be assured of a life of privilege. Not to mention the most powerful faction among the 10 great powers. The headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. Receiving an invitation from the Transferee Alliance headquarters is akin to soaring to the heavens. Future achievements could even rival those of the 6 great families' heirs. Then you could build a relationship with her. You think we haven't tried? When she first arrived at the governor's office, every faction sent gifts to curry favor. Even the Alliance headquarters branch sent numerous presents, but she rejected them all. No one knows what she's thinking, but everyone is waiting for her to make her move. They're all a bunch of old foxes, biding their time for this very opportunity. Chapter 110, The Zhuge Clan. Hearing her aunt speak thus, Ouyang Yuqing dared not dwell on it further. If this were truly the case, just how terrifying would this woman be? Such overwhelming power? Ouyang Yuqing's mind raced with thoughts. Yuqing, go again. Make sure to lure him out. I want to see for myself if he has the ability and qualifications. Yang whinnying made up her mind. Every member of the top 10 must be won over. Those affiliated with other family factions could be abandoned. But this one was extraordinary. A dual-class transferee might be beyond reach, but Chin Tian-K, this lone wolf with absolutely no background, must be won over. Hearing these commanding words, especially upon seeing her aunt's expression, Yang Yuqing stiffened. It made her think of something. She had only ever seen her aunt treat one sister this way before. Was she destined to face the same fate? Bearing the immense, invisible pressure emanating from her aunt, Yang Yuqing's expression shifted. She seemed to want to say something, but as she watched that retreating figure, in the end, she couldn't utter a single word. She could only nod helplessly. The Zhuge family. The secret chamber. 6 figures sat in a row. At the center, a figure knelt on one knee, beginning his report. Master, whatever terms Qing Yun Hall offered, we spent an hour together inside. When we emerged, he was wearing the token of Qing Yun Hall's highest-ranking guest scholar. Upon hearing this, the figure seated foremost frowned. Oh? Highest-ranking guest scholar? One of them exclaimed in shock. Qing Yun Hall has 16 guest scholars in total, yet only 2 hold the highest rank. How could this person have attained the title of guest scholar? He's no ordinary fellow. During the last major selection, 3 of the top 10 to 15 were poached by Qing Yun Hall. This kid is no ordinary talent. Given Qing Yun Hall's usual tactics, they wouldn't let him off the hook. Yet he's already secured the title of highest-ranking guest scholar so quickly. This kid must have some tricks up his sleeve we don't know about. That little girl from Qing Yun Hall wouldn't just hand out the highest-ranking guest scholar token recklessly. As they spoke, the others pondered the situation. Their conversation held no secrecy from the attendant before them. The reason the Zhuge family is known as the foremost intelligence organization in the realm lies in the dual structure of its overt and covert halls. The open hall handled matters in plain sight, such as mediating family disputes. This was the Zhuge family's public image. The secret chamber, however, has always been the true backbone of the Zhuge clan. It has also historically gathered the greatest concentration of powerful individuals within the Zhuge clan. It also serves as the means for gathering intelligence. The number of branches of the Zhuge clan's secret hall even surpasses the total number of transfer branches across the entire alliance. Within every city, the 6 great families, the 3 major factions, and even the alliance headquarters, the Zhuge clan's secret hall maintained a presence. Seeing the others still arguing, the foremost figure spoke slowly. While we cannot confirm whether he has joined Qing Yun Hall, the final moment has not yet arrived. His allegiance remains undecided, so there is no need for concern. His words carried significant weight. The moment he finished, the others fell silent. Continue. A cold command rang out. The attendant below spoke again. The Yang family is stirring. We've spotted Yang Yuqing heading toward the Dongjian Hotel, though she veered off midway to get drunk. TSK. Is that venomous Yang woman about to unleash her family's usual brutal tactics again? How utterly vile. Sacrificing family members to inherit others' bloodlines and strengthen their own lineage, what's wrong with that? And hasn't the Yang family always been notorious for this very tactic? Exactly. It's no secret. The surrounding figures sneered with scornful remarks. The man seated at the head remained silent, but his eyes brimmed with disgust. Send Ding Air and Ding San together. Based on the intel from Jialu, this kid's rise couldn't possibly be that straightforward. He's got deep connections with the military. To recruit him into our Ge family, we'll need to offer substantial compensation. The others fell silent. Until one of them finally spoke up, hesitantly. How much should we offer? The head of the group hesitated not at all. If his final results are truly outstanding, what harm would there be in granting him a leadership position? At those 2 words, the others' expressions changed. You mean? Impossible. The 36 leadership positions have never been granted to anyone outside the main family. Please reconsider. Upon hearing these words, the foremost among them spoke once more. Then how do you propose to bring them here? Through your special methods again? A cold rebuke echoed through the air. Useless. This youngster possesses extraordinary talent. Based on their previous intelligence, his growth may well surpass our wildest expectations. And who can guarantee he won't break into the top 10 during this event? By then, would your methods still be effective? Would you even dare to use them? Hearing these words, the group fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, the foremost figure spoke slowly. Even at the 3rd cultivation stage, he managed to secure 7th place in this speed selection. While his ranking is somewhat lower. But now that he's advanced to the 4th tier, achieving even higher results in the individual competition isn't beyond the realm of possibility. His greatest advantage lies in his youth. He is only 18 years old. Compared to the ages of other competitors, he is remarkably young. The others all fell silent once more. Ultimately, they agreed to the terms. For people of their age, young transferees were always the most precious. The younger the transferee, the more limitless their future potential. An 18-year-old 4th tier. While not breaking the Alliance's all-time record, but compared to peers of the same age, he could almost be called an outstanding figure. The final tally was 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstention. The minority yielded to the majority. The chief paid no further heed to the others. He proceeded to issue further orders. As for that Ouyang girl, leave her be. A childish heart is incapable of great deeds, no need to concern ourselves with her. Also, tell Ding Er and Ding San to watch their attitude. This man must not be provoked. Yes, sir. Shin Tian-K had no idea how long he'd been asleep. All he knew was that when he awoke, the sky had already grown completely dark. Sitting on the bed, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at the nightscape beyond, a familiar yet unfamiliar sensation enveloped Shin Tian-K from all sides. In a daze, everything before his eyes seemed not to be in a hotel, but rather back in his own home. Before his journey through time, he was just a corporate drone. After finishing 5 days of work each week, he would choose to sleep through both Saturday and Sunday. Chapter 111, Assessing his situation. The waking up feels so good. And every time I wake up, it's always at this hour. My head feels a bit fuzzy. I even begin to doubt whether this is a dream or reality. Before his journey through time, he was a loner, friendless, living alone in an unfamiliar city. Life had long since crushed his original ambitions. Only an empty shell remained. That was the man he was in his past life. But now, he was utterly different from before. Perhaps it was due to the influence of his original self. His personality grew increasingly cheerful. He no longer goes to work, instead throwing himself into dangerous battles. Though these endeavors often carry risks, they also offer him hints for growth. They've shown him the diversity of life. It was this journey that transformed his previous way of life, plunging him into an unprecedented state of being. A faint sigh escaped his heart. Shin Tian-K quickly regained his composure. After this awakening, it would likely take him several days to return to his normal routine. Tomorrow marked the monthly auction at the Treasure Pavilion. What treasures might be found there? Shin Tian-K began to assess his current circumstances. His cultivation had now reached the 4th tier. Old Black had also become a 4th tier beast tamer. He had also gained an ice attribute enhancement. Both his physique and abilities had seen improvement. Lao Hei's current advantage lies in the fury unleashed by his massive frame, along with his mastery of elemental manipulation. This aspect requires refinement through combat. During those 2 months, Old Black's elemental manipulation, though not yet perfected, he had developed combat techniques that integrated with his physique. Every person's beast riding technique is entirely unique. Only the method best suited to one's own beast is the optimal approach. From the current perspective, Old Black's progress seemed to have hit a plateau. Shin Tian's mind stirred. Lao Hei's data panel appeared before his eyes. To advance to stage 5 requires consuming 900 evildoers. Old Black needed to devour 900 evildoers to break through to stage 5. This quantity is 9 times the previous requirement. If they were in Lingyun City, there might still be a chance for a breakthrough. But now, within the Alliance's main city, the situation is vastly more challenging. Any killing is strictly forbidden here, and evil individuals are scarce. Even if encountered, eliminating them proves exceedingly difficult. Shin Tian-K sighed. It seemed. Old Black has no path for advancement now. Then all eyes turned to Xiao Jin. A thought struck Shin Tian-K. Xiao Jin's bread appeared before his eyes. Beast, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Flame, Spectre. Power, Tier 2. Abilities, Ghostfire Scorch, Phantom Shuttle. Beast Mastery has fulfilled advancement requirements. Advancement requirement, Fire Attribute Spirit Beast. Restrictions, Elite Grade Fire Attribute Spirit Beast, Perfect Grade Fire Attribute Spirit Beast. Has Xiao Jin already met the requirements for breakthrough? Shin Tian's heart trembled with excitement. Little Gold might very well break through to the 3rd stage on this very journey. Lao Hei was different from Xiao Jin. The former needed to absorb evil entities to grow. The latter only needed to absorb fire attribute spiritual treasures. In their Lingyun city, the probability of fire attribute spiritual objects existing is extremely low. Even his previous breakthrough to the 2nd tier, it was only through Uncle Chen's relentless search to find this single elite grade fire attribute spirit plant. By comparison, it was actually easier to help Xiao Jin break through his cultivation in a place like the Alliance's main city. Spiritual treasures that are almost non-existent elsewhere. Here, it was surprisingly straightforward. Finding elite grade, or even perfect grade, fire attribute spiritual treasures might not be difficult at all. Tomorrow's auction might just reveal the whereabouts of such treasures. Shin Tian-K thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited. His mind stirred. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the air. A crimson and black figure soared through the air, swiftly returning to perch upon his shoulder. It kept preening its feathers, leisurely and carefree. Little Gold was only at the second stage now. Yet it had grown considerably larger compared to before. It stood there. Its shoulders seemed almost unable to bear the weight. Its body has grown larger too. Its crimson black feathers now seemed to hold a richer, more lustrous sheen. Though still in its juvenile stage, it already possessed a hint of handsomeness. Just like me. Ha! Truly, a beast mirrors its master. The thought had barely formed. Old Black suddenly came to mind. Put. That guy doesn't follow me. Unbelievable, a 100-headed monster that actually looks as handsome as me? Truly. Jin Tianke dismissed the thought. Xiao Jin's aura was constantly shifting. The characteristics bestowed by the spectral essence have gradually begun to manifest. Though its body still bore fiery red feathers, they have gradually grown darker, eventually forming a peculiar shadow. It appears quite peculiar and eerie. Additionally, it now emanates an aura unlike any previously encountered. This was his first spirit attribute beast. The ghost attribute was, at best, rare. Therefore, he had no one to turn to for guidance, to seek out experience for cultivation. But the cultivation of beast tamers relied solely on oneself. He didn't want to follow another's path, as that would only limit the direction of his beast taming growth. This was something Uncle Chen had told him long ago, and he had kept it firmly in mind. Only upon reaching the 4th tier could a perfect grade beast truly enter its growth phase. At that point, Xiao Jin's physique would become enormous. Though it wouldn't match Old Black's size, it would still be too big to rest on his shoulders. Then, he would be able to ride the eagle and soar through the skies. Jin Tianke already envisioned himself standing atop Xiao Jin, soaring through the skies. Wasn't this the legendary eagle hero Qin? The mere thought of such a title. Jin Tianke felt a surge of anticipation. Pushing those thoughts aside, Jin Tianke looked at Xiao Jin, his resolve already set. The individual battle was just days away. He couldn't rely solely on Old Black. A battle of this caliber could elevate his skills. And why couldn't others do the same? During the first round of selection, he had already sensed it. Many possessed formidable auras, as if they were on the verge of a breakthrough. In truth, some were deliberately suppressing their cultivation levels to prevent their breakthrough, likely aiming to make a stunning impact in either individual or team battles. He dared not let his guard down. Sitting in a well, one cannot comprehend the vastness of the heavens and earth. But if one climbs a mountain to look out, then one can see how vast the world truly is. After all, though Old Black is formidable, he possesses a fatal flaw. Its dark attributes are highly susceptible to being countered by sacred attributes. Just as it was once countered by that Valkyrie wielding her special golden whip. Even this elemental power cannot be unleashed. Chapter 112, The Zhuge Family Summons. Xiao Jin had fused with the undead light cluster, enabling him to fight opponents of higher tiers. But still, a more reliable approach is needed? The greatest challenge now was advancing Xiao Jin to the 3rd tier. At tomorrow's auction, if there's an opportunity, even if the items are exorbitantly priced, he would borrow money to bid for Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a series of sounds came from outside the door. Knock knock knock. Jin Tianke's expression turned suspicious. He'd slept straight through until 8 p.m. Why would so many people be looking for him now? When did he become so popular? The thought barely formed in his mind. He moved to the peephole, peering out, and once again 2 people stood outside. But they weren't dressed in black. They wore strange robes. Their posture was extremely relaxed. They didn't resemble the bodyguards he had seen earlier. They didn't appear to be from the Ouyang family or Qingyun Hall. Could he be from another clan? Here, even if the other party wanted to confront him, they wouldn't dare do anything. If they dared to make a move, it would be the perfect opportunity to test the full extent of his enhanced combat prowess. Capable of both offense and defense, I stand invincible. Jin Tianke immediately understood. But the moment he opened the door, the next moment, he felt the world spinning violently before his eyes. A voice rang out beside him. Brother Qin, the Zhuge family requests your presence. The sensation of spinning did not last long. Jin Tianke felt his body soaring through the air. When he came to his senses, was he still outside the door from before? He found himself standing atop a high platform. Silver frost covered the floor, and the clamor of voices echoed up from below. This place must be some rooftop. Jin Tianke was still reeling from the dizzying sensation. That sensation had been so strange. It felt as though something existed. A peculiar thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be a teleportation technique? Or perhaps a method of displacement? While he was still pondering, the 2 men who had just been carrying him had already appeared before him. Recalling the words he had heard just before his days, Jin Tianke looked at the 2 men and immediately activated the system's identification function. Ding air. Under the command of the third leader of the Zhuge clan's secret division. Occupation, Grand Transmigration Master. Attribute, Spectre. Cultivation level, Early Stage 4. Abilities, Invisibility, Short-Range Teleportation, Spectral Shuttle, Spectral Sting, Nether Spear. Ding San. Under the command of the third leader of the Zhuge clan's secret division. Occupation, Shadow Hunter. Attributes, Shadow, Spectre. Cultivation level, Early Stage 4. Abilities, Shadow Slay, Ambush Kill, Hunt Kill, Stealth Kill. Both of them possess the Ghost attribute? Shin Tian-K was startled. Though he already knew their identities, he still asked in confusion. Are you both from the Zhuge family? They wore specially tailored garments resembling cloaks. The cloaks were enormous. Their heads were completely concealed beneath it, their faces indistinguishable even in the silver glow. Only their silhouettes and the voices they had just spoken with could be discerned. They were two men. One of them spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Ding San, of the Zhuge clan's secret division. Ding Air, of the Zhuge clan's secret division. Shin Tian-K thought of something, and his lips twitched involuntarily. These names were so perfunctory. Wait, how was the Zhuge family involved in this? And weren't the Zhuge family's recruitment methods a bit too ahead of their time? Shin Tian-K couldn't help but complain. Isn't this method a bit too old-fashioned? You just drag them over without even saying a word. And is this just your skill, or is it your profession? Shin Tian-K tried his best to act as if he didn't know the other party's profession. The reason he hadn't resisted earlier was precisely because he detected not a shred of killing intent from these two. As long as they harbored no ill will toward him, why should he respond with so-called hostility? He was not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. But he would never spare a single villain. That was why he had followed them both here. One of them respectfully clasped his fists in explanation. The incident occurred suddenly. We beg your forgiveness. The other man chimed in. Brother Qin may not be aware, but many have been keeping an eye on you. After that, the other man chimed in again. Besides our Zhuge family, the three major clans Nangong, Duanmu, and Ouyang have hidden numerous spies around you. While they cannot breach the protective barriers surrounding every room in the Dongjiang Hotel. But your room was already surrounded by all kinds of spies, watching your every move. Seeing the other man's grave expression. And there was no prior connection between the two parties. Shin Tian-K believed about a third of what the two had said. Were these three major families truly this terrifying? He hadn't even noticed when they had planted their spies. Amidst his inner confusion, he looked at the two of them and chuckled lightly. So you're here for the same reason as them, to recruit me? Shin Tian-K chuckled as he unfastened the Qing Yun Hall token from his waist. He held it in his hand and gave it a shake. Sorry, I've already joined Qing Yun Hall. Looks like you two made a wasted trip. Before he could finish speaking, the two men across from him moved as if they'd anticipated his words. One on the left, one on the right, like a well-rehearsed duet. Ding Air, what's wrong with Qinji Untang? Ding San, does that mean you can't join our Zhuge family? Ding Air, you won't be able to refuse the Zhuge family's terms. Hearing their back-and-forth exchange, Shin Tian-K inwardly rolled his eyes. These two were like NPCs, each only saying one line. Still, he found himself growing somewhat intrigued. He looked at them. So what exactly can you offer me? Shin Tian-K pointed at Ding Air. As a newcomer to the alliance, you might not be aware. Just as Ding Air finished speaking and Ding San prepared to continue, Shin Tian-K shook his head. I'll only listen to you. If he speaks, I'm out of here. Both men's expressions froze. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated such a condition. Beneath his cloak, Ding Air's face flushed crimson as he steeled himself to speak. The Zhuge family is known as the foremost intelligence agency under heaven. No information escapes our eyes, including the detailed roster of all participants currently undergoing the alliance-wide job advancement selection. There may be slight variations in ability, but we can guarantee absolute accuracy regarding professions and attributes. After uttering these words, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Tian-K, standing nearby, found himself holding his breath for him. Ding San hurriedly interjected. Half a year ago, Brother Qin became a vegetable due to an accident. But for some unknown reason, this unexpected event has led to Brother Qin achieving such remarkable progress. Not only did he ascend to the 3rd tier in a remarkably short time, but he's already reached the 4th tier within mere days of joining the Alliance Governor's office. Though we don't know what extraordinary encounter you experienced. Ding San's voice trailed off as a chill crept up his spine. Chapter 113, The Decision. The two exchanged a glance. Shin Tian-K stood silently beneath the moonlight. Yet his eyes fixed upon them. His pupils held a hint of grimness and icy coldness. As if another word from them would instantly seal their doom. Ding Air hurriedly spoke up in defense. Please rest assured, Brother Qin, we mean no harm. They understood perfectly well. Such a reaction was only natural. After all, who would tolerate such an intrusion into their privacy? Before the two could finish speaking, Qin Tianke stared at them for a long while. Finally, he withdrew his gaze. The murderous intent radiating from his body vanished completely. He had indeed harbored murderous intent just now. But these two had not made any significant moves to resist. They truly harbored no ill will. As for these circumstances, he could certainly uncover the truth. Confirming their lack of ill intent caused Qin Tianke to abandon his initial thoughts. Qin Tianke began to take the two seriously. These two were quite exceptional. A grand teleportation master. A shadow hunter. Their coordination seemed seamless. One handled the escape, the other the covert killing. It was nothing short of a perfect partnership. Qin Tianke silently appraised the pair in his mind. Yet his expression remained unchanged. He needed to figure out why these two had summoned him. If they were merely asking him to join the Zhuge family under the terms just proposed, it showed absolutely no sincerity. Others might not know the intelligence on their opponents. He knew it all too well. With the system at his disposal, he worried that the intelligence others provided might be flawed. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke slowly. Could it be that you two wish to boast about the Zhuge family's exploits to me alone? If that's the case, I'll be taking my leave. Hearing this, the two men, like machines. Ding Er spoke up. We mean you no harm. My profession is shadow hunter. My profession is that of a grand teleportation master. Based on intelligence from our superiors, we invite you to join the Zhuge clan. We can provide you with detailed information on all contestants. Furthermore, the Grand Hall Master has made a promise. Should Brother Qin ultimately rank within the top 10, he shall be appointed as one of the 36 commanders of the Zhuge clan's secret division. Qin Tianke had heard the term secret hall more than once. It had been mentioned in the system's introduction. And in the words of others. What kind of organization was this Dark Hall? As if reading Qin Tianke's thoughts, Ding San continued speaking. The Dark Hall is our Zhuge family's set of protocols for handling covert affairs and unforeseen incidents. It operates in tandem with the Zhuge family's public hall. The Zhuge family is formed by both the open and hidden halls. The Dark Hall is also the source of all intelligence for the Zhuge family. The Dark Hall comprises 36 regional divisions and 78 branch offices. His voice trailed off. The specifics depend on whether Brother Qin Tianke is willing to join our Zhuge family. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tianke began to weigh his options. If he had accepted Qing Yun Hall's invitation earlier that day, it was because they had agreed to his demands and conditions. Then the terms offered by the Zhuge family now were even more tempting to Qin Tianke. Even at King Yutang, he held only a nominal position, which offered him little advancement. But with the Zhuge family, he could become a high-ranking official and wield some real authority. He didn't consider himself a saint, untouched by greed for wealth or power. He was simply less greedy for wealth and power than others imagined. The power he coveted was only that which served his purpose. Only what served his purpose could bring him true satisfaction. Only then would he willingly exert himself for it. Now was that moment. All right, I agree to your terms. The predicament he now faced was too immense. He must pursue breakthroughs for Lao He, while also nurturing Xiao Jin's growth. Xiao Jin's growth is currently stalled at the third stage, requiring a fire attribute spirit plant. It all depended on whether tomorrow's auction would yield that information. For Lao He to advance, he must engage in combat. Therefore, he cannot remain trapped in this place for long. He must venture out for a decisive battle. After the selection process concludes, he'll return home and then head out to engage in a proper battle. At that time, he will leave his hometown and never return to the League headquarters. Wandering alone in the world, he might find himself isolated and without support. Therefore, he desperately needed an identity. Or rather, a faction to support him. To establish an advantage and secure his foothold. The only ones who could provide this assistance were the Zhuge family. As the foremost intelligence organization in the realm, the Zhuge family's intelligence network is undeniably formidable. It could perfectly fulfill all his requirements. Thus, he swiftly made his decision. Congratulations on joining the Zhuge family. Ding Er and Ding San spoke these words of blessing in unison. They then approached Qin Tianke. Qin Tianke instantly understood their intent. Wait, first tell me, will there be any fire attribute spiritual treasures at tomorrow's treasure pavilion auction? As the premier intelligence organization, it was inconceivable they wouldn't know this. No sooner had Qin Tianke finished speaking, another familiar dizzying whirl followed. They had already materialized at the doorway. We'll investigate this matter ourselves and report back to you first thing tomorrow morning. This room has restrictions in the corridor. Only those with 5th tier cultivation or higher can enter without being affected. Since you've already delivered it, we won't disturb you further. After both uttered their farewells, with a sudden burst of energy from one of them, Qin Tianke witnessed their so-called teleportation technique. Their bodies first froze in place. Then, like a vibrant oil painting, As if stirred by an ink brush? Spinning, they ultimately transformed into eerie constellations of starlight. They gradually condensed into a single point at their original location before vanishing. Is this the art of teleportation? Wow, that's pretty amazing. Seizing this opportunity, Shin Tian-K surveyed his surroundings. He hadn't paid much attention to the walls of this hotel room before. Now, he could discern intricate, specialized restriction arrays etched into the surfaces. According to the system's explanation, these things all came from the hands of a magician. The site was carved and adorned to form a complete secret chamber. No one's gaze or line of sight could penetrate its depths. However, it had gone unnoticed before. Numerous individuals were moving about in the vicinity. Under the system's surveillance, they could not hide. All of them belonged to the three major families. It seems there are indeed people hiding around me. A person skilled in teleportation. And yet, they were merely underlings. This suggests these individuals possess far greater power than I had imagined. The Zhuge family had somehow obtained information about the auction. Their tone was unequivocal, meaning this matter was already a done deal. It seemed like joining a formidable organization. Chapter 114, Spirit Beast Mount. The next day. Night. Twinkling stars dotted the sky. The moonlight was concealed within dark clouds. Only faint, clear rays of light shone through the clouds, illuminating the earth below. At that moment, before the treasure pavilion, a sea of people had gathered. Luxurious mounts of every kind were parked in rows. A thunderous drumbeat echoed from the distant streets. A colossal beast, standing over 3 meters tall, was advancing step by step, carrying a figure upon its back. Its massive frame halted before the gates of the treasure pavilion. The beast's appearance drew the attention of many. Among them were sharp-eyed observers who recognized this mount. The beast had 4 legs, and atop its back sat a dorsal fin resembling a giant pot lid. Numerous spiny scales adorned the dorsal fin. Its entire body glowed a deep blue, and within its enormous eyes, watery blossoms rippled. It's the azure water golden turtle beast. That must be someone from the Wang family. A portly middle-aged man descended from the beast, dressed in opulent attire. His plump frame swayed unsteadily as he walked. His eyes narrowed slightly. Both his movements and demeanor screamed nouveau riche. Brother Wang sure is impressed you even managed to get your hands on the golden turtle beast of the emerald waters. No sooner had he dismounted. He was immediately showered with flattery and praise from those around him. The speaker was a tall, thin middle-aged man. Though his attire was understated, the air of luxury radiating from him was undeniable. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't your broken-wing hummingbird even more formidable than mine? The portly middle-aged man addressed as Brother Wang didn't refuse the compliment. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the hummingbird beside his companion, its wings fluttering incessantly. This hummingbird was dozens of times larger than the palm-sized bird they'd seen earlier, and far more menacing in appearance. Its flight speed was also far superior. Within the Alliance's main city, the Alliance wasn't comprised solely of the 6 great families. Numerous factions were divided among them. Among all these families, only the 6 great families stood at the pinnacle. Below the 6 great families, there are first-tier families, second-tier families, all the way down to the lowest third-tier families. Both of these individuals belonged to first-tier families. The pot-bellied middle-aged man was Wang Fugue, head of the Wang family from the Eastern District. The other man was merely the head of the Li family from the Western District, Liamo. Within the Alliance's capital city. For the heads of these great families, the most efficient way to travel was by mount. These mounts were not merely so-called tamed beasts. They were special creatures known as spirit beasts. Spirit beasts existed before tamed beasts were domesticated. They represent one of the profound transformations brought by the rift. When the rift descended, it brought forth not only numerous alien races but also an exceptionally peculiar aura. This aura caused earth-shattering changes in the world's native creatures. These creatures exhibited changes entirely different from before the rift's arrival, developing spiritual intelligence. Thus, they came to be known as spirit beasts. After undergoing a series of transformations within the political alliance, some spirit beasts became mounts. Take the emerald water golden turtle beast and the broken wing hummingbird, for instance. Compared to their former selves, not only did their bodies grow immense, but the aura emanating from them became far more potent. Beyond serving as mounts, they were also among the earliest creatures contracted by beast tamers. However, over the centuries, the presence of spirit beasts gradually faded. Nowadays, traces of spirit beasts could only be found in remote cities. Before the treasure vault, a variety of spirit beast mounts gathered here. Although explicit restrictions prohibit flight here, low-altitude maneuvers remain permitted. After all, every individual attending this auction was extraordinary. Nearly all hailed from prominent clans. Brother Wang, I heard the first round of selections already produced a promising prospect, someone from Lingyun City, apparently a wasteland. Barren lands don't necessarily breed troublemakers, sometimes they produce talent too. Wang Fugui remarked, his belly protruding as he spoke. I've heard of this kid too, but I believe he's already joined Xingyun Hall. The Ouyang family invited him as well. Such a hot commodity won't come our way. We'll just have to pick up the scraps left behind. Brother Wang chuckled sarcastically. The two men walked toward the center. As for their mounts, they would be tended by dedicated handlers and arranged in a designated area. Just as the two chatted idly along the way, suddenly, a peculiar commotion arose from the distance. Though their cultivation was weak, they still sensed this force and immediately turned to look. Not far from the street's edge, a white tiger strode forward with an air of solemn dignity. This white tiger was massive in stature, radiating an intensely fiery aura from head to toe. Its white fur, scorched and stained by flames, formed dazzling crimson patterns. Where the patterns overlapped, a sense of savage ferocity and overwhelming dominance merged together. The regal mark on its forehead radiated supreme authority. As its tail lashed out, flames could be seen sweeping through the air. This is young Master Shu's mount, the Fire Spirit Savage Tiger. Who would have thought young Master Shu would bother attending this auction? The two were somewhat surprised. After all, every member of those top-tier factions possessed their own exclusive spirit beast mount. These beasts served as symbols of their status. Though both belonged to first-rate factions, they still paled in comparison when facing these three major factions. After all, these were entities that stood shoulder to shoulder with the most prestigious families. In an instant, the Fire Spirit Savage Tiger had already arrived before them. Both men sidestepped almost simultaneously to make room. Though others might not know, Wang Fugui, who frequently dealt with Qinjiantang, knew all too well. Xingyun Hall was a unique organization. It was home to countless talented individuals and extraordinary beings. And they widely recruited talented individuals from all corners of the land. Many came seeking fame and opportunity. Their aim is to fully develop their abilities. Thus, Qinjiantang boasts a vast number of masters. Even the 6 great families might not be able to match them. As the fiery spirit tiger drew nearer, they could see 2 figures seated upon its back. A man and a woman dismounted from the tiger's back. The woman wore only a simple gauze robe. Yet her alluring figure remained undeniable. Her enchanting cheeks resembled a heavenly beauty. Every smile and frown radiated charm. The tear tattoo at the corner of her eye further accentuated her alluring aura. Both Wang Fugui and his companion recognized this woman. Yet their gaze shifted to the unfamiliar man beside her. This man appeared slightly younger than the other. Tall and somewhat slender in build. Dressed in simple casual wear, he didn't stand out much. His features were rather youthful, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. They did not recognize Qin Tianke. After all, for people like them, there was absolutely no chance of winning over the top 10 young talents. Chapter 115, Legendary Spirit Treasure? Those talents were reserved for the 6 great families and the 3 great sects to divide among themselves. They couldn't be bothered to inquire. All they could hope to recruit were those ranked in the upper middle tier. After all, this was the Alliance's capital city, and they were a top-tier power within it. Even the mere title of a top-tier faction placed them among the elite in their respective cities. Who is this kid? Li Mo looked at the man with confusion. I've never heard of anyone like this hanging around young Master Shu's entourage before. Wang Fugui, standing nearby, paid no mind to the unfamiliar man. Instead, he pondered the purpose of the man's visit. Xingyun Hall rarely attended this monthly auction. Auctions of this caliber weren't even worth their attention. An auction that could draw the young master himself must surely feature many precious items, he surmised. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the sinister chuckle of the Li family patriarch reached his ears. Brother Wang, I can't shake the feeling that young Master Shu attended this auction solely for that young man? Could it be that he's young Master Shu's? Before he could finish his sentence, the tall, thin middle-aged man was suddenly struck by several sharp slaps. Wang Fugui looked down on him with disdain. After all these years of friendship between us, it seems you still don't grasp the lesson that trouble comes from loose lips. With that, Wang Fugui dismissed the man, sweeping his sleeve aside as he entered the building. Joking aside, how could anyone dare speak ill of the young master here? Others might get away with a few jabs, but not Wang Fugui. That was his boss. With the boss right here, how could he dare utter a single word of dissent? Much less when someone dared to disparage his master's reputation right to his face. On the other side, a man and a woman passed through 2 pavilions and soon arrived at a vast hall. Led by Shu Changwei, they headed straight for a room on the 2nd floor. The person who had descended with Shu Changwei was none other than Qin Tianke. Stepping back into this treasure vault compared to before, this place had undergone quite a few changes. Qin Tianke surveyed his surroundings as they moved through the space. Both the atmosphere and the foot traffic were several times greater than before. Yet despite this, it still felt far from crowded. Instead, it exuded a grand and majestic atmosphere, an impression of immense spaciousness. Inside the room, everything had been meticulously prepared long ago, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the two enter, the room attendants promptly rose and departed, closing the door behind them. 2 bodyguards were stationed outside the door. These 2 were the treasure vault security personnel assigned to protect VIP guests. Both possessed 4th-tier cultivation levels, capable of shielding VIPs from unnecessary trouble in most situations. Upon entering the room, Shu Changwei sat by the window and looked down below. Chin, dear, this auction is held monthly, but our Qingyun Hall never participates. The treasures auctioned rarely capture our interest. Having said that, Shu Changwei turned to look at Qin Tianke. But I hear this time there are quite a few unusual items. Even other families have received word and are on their way. Qin Tianke stood by the window, gazing down below. A platform lay ahead. A table stood on the platform. Arranged in a semicircle around the table were numerous chairs. Each chair was spaced apart with clear gaps between them. Only the elite and influential could come here. Yet even those from so-called first-rate families, they could only occupy this first floor. The second floor was reserved exclusively for the 6 great families and the 3 great powers. This had always been the established rule of the treasure vault. Qin Tianke heard the other party's words without revealing much emotion. He had already obtained intelligence from the Zhuge families Ding Er and Ding San earlier that morning. This auction would feature a total of 57 items. And among them, the 26th item held something he desired. An elite Great Earth Lotus Starfire attributed spirit treasure. However, he had also come to understand. Among these 57 auction items, the most precious few were likely the very reasons the so-called entire family had come. They were after those 2 items. No need to trouble Sister Shu. Qin Tianke didn't understand what the other person meant by that. But he remained respectful nonetheless. Before he could finish, the other interrupted him. No need to be so formal in my presence. Besides, this auction will be an eye-opening experience for you. There's a legendary spirit artifact up for bid. Spiritual artifacts were precious. Even elite-grade spiritual treasures were rare. Among all the spiritual artifacts Qin Tianke had encountered thus far, not a single one had reached legendary status. Not even a perfect-grade spiritual object. But he had known this information long ago, which is why he remained so calm. The Zhuge family's intelligence couldn't possibly be sold to him alone. Therefore, these family factions should possess corresponding intelligence as well. Shu Changwei glanced at him. Seeing his unruffled expression, she began to form some guesses. He wondered where this youngster had obtained the information, as he showed no surprise at all. After all, each of these spiritual artifacts was extremely precious, especially after breaking through to perfect grade quality. They were truly as rare as a phoenix feather or a Chilin's horn. Such treasures could only be found after enduring immense hardships within the 4 great perils. Yet here he was, utterly unfazed. That was rather interesting. Since you've called me sister, I'll honor the promise I made to you earlier. Shu Qiangwei extended a finger and opened the window. The auction platform below served as the central point. 10 rooms were arranged around the second floor. They all surround the central auction platform. The 10 rooms on the second floor represent the 6 great families, our 3 major factions, and the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. However, the Transferee Alliance headquarters is perpetually unoccupied. Those of us who enter these rooms may light the lanterns by the windows. Qin Tianke glanced sideways. Beside the window, a wooden pole extended outward. The lantern hanging from it was already illuminated. Within the other 9 rooms, 3 more rooms now lit their lanterns one after another. This time, most of them are likely after that legendary spirit artifact. Does the Zhuge family's intelligence mention its attributes? But securing even one legendary artifact would guarantee an unbeatable position, whether sold or used. Tell me what you want first, sis. I'll see if we have enough funds. Shu Changwei handed him a list Qin Tianke had already seen that morning. But he accepted it nonetheless. He feigned indecision before scanning each item. This one. Shu Changwei's beautiful eyes swept over the items. Her face bore no trace of emotion. I can get this for you. Chapter 116, Waiting. The system could enhance itself alongside his cultivation progress. At first, this had been nothing more than conjecture to him. Yet through practice, he discovered it was true. When he was still at the 3rd cultivation level, the system was unable to perceive the strength of those above the 4th cultivation level. But after he ascended to the 4th tier, the information display began revealing 5th tier practitioners. Moreover, the system's information became increasingly comprehensive. For instance, when the innate spirit object appeared earlier, there was absolutely no mention of usage methods. Now, not only did it appear, but it was comprehensive in every detail. Shu Changwei noticed Qin Tiang's expression. These are the items, right? He nodded. Thank you, sister. It's no big deal. Shu Changwei waved her hand dismissively. Then, under Qin Tiang's gaze, she took a bamboo pole, hung a blue flag on it, and planted it beside the lantern. It's sold. Sold. Someone's bought the whole lot. Someone shouted in surprise. All eyes turned toward the room where Qin Tianke and his group were seated. Beside their lantern, a blue flag was now fluttering in the breeze. Qin Tianke didn't know what this meant. But seeing the stares from those people, he couldn't shake the feeling it signified some kind of special privilege. Shu Qianwei explained calmly from the side. The 6 great families and the 3 major factions enjoy certain privileges in all matters, and this holds true even at auctions. As long as a blue flag is displayed, it signifies that the item belongs to me. I can purchase it outright at my stated price. Unless another member of the 6 great families or 3 major factions bids against me, though that opportunity can only be used once per year. Qin Tiang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Shu Qianwei's explanation. He knew every item at the auction was extremely valuable, let alone the legendary spirit treasure Sister Su had come specifically to obtain. According to her, Sister Su had relinquished such a precious opportunity just to help him obtain that Earth Lotus Starfire? A wave of guilt washed over Qin Tianke. He hadn't harbored much affection for Sister Su before, viewing her merely as a tool to exchange for benefits. But now it seemed she was willing to forego Qin Jiantang's once-a-year opportunity for his sake. How could he not feel guilty? How could his heart not be moved? Noticing Qin Tiang's emotional shift, Shu Qianwei remained unconcerned. As for that final legendary Great Spirit artifact, even if I don't use this opportunity, the other clans will still use theirs. That will be the true contest, no need to worry. Yet no sooner had Shu Qianwei finished speaking, another gasp erupted. Holy crap, someone else swept the entire auction. It's the Ouyang family. Hearing this, Shu Qianwei's expression darkened. She immediately craned her neck forward. She saw Ouyang whinnying on the windowsill across from her. Her eyes brimmed with defiance. She stared at her like that, as if she were a laughingstock. The other party had also raised a blue flag. Damn it! While the rules allow one family to claim an item outright, if 2 families bid on it together, both must bid jointly. The highest bidder wins. Why is the Ouyang family interfering with me instead of minding their own business? She was furious beyond words, never expecting that old hag to try to screw her over like this. Damn it! Goodness gracious! What's going on here? Who would have thought this fire attribute spirit object would spark a bidding war between 2 major clans? Since both houses have secured exclusive rights, Qin Jiantang shall now make the first bid, followed by Ouyang House matching the offer. Each party has 3 minutes to bid, and the highest bidder wins. The starting bid for this item is 300,000 yuan, with increments of no less than 10,000 yuan. Qin Jiantang, please make your opening bid. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Tianke felt no particular emotion. Shu Qianwei's voice rang in his ear. 350,000 alliance coins. Qin Jiantang bids 350,000 alliance coins. Ouyang family, please bid. 360,000. 380,000. 390,000. Shu Qianwei's expression darkened. She glared intently at Ouyang whinnying across the room. That damn old viper always outbids her by 10,000. It seemed both families were jointly extending an invitation to the young Qin brother beside them. Yet he had chosen to join her, abandoning the Ouyang family. As the foremost of the 6 great families, how could the Ouyang clan swallow such humiliation? Moreover, the 2 families had always been locked in rivalry. Now they were just waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me. I refuse to believe it today. Qingyun Hall bids 420,000 alliance coins. The Ouyang family bids 430,000 alliance coins. The bidding between the 2 sides kept escalating. Soon, the price of this spirit object had been driven up to 550,000 alliance coins. The gathered clan members below began whispering among themselves. Their expressions were filled with shock. This was the first time they'd witnessed 2 families jointly monopolizing the bidding. The Ouyang family is bound to win this. As the foremost of the 6 great clans, acquiring a fire attribute spirit artifact should be a piece of cake for the Ouyang family, right? Not so fast. I believe Qingyun Hall actually has the better odds. As murmurs rippled through the crowd below, the auctioneer on stage watched the bids from both sides, initiating round after round of bidding. She too was visibly excited. For this item, she stood to earn a 1% commission. The higher the price, the larger her commission. The Ouyang family bids 600,000. Will Qin Jiantang match? Damn it! Shu Qianwei slammed her hand on the table in frustration. She didn't have much cash on her to begin with, and 600,000 yuan was already pushing her limit. After all, she needed to save some funds to purchase that legendary spiritual artifact. She looked at Qin Tianke with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, bro. Before she could finish, Qin Tianke cut her off. Don't worry, sis. That storage ring Yuchi Gong gave me earlier contained 500,000 alliance coins. 500,000? Shu Qianwei knew his family was wealthy. But she hadn't expected it to reach this level. 500,000 alliance coins, just like that. This kid really is a spendthrift. Still, free money is free money. With that thought, Shu Qianwei immediately addressed the crowd below. 700,000. She certainly wouldn't let brother Qin blow it all. Besides, this spirit plant was only worth that much. Even 700,000 was on the high side. In the Ouyang family's quarters. Damn that little. Ouyang whinnying seethed with fury. She had intended to dampen the little brat's spirit. But she never expected the girl to actually go all in bidding 700,000. That price was already equivalent to that of a perfect grade natural spirit treasure. As the senior patriarch of the Ouyang clan, she wouldn't forget the purpose of this gathering. Her eyes hardened. There was no point wasting time on a spirit treasure with an unknown chance of breaking through to perfect grade. 700,000 alliance coins per attempt. 700,000 alliance coins for 2 bids. 700,000 alliance coins for the 3rd time. Congratulations to Qing Yun Hall for securing this Earth Lotus Starfire. Chapter 117, Taking Action. The system could enhance itself alongside his cultivation progress. At first, this had been nothing more than conjecture to him. Yet through practice, he discovered it was true. When he was still at the 3rd cultivation level, the system was unable to perceive the strength of those above the 4th cultivation level. But after he ascended to the 4th tier, the information display began revealing 5th tier practitioners. Moreover, the system's information became increasingly comprehensive. For instance, when the innate spirit object appeared earlier, there was absolutely no mention of usage methods. Now, not only did it appear, but it was comprehensive in every detail. Shu Changwei noticed Qin Tiang's expression. These things, right? He nodded. Thank you, sister. It's no big deal. Shu Changwei waved her hand dismissively. Then, under Qin Tiang's gaze, she took a bamboo pole, hung a blue flag on it, and planted it beside the lantern. It's sold. Sold. Someone's bought the whole lot. Someone shouted in surprise. All eyes turned toward the room where Qin Tianke and his group were seated. Beside their lantern, a blue flag was now fluttering in the breeze. Qin Tianke didn't know what this meant. But seeing the stares from those people, he couldn't shake the feeling it signified some kind of special privilege. Shu Changwei explained leisurely from the side. The 6 great families and the 3 major factions enjoy certain privileges in all matters, and this holds true even at auctions. As long as a blue flag is displayed, it signifies that the item belongs to me. I can purchase it outright at my stated price. Unless another member of the 6 great families or 3 major factions bids against me, though that opportunity can only be used once per year. Qin Tiang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Shu Changwei's explanation. He knew every item at the auction was extremely valuable, let alone the legendary spirit treasure Sister Su had come specifically to obtain. According to her, Sister Su had relinquished such a precious opportunity just to help him obtain that Earth Lotus Starfire? Qin Tianke felt only a wave of guilt wash over him. He hadn't felt much for Sister Su before, viewing her merely as a tool to secure his own advantage. But now it seemed she was willing to give up Qinji Untang's once-a-year opportunity for him. How could he not feel guilty? How could his heart not be moved? Noticing Qin Tiang's emotional shift, Shu Changwei remained unconcerned. As for that final legendary Great Spirit artifact, even if I don't use this opportunity, the other clans will still vie for it. That will be the true contest, no need to worry. Yet no sooner had Shu Changwei finished speaking. Another gasp erupted. Holy crap, someone else swept the entire auction. It's the Ouyang family. Hearing this, Shu Changwei's expression darkened. She immediately craned her neck forward. She saw Ouyang whinnying on the windowsill across from them. Her eyes brimmed with defiance. She stared at her like that, as if she were a laughingstock. The other party had also raised a blue flag. Damn it! While the rules allow one family to claim an item outright, if 2 families bid on it together, both must bid jointly. The highest bidder wins. Why is the Ouyang family interfering with me instead of minding their own business? She was furious beyond words, never expecting that old hag to try to screw her over like this. Damn it! Goodness gracious! What's happening? Who would have thought this fire attribute spirit item would spark a bidding war between 2 major clans? Since both families have placed exclusive bids, Qinji Untang will now make the first offer, followed by Ouyang family matching it. Each side has 3 minutes to bid, and the highest bid wins. The starting bid for this item is 300,000. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. Now, Qinji Untang, please make your opening bid. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Tianke felt no particular emotion. Shu Changwei's voice echoed in his ear. 350,000 alliance coins. Qinji Untang bids 350,000 alliance coins. Ouyang family, please bid. 360,000. 380,000. 390,000. Shu Changwei's expression darkened. She glared intently at Ouyang whinnying across the room. That damn old viper always outbids her by 10,000. It seemed both families were jointly extending an invitation to the young Qin brother beside them. Yet he had chosen to join her, abandoning the Ouyang family. As the foremost of the 6 great families, how could the Ouyang clan swallow such humiliation? Moreover, the 2 families had always been locked in rivalry. Now they were just waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me. I refuse to believe it today. Qing Yun Hall bids 420,000 alliance coins. The Ouyang family bids 430,000 alliance coins. The bidding between the two sides kept escalating. Soon, the price of this spirit object had been driven up to 550,000 alliance coins. The gathered clan members below began whispering among themselves. Their expressions were filled with shock. This was the first time they'd witnessed two families jointly monopolizing the bidding. The Ouyang family is bound to win this. As the foremost of the 6 great clans, acquiring a fire attribute spirit artifact should be a piece of cake for the Ouyang family, right? Not so fast. I believe Qing Yun Hall actually has the better odds. As murmurs rippled through the crowd below, the auctioneer on stage watched the bids from both sides, initiating round after round of bidding. She too was visibly excited. For this item, she stood to earn a 1% commission. The higher the price, the larger her commission. The Ouyang family bids 600,000. Will Qinji Untang match? Damn it! Shu Chanwei slammed her hand on the table in frustration. She didn't have much cash on her to begin with, and 600,000 yuan was already pushing her limit. After all, she needed to save some funds to purchase that legendary spiritual artifact. She looked at Qin Tianke with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, bro. Before she could finish, Qin Tianke cut her off. Don't worry, sis. That storage ring Yuchi Gong gave me earlier contained 500,000 alliance coins. 500,000? Shu Chanwei knew his family was wealthy. But she hadn't expected it to reach this level. 500,000 alliance coins, just like that. This kid really is a spendthrift. Still, free money is free money. With that thought, Shu Chanwei immediately addressed the crowd below. 700,000. She certainly wouldn't let Brother Qin blow it all. Besides, this spirit plant was only worth that much. Even 700,000 was considered high. In the Ouyang family's quarters. Damn that little. Ouyang whinnying seethed with fury. She had intended to dampen the little brat's spirit. But she never expected the girl to actually go all in bidding 700,000. That price was already equivalent to that of a perfect grade natural spirit treasure. As the senior patriarch of the Ouyang clan, she wouldn't forget the purpose of this gathering. Her eyes hardened. There was no point wasting time on a spirit treasure with an unknown chance of breaking through to perfect grade. 700,000 alliance coins for 1 bid. 700,000 alliance coins for 2 bids. 700,000 alliance coins for the 3rd time. Congratulations to Qing Yun Hall for securing this Earth Lotus Starfire. Chapter 118, Earth Lotus Starfire. She had never seen it before, finding it utterly wondrous. Shu Changwei's expression shifted slightly. Suddenly, something occurred to her. This power felt strangely familiar to her. Like necromantic power, yet it contained a faint trace of life force. What kind of elemental power was this? Wasn't the person before her a beast master? He seemed to have only 2 beasts under his command. Could it be that he possesses another undisclosed beast with that same peculiar attribute? While she was still pondering, Wei Qigong suddenly approached and interrupted her thoughts. Rose. Hearing the man before her speak in such a spoiled tone, Shu Qianwei's expression darkened. She snapped back immediately. I've told you countless times I don't like you, and there's absolutely no chance between us. If you keep pestering me like this, don't blame me for what happens next. Hearing these words, the other person stood motionless, standing there calmly. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd heard such words. Yet the light in their eyes dimmed slightly. Qin Tianke, listening nearby, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Oh my, so he's a bootlicker? Could it be that the Yuchi family, one of the 6 great clans, actually had a suck-up? Of course, Qin Tiang's thoughts remained hidden from the 2 of them. Otherwise, wouldn't they be torn to shreds by them? Wei Qigong shot a wary glance at Shu Changwei. She remained cold-faced and silent. Witnessing this scene, he could only sigh. As he departed, he offered an apology to Qin Tianke, simultaneously tossing him a small trinket. Qin Tianke caught it and gave it a cursory glance. It was a storage ring. There was nothing special inside. Just money. 500,000 alliance coins. Typical of a clan scion. Money to burn, nowhere to spend it. Qin Tianke suddenly felt a surge of admiration for his opponent. Not only had he defeated a mid-tier stage 4 opponent, but he'd also walked away with 500,000 alliance coins. What a win-win deal. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Shu Changwei standing nearby. He wanted to ask her something, but he hesitated, unsure what to ask. Although she had been calling him little brother and insisting he address her as sister, they had only known each other for a few days. To pry into such matters would be a bit awkward. Gossip is human nature. Even Qin Tianke couldn't help but want to know these things. Shu Changwei's eyes sparkled with a lively intelligence. A glimmer of light danced within her beautiful eyes, as if veiled by a thin mist. It seemed as though she instantly saw through his inner thoughts. Keep that storage ring then. The Yuchi family is the wealthiest among the 6 great clans. They oversee the finances at the headquarters of the Transfiguration Alliance. Shu Qiangwei spoke, her expression tinged with worry. Among the 6 great families, only the Yuchi family maintains a decent relationship with my Qingyun Hall. The Weiqi family has 7 direct heirs in this generation. The man you saw earlier is named Weiqi Gong. He's the most irresponsible of the 7. As you witnessed, he's been relentlessly pursuing me for a year now, but I've refused him. Whenever he spots another man near me, he goes completely mad, just like earlier. He rarely ventures out. Now 28 years old, his cultivation remains stuck at the 4th tier. Moreover, he never involves himself in alliance affairs, so he knows nothing of your identity. Xin Tianke understood. No wonder. Even if he wasn't exactly a big shot. But he had at least made it into the top 10 of the speed selection trials. The young masters of these families should recognize him. How could they possibly clash with him? This matter involves you because of me. Please don't blame my sister. Xin Tianke hurriedly waved his hands. He was overjoyed. Nothing bad happened. He even scored 500,000 alliance coins for free. A surefire win. Seeing that the other party had forgiven him, Shu Qiangwei paid no further attention to Xin Tianke. Her gaze instead settled on the auction podium below. Her eyes held a hint of distant reverie, as if recalling some past memories. Each room contained special restraints. Thus, no matter how loud the commotion, it was impossible for those nearby to detect it. For instance, the commotion from their recent battle drew no onlookers or curious glances. The auction proceeded swiftly. By the time they finished fighting, the auction had already reached the 26th item. Only 10 items had been sold so far. In fact, not every auction sells its items. It depends on how significant the items are to those present. Take the first sword, for instance. A weapon of perfect quality serves equally well for self-defense or combat. But other artifacts? Relatively few people have a need for them. So no matter how low the price, no one would want to buy a pile of junk. They have money, but they're not going to waste it on junk. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item is the 26th piece in the collection. Allow me to build a little suspense. This object is a spiritual artifact. At the mention of spiritual object, the elite factions below grew visibly excited. Though they could access spiritual artifacts at their level, such items grow ever rarer with each sighting, especially naturally born spiritual artifacts. Naturally, they must seize every opportunity to witness them. As the woman spoke, someone beside her had already placed a box nearby. As the woman spoke, she slowly pulled back the black curtain covering the box. This spirit artifact is a naturally born fire attribute spirit artifact. After unanimous evaluation by our expert panel, it has been definitively rated as elite grade. Furthermore, based on our appraisal, this artifact possesses the potential to break through to the perfect grade at any moment. It merely requires the right opportunity and favorable circumstances. It was a glass case. Inside, a lotus flower floated suspended. The lotus was an eerie blue throughout, as if formed from flames themselves. As it drifted continuously, the deep blue hue began to transform and condense once more. It became a crimson light. 2 hues of light and flame intertwined and converged, shifting ceaselessly. Amidst the shadows, the flames collided ceaselessly, even giving birth to some peculiar hues. Xin Tianke stared intently at the spirit artifact. System data materialized within his eyes. Natural spirit object, Earth Lotus Starfire. Attributes, Fire, Earth. Grade, Elite 2% remaining to ascend to perfect grade. Description, a natural artifact born in the Earth's core valley at the heart of the flaming ceiling yun, distilling the essence of the Earth and gathering the brilliance of flames. Usage, 1. Refine into Earth Lotus crystal consumption enhances fire resistance for deeper exploration of Earth's core valley. 2. Refine into Starfire pills consumption breaks limitations and enhances fire attribute abilities. 3. Directly smelt and consumed to fuse with flames and enhance abilities. Xin Tianke studied the system's detailed description. A wave of emotion washed over him. Ever since he had ascended to the 4th tier, the system itself seemed to have undergone significant upgrades. For instance, previously he could never see the detailed stats of powerhouses above tier 4. Now he could. Combined with the ability to access such detailed information, Xin Tianke had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. Chapter 119, The Bidding War. The system could upgrade alongside his cultivation progress. At first, this had been merely a conjecture to him. But through practice, he discovered it was true. When he was still at the 3rd cultivation level, the system was unable to perceive the strength of those above the 4th cultivation tier. But after he ascended to the 4th tier, the information display began revealing 5th tier practitioners. Moreover, the system's information became increasingly comprehensive. For instance, when the innate spiritual object appeared earlier, there was absolutely no mention of usage methods. Now, not only did it appear, but it was comprehensive in every detail. Shu Qiangwei noticed Xin Tian's expression. These things, right? He nodded. Thank you, sister. It's no big deal. Shu Changwei waved her hand dismissively. Then, under Qin Tiang's gaze, she took a bamboo pole, hung a blue flag on it, and planted it beside the lantern. It's sold. Sold. Someone's bought the whole lot. Someone shouted in surprise. All eyes turned toward the room where Qin Tianke and his group were seated. Beside their lantern, a blue flag was now fluttering in the breeze. Qin Tianke didn't know what this meant. But seeing the stares from those people, he couldn't shake the feeling it signified some kind of special privilege. Shu Changwei explained leisurely from the side. The 6 great families and the 3 major factions enjoy certain privileges in all matters, and this holds true even at auctions. As long as a blue flag is displayed, it signifies that the item belongs to me. I can purchase it outright at my stated price. Unless another member of the 6 great families or 3 major factions bids against me, though that opportunity can only be used once per year. Qin Tiang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Shu Changwei's explanation. He knew every item at the auction was extremely valuable, let alone the legendary spirit treasure Sister Su had come specifically to obtain. According to her, Sister Su had relinquished such a precious opportunity just to help him obtain that Earth Lotus Starfire? A wave of guilt washed over Qin Tianke. He hadn't harbored much affection for Sister Su before, viewing her merely as a tool to exchange for benefits. But now it seemed she was willing to forego Qin Jiantang's once-a-year opportunity for his sake. How could he not feel guilty? How could his heart not be moved? Noticing Qin Tiang's emotional shift, Shu Changwei remained unconcerned. As for that final legendary Great Spirit artifact, even if I don't use this opportunity, the other clans will still vie for it. That will be the true test, no need to worry. Yet no sooner had Shu Changwei finished speaking. Another gasp erupted. Holy crap, someone else swept the entire auction. It's the Ouyang family. Hearing this, Shu Changwei's expression darkened. She immediately craned her neck forward. She saw Ouyang whinnying on the windowsill across from her. Her eyes brimmed with defiance. She stared at her like that, as if she were a laughingstock. The other party had also raised a blue flag. Damn it! While the rules allow one family to claim an item outright, if 2 families bid on it together, both must bid jointly. The highest bidder wins. Why is the Ouyang family interfering with my business instead of minding their own affairs? She was furious now, never expecting that old hag to try to screw her over like this. Damn it! Goodness gracious! What's happening? Who would have thought this fire attribute spirit object would spark a bidding war between 2 major clans? Since both families have placed exclusive bids, Qin Jiantang will now make the first offer, followed by Ouyang family matching it. Each side has 3 minutes to bid, and the highest bid wins. The starting bid for this item is 300,000. Each increment must be no less than 10,000. Now, Xing Yunhao, please make your opening bid. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Tianke felt no particular emotion. Shu Changwei's voice rang in his ear. 350,000 alliance coins. Qin Jiantang bids 350,000 alliance coins. Ouyang family, please bid. 360,000. 380,000. 390,000. Shu Changwei's expression darkened. She glared intently at Ouyang whinnying across the room. That damn old witch always outbids her by 10,000. It seemed their 2 families had jointly extended an invitation to the young Qin brother beside them. Yet he had chosen to join her, abandoning the Ouyang family. As the foremost of the 6 great families, how could the Ouyang clan swallow such humiliation? Moreover, the 2 families had always been locked in rivalry. Now they were just waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me. I refuse to believe it today. Qing Yunhao bids 420,000 alliance coins. The Ouyang family bids 430,000 alliance coins. The bidding between the 2 sides kept escalating. Soon, the price of this spirit object had been driven up to 550,000 alliance coins. The assembled clan members below began whispering among themselves. Their expressions were filled with shock. This was the first time they'd ever seen 2 families jointly bid on an entire lot. The Ouyang family is bound to win. As the foremost of the 6 great clans, acquiring a fire attribute spirit treasure should be a piece of cake for the Ouyang family, right? Not so fast. I believe Qing Yunhao actually has the better odds. As murmurs rippled through the crowd below, the auctioneer on stage watched the bids from both sides, initiating round after round of bidding. She too was visibly excited. For this item, she stood to earn a 1% commission. The higher the price, the larger her commission. The Ouyang family bids 600,000. Will Qin Jiantang match? Damn it! Shu Changwei slammed her hand on the table in frustration. She didn't have much cash on her to begin with, and 600,000 yuan was already pushing her limit. After all, she needed to save some funds to purchase that legendary spiritual artifact. She looked at Qin Tianke with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, bro. Before she could finish, Qin Tianke cut her off. Don't worry, sis. That storage ring Yuchi Gong gave me earlier contained 500,000 alliance coins. 500,000? Shu Changwei knew his family was wealthy. But she hadn't expected it to reach this level. 500,000 alliance coins just like that. This kid really is a spendthrift. Still, free money is free money. With that thought, Shu Qianwei immediately addressed the crowd below. 700,000. She certainly wouldn't let Brother Qin blow it all. Besides, this spirit plant was only worth that much. Even 700,000 was on the high side. In the Ouyang family's quarters. Damn that little. Ouyang whinnying seethed with fury. She had intended to dampen the little brat's spirit. But she never expected the girl to actually go all in bidding 700,000. That price was already equivalent to that of a perfect grade natural spirit treasure. As the senior elder of the Ouyang clan, she wouldn't forget the purpose of this gathering. Her eyes hardened. There was no point wasting time on a spirit treasure with an unknown chance of breaking through to perfect grade. 700,000 alliance coins per attempt. 700,000 alliance coins for 2 bids. 700,000 alliance coins for the 3rd time. Congratulations to Qing Yun Hall for securing this Earth Lotus Starfire. Chapter 120, Family History. The Ouyang family's senior elder gritted his teeth in fury at the sight. You little. Just as despicable as your damned mother. As the grand elder of the Ouyang family, the foremost among the 6 great clans, how could she not know the rise of Qing Yun Hall? That lowly girl from years past had now become the young master of Qing Yun Hall. Though her cultivation was weak, her status and cunning tactics undoubtedly made her the most formidable among her peers. At such a young age, she's already playing mind games with us old fools. I'll let this brat off for now. But once that legendary spirit artifact surfaces, I'll be damned if you can still stand against me. Mark my words, that artifact may be precious, but it's not worth 70,000 alliance coins. Legendary artifacts are rare and precious, and while their value undoubtedly exceeds 700,000 alliance coins, adding 2 or 3 zeros to that figure wouldn't be an exaggeration. By comparison, 70,000 was mere pocket change. Yet it was inevitable that this final hurdle of 700,000 alliance coins could cause everything to come crashing down. Within the Qing Yun Hall chamber. Thank you, Sister Shu. Having contributed a mere 200,000 alliance coins while she shouldered the bulk of the cost, this gratitude was only fitting. Ha, I told you this item was meant to be purchased as a gift for you. This sister always keeps her word. Shu Qianwei sighed helplessly, her voice tinged with frustration. That damned Ouyang viper cost me an extra 300,000 alliance coins. Qin Tianke sat quietly nearby, his voice timidly trembling at her choice of words. How could he dare get involved in such matters? He noticed a wave of gazes sweeping over him. Qin Tianke frowned in confusion, then heard Shu Qianwei's words. Brother, wanna hear some secrets about these big families? Seeing that sly smile, Qin Tianke cleared his throat twice before speaking slowly. I'd love to hear more. While he preferred to avoid provoking these powerful clans, who wouldn't be eager to hear such juicy gossip? Gossip is human nature. Shu Qianwei chuckled softly, then asked with a smile. First, tell me your impressions of the 6 great families. The 6 great families? Qin Tianke lowered his head and thought for a moment. The ancestors of the 6 great families were the first generation of powerful figures who formed the Transfiguration Alliance, later known as the first generation 6 heroes. Their descendants inherited their legacy and flourished within the Alliance's main city, eventually evolving into the present-day 6 great families. In gratitude for their ancestors' contributions, the Alliance granted each family a fiefdom within the city, dividing the 4 cardinal directions east, south, west, and north under their respective jurisdiction. Qin Tianke paused here, silently shaking his head. Beyond that, I know nothing more. Upon hearing this, Shu Qianwei began to explain. Actually, what you said is correct. This is the official narrative within the Alliance, known to many. It's also the most widely circulated version. But in reality, every single one of the 6 great families holds key positions within the Alliance. The 6 great families' influence extends even into the Alliance? Qin Tianke felt a wave of shock wash over him upon hearing this. He truly hadn't anticipated this. If granting fiefdoms to members of the 6 great families was a gesture of goodwill, then their holding key positions within the Alliance seemed rather hard to justify. Take Yuqi Gong from earlier. His family oversees the Alliance's finances. Among his uncles and elders, there is a prominent figure named Yuqi Fengxiu. This man is Yuqi Gong's biological father and currently serves as Deputy Minister of Finance. Qin Tianke was stunned upon hearing this. No wonder Yuqi Gong was so lavish with his spending? Turns out he comes from a wealthy background. As far as I know, members of the other 5 major families also hold positions in key departments. The Nangong family is in the inspection department, the Duanmu family in the recruitment department. And among them, the Ouyang family oversees the allocation and distribution of supplies. It's arguably the most coveted position among the major departments. Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel doubtful upon hearing these words. So you're saying these clans wouldn't engage in favoritism, corruption, or perverting justice? Would they dare? Shu Qianwei retorted, her voice rising. If they dared, it would mean abandoning everything they hold dear today. You must understand that their positions depend largely on the Alliance's regard for these meritorious families. How could the Alliance possibly entrust such crucial roles to them without oversight? If corruption and malpractice persist, it signifies they have chosen to abandon their responsibilities. This would be an excellent outcome for the Alliance. After all, they wouldn't feel secure entrusting such crucial positions to members of these families. If they choose to act, so be it. Should they falter, there will be plenty willing to take their place. Do you really think these old hands don't understand the intricacies involved? Shin Tian-K instantly understood and nodded. Of course, holding such a position within the Alliance also means they'll have to abandon other ventures. Take, for instance, the rents from properties and shops within the city walls. Compared to power, these represent a far more tangible financial temptation. The Alliance can't have them cover everything. Choosing departmental power means giving up these civilian wealth opportunities. Once they relinquish those, it naturally falls to our factions and other clans to collect. Shin Tian-K understood why the 6 great families and the 3 major factions had always maintained a relatively peaceful stance in their development. The 6 great families effectively control half of the Alliance's key positions. The 3 major factions, meanwhile, oversee minor rent collection operations. Between them lay intricate, intertwined connections. Therefore, neither side could afford to collapse or confront the other. The Alliance employs this system of checks and balances between power and wealth to maintain a stable equilibrium. No wonder. Shin Tian-K murmured inwardly. And among the 6 great families, the Sima clan has always been the Ouyang family's junior partner. The Duanmu and Nangong families have maintained friendly relations while occasionally clashing. The Zhuge and Yuqi families, meanwhile, have maintained a neutral stance. Shin Tian-K suddenly felt puzzled. What about the 3 major factions? At this, Xu Changwei's expression turned pensive and reflective. To outsiders, the 3 major factions might seem like an external force. Civilian factions should unite, but the reality is far from it. Her tone turned icy. 5 years ago, the 3 major factions were still in a state of mutual counterbalance, where each could check the others. The Three Blades Alliance and the Boundless Society have consistently suppressed and deliberately undermined my Qingyun Hall. Chapter 121, Refining the Earth Lotus Starfire. That was until our Qingyun Hall rose to prominence, becoming the foremost among the 3 major factions. The other 2 factions continued their superficial rivalry, yet secretly prepared an alliance behind the scenes. They stand ready to drag Qingyun Hall down at any moment. Yet even so, they remain no match for us. Though Xu Changwei's tone remained utterly composed, Shin Tian-K detected a hint of confidence in her expression. A sudden thought struck Shin Tian-K. For her to become the young master of Qingyun Hall, it seemed she truly possessed considerable ability. Are you going to refine that Earth Lotus Starfire now? Xu Changwei asked calmly. Generally, auction items can be collected immediately if needed, or delivered collectively after the auction concludes. Shin Tian-K pondered for a moment. In that case, I'll trouble Sister Su to guard me. Rather than returning to the hotel to cultivate, it would be better to first elevate Xiao Jin's cultivation to the 3rd tier here. Returning now would only alert the family members who had set their sights on him to his increased strength. With Xu Changwei guarding him here. Not to mention the protective barriers and restrictions in place here. The commotion of his breakthrough wouldn't draw his attention at all. This made things considerably easier. Moreover, he could no longer contain Xiao Jin's intense yearning for advancement. Xu Changwei nodded. She fiddled with her phone for a moment. Moments later, someone placed an exquisite glass box on the table. The person who brought it left without lingering, turning and departing immediately. Noticing Shin Tian's gaze, Xu Changwei chuckled softly. This is all yours now. Why ask your elder sister about it? Hearing this, Shin Tian-K clasped his fists in gratitude once more. Then, Shin Tian-K stepped forward and lifted the glass cover. The moment the glass case opened, Shin Tian-K immediately sensed an overwhelming surge of power. Even the temperature in the entire room surged instantly, becoming intensely scorching. Compared to the innate spirit object Xiao Jin had refined earlier, the difference was staggering. No wonder the system had explained that this spirit object was only 2% away from breaking through to the perfect grade. If given the chance, he truly wished to refine it only after it reached perfection. However, despite the system's upgrade, it hadn't provided any hints regarding this matter. Since that was the case, he could only proceed with the refinement for now. Who knew how long that final 2% would take? Shin Tian-K couldn't afford to wait. At this critical juncture, every moment delayed was precious. Only 5 days remained until the individual competition began. He must act swiftly and decisively. With this in mind, Shin Tian-K carried the glass dome into the assigned private chamber. Marveling at the extravagance of the place, he crossed his legs and sat down. Within the glass dome before him, waves of peculiar energy swirled around him. Xiao Jin had already flown out of the beast taming space, unable to contain his excitement. Gazing at the flames within the glass enclosure, his tiny pupils brimmed with excitement. The flames formed a lotus shape throughout. Above it, numerous traces resembling starlight flickered. The flames were a pure crimson, layered upon one another, dazzlingly brilliant. Xiao Jin could sense an incredibly potent force emanating from it. The instinctive response of a beast tamer stirred within him. This was his breakthrough opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jin immediately flew toward the flames. Only, this glass dome was a bit too small. It was extremely difficult for Xiao Jin to fly inside. Yet the moment his body touched the flames, Xiao Jin's form suddenly shrank by half. It was then gradually swallowed by the lotus-shaped flames, seemingly sinking into oblivion. This scene was utterly bizarre. It was as if the refinement had failed. However, Jin Tianke could sense it. Xiao Jin was attempting to refine this Earth Lotus Starfire. With Xiao Jin's abilities, this sea of flames felt like returning home to him. Injury was the last thing on his mind. Within the lotus flames, Xiao Jin began to open and close his mouth repeatedly, drawing all these energies into his body. At that very moment, the feathers covering its entire body began to transform. The once crimson-black feathers now bore a touch of brilliant gold light. And this glow continued to spread, until it had replaced half of the red-black plumage. The coloration of its feathers was now quite peculiar. Both eerie black-red and dazzling gold. As if it had been painted over. The colors were jumbled and utterly bizarre. Meanwhile, the shadow within the glass dome continued to rise steadily. Xiao Jin's aura began to brim with restless anticipation. Jin Tianke could clearly sense that the threshold of breakthrough was right before his eyes. Watching Xiao Jin begin the refinement process, Jin Tianke felt his heart settle. In truth, the refinement methods for beasts and humans differed. When he had previously refined the 9,000-year-old and that star soul grass, he relied on the flames of Xiao Jin and the others. But Xiao Jin himself was inherently impervious to intense flames. Moreover, he can generate flames on his own. It was precisely because of this unique trait Xiao Jin dared to venture deep into the core of the Earth Lotus Heartfire during its refinement. He absorbed it through the process of devouring. Jin Tianke observed Xiao Jin's refining process. According to the system's explanation, this method would help the flame achieve mastery. It suited Xiao Jin's nature. A beast tamer and their beast are one and the same. Therefore, Jin Tianke was now enduring the surrounding flames, clearly sensing its scorching heat. He fully comprehends the terror of the clear lotus starfire. This temperature far surpasses that of the natural spirit object he had previously refined by several times over. Though both are elite grade, there remains a significant gap between them. This Earth Lotus Starfire was but a hair's breadth away from perfection. Yet it remained an innate entity that could never truly attain perfection. It was easily refined by Xiao Jin. Xu Qiangwei, who had been quietly observing the auction below from her windowside couch, suddenly turned her head. Her gaze fell upon Jin Tianke in the room, her eyes unconsciously filled with speculation. Her beautiful eyes flickered. Her gaze finally settled on the beast within the glass case before Jin Tianke. The beast appeared to be a fledgling eagle, yet the aura emanating from it was constantly shifting. It seemed only a matter of time before it broke through to the third tier. This younger brother was truly formidable. Not only did he possess a fourth-tier beast, but he also had another beast advancing to the third tier. And to top it off, he possessed a unique beast that seemed to wield the power of black and white. Subconsciously, Xu Qiangwei attributed Jin Tiang's earlier use of necromantic power to one of his beasts. Time passed slowly. The auctioneer continued to describe the items one after another. The crowd on the first floor now displayed a variety of reactions. Some had made substantial gains, while others lamented their greed, their pockets too light. Others remained excited throughout, as if they had snatched a bargain. In truth, most of the auction items were intended for them. The VIPs on the second floor typically only bid on those few exceptionally rare and precious items. Chapter 122, Xiao Jin's Breakthrough. The VIPs on the second floor never bid lightly. But when they do, it's for astronomical sums. Just like the earlier bidding war between the Ouyang family and Qinjiantang, they usually managed to secure most of the finest items. But when it came to the truly exceptional pieces, they could only watch helplessly. On the first floor seating area, the corpulent Wang Fugue was in high spirits. His eyes narrowed to slits from smiling. Not only had he seen the young master this time, but he'd even gotten what he wanted. How could he not be happy? But then, something suddenly occurred to him. He turned to the head of another prominent family beside him. Brother Wang, may I ask, is the final item in today's collection a spirit object? The man beside Wang Fugue, who belonged to the same clan, turned his head warily and whispered. I didn't expect Brother Wang to have such reliable intel. This final item is rumored to be a legendary grade natural spirit object. Legendary grade natural spirit object? Hearing those words, Wang Fugue nearly stumbled backward in shock. What was going on? A natural spirit object? And legendary grade? The grades of celestial spirit treasures are ranked as follows: common grade, elite grade, perfect grade, and legendary grade. Legendary grade spirits represent the absolute pinnacle among all universally recognized spiritual beings. At this level, it could hardly be called a spirit object anymore. Just like their rank, they are a true legend. To witness a legendary grade spirit object in my lifetime, I never imagined it possible. Wang Fugue was naturally overjoyed. However, he also knew, for him, was something he could only admire from afar. To get a closer look, or even to lay a finger on these things, was utterly impossible. After all, such treasures had already entered the realm of competition among the 6 great families and the 3 great powers. Compared to the true elite families and those 3 major powers, they weren't even worth a feather. A mere turn of their bodies could terrify them to death. These colossal entities, just a stomp from their feet, would send the entire alliance capital trembling 3 times over. The ancestors of the 6 great families made immense contributions to the alliance. The young members of these families are also outstanding individuals who have made contributions to the alliance. Compared to them, these families pale in comparison. Wang Fugue possessed a clear understanding of his own standing. As the host introduced each item one by one, soon it was time for the final, grand finale exhibit. Inside the Kinji Untang room, Shu Qianwei's face lit up with excitement. Was this finally the moment? The very reason all the city's family factions had gathered here. Sister, did I miss it? Qin Tianke had appeared beside her without her noticing. Shu Qianwei shook her head. How could he have refined that thing so quickly? In her understanding, it was impossible for a beast tamer to refine a spirit object this swiftly. This speed? Could it be that his fledgling eagle was elite grade? Or perhaps even perfect grade? As fellow beast tamers, some beast tamers enhance their cultivation by refining spirit orbs or items of the same elemental affinity. He had 3 beasts under his command. 2 are perfect grade, 1 is elite grade. His younger brother's beasts likely fall into a similar tier when compared. As it happens, Xiao Jin was at a critical breakthrough stage. It was the perfect momentum to push through. Shu Qianwei remained silent, giving a slight nod before her gaze shifted to the platform below. She felt a twinge of confusion. Why did this little brother look so happy? She could never have imagined. Qin Tiang's beast mastery had just fused with what? Some elite grade, naturally fire-attributed spirit creature? At the critical moment of the fusion just now, the residual power within Xiao Jin's body fused with the Earth Lotus Starfire. That 2% breakthrough threshold was shattered just like that. Though the Earth Lotus Starfire was of perfect grade, matching Xiao Jin's level, the fusion process carried some risk. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiao Jin narrowly cleared that hurdle. Qin Tianke also sensed the overwhelming hatred within Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin's vengeance, he himself had not forgotten it, nor had Qin Tianke. He had promised the other party that he would let it use its own power to seek vengeance. Now that Xiao Jin's power had grown, he was naturally overjoyed. This meant his odds of victory in the individual battle were now even greater. The auctioneer's voice drifted in from outside the window. Esteemed guests, next we present the final item of this auction and likewise the grand finale of our event. The value of this item today is truly astronomical. Among the assembled family heads, some had received intelligence, while others remained in the dark. What's with all the dithering? Spit it out already. Exactly. This is taking too long. Discontent began to stir among the crowd below. But the female host had seen it all before. She offered a few soothing words to the crowd. Then she clapped her hands. Several men in black emerged from the wings and placed a box on the table. The box was shrouded in black cloth. The cloth seemed to bear some sort of special enchantment. It prevented anyone from seeing what lay within. Judging by its appearance, it measured over a meter in length, 50 centimeters in width, and was perfectly rectangular. Observing the constantly pulsating and shifting runic seals above it, Qin Tiang's eyes narrowed as he immediately activated the system. Item, sealing cage cloth. Attributes, shielding. Grade, common. This is. The moment this item was brought forth, even before its veil was lifted, had already captured the attention of the 6 great families and the 3 major factions. The Yuchi family. Only 3 people were present in the room. The middle-aged man at the head of the group stared at the projection before him. His eyes betrayed uncontrollable excitement. The 2 younger men beside him shared the same fervor. The middle-aged man spoke urgently, his voice filled with desperation. We must acquire this thing at all costs. Yes. One of these 2 was Yu Qigong, whom Qin Tianke had met briefly before. The other was Wei Qijing, one of the 7 direct descendants of the Wei Qi family, just like Wei Qigong. The Zhuge family. The Zhuge family elder's expression was grave. Yet a hint of devious calculation lingered at the corners of his mouth. This item is precious. Proceed according to the previously outlined plan and drive the price up as high as possible. Zhuge Ji, seated across from him, nodded. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes. Ouyang family. Yang Weining's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of disdain. Legendary grade spiritual treasures held immense value. Compared to the spirit object that had been auctioned off earlier by that little one on the verge of ascending to the perfect grade, the gap in their worth was not just a little bit. The two couldn't even be compared on the same level. Therefore, she didn't believe that Little would have any chance of obtaining this item. The more she thought this, the more exhilarated she became. Yang Yuqing, seated beside her, wore an odd expression. She seemed to want to say something. But upon seeing her aunt's expression, she ultimately swallowed her words. Chapter 123, Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo. The other major clans were also pursuing their own agendas at this moment. The endless gathering. Two young men sat among the attendees, appearing somewhat cynical and world-weary. Compared to the venerable elders sent by other clan factions, they seemed far too immature. The chairman has stated this item must be secured, even if it means depleting every last resource the guild can muster. The other nodded. A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. Others might not know. But how could they not know? Especially Yuchi Gong, this was his own father. The other was a high-ranking executive in the finance department. The Three Swords Alliance. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat oppressive. By the tea table sat a middle-aged man bearing 3 massive blades on his back. Tall and imposing, he sat there. Even when seated, he towered over the average person standing. Compared to the 3 massive blades strapped to his body, seemed just right. He wore a simple vest. Scars could be seen spreading across the exposed muscles where the vest offered no coverage. His face was covered in a thick beard, his expression stern and commanding without needing to raise his voice. Across from him sat a woman. She was slender and beautiful. Well, everyone else sends their young masters or elders here. What does it mean for you, the alliance leader, to come personally? Though her attire was simple, it accentuated her shapely figure all the more. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. The middle-aged man shot her a dismissive glance. The scar on his face seemed to grow more menacing with the flicker of his gaze. And you, deputy alliance leader, are no different, are you? The middle-aged man scoffed twice in disdain. His voice grew solemn. This artifact is crucial to my advancement. Once obtained, it will bring me one step closer to the 7th tier. The beautiful woman heard this and glanced at him without betraying her emotions. She concealed the shock in her eyes. Her gaze drifted toward the other rooms. She sighed inwardly. Easier said than done. According to the Zhuge family's intelligence, this substance is one of the primary ingredients for refining the mirror-shattering pill. Forget about you and me, even that wealthy tycoon from the Yuchi family is vying for it. How easy do you think it is? Seeing the other person lost in self-pity, the middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. So what? Every one of those old codgers is sharp as a tack. They should understand the importance of breaking through this class. The middle-aged man's tone grew solemn. He silently assessed the situation. This journey would likely be fraught with difficulties. But he had come here in person. He was now fully prepared and determined. On stage, the host approached the square object. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly lifted the black cloth. He then spoke. This is one of the most valuable artifacts acquired by my treasure vault to date. Sourced from the great wilderness silent grasslands after 6 years of relentless searching, a legendary natural spirit object. The primary ingredient required for the boundary-breaking pill recorded in the Alliance's annals as a substance capable of aiding 6th tier class changers in advancing to the 7th tier. The Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo. As the host lifted the black curtain, the object within came into view. Inside a square cabinet, 2 bamboo stalks lay quietly. These 2 plants, though called bamboo, resembled vines more closely. After all, their thickness was far slimmer than that of typical bamboo. Moreover, the 2 stalks appeared to be intertwined and entangled. Above them, peculiar energies pulsed and stirred. The spreading branches trembled ceaselessly. They hardly resembled plants. Rather, it resembled some peculiar creature. The 2 bamboo stalks bore hues of red and blue. The bamboo stalks were intertwined. Above them, peculiar shadows could be seen emerging. The red and blue shadows drifted, intertwining with one another. The scene was utterly bizarre. Upon seeing this phenomenon, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo? Holy crap, is this real? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? The Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo, isn't that something that only exists in legends? Among the 6 great clans and the 3 great factions, each revealed expressions of astonishment in unison. They never imagined it would be this very thing. Though they had imagined certain items might aid the advancement of their clan's powerful members. But they never imagined it would be the essential ingredient for refining the mirror-shattering pill. In the Ouyang family's quarters, seeing her aunt so excited, and even a hint of frenzy on her face, Yang Yuqing asked in confusion. What's going on? Auntie, is this thing that valuable? The latter glanced at her. A hint of surprise flashed across her face. But she quickly recalled his cultivation level. she began explaining to her niece. Even so, his tone betrayed unchecked excitement. At your current cultivation level, you cannot yet handle this item. The Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo exists only within the Great Wilderness Silent Grasslands. Moreover, it is widely recognized as one of the most precious spiritual treasures within the Great Wilderness Silent Grasslands. This object is of extraordinary value. Ouyang Weiniang sighed with emotion. Legend says it was born in the land of dual extremes within the Great Wilderness Silent Grasslands, enduring the relentless scouring of both scorching heat and freezing cold for ages. This endows the bamboo with properties beyond ordinary comprehension. When first discovered, it seemed capable of summoning spirits. But later it was found. Beyond summoning the undead after enduring the prolonged erosion and corruption of dual extremes, this bamboo actually developed a spirit, forming what is known as a wasteland spirit. Wasteland spirit? Ouyang Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. The reputation of the wasteland spirit. She knew it well and couldn't help but ask urgently. This wasteland spirit, does it only survive within the 4 perilous regions? And is it so unique that it cannot survive once it leaves those regions? Exactly. That's precisely why the Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo is so precious. Ouyang Weiniang grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Any wasteland spirit cannot survive outside the unique environment of the 4 perilous regions. Yet this Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo is the most extraordinary existence of all. It's almost like a plant-form wasteland spirit, yet it's also a spiritual artifact. Moreover, it can survive outside the 4 perilous regions. Some alchemists discovered that when refined into pills, it can even help 6th-tier class changers break through to the 7th tier. This Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo can even be forged into weapons. Even when crafted casually, its quality will never fall below the perfect grade. Not less than perfect grade? Now Ouyang Yuqing understood why the other party was so shocked. Even a master blacksmith would require special materials to forge a perfect grade weapon. The Nangong family. What? Perfect grade? Nangong Bo's mouth gaped wide open, as if it could fit a duck egg. The Nangong family elder across from him nodded. Precisely. That is why we must secure this item. His eyes shone with excitement. Chapter 124, Soaring Prices. Three Blades Alliance. Ha! It's definitely it. It's definitely it. Ma Sandao, leader of the Three Knives Alliance, could no longer contain his inner excitement. His eyes burned with longing. Wonderful. At last, he had laid eyes on the thing. Though he could only glimpse it from afar now. He could sense the profound aura emanating from it. One might even say it was powerful to the point of being eerie. In his eyes, this was no ordinary bamboo. This was the crucial opportunity to break through his limitations. The beautiful woman across from him murmured to herself. Both a wild spirit and a spiritual object. And an essential item for breaking through from the 6th to the 7th tier. This thing is incredibly precious. I'm sure many clans would be desperate for something like this. Though the Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo possesses certain unique properties. Certain specialized classes cannot absorb it. But most professions can utilize it. It can even be refined into a fully compatible breakthrough pill. Thus, many covet it intensely. We must obtain it at all costs. The Sima clan. Sima Yiling examined the object below and inquired of the elder beside him. Is it this thing? Though the man beside him was an elder, his demeanor seemed significantly lower than the others. Though he held the title of elder, both his status and standing fell far short of the sole heir of the Sima family before him. The true young master of the Sima family. This thing is interesting. I'll take it back for father and grandfather, they could use it too. Upon finishing his words, the elder beside him instantly understood. He nodded. A gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. Understood. The Nangong family. This artifact, both in its attributes and grade, is perfectly suited to our family. We must secure it. Elder Nangong issued the order immediately. Understood. At this moment, all 3 major factions of the 6 great families had made their decision. They must get their hands on this item. After all, it was too precious. Refined into a pill, it could break through to the 7th tier. When forged into a weapon, it would be of perfect grade. Not to mention the inherent elemental power it contains. Even a mere trace of it. It could grant immense enhancement to class changers possessing the same or related attributes. At this moment, Xin Tianke gazed at the Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo lying quietly within the glass display case. A flash of light flickered in his eyes as he activated the system. Spirit Object Wasteland Spirit Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo. Attributes: Ice, Fire, Undead. Grade: Legendary. Status: Panicked, Broken. Description: a unique entity that is both a soul spirit and a spirit object. It can be refined into shattered mirror pills or reshaped into a perfect grade weapon, holding immense value. This was the first time Qin Tianke had encountered the term waste spirit in the system's descriptions. He couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He hadn't imagined that this thing was truly so extraordinary. Sister Shu beside him had already begun recounting legends and origins of the thing before them. It turned out to be truly terrifying. This object holds immense value to us. Brother. When the time comes, consider the money I'm lending you. Before he could finish, Shin Tian-K cut him off. There's no need for that, sister. You've already covered the bulk of the cost for the spiritual item I needed. If you ever want this item, sister, I'll repay you even if it costs me my entire fortune. With that, Shin Tian-K began rummaging through his storage ring. Finally, he selected one. He had killed too many people himself. These individuals had been lurking in the battle ruins for who knows how long and were already extremely wealthy. Many of them possessed numerous storage rings to begin with. Shin Tian-K simply chose one with relatively larger internal storage space. After handing it to Shu Changwei, she scanned it with her mental energy, puzzled. Her pupils dilated in shock. She looked at Shin Tian-K in astonishment. How on earth did he manage to get his hands on so much money? After all, this storage ring was packed to the brim with alliance coins. It was nearly 1/3 of the alliance coins he had brought himself. While not an enormous sum, but if she added hers to it, she'd have an 80% chance and confidence to secure this collection. Seeing the atmosphere at the venue reach such a fever pitch, the auctioneer returned to the podium. He picked up the gavel and announced in a clear voice. This item is precious, with a starting bid of 800,000 alliance coins. Bids must increase by no less than 50,000. The starting bid alone was 800,000. It already equaled the highest transaction value of all items they had previously traded. This alone speaks volumes about the legendary spirit object's extraordinary value. Such a price was beyond the reach of families like Wang Fugui's. At that moment, unbeknownst to each other, except for the Ouyang family and Qingyun Hall, which did not raise blue flags, all other factions and families raised their banners. This signified that only they could vie for the title. In reality, however, Qin Jiantang and the Ouyang family weren't limited to just this year's opportunity. Both soon raised their blue banners. This represented next year's opportunity. This privilege was granted by the treasure vault to these family factions. After all, these are the big spenders, they must be courted and appeased. Qin Jiantang bids 900,000. That's peanuts. My Nangong family bids 1 million. The Yuchi family, 1.2 million. The Zhuge family, 1.5 million. Shin Tian-K sat to the side. He watched as the value steadily climbed. The price was acceptable, within his expectations. Moreover, this seemed merely the calm before the storm. The price shot up like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it reached 3.2 million. That was a full fourfold increase compared to before. And this had all happened in less than a minute. The current bid is 3.2 million from the Yuchi family. Time limit, 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. Any further bids, please hurry. The Zhuge family bids 3.5 million. 3.5 million? That's nothing. The Ouyang family bids 7 million. The auctioneer's words undoubtedly reignited the rivalry among the major clans. Though there was no actual smoke or battle, this battle over money only served to highlight the staggering wealth of these families. Wang Fugui on the first floor was stunned. Yet he soon found it perfectly reasonable. After all, the prices were clearly displayed. They were indeed worth every penny. The Yuchi family, 10 million. The moment the bid was called out, it instantly drew the attention of many. 10 million. This bid propelled the auction's price to an even higher level. Yet it wasn't over. Other families continued to raise their bids. 10 million was instantly drowned out by the cacophony of bids. Seeing the price soaring like this, even Shin Tian-K was stunned. These people were incredibly wealthy. It surpassed his wildest expectations of wealth. Three Blades Alliance, 20 million alliance coins. Chapter 125, Legendary Starfall Spear. That intense? Shin Tian-K was stunned. The atmosphere didn't linger long after the bid was made. Soon, others began bidding again. This item was truly priceless in the truest sense. Millions, tens of millions. Perhaps all just peanuts. The price soared once more. Soon, the clock ticked down to the final minute. And at this moment, the highest bid on the floor was 36 million from the Yuchi family. Shin Tian-K watched quietly from the sidelines. He pondered silently. He knew this item was valuable and that prices were rising rapidly. But he hadn't expected it to happen this fast. How much time had passed? In just 2 minutes, the price had reached such a terrifying level. If it keeps climbing like this, it wouldn't take long before it broke the 100 million mark, would it? The assets I brought along seem like a mere drop in the bucket here. But if it can help Sister Sue, that's the best outcome. Watching his bids swiftly swept away, the leader of the Three Swords Alliance sat there, seething with anger. A unique aura of a 6th-tier powerhouse began radiating from his entire body. That aura grew ever more immense. It even began to obscure some of the engraved arrays in the area. It was rapidly threatening to leak out. Those damned bastards. Naturally, he wanted to secure this treasure for himself at the lowest possible cost. But the other clan factions weren't having it. Each of those individuals was no ordinary figure. Moreover, some held positions within the finance department. By comparison, his situation was far more difficult. After all, the Three Blades Alliance was widely acknowledged as the poorest among all the factions. What if? Before the beautiful woman could finish, Alliance leader Ma Sandow had already read her mind. After all, both were Alliance leaders, one the head, the other the deputy. They naturally understood each other's intentions. Hold your horses. Let's wait and see. He understood that the so-called auction wasn't solely about money. It could also be exchanged through barter. He was still waiting for that final moment. Inside the room, Xu Changwei watched the price soaring relentlessly below. She glanced at her savings. Adding in what Brother Qin bid should be enough. Qin Yunhao bids 50 million. The previous highest bid was instantly surpassed. At that moment, only a few dozen seconds remained on the clock. 50 million? They're really willing to pay that much. The Ouyang family's senior elder gritted his teeth in fury, his face darkening. Although they knew a treasure had surfaced this time, the funds the family could mobilize were already limited. Moreover, they had to endure the scrutiny and oversight of the alliance. Naturally, he hadn't brought much money with him. The entire sum of his assets amounted to just 55 million. And it seemed this bid was about to be surpassed immediately. 60 million. The bid came from the Sima family, who had been trailing behind the Ouyang family all along. Even so, the price continued its frenzied ascent. Time quickly reached the final 30 seconds. Distinguished guests, we now have 29 seconds remaining. Please place your bids promptly. At the final second, we will settle at the highest bid. Upon hearing this announcement, the family clans grew even more frantic. The original bid of 60 million was swiftly surpassed. The wealthy crowd below began silently counting down the final 30 seconds. Higher than 60 million. Could it possibly break the 100 million mark outright? As astonishment gripped their hearts, among the 6 major families and 3 major factions above, some family abacuses were already shattered. They frantically calculated every last penny they could muster. Thus, amid relentless bidding wars, time ticked away, swiftly reaching the final 10 seconds. The highest bid at that moment still stood at 90 million yuan, bid by the Yuchi family. This figure represented the absolute ceiling of publicly available funds among the 4 major families. Upon hearing this figure, Xu Qianwei in the room was utterly disheartened. There was nothing she could do. Even combining her own funds with her younger brother Qin's money amounted to only about 80 million yuan. It was utterly insufficient to compete with the other party. There was simply no way to come up with that extra 10 million. Ouyang Weiniang slammed her fist on the table in fury. A thunderous crash. The table shattered into pieces. The aura emanating from her body was that of a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. This item was of utmost importance to her. Her chosen path of cultivation happened to align perfectly with the ice and fire attributes. After cultivating there for many days, she could absolutely break through to the 6th tier. Yet she was supposed to hand this opportunity over to someone else? How could she possibly accept that? The atmosphere on the field grew tense. As the bidding soared rapidly, the 10-second countdown drew ever closer. The elder of the Yuchi clan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Victory was imminent. This price represented the absolute limit of his resources. 90 million alliance coins. It was an amount that would take an ordinary person dozens of lifetimes of not eating or drinking to accumulate. This was settled. Amidst the surge of excitement in his heart, he even felt a touch of smug satisfaction. But the next moment, a voice echoed from the Three Blades Alliance's quarters. The Three Blades Alliance bids 10 million alliance coins, plus the legendary Starfall Spear. Upon hearing the words legendary Starfall Spear, the previously smug elder of the Yuchi family stiffened. He couldn't quite believe it. It wasn't just them. Even the other clan factions reacted similarly. Xu Changwei murmured under her breath. Madman! Madman! Has he lost his mind? How dare he presume to sell the alliance leader's belongings? Qin Tianke frowned at the remark. You may not know this, but the Starfall Spear is a legendary weapon obtained by Ma Sandow, the leader of the Three Knives Alliance, countless years ago. Once a weapon reaches legendary status, it signifies the birth of a weapon spirit, an extremely precious phenomenon. Its value surpasses even that of the Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo. The true treasure isn't the weapon itself, but the spirit within it. The emergence of a spirit essence means one can cultivate a completely loyal ally of equal cultivation level. Such an existence naturally attracts the covetous eyes of many. Generally speaking, few would ever sell or publicly display a legendary grade weapon. Qin Tianke understood upon hearing this. It seemed this item was undoubtedly more valuable than what the Yuchi family had offered. acquired through barter. Such transactions have always been permitted within the treasure vault. Still, Jin Tianke was curious. So this item belonged to the leader of the Three Blades Alliance. How could this person possibly have the authority to decide? At that moment, Jin Tianke finally noticed. At some point, many people on the second floor had leaned out, gazing toward the direction of the Three Blades Alliance. The window opened, and they saw a man bearing 3 massive blades. He was bent over, revealing his face. A wild aura radiated from his body. Chapter 126, Ma Sandao. Starfall Spear? Has that fool gone mad? Ouyang Weiniang's face darkened with fury. That dead girl Chanxian didn't even stop him. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Who would have thought? This dumbox actually showed up in person. And he's even willing to bring out his prized possession. That Starfall Spear with its spirit essence. Upon hearing the name Chanxian, Ouyang Yuqing beside him visibly paled. Her gaze shifted toward the direction of the Three Blades Alliance. She recalled that familiar sister. The 6 great families held greater influence than the 3 major factions. The foremost among the 3 great sects was the Qingyun Hall, followed by the Endless Society. The last position, naturally, belonged to the Three Blades Alliance. The renown of the first 2 had been cultivated through generations of relentless effort. The Three Blades Alliance's reputation, however, was forged stroke by the current leader, Ma Sandao. Some say his rise began when a 5th-tier rogue bandit arrived at the Alliance's capital city seeking a livelihood. Others claim he was a brute who rose through the Alliance by leveraging family connections. Regardless of the rumors, the growth of the Three Blades Alliance has been exceptionally unique, shrouded in constant rumors and gossip. Yet undeniably, Ma Sandao wields an absolutely terrifying command over his domain. The female host never imagined anyone would propose a barter exchange. Even less did she expect that person to be none other than the leader of the Three Knives Alliance. Regarding this figure, how could the female host not know? His reputation was nothing short of legendary. Especially the surging aura emanating from him made her feel unsteady on her feet. After a moment, she regained her composure. But she still looked somewhat flustered. This distinguished guest must wait while we inform our employer. The decision rests with him. After uttering these words, the female host felt as if her backbone had been pulled out. The pressure was overwhelming. This man felt like a towering mountain to her. Impossible to cross, only to be gazed upon from afar. Ma Sandao, standing at 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, towered over the ordinary height windowsill. For him, it was far too low, even bending over caused him discomfort. Jin Tianke studied the man, silently sizing him up. 6th tier? He seemed to be the strongest opponent Jin Tianke had encountered so far. I wonder if the system can see his information panel. Ma Sandao. Occupation, Overlord Blade. Cultivation, late 6th tier. Abilities, Slaughterblade, Bloodblade, Frenzied Dance Demon Blade / Netherblade Pour, Heavenly Flame / Berserk Bull Bloodline. Weapons, Heaven Blade, Earth Blade, Human Blade. Profile, a human powerhouse hailing from the Barbarian Bull Mountains, bearing the complete bloodline of the Frenzied Barbarian Bull. His cultivation method of the 3 blades fuses with his profession, granting him immense power that allows him to fight opponents of higher tiers. Sword King, let 1,000 trials come my way. I shall cleave them all with a single stroke. Barbarian race? At the sight of these 2 characters, Jin Tianke's body trembled. A wave of unease washed over him. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Jin Tianke's face turn deathly pale, Shu Changwei asked with concern. Brother? Brother? Tianke? Shu Changwei called out repeatedly. Only then did he respond. What happened to you just now? Unbeknownst to her, a thin sheen of sweat had formed on Jin Tianke's body. Nothing. I'm fine. Seeing the look on his face, Shu Changwei seemed to recall something. Her expression softened slightly. You wouldn't be thinking of probing that wild bull's cultivation level, would you? Don't be foolish. That's a mid-stage 6th rank powerhouse on par with my old man. Jin Tianke snapped out of the lingering shock that had shaken his mind. He looked at the other person. Barbarian Bull? Mid-stage 6th rank? Yep. Shu Changwei replied with casual ease. You don't know, but the Three Blades Alliance was only founded 20 years ago. No legacy, no connections whatsoever. Hearing this, Jin Tianke's expression shifted. He murmured the words to himself. I was just a kid back then, but I remember my old man mentioning it. The moment Ma Sandao entered the Alliance capital, he challenged the heads of the Sima and Nangong families one after another. Regardless of their profession, even fellow 6th-tier transfigures were beaten to a pulp, stripped of their dignity. That's how Ma Sandao became notorious. Back then, many wondered what this guy was up to. Later, he challenged other clans one after another. That old hag from the Ouyang family was so desperate for war she sent her own daughter out to fight. Why did he fight these families? Is he that powerful? Could none of the 6 great families defeat him? Shin Tianke quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Shu Changwei. Her beautiful eyes flashed with playful disdain as she shot him a look. Are you just full of questions? So many of them? His previously animated expression froze instantly. He gave a nervous chuckle. I don't know. I heard he was planning to take action against the remaining clans, but the Blood Sovereign stopped him. Blood Lord? Shin Tianke frowned in confusion. That's right, the current Blood Sovereign. He had a conversation with Ma Sandao at the Listening Wind Pavilion back then. But then, for some reason, a battle erupted between them. According to my old man, Ma Sandiao, despite being only at mid-6th tier cultivation, managed to wound the Blood Sovereign. Injured the Blood Sovereign? Hearing this, Shin Tianke was startled. Fighting above his level? And he actually wounded a 7th tier Blood Lord? Holy crap! Is this even human? And on that day, a massive, tawny brown shadow of a wild bull could be seen battling the Blood Lord's abyss of blood across the entire northern sky of the Alliance's capital city. And so, Ma Sandiao came to be known as the Savage Bull. Later, he founded the Three Knives Alliance. That battle actually drew quite a crowd. Shin Tianke reflected on these revelations. To say he wasn't shocked would be a lie. This guy was terrifyingly strong. A thought struck Shin Tianke. He began trying to get the system to explain what this alien race, the Barbarian Bull Mountain, was all about. But all he got in return was a jumble of gibberish. TSK, looks like there's no way around it. Who would have thought the leader of the Three Blades Alliance was connected to the alien race? Could he be one of them? Though it was merely conjecture, in Shin Tianke's view, that possibility was highly unlikely. After all, the system had stated clearly. The other party was a powerful human. Could it be a spy? It was possible. But so what? Or rather, what difference would it make? Even if Shin Tianke learns of this intelligence, even if every member of the foreign tribe deserves to be executed, he cannot explain the source of this intelligence now. Nor can he be certain his conjecture is fact. His mind was in turmoil. Just as Shin Tianke tried to untangle the twists and turns, he suddenly caught a pair of eyes fixed upon him. What kind of eyes were these? Cold, murderous. They radiated a bone-chilling cold, as if they had crawled out of hell itself. Terrifying beyond measure. Shin Tianke felt his very soul trembling uncontrollably. Yet outwardly, when met by that gaze, he remained as still as a well, seemingly unaffected. Chapter 127, the auction concludes. Yet within his heart, a tempest of terror raged. That gaze lingered for only an instant, then swiftly withdrew, as if with utter disdain. Yet even that fleeting moment left Shin Tianke feeling as if facing a formidable enemy. What a terrifying sensation. This oppressive aura was the strongest he had ever encountered. Terrifying was an understatement. Though it lacked the bloodthirsty aura he had felt when observing the Black Tower at night. But this sensation was too cold. It seemed beyond anything he could associate with human capabilities. The storm raging within Shin Tianke's heart gradually subsided. Yet he remained profoundly shaken. And because of the appearance of this alliance leader, the atmosphere on the field fell into a brief standstill. Whispers spread among the crowd. In the Sima family's quarters. Damn it! Why did that mad bull show up in person? The young master of the Sima family's eyes blazed with fury. He had originally planned to exchange his own items through bartering. But he never expected this. This sudden turn of events had disrupted his plans. How could he not be furious? Young master. The elder beside him understood his young master's temperament. He also knew that young men like this were proud and ambitious. He had witnessed the scene when the family head was defeated by the other party. He feared the young master might act rashly and seek trouble with that mad bull. Sima Lingi shook his head, suppressing the rage boiling within him. Yet even so, his aura still surged powerfully. Rest assured, I know my limits in this matter. The other major clans and factions fell silent, while others greeted the alliance leader. Uncle Ma. The call came from within the Qingyun Hall's chambers. His gaze fell upon Shu Changwei, who stood by the window with an air of leisure. A slight nod served as acknowledgement. Shin Tianke approached, his expression puzzled. Sister, didn't you say your relationship wasn't good? A hint of smug satisfaction spread across the latter's face. The smile on her lovely cheeks bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a fox. My dear brother, you're unaware of this, aren't you? While our relationship has always been strained, there are outsiders here now. Oh no, compared to them, we're the outsiders. So when facing the 6 great families, the 3 major factions will unite. My greeting to him is merely for appearances. Shin Tianke nodded, nodding as if he understood yet didn't. The complexities of human relationships and the twists and turns involved. At his age, he was still too young to grasp them fully. He was still too young. Enough. You wouldn't understand anyway. Shu Changwei sighed softly. After all, the Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo was her primary reason for coming here. She had assumed those 80 million alliance coins were practically in the bag. But then, not only did the Yuchi family throw a wrench in the works. In the end, this old brute had snatched it away. Still, she was relieved it was him who took it. If it had been anyone else, she'd have no way to explain her plight now. Ma Sandow was powerful, but he lacked cunning. The Three Knives Alliance was built entirely on his own strength. Yet over the years, his management of the Alliance's members had become particularly lax. Even the number of branches he maintained was merely average. This is precisely why the Three Blades Alliance became the poorest among the three major powers of the six great families. When the enemy made their move and then saw Sister Shu's expression, Shin Tian-Kei knew at that moment that this item was now beyond their reach. Moments later, a young servant hurriedly approached the female hostess. He whispered a few words into her ear. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. At that very moment, inside the Three Knives Alliance's quarters, Ma Sandow, having returned to his seat, sipped tea leisurely. He seemed unconcerned with the outcome of this barter. As if he hadn't been the one to propose the exchange at all. Are you so certain the treasure pavilion won't refuse? The deputy leader across from him could no longer sit still. Upon closer inspection, this person was only in their 20s, with long hair flowing freely. The resemblance between her brow and that of the current Ouyang family's grand elder was uncanny. This deputy leader was none other than the once famous Ouyang Shanshan. Some claimed this was proof the Ouyang family had backed down. Others claimed it was a mutual agreement. But no matter the rumors, nothing could overshadow the reputation of this former prodigy and talented beauty of the Ouyang family. Ma Sandiao, however, remained surprisingly composed. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. I refuse to believe they could resist the temptation of the Starfall Spear. It's just a pity this weapon doesn't suit me. No matter how I alter my cultivation methods, I cannot harmonize with it. Otherwise, my combat prowess would have soared to new heights. His tone shifted abruptly. A rare glint of shrewd calculation flashed in his eyes. Besides, would such a treasure be delivered by just some lowly lackey? Hearing this, Ouyang Shanshan, who had worked alongside him for years, instantly understood. Both their expressions turned slightly awkward, even downright sleazy. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Alliance Leader Ma, Deputy Alliance Leader Ouyang. Our boss has agreed to your terms. This one is from the treasure vault. Before he could finish, Ma Sandow cut him off with a sharp rebuke. If he agrees, then have your boss come see me. Silence fell outside the door for a moment. Not long after, a voice called out. This humble monk is the treasure vault's representative. I request an audience with Alliance Leader Ma. As the door swung open from the outside, Ma Sandio and his companion watched the blue-robed Taoist enter. Their eyebrows shot up in unison, their expressions filled with shock. Distinguished guests, the owner of the Icefire Twin Soul Bamboo has spoken. He agrees to Alliance Leader Ma's terms for the exchange. This news didn't surprise them much. The moment that Starfall Spear appeared, they had already sensed trouble brewing. Though legendary weapons were rare, the six major families that had flourished within the Alliance's capital city for so long, how could they not have reserves at their disposal? It was only due to the gravity of the situation that they refrained from further haggling. Honored guests, are there any further bids? A brief silence fell over the venue. The female host's voice sounded almost too weak to carry. She feared another family patriarch might suddenly emerge from one of the rooms. For the first time, she felt hosting was a dangerous job. After confirming no one spoke up and no one raised the bid, the female host breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly brought down the gavel in her hand. Clang! The treasure chamber's collection now belongs to the Three Blades Alliance. On the way out, Shin Tian-Kei was somewhat surprised. This trip had truly opened his eyes to the grand scale of things. Sister Shu, what's the history behind this treasure vault? Hearing this, Shu Changwei, walking beside him, paused to think. And shared what she knew. The treasure vault is shrouded in mystery. The connections behind it are incredibly complex. Chapter 128, An Unusual Sensation. You saw it yourself just now, even legendary great spiritual treasures can be brought out for trade. This alone shows how terrifying the network behind the treasure vault must be. At this point, Shu Changwei shook her head. Forget about your curiosity, even the six great families don't know who backs this treasure vault. Hearing this, Shin Tian-Kei gave a slight nod. The two exchanged a few casual words along the way. As they parted ways, Shu Changwei couldn't help but remind him. You probably haven't been training properly these past few days. You mentioned earlier that you intend to compete in the individual tournament. The individual competition isn't as easy as you think. Though I know you possess my own secret. But I still sincerely hope you won't put too much pressure on yourself. Do your best in this individual battle. Even if you lose, my door will always be open for you. Looking at her opponent's figure that bordered on unfair. Hearing such words spoken, Shin Tian-Kei tilted his head back, struggling to stop the blood from gushing out of his nose. Got it, you nag. Though they'd only known each other for a day, Shin Tian-K had already been deeply moved by everything she had shown him. Sister Shu didn't possess the maternal concern of his mother or Uncle Chen. Nor did she carry the aura of a teammate. But this was the first time Shin Tian-K had received genuine care and affection from another person. The first genuine care and affection he had received from another person. This kindness. Shin Tian-K could never forget it. You little brat, you think you're tough, huh? I'll be watching your individual match when the time comes. If you don't perform well, don't dare call me your sister later. Seeing Shu Changwei's intimidating posture, Shin Tian-K felt a warm surge in his heart. He immediately composed himself. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. After returning to his room, he completely calmed his mind. He plunged into rigorous cultivation. Having witnessed the world's splendor and witnessed sights he had never encountered before, a restless heart naturally arose within him. The desire to carve out a place for oneself in this world, thus forgetting their true identity and abandoning their original aspirations. Indeed, even Shin Tian-K himself harbored such thoughts at the outset. However, having witnessed countless killings and come to understand the alien races, and having witnessed his mother's plight when she sacrificed herself to save him, as her son, how could he live on if he did not avenge this grievance? It was precisely because he had witnessed grand spectacles. The relentless tide of vengeance washed over his soul. It filled his heart with unrelenting fury. In this way, it became his own whetstone, constantly tempering and forging his will. What Shin Tian-K did not realize was that spiritual power held profound mysteries. So-called hatred and rage could all become fuel to cultivate and strengthen one's spiritual power. No one's spiritual power starts at over 30 points. Even the prodigies within the Alliance's main city could never reach such heights. This is precisely why most Beastmasters' cultivation levels remain stagnant at the third stage for so long, unable to advance further. Within Shin Tian's innermost being, hatred had consumed a significant part of his being. His presence here stemmed from that very hatred. Driven by the desire to humiliate the damned general, he joined the Alliance-wide transferee selection. He spared no expense in devouring evildoers to bolster Lao Hei's strength. All because of hatred. A familiar aura of the undead swirled around Shin Tian-K. The power within him began to shift. It did not belong to any tamed beast. It was the undead aura inherent to Shin Tian-K himself. The scent of death spread outward. In the blink of an eye, eerie currents of black and white began to surge from Shin Tian's body. The currents swirled ceaselessly. The aura emanating from Shin Tian-K underwent constant transformation. Within the room, eerie white streams of energy began to materialize, their origin unknown. The currents shifted and twisted, eventually coalescing into shadowy figures. They began circling around Shin Tian-K. One of the spirits reached out, its hand touching Shin Tian's body. He sensed something. Shin Tian-K slowly opened his eyes. He gazed upon the spirits swirling around him. Shin Tian's heart stirred involuntarily. Familiar spirits. Without realizing it, Shin Tian-K had already placed his hands upon these spirits. Those spirits lacked physical form. Given the unique nature of Shin Tian's profession, touching them was remarkably simple. Feeling the suffering of the spirits, Shin Tian-K became completely immersed in it, unable to snap out of it for a long time. After a long while, the spirits gradually dissipated, returning to the embrace of heaven and earth. Could such slaughter have ever occurred in this place? These spirits had all been residents of the Alliance's main city in life. Each possessed formidable combat prowess. After death, they lay buried here, forgotten by all. The spirits could only manifest when sensing a class-changing adventurer connected to the undead. To manifest. This is the unique trait of every class changer connected to the undead. Shin Tian's expression was filled with indignation. These spirits had perished many years ago. The existence of the undead itself is constrained by some supreme power. They cannot survive within it for too long. And their memories, too, gradually erode under the constraints of that supreme power. Gradually eroded. Shin Tian-K felt the chi and blood within his body cease its turbulent churning. His excitement gradually subsided. His expression began to grow increasingly composed. Yet whenever he recalled the events of moments past, a wave of pain washed over him. About 100 years ago, a major incident occurred within the Alliance's capital city. Too many people were involved in that incident. In the memories of those undead souls who had perished over a century ago, Shin Tian-K saw a sky so gray and gloomy it bordered on sinister. An endless fog shrouded the land. Within the fog, unimaginable calamity seemed to lurk. Anyone who dared to approach would meet instant death. Within the white mist lurked terrifying, otherworldly beings. To them, death was merely a number. A cold, ever-growing number. In the deepest recesses of every fallen soul's final memory, a sliver of golden light shone through the gloomy sky. The golden light constantly shifted. Within that golden light, faint figures stand, appearing and disappearing. Their presence felt like that of saviors. This was the essence of the undead Sunmmary. The only difference. It's just that each spirit saw that final golden light from a different perspective. What exactly happened over 100 years ago? Shin Tiang's inner speculation didn't linger long. For him, searching for those events. Meaningless. All he could know. Only the heroic figures of those powerful individuals. His thoughts remained inwardly restrained. The undead that had just been there, besides dissipating, most had merged into Shin Tiang's body. Having long been deprived of the feedback from the undead, even he found himself savoring the sensation. Feeling this lingering sensation, Shin Tiang's heart suddenly jolted. Something was wrong. Chapter 129, The Battle Approaches. Before, he had never savored the power that dissipated with the undead. This sensation was too wondrous. It was as if a long-missing piece within his body had finally been restored. Could this also be part of the changes brought by his own power increase? Shin Tiang's mind grew increasingly filled with questions. Since advancing to the 4th tier, his abilities hadn't fundamentally improved much. Yet the system's brief descriptions of everything had become vastly more detailed. The relevant data he could access grew increasingly detailed. It seems my system can evolve alongside my own strength. And gradually evolve. Previously, I couldn't see any class changers above the 4th tier. But now, not only can I see them, it has also advanced to the 6th tier. My system is now closely tied to my cultivation level. The higher my cultivation reaches, the more detailed information the system can access about higher-tiered class changers. It can also provide increasingly detailed information on more classes. From this perspective, both the system's origins and the manner of its binding to me are both highly peculiar. The moment Shin Tiang's thoughts solidified, a vague suspicion began to take shape in his mind. Could it be the supreme force influencing those undead? Shin Tiang didn't know how to articulate it. But he was certain of one thing. The system could help him grow stronger. That alone was enough. Shin Tiang immersed his thoughts. He began to delve deeply into the cultivation methods. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, the eve of the second round of selection arrived. Inside the conference room, Chen Xingfeng's piercing gaze swept over each person present. Compared to before, showed considerable improvement. Lin Nuo seemed to have lost some weight, though he was still round and plump. The excess flesh on his face had diminished slightly. When he smiled, a hint of cool light could be seen in his eyes. "Hey kid, you've lost weight?" When Commander Chen suddenly blurted out that question, Lin Luo, accustomed to the man's manner, he grinned sheepishly. He nodded with a somewhat simple-minded expression. "As it happens, I've been practicing lately and made some breakthroughs. Somehow, I've lost a bit of weight." Chen Xingfeng's gaze lingered on him for a moment. He could sense it. The chubby boy's cultivation felt slightly more solid than before. Alongside this increased strength, a peculiar energy seemed to be spreading throughout his body. He knew this chubby kid's profession was that of a bagua walker. This profession was relatively uncommon among the many class changers. It was also more troublesome to cultivate. But one had to admit, the guy did possess some talent. It seemed he was just a hair's breadth away from reaching the 4th tier. But who knows how long that final step might take. He's already 20 years old. To possess such cultivation talent at this age is considered above average. It was no surprise he made it into this selection round. His gaze shifted to the woman beside Lin Nuo. She was the same age as him. Her cultivation level was also just one step away from reaching the 4th tier. The advancement of a mage requires substantial financial backing. Moreover, Su Jiao was the eldest daughter of the Su family in Lingyun City. Though this family lacks the far-reaching renown of the 4 great families, it possesses considerable accumulated wealth. Moreover, it has endured for an exceptionally long period. Even the combined might of the 4 great families dared not provoke them lightly. Before my arrival, the clan's elder patriarch served as the city lord of Lingyun City. Therefore, there was absolutely no need to worry about funding for their advancement. The real concern was whether she herself would work diligently enough. This girl, she really is dedicated. Even more diligent than I had imagined. Looking at it this way, I needn't worry about anything. Spotting the tall man, Shen Zhengyang, Chen Xingfeng muttered to himself under his breath. That guy's way too tall. He had to look up at him. This fellow's aura hadn't changed much. He'd only entered the 3rd tier a few months ago. This profession itself demands rigorous physical conditioning, so his progress isn't noticeable in his aura. But the muscles are slightly more robust. This profession demands slow and steady work. With this in mind, Chen Xingfeng cast an expectant glance toward the 2 individuals upon whom he had pinned his hopes. These 2 were also the contestants representing their team in this individual competition. Li, bearing a massive sword case on his back. The aura emanating from his entire being had undergone a significant transformation. It was a posture gradually approaching perfection. like a water channel accumulating ever-rising currents. Now poised to erupt. The gap to the 4th tier was truly just a single, crucial breakthrough away. If only he could find that sliver of opportunity. Then his breakthrough to the 4th tier would flow as naturally as water into a channel. He was the oldest among them. To reach this level at just 22 years old could only mean he possessed exceptional talent. Yet he carried the exact same aura of the sword technique as his own. It seems he has already grasped some of the sword technique I imparted to him long ago. To grasp these things of mine. This young man is quite capable. Chen Qingfeng cast him a look of considerable approval. He nodded. His gaze finally settled on Qin Tianke. If anyone among them had surprised him the most, it was Qin Tianke's transformation. Qin Tianke was only 18 years old now. The youngest among the 5. Yet his strength surpassed all others. His cultivation had already reached the 4th tier. Though only at the early stage of the 4th tier, combined with his 2 tamed beasts, his performance in this individual battle will certainly not be lackluster. Even when compared to the so-called prodigies at the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance, he could hold his own without any disadvantage. After all, those prodigies are all around 20 years old. A 19-year-old 4th tier? Who could have imagined such combat prowess? Impressive, very impressive. You've all made significant progress. Tomorrow marks the 2nd round of selection. As per tradition, the selection criteria were announced 7 days ago, comprising both individual and team battles. For the individual battles, we've sent Qin Tianke and Li Li. For the team battle, everyone will participate together. The individual battles will last 2 days. During this time, the 3 of you should focus on honing your teamwork. Try to defeat opponents even when 2 main attackers are missing. I will arrange a dedicated simulation training room for you to focus on your practice. Upon hearing this, the 3 showed excitement on their faces and nodded eagerly. Yes. Chen Qingfeng looked at the enthusiastic group, cleared his throat twice. Alright, I still need to privately brief these 2 on some important points for the individual battles. You may leave now. Yes. Chapter 130, The Strong. With the 3 departing in high spirits, the room was once again left with only Chen Qingfeng, Qin Tianke, and Li Li. The scene felt strangely familiar. You 2 have done well. Each of you has made significant strides in your strength, Chen Qingfeng remarked. He then approached Li Li. He looked at the man before him, a hint of amusement in his smile. She spoke softly. Do you remember what this commander told you back then? I remember. Li Li's body trembled slightly with excitement. He nodded urgently. Chen Qingfeng wasted no time. He gave a slight nod, then stepped forward. His aura abruptly shifted. An unprecedented aura erupted from his body. It felt like a sharp sword drawn from its scabbard. Waves of colossal sword energy radiated outward in all directions. It triggered every protective barrier within the entire room. Each magical array was exceptionally intricate and unique. The defensive properties they provided were certainly not to be underestimated. Yet now, faint yet distinct cracks began to appear on these magical arrays. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tianke, standing nearby, felt a flicker of light in his eyes. He immediately activated the system to observe Uncle Chen's cultivation level. However, what appeared before him was nothing but a jumble of gibberish. Qin Tianke's heart skipped a beat. How could this be? If only gibberish appeared, it meant his current cultivation level was insufficient to view the other party's cultivation through the system. That meant the person before him absolutely could not be merely a 6th tier cultivator. He must be above the 6th tier. 7th rank? Or even higher? Qin Tianke swallowed nervously, a hint of fear creeping into his throat. He had considered it. Uncle Chen would be formidable. But he hadn't imagined this powerful. 7th tier? That level seemed to surpass even the leader of the Three Swords Alliance. Could he be on the same level as the Blood Sovereign and the others? But someone like that, how could they possibly be content to serve as a so-called military district commander in a small place like Lingyun City? While every city has a military district commander, their overall strength couldn't possibly be this absurdly high, could it? 7th tier cultivation? That would make him a true high-level career changer. A faint suspicion stirred within his mind. But she didn't show it. Instead, he stared at the other person. A relentless surge of powerful sword energy emanated from his body, constantly intimidating. When Li Li witnessed that soaring sword strike, his spirit stirred. He immediately dropped to his knees. He bowed deeply toward the figure. Sword immortal Li Li pays respects to his master. When he had first observed those sword manuals, he had realized this was not merely some ancient sword manual, nor was it the legacy of some mighty sword sovereign. Rather, it was a sword sovereign who had condensed every ounce of his power into it. This was a sword path uniquely his own. They, the sword immortals, must seek their own path after reaching the 4th tier. The so-called sword path was their own path of cultivation. Why do you wield the sword? Why did I embark on the path of sword cultivation? All of this follows only their hearts. Once one comprehends this truth, one can comprehend the so-called way of the sword. How one treads the path of the sword is how one attains enlightenment, thus ascending 4 ranks. What he lacks now lacks precisely this insight. Yet in the sword technique he witnessed just now, he saw the man before him, determined to protect his homeland, to protect his loved ones, and wield the sword to slay enemies. He understood why the other wielded the sword. He also grasped where his own shortcomings truly lay. Yet these realizations were still too fleeting for him to grasp fully. To truly master them, he still has a long way to go. Seeing the intense gaze before him, Chen Xingfeng felt exceptionally pleased. Haha, excellent, excellent. You are a promising student. Chen Xingfeng laughed as he slowly raised his fingers. 2 fingers pressed together. He gently traced something upon the other's forehead. It felt cold to the touch. Lily felt as though something icy cold had gently trembled against his forehead, leaving behind the imprint of a carving tool. A special sword symbol was being carved into his forehead. The sword symbol was not complex. Simple and easy to understand, it took shape in an instant. It left a bloody mark on his forehead. Then it vanished once more. It seemed to have completely merged with his body. With this peculiar object now integrated into his body, he could feel it. His body undergoing an eerie transformation, as if it had fused with something unprecedented. Chen Xingfeng's voice rang out sharply. This is my master's sword way. I have taken only 3 disciples in my entire life. You are the 4th. Of the first 3 senior disciples, 2 have fallen in battle. The remaining one, traumatized, now wanders the world. Even I cannot trace his whereabouts. Should I ever encounter him again, he will recognize the sword symbol etched upon your forehead. Convey to him the words I have inscribed within this sword mark. Yes, master. Thank you, master. The latter seemed quite satisfied. He then dismissed him to meditate on his own. Watching him depart, Qin Tianke understood. It was his turn now. And it was a matter of utmost importance. Tianke, the man at the military command headquarters gate back then, his name is Wu Wang. He doesn't belong to any of the 3 cities surrounding Lingyun. He hails from Ningxue City. He's also the military commander of Ningxue City, with peak 5th tier cultivation. Though merely a commander, his methods are quite formidable. He's leading a team in this operation too. His team is ranked 12th. All their combatants in this individual battle are at the 3rd tier, with one having already reached the threshold of the 4th tier. If you were to. Before he could finish, Qin Tianke couldn't wait to speak up. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Uncle Chen, rest assured. If I encounter them, they won't break through to the 4th tier. In individual combat, casualties were permitted. As long as it doesn't endanger life. The opponent voluntarily concedes defeat, or fight until surrender is declared. Of course, if they refuse to concede, then you'll have to forcibly cripple them. This sort of thing happens all the time during every job change selection. Hearing this, Chen Xingfeng froze for a moment. Then he burst into hearty laughter. Quite right, just like your father's thinking back then. Like father, like son. Hearing this somewhat unconventional compliment, Qin Tianke scratched his head awkwardly. After the laughter subsided, Chen Xingfeng paused. He offered a concerned reminder. While your intentions are good, you absolutely must review the intelligence on these 2 individuals. Additionally, for this solo battle, I've compiled intelligence on several other powerful competitors. These 2 participants are water-condensing city class changers. One is Chang Qi, whose profession is Earth Blessing Burial Master, a rather niche class among the many available. This profession is also known as the Earth Messenger, capable of communicating with the spirits of the Earth. Their combat prowess on land is exceptionally high. Chapter 131, Unspoken Feelings. This individual possesses unique professional attributes. At times, he can even fight opponents several levels above his own. He is also widely recognized as the top combat power within their squad. He ranked 15th in the first round of speed selection. As he spoke, Chen Xingfeng produced some information files he had specifically compiled. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke inwardly whistled in admiration. He knew it. Logically speaking, this event should be a gathering of prodigies. How could there possibly be no one capable of fighting above their level? It seemed. His advantage in the first round of speed selection was merely a fluke. It couldn't truly represent. He possesses the strength and qualifications. The upcoming individual battle will likely be the true test of elite selection. Qin Tianke flipped through the information files. He soon came across a somewhat unfamiliar name. As he looked at the name and the face, Qin Tianke's pupils contracted. He immediately looked up at Uncle Chen before him. His gaze held a hint of inquiry. This person also bears the surname Wu, and he bears such a striking resemblance to Wu Wang. Could there be some connection between them? After Qin Tian-Ke regained consciousness, he had seen Wu Wang's face in various pieces of information more than once. That man, he would never forget him. You're right, just as you suspected. This man is named Wu Pinggui, the biological son of Wu Wang. He commands 5 beasts. They are called the 5 elements beast forms. He can manipulate the 5 elements, condense elemental arrays, and unleash destructive power rivaling that of a mage. He's also one of the favorites to win this individual tournament. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by 3 5th-tier alien beasts during the first round of qualifiers and was eliminated. But his innate strength is not to be underestimated. At this point, his tone grew tinged with indignation. That damn Wu Wang. That brat was nothing in front of me and my elder brother back then. He was just a tag-along behind us. Your father was a prodigy who single-handedly dominated an entire era. Even I couldn't hold my head high in his presence. But after he vanished and was presumed dead, who knows what kind of dog luck that Wu Wang kid stumbled into. He gradually rose through the ranks, recommended by one powerful figure after another, until he became the military district commander of Water City. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian-Ke nodded. Yet inwardly, he felt a hint of disdain. What's there to fear? He's just a beastmaster who's touched the 4th tier. Not to mention a 3rd-tier beastmaster with 5 beasts under his command. Back when he was at the 3rd tier, who could stand against him? Weren't those 4 back then also the so-called prodigies of their respective cities? Yet in the end, he was the one who forced them to forfeit their qualifications? Uncle Chen, rest assured. I know my limits in this matter. Though I may not be a match for that Wu Wang, his son won't get any advantage from me either. Hearing these words, Chen Qingfeng understood his nephew's temperament well. He nodded in approval. Though your goal isn't to secure a top spot in this selection tournament, I still hope you'll remember this well. Chen Qingfeng's tone was solemn. Whether in your work or in battle, do not become overly fixated on victory or defeat. Such fixation will only lead you into pitfalls. As long as you unleash your full combat potential, even if you end up defeated, you'll have no regrets in your heart. Understood. Hearing these words, Qin Tian-Ke felt a sense of familiarity. A wave of emotion surged within him. Thank you, Uncle Chen. This time, I will not let you down. The night stretched endlessly. The Dongjiang Grand Hotel stood over 100 stories tall. It stands as the tallest structure in the entire Central District. Through the years, it has gradually become a landmark symbol of the Central District in the Alliance's capital city. Alongside the Treasure Vault in the West District and the Black Tower in the North District, it stands as one of the iconic structures. This towering structure of over 100 stories truly embodies the saying that the higher you climb, the colder it gets. Moreover, the materials used in its construction are exceptionally rare. Not only precious iron ore, but also summon numerous powerful mages to carve intricate magical formations, ensuring that even when faced with natural disasters, it remains as steady as Mount Tai. But if we're talking about the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, the most astonishing feature is the rooftop platform. After meticulous carving by several magicians, magic arrays have solidified layer upon layer. It has become a naturally secure space without any railings protecting its perimeter. Its vast expanse and towering height. This vantage point commands a view of the entire Alliance capital city. With no barriers or railings obstructing the view was exceptionally expansive. Standing atop the highest peak, all other mountains seem small. Moonlight flows like water, quietly spilling over this platform. No one was present on the platform. Qin Tian-Ke arrived at this place. Moonlight rippled across the platform, like a tranquil pool. A surge of restlessness stirred within Qin Tian-Ke. Now, gazing upon this pond-like platform, for some reason, his mood gradually began to calm. The moment he heard the damned name in Uncle Chen's room, he had already envisioned how the other would die. But he still lacked the strength to exact revenge. Though the gap between 4th and 5th tier was merely 1 rank, the fundamental gap between them was vast, immeasurably vast. He doesn't have the ability to resolve this trouble yet. He would definitely take revenge on the other person someday. The mere thought of the other person. His heart stirred with agitation. Intense hatred relentlessly drove his heart. This turmoil stirred within Qin Tian's heart. It was the night before the competition. Yet, whether from nervousness or some unknown emotion, unable to sleep, that was why he had come to this platform. Helpless. He could only find solace in this way, to dispel the feelings within his heart. Gazing at the full moon. Moonlight like water. It poured endlessly over the platform. It even formed the faint reflection of flowing water. Within these reflections, Qin Tian-Ke felt a stir within his heart. The experiences of past and present lives made him unable to distinguish truth from illusion. It felt just like waking from a deep slumber. He could not discern the nature of his own mindset or emotions. He only knew this. Now his mind had grown calm and serene. Gazing at the crescent moon before him, He recalled some experiences from his past life. His thoughts drifted to his mother, who was still at home. A wave of emotion washed over him. They say the moon is the object upon which people project the most longing. Now he understood why they say, alone in a foreign land, one feels like a stranger. Gazing up at the bright moon in the sky, Qin Tiang's heart trembled with emotion. Unable to restrain himself, he recited a line of poetry aloud. May we all live long, sharing the moon's beauty across 1,000 miles. The verse flowed from his lips. Though lacking in skill, it was filled with longing. The emotions long pent up within his heart showed signs of easing. It must be said, when ancient poets used scenery to express their feelings, the method of praising poetry was indeed effective. Unusual thoughts began to stir within him. It's just a pity it wasn't his own original creation. Chapter 132, Moonlit Conversation. Compose poetry? He lacked the talent. Nor did he possess the capital. So he could only borrow some verses from the renowned Su family to pour out his emotions. Just as Qin Tianke sighed softly, footsteps approached from behind. Immediately after, a crisp sound echoed like a call. What a fine poem! What a fine poem! I never imagined Brother Qin possessed such literary talent. Hearing this, Qin Tiang's expression changed abruptly, his body trembling. As if something had suddenly occurred to him. His expression darkened. Something was wrong. Why was someone else here? An overwhelming sense of shame permeated the air. It made Qin Tianke feel a wave of discomfort. This is bad. Qin Tianke stiffly turned his body and slowly looked behind him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Tiang's heart trembled. An inexplicable sense of shame washed over him once more. Haha, it's been a long time, Miss Yang. The visitor wore a light, sheer white gown. Bathed in the moonlight. Fragments of starlight swirled around her. Her long hair was gathered by a jade hairpin. Beneath the gauze, her slender arms swayed gently. Her delicate fingers brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. A faint blush graced her delicate oval face. Her starry eyes reflected the moonlight. Qin Tianke witnessed this scene. A rare flush spread across his face. Whether it was from embarrassment, or because someone had exposed his poetry writing moment. If his toes had the power, they would have already dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. I never imagined Mr. Qin not only possesses outstanding cultivation, breaking through to the 4th tier, but also possesses such skill. Could it be that the basic assessment for beast tamers now requires poetry composition? Hearing this remark, Qin Tianke scratched his head awkwardly. What skill? This was clearly just him freeloading on the great poet's verses, used to express his inner emotions. Based on Qin Tiang's memories, seemed to retain only incomplete fragments of ancient history following the arrival of the Fisher Gate. There were even signs of historical gaps. However, this aspect is not prioritized in this world. Thus, when Qin Tianke recited this verse, the other party failed to recognize it as the work of a predecessor. Haha, you flatter me. As for cultivation, it's merely a natural progression, a breakthrough that was bound to happen. It was merely a moment of inspiration, an expression of what moved my heart. Qin Tianke suddenly remembered something. He then asked with a hint of puzzlement. What's the matter? Are you also having trouble sleeping, Miss Yang? Hearing this, Yang Ruoshi nodded. Her footsteps lightly crushed the frost beneath her feet. White frost clung to her gauze robes. Her delicate steps glided across the ground, slowly approaching the edge of the platform. A gentle breeze caresses the air, lifting the flowing white skirt. Her eyelashes fluttered. Her eyes sparkled. Gazing at the distant scene, lights shone brightly in the distance. High places are cold, yet they hold a unique charm. The distant lights shimmered with a rippling grace. Tomorrow is the individual battle. The roster has already been assigned. My opponents are all prodigies from other cities. Hearing this, Qin Tianke couldn't help but tease. What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that Miss Yang is feeling nervous? Hearing this, Yang Ruoshi shook her head. For some reason, ever since first meeting this man, and throughout their conversation, he had always given her a false sense of reassurance. It's not exactly nervousness, she replied, just concerned that they might lose confidence in their profession from now on. In that brief statement, Qin Tianke detected an unparalleled confidence radiating from the other person. As if something occurred to him. An involuntary twitch crossed his lips. Why did she feel like a female version of the emperor? But she certainly had the credentials. A dual-class transferee. Each was among the strongest of their era, and the ultimate representatives of their respective eras. Dual-class transfigures are truly formidable. Qin Tianke murmured his sincere admiration. Yang Ruoshi had grown accustomed to such praise. Though her expression remained unchanged, a hint of something unusual flickered in her eyes. Sometimes, dual-class transferees aren't what you all imagine them to be. For some reason, Qin Tianke detected a hint of sorrow and regret in those words. Why would the other party speak in such a tone? Shin Tian-K even doubted whether he had misheard. However, Yang Ruoshi's voice returned to normal. In this competition, I hope to meet Mr. Chin among the top 10. Shin Tian-K nodded, clasping his hands together. Blessed be your words. According to the rules, in individual battles, any participant who breaks into the top 10 will receive corresponding points. The first place individual gains 10 points. Second place earns 9 points. And so on. In this 108-person individual battle, securing a top 10 finish, they can earn 10 points for their team. These 10 points belong to the team, not individual points. The rest proceeds similarly to the previous round's speed selection. However, none of the 108 participants are eliminated. Those who rank within the top 100 will earn their respective teams one additional point. Due to the cap on participants, the maximum points a team could earn was 2. If they can enter the top 50, they earn 5 points. The maximum is 10 points. Top 10 finishers will earn an additional 10 points. Maximum 20 points. Since the first round consists of groups of 4, therefore, as long as you advance to the first round, you can enter the top 50. As for ranking, it depends on the elimination time during their battles. The later you are eliminated in the first round, the higher their ranking will be. Shin Tian-K nodded. He was already aware of these details. Uncle Chen had also sent him the roster for the competition. The first round featured groups of 4. In his group, one of the 3 was someone he recognized. It was Sikong Kwang, whom he had crossed paths with before. Though the other party likely didn't recognize him, there was indeed a certain coincidence between the two of them. As for the other 2, by comparison, they seemed rather obscure. They might possess some skill as well. But the one who truly caught Shin Tian's attention in the first round was Sikong Kwang. As for the others, even if there were dark horses, they weren't worth much concern. His sights were never set on such opponents. With Miss Yang's extraordinary talent, there's no need to worry about such matters. Shin Tian-K spoke as he approached the edge of the platform. A shadow drew near beside him. The distance between them was neither close nor distant. It fell within the range between strangers and close friends. They stood there like that, gazing at the distant moon. After a long while, Yang Ruoshi spoke slowly. Actually, even though we've only met a few times, we're already friends. Friends don't need to be so particular about titles. Just call me Ruoshi. Hearing this, Shin Tian-K followed suit. In that case, I shall count myself as your friend. And you needn't address me as Mr. Chin either. Shin Tian-K still harbored some aversion to this formality. Alright, Tian-K. Ruoshi. After saying this, a long silence fell between them. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Both gazed at the bright moon in the sky, lost in their own thoughts. Chapter 133, The Body of a Living Being. I hear you have a beast of your own, Tian-K. It has 100 heads and resembles a black beast. Rumor has it they are mutated forms of the hellhound. Is this true or false? Hearing this, Shin Tian-K saw through the other's thoughts. Want to see Old Black? It was fitting, for since Lao Hei's advancement, he hadn't witnessed its transformation yet. With that thought, Shin Tian-K raised his hand and beckoned. From the shadows behind him, a colossal creature slowly materialized. This colossal beast possessed 4 legs, its entire body covered in jet-black fur. The moment it emerged, it let out a deafening roar. Wave after wave of sound triggered the protective formations on the platform. One by one, they revealed themselves. This place is protected by magical barriers. Though from the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than a platform standing atop the highest point, devoid of any railings. Under Old Black's roaring, a complex array of intricate magical formations began to reveal themselves. For a moment, layers upon layers of light radiated from the area, making it quite conspicuous in the night. Fortunately, the revealed magic formations did not persist for long. Soon, the unique radiance of the magic circles retracted and condensed one by one. Everything seemed to return to normal. The giant beast's shadow, cast by the moonlight, enveloped the two of them. Yang Ruoshi stepped forward a few paces. She examined it closely. Each of the 100 heads bore its own distinct form. Don't get too close. Shin Tian-K was about to speak. But then he saw her hand already resting on one of Lao Hei's heads. Oh no! Shin Tian-K was about to unleash his Beastmaster power. He suddenly noticed an extremely bizarre scene. He detected no impatience or disgust emanating from Old Black. Instead, he sensed gentleness and submission. This scene stirred a hint of confusion within Shin Tian-K. Then it clicked. Strictly speaking, Lao Hei was not a living being. He was a type of undead creature. Therefore, certain elemental attacks had no effect on him. Yang Ruoshi's profession, besides being a mage, also a necromancer. One of these professions is widely regarded as the most powerful offensive class. The other is said to possess the ability to communicate with spirits and the departed. This ability bears some resemblance to that of a regional calamity beast tamer. No wonder Old Black treated him that way. Old Black's temper has always been fiery. The first time he met his teammates, he clashed with them. Later on, even when spending time with them regularly, he still occasionally couldn't control his hot temper. However, through my own efforts at mediation and the influence of my teammates, he gradually and deliberately wore down his violent feelings toward them. Though Old Black never actively sought their company, he no longer actively shunned them. Woof! Lao Hei let out a low growl. Qin Tianke froze. He turned back in disbelief. Only then did he notice. Old Black had collapsed before him at some point, rolling around like a little pet. What? Qin Tianke felt certain beliefs shatter instantly. This was his own beast companion. He had never seen Old Black display such a look of affection before. Could this be real? It's quite adorable, though it does have too many heads. Seeing such an expression on this colossal creature, Yang Ruoshi remained remarkably composed, as if none of this surprised her in the least. Qin Tianke felt a twinge of doubt. In his experience, a spirit medium would never allow their beast to display such an expression. Moreover, the message Old Black conveyed implied was that the other party carried an aura that made it feel remarkably at ease? A spirit medium could never achieve such a level. Could it be that the person before him possessed some special quality? The look of confusion grew deeper. But even if this person possessed some unique quality, I should be able to see it. Could it be that, like before, because my own strength is insufficient, that the system couldn't discern what lay within? Amidst his doubt and belief, Qin Tianke opened his eyes. He summoned the power of the system. Yang Ruoshi living being's body. Occupation, Mage Spirit Medium. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Mage Ice, Wind. Necromancer Nether. Abilities, Endless Ice Shards, Windswept Strangulation, Bone-Chilling Corrosion, Communication with Ancestral Spirits, Insight into the Past, Ancestral Spirit Possession. Note, those who awaken the living spirit body possess profound insights into all living beings, enabling seamless communication. When necessary, they can even incite rebellion. Living being's body? Just as I imagined. Perhaps it was because my strength wasn't sufficient before, which prevented the system from fully discerning the situation. Thus, I remained unaware of the opponent's strength and the unique constitution they possessed. But now he understood it all. Noticing Qin Tiange's gaze lingering on her, Yang Ruoshi's cheeks flushed involuntarily. No need to be so surprised. I don't know why either, but I was born with the ability to communicate with these creatures. Whether it's taming beasts or certain special wild spirits. Qin Tianke keenly detected the unfamiliar term in her words. Wilderness spirits? Weren't those beings confined solely to the 4 great perils? Based on what she said, didn't she know she possessed the living spirit body constitution? Yang Ruoshi nodded in agreement. My hometown lies close to the 4 perilous regions. Beyond it stands the Gate of Desolation, specifically built to guard the perilous lands. Upon hearing his words, Qin Tianke nodded. After a moment of thought, he then revealed some of the origins of his beast riding abilities. Naturally, he couldn't reveal everything. This matter concerned the system. It was of grave importance. Even to his own mother, he would not speak of it. It was both for her protection and his own safety. My beast is a mutated form of the Hellhound, carrying the aura of the undead within it. A flicker of light danced in Yang Ruoshi's eyes. Something seemed to flicker within her gaze. Her expression betrayed us, so it was look. But she quickly concealed it. Old Black beside her resembled an oversized hamster. He rolled around and frolicked incessantly before her, emitting whimpering sounds. Though its voice was already faint, the sound of 100 heads was undeniably unsettling. Noticing the emotion emanating from Old Black, Qin Tianke was momentarily stunned. But his expression quickly changed. What's wrong? Yang Ruoshi murmured, gazing at Lao Hei. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness. All right. That's adorable. Qin Tiange's mouth twitched again. Good grief. Old Black, was he really acting spoiled just now? In that instant, he felt his worldview shatter for a split second. After all, Old Black had always been strict as hell. Now, to see such emotion surface from him, how could he possibly accept this? Noticing Qin Tiange's expression, Yang Ruoshi flashed a radiant smile. Since you've seen my beast, I'll show you something special in return. For Yang Ruoshi, calling him by his given name, Tianke, felt rather awkward. Chapter 134, Moonlit Dance. Yet calling him Mr. Qin felt too formal. For a moment, he couldn't find a suitable alternative. He could only use the informal you. Qin Tianke seemed oblivious. At that moment, Lao Hei, as if sensing something, slowly retreating backward. He lay down beside them, making space for the two of them. Yang Ruashi raised her hand. At the center of her palm, a streak of ice blue light began to bloom and extend outward on both sides, finally coalescing into a silver magic staff. The Thousand Frost Ice Staff. Detailed annotations about this staff once again flashed before Qin Tiang's eyes. More detailed than before. Item: Thousand Ice Condensing Staff Evolving Staff. Grade: Perfect. Attributes: Ice Element Amplification, 1000-mile freeze. Note: this is an upgradable magic staff. Items required for the next advancement. 1000 Autumn Snow, Ice-Clad Serpent Gall, Tyene Heavy Water. Noticing the other's gaze fixed on her staff, Yang Ruashi rolled up her sleeves. Her fair, lotus-like arm guided the wand. An inexplicably aloof aura suddenly emanated from her entire being. This staff is called Ice Clinging. It is also the staff that has accompanied me the longest. It amplifies my icy attributes. Today, I invite you to witness its power. Her arm guided the staff. Silver blue light flickered ceaselessly. Like blossoming flowers. It dances ceaselessly around my body. As the staff danced, special energies coalesce. They piled up upon the staff. Witnessing this scene, as the staff spun ceaselessly around him, a peculiar frost spread from the tip of the staff. The frost drifted out, instantly taking shape. As it enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by a series of uniquely distinct auras. Behind it, faintly visible, a colossal shadow seemed to emerge. Simultaneously, the frost underwent a series of intricate transformations. Qin Tian watched silently. Soon, the frost condensed around him, forming a considerable expanse of snowy ground. At the same time, Yang Ruashi's footsteps moved lightly. One by one, magical arrays surged forth. Layers of light gradually blossomed upon the magic circles, until they were fully unleashed. The snowy ground, illuminated by this radiance, undergoing strange transformations, spreading toward the platform. The platform before their eyes was no longer what it had been. Instead, a desolate ice plain stretched out. Qin Tian stood upon this ice plain. At times near, at times far. A woman could be seen dancing gracefully. Her movements were light and fluid. Her steps were light and swift. Her sleeves billowed in the breeze. Her white gauze robe shimmered in the moonlight. As the ice beneath her feet sparkled, like a fairy descended to earth. Beauty beyond compare. A crescent moon hung high in the sky. Amidst the gaps in the encircling dark clouds, frost lay scattered across the ground. The frost lay like gauze, like mist. Refracted by the frost, it swirled ceaselessly around the radiant beauty. Beneath the moonlight, upon the ice crystals, her dance grows ever more exquisite. Each movement captivates the soul. In this moment, she seemed to merge with the scenery. Truly, beauty in the scene became indistinguishable, never to part. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Too beautiful. Such a person. He didn't even know how to describe them. Only the word beauty could capture it. Even calling her a peerless beauty of our time would be no exaggeration. Suddenly, something occurred to him. A blush spread across his face. Perhaps he was one of the few boys who could witness Yang Ruashi's dance. He lost track of time. The fluttering of her sleeves gradually ceased. Her long hair, tossed by her movements, now fell loosely over her shoulders. The silver staff fell back into her hands. Then, a light tap grazed Qin Tiang's forehead. A piercing chill swept through his entire body. Qin Tiang's body shuddered violently. He snapped out of his dazed state. He looked at Yang Ruashi before him. Noticing the look in her eyes, he couldn't help but clear his throat twice. That look, like a child yearning for praise. Though it lasted but a moment. Qin Tian caught it. What was that just now? Qin Tian cleared his throat twice, his expression unchanged. Beautiful. Very beautiful. His heart stirred. Qin Tian voiced the thoughts that had stirred within him. A beauty in the north, peerless and solitary. A beauty in the north, peerless and independent. Hearing this, Yang Ruashi felt a surge of quiet delight within her heart. Unconsciously, a faint smile touched her lips. Clearly in high spirits. Yet she still nodded with considerable pride. Soon, the two began chatting casually about this dance and some insights into cultivation. And began chatting casually. Before they knew it, the distance between them grew ever closer. Until the space between them was finally no wider than a fist. Their connection deepened. The night seemed to be gradually fading. A faint streak of dawn began to appear on the horizon. The clouds were dyed by the rising sun's light. Layers of crimson dawn began to spread, as if flushed by wine, reflecting the distant scenery. Sunlight washed over his face. Qin Tian finally began to sober up. Gazing at the sunlight, he couldn't help but ponder. Had time passed so quickly? It was already morning. For some reason, as this thought surfaced, a tinge of reluctance welled up in his heart. His gaze drifted to the side. He saw a face tinged with a faint blush. Their eyes met. Then, without warning, they both burst into laughter. Who would have thought we'd spend the whole night just chatting like this? Shin Tian-K murmured with a touch of emotion. Without realizing it, the lingering tension in his heart had completely dissipated. Are you all right? Yang Ruoshi asked with concern. Don't worry. After advancing to the 4th tier, my 6 senses, 5 perceptions, and physical constitution have all grown significantly stronger. I could go days without sleep and be just fine. Yang Ruoshi nodded. But then she recalled what had been said earlier. Why did I suddenly decide to care about them? Right, not concerned gratitude. Thankful that they eased the same tension in my own heart. Exactly. Gratitude. Why would I suddenly care about them for no reason? 4th tier is the watershed for all professions. Wishing you a swift breakthrough. Shin Tian-K bowed his hands toward the other. Sister Shu had told him. The reason Yang Ruoshi wasn't as sought after now was precisely because she hadn't yet reached the 4th tier. Once she reached the 4th tier, her strength would undergo a revolutionary transformation. At that point, even the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance will come knocking. I'll take your word for it. Yang Ruoshi returned the bow. I needn't worry, either mages have healing arrays. It can refresh your mind and, you. Shin Tian-K waved his hand dismissively. At a time like this, asking the other party to help set up a healing array, that would only drain their mana. Though in his view, didn't require much magical energy. In a few more hours, the individual battles would commence. By then, his opponent might suffer a setback due to the magical energy expended this time, and end up falling short at the last moment. Chapter 135, the tournament begins. If that were to happen, he actually felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, that's exactly it. Shin Tian-K rose. He extended his hand toward the other man. Without realizing it, from casual conversation along the way to finally sitting together, admiring the scenery. The distance between them gradually narrowed until they were side by side. Yang Ruoshi instinctively reached out her hand, but paused mid-air for a moment. Then, she finally grasped Shin Tian's hand. They exchanged a glance. Though neither showed any expression, there seemed to be a peculiar atmosphere between them. As they rose to their feet, both instantly withdrew their hands. For some reason, perhaps it was the sweltering heat, or perhaps an inexplicable restlessness within, their faces flushed crimson as if they might bleed. They looked at each other once more. They walked back together like that. Finally, they returned to their respective team rooms. This timing felt rather awkward. They wanted to sleep, but with less than 2 hours to spare. Not much sleep to be had. And for some reason, a strange restlessness stirs deep within both of them. Their hearts pounded wildly. They tried desperately to calm the restlessness within, but it was utterly futile. The moment Shin Tian-K entered the room, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his body. He sought to perfect his energy flow. Yet, moments later, Shin Tian-K realized. For some reason, not a shred of power surged through his body. Instead, it felt restless. The unease within his heart was replaced by an indescribable, tangled emotion. His heart pounded so fiercely within his chest it felt as though it might leap out. Helplessly lying on the ground, he gazed at everything around him. His complexion grew rosy. Why did he feel this strange longing? They had only just met. Yet that figure was etched deeply into the recesses of his memory. His heart yearned incessantly, craving to see that person again. In Yang Ruoshi's room, she sat cross-legged in silence. An icy aura surged around her. It began to gather and coalesce frantically. Yet even so, she still couldn't suppress the fiery blush spreading across her cheeks. Yang Ruoshi felt inexplicably unsettled. A peculiar stirring arose within her. Deep within her mind, the figure of someone she had parted with only recently surfaced. The moment she thought of that person, a blush spread visibly across her cheeks, racing up to her ears. Amidst the turmoil in her heart, completely dissipated, accompanied by peculiar sensations within her body. As the surrounding aura and frost dissipated, a gnawing sensation surged within her heart. What was happening to him? For the first time in 20 years. For the first time, such thoughts stirred within her. In the square, a week had passed. Many changes seemed to have occurred. Take the square, for instance. 27 cages now stood there. Though called cages, they resembled more like special fighting platforms. The arena featured only a raised platform. Yet beneath the manifestation of a peculiar radiance, one could discern a series of peculiar barriers spreading out from the surroundings, enveloping the area within a defined perimeter. Around the square, the crowd's cheers had long since become deafening, their passion surging. After a week's wait, the thrilling, intense individual competition was finally about to begin. Each city team sent 2 competitors into battle. Who would claim first place? Who will make it into the top 10? Those who made it to this competition are the cream of the young generation, not to mention every participant in the individual battles. Each is the strongest within their respective teams. Therefore, both combatants are the strongest young talents in their respective cities. This is a clash between young powerhouses. It will determine who stands as the undisputed number one among the young generation. Naturally, all eyes are on them. This undoubtedly thrilled them. Many had come specifically to witness this so-called alliance-wide transferee selection individual tournament. Many of them make their living by betting on these individual battles. Betting on who will take first place in the individual tournament? Or who would rank in the top 10. Such bets offered not only stability but also higher odds of winning. Thus, what truly captures the public's attention is this individual tournament. This is undoubtedly the opportunity for every prodigy to showcase their talents. It even offers glimpses of genuine battles between prodigies. These are things they yearn to know, things they crave. Battle always stirs the soul, igniting a fiery passion within. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, a figure appeared in the sky. The moment this figure appeared, the entire square erupted into a frenzy. As if they had witnessed the arrival of someone extraordinary. It's him, Wangwon. Holy crap, there were rumors this celebrity would personally host the competition, never thought it'd actually be true. Is it really him? News broke days ago that singer Wangwon would personally host this round of individual battles. Many initially thought it might just be a rumor. But unexpectedly, he actually showed up today. Wangwon glided through the air atop a specially crafted magical apparatus. Surveying the vast crowd below, a flickering light shone in his hand. A microphone materialized at his command. His voice was rich and magnetic. He was a star singer in his own right. Combined with his undeniable good looks, he'd amassed countless fans since his debut. Many fans in the arena screamed with excitement until they fainted. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Wangwon, your host for the second round of individual performances in this alliance-wide transferee selection. As soon as he finished speaking, 108 figures swiftly emerged from the passageway at the front of the plaza. The moment the 108 entrants took the stage, the atmosphere on the field ignited once more. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Like waves crashing ashore, the cheers rose and fell in succession. Woohoo! This time, I'll say it, Chin Tian-K might just pull off some impressive results. Even cracking the top 10 isn't out of the question. Him? Give me a break. He only got 7th last time because of sheer luck. If those 4 hadn't gone easy on him, he wouldn't even be in the top 10 now. Those 4 fought to avenge their comrade, true loyalty and honor. Unlike this guy, who's ruthless and treats lies like grass. What loyalty is there in that? They didn't know it was a simulation back then. Everything they did was genuine. They provoked the others because they were outmatched. What's wrong with taking them out? What room is there for brotherhood on the battlefield? If they wanted revenge, wouldn't it be better to settle it after the selection ends? Why sacrifice your own future and opportunities? Why insist on throwing away the team's ranking? Isn't that even more foolish and ignorant? After Chin Tian-K secured 7th place, fierce debates erupted within the Alliance City. Gradually, within a week, people largely divided into 2 factions. Regarding this matter, some endorsed Chin Tian's actions, believing he had done nothing wrong. Chapter 136, The Wager. Others deemed Chin Tian-K ruthless and merciless, willing to slaughter his peers without regard for consequences. Such a person was unworthy of participating in this competition. Regardless of the arguments, the Alliance headquarters chose not to delve into such matters. After all, the headquarters only cares about the final results. Thus, the moment Chin Tian-K stepped onto the stage, a buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd. But this was only a small fraction of the discussion. Most attention remained focused on the other top contenders. You know what? That dual-class transferee is definitely going to crack the top 10 this time. Top 10? She'll surpass that easily. I think she'll blow past every other competitor her age. Even first place isn't out of the question. Exactly. Dual-class job changers are unmatched among their peers. Idiot. Among the participants from the Alliance headquarters this time is Yuan Haoren, who took first place in the previous round of selections. He's a rare spatial mage. Such mages are incredibly valuable, and his techniques are extraordinary. In certain respects, their abilities might even surpass those dual-class transferees. Spatial mages are the cream of the crop among all mages. They're no match for him. I still believe Chin Tian-K has a shot at the top 10. After all, his strength is undeniable, and such individuals are the most ruthless. He'll surely shine in this individual battle selection. I actually think that Seekom Kwang is quite promising too. Born into the Sequan lineage, he practices the thunder magic passed down through generations in his family. The murmurs and debates within the crowd grew louder, with every top contender being mentioned. At this moment, the platform reserved exclusively for the 6 great families and the 3 major factions. A few more figures had gathered. Each family brought along some of their younger members to broaden their horizons. Among them were both contestants and younger members who hadn't yet reached the required age. Everyone, how about we place a bet on this round? Shu Chanwei turned to look. The speaker was a young member of the Nangong family. He was also one of the contestants this time around. He just hadn't entered the individual competition. Tell us more? The contestant from the Yuchi family asked curiously. We bet on whether our favored contestants can make it into the top 10. The more detailed, the better. Once your pick advances, you take all the money. If you lose the bet, you hand over the money to the next person. Hearing this, the curiosity of these young upstarts was instantly piqued. They began placing their bets one after another. However, most placed their bets on their own clan's contestants. Few dared to wager on other competitors. After all, one reason was uncertainty about their strength and the other was sheer reluctance. What? Young Master Shu, aren't you going to place a small wager? Didn't you just recruit Qin Tianke over? Have you lost faith in him so quickly? The speaker was a woman from the Ouyang family. She was one of the Ouyang family's contestants. Her features were rather attractive, though her eyes were strangely shaped. Her expression radiated sharpness and bitterness. Shu Changwei shot him a glance. Her hand, which had been holding her teacup, slowly lowered to her side. The moment the teacup touched the table, a fourth-tier aura erupted from her body. Simultaneously, behind her, the shadowy form of a nine-tailed spirit fox taller than a human seemed to sway its tail. A frenzied aura surged forth. The nine-tailed spirit fox crouched there. Its eyes slowly opened. The fox tail quivered. Instantly, it blazed forth. Power began to erupt. Its eyes fixed intently on the Ouyang family woman who had spoken. A sound echoed. It was filled with utter contempt. What gives you the right to speak to this young master like that? Have you forgotten your place? A worthless failure who can't even participate in individual combat. Do you think you have the right to bark like a mad dog? Your sense of superiority holds no confidence in the eyes of this young master. With those words spoken, the nine-tailed spirit fox's aura erupted once more. Overwhelmingly fierce and domineering, it crushed toward its opponent with relentless force. The woman's heart lurched in alarm and was about to cry out for help. A force descended before her. In her moment of bewilderment, she hastily closed her eyes. The Grand Elder beside her snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, an even more overbearing and ruthless aura descended, annihilating it with overwhelming force. Is it not the height of audacity to bully a woman of the Ouyang family in this elder's presence? Her eyes narrowed. A fifth-tier aura flickered faintly, emanating outward. Shu Qiangwei spoke calmly. Her eyes narrowed, a dismissive sneer curling her lips. Shut up. When did you ever have a say in what this young sect master has to say? Even within your Ouyang clan, only your chosen heir may address this young sect master. The arrogance was beyond measure. Yet it held a grain of truth. After all, even though Qing Yun Hall was an external force, it had risen to the pinnacle of outsider factions and stand on equal footing with the Ouyang family. As the young master of the sect, and someone who could speak directly with him, how could it possibly be just a senior elder? At the very least, it must be one of the successors. Ouyang Weiniang's expression froze. She hadn't expected this person to become so sharp-tongued. He was targeting her at every turn. Fine, you're quite something. If not for the crowd of onlookers here, she would have taught this little a lesson long ago. How utterly insolent. But even so, all she could do was glare at her coldly, powerless to act. Shu Qiangwei paid no heed to the girl's shrill yapping. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the young member of the Nangong family who had spoken earlier. Her hand flipped. A special jade pendant appeared. Upon seeing the jade pendant, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This item is a perfect grade innate spiritual treasure belonging to this young sect master. I wonder, senior elder, dare you wager against me? Ouyang Weiniang was naturally deeply tempted. Given her current status and position, she did possess innate spiritual treasures. But only one of ordinary grade. As for a perfect grade innate treasure like this, she had only heard of and seen before, never possessed. Still, she kept her wits about her. She inquired thoughtfully. What exactly are we betting on? Shu Qiangwei gazed at a figure in the crowd below, her voice faint and distant. I'm betting that Qin Tianke of Lingyun City will secure a top 10 finish in this tournament or even crack the top 3. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a brief silence. Then, stifled chuckles of pain erupted one after another. Had they not been mindful of the person before them, they would have burst out laughing long ago. The guest elder of Qing Yun Hall beside them tried to intervene. It was too late. What the hell is this? Just a starter from a small town team and he wants to crack the top 10 in this draft? Top 3? How could that be possible? Wasn't this just wishful thinking? They all suspected the young sect master had been brainwashed by the other side. Fine, I'll take your bet. I'm betting Ouyang Wanqing will rank higher than him. Chapter 137, The Battle. Xu Changwei raised an eyebrow. After battling this rival for so many years, how could she not understand what this little girl meant? Though conflicted, she gritted her teeth. This artifact is a protective talisman meticulously forged by this elder. It too is of the perfect grade. Before she could finish, a cold snort cut her off. Senior elder, you show no sincerity. You expect to trade this mere trinket you crafted yourself for my innate divine treasure? Absolutely laughable. Since you lack sincerity, there's no need for a wager. However, I never imagined your Ouyang family would not only raise your offspring without respect for elders, but also without any courage. Hearing this, Ouyang Weiniang's face twisted with fury, veins bulging on her temples. Her face twisted into a hideous grimace. Fine. So you want my heart-protecting mirror, huh? I'll give it to you, but only if you can handle it. No sooner had the words left her mouth. Xu Changwei immediately spoke up. This matter will be left to the senior elder's care. Just don't back out when the time comes. Ouyang Weiniang grew impatient once more. She gestured wildly in anger for a long while. On the square, Qin Tianke surveyed the battle stages before him. He instinctively activated the system scan. Item, Battle Intent Arena. Purpose, infused with special battle intent, it can ignite fighting spirit and double combat effectiveness. Duration, 2 days. Seems it will be deactivated after the individual tournament concludes. Today's schedule for the individual tournament is rather tight. Only 10 players will remain after today's selections. Tomorrow, the finals begin directly. The first round is their 4-player elimination tournament. Every participant here is a prodigy. Each possesses their own signature skill. Such a battle might actually last longer. Between the 4 of them, beyond combat itself, there might also be chaotic brawls or mutual scheming. Considering both possibilities, it's uncertain whether the top 10 contenders can be selected today. In the past, each tournament has seen its share of such unusual occurrences. For instance, last-minute breakthroughs or even withdrawals. All contestants, please proceed to your assigned battle stages in the order you were given. Qin Tianke was assigned to the 26th ring. It was considered toward the end. Fortunately, he had seen his next opponent, who came from the 27th ring. Barring any surprises, this opponent was an old acquaintance. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Qin Tianke felt a peculiar stirring within his heart. His blood seemed to boil. This place truly ignited one's fighting spirit. It pushed the desire to fight to its peak. Undoubtedly, this was likely to observe how these prodigies performed when their abilities were free from any external interference. When their combat awareness reached its absolute peak, Qin Tianke pondered silently. He said nothing more, instead turning his gaze to the others standing alongside him on the stage. Among the other 3, one face was familiar. This individual was exceptionally tall and robustly built. He wore a specially tailored blue and white battle robe. The white sections seemed to bear faint traces of silver armor. The blue sections, however, had undergone a transformation, appearing more like a dazzling purple, as if surrounded by lightning. He also wielded a specially crafted spear. Thunderous ripples pulsed along its length, constantly surging. As for the other 2, they appeared to hail from the same city. They had been locked in combat since entering. Their auras also shared certain similarities. According to their records, these 2 belonged to the same city. They were also twin brothers. Their names were Fu Ronghai and Fu Rongjuan. Their professions were rather unique, a rare type of dual specialization occupation. Qin Tiang's eyes narrowed. The system monitored and reported. Fu Ronghai. Occupation, Twin Spirit Master Primary. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Abilities, Berserk, Raging Fist, Extreme Speed. Fu Ronghai. Occupation, Twin Spirit Master Subordinate. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Abilities, Berserk, Fury Fist, Extreme Speed. Profile, Twin Spirit Master, a rare dual-type profession. When necessary, they can temporarily merge into one entity during combat, achieving perfect synergy of power. They can concentrate their power on a single target or distribute it evenly between themselves, sharing damage equally. Their seamless integration of offense and defense yields extraordinary combat prowess. Qin Tianke felt a surge of astonishment. The vast world truly holds no end of wonders. Even such identical professions could emerge. Qin Tianke observed the pair. Then he glanced at Xikong Quang, who was approaching him. Compared to their first meeting, the thunderous energy surrounding him seemed more tightly condensed, growing significantly stronger. Seeing him nod in greeting, Qin Tianke returned the gesture. Even before the battle had begun. But the allegiances between the 2 sides had already begun to solidify. Thank you for saving me during the first round of selection. Qin Tianke nodded. No surprises. He bowed his hands toward the other. That incident I took advantage of your shadow. It was rather intrusive of me. The other man returned the gesture. No need for formalities. Regarding that incident back then, Someone from his group would naturally have seen it and informed him. Therefore, Jin Tianke did not consider the other party to be a little cutie. He wouldn't inquire about my identity. But since that's the case, he could temporarily choose an alliance. He looked at Sikong Kwang before him, then glanced at the two figures in the distance. In that case, let us join forces for now. Consider it repayment for my kindness. Sikong Kwang nodded. His expression was agitated. Lightning surged uncontrollably from his body. It nearly struck Jin Tianke. That's exactly what I had in mind. Then you and I will have a proper duel, just the two of us, to see who comes out on top. Jin Tianke nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was the adrenaline of battle that stirred him. Even he now yearned to defeat his opponent in a fair fight. According to the rules, if two city teams were matched against each other, both sides could advance simultaneously upon defeating their opponents. At this moment, all participants had taken their positions on the respective battle stages. But no one has started fighting yet. Some chose to pair up in twos. Others opted to take on 3 opponents at once. Others opted for a 4-way free-for-all. In the sky above, Wang Wen's figure drifted upward, hovering above the arena. The rankings in the sky underwent a change. It transformed into real-time records from all 27 arenas. They occupied an enormous amount of space, allowing everyone to witness the performances of these fighters. His magnetic voice boomed through the microphone in his hand. This judge now announces the commencement of round 2, individual match 1 of 4-player free-for-all, where 4 compete for 1 spot. The moment the words fell, the male lead in Sikong Kwang instantly charged forward. Thunder surged around Sikong Kwang's body. His spear was enveloped in a halo of light. The faint roar of a thunder dragon echoed within. Break! His feet stomped the ground with utter indifference. His body twisted in an unnatural manner. The spear shot forward in an instant. Chapter 138, The First Battle. The spear roared like a howling gale, amidst swirling lightning, accompanied by visible bolts of lightning. This strike embodied the very essence of Sikong Kwang's thunderous might. During the first round of selection earlier, Sikong Kwang had fought to protect his teammates. A faint glimmer of breakthrough began to stir within his body. Though faint, it had already illuminated the path to his breakthrough. The watershed between the 3rd and 4th tiers. Even for the younger generation like them, it was extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough. The crux of the matter held considerable difficulty. Those who managed to break through are few and far between. Take Sikong Kwang, for instance. Advancing in his profession is exceptionally difficult. The main obstacles lie in 2 areas. One is the enhancement of his unique thunder elemental abilities. The other lies in the evolution of his spear techniques. Only when both reach the threshold of breakthrough can he ascend to the 4th tier. During the first round of speed selection trials, his marksmanship had already begun to show signs of self-discovered progress. As long as he engaged in continuous combat, his marksmanship would steadily refine itself. For him, Jin Tiang's strength would undoubtedly help him seek a breakthrough. Given that, the first task was to deal with these 2 troublesome individuals before him. Thus, this shot was an attack born of his newfound understanding. Likewise, it was a strike born of the intent to finish the fight swiftly. Moreover, standing upon this very stage, his fighting spirit surged to its peak. The desire to fight reached its peak. Beneath this single thrust, beyond my own strength, his battle intent itself was infinitely amplified. Thus, this spear thrust carried immense power and overwhelming might. The spear traced a white arc through the air. No! The 2 brothers across the field stiffened in shock. They hadn't expected. Their opponent's attack speed was so blindingly fast. Fu Ronghai's eyes flickered with light. A uniquely radiant aura spread around his body. As the aura danced and shifted with fluid grace, a peculiar force surged from his body. Meanwhile, Fu Rongjuan beside him. A similar, yet distinct, aura rippled around his body. Though comparatively, its radiance was far fainter. Moreover, the power continued to surge toward his older brother. The twin spirit master profession. Though a rare dual-type profession, it still operates on a primary-secondary dependency model. The subordinate role focuses on coordination and support, enhancing the other's strength. They can also channel the combined power of both individuals. This allows damage taken by both to be evenly distributed. Speed is amplified. Speed, now. A roar erupted. A brilliant blue light surged simultaneously in both their pupils. As the light flickered, the blue aura surrounding their bodies gradually faded, until it became a pile of overlapping phantoms. Their speed had reached 4th tier levels in that instant. Yet even so, they still couldn't completely evade this formidable shot. Though the shot seemed slow, yet its velocity was unprecedentedly swift. A thunderous boom echoed. A flash of light flickered in Fu Ronghai's eyes. His younger brother beside him experienced the same. The bullet tore through Fu Ronghai's left shoulder. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bullet hole nearly froze through his left shoulder. The spear sank deep into flesh and bone. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood, blood trickled from the corner of Fu Ronghai's mouth beside him. His left shoulder felt heavy, as if he too had been wounded. The damage was evenly shared between them. Thus, neither suffered excessive severity. Had the damage not been shared, this strike would likely have completely pierced Fu Rongjuan's left shoulder. A gleam flashed in Fu Rongjuan's eyes. He forcefully pulled the silver spear embedded in his left shoulder and flung it aside. Damn powerful. Both men's eyes lit up. The wound on his shoulder was closing at a visible, frantic pace. They struck almost simultaneously. Each drew a curved blade from its sheath. One from the left, one from the right, they charged forward to strike the figure ahead. Kill. Their speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were upon their target. But in the next instant, a searing wall of flame erupted before them. The flames surged forward. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed them. The two hurriedly retreated. They scrambled to dodge a spear hurtling toward them from behind. Both frowned, their expressions mirroring each other's. Before them, a young eagle bathed in flames had appeared out of nowhere. This time, the fledgling eagle's size seemed slightly different. Standing about a meter tall. When its wings spread, its size rivaled that of an ordinary eagle mount. Its fiery red feathers seemed to carry the faint glow of smoldering flames. The young eagle landed on Qin Tiang's shoulder. Its eyes fixed intently on them. Beside him, Si Kong Quang made a hand gesture. The spear had already been recalled, landing securely in his hand. Thunderous light flickered wildly around his body. His eyes were filled with a hint of purple, domineering lightning. This is getting tricky. No need to hold back. Strike now. The two brothers rose simultaneously. A blue glow enveloped their bodies. Their aura surged violently. Break! One charged forward, the other followed close behind. Their speed was no slower than before. Sikong brothers, one each. As soon as Qin Tianke finished speaking, Xiao Jin on his shoulder let out a roar. He leapt forward at breakneck speed. The ghostly flames burned fiercely. The scorching heat made Fu Ronghai, who was facing him, flinch inwardly. That's exactly what I had in mind. Si Kong Quang's lips curled into a triumphant smile. With unparalleled confidence, his spear whirled in his grasp. The lightning-like glow reappeared. Destroy! The fierce battle between the four drew the attention of many. Among the platforms belonging to the 6 great clans and the 3 major factions. Wait, isn't Qin Tiang's beast supposed to be a 100-headed mastiff? Zhuge Ji voiced his confusion. He clearly remembered the unprecedented techniques the opponent had displayed earlier. This beast is fiery red all over with golden tail feathers. Could it be a blazing golden-tailed eagle? It was a fairly common mount. Everyone present recognized it. No, this beast managed to withstand the Valkyrie-class warrior's golden whip divine attack earlier. It can't be that simple. Could it be the rare spectral attribute? Those who had made it this far were all contestants representing their respective family factions. Or young talents deliberately cultivated by their clans. Their minds were sharp. They instantly pieced together the answer with near certainty. This fledgling eagle was only at the 2nd tier before, yet it has already advanced to the 3rd tier. The crowd murmured among themselves. They appeared quite astonished. Meanwhile, at another location. At the location of the 44th City's team. Wait, why did Lingyun City's team captain send out a different beast this time? This beast rider, I've never seen one like it before. This is bad, it's also a 3rd tier beast and a flying one at that. We need to revise our battle plan. As the teams from various cities were stunned by Qin Tiang's beast, a gasp erupted from the Lingyun City contingent. Holy crap, Little Gold is already 3rd tier? Chapter 139, The Showdown. All eyes turned toward the direction of that team. There stood a plump man wearing the Lingyun City team uniform. Most of the spectators had focused their attention on Qin Tianke and the other championship favorites. To avoid encountering that elusive beast master, they had already employed numerous tactics. For instance, they had prepared weapons capable of countering the dark attributes of the one-huan beast. Yet they never anticipated the opponent would possess such a beast. This had completely caught them off guard. Therefore, upon hearing these words, almost instinctively assumed this was another tactic employed by the Lingyun City team. Lin Nuo gasped in surprise. Compared to the speculations of the other city teams, he was the most shocked of all. Holy crap, how did the captain's cultivation improve so fast? Chen Zhengyang rubbed his bald head, his expression utterly incredulous. Among the team, all 3 of them were 20 years old. Li Li and Qin Tianke were 21 and 18, respectively. One was the strongest in single-target combat. One had earned their respect through sheer raw power. That's why the trio chose them for this individual battle. All 3 were stunned. Unlike other city teams, which all had instructors accompanying them, their instructor had vanished without a trace. Commander Chen was a powerhouse of that caliber. How could they dare to ask? The battle on the field intensified. Beyond the arena where Qin Tianke and his group stood, battles erupted continuously on every other platform. Brother Yang, brotherly, let's join forces. The speaker was one of 3 men. They had completely unified their front the moment they stepped onto the stage. Facing a dual-class transferee, they had to prioritize dealing with him. Across from them, a graceful figure watched calmly. If you're going to attack, then come together. Yang Ruoshi spoke softly. Her tone carried an unparalleled confidence and dominance. A bitterly cold wind swept in from nowhere, piercing to the bone. A flash of ruthless light flickered in her beautiful eyes. The silver staff swung, its icy glint sharp and fierce. Endless ice shards. Boom! A towering wall of flames erupted, sweeping out in all directions. Smoke and dust filled the air. 2 figures staggered backward through the smoke. After sliding several meters, they finally managed to steady themselves. Both simultaneously looked up toward the front. Through the thick haze, a massive, fiery red figure burst forth. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, its wings flapping, unleashing storm after storm. The whirlwind gathered the surrounding flames. Like a tornado, the flames spread outward in all directions. Xiao Jin let out a piercing shriek as it looked skyward. Its wings flapped, churning a rolling tornado. His eyes glowed crimson as he charged toward the 2. Behind it, another figure swiftly approached. A figure clad in silver robes, spear in hand. Its posture was proud and defiant. Surrounded by swirling lightning, radiating an extraordinary aura of dominance. In the blink of an eye, both man and beast stood before them. Fu Ronghai and Fu Rongjuan's hearts trembled. The familiar glow spread across their bodies once more. Their garments billowed in the air. Just as they prepared to strike, their strength coalescing within them, Fu Ronghai's heart lurched. His hand, poised to strike, froze instantly. A terrifying killing intent surged from behind him. Fear, dread. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. He stiffly looked downward. At his own throat. At some unknown moment, a curved blade had suddenly emerged here. A cold gleam surged along its blade. A sinister aura permeated the air. Damn it, when did this happen? Where did he come from? A shadow? Could it be a shadow? Fu Ronghai was still pondering all the connections. A voice behind him sounded like a death knell. Noticing his brother hadn't moved, Fu Rongjuan immediately turned to look. Behind his brother stood a shadowy figure. One more move and I can't guarantee your brother will walk out of here alive. Fu Rongjuan, who had been about to strike, froze in his tracks. His eyes fixed intently on Qin Tianke, as if seeking vengeance. But now his brother was in the other man's hands. He knew this man's ways. This man was notoriously ruthless. What he'd done during the first round of the Secret Realm had already shattered their worldviews. This time, who could say what other schemes this man might have up his sleeve? This isn't the first round of Ma combat. I see no reason to hold back for you. If you insist on this, don't blame me, Qin. Meanwhile, Si Quan Quan, who had been charging forward, halted abruptly. He withdrew his spear. Xiao Jin, flapping his wings, positioned himself in front of the 2. A fireball coalesced in his beak, poised to erupt at any moment. Seeing this scene, the 2 exchanged a glance. Simultaneously, they lowered their curved blades. This profession could combine the power of both individuals onto a single person. It could also distribute the damage inflicted on one person across 2. After distribution, the damage sustained was minimal. But if one of the 2, if one withdraws from combat, the remaining individual's strength is significantly diminished. This is precisely why they must fight as a pair. They may have previously considered various methods to ensure both could appear on this stage simultaneously. They never imagined the battle would end so swiftly. They hadn't even unleashed the special abilities unique to twin spirit masters. Now that his brother was being held hostage, Fu Rongjuan couldn't abandon him for his own fight. Moreover, without his brother by his side, his own combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. Therefore, conceding defeat was their only option. He shouted toward the supervising referee nearby. Referee, we concede this round. Every ring was assigned a supervising referee. Wang Wen remained the main referee. However, injuries or fatalities could occur in any match. To prevent such incidents, a supervising referee is assigned. The supervising referee nodded. At that moment, a voice boomed from the sky-mounted rankings, echoing throughout the arena. Ring 26, Fu Rongjuan and Fu Ronghai concede defeat. Rankings, 72nd, 71st. After uttering these words, they felt their bodies grow light. The next moment, they were teleported out of the arena. Meanwhile, Qin Tianke had appeared opposite Si Quan Quan without anyone noticing. Xiao Jin circled behind him. The 2 locked eyes. Qin Tianke's eyes flickered. Detailed data on his opponent popped up before his eyes. Compared to before, the level of detail was vastly superior. Si Quan Quan Thunder Bloodline. Profession, Thunder Spear Master. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attribute, Thunder. Abilities, Lightning Shadow Needle, Thunder Wing Transformation, Wrathful Thunderstrike. Profile, an exclusive close combat Thunder class transferee of the Seacone clan in Lanma City. At the peak of his power within Thunder, he transforms into a formidable Thunder warrior of unparalleled strength and ferocious temperament. Note, possesses a Thunder bloodline, granting exceptionally pure elemental attributes and formidable combat prowess. No wonder Shin Tian-Kei had found it peculiar before. Legend has it that every generation of the Sequa clan in Lanma City produces a Thunder attribute class changer. Chapter 140, Thunder Bloodline. It must be understood that only certain special bloodlines can influence the final class a transferee forms. Now it seems their lineage has indeed influenced this outcome. Shin Tiang's mind began to speculate and ponder. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Seacone Quan clasped his hands toward Shin Tian-Kei. Now only you and I remain. I challenge you to a fair fight. Upon hearing these words, Shin Tiang's expression hardened. It seemed this young man intended to use him as a sharpening stone. There was no grudge between them. Even if they clashed in battle, Shin Tian-Kei felt no pressure whatsoever. With this in mind, he readily agreed. A flicker of light passed through Seacone Quan's eyes. His body surged forward, striking out abruptly. Before him, the Thunder Shadow Array erupted. This formation could track its target and inflict instant paralysis. It allowed for preemptive strikes and possessed formidable combat power. Shin Tian-Kei had already seen the lightning coalesce into Thunder Shadow Needles. The small golden creature behind him let out a shrill cry. It flung several flames, exposing the Thunder Shadow Array. Amidst a series of crackling explosions, Seacone Quan's figure reappeared. Only this time, a pair of wings now sprouted from his back. Thunder wings. These wings were forged from the very essence of thunder itself. They enabled flight in combat. He had previously refrained from using this ability. But now the enemy had deployed flying beasts, and they were soaring through the skies. This held no advantage for him. Moreover, based on his observations, Shin Tian-Kei possessed the ability to suddenly materialize from the shadows. Fighting on the ground severely diminishes his combat effectiveness, allowing his opponent to gain the upper hand. Therefore, engaging in aerial combat would be far more advantageous. Xiao Jin's body trembled. His wings flapped. He soared upward. He charged forward to engage his opponent. Two beams of light, one purple, one crimson, collided and intertwined in the air. Torrential flames erupted. Thunder surged forth, roaring in unison. Thunder and flame are both elemental attributes that can be considered singularly powerful. However, thunder is widely acknowledged as the strongest elemental attribute. Even so, Seacone Quang remains merely a human body. Manipulating such elemental power was still too much to ask. Moreover, his mastery of these powers was nowhere near as effortless as Xiao Jin's. Xiao Jin wielded the flame element as effortlessly as swinging his own arm, and his power far surpasses that of his opponent. Therefore, in comparison, in the realm of elemental control, Xiao Jin held the upper hand. Moreover, due to the opponent's physical form, even with the enhancement of a silver robe, his combat prowess remains limited. Xiao Jin's physical form is purely beast-like. Though still in its fledgling eagle stage, its physical strength surpasses the opponent's by a significant margin. In combat, it could be said to crush the opponent inch by inch. A collision echoed through the air. Seacone Quang staggered backward. Gazing at the beast before him, he was utterly astonished. Based on his observations, this should be a blazing golden-tailed eagle. But how could this beast possess such bizarre flames? His thunderbolts couldn't extinguish it completely. Instead, they only drew the flames back upon himself. The silver robe he wore was merely an elite-grade protective artifact, and it was already showing signs of wear. It seemed this beast's grade must be exceptionally high. No wonder it seemed unaffected when he used the Thunder Shadow Needle earlier. So that was the reason? He had encountered this beast once before. At that time, it was only a second-tier beast. He had used it to track Shin Tian-Kei. But the opponent had hidden within his own shadow. To prevent history from repeating itself, he had taken the fight to the skies. The thunder-forged wings on his back flapped ceaselessly. The spear in his hand already showed signs of wear. He assessed his current predicament. If he did not play his true trump card now, this might well be his final battle. But if he played it, there might still be a sliver of hope. Seacone let out a frenzied roar. Power began surging through his body in layered waves. The silver armor on his upper body retracted into his storage ring. Upon his skin, some peculiar, special runes appeared. The runes continued to manifest. Each one was exceptionally unique, stretching from his waist and abdomen all the way up to his neck. As the light flickered all at once, it resembled thunder itself. The aura emanating from his body surged to its zenith at that moment. The fourth tier was but a single step away. His aura grew ever more powerful, frenzied. His eyes filled with a blue-white glow. Qin Tiang's eyes lit up. So this is the Thunder bloodline? It certainly seemed formidable. He sensed it carefully. His aura had more than doubled in intensity, and seemed to have fused with the Thunder itself. The opponent clearly held nothing back. Qin Tian stood by, observing silently. After all, they'd flown off into the sky. He couldn't intervene. And the reason he had deployed Xiao Jin was precisely to conceal his current strength. This strength was meant to be used against others. If he revealed it so early in the first round, it would leave little challenge for what lay ahead. The thought barely formed in his mind. In the sky, the battle between Xikong Kuang and Xiao Jin seemed to have reached its climax. Xikong Kuang let out a roar. The spear in his hands suddenly hurled toward Xiao Jin, though the spear's speed was astonishingly swift. But the sky itself was Xiao Jin's domain. Within this realm, any attack could be effortlessly deflected. Xiao Jin spread his wings wide, twisting his body, spinning endlessly through the air. In the blink of an eye, he dodged to the side. Yet this strike had plucked several feathers from its wings. Just as it was about to lock eyes with its opponent again, somehow, the man vanished. As if sensing something suddenly, Xiao Jin looked down. He saw the man approaching his master at breakneck speed. The distance between them was now less than half a meter. At this distance, even if he flew with all his might, it wouldn't be enough. Yet Xiao Jin remained remarkably calm. After all, his master possessed more than just him as a beast companion. Qin Tian watched as Xikong Kuang flapped his wings, closing in at an astonishing speed. His eyes remained as calm as ever. Seeing Qin Tiang's remarkably composed expression, Xikong Kuang felt a sudden sense of unease. Something major was about to happen. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man's composure was unnatural. There must be a trick. Yet the next moment, he watched helplessly as the other person's body began to gradually dissolve into the shadows. Like a pool of water. After the dissolution, a figure thrust upward from below. At this distance, evasion was impossible. The runes on his body erupted. Thunderous power erupted like exploding light. It thundered outward in all directions. Qin Tian was caught off guard. Though he managed to dodge in time, he was still inevitably shaken by the residual shockwaves. After tumbling several times in midair, he finally landed steadily. Chapter 141, Who Wins, Who Loses? But his body bore scorched marks. That was quite the impressive technique. To unleash such a powerful attack from that distance. Truly extraordinary. Xikong Kuang flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He watched helplessly as Xiao Jin flew back to Qin Tiang's side. He understood everything in his heart. Feeling the power steadily draining from his body, a hint of resignation flashed across his face. He had already pushed the thunder power to its absolute limit. Yet he had barely tapped into his thunder bloodline. He rarely fought using his thunder bloodline. Therefore, he was uncertain how long he could sustain it. Yet now he could feel it. The bloodline within his body was steadily draining away. It wouldn't be long. It would seal itself off completely once more. When that time comes, he would be utterly powerless. After all, merely activating his bloodline had already drained him of all his strength. This was essentially his trump card in a life or death situation. Feeling the power drain from his body, he could already see the outcome of this battle. A sense of sorrow welled up within him. Yet he still wanted to do something. To seek a breakthrough for himself. With this thought in mind, he immediately clasped his fists and addressed Qin Tian. His voice was loud and clear, his tone earnest. Brother Qin, I wish to exchange a move with you. Should I be defeated after this exchange, I shall surrender in this contest. Qin Tian nodded in agreement with a smile. He could sense it too. The power within his opponent's body steadily draining away. Around Xikong Kuang's body began to gather in waves of colossal thunderous energy. Compared to before, the intensity of this thunderous force was entirely different. It was as if a giant python coiled around him. His eyes blazed with a piercing white light. His aura suddenly erupted outward. Like a master of heavenly thunder. Layers of muscle rippled and burst outward. Upon his bronze-hued muscles, thunder markings continuously emerged and illuminated. The patterns traced by the ignited thunder marks were exceptionally peculiar. They began at his waist and abdomen, converging toward his arms. Amidst the layered illumination, power steadily coalesced upon the spear's hilt. This technique is the most powerful attack I've cultivated to date, and it's also one I rarely activate from my family's inherited bloodline. Qin Tian understood the implication upon hearing these words. This kid was like a martial arts fanatic who knew nothing but cultivation. But to utter such words in pursuit of a breakthrough was understandable. Since the other insisted on this path, then he might as well grant his wish. The thought flashed through his mind. He quickly abandoned his initial plan and summoned his beast to shield him. Fine. Let him witness it firsthand. Just how formidable was the opponent's power, amplified by the thunder bloodline? Thunder, wrathful thunderstrike. The command echoed. Resounded like the roar of thunder from the heavens. Its might and power reached their zenith. The ferocity of this strike had already reached the threshold of the 4th tier. That spear, coiled like a true dragon and channeling the might of countless thunderbolts? Like a spear coiled with the might of a true dragon, it plunged downward. A faint dragon's roar echoed through the air. Facing this move, even from a great distance, could sense the remnants of its savage thunderous fighting intent. He stamped his foot lightly. A radiant glow enveloped his body. Once more, he donned that unique magical robe. His pupils filled with black and white light. Xiao Jin roared once. Then it settled nearby. Quietly observing whether his host could withstand the attack. Qin Tiang's mind stirred. This was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired ability. He raised his hand and pointed. At his fingertip, a minuscule ice crystal began to form. The ice seed was minuscule. Like a seed. It rapidly condensed and spread at his fingertip. Then it spread outward. A piercing chill surged forth in an instant. This was the only elemental attack he could truly master and wield at present. Frost Thorn. Another sharp command rang out. The ice seed flashed swiftly through the air. In an instant, it collided head-on with the spear that had been swept through the air by the thunder. Like a plant seed, vines and thorns spread out rapidly, swiftly ensnaring the spear, freezing it solid in place. A piercing whistle echoed through the air. Thunder rumbled, winds whipped. As the two attacks collided, billowing clouds of smoke rose, completely obscuring everything upon the stage. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed in anticipation, staring at the images displayed on the skyscreen rankings. Their hearts burned with impatience. Qin Tiang's battle was among the two that ended latest. They all wanted to see who would ultimately secure the final spot in this stage's quarterfinals. Sikong Kwang or Qin Tianke? What extraordinary power does this man possess? His attacks carry both undead aura and frost attributes. What kind of beast does he command? How does it grant him such potent elemental feedback? Truly worthy of competing in this tournament, Qin Tianke possesses unexpected power. On the highest tier of the platform, Qi Xingzuan watched the figures battling below. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. He turned to the few people beside him. What do you think? That dual-class transferee is rather interesting. It's just a pity her cultivation attributes don't align with mine. Otherwise, I genuinely consider taking her as a disciple. The speaker was Sun Haijun. Though her tone was leisurely, her gaze remained fixed on an invisible screen before her. 10,000. Why are you still playing that crappy card? Blood Sovereign muttered with a hint of resentment. This lord finds that Beastmaster with the many skulls rather intriguing. The blood energy emanating from that youngster is exceptionally potent. Either he's a villain himself, or he specializes in hunting them down. Could it be the Blood Lord is considering taking a disciple? Qi Xingzuan inquired leisurely. Pointless. I'll just bluff my way through. Hearing this, the other three rose almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied. They couldn't grasp the virtual mahjong game they were playing. Why did the other player always manage to win? Was this guy just that lucky? Meanwhile, the venerable one pushed to the very edge and isolated by them felt a bit helpless at that moment. There was nothing he could do. He wanted to join in too, but he kept losing. He'd only just stepped down not long ago. All he could do was watch these youngsters battle to pass the time. But as he watched, questions began to surface. Why can't 5 people play mahjong together? How lonely and boring it must be for him to play all by himself. The crowd around him murmured quietly. Everyone was eager to see the outcome once the smoke cleared. Even the referee beside them grew impatient. He too was eager to see. In this clash between two rising stars, who would emerge victorious? Qin Tianke had risen to fame recently. But rumors persisted throughout the city that he achieved his victories through underhanded means, lacking the genuine skill to win in fair combat. Thus, this match drew considerable attention, with many eager to see what Qin Tianke was truly capable of. A gust of wind suddenly swept across the arena. The whirlwind churned the smoke, swiftly dispersing it into thin air. Who won? Chapter 142, An Old Acquaintance. At that very moment, the crowd witnessed the outcome above. A gasp escaped someone's lips. Others expressed disbelief, unable to comprehend. At the very top, a solitary figure stood. The figure stood there with an air of arrogance. Beside him, a beast of burden fanned the air ceaselessly, completely dispersing the smoke. The figure seemed utterly unaffected, calm and composed. It was Qin Tianke. Qin Tianke had won. Before Qin Tianke stood, the bloodline within Sikong Kwang had been completely sealed. An ice attribute attack? Sikong Kwang murmured to himself. He seemed unable to believe it. For a moment, his eyes even lost focus in astonishment. Yet he accepted his defeat. He let out a bitter laugh. He addressed the referee beside him. "Referee, I concede." A voice boomed from the sky-mounted rankings, echoing throughout the arena. Ring 26, Si Kwang Kwang concedes defeat. Ranked 29th. Ranked 29th? Si Kwang Kwang couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected to survive this long against his opponent. It seemed he could still secure a decent score. He was naturally overjoyed. Yet deep within, he sensed signs of breakthrough and new insights from the recent battle. But these would require further cultivation to validate. He bowed his hands toward Qin Tian-Ke. His tone was filled with sincere gratitude. "Thank you." Qin Tian-Ke returned the gesture. A piercing whistle echoed through the sky. Stage 26, quarter-final battle. The victor is the 27th contender, Qin Tian-Ke. According to regulations, each of them has 1 hour to recuperate and restore their stamina. This would allow them to engage in the next round of combat. Fairness and impartiality must be upheld. Qin Tian-Ke sat on the 13th platform. Only 27 fighters advanced from the previous round. The 27 fighters would face off in head-to-head duels. One person would receive a bye. And that person was someone even Qin Tian-Ke hadn't anticipated. It was Li Li. In other words, Li Li could advance directly to tomorrow's top 10 finals. And he still needed to defeat his opponent. Or rather, in this showdown, see who among them can grind it out until the end. The first 4 to be eliminated will be barred from tomorrow's championship finals. And according to the rules, even if he wins today, as long as his opponent isn't among the first 4 eliminated, they will still be eligible for tomorrow's top 10 selection. Tomorrow, the top 10 participants will be randomly reshuffled before the competition begins. Therefore, tomorrow is where the real showdown begins. Today's competition is merely a warm-up. Qin Tian-Ke also spotted his opponent. When he first saw them, he had underestimated him. He couldn't shake the feeling he was being targeted. After all, his opponent was one of the 4 who had blocked him during the first round of the speed selection. The sole woman among them. Valkyrie, Shu Mo. She was seated several dozen meters ahead of him. She too sat cross-legged. Compared to Qin Tian-Ke, Shu Mo's injuries appeared severe. After all, her class thrives on combat intensity. Thus, she was immediately targeted relentlessly by 3 opponents. Not only was she covered in wounds, she also needed time to recover. However, due to the intense battle energy permeating this place, healing her injuries proved far easier. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Tian-Ke also noticed. Among the 27 who advanced this time, Yang Ruoshi had advanced as expected. Among the qualifiers was another individual, Cao Woming, whom he had met briefly before. That fellow being able to represent Ling Mountain in the competition. It seemed his abilities weren't limited to what the system had initially shown him. Could it be that the Valkyrie before him also possessed qualities he hadn't noticed? Qin Tian's mind stirred. He immediately scanned her. Shu Mo Martial Spirit Body. Class, Valkyrie. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attribute, Martial Arts. Abilities, Fierce Battle Will, Weapon Mastery, Surging Fighting Spirit. Valkyrie, born for battle, combat unleashes her potential and combat prowess. Martial Spirit Body, imbued with frenzied battle intent, a natural combat-honed physique. The more she fights, the stronger she grows, unleashing ever more terrifying power. At the pinnacle of cultivation, she may achieve the body of a martial god. Holy crap! Qin Tian's pupils involuntarily contracted. Holy crap! He hadn't noticed before, but nearly everyone the system scanned possessed a bloodline. And each one was this ridiculously overpowered. Why hadn't he thought to look more closely back then? It seemed his strength had been insufficient before. The system could only see the most superficial aspects. Now that he'd grown stronger, he could now perceive bloodlines. Could it be that the next time he ascends to the 6th tier, or even the 7th, will the system be able to see the opponent's weaknesses? Qin Tian-Ke felt utterly bewildered. He felt certain the system's imperfections were somehow tied to his own abilities. Martial Spirit Body. It seemed to align perfectly with the combat potential of a Valkyrie. It perfectly matched this class and role. This was proving rather troublesome. Before Qin Tian-Ke, Shu Mo sat cross-legged. Her entire body surged with power. His previous battle had cost him a full half of his strength. Now, within the span of an hour, though somewhat rushed, it was still barely enough to recover. To others, the battle intent the arena could offer at this moment might only stir their bloodlines, making their desire to fight soar endlessly. But for her, this fighting spirit felt like a form of favoritism. She could feel the craving for battle rising within her blood. And this could also help accelerate the healing of some injuries within her body. Yet within mere minutes, Shu Mo's injuries had already healed completely. Her strength surged to its peak. Her eyes slowly opened. Within her pupils, a fierce fighting spirit surged forth. Gazing at Shin Tian-K not far ahead, her gaze was filled with fury. The humiliation of being overpowered by his Beastmaster's skills remained etched in her memory. After all, she never expected his beast to possess the rare ghost attribute. Now she had a way to counter it. Among the abilities granted by Shumo's profession, there's an ability called weapon mastery. This doesn't just refer to one's own exorcism whip. It also encompasses your weapon chest. The 18 types of weapons stored within that weapon chest. She could call herself proficient in every single one. True mastery. She could switch between them effortlessly. Moreover, the 4 weapons sword, spear, saber, and staff each possessed unique effects. Once the battle commenced, he was confident he could strike down the man before him, to settle the score from the past. And whenever she thought of this man, she felt a surge of anger. How dare this brat get so close to my sister? She couldn't fathom what her sister was thinking. Why couldn't she see anything special about this guy? Time passed slowly. Soon, the referee's voice echoed through the sky. This judge announces 10 seconds remain for the second round of individual competition selection. 10, 9, 2, 1. Chapter 143, The Weapon Chest. The final count had barely fallen. Shin Tian-K felt a gale force wind approaching from afar. It howled toward him in an instant. Seeing the fist mere inches away, Shin Tian-K instinctively reacted as a beast tamer. Instinctively ducked behind his opponent. Simultaneously, his body swiftly merged into the shadows. The next instant, he was about to emerge from behind his opponent. But Shu Mo seemed to sense something. A flash of golden light erupted from her hand. The exorcism whip materialized once more. She lashed it out behind her. Shin Tian-K had barely emerged. Before he could attack, he leapt backward. Standing at a distance, he watched Shu Mo before him. His eyes narrowed. At some unknown moment, a mirror had appeared above her head. According to his system's identification, it was merely a weapon of ordinary grade. Yet waves of golden light surged forth from it. The light radiated from above his head. It seemed designed to prevent him from emerging from her shadow. It seemed that after their last battle, the opponent had studied his combat tactics, deliberately leaving no shadows behind, to evade his attacks. I refuse to believe it, she roared. A punk who only knows how to ambush, now you think you can take me on? Shu Mo charged forward with all her might. Power surged through her. Hearing this, Shin Tian-K sneered with disdain. The crescent blade, flow of the moon, reappeared in his hand. Perfect. He'd see for himself. Just how formidable was this Valkyrie in close combat? With his 4th-tier cultivation, he sometimes had enough confidence. He could turn the tide of any situation that might arise before him. Therefore, this battle was inherently unfair, and he saw no need to deliberately hold back. Under these circumstances, he could finally test his own close-quarters combat skills. The curved blade, flow of the moon, flickered in his grasp. He immediately charged forward. Even without the presence of shadows, his speed matched that of ordinary melee-class adventurers. Though it might fall slightly short, it was more than sufficient. The distance between them began to close. When they were about 5 meters apart, Shu Mo swept her sleeve. A golden whip sliced through the air, striking with sudden lethal force. Seeing this attack, his body twisted in midair at an impossible angle, barely evading the oncoming lash. His feet halted. He immediately flashed backward. As he dodged swiftly, power surged forth. In his palm, grains of ice crystals began to appear one after another. These ice seeds were no larger than ordinary seeds. The moment they touched the ground, they began to violently attack their surroundings. Like seeds, they began to grow as soon as they encountered air. In the blink of an eye, it had already transformed the surrounding area into a frost-covered wasteland. They appeared to be frozen plants. But in truth, these were plants sculpted from ice, brimming with thorns, capable of trapping their prey within. Frost continuously seeps from within the thorns. Soon, the opponent's body is firmly locked within this icy forest before them. Frost permeates the air, radiating formidable power. In an instant, Shu Mo's body froze solid. No movement followed for half a day. Seeing this, Shin Tian-K pressed his advantage. His footsteps moved lightly, charging forward in a killing frenzy. The curved blade in his hand sliced through the air with a series of whistling sounds. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the frost. Within the opponent's body, a peculiar force seemed to surge forth. The frozen form began to erupt with an unprecedented crimson flame. A series of shattering sounds echoed from within. Soon, the frost thorns he had carefully laid out were shattered by the opponent through some peculiar method. The peculiar armor covering its body now radiated an intense, blazing light. Around it, besides the treasure mirror above his head, and 4 weapons circled around him, floating in the air. A sword, spear, staff, and club. Each was enveloped in a peculiar radiance. They clearly were no ordinary weapons. Shin Tian-K immediately stepped back. Simultaneously, he activated the system for closer inspection. Weapon, Blazing Blade. Grade, Elite. Element, Fire. Ability, Ignites Flames, unleashes fiery momentum. Weapon, Horizontal Water Staff. Grade, Elite. Element, Water. Ability, Surging Currents, Ceaseless Waves. Weapon, Piercing Blade. Grade, Elite. Element, Metal. Ability, Unstoppable Force, Unstoppable Blade. Weapon, Earth Staff. Grade, Elite. Element, Earth. Ability, Earth Spikes. They're all elite grade weapons. Their quality seems truly extraordinary. Shin Tian-K couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Rich. So extravagant. He had considered before. The other party might have more than just those previous methods. But he never imagined there would be this many weapons. Not only did this man possess an extraordinary physique, but also possessed such formidable weapons as companions. So many elite grade weapons. Could this guy be a sword immortal? No wonder one of his abilities is weapon related. Still, a hint of battle-ready resolve stirred within him. After all, he still had his own abilities to fall back on. So there was no need for worry. This time, I won't repeat my past mistakes. Shu Mo gritted her teeth. When she first engaged the enemy, she had underestimated her opponent. That's why she was defeated. So this time, she deliberately brought out all her weapons. With a single thought, a massive weapon chest over 2 meters tall suddenly materialized beside Shu Mo. Seeing this wall-like, heavy object, Shin Tiang's heart skipped a beat. An ominous foreboding washed over him. But the next moment, he saw it. The chest opened from both sides, revealing an array of weapons within. Besides the swords, spears, and staffs that had previously surrounded the opponent, there were over a dozen additional weapons. So this guy was proficient in all 18 martial arts disciplines. Shin Tian-K immediately sprang into action. Now was not the time to deploy his beast-taming abilities. He wouldn't dare use his beast-riding abilities prematurely. Power surged through his entire body. Frost thorns continuously erupted. Simultaneously, other forces danced in harmony around him. What a pity. He had never trained in sword techniques. After all, this profession itself doesn't place much emphasis on close combat. Everything depended on the Beastmaster themselves. Thus, when engaging in combat, they fought with no discernible strategy. They rely solely on brute strength to engage in chaotic brawls. They engage in brutal, physical confrontations with their opponents. But it must be said, this approach proved effective. His innate strength surpassed Shu Mo's. Even without deliberately drawing upon his 4th-tier power, close combat entanglement could only cause the opponent brief distress. It's likely that after a moment, his opponent would be able to extricate himself from the predicament. The outcome unfolded exactly as Shin Tian-K had anticipated. The close combat between the two did not last long. Shu Mo let out a furious roar. Power surged wildly through her body. All 4 weapons whirled forward in a deadly twist. Witnessing this, Shin Tian-K began retreating frantically. He defended himself while retreating. With the perfect grade weapon in his hands, he could certainly hold an advantage in close combat. But only to a certain extent. His opponent was a Valkyrie. And a natural combat saint body at that. Her combat experience and prowess far surpassed his own. As Shin Tian-K braced to defend, a fiery red light suddenly streaked past. Chapter 144, The Flaw. A razor-sharp blade, enveloped in a torrent of scorching flames, closed in with blinding speed. Shin Tiang's heart jolted. A surge of light flared in his eyes. Just as the blade was about to touch Shin Tian-K, the surrounding temperature began to soar. A fiery red figure burst forth in an instant. Upon seeing this figure appear, Shu Mo, who had been about to close in, paled. Her body retreated backward as her exorcism whip whirled continuously. She had seen both of the opponent's tamed beasts. This one must be the Spectre attribute beast. But when had this beast reached the 3rd tier? Even at the 2nd tier, its inherent elemental power had indeed caused her considerable trouble. Combined with my own carelessness and underestimation of the opponent, that's how I lost that battle. This time, she would not repeat her past mistakes. Since personal battles did not permit retreating back to their respective city teams, Shu Mo remained unaware that Shin Tiang's Beastmaster had already broken through to the 3rd tier. Beyond her confusion, but shock. But it was perfect timing. She had no intention of ending the battle so easily. That would be too easy on this guy. With that thought, a flash of anger flickered in Shu Mo's eyes. Weapons swirled around her. Amidst the intensifying battle aura of this place, her abilities could be unlocked to their fullest potential. Enough! On the other side, Shin Tian-K rose reluctantly. It was rather regrettable. He had overlooked this matter. Whether it was her Valkyrie profession or her unique physical constitution, or exceptionally adept at combat, the longer the battle lasted, the stronger her own power becomes. Both in terms of raw power and their own understanding of combat, she becomes increasingly formidable. This is precisely why I only desire combat, and overlooks the opponent's greatest strength. In the end, I still had to let Xiao Jin step in. But he was enough. The path I sought. It was enough. A beastmaster truly relies on their beasts to fight. The 6 great families and the 3 major factions. This Shin Tian-K is quite interesting. He actually dared to engage the Valkyrie in close combat? He's just a mere beastmaster. He truly doesn't know his place. Ouyang Weiniang's face held a hint of mocking amusement. It seemed like she was talking to herself. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Shu Qianwei, not far away. The implication was clear. It's not over yet, but it seems like that little miss from the Ouyang family might be getting eliminated soon. Shu Qianwei's tone was flat. Her words, however, were blunt and cold. You. For some reason. The mere thought of that little brat. The expression on the face of the Ouyang family's senior elder instantly crumbled. His mood grew quite irritable. His eyes burned with fury. This girl could accurately discern the thoughts within her heart, and then mercilessly stabbed her in the back. Dealing with someone like this, Ouyang Weiniang felt like she might lose years off her lifespan. Until the very end. No one could guarantee who would rank at the top. This time, among these 27 individuals, the representatives sent by the 6 great families, some advanced entirely, others suffered total annihilation. The Ouyang family could be considered exceptionally fortunate. Both of their representatives advanced successfully. In contrast, Xingyun Hall fared rather dismally. Only one of their 2 candidates advanced. The one who did advance was severely injured. He was still recuperating, looking utterly bedraggled. Regarding these individuals, Shu Qianwei had indeed harbored ambitions for her team to rank among the top contenders. But she had abandoned that hope now. These guys simply lack the skill and strength. Even if they could be considered exceptionally gifted, compared to true geniuses, the gap remains far too wide. She didn't hold out much hope for them. For Xingyun Hall, participating in this alliance-wide transferee selection might merely be a formality. It merely served to establish rankings among the younger generation. They only accepted so-called prodigies. Their true intention remained focused on finding every possible way to recruit the top-ranked individuals to their side. That is the path they are pursuing now. Rather than investing in training outsiders, it's far more effective to cultivate these young talents into loyal subordinates. Shu Qianwei paid no heed to Ouyang Weiniang, who was on the verge of fury beside her. Instead, her gaze settled upon the figure engaged in combat with Shin Tian-K below. A hint of contemplation and reminiscence flickered in her eyes. In her memory, the girl who had been 15 or 16 years old had blossomed into a graceful young woman. She had also chosen her own profession. She had earned her place in this alliance-wide transferee event through her own efforts? My dear sister. How many years had it been since they last met? I still remember back then. My little sister was only 15 back then. Still immersed in the world of school. So innocent and carefree. She used to follow me around all day, calling me big sis this and big sis that. Now she's capable of standing on her own 2 feet. And she represents our hometown in competitions. All these years have passed. The growth of her hometown sister. She had kept her under covert surveillance all this time. She was delighted that the girl could participate in this selection. But after all these years, my sister seems to have been chasing my footsteps all along. At the same time, she also paid attention to every important person she observed. It appeared she deliberately targeted Shin Tian-K. That's why her fighting style is so chaotic. Her fighting spirit surged relentlessly, yet even her most formidable close-quarters combat skills had been suppressed by her opponent moments ago. At this realization, a hint of regret flashed across Shu Qianwei's face. If that was the case, then this time, her sister's results wouldn't be as high as she'd hoped. Achieve a top ranking. Due to the young master's circumstances, Shu Qianwei rarely returned to her hometown. So she only learned of her younger sister's growth through the accounts of those shadow guards. Her sister's abilities had improved significantly. While relieved, she overlooked her sister's psychological state. She was too preoccupied with winning and losing. There was nothing wrong with these young people. After all, what kind of youth wouldn't be fiery? But excessive fixation can backfire. It seems. After this round of selection, he'll need to have a serious talk with his sister. On the stage below, Shin Tian-K and Shu Mo's battle raged on, and it was gradually reaching a fever pitch. Shu Mo herself excelled at close combat. Even though she was being held back by that peculiar flame-wielding beast, Her combat instincts remained fiercely undimmed. She remained steadfast in her original resolve. A mirror-like glow constantly shone above her head. She gave neither her opponent nor the beast any chance to close in. Combined with the battle armor she wore, and the multitude of weapons surrounding her, by comparison, his aura and power would be elevated to a new level. Even when clashing head-on with the beast's attack, his battle armor scorched by flames, he merely casually waved his hand to extinguish the flames. Gazing before him, his will to fight remained unbroken. Instead, it only grew more intense. Chapter 145, advancing to the top 13. The clash between them was brutal, blow for blow. Shin Tian-K watched quietly from the sidelines. He could sense it, the fighting spirit surging within his opponent's body. At the same time, in his eyes, the fighting spirit that constantly swirled within the arena had already condensed into distinct currents of energy, flowing toward the opponent's body. As long as the will to fight persists, the opponent could fight without ceasing. However, this approach carries a drawback. It causes one to ignore the pain felt by the physical body. Even if one possesses it remains merely mortal flesh. When facing Xiao Jin's beast-taming physique head-on, some unexpected consequences are bound to occur. Just like now. Despite giving it her all, the damage inflicted upon Xiao Jin was negligible. Moreover, she herself had been scorched by Xiao Jin's flames. Though she wore her battle robes, the intense heat had seared the skin beneath her armor crimson. Yet Shumo seemed oblivious to her condition. This situation was unfair to her. Moreover, it held no strategic value whatsoever. After all, her beast was inherently stronger than the opponent, and they possessed flame attribute attacks. In comparison, the enemy's melee class couldn't leverage any advantages at all. They could only take a beating passively. It was utterly disgraceful. In contrast, Shu Mo herself hadn't noticed the abnormality in her body. She was suppressed throughout the entire fight. Yet the intensity of the battle and the power unleashed grew increasingly fierce, utterly reckless. Through this battle, Shin Tian-K could already discern changes in melee class changers upon reaching Tier 4. Though the opponent currently possesses only 3rd tier cultivation, standing atop certain techniques, he can already withstand Xiao Jin's attacks with his bare body. Judging by this, once the opponent reaches the 4th tier, they might even withstand the physical blows of a beast tamer. No wonder so many choose melee classes for their class change. Despite their generally lower combat effectiveness, people still willingly pursue this path. Once their cultivation reaches the 4th tier, they undergo earth-shattering transformations. The resulting surge in combat prowess will be utterly terrifying. This sensation somewhat resembled the concept of flesh ascending to sainthood that Shin Tian-K had encountered in fantasy novels. Unfortunately, the opponent was still not at the 4th tier. Xiao Jin was already at the 3rd tier. Moreover, the ghostly attributes rendered him completely immune to the exorcism whip in the opponent's hands. Thus, the outcome of this battle was obvious. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Though Shumo's fighting spirit soared higher with each passing moment, and her attacks grew ever more powerful. No matter what, she could not withstand Xiao Jin's relentless onslaught. Though her fighting spirit remained undiminished, the golden armor covering her body bore significant wear and tear. A shrill screech echoed. Xiao Jin hurled several balls of flame to scorch it. The golden armor, already bearing cracks, was instantly reduced to shreds. Yet the surge of battle fervor made her momentarily forget the pain. Her mind was solely focused on battle. Shin Tian-K watched as blood surged from the opponent's body. Yet this man fought like a suicide squad, unafraid of life or death, charging madly toward him. His hands flashed through a series of weapons as he engaged in a frenzied battle. His eyes burned crimson, his fighting spirit boiling over. Shin Tian-K witnessed this scene. His heart trembled. So that's how it was? It seemed the opponent was unaware of his injuries. He was solely focused on ending the fight swiftly. In that case, then he'd lend a hand. Though they were merely acquaintances who exchanged nods. But casualties should still be avoided whenever possible. Without hesitation, Shin Tian-K extended his finger. At the tip of his finger, a tiny ice crystal had formed. The ice crystal vanished in an instant, landing before his opponent. A loud thud echoed. Shu Mo froze solid from the inside out. Her previously frenzied aura began to shrink. The power within her body began to wane. Until finally, she became ordinary. This bone-chilling frost. Not only did it immobilize her movements, but also tempered her emotions, allowing him to see his current predicament clearly, preventing him from being overwhelmed by the surging battle intent as before. Moreover, if she were allowed to continue fighting like that, it wouldn't be long before she would collapse from her injuries. Yet she still yearned to fight. This class seems rather reckless. It disregards the user's physical condition. forcing her to fight like this. The toll is immense. Moreover, the battles grew increasingly bizarre. Shin Tian-K had already formed some suspicions in his mind. He muttered to himself. As the icy chill sent a jolt through her body, a flicker of astonishment crossed Shumo's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he snapped back to his senses from his previous state. He examined the wounds on his body. His mind remained unusually calm. The crimson glow in his pupils gradually receded, returning to his usual expression. Realizing what had just transpired, Shumo's heart trembled. The relentless pain radiating from every bone and joint served as a stark reminder of what had just transpired. Damn it! It was always like this. His profession granted him formidable combat prowess. But it comes with drawbacks. Once his consciousness became trapped in some stubborn state, he becomes utterly disoriented in battle. His combat instincts take over. He disregards the toll it takes. Upon awakening, one would endure unimaginable agony. Shuemo clenched her teeth in agony. After a moment's respite, she finally grasped the current situation. The opponent had only deployed this single bird-type beast. Remember, this person's true main battle beast is a mutated hellhound with 100 heads. That primary combat beast hadn't even appeared yet, and we're already in such a sorry state. If this continues, defeat would be only a matter of time. Shuemo yearned to face the enemy once more. But now, her strength was depleted, her vital energy exhausted. All that remained was her burning will to fight, yet unable to sustain the very foundation required for battle. At this point, refusing to admit defeat would be the end. Within his body, began to radiate outward in waves of colossal flames. As the flames surged and roared, the ice gradually began to melt. Shuemo stood there silently. Her body emitted wisps of white smoke as the ice melted. In her eyes, the earlier fury and ferocity vanished. Instead, they had returned to normal. Referee, I concede this fight. Though deeply reluctant. But at this moment, there was no other choice. Shuemo, ranked 18th. A solemn, authoritative voice echoed through the rankings. Holy crap, what kind of bull luck does Shin Tian-K have? He actually advanced twice in a row? He's already one of the top 13. Tomorrow marks the start of the finals, the top 13. The championship is next. So far, Shin Tian-K has only revealed one of his tamed beasts. His main combat beast hasn't even entered the fray yet. Could he be holding something up his sleeve? Chapter 146, Rest and Recovery. What kind of trump card could he possibly have? This kid's just been lucky so far, avoiding the top contenders. Up to now, many still believed Shin Tian's luck was too good. He managed to avoid facing the top contenders for 2 consecutive rounds. Instead, he's faced these obscure nobodies, cruising through with ease. I'd say Shin Tian-K might have some tricks up his sleeve. After all, he made it onto the team for this competition. And he's even competing in the individual event. That's no small feat. Let's see what he's really made of. Besides Yuan Haoran, the Transfiguration Alliance headquarters has also fielded the 4th-tier Beastmaster Chenhai. They're even deploying a 4th-tier Beastmaster? That's practically a dimension-lowering suppression, isn't it? They're guaranteed to take first place this time. One's a 3rd-tier Spatial Mage, the other a 4th-tier Beastmaster. Combined, their combat prowess is enough to sweep aside every young contender here. First place is practically theirs for the taking. Shin Tian-K just got lucky. He's nothing but a mere clown. Many continue to argue among themselves, refusing to accept the outcome. To a minority, Shin Tian-K truly possessed little strength. He only relied on that bizarre beast riding technique. Made him appear somewhat capable. As for his other abilities, they were still far too weak. Ouyang Weiniang snorted coldly. Back then, she had indeed wanted to recruit Shin Tian-K under her banner. After carefully reviewing the situation, she became certain he simply wasn't worth it. An outsider entering her family's inner circle. Even with some family connections, he would only attain the lowly profession of a beast tamer, utterly insignificant. Thus, he abandoned the notion of taking Shin Tian-K under his wing. Instead, he concluded the man possessed no real talent. Nothing but sheer dog's luck. This kid managed to advance. And his opponents weren't particularly strong. He hadn't faced a single top contender this time. How could anyone have such incredible luck? Now look at the contestants sent by her Ouyang family. Though both had advanced simultaneously, after this round concluded, only one had made it into the top 13, qualifying for tomorrow's finals. And that was Ouyang Wanqing, the team leader of the Ouyang family squad upon whom he had pinned great hopes. This young woman is also Ouyang Yuqing's younger sister. An outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Ouyang family. It seems only 3 of us from the 6 great families have made it into the top 13. The voice expressing this observation belonged to an elder of the Zhuge family. Upon hearing this remark, everyone simultaneously looked up toward the rankings displayed in the sky. The golden rankings. The battle scenes from earlier had vanished. Instead, 13 rankings now stood in its place. From 1st to 13th. First place was held by Chen-Hai, the sole 4th-tier Beastmaster among this batch of contestants. The second place holder, like Chen-Hai, both belonged to the headquarters of the Transfiguration Alliance. That spatial mage, Yuan Haoran. Each of the 6 great families had one representative on the list. As for the 3 major factions, only the Three Blades Alliance had one member break into the top 13. Among this year's top 13, the most unexpected surprise was the Lingyun City team. This team had 2 members advance simultaneously. One was Qin Tianke, who had long been the subject of much discussion for his perceived lack of combat prowess, while the other was the second contestant from Lingyun City, who could only be described as incredibly lucky. This individual appeared to be a sword immortal, but after surviving the quarter-final selection round, unexpectedly drew a blank ticket, advancing directly to the finals. 2 from the Transferee Alliance headquarters. 3 from the 6 great families. Only 1 from the 3 great powers. One of the other 3 hailed from the Taoist sect. The remaining 2 hailed from the same city's team. It's called Ningshui City. 2 are from Lingyun City. Among the remaining 2 spots, both were known to Qin Tianke. One was the dual-class transferee who had borrowed the moonlight for a long talk with him last night, drawing much attention. Yang Ruwashi. The other was someone Qin Tianke had met briefly before. A man from Ling Mountain named Gao Wuming. This man Qin Tianke truly hadn't expected him. At this moment, to see these 2 familiar faces advance together is truly remarkable. Truly a cause for celebration. Seeing the stack of data appearing on the upper rankings, many began investigating. For them, selling intelligence on these individuals is incredibly lucrative. Amidst the crowd, many were already jumping with excitement. The reason was simple. For some gamblers, this selection process was nothing short of a high-stakes bet. Many of them were pinning their hopes on this selection battle, counting on it to turn their fortunes around. After all, the outcome would be determined swiftly. And it was incredibly efficient. Fantastic. 1 million. 1 million. Whether Mengguan Qin Tianke is just incredibly lucky or not, if he makes it into the top 13, I'll get 1 million alliance coins. Holy crap, I'm gonna frame his portrait and hang it on my wall when I get back. Where there's joy, there's also sorrow. I'm losing big time. I bet on Sikong Kwang. If I'd known, I'd have bet on Qin Tianke like you did. Damn it, I'm broke. The biggest dark horse in this selection is that Lili guy. His odds shot up to 100:1. Nobody bet on him. Many began arguing. Some gamblers started analyzing the intelligence from above. For them, this felt more like a massive gambling extravaganza. It was their chance to showcase their luck and skills. Some gamblers were raking in huge profits. Others were so deeply in debt they felt like jumping off a building. After Qin Tianke and his group concluded this battle, they had already returned to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel. The moment they stepped out of the plaza, Qin Tianke spotted 3 figures approaching them head-on. You did well, kid. Little Jean broke through to the 3rd tier and didn't even tell us. Hiding it even from your own brothers? Lin Nuo immediately spoke up in indignation. There seemed to be a hint of jealousy in his tone. But everyone was used to his temper. It was all just playful banter. Hearing this, Qin Tianke scratched his head. The smile on his face didn't fade. You don't get it, do you? Isn't this a better way to keep things hidden? Qin Tianke continued speaking. Shen Zhengyang, standing nearby, patted Lili on the shoulder. You're the one who's got it figured out, kid. Only 1 round played, and then you drew a bye in the 2nd round to advance like that. Hearing Chen Zhengyang's words, the crowd finally turned their gaze toward Qin Tianke. Their eyes turned toward him. Lili's face broke into a silly grin. If you ask me, this kid's got the luck of the gods. Next time something big comes up, we should pay our respects to him first. Lin Nuo chimed in cheerfully. The 5 of them left the place, chatting and laughing. Compared to other teams whose instructors came to pick them up, they seemed a bit lonely. But the bond between them was something the other teams simply didn't possess. Gazing in the direction Qin Tianke had departed, a figure stood tall. A hint of unusual emotion flickered in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to speak. Chapter 147, Shu Mo's Shock. A figure approached from the side. Shu Qiangwei spoke slowly. What? Still not convinced? Still want to fight him again? Hearing these familiar words, Xianying felt a surge of emotion. She looked at the speaker. Sis. No sooner had the words left her lips. The other nodded. Shu Qiangwei turned to look at her younger sister. Her eyes held an unprecedented tenderness. After all these years apart, you still haven't changed that habit. Hearing the reproach in her sister's tone, Shu Amo instinctively felt a pang of fear. Her expression instantly turned wary and anxious. Her sister had grown even more beautiful than before. But for some reason, her sister now seemed to instill even greater fear in her. Sis. It had been so long since they last met. My sister seemed stricter than before. Seeing the tenderness in her sister's eyes, Shu Mo felt a little reassured. For some reason, the moment she saw her sister's expression, a wave of inexplicable comfort washed over Shu Mo's heart. Sis. Before Shu Mo could finish her playful words, Shu Qianwei's words cut in. Qin Tiang's strength far exceeds your imagination. Shu Qianwei gazed in the direction Qin Tianke had departed. A flicker of light danced in her eyes. Within 7 days after the first round concluded, he had already advanced to the 4th tier. 4th tier? Hearing this, Shu Mo's pupils contracted. It felt like she'd heard something truly astonishing. She found it hard to believe. She couldn't help but gasp aloud. 4th tier? How is that possible? It was understandable why Shu Mo felt so shocked. The 4th tier marked the watershed for all class changers. To break through, the difficulty was no small matter. But what about Qin Tianke? He just broke through to the 4th tier? Why did it sound so effortless coming from my sister's mouth? Even among the most determined individuals in their Qin Yun Hall, had been stuck for years before barely managing to break through. Some, stuck at this stage for so long, unable to advance until their lifespan ran out. At this moment, previous speculations had crystallized. No wonder this person has only ever deployed that flying type beast since the battle began. The other primary combat beast remained unused. So he'd broken through to the 4th tier. Generally speaking, after a beast master breaks through a cultivation stage, as long as they deliberately conceal themselves, and the beast remains unsummoned, it's impossible for others to detect. What? Do you think I'd lie to you? Shu Mo shook her head. Yet she still found it hard to believe. After all, the champion of this individual tournament was practically a sure thing for the Transferee Alliance headquarters. After all, among the two sent by the Transferee Alliance headquarters, one was a 4th tier beastmaster. The combat prowess of a 4th tier beastmaster is exceptionally formidable. Among the many professions of transferees, beastmaster is the most common profession. Yet it is also one of the most formidable professions. The strength of a beastmaster primarily stems from their beasts. A powerful beast can make a beastmaster strong. However, due to the unique nature of beast tamers' abilities, the beast tamer themselves can become a conspicuous weakness. Consider this. Others fight with their bodies or with magic. But you have the option to summon a beast that shares your will. Beasts surpass humans in both physical prowess and elemental manipulation. By comparison, the outcome of battle becomes effortless. And precisely because of this, beast tamers are the most vulnerable to targeting and suppression. While 4th tier beast masters and above are rare, they possess extraordinary power. In contrast, the breakthrough from tier 3 to tier 4 is particularly challenging. The growth achieved by beasts in return for the power they grant their masters is also extraordinary. That's why Shu Mo was so shocked. Even at the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance, despite their dedicated cultivation efforts, there were only 2 4th tier beast masters. Compared to Qin Tianke, this self-taught outsider, he had neither background nor strength. Of course, this was Shu Mo's previous perception of Qin Tianke. Now, after hearing her sister's explanation, she finally understood. Qin Tianke possessed an aspect that had never been noticed before. That was his talent. A beastmaster who had worked his way up to the 4th tier through sheer talent and effort. Such a person would undoubtedly catch the attention of the Alliance headquarters. How could she possibly resist such a person? But as this thought surfaced, his own pride snuffed it out. His talent is undeniably formidable. But I'm no slouch either. As a profession born for battle, the Valkyrie class possesses its own unique pride. It would never bow down to another, even if she couldn't be compared to the other. But to chase after them, to stand shoulder to shoulder, that is not beyond the realm of possibility. Shu Qianwei's lips curved upward. She knew her own sister's temperament all too well. She knew it all too well. That stubborn streak of hers. Once she set her mind on something, not even 10 horses could pull her back. Precisely because she understood her sister's temperament. She could roughly guess what was going on in Shu Mo's mind right now. Don't worry. Shu Qianwei spoke up at just the right moment. I know what's on your mind, little sister. Once this individual competition concludes, I'll arrange for the two of you to have a proper showdown. And when that time comes, I won't hold back either. She murmured. Shu Qianwei murmured. Strictly speaking, you should actually call him little brother. Ha? Compared to the earlier news of his breakthrough to the 4th tier, what Shu Qianwei said now shocked Sumu even more. Her eyes locked onto her sister's. Noticing Shu Mo's gaze, Shu Qianwei cleared her throat twice. We hit it off instantly, so I took him in as my younger brother. Ha? After receiving confirmation from the other party, Shu Mo was even more shocked. Her body had been pierced by something at some unknown moment. A wave of heartache washed over her. She pointed at the sister before her. In disbelief. Her body swayed, stumbling unsteadily. As if consumed by rage. Her tone carried the weight of a colossal injustice. Sister, have you forgotten about me, your own sister? Shu Mo was heartbroken. Even though I'm far away in my hometown, you could have reached out to me any time. Why did you have to take in a new brother? Though they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She knew her sister well. She knew all her little tricks. Tingfeng Pavilion? The moment those words left her lips, Shu Mo shed her earlier demeanor of feeling abandoned. She stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Shu Changwei's shoulder. Honestly, with you living in the capital, taking in a younger brother to replace your sister isn't so unreasonable. The stir-fried prawns at Tingfeng Pavilion still leave a lasting impression on me. Let's go. Alright. Seeing Shu Mo like this, any desire Shu Qianwei had to lecture her vanished into thin air. Chapter 148, The Wu Family's Tactics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Tianke and his group had already returned to the hotel. Each returned to their respective rooms to recuperate. This time, only 2 members of their entire team competed. Both of them had advanced to the finals. All that remained was to showcase their skills tomorrow. How could they not be thrilled? However, since tomorrow is the finals, they can't celebrate too much just yet. They'll have to wait until the individual matches conclude before properly celebrating. Qin Tianke returned to his room. Reflecting on today's performance, it seemed quite satisfactory. He hadn't revealed his true combat strength. His breakthrough to the 4th tier was his final trump card. He intended to save it specifically for Chen Hai. All the participants this time, all possessed 3rd tier cultivation. Yet suddenly, a 4th tier contender had appeared. It sounded unfair, even like bullying the weak. Yet they hadn't broken any rules. Both brothers are 24 years old. Both are beast masters. And both possessed 4th tier cultivation. This time, the elder brother of the Chen family brothers took the field. His first move swept through the field. Even during the quarterfinals back then, when the other 3 attacked him simultaneously, he dispatched them with effortless ease. It could be said that his participation in this individual tournament was like a dimension-lowering strike. To outsiders, the top spot in the individual competition was already in the bag for him. Yet Qin Tianke was determined to be the dark horse. He was determined to show them what true talent looked like. He was curious. What would others' reactions be when they saw he was a 4th tier cultivator? Especially that Commander Wu who had a bone to pick with him. The mere thought of him. Qin Tianke felt a surge of excitement. Uncontrollable excitement surged through him. A burning desire to reclaim the justice he deserved. Among the list of the top 13 advancing this time was the son of Commander Wu. He was a beast tamer. And the beast he commands is called the 5 Elements Savage Beast. It sounds quite unique. Without seeing the creature in person, the system cannot provide an appraisal. But according to rumors, this person possesses 5 tamed beasts. Each embodies one of the 5 elements. There are also rumors about some special 5 elements formation. Qin Tianke was deeply curious. Will he encounter himself tomorrow? When that time comes, he would exact a 100-fold recompense for the suffering he endured at the hands of the man's father. And for him, this would only be the beginning. If the timing was right, he would love to cripple him. But casualties were forbidden on the stage. He could only bide his time. He hoped to shatter the opponent's ambition of breaking through to the 4th tier completely. Killing him outright would be too easy. It would be far better to shatter his opponent's Dao heart instead, forever preventing them from advancing. That outcome would be preferable. Qin Tianke was not a ruthless man. His targeting of Commander Wu's son was because he had investigated the deeds of both father and son. Though Wu Wang served as the military commander of their city, he acted with extreme arrogance and tyranny. He and his son ruled the city like local warlords. They even received regular tributes from the residents. Such matters would be incomprehensible to anyone who heard of it, and certainly enough to provoke outrage among both humans and gods. This is the era of the Alliance's dominance. Yet they still cling to the archaic system of local warlords. Such a person deserves no pity. Moreover, numerous rumors swirl around this individual. His participation in the Alliance-wide transferee selection this time, solely due to his father's connections. He secured a military district recommendation slot. They say he was able to reach this position. It was all because others feared his father's status. But to Qin Tianke, it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid of any of that. He refused to believe it. That they'd dare lay a finger on him in broad daylight? If he could find them tomorrow, he would make them pay for this. Ningshui's city residence. Within the chamber of rare Nanmu wood, the scent of incense lingered in the air, drifting and lingering. Numerous collectibles adorned the shelves. Each piece commands a high price. None could be easily acquired for less than hundreds of thousands or even millions of alliance coins. A man pushed open the door and entered. He saw a figure standing among the items. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression aloof. Father. Wu Pinggui stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hearing his son's words, Wu Wang turned his head. A hint of warmth instantly softened his previously cold and aloof expression. He grew more and more pleased with this son. In his youth, he had been dissolute and reckless. Among his many offspring, this one pleased him most. Not only did he possess unique beast taming abilities, but could even contract complete 5 elements beast forms. Combined with the array formation he had bestowed upon him, his advancement into the top 10 this time posed absolutely no challenge. Even if he doesn't make it into the top 3 in tomorrow's finals, he should still secure a top 5 finish. At this thought, Wu Wang's tone softened slightly. Go heir, I summoned you here today. This matter is of great importance, and your father must discuss it thoroughly with you. He rarely saw his father in such a manner. For a moment, he too grew solemn. When father visited General Yang in Lingyun City, he encountered the wife and children of a former defeated foe. They insisted on pestering him, leading to a confrontation between your father and them. But unexpectedly, the son of that defeated commander has experienced some unknown extraordinary encounter. In a remarkably short time, he attained the rank of 3rd-tier Beastmaster and also participated in this alliance-wide transferee selection. From Lingyun City? 3rd-tier cultivation? A Beastmaster? Participated in the alliance-wide transferee selection. All these pieces of information converged. Wu Pinggui thought of one person. Father, are you talking about Qin Tianke? There was no way around it. This time, Lingyun City's name had become a household name. In the first round of selection, he ranked within the top 10. In the second round of individual battles, this team, just like theirs, 2 members advanced. Moreover, with all the information their father just provided, it's hard not to overthink things. That's right, it's this kid. Wu Wang gritted his teeth. This boy is treacherous in nature and ruthless in his methods. Even during the first selection round, he was notorious for his ruthless tactics, relying solely on treacherous ambushes. Pinggui, my status as your father prevents me from intervening in your young generation's battle. Before the other could finish, Wu Pinggui instantly understood and hurriedly spoke up. Rest assured, father. Since his father fell to you, his son will fall to me as well. I'll make sure his entire family can never hold their heads high before us again. Tomorrow, father, you'll see it with your own eyes. I'll trample him underfoot. As he spoke, a multicolored halo erupted from his pupils. This was the unique power granted by the 5 Elements Barbarian Image Contract. It granted him unimaginable feedback. Chapter 149, Reunion Under the Moon. Good. 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 Wu Wang was overjoyed. His son understood him best. The reason he valued him so highly was precisely because of his arrogance. Though arrogant, he had every right to be. A smile played at the corners of Wu Wang's mouth. As his wrist flipped, a unique token appeared in his palm. This item is a protective artifact personally forged by your grandfather. Though it lacks a formal grade classification, it can withstand attacks from 4th-tier class transitioners. After defeating Qin Tianke tomorrow, you'll likely face Chen Hu. Keep it for now. It dissolves into your very bones and won't be detected. Wu Wang felt a pang of regret, unable to provide him with more protective treasures for complete safeguarding. It's a pity that this tournament has drawn powerful opponents at the last moment. Even several old monsters from the Alliance are watching from the shadows. So I can't give you a better protective charm. This 4th-tier cultivation level is sufficient. Wu Wang sighed. Rest assured, tomorrow I'll personally arrange for the 2 of you to face off. Your grandfather will be present as well. When the time comes, you must prove yourselves worthy. Hearing that his grandfather would be present, Wu Pinggui grew even more excited. His chest heaved violently, his breath struggling to contain the pounding of his heart. His grandfather, after all, was a late-stage 6th-rank powerhouse, and held a high-ranking position within the Alliance. Though he rarely saw his grandfather, but every time they met, he could glean his grandfather's former stature from others. He understood his grandfather's influence and standing. He never imagined his grandfather would actually come to watch the match. This is a golden opportunity to prove myself. Wu Pinggui immediately knelt on one knee. He accepted the token. His tone was sincere. Rest assured, your son will not fail in his mission. Top floor of the Dongjiang Grand Hotel. A shadowy figure crept onto the terrace, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing that nothing had changed from yesterday, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Qin Tianke sighed. His journey here was entirely due to a peculiar inner guidance. That feeling, like a primal instinct, had driven him to this place. He couldn't fathom why he felt this way. He only felt it was strange. As if he were meant to meet someone. A vague notion began to take shape in his mind. He could even picture that person's expression. But Chin Tian-K quickly dismissed them. The flush on his face gradually spread to his ears. He felt a bit conflicted inside. He couldn't understand why, after meeting that person only a few times. That face had already taken deep root in his mind, impossible to forget. His restless heart drove him to this place. Seeing the place as empty as yesterday, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Well, perhaps it was just wishful thinking on his part. It was time to head back and prepare properly for tomorrow's finals. Who knows who he'd be facing tomorrow? The thought left Chin Tian-K feeling disheartened. Still, he forced himself to stay alert. He turned to leave immediately. But just as he turned, he caught sight of a graceful figure ascending the stairs. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She, too, noticed the man before her. Though they were not far apart, the moonlight allowed her to see him clearly. The graceful figure climbing the stairs froze momentarily. Then came to a complete halt. The two stood frozen in place. Neither spoke. Yet, without a word, a flush spread across both their faces. Can't sleep tonight either? The silhouette at the stairwell spoke first. Breaking the silence, Chin Tian-K snapped out of his reverie, tapping his head as if waking from a dream. I'm a bit nervous. Are you too? The other person didn't speak. Only a faint, mosquito-like murmur escaped. Had Chin Tian-K not possessed keen senses, he might have missed it entirely. Neither of them spoke. But their positions shifted. Yang Ruoshi had somehow strolled over to stand beside Chin Tian-K. The distance between them remained unchanged. A distance born of courtesy. Yet it was also a distance marked by extreme restraint. They walked side by side across the platform. Though the platform appeared vast, traversing it took nearly 10 minutes. As if they knew each other without ever tiring, circling round and round within it. During their walk, they chatted intermittently. Though their interaction was simple, both wore expressions of contentment. They seemed content with the present moment. Several times, their eyes met, only to quickly avert their gaze. They dared not look at each other. They could only speak stiffly like this. Gradually, even their voices grew quieter. Until it was barely audible, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Their conversation spanned a wide range of topics. They talked about everything under the sun. Whichever of them spoke. After each sentence, there was a brief pause. As if awaiting the other's response. This pattern repeated itself. They reveled in it all. Under the moonlight. Two young hearts, still innocent and unaware. Drawn together by their fluttering hearts. Yet shy, they began to draw closer. They both felt a strange sensation. A desire to know each other a little better. Yet neither dared to speak first. Each assumed their feelings were one-sided. But if it truly was one-sided, who would climb to the rooftop in the dead of night just to see the other person? Early the next morning, Chin Tian-K awoke from his slumber. Recalling yesterday's events, his gaze was vacant. He felt somewhat dazed. He couldn't recall how late he'd returned the previous night. He only knew the other person had said, "Go back." Like a marionette on strings. He returned to his room on his own. Without a single reaction throughout the entire journey. The mere thought of yesterday's events. A flush crept back onto his face. What on earth was going on? Why was he feeling this way? He had never felt this way around anyone before. This feeling is strange. Chin Tian-K decided that once the individual battles concluded, to seek a clear explanation from Uncle Chen. As someone who'd been through it, he should understand better than I do. Today, the square was absolutely packed. Some even got into heated arguments and fights over prime viewing spots. Everyone wanted to know who had made it into the top 10 of this individual tournament. Some gamblers were even more eager to know how much money they'd won. Upon the elevated platform, 5 figures stood tall. By the rules, it should be Sang Haijun's turn this time, right? Blood Sovereign spoke flatly. Yet one could detect a hint of reluctance in his tone. No use. He'd lost a lot of alliance coins yesterday. They often played like this. There was still a limit. They'd agreed to test it out. Only during the first 2 rounds of selection could they do this. After that, they had to watch the matches seriously. The woman in blue nodded. She seemed quite pleased. With 2 strides, she ascended into midair. Chapter 150, The Gambler. No more bets. No more bets. Numerous gamblers were gathered around a gambling table, buzzing with excitement. These individuals were unable to attend the Transferee Alliance selection event in person. After all, though the venue was packed with spectators, the venue was already packed to capacity. Unable to secure decent seats. Nor did they have the funds. So they could only place bets here and watch the live broadcast. On the wall just inside the betting room's entrance, a screen projected every move of the live action. Place your bets now, think carefully. Besides the dealers maintaining order on site, there were also numerous self-proclaimed experts manipulating the situation. This round, Shin Tian-K has a 20% chance of making the top 10, while Lily only has 10%. Judging by their moves in current situations, neither has a high probability of winning. The real contenders are Yuan Haoran, Yang Ruoshi, and Chen Hai, the top 3 favorites. There's a 98% chance the champion will come from among these 3. Yuan Haoran and Chen Hai are the 2 who transferred to compete for the Alliance headquarters. The championship has always been swept by headquarters representatives. This time will likely be no exception. The venue buzzed with noise. Some rushed to place bets with the money they'd just withdrawn. Others stood up front, joking around while watching the broadcast. Others listened intently to lectures by so-called experts. Meanwhile, on the projected screen, alongside the battle footage, the odds for each contestant were displayed. 13 people in total, each with their odds clearly displayed. All were available for betting. Among them, Lin Air stood apart. His clothes were ragged and tattered, and up close, a distinct odor wafted from him. Yet his pockets bulged with a substantial amount of Alliance currency. Everyone who came here dressed like him. They all dreamt of overnight riches, unwilling to work for them. He was also a frequent gambler who roamed various casinos. Lin Air's gaze scanned the odds posted on the wall, finally lighting up. He was always driven by profit. But this time, as he watched the crowd around him place bets on the 13 boxes, a fleeting gleam passed through his eyes as if he were pondering something. Some time ago, while working at Master Wang's residence, he had overheard old Master Wang mention in passing. The young man currently serving under young Master Shu of Qingyun Hall possessed the potential to claim victory. To earn such favor from young Master Shu clearly signified his high standing. Moreover, his future accomplishments would certainly not be ordinary. Lin Air had come specifically for that person. Upon noticing the odds placed on the opponent, he couldn't help but speculate. Though he was a gambler, he always prioritized profit above all else. Judging by the current odds for these 13 individuals on the field, to guarantee a profit without risk, one must bet on those 3 individuals. If one is willing to take a risk, you could consider the others. In comparison, Shin Tian-K and his teammate Li Li. These 2 are the least worthy of selection. After all, their win rates are far too low. Betting on them is like throwing your money away. What should he do? Lin Air was deeply troubled. But finally, a brilliant idea struck him. The idea popped into his head. He immediately began placing his bets. Then he spoke up. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward him. I'm betting on Shin Tian-K. After he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Their expressions were like they were looking at a little cutie. However, some seasoned gamblers who knew him well murmured softly in warning. Don't be foolish. That kid only has a 10-20% chance of winning. Are you stubborn to the end or just desperate for money? Exactly. Listen to me, that kid from Ling Mountain might actually have a fighting chance. Hearing these words, Lin Air paid no heed, fixing his gaze on the dealer. His words were deliberate and solemn. Him, Lin Air's name, carried some weight among these gamblers. They'd all heard his name. Rumar. Once a wealthy young master, he turned to gambling for survival after his family's downfall. He had originally planned to make a living through his chosen profession upon reaching adulthood. Little did he know that his chosen profession would be nothing more than a simple blacksmith. In this world, being a job changer doesn't guarantee wealth and prestige. Most successful class changes were mostly extremely weak, like farmers or blacksmiths. These are occupations where one must earn a living solely through their own hands. Even when their innate talents have already pointed the way, some still refuse to follow the predetermined path. Take Lin Air, for instance. He didn't choose to follow his family trade as a blacksmith to forge ironware. Unable to shed his pretentious airs, he spent his days lingering in gambling dens. He had his moments of great wealth and fortune. Yet he remained perpetually penniless. It was precisely this experience that stirred up his reputation. Word spread that this young man possessed unique insights into gamblers, making his advice crucial this time around. Many began to waver. Should they choose Shin Tian-K? Previously, their gambling had been bolstered by external forces. This time, however, it all came down to the individual combat prowess of the contestants. There was absolutely no favoritism or cheating involved. This is the fairest wager yet. They weren't sure whether to believe what old Lin had said. Overhearing the murmurs around them, the wealthy young man beside them burst into laughter. Lin Air, have you thought this through? Shin Tian's odds are ridiculously high. His chances of winning are only 20%, maybe even less. Everyone says you have a keen eye. Could it be you believe this man will win the championship? Lin Air first bowed respectfully to the wealthy young master. He called out in a low voice. Why, isn't this young Master Zhang? Second brother, I just haven't gambled in ages. This time, I'm going all in, living it up. Lao Air's been reading too many books lately. He wants to try his hand at one of those stories where you defy fate and rewrite your destiny. Lao Air murmured lowly beside him. Besides, I've only got a few dozen bucks on me. I'll bet it all nothing to lose. Worst case, I'll just go out and have some fun. My petty tricks aren't worthy of your attention, young master. Perhaps you could bestow a little favor upon us? As a street thug and rogue, I have my own ways of dealing with these wealthy young masters. If the other party didn't want to or even disdain to acknowledge him, and he wouldn't go groveling for a beating, he'd only flatter them at the right moment, and might even earn a little reward money. In fact, after Lin Air finished speaking, the young master's lips curved into a smile. Immediately flicked several alliance coins his way, all of them quite substantial in value. That sounds good to me. Take it and spend it. Originally, they had considered heeding Lin Air's advice, but upon hearing his explanation, they all chose to abandon the idea. Chapter 151, Drawing Lots. Throughout the entire casino, only a handful of people had bet on Qin Tiang's victory like Lin Air. Compared to the dozens of people currently in the casino, the odds were clearly unfavorable. Lin Air watched the board above, where only he and two others had bet on Qin Tiang. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Regret washed over him. He wanted to change his bet. But once the bet was placed, it was final. There was nothing he could do. All he could do was pin his hopes on Qin Tiang. If that guy could win the championship, or at least break into the top 3 or 5, then his name would naturally become widely known. There were many ways to place such a wager. He chose the riskiest one, betting on Qin Tiang to finish in the top 5, top 3, or even first. That's it. For every step Qin Tiang advances, he'll receive the corresponding odds payout. Though this method might seem somewhat exaggerated, but when it came to Qin Tiang, the odds are astronomical. Lin Air only had this much capital. Betting it all wouldn't be a big deal. And this very scene is playing out right now in casinos across the board. These gamblers. Some disdain them, barring them from such sacred halls. They were quite content with their freedom. After all, it's not like they can't vent their emotions there. Moreover, numerous powerful figures keep watch. Rumors even circulated that for this alliance selection, some ancient masters had already emerged from seclusion. Of course, these matters were merely common knowledge. These gamblers had no interest in such matters. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast screens at major casinos, as the referee's voice echoed, 13 contestants entered the competition arena. The original 13 battle platforms had now been reduced to just 6. This meant only one of the 13 contestants would receive a bye. The one who received the bye would advance directly to the top 10. And each of those 13 now desperately hoped that spot would be theirs. After all, securing a spot in the top 10 without lifting a finger would spare them a significant portion of the fatigue. Moreover, it would conserve energy for battles against others. This outcome is actually preferable. According to the rules, after selecting the top 10 this time, the 10 contestants will be paired off in groups of 2 to compete in 5 matches. This format ensures a fairer ranking for the top 10. As the 13 contestants entered the square, the cheers around him grew louder and louder. Among them, many harbored ill will toward Qin Tiang, hurling scornful remarks. In their eyes, this young man, even if he possessed some skill, he could never compare to a true prodigy. In the previous 2 rounds of selection, his advancement might have been due to various factors beyond his own merit. But in this upcoming final round, there would be no more of that luck. Apart from Qin Tiang and his luck-driven teammates, the other 11 contestants were nearly all prodigies from their respective cities. Moreover, they had all demonstrated exceptional prowess in previous battles. Some hailed from the Spirit Mountains. Some hailed from the Taoist sects. Others were dual-class transfigures of the present era. Each of these individuals possessed formidable backgrounds. By comparison, Qin Tiang not only lacked any status or standing, his combat skills were downright clumsy and inept. He almost exclusively relied on sneak attacks. Amidst the clamorous atmosphere surrounding them, upon the elevated platform, Song Haijun, standing beside Qi Xingzuan, flashed a sharp look. The veil draped across his face fluttered slightly. Her bare jade feet shifted slightly. In the blink of an eye, she found herself suspended mid-air. Even without uttering a word, merely suspended in the air, the aura emanating from her was enough to instantly silence the chaotic crowd below. Many gazed upward toward the sky. All they could see was the graceful figure clad in a blue robe, standing mid-air. Her jade-like feet lightly touched the air as she floated there. A veil draped over her cheeks, concealing part of her true features. Yet even the faintly exposed skin revealed a complexion as smooth as jade, white and tender. Her eyes shone like brilliant stars, utterly captivating. Even standing there alone, she could be called a peerless beauty. Qin Tiang looked at the powerful figure. He recalled the intelligence Lin Nua had shared earlier. This must be the chief arbiter for their final match. Song Haijun, a 7th-tier powerhouse renowned alongside Blood Sovereign and Qi Xingzuan. I wonder if I'll be able to see anything. Song Haijun. JZNXJDJBZ. Another bunch of familiar gibberish. Indeed, an existence above the 6th tier. It must be 7th tier or higher. Shin Tian-K immediately looked again. And what he saw left him speechless. Upon closer inspection, he was startled. How could this person look exactly like Yang Ruoshi? Could this person actually be Yang Ruoshi? But that didn't make sense. Wasn't Yang Ruoshi only at the 3rd cultivation stage? Or was Yang Ruoshi merely a clone of the other party? But if it were a clone, how could his system fail to recognize it? Item, see Curtain Dream. Grade, perfect. Attributes, illusion. Description, conceals true appearance, capable of manifesting as the person one most desires to see. So this was the trouble caused by that perfect grade item. The person one most longs to see? Shin Tian-K felt an inexplicable flush of embarrassment, lost in his own thoughts. Beside him, the others wore distinctly peculiar expressions. They couldn't fathom how Songhai Jun bore such a striking resemblance to their friend. After composing himself, he began to speculate further about the system. Though he couldn't fully discern its cultivation level, he could see the veil covering the other's face. It was a perfect grade item. Yet for a powerhouse above the 6th tier to possess such things, it made perfect sense. Songhai Jun stood there with an air of arrogance. Alone, he commanded the attention of all present. A sound emanated from his mouth. It echoed across the horizon, reverberating throughout the surroundings. I, Songhai, preside over today's final individual battle. I hereby declare, any intentional harm causing injury or death shall result in immediate disqualification, with the entire team's score deducted by 10 points. Though gentle in tone, the voice carried an unparalleled authority and dominance that reverberated through the hearts of all present. This was a power unique to 7th rank powerhouses. Those who had witnessed it called it psychic intimidation. 7th tier powerhouses were still far too rare. Thus, many held differing opinions regarding such abilities. No one could say for certain. Shin Tian-K heard this legendary ability for the first time, feeling both curious and surprised. He followed the others around him, clasping his fists in unison as he spoke. Yes. Immediately afterward, Shin Tian-K could clearly see the figure slowly raise an arm. Even clad in a blue robe, the exposed skin resembled exquisitely crafted porcelain. Not quite crystal clear, but undeniably precious. The veins running across it were clearly visible. Like jade, it stirred a sense of tenderness in one's heart. A tiny, crystalline light coalesced at the fingertip. Chapter 152, Battle. The light shimmered like scattered silver points. Dreamlike and ethereal. Ultimately, it transformed into a deep, azure blue light. As the light pulsed, in an instant, it sent a shock through everyone's hearts. A luminous sphere, radiating waves of strange light, appeared before all 13 of them. The sphere radiated a peculiar force, rendering its interior impossible to discern. Shin Tian's eyes lit up. Spiritual treasure, jewel of treasures. Grade, elite. Attributes, spatial. Can be used to store special important items. Its contents cannot be seen by anyone under any circumstances. Multiple instances can be created simultaneously, sharing a single space. What is this thing for? Is it another spirit treasure? Shin Tian-K was momentarily bewildered. But the next moment, he heard Songhai Jun's warm voice from the sky. Place your hand inside to draw the lot. Shin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Could these things actually serve such a purpose? Using a divine artifact for divination? How outrageous! Shin Tian-K reached inside. It felt as though he had entered a box. Other hands were groping around inside too. What a strange sensation. He groped around randomly. Shin Tian-K found a bead. As he pulled it out, a distinct 6 was etched upon it. This meant he was number 6. The lottery process moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, many had already obtained their numbered tokens. But Shin Tian-K heard a gasp from beside him. He turned his head just in time. He saw the bead in Li Li's hand beside him. It read number 13. Something was off. Something was terribly wrong. Could it be that number 13 had failed to enter the space again? Before he could process it, Shin Tian-K felt dizzy and disoriented. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing atop the arena. Could this be a teleportation technique? Or perhaps the displacement technique he had witnessed before? Regarding the two individuals he had witnessed back then, Ding Er and Ding San, Shin Tian-K remained deeply curious. That feeling he had just now was strikingly similar to the one Ding Er and Ding San had given him. One of them was a special class transfer user, possessing the ability to teleport thousands of miles. Shin Tian-K had personally experienced it before. Naturally, he was deeply curious. As thoughts swirled within his mind, the sky-bound list suddenly trembled. Then, a brilliant golden light erupted. Immediately, the battle order was starkly displayed above. The pairing system was arranged in twos. First versus second. Match 3 versus match 4. And so on. Upon witnessing this scene, Shin Tianke couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. What was going on? If this calculation holds true, then Lily skipped this round entirely and entered the top 10. Holy crap, you must be possessed by the luck god. Noticing Shin Tianke's tone and demeanor, scratched his head. Chosen by the heavens? To be honest, even he hadn't expected he'd ever have such incredible luck. During the first round of the 27-13 elimination, he drew that empty ticket. He advanced to the top 13 without fighting. This time, in the round of 13-10, they fought in pairs until only one remained. In this situation, he managed to draw the blank ticket once more. Such luck left him utterly bewildered. Why does it feel like he's burning through his lifespan? I should have bought a lottery ticket yesterday. At least I could have gambled, taken a chance. I was even thinking that this time, having received my master's true teachings, I could finally show off my skills. But who knew they wouldn't even give me a chance? Shin Tianke beside him was starting to question his whole life. Here he was, a time traveler, yet he was nothing but a non-Euro. Watching his teammates become the luckiest people alive. Who could stand that? One by one, more contestants were teleported onto the stage. Only Lily remained standing in place, waiting for his turn to fight. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of his fellow contestants. How much dog did this kid step in today? How could he have such incredible luck? Good grief, is this even humanly possible? It wasn't just the contestants. Even the spectators erupted into unprecedented arguments. Holy crap, twice! Twice in a row! This kid got a bye straight into the finals. Does he even have the skills for this? Damn, his luck is insane. You bet. That luck is absolutely insane. They had expected that this time, certain special individuals would receive the bye slots. But they never imagined Lily would get a bye. He advanced straight into the top 10. 2 consecutive byes? Who could have predicted this? Who could have imagined the opponent being this outrageous? His luck is off the charts. Forget it. When I get back, I'm printing out his picture, hanging it on my wall, and paying my respects every day. Maybe it'll bring me some luck. Though it was just talk. But quite a few people were already getting ready to put it into practice. Though I haven't seen how strong he really is. But this luck is truly something else. And now, on the stage, Shin Tianke also spotted his opponent. Why did he always end up facing someone he knew? The two exchanged a knowing smile. Shin Tianke bowed first. Long time no see, brother Gao. The burly man across from him smiled in response. He returned the gesture. It's been a long time, brother Qin. After exchanging pleasantries, Gao Wuming spoke first. In this battle, we both fight for our respective cities. We have no choice, there's no need for this. Let us fight with all our strength. This will give this monk the chance to see the differences between us. Upon hearing these words, Shin Tianke nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I had in mind. As the two exchanged words, the referee assigned to their ring had already approached the side, ready to commence their match. At another ring, Yang Ruoshi stood with an air of haughty pride. Her robes billowed in the breeze. Even someone as aloof as her. Her eyes now held a hint of astonishment. As she looked at the person before her, her heart tightened involuntarily. It was him? The figure before her stood tall and imposing. Runes glowed on his robes, radiating a powerful aura. A staff gripped in his hand. An odd aura emanated from his entire being. As if he didn't truly belong here. Yuan Haorun looked at him. He then clasped his fists in greeting. I've long heard of the fame of dual-class transfigures. Now that I see you in person, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Yuan Haorun's tone carried a hint of apprehension. In your presence, I already sense the trembling and fear of space itself. Yet his eyes burned with intensity. A combative spirit stirred within him. Who would have thought I'd encounter such a formidable figure in the very first round? This was quite interesting. Yuan here wishes to see just how capable a dual-class reincarnator truly is? These words were a provocation. It was also an invitation for the opponent to give it their all. Yang Ruoshi nodded upon hearing this. Not because of the mockery in the man's words. Rather, she wanted to witness firsthand the spatial mage's true abilities. After all, among all mages, spatial mages were considered the cream of the crop. The 1,000 frost staffs summoned forth. Frost began to spread gradually around them. Her voice was icy, her tone haughty. Do your best, no need for words. Chapter 153, Discipline Mantra Power. Wu Pinggui gazed at the Beastmaster before him. A look of bitter sorrow spread across his face. In this round, among the 13 participants, only 4 were Beastmasters. If he hadn't encountered Shin Tianke, then the 2 he might have faced. The prodigy of the Zhuge family's younger generation. Zhuge Hong, the strongest beast tamer among the Zhuge family's younger generation. The other was even more formidable than Zhuge Hong. Chen Hu, a 4th-tier beast tamer from the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. Encountering either of them, it would be no small pressure for him. Of course, he would much rather face the former. After all, Zhuge Hong had also become a 3rd-tier beast master like him. Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too great. Unfortunately, he encountered the one person he least wanted to see. The sole 4th-tier presence in this individual tournament. Chen Hu, the 4th-tier beast master from the Transferee Alliance headquarters. I am Chen Hu. Let us begin. Wu Pinggui nodded with a hint of bitterness. He addressed the other. Wu Pinggui. Brother Chen Hu, please go easy on me. He wasn't ready to concede defeat just yet. This round of selection would eliminate 3 people. Whoever conceded defeat first, they would be eliminated, thus forfeiting the chance to enter the top 10. He refuses to let this chance slip away. So even though the gap between them was vast, he still had no choice but to engage in battle. As the respective referees took their positions, the battle was about to begin. Qin Tianke let out a soft snort. He struck first. His feet moved in unison. He was already before his opponent. His hands were clearly empty. Yet as he was about to strike, a flash of light suddenly shone in the air. It gradually took shape. When he saw that sliver of cold light clinging just below his wrist, Gao Wuming's heart trembled. He pressed his palms together. Buddhist sutras flowed from his lips. Golden, mottled runes rippled in concentric circles around his body. Buddhist golden body. 4 characters emerged amidst the obscure, incomprehensible runes. The cloth tunic covering his upper body had been torn to shreds by the force of his own aura and the sudden slash of his opponent's blade. The upper body, originally clad in a cloth tunic, had been torn apart by the force of. Qin Tianke felt as though the blade had struck an incredibly hard ore. The recoil shook his arm so violently he nearly lost his grip on the weapon. How terrifying! This was different from the Buddhist golden body he had experienced on Chen Zhengyang before. That fellow's Buddha's golden body hadn't reached the level of the one before him now. Could there be some unexpected change? He recalled how his system had previously been incomplete due to his insufficient strength, resulting in incomplete insights into realms, abilities, and bloodlines. Qin Tianke immediately retreated. Xiao Jin shot out with a roar. Fiery light surged wildly across its body. Power erupted from him. Let Xiao Jin stall the opponent for now. He needed to carefully observe whether this fellow possessed any special abilities. Gao Wuming. Fruit position Buddha form, Vajra. Occupation, Wrathful Vajra. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Gold, Buddha. Abilities, Wrathful Gaze, Suppression, Buddha's Golden Body. Wrathful Vajra, an exclusive class of the Buddhist city of Lingshan, upholding the power of precepts and mantras, embodying boundless and vast power. Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. The system had mentioned it before. Chen Zhengyang's class was incomplete. It seemed to be related to some Buddhist aspect or enlightenment level. He knew little about such matters. But just now, within the other party's profession, he had already seen it. The person before him explicitly mentioned a Buddha form associated with fruition. Could this be the so-called Vajra? At this moment, regarding the Vajra, Qin Tianke harbored a conjecture that had never surfaced before. Perhaps this so-called fruition, this Buddha-like form, was indeed the Vajra. However, Qin Tianke had already noticed that beyond this Vajra, there was another crucial piece of information. One was the power of precepts and mantras, and the other was the boundless vastness power. These two powers were exceptionally unique. They were undoubtedly the very foundation upon which the opponent relied. The ultimate source of their power. Qin Tianke harbored some speculations within his mind. The opponent's two abilities, suppression and wrathful gaze, were born from the powers described in these two brief introductions. Qin Tianke harbored some conjectures within his mind. But he dared not act rashly. Xiao Jin flapped his fiery wings, swiftly closing in on the opponent. As the flames burned, his entire being trembled with explosive energy. From its mouth, a torrent of molten lava erupted. Gao Wuming stood calmly, his hands pressed together in prayer. As he chanted obscure Buddhist sutras, his eyes slowly closed. Golden light shone from his body. Above him, countless Sanskrit seals drifted in succession, layering upon his body, as if countless runes had been etched into his skin. Xiao Jin's attacks came relentlessly. Flames surged like rolling waves. His entire body radiated intense scorching effects. Yet the Buddhist golden body seemed utterly immune to attacks of this caliber. Instead, the golden inscriptions above it grew ever more numerous. Simultaneously, the unique markings of the golden body grew ever more pronounced. True gold fears no fire. This Buddha's golden body must reach this very state. True gold fears no fire. Its power was rich and abundant. Compared to Chen Zhengyang's Buddhist golden body, the gap was not just a little. It seems that even with the same abilities and profession, still pale in comparison to this so-called Vajra Buddha. On the other side, Xiao Jin continued to battle his opponent. However, as the battle intensified, flames rolled and surged, eroding the opponent. At that very moment, Gao Woming opened his eyes amidst the raging flames. His eyes no longer held that unprecedented crimson hue. As the crimson hue spread, besides the rampant fury, but also accompanied by peculiar fluctuations never witnessed before, from his mouth uttered two words with boundless solemnity and authority: Rage Eyes. As the words left his lips, Qin Tianke could distinctly sense a force seemed to surge wildly within the space surrounding his opponent. Countless chains appeared to surge forth from all directions around the opponent. The chains moved with terrifying speed and effect. They bound Xiao Jin tightly in place. Simultaneously, a peculiar formation spread beneath the opponent's feet, one unlike any Xiao Jin had ever witnessed. Though called an array, but it felt more like an entirely new kind of power. The moment he saw these things, Qin Tianke recalled the brief description he had seen earlier and connected it to his own conjecture. Could this be the power of the discipline mantra? Precepts? Mantras? How could it have reached such a level? How terrifying! The endless chains instantly spread, filling the space before his eyes. Behind him, a golden phantom figure emerged, one never seen before. The aura was solemn and imposing, bearing a striking resemblance to the presence emanating from Gao Woming. Xiao Jin had been soaring through the air, but now, countless spreading chains instantly immobilized him. His wings ceased their fluttering. Chains pierced through them, until they bound him to the spot. Unable to move. Xiao Jin was trapped. Unable to move an inch. Chapter 154, Not So Simple. A crimson glow surged in Gao Wu's piercing eyes. A bloodthirsty aura spread outward. Without mercy. He roared two more words. Simultaneously, he thrust forward his palms, which had been pressed together in prayer. Suppress. The moment those two words left his lips, Qin Tianke could see the power surging around his opponent instantly became overwhelming. The chains spread out, their density more than doubling. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him. Xiao Jin saw the enormous palm print bearing down upon him. His heart skipped a beat. Yet instinctively, he chose to unleash his power. His body ignited with rings of an eerie, pitch-black flame unlike anything he'd ever seen. The flames were scorching and surging. The light flickered and vanished. Soon, it engulfed his entire body. Even after enduring the scorching heat, seemed to show signs of loosening. Gazing at the colossal palm print hurtling toward him, fear gripped his heart. Beside him, Qin Tianke's heart tightened. He had anticipated the opponent's strength, but he hadn't anticipated it being this terrifying. His body darted forward with lightning speed. He closed in before the opponent could react. Simultaneously, the curved blade in his hand, Flowing Moon, traced an eerie rune-like wave through the air. A palm strike and a blade strike collided with overwhelming force. After the curved blade collided head-on with the palm strike flying through the air, a wave of energy rippled out like never before. The entire arena shook, sending dust flying everywhere. A rolling shockwave erupted. Qin Tianke seized the commotion, began frantically slicing through the invisible chains surrounding him. Then, he dodged backward with Xiao Jin in tow. Seeing that the opponent had precisely severed the chains he had laid using the power of the discipline mantra, a flash of astonishment crossed Gao Woming's eyes. How could this be possible? The discipline mantra power possessed unique specifications. It was already infinitely close to the Tao law force that only 6th and 7th tier powerhouses could master and comprehend. This was precisely why the cultivation path of Buddhist class changers was unique and their growth was slow. Once a Buddhist practitioner reached the 4th tier, they can comprehend the realm of precept mantras they've never entered before. They gain insight into previously unseen patterns of the Tao. It is precisely because the realm of Buddhist laws is so unique. Only they, the Buddhist practitioners, can perceive the chains that manifest and take form. How could this person see them? To sever them so decisively and effortlessly, this person must possess unknown methods. Gao Woming hadn't anticipated this. It was entirely unexpected. But in the next instant, he saw a blade flash, closing in on him with deadly intent. Because his mind had wandered off just now. By the time he sensed the blade's approach, it was already too late. The instant he sensed the dense aura of bloodshed and icy cold emanating from the curved blade at close range, Gao Woming's heart sank. In an instant, he realized the situation was dire. Even so, in his panic, he clasped his hands together without a word. His lips moved ceaselessly, chanting Buddhist precepts one after another. As the power of the precepts' true words surged forth once more, the colossal golden Buddha image behind him underwent a series of extraordinary transformations. The eyes were no longer a solid crimson. Instead, they erupted with an unprecedented fiery glow. The colossal phantom behind him underwent the same transformation. A power unlike any before instantly manifested. If the power of the precepts and mantras had previously formed only chains, this new force was far more colossal. A ring of unprecedented, peculiar fluctuations formed around the phantom. Within Qin Tiang's mind, another name for this power surged forth: boundless vastness force. Suppress. The two words roared forth. Like the might of heaven and earth itself, it instantly crushed down upon the onslaught. A colossal palm descended from the heavens, its origin unknown. Its imprint filled the heavens. It bore down upon Qin Tiang with overwhelming force. Facing such an assault, Qin Tiang's figure gradually vanished. Then vanished without a trace. Shattered by a single palm strike upon the arena. Leaving behind a palm print dozens of centimeters deep. Pushing aside layer upon layer of shockwaves. A flicker of doubt appeared in Gao Wuming's eyes. That palm strike just now. He could clearly sense. He hadn't touched anything. Yet he had clearly seen. The opponent was clearly pinned beneath his massive palm. There was absolutely no possibility of escape. But the direct contact of the palm print leaves no room for error. The immense palm print formed by boundless, vast power. There was no sensation of touching the food at all. As if it had never existed at all. The look of confusion in Gao Wuming's eyes vanished in an instant. But the next moment, he seemed to realize something. A radiant glow began to emanate from his golden body, layer upon layer. As the light dispersed, his entire body was enveloped in a single, radiant light. As his shadow was enveloped and dispersed by the radiance, Qin Tiang's figure leapt out from within it. Upon seeing the figure, Qin Tiang instantly realized the sky was no pushover. Whether it was his combat judgment, or the terrifying power he had just displayed, this guy was far from the simple. Nor was he the simple, easy-to-deal-with type he appeared to be. He'd have to give it his all. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately launched another attack at his opponent. The battle on the field shifted in an instant. At that very moment, upon the elevated platform, unfamiliar auras surged continuously. The once leisurely 6 great families and 3 major factions now stood as still as quails. Standing silently in place. Not daring to utter a single word throughout the entire proceedings. The younger generation, in particular, was filled with deep apprehension. They stood utterly still, like wooden statues. Though there were only a dozen or so of them. Each was a veteran of the alliance. Each possessed formidable strength. Some hailed from the 6 great families. Others had simply secluded themselves for extended periods. Upon emerging, their clans had already been annihilated. Each of these individuals possessed strength around the 6th tier. Some even surpassed the 6th tier. They could truly be called the ancient masters of the alliance. This time, they emerged from seclusion. Was merely to observe the world. Decades have passed. Among the promising talents within the alliance, how many have truly matured? Could they hold their own against the true alien races? Even within the alliance, under repeated directives today, special training grounds have been established in every city for the younger generation to use. Yet even so, those enemies are not the real ones. They are races deliberately preserved. Deliberately preserved. After years of erosion, they had long since shed the beastly ferocity and wildness of their alien kind. Sometimes, even their hostility toward humans has vanished. Some have even shed their original fury. By comparison, their fighting style is not only lackluster but utterly devoid of any proper fighting spirit. This is precisely why the elders are so dissatisfied. One by one, they let out sighs. This generation of youngsters is far too weak. Not a single one possesses that formidable strength. Exactly. Compared to us back in the day, they're weak beyond measure. Chapter 155, The Elders. Who can argue with that? Just a handful of these youngsters? In my youth, I could take on a whole group single-handedly. Most of them were frustrated by their lack of potential. Yet a few held dissenting views. Still, there are a few promising prospects among them. A middle-aged man remarked slowly. His age made him seem somewhat out of place among the other old-timers. But due to the nature of his profession, he appeared quite youthful. In fact, he might even be older than several of the elders and senior members present. I must say, that youngster from the Zhuge family is quite promising. Though he's a beastmaster, he shows remarkable skill in training his beasts and understands how to fight in coordination with them much like we did in our day. Hearing the middle-aged man's praise, the Zhuge family elder was deeply gratified. He unconsciously straightened his chest. Indeed, he is exceptional. And then there's my Buddhist disciple, who has cultivated his Buddha's golden body to the point where it fears no fire. Though he's only mastered the foundational level of the precept mantra, compared to his peers in this cohort, he's already quite exceptional. His boundless vastness power is somewhat weaker, but for his age, he has already given his utmost effort. The two speakers wore monastic robes, their hands pressed together in prayer. They exuded the demeanor of Buddhist monks. They were also the only two from Mount Ling among the dozen or so individuals present. Both held the position of abbot within their respective Buddhist temples. In their younger days, they had earned renown for the Buddhist order. They had contributed greatly to the alliance. Both were severely wounded. They had come to the alliance territory to recuperate in peace. The aura of one of them bears a striking resemblance to Gao Wuming's. Thus, a distinct resonance exists between them. I must say, that young girl is quite impressive. Mastering two professions, a spiritist and a mage, and wielding them with such seamless integration to support combat? Truly remarkable. The middle-aged man continued his assessment. While impressive, these dual-class transfigures only become worth recruiting once they break through to the 4th tier. Have you forgotten that little brat from before? These elders and senior members spoke without reservation. They spoke their minds freely. They even brought up some past incidents within the alliance. Not a single person present could restrain them from speaking freely. Not even the three powerful figures above. Shi Xingzuan, Shi Wezuan, and Song Haijun. Strictly speaking, all three of them were descendants of these elders and founding members. Some of them were practically raised by these elders. How could anyone dare to meddle in their affairs? The middle-aged man seemed to sense something. He glanced to the side. The boyish-looking figure beside him turned his head. The figure's appearance was also extremely peculiar. An overwhelmingly potent aura emanated from him. Though standing alongside them, yet he was dressed as a child. He appeared exceptionally peculiar. As if he were their descendant. Yet among the numerous elders and founding members of the alliance, he was the only one who appeared in the form of a child. He was also one of the alliance's 12 elders. The Taoist master, the mysterious immortal. Noticing the middle-aged man's gaze, the young monk immediately looked over. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He glanced at the person beside him, seemingly seeking advice. The other first made a shushing gesture. Then nodded slightly. Seeing this, the two instantly understood each other. They exchanged knowing glances. Brilliant, brilliant. He knew it. Why did that kid carry such a familiar aura? So very much like that other guy before. But he wasn't entirely sure. Who'd have thought it really was connected to that guy? Even though it's been years since we last met. The commotion he caused back then still left them in awe when they recalled it. A mere young upstart could turn the entire alliance upside down. Such a figure. After emerging from seclusion, they had assumed he would at least attain the status of a grand elder or a founding patriarch like themselves. Yet here he was, having retired to some remote city to serve as a bloody military commander? Even this guy's back. Looks like things are about to get a lot more interesting. The two were not true members of the alliance. They were merely among the powerful figures who had come to the alliance from major sects and factions to retire. Take that middle-aged man, for instance. The Eternal Life sect he founded had since become the third largest power outside the alliance. Its combat prowess is formidable. As the immortal Taoist, he receives abundant offerings and reverence. As for that human revered immortal, he could be called the foremost of the three revered ones in the Taoist sect today. The group conversed incessantly, paying little heed to their surroundings. The senior elder of the Ouyang family standing behind them now looked pale and dared not speak. Among those present was an elder of their Ouyang family. One could even say he was an elder of ancestral status. Even he dared not speak lightly. How could she dare to speak? By comparison, the three major factions appeared far more composed. None of their ranks included any founding elders. After all, the oldest of these three major factions had been established for no more than 50 years. Numerous other factions existed before these three major powers. At this moment, the white-browed elder leading the dozen or so elders spoke slowly. That youngster is quite promising. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Though I cannot discern the method he used to conceal his true cultivation level, to possess 4th-tier cultivation yet deliberately understate his prowess. Judging by his bone age, he appears to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. This man was an elder of the Ouyang family. He was also one of the few peerless powerhouses still active within the Ouyang family. The patriarch of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Muyu. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew peculiar. Even the Ouyang family's senior elder looked puzzled. Hiding his cultivation level? 18 or 19 years old? 4th tier? Could they really not see it? Was such a person truly real? Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Ouyang Muyu cleared his throat twice. Then he tossed it lightly. Everyone saw the screen he pointed to. The image began to zoom in continuously, finally settling on Qin Tian. Brilliant, brilliant. This lad is intriguing. His beast-taming attributes are beyond even this seat's comprehension, yet he possesses 4th-tier cultivation. The revered immortal Miao spoke slowly. His tone carried the playful banter of a child, yet his words carried undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, the Ouyang family's grand elder's expression turned pale with shock. What? 4th tier? Ouyang Weiniang suspected they had misread the situation. Could there truly be someone whose essence even he, a peak 5th tier being, couldn't perceive? Noticing the astonishment of this distant relative several generations removed, His expression shifted, taking on an air of commanding authority without needing to raise his voice. You don't even believe this old man's words anymore, do you? Yang Weiniang's expression froze, trembling with fear, unable to utter another word. This instantly alerted the other clan factions to the gravity of the situation. Could Qin Tianke be this powerful? He's hiding his true strength as a 4th-tier cultivator here. Could it be that this youngster was playing dumb to catch the tiger? In that moment, they all recalled the wager between the Ouyang family and young Master Shu, their hearts filled with astonishment. Chapter 156, The Elder's Wager. So, what do you all think? Who will prevail, Lingshan's little Vajra or that 4th-tier Beastmaster? The speaker. Though advanced in years, his gait was unsteady, reeking of alcohol. Still clutching a flask in his hand, he looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Even as he spoke, the scent of wine wafted from his breath. This scent was peculiar. It didn't cause annoyance or disgust. Instead, it carried an unusual quality. It wasn't exactly repulsive, but it wasn't exactly pleasant either. The others had grown accustomed to the old man's ways. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man spoke slowly. I believe that Beastmaster still has a chance. He has yet to summon his 4th-tier demon beast. The boyish-looking figure beside him, Master Zunmio, spoke with a hint of admiration. Brilliant, brilliant. This lad is likely concealing his true abilities, unwilling to reveal them deliberately. In this monk's humble opinion, this youth hails from the sacred mountains of Buddhism. He bears the Vajra Buddha's form, belonging to the Vajra lineage of the Buddhist order. Even if his opponent is 1 tier stronger, he can handle it solely with the power of his precepts and boundless, limitless force. Absolutely laughable. The chasm between 3rd and 4th tiers is as vast as the divide between 6th and 7th tiers. Do you really think you could take on an old man like me, you bald-headed donkey? The drunken old man slurred incoherently. The two figures clad in monk's robes visibly stiffened. They seemed about to speak. But then they remembered something. And ultimately chose silence. The memory of being soundly beaten by this fellow was something they would never forget. Veins throbbed on both their foreheads. It had proven what they suspected. Ouyang Muyu spoke up immediately. Each of you has been in seclusion for so many years. Now that you're out, why not make a proper wager? Let's wager on which of these two youngsters will emerge victorious. Ouyang Muyu commanded considerable authority among the dozen or so individuals. After all, they had been companions for years. They naturally understood each other's temperaments. His words struck a chord with everyone present. Upon hearing it, they nodded in agreement one after another. Hearing these elders speak thus, even the young family members and elders standing nearby felt a twinge of apprehension. Why did these elders sound so vague and unfocused when they spoke? There was a sense of unorthodoxity about them. Could it be that the elders were placing bets among themselves like they were? The group exchanged glances. Ouyang Weiniang's expression darkened. She had already figured something out. She just dared not voice it aloud. Yet her mind was made up. The gaze she shot at Shu Chanwei was filled with pure hatred. Could it be that this time, her gamble was truly going to lose? Despite her confidence in Ouyang Wanqing. After all, she was the strongest among the Ouyang family's younger generation. But Qin Tianke was even more formidable. At only 18 or 19 years old, he had already broken through to the 4th tier. With such cultivation and abilities, no wonder that little held him in such high regard. No wonder that little deliberately lured me into this wager. Now that the wager was set, no matter how powerful Ouyang Wanqing might be, she was still only at the 3rd tier. How could she possibly withstand Qin Tianke, a 4th tier cultivator? She could only swallow this bitter pill. Hand over her most precious possession. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Damn that little. How dare she make that bet with me? She must have known Qin Tianke had broken through to the 4th tier. She must have even witnessed his breakthrough firsthand. Otherwise, how could she be so confident? I never would have guessed. After being sharp all my life, I've actually been a bit foolish about this matter. That's why he lost this round. Shu Chanwei overheard the old men's conversation nearby. A faint smile touched her lips. It seemed these elders of the alliance weren't as temperamental as legend made them out to be. Each one sounded quite agreeable. But Shu Chanwei dared not say much more. After all, even though her family's influence was the strongest among the external civilian factions, it still paled in comparison to these elders. To put it bluntly, just these elders alone. Each possessed cultivation far surpassing her father's. His father was the strongest in the clan, a mid-6th tier cultivator. Yet these men? Each possessed cultivation at the late 6th tier or even around the 7th tier. Each of them could now stand shoulder to shoulder with the three great figures, the Riding Venerable Sunhai Navy, the Blood Venerable, and the others. Truly worthy of being called venerable elders. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. 14 of us 10 betting on the Beastmaster's victory, 4 on little Vajra's. Ouyang Muyu's lips curved into a smile, his mood seemingly quite good. Brilliant, brilliant. Now that we've chosen sides, let's put something on the line first. The smile never left Rinzun Miaozhen's face. At their level, money and gold coins had long ceased to be of any real importance. What truly mattered were the treasures, such as spiritual treasures, mystical artifacts, sacred herbs, and elixirs. The human sovereign speaks wisely. Since you two old monks are so certain your Sex Mountain disciple will win, then this old man will wager my wine flask against yours. Hearing this, the others turned to look at him, incredulous. Drunkard, when did you get so drunk? That's your endless wine flask. Master Miao was utterly astonished. This fellow never parted with his drink. How dare he utter such words now? Hearing this, the two abbots exchanged glances. They both suppressed the anger rising within them. Amitabha Buddha. One of them uttered a chant. Reaching out, he flipped through them. Suddenly, a string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared. The beads were translucent and crystalline, as if forged from crystal jade. Countless runic patterns were carved upon them, nearly suspended in the air. One could hear the chanting of Buddhist sutras, as if countless venerable Buddhist masters resided within. This is my Ling Mountain's sacred relic rosary. Having accompanied this humble monk for decades, it has absorbed considerable Buddhist essence. Its current grade, if one must assign it, could be considered perfect. The drunken old man opened his eyes groggily. He glanced at the beads and nodded. Marvelous, marvelous. Since you two are willing to stake this bet, then we shall not participate. Master Miao murmured how wonderful, as he quietly stepped aside. When he reappeared, a fruit had materialized in his hand. He believed his actions were utterly undetected, but several others had seen it all clearly. Though revered as one of the three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man, the immortal sage retained the innocence of a child. At times, his actions mirrored those of an innocent child. This was a noble-sounding statement. Put another way, this man possesses the mindset of a child. These words of the immortal sage had become familiar to the group. After all, for transmuters of their caliber, if the stakes were too high, it would actually strain their relationships. But if they were to strictly adhere to the rules, and bet strictly by faction, it might not be ideal. One item per person should suffice. Chapter 157, Xiao Jin's Hidden Power. This was also the customary practice among these old men when placing wagers. Since the stakes are set, let's begin. Ouyang Muyu reached out. 2 items drifted into his palm. As they parted ways, the old wine connoisseur took several more gulps from his bottomless flask. Only then did he hand them over with satisfaction. Looking at the somewhat shabby flask, Ouyang Muyu couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. The old codger had managed to turn a perfectly good spatial legend-grade spirit treasure into this state. What a waste! He stored both treasures within his spatial realm. This was the fairest deal possible. After all, he was the strongest among these venerable elders. He possessed the strength to serve as an impartial witness, and the most impartial. At that moment, all eyes were fixed intently on the battle unfolding on the platform. Qin Tiang's figure erupted backward. He felt his qi and blood surging violently throughout his body. He had just taken the opponent's palm strike head-on. His internal organs nearly shifted out of place. How powerful! Was this the boundless, vast power? Add to that the chains formed by the chains of precepts that flared up around the opponent once more. The power within them was astonishingly formidable. Qin Tianke gained an unprecedented understanding of Buddhist class changers. This person is truly intriguing. Somewhat unexpected. Yet merely possessing this level of power, it was far from enough to defeat him. Perfect timing. Xiao Jin had never displayed the new abilities he gained after fusing with the flames in front of anyone. In the sky, a figure shimmering with fiery red light flapped its wings, circling once before. It landed silently behind Qin Tianke. It began transmitting information to Qin Tianke. It's unbearable. Master, I need to unleash that power. Every time I battle them, that power within my body has been restless like never before. It yearns to burst forth and fight. Driven by that surging force, Xiao Jin must fight while simultaneously diverting his attention to suppress this restless force. Qin Tianke understood clearly. The moment was ripe. If he acted too soon, the enemy would be prepared. But now? Perfect timing. Xiao Jin, unleash that flame power. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin let out an excited, high-pitched cry, as if he'd been holding back for ages. Finally, it was about to be unleashed. Ever since acquiring this power, Xiao Jin had held back. Never once had he used it. It must be understood that while advancing requires fire attribute spirit objects, the higher the quality of the spirit object, the fusion will yield. It could yield unimaginable combat power. It creates a synergy where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The key lies in the grade of the fire attribute spirit object being fused. Much like when Xiao Jin fused with that elite grade flame earlier, did not yield significant enhancement. This is because the grade of that fire attribute spirit was merely elite grade, which couldn't yield substantial enhancement effects. In contrast, the grade of the fire attribute spirit Xiao Jin refined during his second advancement was truly extraordinary. It was a fire attribute spirit object just 2% away from breaking through to the perfect grade. During the fusion process, it is already a perfect grade fire attribute spirit creature. Furthermore, Xiao Jin's maximum capacity is capped at the perfect grade. With the combined synergy of these two forces, Xiao Jin not only ascended to the third tier, but an unprecedented flame power surged within its body. That power was immense. Xiao Jin had been suppressing it all along. After all, that power possessed peculiar attributes. Powerful, bizarre, terrifying. During his battle with the opponent, he didn't fight with the same abandon as before. Instead, he fought with hesitation and caution. Precisely because of the eerie terror emanating from that force. He had to divert his focus to suppress that force. The clash of powers had already reached a critical threshold. But at this moment, it was no longer necessary at all. Xiao Jin soared into the air. A golden glow unconsciously appeared in his eyes. Then, a piercing eagle's cry erupted. The cry reverberated throughout the surroundings. The entire arena began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Gao Woming felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. A sense of dread unlike any he had ever felt surged through him. This is bad. The Buddha image behind him emitted a peculiar humming sound. As it grew larger, waves of power swirled around it. He murmured softly. The power of the true mantra of precepts, bind. Endless chains began to intertwine wildly. As terrifying power spread, Gao Woming suddenly extended his palm. Boundless vastness power, open. Behind him, the Vajra Buddha simultaneously extended a massive hand. Suppress. At that very moment, visible flames ignited upon Xiao Jin's body. The flames were no longer dark and profound as before. Instead, they became exceptionally luminous. They took on an eerie crimson gold hue. Within it, faint, dimly glowing patterns were concealed. It seemed as though his power had surged to its absolute peak at that very moment. Upon witnessing this flame, those gathered upon the high platform instantly rose from their seats. Even the elders of the clans now sensed something was amiss. Under the watchful gaze of the old monsters behind them, they instinctively turned their gaze toward Qin Tiang's battle. Naturally, they took it all in. The flame on the young eagle's beast was peculiar. They had never seen it before. Yet it felt immensely powerful, yet strangely eerie. This young beast tamer is quite interesting to have refined the flame of his beast to such a degree. The speaker was Immortal Meow. He hadn't expected that within this flame, a hint of deathly aura from the depths of hell. Gleaming crimson gold, profound darkness. Two flames intertwined, formidable indeed. While such flames may not reach the true level of hellfire, it already possesses a semblance of its form. Hellfire stands among the most peculiar of all flames. It symbolizes the annihilation of all living beings. Only when one's cultivation reaches a certain level of mastery over specific attributes can they wield it. Similarly, in the current records, it is widely believed that this peculiarity, only after fusing with a portion of hellfire mutated flames, can it truly embody the essence of hellfire? Yet this fledgling eagle beast on the field already showed hints of a unique form. It seemed as though some latent power within it had been awakened. This little fellow is surprisingly fascinating. When the opportunity arises, I must thoroughly inquire about his beast taming philosophy. The way of beast mastery is universally recognized as the core expertise of every beast master. The paths of others could only serve as references. Yet, it remains the secret manual of every beast tamer's lifetime. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is never shared with outsiders. The speaker this time was an elderly man who had remained silent throughout the gathering, appearing somewhat eccentric. He too was one of the Alliance's 12 highest-ranking elders. His appearance was indeed deranged. Even his attire was extremely shabby. Yet his cultivation and power were quite formidable among these 14 individuals. Moreover, he was the sole beastmaster among them. He was among the very few who had reached the pinnacle of beast taming within the current alliance. Chapter 158, Defeat. Interesting. He spoke in a manic, frenzied tone, seemingly unconcerned with the stares of those around him. Upon witnessing this scene, the others exchanged glances. They understood immediately. Even the four who had initially backed Gao Woming's victory now showed a change in their expressions. Though they knew nothing of the art of beast taming, but the fact that this mad old Taoist had spoken, it meant the opponent was truly extraordinary. Who would have thought his beast taming abilities could reach such heights? On the arena platform, Qin Tianke stared at the colossal palm print. He showed no fear whatsoever. Black and white light seemed to surge within his eyes. Feeling the scorching heat of flames behind him, he let out a soft snort. Flames of the dead. The eerie golden-black flames enveloping Xiao Jin erupted in an instant. Power and momentum surged to their peak in that instant. Annihilate! Qin Tianke thrust out a finger. Xiao Jin immediately charged forward. His wings flapped. Flames surged like rolling waves, ceaseless and relentless. It seemed determined to melt and consume everything in its path. It carried an air of rather shattering like jade than being shattered like tiles. The colossal palm print shattered instantly in the aftermath of the flames. Gao Woming's heart trembled with horror. He immediately summoned the most powerful attack he had ever wielded. From his eyes, bloodlight erupted. Behind him, the illusory form of Vajra erupted with power as vast as the ocean. The wrathful Buddha form of the Vajra combined with his own innate power. Dharma mantra power. Boundless vastness power. The two forces within him merged. With a furious shout of suppression, he thrust out a palm with overwhelming force. A colossal palm print swept across the heavens like a tidal wave. The golden light enveloping his body grew ever more intense, until it resembled a dazzling miniature sun. Endless chains swirled before him, forming a defensive barrier. The crimson and golden energies collided in an instant. A thick cloud of smoke erupted. As the haze enveloped the scene, it also concealed the bodies of both man and beast. Qin Tiang's heart jolted. Xiao Jin was his own beast companion. He could see clearly Xiao Jin's current field of vision. From Xiao Jin's perspective, Gao Woming's dazzling golden body had dimmed. Numerous cracks had already appeared. There were even scorch marks from flames. Blood-tinged phlegm had already coughed from the corner of his mouth. The ethereal projection of boundless vast power coalescing behind him was similarly shattered. The chains of disciplinary mantras that had once restrained Xiao Jin were now completely incinerated. It's done. Qin Tianke understood in his heart. Xiao Jin's wings flapped. The surrounding haze was completely dispersed. Despite his injuries, Gao Woming, he still stood tall. He pressed his palms together. He bowed to the other party. With some difficulty, he spoke. This humble monk is still no match for you. I have learned my lesson. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tianke mimicked the gesture, palms pressed together. Truthfully, it's not that Brother Gao lacks skill. My beast riding technique possesses unique properties. Had I not failed to fuse the flames during my breakthrough to the third tier earlier, I'd likely be thoroughly suppressed by Brother Gao by now. These words both saved face for the other party, while also proving that his own success was a matter of serendipity. As long as they were friends, Qin Tianke would never antagonize them. This man possessed a gentle disposition. In Qin Tiang's view, he was one of the friends worth cultivating. Therefore, he would not act too arrogantly. Referee, this monk admits defeat in this match. The referee overseeing this arena nodded in acknowledgement. He entered the data into the golden scroll in the sky. After the golden board emitted a burst of light, Qin Tiang's name appeared behind the corresponding arena. At the same moment, a majestic voice boomed throughout the arena. Stage 3, Qin Tianke vs Gao Woming. Winner, Qin Tianke. Gao Woming, ranked 9th. The fact that his opponent ranked within the top 10 was precisely what Qin Tianke had meticulously calculated. After all, they were friends. He didn't want him to lose so easily. So he deliberately waited until 3 others had been eliminated before he prepared to eliminate Gao Woming. All of this unfolded exactly as Qin Tianke had anticipated. Gao Woming appeared dull and simple-minded. But upon hearing his ranking, he looked at Qin Tianke with a hint of gratitude. Thank you so much. The attack he had just launched had confirmed to Gao Woming that his opponent possessed absolute strength to suppress him from the start. He could have defeated him the moment they stepped onto the stage. Yet the opponent had waited until this moment to unleash their true capabilities. He had already grasped the underlying reason. Qin Tianke nodded. Rather than dwell on this, why not treat me to a proper meal once we're outside? Ha ha. Gao Woming chuckled twice. However, due to his injuries, a few mouthfuls of congealed blood coughed from the corners of his mouth. No problem, no problem. Wishing Brother Qin a swift ascent to the top ranks. And may Brother Gao soon advance to the 4th tier. With his current strength, wouldn't secure him much in the rankings. Therefore, it was better to wish him a swift advancement to the 4th tier. Gao Woming understood the other's thoughts. He nodded. He then addressed Qin Tianke in the same manner, wishing Brother Qin a speedy advancement to the 4th tier. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke gave a mysterious smile. You'll see soon enough. His enigmatic demeanor and cryptic words left Gao Woming feeling bewildered. Doubts arose in his mind, but he didn't know what to say. He could only manage a couple awkward laughs. The two waited quietly for the other platforms to select their representatives. After all, Gao Woming was only ranked 9th at this point. For more battle stages were still in progress ahead of him. As long as he wasn't among the first 3 eliminated, the remaining 10 eliminated contestants will engage in another round of head-to-head battles, thus selecting the strongest among them. Battles are fought one-on-one. Each player plays 9 matches. If someone wins all 9 matches, they shall be ranked first. Conversely, if one loses all 9 matches, they would be ranked last, ranking 10th. This has always been the rule. Shin Tian-K felt quite excited. He should now be ranked within the top 5 or 6. Achieving such a position was quite commendable. After this round concludes, he would face his next opponent. Regardless of whether the 10 contestants won or lost, as long as they win 9 consecutive matches, they will be the champion. Thus, no one knew who their next opponent would be. Shin Tian-K already had some thoughts forming in his mind. He was certain he would face Yang Ruwashi. After all, given her strength, no matter who she faces, she had absolute confidence in advancing to the top 10. Her claim that she feared they might lose confidence back then stemmed from this very strength. Therefore, this was inevitable. Yet his mind still pondered certain things. If he were to face Yang Ruwashi, how should he fight her? Could it be that he must engage her in direct combat? Shin Tian-K felt a flicker of hesitation. He didn't want it to be like this. For some reason, he felt reluctant to strike against Yang Ruwashi. Was this truly the right thing to do? Shin Tian's resolve wavered. But he took advantage of this moment. He began replenishing the energy his body required. Moments later, the names on the skybound roster had been arranged. After all, it was a 10-person duel, with participants paired off in twos. Shin Tian-K ranked 5th. When he saw the name at the top, Shin Tian's heart jolted. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Chapter 159, Rankings. Upon seeing Yang Ruwashi's name, Shin Tian's heart skipped a beat. After all, Yang Ruwashi's opponent was none other than Yuan Haoran, that young powerhouse from the Transferee Alliance headquarters. A rare spatial mage. Among countless mages, the most powerful and unique type of existence. Unexpectedly, Yang Ruwashi, even with the advantage of dual professions, managed to defeat her opponent. That was truly remarkable. Shin Tian-K felt a jolt of shock within. Regarding Yang Ruwashi's earlier claim that she had made the opponent feel afraid, he gained a whole new perspective. After the rankings were announced, it would take half an hour to an hour to finalize, allowing the contestants to recuperate. Their bodies were exhausted from the battles. Therefore, external intervention is needed to restore balance. The final top 10 rankings have been announced. First place, Yang Ruwashi. Second place, Yuan Haoran. Third place, Shen Hu. Fourth place went to the disciple from the Taoist sect. Fifth place is mine. Sixth place was Ouyang Wanqing of the Ouyang family. Seventh place was Zhuge Hong of the Zhuge family. Eighth place was Wu Pinggui. Ninth place was Gao Woming. The final 10th place was Li Li, who drew a blank slip and advanced directly. Shin Tian's gaze lingered briefly on the words Taoist Gate. His eyes narrowed. The Taoist sect. This world was a paradise for cultivators and class-changing practitioners. It stood in counterpart to the Buddhist sect's Sacred Mountain. In a certain sense, are merely special cities. However, due to the excessive concentration of practitioners sharing the same attributes, it came to be known as the Taoist realm. It holds no special significance in terms of lineage or inheritance. That Taoist disciple was named Li Qianxiu. She was a woman. Female practitioners were rare among Taoist class changers. From the perspective of her past life, a rare female Taoist, Shin Tian-K had never seen a female Taoist priestess like this before. He had seen her once before when entering. She wore a Taoist robe, radiating a commanding presence and extraordinary bearing. He wondered if his next opponent might be this very person. But what truly excited Shin Tian-K was the name Wu Pinggui. Thank goodness. This guy was also among the top 10. As long as he was there, that was enough. Wu Pinggui. Shin Tian-K had long wanted to properly spar with this man. He came here for this selection. All because of what his father had done back then. Now, he was going to test his mettle against him. He'd heard that this time, the man's father would be among the spectators. Then he'll make that damned commander Wu see clearly how he would crush his son's will to fight. As the roster was announced, the crowd around the stands erupted in a chorus of shouts and arguments. Holy crap, can Shin Tian-K beat Gao Woming? They're letting him win, right? What do you mean holding back? Face it, they're just that strong. If you ask me, Yuan Haoran and Yang Ruwashi are still the most formidable. Those two, one's a spatial mage, the other a dual-class transferee. For them to face off, and for Yang Ruwashi to win, that dual-class transferee is just too strong. The crowd began debating and discussing among themselves. Regarding Shin Tian-K, everyone suddenly gained a whole new perspective on him. They had always believed Shin Tian-K won solely through ambush tactics. But now they discovered he not only possessed genuine skill but also formidable combat prowess. Not only was his prowess in beast taming extraordinary, but also possessed considerable skill in harmonizing his beasts. This was clearly not the kind of combat prowess possessed by ordinary individuals. Upon the elevated platform, among the 44 city forces, Lin Nuo glanced at the city contingent beside him, hesitated and wrestled with his thoughts. After a long moment, he couldn't resist tapping the shoulder of the person beside him. His tone was unabashedly familiar. "Hey, buddy, what kind of power do you guys cultivate in the Buddhist profession? Looks like every one of you has that thing like a chain or something. What is that?" The city garrison beside them was none other than Ling Mountain. Hearing this, the Ling Mountain disciple was about to speak. The captain leading the group cleared his throat twice. "Esteemed layperson, allow this monk to explain the matter to you." The speaker wore monk's robes. He appeared venerable and respected. His aura of power surpassed that of everyone present. He was the leader of this expedition. "We Buddhist class changers cultivate only two types of power beyond our basic class abilities. One is called the power of precepts and mantras, the other is called the boundless vastness power. Both are unique to us Buddhist practitioners. At our Ling Mountain, we cultivate only these two powers. Anyone who has mastered both powers to an introductory level may represent our Ling Mountain in this alliance-wide transferee selection. That Gao Wuming is considered the strongest among the younger generation of Ling Mountain. His disciplined mantra power far surpasses his boundless vastness power. This power is possessed only by practitioners of the Buddhist faith. However, ordinary people cannot perceive it." As he spoke, the leader, who had been silent until now, suddenly paled. "Could you see through those chains just now, layperson?" Hearing this, Lin Nuo didn't know what to say. He scratched his head awkwardly. He then turned to look at his teammates. "What? Can't you see through them?" What met his gaze were the utterly bewildered expressions of the other two. "It seems this young master truly possesses remarkable skills," the teacher in charge remarked. His gaze fixed on the other man. A hint of peculiarity flickered in his eyes. Lin Nuo gave an awkward smile. Feeling awkward, he didn't know what to say. How could he have known others couldn't see it? He hadn't even realized when the other's cultivation had reached such a level. He noticed the team leader's gaze, tinged with something unusual. He didn't know what to say. While everyone was arguing amongst themselves, on the elevated platform, bursts of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The laughter was wild, yet somehow dry and hoarse. The source of the laughter was the old drunkard, who held an endless wine flask in one hand, tilting his head back to drink while playing with a living bead in the other. "Ha ha, these little Buddha beads are quite interesting. Another fun little thing to add to my collection." Seeing his demeanor like this, the two Buddhist abbots, one of them wore a pained expression. He silently recited the Calm Mind Sutra over and over, to calm his agitated mind. It was impossible. Those prayer beads had accompanied him for decades. They had become an extension of his very being. To just hand them over like this now, I just can't bring myself to do it. Though compared to that legendary spirit treasure of his, the endless wine flask, there was a noticeable gap. Given the current situation, he could only swallow his pride. A sense of resignation had already settled in his heart. Instead, I began to chant the name of Amitabha Buddha ceaselessly. I began to gradually believe this truth. But whenever he saw the other person casually playing with the prayer beads, he felt a surge of anger. A continuous stream of Buddhist sutras flowed from his mouth. Chapter 160, Li Qianxiu. Hearing the commotion behind her, Xu Qianwei instinctively glanced at Ouyang Weining. "Elder, should we wait until it's over, or?" The old man behind her spoke without reservation. Everyone already knew. Xin Tiang's cultivation level was that of a 4th-tier beastmaster. By comparison, even if the Ouyang family's young master was a prodigy, was merely a 3rd-tier transferee. No matter how the battle unfolds, there is absolutely no chance of victory. Thus, the balance of power is clear to everyone. Their gazes turned collectively toward the Ouyang family's senior elder, wondering what stance the other side would take now. Of course, many among them wanted to see this grand elder of the Ouyang family suffer a setback. After all, the man was notoriously arrogant. He had always acted with brutal tyranny. Even with the Ouyang family backing him, he never considered others' feelings. Everyone present knew what Xu Qianwei had wagered against him this time. It was the cherished treasure of the Ouyang family's grand elder. A true family heirloom. Though merely a post-heavenly spirit treasure, even as an acquired spiritual treasure, its efficacy was scarcely inferior to that of A. This artifact is a protective mirror that shields its bearer from the erosion of external environments. Its caliber is exceptionally high, its capabilities extraordinary, truly unmatched in this age. All along, it has been kept in the personal custody of the Ouyang family's senior elder, fearing it might be snatched away in a moment of carelessness. But now, at this very moment, Xu Qianwei holds her innate divine treasure, and wagered against the other party with a post-heavenly treasure, which was naturally somewhat unfair. Still, Xu Chanwei had suffered some losses. But judging by the current situation, the protective mirror would most likely be handed over. After all, Qin Tianke possessed 4th-tier combat prowess ranking among the top 3 was entirely within his capabilities. As everyone pondered this, Ouyang Weiniang snorted coldly and spoke calmly. What's the rush? It's not the final moment yet, is it? He still has 8 more matches to determine whether he can secure a top 3 spot. Demanding things now? That's just too greedy. Her words were pure sarcasm. But to Xu Chanwei, it seemed like a last-ditch struggle. Xu Chanwei toyed with the jade pendant in her hand. She glanced at the other person. Her voice was slow and deliberate. In that case, I implore the Grand Elder not to exploit your vast wealth and influence to commit fraud. Hearing this, some members of the other clans couldn't help but chuckle. However, most remained remarkably composed throughout, though nearly all were stifling their laughter. On the skybound rankings board, the list had been reset. It had begun shuffling randomly. Contestants on the stage could use this time to repair themselves using various medications. Thus, the process becomes significantly easier and faster. Watching the rankings reappear in their new order, Qin Tiang's heart skipped a beat. His opponent was Li Qianxiu, that disciple of the Taoist sect. Why were both consecutive matches against either Ling Mountain or the Taoist sect? Could the next match be arranging him to fight Chen Hu and Yuan Haoren? Qin Tiang's heart sank. No, it seemed entirely possible. Why did he keep feeling like he was being deliberately targeted? Before he could speak, an irresistible force descended in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to a new arena. Before his eyes, Li Qianxiu was already standing there. The two exchanged a glance. Then they clasped their fists in salute. Beyond the competition, they might become friends in the future. There was no need to start off with swords drawn. They could extend some goodwill toward each other. Qin Tianke, Li Qianxiu. Taking advantage of this moment, Qin Tianke scrutinized the other man. This man wore a Taoist robe. It differed somewhat from the robes worn by Taoist disciples in his previous life's memories. This robe was woven in a subtle blend of blue and green. It seemed to symbolize some special status. At the same time, the token hanging from his waist bore runic patterns unlike any he had ever seen. In this world, whether it be the Spirit Mountains or the Taoist sects, Qin Tianke had explored it more than once. He could discern the man before him. Even the Taoist robe he wore was entirely different. It must be within their Taoist sect. One might also say it held a revered status. Or perhaps he held an extraordinary position. Qin Tianke harbored some speculations and reflections within his heart. But he did not rush to ask. His gaze immediately shifted toward the sky not far away, as if urgently searching for someone's name. Yang Ruoshi versus Wu Pingue. Judging by the situation, the girl won with ease. After all, Wu Pingue himself possessed no particularly formidable strength. He wasn't particularly outstanding in any aspect. In comparison, he fell short of Yang Ruoshi by more than just a little. With this realization, Qin Tianke felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. As he looked at the other person, his mind began to ponder. How should he engage her in conversation now? When the battle commenced, it would be a matter of saving face. Even if the other held a distinguished status within the Taoist sect, but in Qin Tianke's estimation, they would never be his match. This wasn't mere arrogance, but because he possessed the strength to back it up. At that moment, the other party spoke first. I've long heard of Brother Qin Tianke's prowess. Meeting you today, I see it's truly well deserved. Qin Tianke felt a twinge of confusion. At that moment, Li Qianxiu continued. The Taoist sect and Ling Mountain have always maintained friendly relations. I've heard of Gao Wuming's prowess. To cultivate the discipline mantra power to the second realm already places him among the top ranks on Ling Mountain. Yet Brother Qin subdued him using only one tamed beast. It seems Brother Qin's methods are beyond expectations. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke gave a nervous chuckle. He said little else. He simply couldn't fathom the meaning behind the other's words. Li Qianxiu pondered for a moment before speaking. I want to have a proper battle with you, Brother Qin. I'd especially like to see your primary battle beast. My sword techniques and Taoist arts are on the verge of breakthrough. If this battle helps me achieve it, I shall concede defeat. I'll gladly cede this battle slot. Why does this feel so familiar? Qin Tianke's lips twitched involuntarily. Good grief. I seem to recall hearing similar words from Gao Wuming before. Are the people of Ling Mountain and the Taoist sect all this obsessed with martial arts? Qin Tianke's lips twitched involuntarily. But he didn't say much. Instead, he bowed his hands in respect. I shall do my utmost. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out once more, signaling the start of the match. A peculiar force began to radiate in concentric circles around Li Qianxiu. Endless gusts surged and erupted. His body lifted by the surging currents of wind and flow. In an instant, he was already before his target. The long sword in his hand thrust out abruptly. The sword appeared out of nowhere, descending with a terrifying aura. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. As the aura spread, it was accompanied by the unique aura of the Taoist sect. It surged forth with frenzied intensity. Sword Art of 1,000 Autumns. Chapter 161, The Final Kick. Shin Tian-Ke retreated while he fumbled to block the attack. Simultaneously, flames surged before his eyes. Little gold flew out once more, engaging the opponent in a fierce struggle. At this moment, Xiao Jin could no longer deliberately suppress that power. That power was meant to be used as a trump card. Now, of course, it no longer needed to be. The peculiar undead flame surged and burned around them, encircling and closing in on the figure before them. One after another, talismans of mystical arts emerged from the opponent's hands. They began affixing them to their body, their effects manifesting. Divine Power Talisman, Speed Enhancing Talisman, Chaos Shadow Talisman. Various talismans materialized from within. Power erupted outward. In the instant the space stretched apart. Shin Tian's eyes flashed with light. He looked at the other party. The opponent's profile information instantly appeared. After studying the details, Shin Tian-Ke inwardly whistled in admiration. He hadn't expected such a lethal move right off the bat. This guy really wasn't holding back. Li Qianxiu. Occupation, Sword Tao Sovereign Innate Sword Embryo. Attributes, Sword Tao. Cultivation, Tier 3 approaching Tier 4. Weapon, Qianxiu Sword Grade, Perfect. Abilities, Extreme Shadow, Armor Piercing, Sword Technique of Qianxiu. Profile, Innate Sword Embryo, a natural prodigy born for swordsmanship. The 1,000 Autumns Sword Technique, a unique sword art synthesized from his innate abilities and cultivated Taoist arts, mastered to perfection. Tailored exclusively for Li Qianxiu, it stands peerless in this age. Observing the unique techniques and powers emanating from the opponent, Shin Tian-Ke already harbored considerable suspicions and apprehensions. This guy. He came out swinging with his ultimate move. He was seeing A for the very first time. An existence that only existed in cultivation novels. It seemed this guy was truly formidable. And as the system said, he was nearing the 4th tier. Just one final push away. Shin Tian-Ke felt an inexplicable chill run through him. It seemed the opponent intended to use him as a sharpening stone, to allow her sword art to gain insight and thus break through to the 4th tier. So it seems. This person had no ulterior motives. Moreover, everything she said matched perfectly. She could also return this favor. And most importantly, even if the other party breaks through to the 4th tier, he still possessed the capability to handle a last-minute betrayal. After all, his true strength was already at the 4th tier. He wasn't afraid that Li Qianxiu would suddenly turn against him. He had ways to handle it. With his thoughts solidified, Shin Tian-Ke immediately lunged forward. Power surged violently from his entire body. His momentum surged boundlessly at that moment, raging and surging. With that, he and Xiao Jin attacked together, aiming to make the opponent's sword technique grow faster and faster. 90% remaining until Li Qianxiu breaks through to the 4th tier. Seeing the system prompt, Shin Tian's eyes lit up and he immediately struck. But upon reflecting on this, Shin Tian-Ke felt a twinge of doubt. Why did everyone else possess some form of special physique? Except his own? Could it be that the system itself was his unique physical trait? Moreover, shouldn't this innate sword embryo constitution, shouldn't that qualify as the so-called chosen one from certain novels? Why is it just a supporting role here? So everyone in this world is a protagonist, huh? The man hesitated no longer. He immediately charged into battle once more. Slash! The curved blade, flowing moon, thrust forward with lightning speed. Though Shin Tian-Ke hadn't deliberately cultivated his footwork, he could borrow the strength of both Xiao Jin and Lao He. His form darted in and out of the enemy's shadows. Xiao Jin engaged in frontal combat. Through the coordinated efforts of man and beast, the battle grew increasingly fierce. The surging power climbed higher and higher, reaching its peak. However, Shin Tian-Ke deliberately refrained from striking with lethal force. Even when he swung his blade at his opponent, he only used the flat of the blade. He deliberately avoided putting his opponent in mortal danger. Seeing this, Li Qianxiu instantly understood the other's intentions. The other party was indeed helping him achieve a breakthrough. Since that was the case, she could not disappoint the other's expectations. Within Li Qianxiu's dantian, the primordial sword embryo, lying still like an embryo and surrounded by countless tiny flying swords, suddenly stirred. Each time she neared a breakthrough, he could sense a peculiar palpitation emanating from the primordial sword embryo. Once the primordial sword embryo matured to perfectly match his own form, It would be able to aid him in breaking through. As the thought flashed through his mind, power began to circulate ceaselessly, until the countless tiny flying swords encircling the primordial sword embryo underwent a qualitative transformation. Power surged beyond imagination. Shin Tian-Kai observed a peculiar aura spreading around his opponent. He also caught sight of the system prompt. He immediately instructed Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, don't intervene anymore. He should just interfere by setting some fires in the shadows. He himself became the primary combatant. Using his crude sword technique, he engaged the opponent in relentless close combat. The speed of his curved blade's slashes grew faster and faster. He relentlessly drove his opponent into the corner of the arena. Even under this relentless barrage of slashes, Li Qianqiu remained unfazed. Even amidst the swirling air currents, he slowly closed his eyes. The aura emanating from his body gradually subsided. The moment he closed his eyes, his aura and power surged ever more powerfully. Shin Tian-Kai witnessed this scene. He instantly understood. A prompt immediately popped up in his system interface. 70% remaining until Li Qianqiu's breakthrough. Shin Tian-Kai hesitated no longer. He immediately swung wildly with his blade. Simultaneously, he summoned another blade in his hand. This was a weapon he'd casually seized earlier, holding no particular grade. Now, drawing upon the power of Lao He and Xiao Jin, even his wild slashes carried immense force. But now, he could make his opponent feel the pressure, breaking through even faster. Under Qin Tiang's frenzied double-blade assault, Li Qianqiu's breakthrough process accelerated continuously. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Damn, Shin Tian-Kai is a total bastard. Using dual blades against a girl like that, and she even closed her eyes. You bet. That guy's a total jerk. Damn it, Shin Tian-Kai, rolling down like that to fight her, is that really wise? What the hell do you know? Haven't you noticed Li Qianqiu's aura surging and rising? The leader of the Taoist team's eyes lit up. He glanced at the teacher beside him. The teacher nodded in agreement. It was true. Yet they couldn't hide their shock. The other members felt the same way. They all sensed the surging energy emanating from Li Qianqiu. Their hearts were filled with utter astonishment. Senior sister Qianqiu is about to break through. Is she breaking through now? To the 4th tier? Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, an unprecedented radiance erupted from the arena. Even through the layers of barriers, one could sense the colossal energy surging within. 4th tier. Li Qianqiu was 1% away from breaking through to the 4th tier. Shin Tian-Kai immediately retreated toward the rear. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Chapter 162, Sword Intent Pierces the Heavens. Shin Tian-Kai stood quietly by, observing the unfolding events. Li Qianqiu's entire body surged with frenzied power. Mighty waves of energy surged and raged around him. Li Qianqiu seemed to sense something. He immediately sat cross-legged. Hum. A humming sound filled the air. The flying swords surrounding the primordial sword embryo within his dantian began to float out. Circles of tiny flying swords swirled around him like a storm. Shin Tian-Kai moved lightly around the area, observing the endless storm of fine blades weaving and swirling around him. Protected at the center, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly surging. Unprecedented energies surged forth from within. Seeing this, Shin Tian-Kai showed no sign of haste. He sat cross-legged. He waited quietly for the other to break through. He never took advantage of others in such moments. Moreover, the person before him possessed a unique profession. Their cultivation process was slow. Not to mention that the other was now at the critical juncture of advancing from the 3rd stage to the 4th. At such a moment, disturbances were most unwelcome. However, the other party's talent was truly remarkable. A unique constitution. An invincible sword body born from the sword itself. Combined with his profound insights into Taoist arts and talismanic scriptures, their self-created Thousand Autumn sword art further synthesized all their cultivated techniques into a unified whole. This clearly demonstrates the unique focus of his cultivation. For the path of cultivation has always emphasized learning from others' paths, seeking guidance, and forging one's own way. This requires a process. Generally speaking, regardless of profession, only upon breaking through to the 4th tier do they truly grasp how to forge their own path. This is an extremely lengthy process, yet it is often the most reliable path. However, Li Qianqiu's Thousand Autumn sword technique seemed to have begun cultivation at the very 1st tier. After all, the power of his sword technique has now reached transcendent heights. Now, with this breakthrough to the 4th tier, his own Thousand Autumn's sword art is likely to ascend to new heights. Moreover, his innate sword embryo must have strengthened as well. No matter what, this person's advancement won't be insignificant. To witness a melee-focused class ascending to the 4th tier up close, Shin Tian-Kai had never experienced anything like this before. Moreover, this individual possessed more than just close combat prowess. Taoist arts and flying swords could both serve as ranged attack methods. In other words, this individual could engage in both long-range assaults and close combat. In battle, he faced no fear against any opponent. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged nearby. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and landed beside him, pausing. Its wings folded. Flames surged and raged relentlessly around them. Occasionally, he would preen the fiery feathers on his body, seemingly quite displeased. The golden tail feathers, high and proudly arched, had also been meticulously groomed. Little Gold knew nothing of the path of cultivation for these class changers. It only knew to obey whatever its master commanded. Following its master was always the right choice. After all, since accompanying him on this journey, his strength had grown considerably. Am I seeing this correctly? Li Qianqiu is breaking through to the 4th tier? The 4th tier, one of the most crucial thresholds in any transferee's life. The transition from Tier 3 to Tier 4 is a threshold few close combat class changers ever successfully breach. Indeed, for melee class changers, advancing from Tier 3 to Tier 4 signifies a transformation at the physical level. At this moment, the massive influx of power often leaves them in a state of absolute exhaustion. In other words, this is when a job changer is at their most vulnerable. That bastard Qin Tianke still hasn't made his move. Does he intend to wait until the opponent breaks through before engaging? Are you kidding? That's a 4th tier. No matter how strong Qin Tianke is, he's at best a 3rd tier beastmaster. How could he possibly compare to a 4th tier melee class? Who knows what this guy is scheming? But he hasn't made a move yet, and he's been forcing the other guy to act all along. Now that the opponent has broken through, he shows no signs of attacking at all. Could it be that Li Qianqiu was deliberately provoking the opponent to break through all along? With this conjecture forming, combined with his current actions, it seemed this theory held water. At this moment. Lately, people have been sensing something peculiar about Qin Tianke. He could have easily taken advantage of the situation. Yet at this very moment, he was acting this way instead. Who would have thought this man harbors such thoughts and ideas? This is quite different from what you've been saying. Their impression of Qin Tianke had shifted slightly. Still, many believed Qin Tianke was merely putting on a show. They thought he was putting on a brave front. They all wanted to see Qin Tianke get beaten up after witnessing the other guy break through to the 4th tier. Get thoroughly beaten. 44 city teams. The Dao sect. Senior uncle, senior sister Qianqiu. The Daoist disciple was filled with concern. This was a crucial turning point now. Would senior sister be able to take this step? The leading Taoist master's heart tightened. He turned to look at her. His voice was slow and drawn out as he sighed. What a Daoist comprehends is both a matter of timing and destiny. The aura on the field erupted violently. The frenzied aura unique to the 4th tier began to rage and swirl. Li Qianqiu's handsome brows furrowed. She felt the stinging sensation in her major acupoints gradually transform into a dull ache. She realized with sudden clarity. This was the critical moment of breakthrough she was experiencing now. The storm formed by countless tiny flying swords swirling around her rapidly contracted at a visible speed. The overwhelming momentum that erupted in that instant steadily condensed inward. Until it entered the opponent's dantian. It formed an impenetrable sword sphere. The sword sphere began to transform. Once more, it took the shape of an embryo. Yet it bore a distinct difference. Compared to the previous embryo, it had undergone some changes. It seemed to have become like a babbling toddler. Though still small, it had undergone a qualitative change. The aura emanating from the child had evolved. Like an unparalleled, peerlessly sharp sword standing erect. It now radiates an astonishing aura. As the child opened its eyes, the blade's edge was forged through tempering, shattering the heavens with its might. The dormant aura within Li Qianqiu erupted once more. It surged forth like a tidal wave. A power unlike any he had ever known began to surge through every bone and muscle. The stabbing pain that had once gripped his major acupoints vanished completely. A wave of relief washed over him. Li Qianqiu's eyes blazed open. A fierce sword intent surged skyward from his entire being. It formed a visible pillar of light, soaring high and unyielding. 4th tier. 4th tier. Senior sister Qianqiu has truly ascended to the 4th tier. This sensation, the initial formation of sword intent, surging skyward. 4th tier. The Daoist disciples were overcome with excitement. Even the accompanying instructors couldn't help but look thrilled. Wonderful. 4th tier, it's truly 4th tier. Now, the identity of the Daoist lineage's successor was finally secured. On the stage, the soaring sword intent emanating from Li Qianqiu began to gradually dissipate. It transformed into endless crystalline light floating in the air. A sharp, illusory sword even flickered within her pupils. A faint smile touched her lips. Chapter 163, The Request. Immediately, a surge of excitement and exhilaration welled up in her eyes. It worked! Li Qianqiu stared at his palm. He sensed the power of the sword embryo within his body. His heart surged with exhilaration. At this moment, the essence of 21 years of cultivation had crystallized into the sword in his hand. Sword intent pierced the heavens, vast and boundless. At this moment, she seemed to have become the very vessel of the sword. Even with the slightest flicker of her thoughts, she could sense it. Beyond this barrier, countless flying swords still exist. Shin Tian-K watched the scene unfold before him in silence. Is this the fourth tier of a melee class? Truly extraordinary. Li Qianxiu, surrounded by a whirlwind of energy, slowly descending, until he landed before Shin Tian-K. The two locked gazes. An inexplicable tension filled the air. The surrounding spectators began to anticipate eagerly. Is it about to begin? A fourth tier versus third tier battle. Even if Shin Tian-K wanted to help him break through, the opponent has already reached fourth tier. Does he actually want to fight them head on? Go toe-to-toe with a fourth tier cultivator? The crowd debated among themselves. In their view, reaching the fourth tier meant that person was absolutely destined to be one of the top contenders for the championship this time around. Moreover, they were highly likely to surpass the Beastmaster dispatched by the Alliance headquarters and rank among the top contenders. Such a remarkable achievement is truly astonishing. By comparison, Shin Tian-K before her eyes could never be her opponent. Victory in this battle was already Li Qianxiu's for the taking. Shin Tian-K narrowed his eyes slightly. System identification activated. Li Qianxiu. Occupation, Sword Dao Sovereign Innate Sword Embryo. Attributes, Sword, Tao. Cultivation level, Early Stage 4. Weapon, Qianxiu Sword Grade, Perfect. Abilities, Extreme Shadow, Armor Piercing, Sword Intent, Thousand Autumn Sword Technique. Profile, Innate Sword Embryo, a natural prodigy born for the sword. Qianxiu Sword Art, a unique sword technique synthesized from his innate abilities in cultivated Taoist arts, mastered to perfection. Tailored exclusively for Li Qianxiu, it stands peerless in this age. Sword Intent, the lifelong pursuit of the sword-wielding class changer, the purpose for which they strive tirelessly throughout their existence. Sword Intent? Shin Tian-K suddenly recalled Uncle Chen's words to Lili back then. Could it be that to cross the threshold into the fourth tier? Must he comprehend this thing called Sword Intent? The thought flickered and vanished. Just as all eyes were upon him, Li Qianxiu made an unexpected move. A flash of light erupted from the Qianxiu sword in his hand. It vanished into his storage ring. Then, his robe billowed as he bowed respectfully toward his opponent. Thank you, Brother Qin, for helping Qianxiu achieve this breakthrough. Such kindness, Qianxiu shall never forget. Shin Tian-K clasped his fists in salute. It was merely a stroke of luck. Your cultivation has reached this level through your own efforts. I merely went with the flow. No sooner had he finished speaking, Li Qianxiu addressed the referee. Referee, I concede this match. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The referee was taken aback. Are you certain? This is a once-in-a-decade selection. Are you truly conceding defeat? Even the numerous fellow disciples from the Dao sect on the stage were incredulous. But their senior master sensed something, instantly grasping the meaning behind his actions. Senior uncle. Master. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, the leader of the group spoke in a measured tone. We Taoists may not hold our word as sacred as gold, but we are still men of our word. Your senior sister Qianxiu's breakthrough to this level was entirely due to the other party using themselves as a catalyst to aid her advancement. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Instantly understanding. They all fell silent. Li Qianxiu nodded. His expression was proud. His tone remained as calm and steady as ever. As if she had not been affected at all. Now that she had achieved her breakthrough. After achieving a breakthrough, she could sense the peculiar qualities emanating from the person before her. She had never been able to fathom the nature of that certain power within him before. Even now, she could only sense a powerful aura emanating from them. It seemed to be on par with her own. It even felt faintly possible that they might be stronger than her. This aura stirred a suspicion within Li Qianxiu's heart. Could it be that the other had already broken through to the fourth tier? The thought barely formed. A flash of shock crossed Li Qianxiu's gaze as he looked at the other. But regardless, the promise made earlier, a promise she had made of her own accord, she could never go back on it. Those of the Taoist path always honor their word. Shin Tian-K pondered for a moment. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He immediately asked. In that case, I have a favor to ask. Would Master Li be willing to lend a hand? Li Qianxiu hadn't expected such a turn of events. But upon reflection, he had already voluntarily relinquished this round for the other party. Now it depended on what terms the other party offered. If it fell within his capabilities, agreeing might not be out of the question. But if it was beyond his means, and it goes against basic morality, then he would not consent. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qianxiu looked at the other person, nodding slightly, signaling him to continue. At that moment, Shin Tian-K opened his mouth. but no sound came out. Yet it caused Li Qianxiu's pupils to contract. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, accompanied by a look of "I knew it." She promptly nodded in agreement to the terms. As she looked into his eyes, her gaze held shock and confusion. After all, though the other party hadn't spoken just now, a voice had already reached her ears. This was a sign. A sign that only appeared upon reaching the 4th tier. Telepathic transmission. A power possessed by all class transitioners at this stage. The opponent was indeed a 4th tier cultivator. They'd been hiding their strength so well. Their conversation carried no audible sound. Yet it left those present feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, the arena only showed the battle scenes, not their spoken words. Yet they could clearly see that the other person had indeed opened their mouth. Yet no sound came through. What's going on? Qin Tianke opened his mouth, but why didn't he say anything? These two are playing charades, right? Maybe they have some special, hard-to-express reason. Everyone was utterly baffled. But no one could have imagined that the opponent would break through to the 4th tier. However, there were also many clever individuals present. Take the contingent from the 44th city, for instance. Some eyes flickered. Their minds began to speculate. They had already figured something out. But they kept it to themselves. It seemed almost unbelievable. Take, for instance, the teacher leading the group from Ling Mountain, and the Taoist master leading the Taoist sect delegation. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. A look of utter surprise. How could this be? Breaking through to the 4th tier is an extremely difficult feat. Yet the other party had seemingly just used telepathic transmission. Could it be that he truly possessed 4th tier cultivation? Meanwhile, the numerous elder generation powerhouses on the high platform all watched the scene on the arena with keen interest. Chapter 164, The Six-Armed Golden Blade Mantis King. On the high platform, Ouyang Muyu's smile remained unchanged. He gave Qin Tianke a look of approval. This beastmaster is quite capable. He recognized the limitations preventing his opponent from breaking through to the 4th tier. And through that battle just now, he forced the opponent to take that crucial step. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Master Miao remarked with evident satisfaction. That young sword Taoist may be just a step away, but that final step requires considerable serendipity. He now holds the advantage of favorable timing and location. Only the human element remains lacking. The middle-aged man smoothly picked up the thread. And when he attacked just now, every strike was vicious, aiming straight for vital points. While there was no discernible sword technique to speak of, the sheer force behind each blow was formidable. To carve out a path to breakthrough from this, such methods are the only way. Unspoken agreement. All present held Qin Tianke in high regard. Qin Tianke's battle on the platform. Due to Li Qianxiu's surrender, this became the fastest concluded match. The other 4 arenas were still engaged in combat. The process was extremely slow. The two men were happy to have the leisure. They sat facing each other, recuperating. Xiao Jin had long since returned to the beast-taming realm, awaiting the next round of combat. Time flew by. Soon, the results of the other 4 matches were all announced. Yang Ruoshi vs Wu Pinggui winner, Yang Ruoshi. Yuan Haoran vs Zhuge Han, Yuan Haoran wins. Ouyang Wanqing vs Li Li, winner Li Li. Gao Wuming vs Chen Hu, winner Chen Hu. Yang Ruoshi's victory came as no surprise to Qin Tianke. After all, her opponent truly possessed the strength and credentials. Even Yuan Haoran was no match for her. Much less this insignificant Wu Pinggui. As for Li Li, this was what shocked Qin Tianke the most. After all, this guy rarely intervened. This time, in the individual battle. Whether it was the first round of the top 108, or the one-on-one selection for the top 13, he had only made one move. This top 10 selection round. This truly counts as his second attempt. And he actually defeated that prodigy from the Ouyang family. Ouyang Wanqing, hailed as one of the Ouyang family's unparalleled geniuses. Like Zhuge Hong of the Zhuge family, both served as team captains for their respective clans in this event. Her prowess in individual combat was exceptionally outstanding. Rumor has it that Zhuge Hong is a beast tamer who inherited the legacy of an ancient ancestor. Not only is his power formidable, yet unexpectedly, he would face off against Yuan Haoran. Thus, his defeat in this battle. It was only natural. It's just a pity. Brother Gao Wuming. Qin Tianke didn't even know what to say to him. That's just too unlucky. He fought 2 consecutive matches. 2 consecutive losses. It was truly pitiful. After several minutes of rest, Qin Tianke felt his body grow light. Once again, he was transported to another arena. This time, he didn't even have time to glance at the ranking list. His opponent appeared before him. Could it really be him? Qin Tianke's expression turned peculiar. And the other party hadn't expected it either. That his opponent would be Qin Tianke. Their eyes locked. Unconsciously, they both focused on the other. They sensed the unique aura of a beastmaster. They were strangers. But his reputation. Zhuge Hong had certainly heard of them. Some claimed he had risen through treacherous means. Others claimed he possessed exceptionally unique abilities, even boasting combat prowess approaching the 4th tier. Regardless, Zhuge Hong was eager to engage him in battle. This man was one of the top 10. One of the 3 beast masters besides himself. Being able to properly spar with these 3 would undoubtedly lead to progress. So he could grasp his own path of beast taming sooner. Zhuge Hong wore the distinctive bagua robe unique to the Zhuge family. That garment is an elite-grade protective robe. It could withstand most melee attacks. It also possessed the trait of extreme speed. The most striking feature about this man was his highly distinctive hook nose. Zhuge Hong of the Zhuge family, a 3rd-tier beastmaster. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke reached out. A flicker of light danced in his eyes. Qin Tianke of Lingyun City, a 3rd-tier beastmaster. At that moment, the battle order on the skybound rankings had completely shifted. Gao Wuming vs Ouyang Wanqing. Yang Ruoxi vs Li Qianqiu. Chen Hu vs Yuan Haoren. Wu Pingguo vs Li Li. Seeing Yang Ruoxi and Li Qianqiu's names listed together, Qin Tianke instantly understood. Now he could put his worries aside for the time being. After all, what he had just said to Li Qianqiu had been about Yang Ruoxi. As the referee gave the signal, the battle was about to erupt. While Qin Tianke was still deep in thought, a sudden gale of wind slammed into his face. Almost as an instinctive reaction. As Qin Tian's body dodged to the side, a flash of light erupted from his hand, summoning the curved blade, Flow of the Moon, to block the attack. Blinding sparks erupted before his eyes. Qin Tianke was instantly overwhelmed by the violent shockwave. A tremendous force slammed into his chest. He was sent flying backward. After tumbling several times in midair, he crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin's figure burst forth from the shadows, wings flapping. As flames surged forth, he suddenly lunged at his opponent. Taking advantage of the 2 combatants' entanglement, Qin Tianke seized the opportunity to observe the beast summoned by the figure before him. It resembled an enlarged mantis. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body was a grayish-gold hue. Its hard scales gleamed with a sinister cold light under the sunlight. It also reflected unique, dazzling gray-gold patterns. Beyond the patterns, a fiery glow pulsed across the gray-gold 6-armed mantis. Its compound eyes were enormous. They resembled countless tiny eyes stacked together. Its mouthparts were monstrously sharp, like pincers. Its face radiated an eerie, terrifying aura. Simultaneously, a buzzing hum emanated from behind it. It sounded like the distinctive flapping of wings. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian's heart sank. He immediately activated the system to examine it closely. Beast, 6-armed golden blade mantis king. Attributes, gold, wind. Grade, perfect grade. Cultivation level, tier 3. Abilities, 6-armed golden shadow, sky-splitting escape, annihilation slash. Description, possesses partial bloodline of the mantis king, the 6-armed mantis king. When necessary, combat power surges, enabling it to fight opponents of higher tiers. Fighting above his level. This was the first time Qin Tianke had seen such a description since joining the competition. He was secretly startled. The mantis before him actually possessed the bloodline of the mantis clan's sovereign. It was definitely no ordinary creature. While Qin Tianke was still pondering his countermeasures, Xiao Jin's battle with the opponent had already reached a fever pitch. The 6-armed golden blade mantis king possessed innate flight and close combat abilities. Combined with the sudden wind elemental enhancement manifesting upon it, its combat prowess was equally formidable. As Xiao Jin soared into the air, a piercing roar erupted from the sharp pincers of the 6-armed golden blade mantis. The humming sound behind it grew louder and louder. A pair of gray-gold wings suddenly unfurled. Amidst the surging wing vibrations behind it, it soared skyward with a sudden burst of power. Chapter 165, The Three-Headed Beast. Piercing, shrill roars echoed through the air. The 6-armed golden blade mantis king roared again and again. Its eyes blazed crimson with fury. Cracks now marred its gray-gold armor. Blood seeped steadily from the wounds. The searing pain made it roar again and again. On Xiao Jin's sharp claws were now streaked with gray-gold fragments of flesh and blood. This was Xiao Jin's air superiority. Even against a flying mantis, and one of perfect caliber, possessing 6 arms. Within Xiao Jin's exclusive aerial domain, its combat prowess pales in comparison. Eagle-type beasts are the undisputed rulers of the skies, the true masters of the air. Xiao Jin's original form, the blazing golden-tailed hawk, was born from the flames as the sky's sovereign. After undergoing mutation by the undead light cluster, its combat prowess grew even stronger. Yet even as a fledgling eagle at the 3rd tier, it remains virtually unrivaled in aerial dominance. That's why Xiao Jin deliberately lured the enemy into aerial combat. He intended to rely solely on his own strength and eliminate this mantis completely. Witnessing this scene, a flash of light flickered in the six-armed golden blade mantis king's eyes. As crimson light flashed through the air, runes continuously surged forth from its unique gray-gold armor. Originally gray-gold in hue, but as the light emanated, it had already taken on an eerie greenish-orange hue. The light grew more vibrant. The glow on the rune expanded accordingly. 6 sides swung relentlessly, sealing off all 6 points of space before them. A deadly encirclement had formed. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him. Xiao Jin let out a piercing shriek. It immediately flew off into the distance. Simultaneously, it unleashed relentless flame attacks. Yet it was plain to see, its attacks were no longer as reckless as before. Instead, it still maintained a restrained posture. For Xiao Jin, the undead flame was the only power capable of securing an overwhelming and absolute victory. Before Old Black intervened, Xiao Jin would not reveal this ability lightly. Qin Tianke observed Xiao Jin consciously suppressing the undying flame and understood. After all, others were unaware of Xiao Jin's methods. Moreover, everyone had been engaged in combat. As the one who had ended the fight earliest twice, this technique naturally remained unseen by others. They couldn't leave the arena, forced to recuperate within its confines. Thus, he needn't worry about his techniques being observed by fellow contestants. Precisely because he needed to cultivate this power in advance, allowing it to form a suppressed state within the body, ultimately yielding an immensely powerful attack. Thus, Xiao Jin fought with his hands tied and grew increasingly despondent. A 3-meter-tall monster clashed with Xiao Jin in midair. This 6-armed golden-bladed mantis king truly lived up to its bloodline as the ruler of mantises. Its flight speed, enhanced by the wind attribute, was actually slightly faster than Xiao Jin's. However, mantises could only sustain flight for a short time. After soaring for a while, it inevitably returns to the ground. It cannot sustain flight for long. Xiao Jin pressed his advantage relentlessly. He unleashed wave after wave of fiery attacks. The blaze instantly trapped and killed the mantis. Smoke and dust swirled thickly. After completely enveloping its body, Xiao Jin circled in the sky, continuously observing the situation before him. Qin Tianke watched from the side. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was deeply shocked by the scene unfolding before him. This man was no ordinary individual. According to the system's profile, he actually commanded 3 beasts. Zhuge Hong. Occupation, Beastmaster. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Metal, Magic. Beasts, 3rd tier perfect grade 6-armed golden blade mantis king, 3rd tier elite grade dark mage guard, 2nd tier perfect grade dark mage commander. Profile, 6-armed golden blade mantis king, possesses partial bloodline of the mantis king, the 6-armed mantis king. When necessary, its combat power surges, enabling it to fight opponents of higher tiers. Dark Magic Guard, a demonic bloodline beast companion, primarily humanoid in form, born of the night, loyal only to its commander. Dark Demon Commander, a demonic bloodline beast rider, half-human, half-beast in form, born of the night, capable of commanding darkness. When their demonic blood rages, they can fight beyond their level. Their guards are the Dark Demon Guards. Qin Tiang's heart skipped a beat. Damn. He had assumed one perfect tier 3rd stage beast would be sufficient. But he never expected there to be another perfect grade 2nd tier Beastmaster beast. And one that could fight above its tier. Not to mention its escort, a 3rd tier elite grade beast. Every single one of Zhuge Han's beasts was beyond his expectations. And they were all exceptionally powerful. In the intelligence previously relayed by the Zhuge family, Qin Tianke hadn't even glanced at it. Thus, he remained unaware of their capabilities. Now, after briefly observing through the system, he found himself without a countermeasure. It seemed that the next time such an opportunity arose, he absolutely must not miss it. While the system could indeed provide more detailed information, but given the current situation, it couldn't offer any good methods or advice. You must understand. Xiao Jin and the 6-armed golden mantis king are both perfect tier. When their ranks are equal, then the outcome hinges on the Beastmaster's judgment and the suppression of beast attributes. Coincidentally, Xiao Jin possesses a slight metal type attribute advantage over the 6-armed golden blade mantis king. After all, fire melts metal. That's common knowledge. Under extreme heat, the opponent absolutely wouldn't be able to hold out. But similarly, the other 2 beasts under their command, the Dark Mage Guard and the Dark Mage Commander, have not yet been deployed. These 2 only appear together, and their combat prowess is formidable. Though one is only 2nd tier, it can surpass its tier and unleash 3rd tier combat power. In other words, the enemy still had 2 3rd tier beasts in reserve, yet to be deployed. 1 perfect grade and 1 elite grade. If they're both of this caliber, Xiao Jin's battle would be fraught with danger. Given this, he must prevent the enemy from deploying them. Qin Tiang's eyes narrowed sharply as a flash of murderous intent flickered through his mind. Lao He is our greatest trump card now. Unless absolutely necessary, it would not be deployed lightly. But at this moment, it was still too early to summon Lao He. First, let's see if we have the strength to stand against them. Qin Tianke immediately charged forward. Power surged through his entire body. His body darted through the shadows. In an instant, he appeared behind Zhuge Hong. The crescent blade, floating moon, materialized in his hand. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. My apologies. The words barely left his lips. Qin Tiang's hand froze instantly. The next instant, the primal instinct unique to a beastmaster drove him to flee once more into the shadows behind him. The spot where he had just stood was instantly swept by a searing crimson light. The crimson light swept across the ground, leaving deep gullies in its wake. Like a laser, the crimson beam swept across the area before dissipating, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust slowly dispersed. A chain swept out from the dust. It shot straight toward the little golden creature still flying in the sky. Chapter 166, Working Together. Little Gold hadn't anticipated it. That this thing would suddenly appear, moving at such incredible speed. Its wings were accidentally slashed by the chain. His body staggered. His flight became unstable. Yet he managed to steady himself. It emitted a buzzing sound. Then it flew farther still. Simultaneously, he gathered energy in his mouth. A fiery orb erupted from its maw, hurtling toward the shadows. The fireball's arrival also scattered the shadows. But it halted abruptly. A colossal figure stood holding a fireball. In plain sight, it crushed it to pieces. There, a humanoid creature over 3 meters tall suddenly appeared. Though humanoid in form, it wore a unique set of dark patterned armor, seemingly fused with its flesh. Its limbs resembled claws, making it even more ferocious. Its eyes were dark slits within the helmet. From within, a serene red glow emanated, deep and eerie, accompanied by a powerful laser burst. The figure scanned the area briefly. When the chains in its hands whipped back to form a long blade, it suddenly jerked. The blade whipped backward, shifting midair. The crack of a whip exploded behind him. The moment Qin Tianke emerged, he immediately ducked back behind cover. He had barely stabilized his stance, avoiding the whip's attack. Another strike came crashing down from behind. Qin Tianke spun around in panic. All he could see was the black cannonball descending toward him. Boom! The shell exploded. The resulting dust cloud completely obscured Qin Tiang's figure. Not far behind Qin Tianke stood a peculiar-looking creature. Its lower half was human, while its upper body bore the eerie form of a lion's head and body. It looked quite peculiar. Moreover, its eyes glowed with the same blood-red light as the armored guard encountered earlier. Its entire body was covered in a distinctive dark red fur. Unique mystic patterns emerged across its body. Behind it floated a peculiar phantom. The phantom was enormous, resembling a skeleton lion stripped of half its flesh. Eerie and terrifying. A figure slowly emerged from behind it. Zhuge Hong watched the scene unfold before him. He felt quite pleased with himself. My apologies, but you made the first move. And given how dangerous you are, I have no choice but to unleash all 3 of my tamed beasts. After saying this, Zhuge Hong felt a twinge of confusion. Why was there still no movement over there after so long? Logically speaking, that earlier strike shouldn't have been enough to injure the opponent. The thought had barely formed. He suddenly realized something. Oh no! This man possesses a technique akin to shadow traversal. He's likely already behind him. In fact, a figure surged from the shadows behind him. A curved blade gleaming with a deep, icy light, slashing toward the target's head. Clang! A sharp, resonant clang echoed through the air. Before Zhuge Hong could turn his head, his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Yet the special bagua robe he wore began to emit an eerie sound. The robes fluttered in the wind, accompanied by an unprecedented force, spreading upward from above, gradually forming a peculiar barrier, enveloping Zhuge Hong within. Then the barrier erupted with a backlash of light. Qin Tianke was struck by this force, coughing up a mouthful of blood. No sooner had he rolled backward than 2 attacks followed in quick succession. One was an infinitely proliferating black whip. Above it, one could still see a peculiar halo connects several fragments. It seemed to have been formed by the black blade splitting apart. The other attack was the black cannonball seen earlier. Qin Tiang's body began rapidly shrinking and darting about, forming a pitch-black shadow. It flashed away toward one direction. The spot where he had been moments before was already scarred and ravaged. Pierced by the long whip, it was now a landscape of countless gullies. From within the billowing dust, a roar erupted. The 6-armed golden-bladed mantis king slowly rose to his feet. His dark gray gold armor bore faint cracks. Azure runes blazed with dazzling light. yet within its eyes glowed with an unprecedented crimson light. From its sharp pincers came a series of roars. It was now enraged beyond measure. Beside it, shadows fled frantically, until Qin Tiang's body reappeared once more. Qin Tianke watched the scene unfold before him. The little golden bird circled overhead. He was secretly astonished. The armored humanoid creature that had just attacked him was undoubtedly a Dark Mage Guard. The other one must be a Dark Mage Commander. Beastmaster, Dark Mage Guard. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Grade, Elite. Abilities, Shapeshifting, Guardian Shield. Beastmaster, Dark Mage Commander. Cultivation level, Tier 2. Grade, Perfect. Abilities, Yama Cannon, Shadow Markings. Both of these beasts possess only 2 abilities. In fact, beasts typically gain 1 ability per tier they ascend. However, more abilities do not necessarily make a beast better. The true value lies in mastering their application with precision. Thus, these 2 beasts retained only 2 abilities each, and their cultivation has reached the pinnacle of existence. They could be called flawless. Xiao Jin circled in the sky. The attack it had just endured had scratched its feathers. A distinct, peculiar mark now stood out against his crimson-black plumage. That spot seemed as if it had been stained by something. Layers of black smoke swirled around it. It could not be removed. How terrifying! Qin Tiang's heart lurched in alarm. The opponent's 3-headed beast. One capable of aerial combat. One could attack from a distance. One excelled in close combat. It could be said they were utterly flawless. Unmatched in every aspect. The battle ahead promises to be brutal. Qin Tianke immediately assessed the current situation. At this moment, his combat strength was dwindling. But he could still fight. Just as he was about to summon Old Black, he heard Xiao Jin's telepathic message from the sky. Master, do not rush to summon Old Black. Let me try first. At those words, Qin Tiang's hand froze mid-motion. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Don't be reckless. I don't want you to get hurt. With that, a series of special armor began to spread across Qin Tiang's body. This was a special protective armor left behind. It was merely an elite-grade protective armor. It was only of elite grade. It was barely sufficient. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Since Xiao Jin wanted to give it a try, he certainly couldn't let the other's goodwill go to waste. But he could draw upon Old Black's power. Without a moment's hesitation, man and beast sprang into action. Qin Tianke charged toward the enemy at breakneck speed. His speed was extraordinary. He turned and was about to close the distance. The Dark Demon Commander, seeing this, felt a jolt of alarm. The Dark Demon Commander was a special type of beast with its own consciousness. Witnessing this scene before him, it instinctively raised its hand. Chapter 167, Xiao Jin's Injury. His arm underwent rapid transformations. It had transformed into a cannon. A thunderous roar erupted. The cannonball hurtled forward, striking Qin Tiang's body. Yet just as it neared Qin Tianke, it whizzed past Qin Tiang's rapidly shrinking body. In the blink of an eye, Qin Tianke transformed into a shadow, charging forward at an even greater speed. The Dark Demon Commander hesitated not a moment. He raised both hands once more. Simultaneously, they transformed into 2 peculiar cannons. Unique crimson-black runes appeared upon the cannons. As the power grew increasingly eerie, special runes began to surge across his body. In the next instant, cannonballs erupted continuously from the cannons formed by his hands. As for Xiao Jin soaring through the air, it continuously spewed out streams of scorching flames, burning its way forward. Though chains occasionally came to disrupt him, Xiao Jin moved with astonishing speed, dodging while unleashing rolling bursts of flame. The 6-armed golden mantis king roared. Rolling sonic attacks erupted from its pincers. Furious beyond measure, its wings flapped violently. It soared back into the sky. 6 scythe blades sliced through the air with blinding speed. The rupture slash followed suit. 6 blades formed an attack that shimmered like a hexagram. Its might surged forth. The spectacle was grand, the blade wind fierce. As Xiao Jin dodged, the power of flames surged continuously. Zhuge Hong watched the scene unfold before him. Couldn't help but inwardly curse his own foolishness. He knew the opponent had 2 beasts. But this was utterly foolish. To rely on just one beast. To challenge him to battle? What an idiot. Still, he had to guard against the second beast that could appear at any moment. While silently bracing himself, his protective armor fully activated. He also held several magical artifacts given to him by his elders. They could deflect certain attacks. While maintaining constant vigilance, he also began observing the outcome of the battle. It must be said, Qin Tianke truly possessed considerable skill. Though he hadn't deployed his beast-taming abilities, the power of his beast-taming abilities, under the influence of his physical prowess, actually manifested a surprisingly formidable presence. Moreover, throughout the battle, he continuously drew the Dark Mage Commander further away. Yet for some reason, the Dark Mage Commander showed no intention of running alongside him. Instead, it harassed from behind, constantly firing cannons to drive the enemy back. Meanwhile, the mutated beast, the flame-tailed golden eagle, was now entangled with two other beasts. Although Zhuge Hong had a plan in mind, he remained vigilant. But just then, the little golden creature that had been fluttering in the sky began to vibrate its wings. As its wings flapped, two chains shot toward it from afar. In an instant, they pierced through its wings. Blood spattered. 6 fierce blade winds struck from behind once more. The 6-armed golden-bladed mantis charged forward with a killing intent. He was the beast that had served his master the longest, and the leader among the 3 beasts. Yet now, this wretched little bird had reduced him to such a pitiful state. How could it not be furious? How could it not be enraged? Thus, every strike it unleashed was deadly. Each strike aimed directly for the vital points. Yet at that very moment, a peculiar force suddenly surged through Xiao Jin's body. It was that flame familiar yet unfamiliar that had been unleashed before. As the flames rapidly transformed, a grayish-white glow appeared. From Xiao Jin's mouth, a peculiar bead formed. The grayish-white light swirled, as if containing surging flames within. Then, a roar erupted. Fierce flames erupted from his mouth, surging and roaring. In an instant, it swept out in all directions. The flames surged relentlessly, instantly engulfing everything in its path, including the 2 beasts still charging forward. Feeling the searing pain radiating from the beasts' bodies, Zhuge Hong's body trembled. Just as he was about to act again, a peculiar disturbance erupted behind him. The next instant, Xin Tiang's figure abruptly materialized. The moonlit blade was clamped around the opponent's neck. Its icy touch felt like death's summons, because the distance was close enough. He could even hear the violent rise and fall of the man's chest. At this distance, I don't believe your protective armor can save you now. The words sent a jolt through Zhuge Hong's heart. Damn it! When did this happen? But just as he prepared to counterattack again, Xin Tiang's voice echoed in his ear. Only the 2 of them could hear these words. Yet it made Zhuge Hong's pupils contract. He looked at Xin Tianke with some shock. Upon seeing the icy glint in the other man's eyes, he immediately ceased struggling. The beasts roared in unison, filled with resentment and grievance. Before being summoned back into his beast taming space. Referee, I concede this round. After uttering these words, Xin Tianke also released the curved blade pressed against the opponent's neck. He urgently activated the Ghost Shuttle ability. He arrived beside Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin had already fallen to the ground amidst a cloud of smoke. His body bore numerous injuries. The crackling flames grew fainter and fainter until they finally died out. Bloodstains covered his body, staining his feathers. He appeared to have suffered severe injuries. After all, during his first attack, he had already suppressed his own power. The risk of power leakage loomed. He had been teetering on the brink of losing control. It wasn't until just now that he finally unleashed it completely. To endure this and reach this point now, he had truly pushed himself to the absolute limit. Xin Tianke hesitated not a moment. He immediately pulled out his own pills. He intended to heal the other person. But upon hearing the commotion behind him, he instinctively caught it barehanded. He caught the pill Zhuge Hong tossed his way. At the same time, he heard the voice coming from the other side. Take it. This stuff works wonders for healing the damage caused by backlash when a beastmaster uses their own power. Xin Tiang's heart leapt with joy. After bowing respectfully toward the other party, he then administered the pill to Xiao Jin. Meanwhile, battles raged on across the other arenas. After the pill was administered to Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin's injuries began to heal at a visible, rapid pace. However, his combat prowess had surged dramatically. It seemed that now, his combat strength could only reach around the 2nd tier. It appears that for the next battle, it would be necessary to deploy Old Black no matter what. Xin Tianke didn't blame Xiao Jin for being so overconfident. During Xiao Jin's battle earlier, he had already sensed Xiao Jin's desire for revenge. It seemed this matter needed to be prioritized soon, granting Xiao Jin greater self-defense capabilities, so that it could seek vengeance in the future. Half an hour later, the arena battle concluded completely. Xin Tianke emerged victorious in this round. He became one of only 4 competitors remaining undefeated after 3 consecutive victories. The other 3, besides Xin Tianke, Yang Ruoshi, Chen Hu, and Li Li. Boom! The skybound rankings emitted a thunderous, resonant sound. The names appeared one by one. After a brief respite, the familiar sensation of floating returned. When Xin Tianke descended onto the arena once more, he saw his opponent. His eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 168, Jin Tiang's Opponent. Upon the elevated platform, Ouyang Muyu gazed down at the arena below. He spoke with interest. That 4th-tier beast tamer is quite interesting. Though his beast hasn't appeared yet, it possesses an exceptionally unique undead attribute. And that flying beast has reached such a level it's almost as if it's resolved to go down with its master, completely entrusting its very existence to him. At the 3rd-tier stage, achieving such a level of connection with a beast master is extremely rare. The most crucial bond between a beast and its master is mutual understanding and coordination. Even after signing a beast contract, some beasts don't wholeheartedly support their masters. For some, the relationship resembles a mutually beneficial partnership. Others, however, are truly bound by life and death, viewing each other as brothers or family. After Ouyang Muyu spoke these words, a dozen or so people instinctively turned their gaze toward the only beast master among them, an old man. The old man appeared deranged, his clothes tattered and filthy beyond belief. Yet his eyes shone with a peculiar, almost frenzied light. Old ghost, explain how that kid's beast control reached such heights. Someone couldn't help but ask. The old man shot them a dismissive glance. You don't understand, do you? For a beast to reach this level for its master, either they've been raised together since childhood, or the master has granted them an extraordinary opportunity. As he spoke, the old man couldn't help but secretly admire the other party. Who knows what kind of luck this fellow stumbled upon? Though his beast is a blazing golden-tailed eagle, it has gained a unique undead attribute, fundamentally altering its nature. This transformation is highly unusual. It retains the original fire attributes while adding undead properties, simultaneously turning it into a spectral-type beast immune to sacred light attributes. This has never been recorded in any mutation history of the blazing golden-tailed eagle, and it possesses such bizarre flame power. This kid has likely forged his own path. Everyone understood the old man's temperament. They understood. He never exaggerated. His research in beast taming had reached the pinnacle. He was among the most profound experts in beast taming within the current alliance. You must understand that this old devil possesses 7 tamed beasts. Each beast possesses 6th-tier cultivation. Only his primary beast reaches the peak of 7th-tier cultivation. Moreover, each beast shares an exceptionally close bond with him, akin to brothers. There are no conflicts or entanglements among the beasts themselves. The more beasts a beastmaster commands, the more likely conflicts arise. Yet the opponent managed to keep them all in perfect order. This clearly demonstrated his extraordinary skill. Moreover, very few beast tamers could meet his standards. Even before they entered seclusion, only a handful of beast tamers earned his esteem and received his personal recognition. And those individuals have all become independent pillars within the alliance. The old drunkard watched the other man while sipping his wine. Old ghost, is that kid really that formidable? The elder nodded. Though his clothes were shabby, his eyes sparkled with a clear light. Indeed, that lad is quite intriguing. Among all the beast tamers I've encountered, his beast taming ranks among the top 3 in terms of strangeness. And who knows where his beast even got this undead-like power from? Once this event concludes, I intend to seek him out for a proper exchange of insights. For him, the only path to mastery lay in observing others' beast riding cultivation, drawing inspiration from their paths. Only then could he master the art of beast taming. Only then could he ascend to greater heights and broader horizons. As for formalities and such, in this old devil's eyes, they hold no importance. That's just how he rolls. Brilliant, brilliant. First, he helped that little girl from the Benzun Dao sect break through to the 4th tier. Now he's defeated that Zhuge family brat, another beastmaster. This kid might just make it into the top 5 or even the top 3. Master Miao was quite excited. Emerging from seclusion to witness such a gifted beastmaster. Add to that the promising young sword Taoist disciple within his own sect. How could he not be delighted? That remains to be seen. An elderly woman beside him murmured in counter-argument. This time, that youngster's opponent possesses a 5-elements beast. Such a beastmaster is quite rare, wouldn't you say? The elderly woman turned to old ghost, seemingly seeking his explanation. The latter laughed heartily. Indeed, the 5-elements savage image is a rare beastmaster, even somewhat niche. In our time, a beastmaster who commanded the 5-elements savage image was called a 5-elements beastmaster. Their path to cultivation was 10,000 times harder than ordinary people's, because they had to train 5 beasts simultaneously, requiring massive amounts of resources. I've heard the 5-elements beast statues confuse into a single beast? The middle-aged man asked with a hint of confusion. The elder paid no heed to the other's gazes, continuing his explanation unabashedly. The 5 elemental beasts elephant, phoenix, serpent, monkey, and tortoise form a quintessential unity. Their elemental essences possess inherent potential for overlap and fusion. Some 5 elements beast masters can indeed achieve this fusion, creating an exceptionally unique beast. However, in all my years of cultivation, I've rarely seen anyone fuse 5 beasts into one at the 3rd stage. But this young man seems to have grasped this principle. Perhaps he might achieve an epiphany this time and step into that realm. It's not impossible. The old ghost mused. He recalled the five elements beast he had witnessed long ago. Even after all these years, remained etched deep in his memory, impossible to forget. There was no helping it. The chaotic, restless sensation of the five elements disorder back then, along with the beast's colossal form and the elemental power it unleashed, truly seared into my soul. Hearing the elders conversing behind her, Shu Qianwei's heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. She glanced at Qin Tianke, her expression unreadable yet her heart nodded with worry. Could he overcome this challenge? Continue his winning streak? On the other side, among the 44 city teams, within the Ningshui city contingent, Wu Wang gazed down at the arena where his son stood. His gaze settled particularly on his son's opponent. A flash of murderous intent and venom flickered through his triangular eyes. He cursed inwardly. Chen Xingfeng, you were the one who insisted on protecting this boy, securing him a spot in the military district. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Last night, he had already settled everything with his son. Today, though it was a showdown, it had indeed been orchestrated by him. That's why he let the two meet now. He intended to use others to wear down Qin Tiang's combat strength. After all, this guy was truly terrifying. He's reached this level in such a short time. Chapter 169, Rage. Even among the prodigies he'd encountered, Qin Tianke ranked among the elite. Such a person absolutely cannot be left alive, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would inevitably pose a grave threat to his own existence in the future. Rather than allowing a genius destined to oppose him or even threaten his very existence to rise to prominence, it was far better to crush him in his infancy. Even if it meant resorting to methods forbidden by the Alliance, he must eliminate the opponent, allowing them to grow unchecked. It would likely not be long before they reached my level. At that point, he might even threaten my very life. This boy must not be spared. In the center of the arena, Qin Tianke stared at his opponent. His eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately activated his system's scanning ability. Wu Pinggue. Occupation, Beastmaster. Cultivation level, Tier 3 half-step Tier 4. Attributes, Metal, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth. Beasts, 3rd Tier Common Grade Metal Beast, 3rd Tier Common Grade Wood Beast, 3rd Tier Common Grade Water Beast, 3rd Tier Common Grade Fire Beast, 3rd Tier Common Grade Earth Beast. Abilities, Manipulation of the 5 Elements, 5 Elements Elemental Array. 5 Elements Beast, a beast manifested from the 5 elements, possessing elemental manipulation powers beyond ordinary comprehension. Metal Beast, Vajra Mammoth. Metal attributed, ferocious strength, colossal physique. Wood Elemental Beast, Divine Wood Azure Kite. Wood Element. Capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing through the earth. Entwines with vines. Water Elemental Beast, the Dark Serpent of the Moon, water attributed, ruler of the waters, capable of creating its own aquatic domain. Fire Savage Beast, the Fire-bathing Baboon. Fire Element. Flame Sovereign. Fierce Temperament. Earth attributed Barbarian Beast, the Earth's Messenger, Earth attributed, Sovereign of the Earth, capable of manipulating the land. Conditions for half-step 4th tier breakthrough, fuse the 5 beasts into the 5 spirit beasts. 99% remaining until breakthrough. Qin Tianke hadn't realized until he saw it and now he was stunned. Holy crap. You're telling me this is his profile? Is this really a beast that a human can possess? Apart from Yang Ruashi, this was the longest profile description Qin Tianke had ever seen. Even Ma Sandao, the leader of the Three Knives Alliance, didn't have such an extensive introduction. No wonder Uncle Chen said this man was a bit tricky. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Tianke. A strange tremor ran through my heart. Unprecedented thoughts surged within her. Is this what genius feels like? Sorry, but I'm here to take down geniuses. What that man's father had done to me back then. My mother, beaten into that state just to protect me. The bitter oath sworn by my gentle mother before she lost consciousness. One by one, each and every one. He would personally exact his revenge. Today, he would collect some interest from the other party. After all, it was this man who had pushed him to this very point. You must be the son of the man my father defeated back then, right? Hearing this, Qin Tianke lifted his gaze. He saw those dark, deep eyes, filled with a hint of amusement. Wu Pinggue appeared quite excited. Back then, your foolish father was no match for mine. And today, you're no match for me either. As he spoke, multicolored lights surged around Wu Pinggue's body. As his eyes flashed open and closed, the light surged. A multicolored mark appeared. Do you know how many battles I've abandoned just to wait for you? Soon, I'll send you to join your dead father. Qin Tianke heard these words. His face grew icy cold. He even let out a laugh. He truly understood what it meant to laugh in the face of rage. When he looked at the other person again, for the first time on the stage, he revealed a murderous intent. Simultaneously, turbulent currents of energy surged violently around him. Behind him, a vast, blood-red phantom seemed to materialize, faintly visible. A subtle shift began to appear in Qin Tianke's eyes. Black and white currents of energy began surging outward from the depths of his eyes. The black and white currents rolled with scorching heat. They radiated a majestic aura beyond ordinary comprehension. Qin Tian-Ke watched silently. Unbeknownst to him, he had already donned the same robe he had worn back then. At the same time, Xiao Jin let out a chirp. It had arrived beside Qin Tian-Ke. Its eyes glared fiercely at the opponent. Witnessing this scene, Wu Pinggui showed no sign of grasping the gravity of the situation. His expression remained brazen. What? You actually think this young master can't beat you anymore? Wu Pinggui let out a maniacal laugh. He held no regard for his opponent. His tone was venomous as he scolded with righteous indignation. Absolutely laughable. You're nothing but a lowly vegetable. It's only by some fluke of fate, some dog luck, that you've managed to get this far. How dare you compare yourself to this young master? His father was the commander-in-chief of an entire military district. To say he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. It was no exaggeration. Such a background naturally forged a temperament that was fiery and unruly. Having spoken these words, he stamped his foot. In the next instant, a peculiar magical array began to spread from his feet, shimmering with multicolored light. The formation expanded wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had spread out completely. Simultaneously, enormous beasts began to emerge from within it. Their bodies shone with crystalline brilliance. Like mammoths several meters tall, forged from gold and stone. With each step they took, the ground was accompanied by a peculiar growth of metallic stones. 2 tusks, sharp and pointed, yet dazzlingly brilliant. Translucent as agate, they radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Soaring through the sky, a phoenix bird, entirely emerald green. Wherever it passed, plants sprouted and vines danced wildly. Waves crashed relentlessly, as if it were the ruler of the realm. A serpent with white-scaled armor slowly revealed its body. Its crown was crimson, its tongue flickering out. A colossal baboon bathed in fiery light. Every movement radiated a fiery aura. The baboon was wildly agitated, pounding its chest, thundering the earth, and roaring defiantly to the heavens. Finally, a colossal tortoise slowly rose to its feet. Its aura was thick and powerful. Its eyes glowed crimson. Merely standing there, its immense weight caused the entire arena to tremble. The eyes of the 5 beast tamers all revealed fierce killing intent. When they looked at Qin Tian-Ke, only fury and rage. The shadow behind Qin Tian-Ke trembled. Just as Old Black was about to emerge, Xiao Jin's cry rang out. My master told me to avenge you. Only call out Lao He when absolutely necessary. Xiao Jin had already sensed his master's fury, though it knew nothing of what had happened to its master before. It was the master who had granted it this formidable power. It was his will that had driven its extraordinary mutation and evolution. Without the master, it wouldn't be what it is today. Had it not been for its master, it would have perished long ago amidst the relentless trafficking in transport. Its wings would have been broken in a foreign land. Where would it have found the strength it possesses today? Where would it have found the means to seek revenge? To it, the master's kindness was as deep as a mountain. Now it must repay that debt. Xiao Jin let out a roar. Flames surged and burned upon its wings. It no longer restrained the power within its body. Chapter 170, 1 against 5. As power surged wildly, surging undead flames erupted and swirled around it. Circles of gray-red flames swirled around it. Xiao Jin's aura began to feel eerie. Yet compared to his opponent, the gap seemed far too great. Behind Xiao Jin, only a peculiar grayish-red aura lingered. Meanwhile, the 5 beasts he commanded were enveloped in 5-colored light screens. They resembled 5-colored clouds, exceptionally eye-catching. What's going on? Has Qin Tian-Ke lost his mind? Could he really be planning to face 5 tamed beasts with just one of his own? Is this guy insane? How can he be so reckless with his beast's life? The crowd couldn't make sense of Qin Tian's strategy. His opponent had 5 beasts, all of them at the 3rd-tier cultivation level. Yet Qin Tian-Ke had deployed only 1 flying beast. His primary combat beast still hadn't made an appearance. What exactly was this guy playing at? Could it be he intends to deplete his opponent's strength by sacrificing his own beasts? No one could fathom his strategy. They could only assume he was attempting to secure victory through attrition. For a moment, Qin Tian-Ke once again became the target of everyone's criticism. He was subjected to a barrage of insults and ridicule. The reason Qin Tian-Ke had faced such treatment since entering the competition all stemmed from the Wu family father and son. They deliberately spread unfavorable rumors about Qin Tian-Ke, aiming to stir up public pressure and undermine Qin Tian-Ke. Yet these tactics hold no sway over Qin Tian-Ke. Ever since he embarked on his cultivation path, he had understood one truth. The words of others are nothing but empty talk. A single word could spread rumors and stir up trouble. A single word could render a person's efforts futile. Therefore, for Qin Tian-Ke, these people could never affect him. They were nothing but clowns. Not worth his attention. Shu Changwei also heard the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, and couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. She understood Qin Tianke would never do something so foolish. She couldn't fathom what he was up to. The elders behind them were arguing. The old ghost senior, however, remained silent for a long while. Among the 44 city teams, Lin Nuo and the others grew increasingly anxious. They all knew Lao Hei's strength, but they didn't know Old Black had already reached the 4th tier. They could only wonder why Qin Tianke hadn't summoned him yet. They could only watch helplessly, their hearts racing with worry. After all, Qin Tian's battles were entirely his own decision. At the very top of the high platform, upon the 5 thrones, this youngster is quite intriguing. Even I cannot fathom the nature of his beast-taming abilities. His previous performance was commendable. How does he intend to deal with the 5 elements barbarian statue this time? Though he'd been focusing on the national treasure all along, Blood Sovereign still kept an eye on Qin Tianke. After all, he was the chief judge for the first round of the speed selection. He had noticed Qin Tianke back then. This fellow is no ordinary talent. San Haijun spoke softly from one side. Perhaps it's draining the beast's life force? In her view, the bond between a beast master and their beast isn't that strong. After all, she wasn't a beast tamer. And she'd seen too many examples like this. Some beast masters, seeking opportunities for self-preservation and advancement, they choose to abandon the beasts that have accompanied them for years. Instead, they turn to training other beasts, or resort to special methods to drain their beasts' lifespans to achieve certain goals. Such methods and abilities are hardly honorable. Yet they are by no means the so-called wicked and treacherous. After all, people act only to be true to their own conscience. Their actions stem solely from their own convictions. Blood Sovereign shook his head. Perhaps he possesses unique methods, who can say? Moreover, having broken through to the 4th tier, he no longer needs to drain the life force of his beasts. As he spoke, the Blood Lord suddenly recalled something. He opened his mouth. But in the end, he kept it to himself. For some reason, he felt a peculiar bond between himself and this youngster. The Blood Lord possessed 5 beasts of command. Among these 5 beasts, one possessed a unique karmic bond. Though it was only at the 4th cultivation level, it could already use causal calculations to avoid many troubles. When it first encountered Qin Tianke, that beast had provided some peculiar feedback. This puzzled the Blood Sovereign. Could this fellow share some unique karmic bond with him? But he knew only to wait until the end. His beast could only reveal one possible future outcome. But that future possibility would have to wait until the future itself. After all, rushing things would only complicate matters. Shi Xingzuan witnessed this scene, and for some reason, he spoke in a low, echoing voice. This battle must not result in any casualties. The others were filled with confusion. Even the 2 venerables standing at the farthest edges turned to look at him, their expressions puzzled. But Shi Xingzuan offered no explanation. He closed his eyes once more, seemingly settling into quiet meditation. On the stage, upon hearing Xiao Jin's words, Qin Tianke pondered for a moment. He still kept his guard up. Do your best. If necessary, Old Black can go out first. He wouldn't let Xiao Jin face danger alone just to settle his personal grudges. Nor would he let blind rage cloud his judgment just for the sake of revenge. The formal battle hadn't even begun yet. But he couldn't wait to wipe them out. Even if I cannot kill him, he must destroy the technique that allowed the 5 elements beast to coalesce and break through to the 4th tier. At that very moment, the referee's voice rang out. This referee declares the start of this round. The moment the words fell, Xiao Jin could no longer contain himself. The flames of the undead blazed wildly across the sky. In an instant, it spread outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was bathed in a crimson-gray sky. Simultaneously, his body streaked like a meteor. He charged straight toward the opponent's 5 beasts. Witnessing this scene, the Taiyin Xian snake emitted a piercing hiss. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth. A peculiar liquid spewed forth from its jaws. Extremely viscous and darkly ominous. As Xiao Jin's body flew through the air, while dodging at breakneck speed, he initiated combat with the flying mount among the enemy's 5 beasts. The divine wood azure phoenix, though the sole flying mount among the 5. Even so, when facing Xiao Jin, it was instantly engulfed by the undead flames upon contact. Its wood attribute vines were instantly suppressed. Its own vines became fuel for the flames, allowing the flames to scorch his body. And then, riding that momentum, the flames spread outward. Xiao Jin did not stop. Instead, it turned its attack toward the other beast tamers. Below, the fire-bathed baboon leapt upward. The fire-bathing baboon using vines to attack it. This beast, like itself, it too possessed the flame attribute. But it was far too weak. The moment they clashed, Xiao Jin sent it flying with a thunderous crash, landing it far away. Chapter 171, The Weakness of the 5 Elements Beast. The fire-bathing baboon let out a series of roars. Its arms violently pounded the ground in its chest, flames continuously spewing from its mouth. It charged forward once more. But Xiao Jin still held it firmly in check. The other beasts instantly erupted in fury. The earth messenger, that colossal earth turtle, emitted a deep, resonant hum. Its roar echoed like ancient bells and bronze cauldrons. With heavy, deliberate steps, it summoned layer upon layer of earthen spikes. It lunged toward Xiao Jin. Simultaneously, the mammoth's ivory tusks rose. It let out a roar, stomping through the shattered stones and rocks. Charging straight ahead, the dark serpent spewed venom from its fangs. The divine wood azure phoenix, stunned by their initial clash, soared back into the fray, instantly entangled with Xiao Jin. Yet even against 5 opponents, Xiao Jin held his own without faltering. Its formidable aura even surged upward. Who could have imagined that even against the combined assault of 5 tamed beasts, he could maintain a stance that showed no sign of being at a disadvantage? His momentum only grew more intense. He even managed to completely suppress the 5 beasts. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the dozen or so elders on the high platform all turned to the elder they called Old Ghost. Old Ghost, how could this happen? The old drunkard sobered up instantly. The 2 abbots of Ling Mountain also asked with puzzled expressions. And might we also request Ghost Benefactor to enlighten us? Ouyang Muyu spoke solemnly. Hurry up and tell us, Old Ghost. What's going on here? Seeing them all on the verge of losing their minds, Old Ghost smirked triumphantly. He spoke in a deranged manner. What do you know? His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Even the younger generation exchanged puzzled glances. If a beastmaster like the 5 Elements barbarian could command 5 beasts at the 3rd stage, how utterly unnatural would that be? All things in the world emphasize the harmony of yin and yang, mutual restraint and balance. While 5-headed beasts sound formidable, each capable of manipulating their own elemental force. But precisely because of this, 5-headed beasts share one glaring weakness. Old Ghost smugly snatched the endless wine flask from Old Wine's grasp. He paid no heed to the old man's struggles. The others all gestured for the old wine merchant to be quiet. Helpless, he lent the flask he'd guarded his entire life to let the other take a sip. The Old Ghost tilted his head back. Since he hadn't blown into the flask, the spilled liquor made his clothes look even more ragged. As far as this old man knows, the beasts tamed by the 5 Elements Beastmasters are merely ordinary grade from the 1st to 3rd tiers. Only upon reaching the 4th tier could they all potentially ascend to elite grade. Moreover, the 5 Elements 5 beasts, even at their peak, can only reach the perfect grade. Fine wine, truly fine wine. How many years has it been since I last tasted this? The Old Ghost sighed. Who'd have thought today I'd get to sip this heavenly nectar thanks to that kid? Spit it out already. The old wine master caught the endless wine flask tossed his way. He cradled it like a precious treasure, fearing the other might snatch it back. To put it plainly, these 5 tamed beasts are all 3rd tier, but merely ordinary grade. Such mounts are downright low tier, but they rely on their unique elements and fusion capabilities. That's why they're considered rare. You don't know that we beastmasters have a saying, when cultivation levels are equal, the only thing that decides victory is rank. Grade trumps all. Since all 5 beasts are merely the lowest tier, this is just one of the rare reasons why the 5 Elements savage elephants are so uncommon. The fundamental reason lies in the extremely low growth ceiling of these 5 beasts. Even if they somehow manage to reach tiers 6 or 7, they'll only reach the upper limit of the perfect grade. Think about it, the growth period is too long, the energy expenditure is too great, and the ceiling is so low. It's simply not worth it. That's why few are willing to cultivate them. Old Ghost said. He pointed at Qin Tianke, who was currently battling on the arena screen. This kid clearly sensed that those 5 beasts' aura was merely ordinary grade, which is why he ordered his beast to fight alone. Hearing these words, even the representatives from the 6 great families and the 3 major factions, who had been quietly eavesdropping nearby, revealed expressions of sudden understanding. Old Ghost showed no annoyance at this. After all, he'd already spoken his mind and had no qualms about it. As one of the pinnacle beast masters within the alliance, he possessed countless such hidden anecdotes. Ah, so that's how it is. Brilliant. Brilliant. So this means the youngster will win with ease, doesn't it? Master Meow remarked with evident admiration. However, upon hearing this, Old Ghost shook his head. No. Relying solely on such grade suppression tactics to defeat a 5 Elements Beastmaster is still a bit too much of a stretch. Moreover, all eyes were fixed on the Old Ghost. He chuckled. Then he pointed at Wu Pingue. From what this old man observes, this lad is on the verge of a breakthrough. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he'll ascend to the 4th tier. Once he breaks through to the 4th tier, he'll be able to elevate all his beasts to elite tier. Then, 5 4th tier elite grade beasts will face off against 1 4th tier beast and 1 3rd tier perfect grade beast. Who do you think will have the greater chance of winning? Hearing the Old Ghost's words, everyone instantly understood. No wonder he still fought Qin Tianke despite possessing such beasts. Turns out they'd been holding such a strong hand all along. Hearing the Beastmaster's words, Shu Qiangwei's worries remained undiminished. Beside her, Ouyang Weiniang wore a look of bitter resentment. Let him fall here. That way, he won't be able to break into the top 3. Master Miao was astonished by Qin Tiang's judgment and tactics. The others felt much the same. But no one noticed. Old Ghost's expression was strangely off. Though the immortal nectar was a precious elixir, he certainly wasn't the type to get drunk after just one sip. Even from this distance, could sense the aura emanating from the other gradually advancing toward a higher stage. Why did that little one still fighting seem oblivious to it? Why was he still deliberately provoking the enemy to break through, just like when he fought that girl at the gate earlier? He couldn't figure it out. Why did these young people all have such complicated minds? Meanwhile, on the stage, Xiao Jin was facing 5 opponents alone. His posture was defiant. This scene couldn't help but draw gasps from the crowd. Holy crap, what kind of beast is that? How can it be so powerful? Taking on 5 alone and still dominating even against elementally superior beasts? Where can I buy one like that? This beast must be perfect grade, and it's got that special flame aura too. But how could it be this strong? To the onlookers, Qin Tiang's beast seemed to be of a higher grade. Many had already begun to speculate. Chapter 172, unless it's 4th tier. Not only in terms of elemental manipulation attributes. Even that fire attribute beast, the fire-attributed savage beast, couldn't hold a candle to the other's beast. This clearly indicates the disparity in rank between the 2 beast tamers must be immense. Otherwise, such an overwhelming dominance would be impossible. And now, on the arena stage, witnessing this scene, Wu Pinggui showed no surprise. A flicker of excitement even crossed his eyes. He could sense it. The power that had long been restrained within his body was beginning to loosen its grip, surging and swelling with unstoppable force. Yet in the very next moment, he suddenly sensed something. Before he could turn around, his armor erupted violently. After emitting a burst of light, the recoil force rippled outward in all directions. Qin Tiang's figure leapt out from Wu Pinggui's shadow, clutching his chest. He'd been caught off guard just now. He stared at his opponent. The system activated in his eyes. His pupils contracted involuntarily. Holy crap! All his attention had been focused on the Beastmaster's mount earlier. How had he failed to notice the 2 elite grade protective armor garments on his person? And a perfect grade soul-attacking spirit treasure. How could a soul-attacking treasure of such caliber possibly exist? Throughout the Alliance's selection process, soul-attacking weapons were never permitted. Never mind the soul-attacking treasure before us. Spiritual treasure, soul-binding needle. Attribute, soul. Grade, perfect. Ability, upon deployment, it extracts souls from the body. As Qin Tiang's heart surged with astonishment, the opponent suddenly launched a deadly strike. A long sword appeared in his hand. The sword moved with blinding speed. In an instant, it was upon Qin Tianke. Simultaneously, sword shadows swirled chaotically. It seemed as though countless blades were attacking from all directions, seeking to trap and slay Qin Tianke right here. Qin Tiang's heart trembled. This man had studied swordsmanship and was fully capable of steadily suppressing him. He understood this well. But it did not instill fear in him. What truly filled him with dread was the soul-binding needle disguised as a token in the opponent's hand. This thing could extract a person's soul from their body. Even he could not counter it. Therefore, in this battle, he must be cautious, and then cautious again. He absolutely could not give the opponent any chance to unleash the soul-sealing needle's attack. Qin Tianke hesitated not a moment. He immediately harnessed Lao Hei's power and fled once more into the distance. Behind him came the enemy's derisive snicker. Well, young man. I thought you were something special. Running away the moment you see me? What's the matter? Scared, are you? Wu Pinggui didn't stop. Instead, he swung his long sword and charged toward the enemy once more. He seemed to have completely suppressed Qin Tianke. He intended to trap and finish him off. Is that all you've got? Pathetic. Just like your father. Let me teach you what it means to submit. Your father was no match for mine back then, and you're no match for me now. With that, Wu Pinggui charged forward. His sword danced through the air, each strike growing more ruthless. He aimed straight for vital points, each strike a deadly trap. Qin Tiang's heart burned with rage. At this moment, there was no retreat. He could only fight. Yet he must remain ever vigilant, wary that his opponent might hurl out the soul-sealing needle. Qin Tianke immediately engaged his opponent in combat. The pace of their battle accelerated rapidly. Qin Tianke harnessed the feedback power from Lao Hei to unleash a barrage of attacks. Though his attacks lacked structure, the power-old black-fed back was simply stronger than his opponent's. Naturally, he gained the upper hand. At that moment, Qin Tiang's eyes narrowed. The opponent's beast riding advancement speed was accelerating. 58% remaining until Tier 4. 50% remaining until Tier 4. 47% remaining to reach Tier 4. Throughout the battle, as the clash deepened, Jin Tianke could increasingly sense the power within his opponent's body kept swelling. The distance to the 4th tier cultivation level grew ever closer. Not only Jin Tianke, but even Wu Pinggui sensed this shift. A maniacal laugh erupted from his throat. His eyes blazed crimson. The sword in his hand swung faster and faster, almost as if chasing the wind and moon. Excellent! Excellent! Absolutely splendid! Even the heavens themselves are aiding this young master. My advancement is imminent. I refuse to believe you and your damn two beasts can withstand a 4th tier attack. With that declaration, Wu Pinggui's attacks grew increasingly fierce. In an instant, the sword wind and sword aura from his slashing blade carved deep gashes into the stage. He charged toward Jin Tianke with murderous intent. He paid no heed to the toll on his strength. After all, he was on the verge of breaking through. At that moment, with the power returned from the 4th tier, he would naturally overcome these difficulties with ease. As the battle intensified, not far from the two beast masters, their beasts engaged in relentless combat. At breakneck speed, Xiao Jin could sense that the 5 beasts before him seemed poised to advance, their power growing ever stronger. But it paid no heed, continuing to suppress them with its perfect grade superiority. It pinned the 5 beasts down, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Jin Tianke watched as the aura emanating from his opponent grew ever more formidable. Simultaneously, he observed that the opponent was only a few percentage points away from breaking through. Wu Pinggui's long sword suddenly trembled. Simultaneously, the commotion brought on by the advancement grew louder. The 5 beasts simultaneously let out a piercing, shrill howl. Their auras surged wildly. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth yellow, green, blue, red, brown. 5-colored radiance erupted from the 5 beasts. They illuminated the barrier surrounding the arena, forming a 5-colored celestial canopy. His power grew ever stronger, ever more surging. Their forms began to swell at that very moment. Simultaneously, immense illusory forms surged and materialized behind the 5 beasts. Awe-inspiring and solemn, terrifying beyond measure. Jin Tianke watched the scene unfold before him. He did not intervene. Instead, a faint smile touched the corners of his lips. Wu Pinggui felt the power evolving within him. He let out an excited, strange cry. Just wait until this young master advances, then you'll truly submit at my feet. Who'd have thought you could even aid my advancement? At least you died with purpose. After this battle, you shall cease to exist in this world. Wu Pinggui sensed the fluctuations of power. He looked at Jin Tianke with utter contempt. He couldn't care less why the other hadn't come to stop him. Perhaps the brat had finally realized the gap between them? But in the next instant, he saw the shadows behind his opponent stretching ever longer. It seemed as though a beast was slowly crawling out from within. Witnessing this scene, Wu Pinggui erupted into a maniacal laugh. He laughed so hard his stomach ached, yet his expression remained utterly scornful. Foolish! Do you truly believe you can stop this young master from advancing? Or do you think your mutated beast is worthy of standing in the way of this young master's advancement? Ha 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 ha! Unless you're a 4th tier, you stand absolutely no chance of resisting. Chapter 173, you say 4th tier? Wu Pinggui's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. His aura surged with unchecked vigor. He could already envision the scene of trampling Jin Tianke underfoot. But at that very moment, his expression suddenly changed. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. His pupils contracted sharply. Panic spread from his heart throughout his entire body, like being doused with cold water, sending shivers down his spine. What had he sensed? There was another presence on the field, one even more powerful and profound than his own. It felt like the arrival of a sovereign commanding 10,000 armies. Death's verdict. An invitation to hell itself. At that moment, Jin Tianke's footsteps rang out with a crisp clarity. Yet each step felt like a 1,000-pound hammer striking his heart. Jin Tianke's gaze toward the other was filled with utter contempt. Even a hint of coldness crept in, as if he were observing a man on the brink of death. You say 4th tier? How could that be? Wu Pinggui's mind was now consumed solely by shock. How could this be possible? The aura emanating from the other person was stronger than his own? He was in the midst of advancing his cultivation. Didn't that mean the person before him was also advancing? Or perhaps he had already ascended to the 4th tier long ago, only now revealing it. The thought barely formed. Wu Pinggui felt utterly incredulous, his eyes brimming with terror. Oh no! Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the enormous creatures continuously emerging from behind the opponent. They were colossal. They stood as tall as 3 or 4 stories. Its body was long and narrow, like a heavy-duty truck. Amidst its black fur, multicolored patterns emerged, not cluttered, but rather adding to its imposing presence. 100 heads let out a deafening roar. This aura was utterly different from that of the other beast the opponent had summoned earlier. Fury, ferocity, madness, slaughter. The stench of slaughter and blood spread from its body. This was an existence Wu Pingwei had never encountered before. It made his heart tremble uncontrollably with fear. The thought of retreating even surfaced in his mind. The thunderous roar erupting from all 100 heads caused the entire arena to tremble. Even the other beasts beside Wu Pingwei, still in the midst of their advancement, sensed it. Uncontrollable dread and trembling. Fear consumed their very souls. Seeing this, Wu Pingwei, he was stunned. He even forgot that he was still advancing. The aura emanating from his body surged toward the 4th tier at that very moment. The force of his aura's feedback kept him lucid for a moment. No, this can't be. As long as he could ascend to the 4th tier, he would have every chance to fight. No matter how powerful the opponent's beast was, it was only one. Right. Exactly. Once I successfully advance, I'll have 5 4th tier beasts. The thought hadn't even finished forming. He saw that colossal beast approaching him. Its presence radiated an overwhelming aura. As if it had waded through endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Then, 10,000 beasts roared in unison. The colossal beast charged forward. A claw lashed out toward him. A casual strike from a 4th tier beastmaster was not something a single person could withstand. Wu Pingwei's heart filled with dread. Just as he was about to react. The next moment. Before his eyes. 5 colored light appeared. 5 beasts appeared simultaneously, emitting mournful cries. They began to protect their master. Yet within this very interval, the 5-colored celestial canopy enveloping these beasts was shattered by his own intervention. Simultaneously, the beast's own boundless energy surging toward the 4th tier began steadily waning. The surging energy within Wu Pingwei that had been relentlessly pushing toward the 4th tier had vanished entirely, instead beginning to gradually decay. No. Feeling the power within his body begin to drift and dissipate. Until the path to advancement he had been treading was completely blocked. Wu Pingwei froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the unfolding scene before him in utter disbelief. His 5 senses worked in concert. Yet even so, they couldn't withstand Lao Hei's single claw strike. Each of the 5 beasts bore wounds. They were sent flying backward dozens of meters. They slammed heavily into the barrier. He stared at the scene before him in disbelief. At that moment, was utterly frozen in place. Xin Tian's voice echoed out. What? Has young Master Wu grown afraid? Xin Tian spoke. He gave a self-mocking chuckle. Look at my memory, I completely forgot that when a beastmaster advances, any external damage or blows inflicted on their beast during the process, it will sever their path to advancement for this lifetime, halting them right here. Upon hearing these words, Wu Pingwei felt as if struck by a blunt force. He spun around in panic. He watched as the aura emanating from his 5 tamed beasts steadily faded until it vanished completely. Not a trace of energy escaped them anymore. In truth, their vitality had begun to wane long ago, but he refused to believe it could be real. And this meant his path to advancement had been destroyed. Wu Pingwei froze in shock. Then erupted in agonized howls and roars. Like a madman. His eyes locked onto Qin Tian. It's you! All you're doing. You broke through to the 4th tier long ago, but you just wanted to use this chance to cut off my path to advancement forever. Hearing this, Qin Tian nodded, admitting it plainly. Not entirely stupid. You still have some sense. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You should count yourself lucky we're within the Alliance's main city. Otherwise, I'd have slain you long ago. Qin Tian made no secret of the deep-seated grudge he harbored against the man's father. A casual inquiry would reveal it. Therefore, he cared not at all. Moreover, the man had repeatedly insulted his father. As a son, to see his father humiliated and repeatedly lashed out at. How could he possibly endure this? How could he endure it? Wu Pingwei was about to speak. The next moment, he dared to see the enormous monster advancing step by step toward him. The bloodthirsty fury radiating from its body made him tremble. He was about to speak to surrender. But the thick aura of bloodshed and slaughter erupting from the creature seemed tangible, coalesced into crimson steel needles, pinning Wu Pingwei's body immobile. You can't. Wu Pingwei, a pampered son of a wealthy family, had never experienced such overwhelming pressure. His face twisted with terror. He couldn't form a complete sentence. As he collapsed to the ground, a foul stench wafted from his crotch. But in the very next instant, Lao Hei's attack descended in an instant. His massive claws lashed out at the opponent. The 5 beasts under his command let out mournful cries. Severely wounded, they were utterly defeated. They possessed no capacity for rescue whatsoever. Just as Old Black was about to make contact, a peculiar ripple spread out. The next moment, a token drifted through the air. It blocked the path between the man and the beast. Then, the surface of the token rapidly dissolved. A specially crafted silver needle shot forth. It swept past Lao Hei's body, hurtling straight toward Qin Tianke. The incident occurred suddenly. Qin Tianke was just about to dodge it. He felt a deep tremor in fear within his soul. His body was utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the silver needle closed in on him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from beyond the heavens. Chapter 174, Overcoming the Pressure. Killing is forbidden here. These few concise words carried unimaginable authority, descending with overwhelming force. Qin Tianke stared wide-eyed at the specialized silver needle mere centimeters from his skin. His heart skipped a beat. This was, for the first time in his life, a profound emotion surged within Qin Tianke's heart. Death, in Qin Tianke's eyes, seemed a distant prospect. Though his profession was called Hell's Calamity Beastmaster, this was the first time Qin Tianke had ever faced death so directly. The terror of death, the threat of death. This was a true soul attribute spirit treasure. As the name implies, affect only the human soul. The human soul is incredibly fragile. Unless one practices specialized soul cultivation techniques. Otherwise, this path is impassable. Otherwise, the soul will be pierced by the soul attributed spiritual treasure. Instant death. The fear of death that arises within the heart comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. Facing death so directly, Qin Tianke felt an unfamiliar sensation welling up within him. It was neither fear nor panic. It was a sense of relief. The relief of having survived a catastrophe. As these emotions surged within him, Qin Tianke watched the silver needle before him, one that could have claimed his life, slowly drifting backward. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of authority descended like a mountain. Qin Tianke's body sank. This force surged like a raging torrent. He couldn't hold on any longer. So heavy. As if mountains and seas surged, 10,000 pounds of boulders crushing his flesh. This oppressive force was relentless. Unending. It descends through every bone and joint. My body swayed violently. Beads of sweat as large as beans cover my forehead. His consciousness began to blur. His knees trembled uncontrollably, as if they might give way at any moment. Where did this come from? Qin Tianke's thoughts gradually receded until they vanished completely. The trembling in his knees grew faster and faster. His body could no longer hold back. Kneel. A whisper, its origin unknown, echoed in his ears. The whispering echoed relentlessly. Invisible yet strangely alluring, it seemed to lure her consciousness into an unprecedented descent. His consciousness seemed to have surrendered. Kneel, kneel. The whispers echoed, one after another. Was this it? Was I about to kneel? Why? Qin Tianke couldn't understand why he felt compelled to kneel before this overwhelming pressure. Who was this? Damn Wu Wang? Or someone else? It was unbearable. Was he really going to kneel like this? The trembling in his knees was already unbearable for Qin Tianke. His consciousness was fading, blurring everything before his eyes. The whispers at his ears sounded like a demon's death knell. Flesh, consciousness, spirit. 3 layers of oppression. Qin Tianke could barely keep his body upright. Just as his knees were about to buckle, his body froze. From some unknown source, a power he had never felt before surged within his heart, spreading outward to every part of his being. He must not kneel. He must not kneel. Within Qin Tianke's heart, a force relentlessly spread outward toward other parts of his being. At the same time, within the lotus pond formed by the spiritual space, that lotus seed was now continuously generating. The lotus root shape underwent constant transformation. Qin Tianke's spiritual power was also undergoing a tremendous transformation. 81 points. 82 points. 83 points. The fluctuations in his spiritual power grew increasingly rapid. Such a pace could only be described as utterly unimaginable. Soon, the rapidly growing psychic power halted at 90 points. 90 points of mental power. Qin Tianke remained unaware that his spiritual power was surging upward at an astonishing rate. He only felt his consciousness no longer sinking into darkness. The voices in his ears were also changing. If before, the murmurs had been omnipresent, now, these murmurs were gradually fading into the distance. The pressure on his body steadily lessened. The sweat on his forehead had noticeably diminished. At that very moment, Qin Tianke distinctly felt his body grow lighter. The 1,000-pound weight crushing him vanished in an instant. A cool breeze brushed his face. An unprecedented clarity surged through his mind. A sensation of flowing vitality spread from his heart throughout his body. A wave of refreshing comfort filled him. This sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Like the ebb and flow of a tide. Not bad at all. A soft murmur. Qin Tianke looked up at the sound. Above, in the sky, a veiled woman in blue robes stood within the sun's halo. Her aura was profound and vast. Like surging rivers, unceasing and boundless. Shin Tian-Ke immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, Lord Sunghai." A cool, distant voice echoed in his ears. "Under this lord's imposing presence, you have not only reached this level but also achieved a breakthrough in your spiritual power." Shin Tian-Ke acknowledged the words at first. But his eyes lit up as he activated the system. He saw his mental power had surged by a full 10 points. This was a completely unexpected delight. Having cultivated his spiritual power for so long, Shin Tian-Ke knew full well how difficult it was to increase one's spiritual power. How much effort would it take for an ordinary person to increase their spiritual power by even a single point? Yet under the overwhelming pressure of Sunghai Jun just now, he had actually achieved a significant improvement. Was this turning misfortune into fortune? Is this what they call innate talent? To achieve such progress, Shin Tian-Ke was naturally overjoyed. But he quickly reined in these emotions. He addressed the other party with neither fear nor arrogance. "I must thank Senior Sunghai for your guidance. You have shown this junior the way forward. It all falls into place now." Facing this formidable figure, Shin Tian-Ke found himself inexplicably recalling the flattering rhetoric from his past life. Back then, he had scoffed at them, but now he believed they were worth studying frame by frame. Though Shin Tian-Ke had no idea why the other had suddenly descended with such overwhelming pressure. But now was the time to play dumb. He should elevate the other party as much as possible. That was the best course of action. Lao He and Xiao Jin simultaneously arrived at Shin Tian's side, standing guard over their host. Though they knew an unbridgeable chasm lay between them, fully aware of the disparity between them, the two beasts remained on high alert. They let out a series of snarling growls. The figure in blue shifted. Unconsciously, he crossed his arms over his chest. Beneath the veil, a hint of a smile appeared. "Loyal guardians, these two little ones are quite something." Sunghai Jun swiftly turned his gaze to the other person. His smile vanished instantly. His gaze turned icy. Wu Pingue lacked Shin Tian's resolve. Nor would he think to use such pressure to delve deep and temper his own spiritual power. In truth, the moment that overwhelming pressure descended, he nearly fainted from fright. Now that the pressure had dissipated, Wu Pingue felt an immediate sense of relief. But then he met the piercing gaze of Sunghai Jun's sharp eyes. His body trembled. An unprecedented dread spread through his heart. It was even more severe than when he had faced Shin Tian's fourth-tier aura head-on. In that moment, Wu Pingue recalled certain rumors he had heard before. Chapter 175, Wu Wan's Wrath. Though Sunghai Jun was a woman, she was the most formidable among the 36 sovereigns of the current alliance. A being comparable to the 10 revered masters within the alliance. A total of 118 mighty figures were renowned throughout the alliance. These are ranked as follows: 72 tomb lords, 36 sovereigns, and 10 revered sovereigns. The revered sovereigns are also known as the revered ones. Blood Sovereign is one of the 10 revered ones, ranking 5th among them in cultivation prowess. The Sea Sovereign stands as the foremost among the current 36 sovereigns. His Sea of Change technique could even halt time. Rumor has it that this Sunghai Lord has long possessed the strength of a revered sovereign, yet has never formally joined their ranks. All alliance transferee selection, the use of any weaponry related to the soul attribute is permanently prohibited. Sunghai Jun's voice carried a bone-chilling chill. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. She extended her delicate jade-like hand. Within her palm floated a specialized silver needle. The needle was roughly the length of a palm, exceptionally slender, its surface shimmering with waves of black radiance. This sharp rebuke instantly jolted Wu Pingue's heart, which had just begun to relax. Fear flashed in his eyes. No, no. He opened his mouth, but under such overwhelming pressure, he could utter not a word. Sunghai Jun's brows furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes flickering. You have violated the rules. According to regulations, your eligibility for this selection process is revoked. The words had barely left her lips. Wu Pingue's expression hardened. Just as he was about to react, the next instant, an invisible, immense force instantly crushed him. He felt his body grow unbearably heavy in that instant. Everything before his eyes blurred instantly. When he regained consciousness, he found himself beside his father. At the same time, his name was among the top 10 rankings. Was being swept away at a visible speed, like dust being instantly cleared away. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. His name has actually been erased. It's only right. Hoarding a soul attribute spirit treasure without authorization? This guy should count himself lucky he wasn't killed on the spot. Among the ranks of the 44 city forces, people chatted among themselves, murmuring in discussion. Lin Nuo glanced at the two figures beside him, their faces equally puzzled. What exactly is a soul attribute spiritual treasure? The two exchanged glances, both utterly baffled. Simultaneously, they shot each other a look of resentment. We're the same age. If you don't know, how could we possibly know? The abbot leading the group from Ling Mountain glanced at them. Gentlemen, you may not be aware. The abbot murmured. Soul attribute spiritual treasures only affect the soul. Whether enhancing abilities or defense, they greatly amplify one's spiritual power. Likewise, the danger of such methods lies solely in their effect on the soul. The human soul is fragile. If struck by such an attack, the consequences range from madness to complete annihilation of the soul. Upon hearing this, Lin Nuo and the others, their expressions darkened. They turned to Wu Pinggui, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. They had been watching the match closely. They were shocked by Qin Tiang's breakthrough to the 4th tier. Originally, they had thought it cruel of Qin Tianke to sever the opponent's future cultivation path during their advancement. But now, upon learning of Wu Pinggui's peculiar silver needles, they instantly felt that Qin Tiang's actions were entirely justified. In fact, it seemed almost too lenient. The opponent had clearly come with the sole intent of eliminating Qin Tianke. Such ruthless tactics naturally sent shockwaves through their hearts. Therefore, even if Qin Tianke were to eliminate the other party, it was only fitting for him to receive his just deserts. Wu Pinggui slumped to the ground. A foul, blood-soaked stench emanated from his body. Yet he remained utterly unaware. A gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. He looked at Wu Wang, frantically pleading for help. Father, save me. Damn it. Wu Wang seethed with rage. His eyes filled with an unnatural crimson hue. He fixed his gaze on Qin Tianke in the arena below. A frenzied aura of peak 5th tier power surged through his entire body. Damn that brat. He actually forced both Qi Xingzuan and Song Haijun to intervene simultaneously. Just how powerful is this brat? The origin of that token was said to be as such. But in truth, Wu Wang knew full well. It was a soul-anchoring needle he had meticulously cultivated, disguised as a token. The soul-stabilizing needle focused on the soul. Once pierced by the needle, the soul would be instantly ripped out. Nailed down. Trapped for all eternity. One could only watch helplessly as the soul's power steadily drained from the body, leading to death. Such spirit treasures with soul-binding properties indeed possess this effect. This was precisely why he insisted on proceeding this way. He sought to proactively strike with the soul-binding needle, pinning this man's soul in place. But he never expected that Qin Tiang's man would be saved by those two powerful figures. This outcome was utterly beyond his expectations. Especially this fellow, how dare he sever his son's path of cultivation? Even if he wasn't a beastmaster. Wu Wang knew that for any profession, once the path to advancement was severed by external force, it would be nearly impossible to advance further in this lifetime. Reaching the 4th tier would forever remain a pipe dream. This was precisely why those individuals had insisted Qin Tianke posed a significant threat to Li Qianqiu's advancement to the 4th tier. This was also why Li Qianqiu felt profound gratitude toward Qin Tianke. Wu Pinggui, upon seeing that look in his father's eyes and sensing the aura emanating from him, unfamiliar. He had never seen his father like this before. That look stirred memories long buried deep within his heart. Those painful memories he'd long buried began to surface. No, father. No. His state now bordered on madness. His eyes were filled with rage. He was consumed by hatred. Why did this have to happen? Not only had his path of cultivation been severed, even his spot among the top 10 had vanished. He wouldn't even be able to participate in this round of alliance selection. How could he possibly endure this? How could he not be furious? Rage, panic, and regret swirled within him. His state of mind was rapidly descending into madness. Noticing the commotion from this city's contingent, the teams from other cities all chose to distance themselves. The other contestants from the Ningxue city contingent were silenced by that piercing glare. A peculiar feeling stirred within them. They all knew the captain's temperament well. Relying on his father's position as the military commander of Ningxue city, he acted with reckless arrogance and tyranny. Within the city walls, he acted like a petty tyrant. He acted without restraint. Now that his path to cultivation has been severed, his fury has nowhere to vent. It will likely soon spread to them. Therefore, the group naturally chose self-preservation, intending no action whatsoever. Wu Wang watched this scene unfold before him, his heart boiling with rage. He glanced at his son beside him, and for the first time, a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. This son of his. Merely the most capable among his many illegitimate sons. But that was all. His birth, however, was the most shameful among all his illegitimate children. Chapter 176, Chen Hu. This Wu Pinggui was born to a mere prostitute. His position was only attainable through her unique profession. It was truly an arduous endeavor. It was precisely this kind of performance that Wu Wang took notice of him. Thus, he has consistently prioritized cultivating his advancement. This nurtured an arrogant and overbearing character in him. But now, he failed to defeat even Qin Tianke. He's even lost his soul-bound treasure. Such a dismal record fills him with rage. Such soul-attributed treasures are exceedingly rare and precious. Its value is beyond measure. Yet in the end, this fool managed to shatter it completely. Moreover, it had drawn the attention of Sun Haijun. On top of that, his own path of cultivation had been severed by Qin Tianke. In Wu Wang's eyes, he now had absolutely no place to prove himself. If he could defeat Qin Tianke, then his future troubles would be greatly reduced. But if that were the case, he couldn't be spared. A flicker of light danced in Wu Wang's eyes. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He immediately turned to look at his son. The look in his eyes began to shift from disgust. Noticing his father's gaze, Wu Pingui was about to burst into tears when he heard his father's stern admonition. He severed your path to cultivation and seized your soul attribute spirit treasure. With such treachery, you still intend to weep here. Wu Wang endured the foul stench emanating from Wu Pingui. A strange, soul-like light flickered in his eyes. He spoke softly. His words seemed layered with endless whispers from the depths of hell. A force that stirred the depths of the soul surged forth. Go. Use your own methods. Take your revenge. Upon hearing these words, Wu Pingui hesitated not a moment. He scrambled to his feet, completely disregarding the foul stench of filth clinging to his body. He dashed off into the distance, quickly leaving the place behind. Witnessing this scene, Wu Wang's eyes were filled with indifference. This man truly did not deserve to be his son. But he couldn't touch him. After all, he still held a shred of value. Wu Wang and his father had always had a strained relationship. Yet perhaps it was that so-called bond between grandparents and grandchildren. His father had always felt sympathy for this child born to a prostitute, even bestowing upon him numerous treasures. This 5 elements beast taming technique was something his father had sought out for him. Not even his own biological son received such treatment. Now Wu Pingui's only purpose is to summon his father. Let his father come and give this little brat a proper scolding. At this thought, a flicker of excitement crossed Wu Wang's eyes. The more chaotic, the better. With his father stepping in, everything would be resolved effortlessly. After all, his father was a late-stage 6th rank powerhouse. Not only was he a full tier above him, due to the peculiarities of his profession, he had already begun to lose his mind. Sometimes lucid, sometimes confused. He wouldn't even listen to his own son. The only one he obeyed was Wu Pingui. If Wu Pingui could lure the old man into making a move, then the problem before him would be easily resolved. If that's the case, he could finally relax. As long as Qin Tianke could be eliminated. Even if it meant exhausting every effort and sacrificing an insignificant son, it would be entirely worthwhile in his eyes. After this thought concluded, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he stared silently at Qin Tianke below. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. He would die, sooner or later. Upon the high platform, many of the older generation of powerful figures watched the scene unfold before them. A hint of displeasure flashed through Ouyang Muyu's eyes. This brat has some nerve. He actually dares to use a soul attribute spirit treasure. There must be deep-seated animosity between these two, otherwise they wouldn't resort to such extreme measures. The speaker was Lao Gue. Though his tone remained calm, a flicker of murderous intent also passed through his eyes. As for the others, their expressions varied. On the arena stage, Qin Tianke watched silently as events unfolded on the other stages. Seeing that all the other platforms were embroiled in combat, Qin Tianke suddenly straightened his back and lifted his head, radiating confidence. Well, it seemed his battle would be the quickest to end. It was effortless, without a shred of pressure. The commotion on his platform earlier must have caught the attention of the other competitors. This was truly a moment to make a name for himself. With his 4th-tier combat prowess, would likely cause many to choose surrender or forfeit. It would be more than enough for him to handle things with ease. But this meant only a handful of opponents would remain. One was Yuan Haoran. One was Chen Hu, whose cultivation matched his own. The other was Yang Ruoshi. Regarding Yang Ruoshi, Qin Tianke felt a bit conflicted. He didn't know whether he should confront her. Their 2 conversations under the moonlight stirred a flutter in Qin Tianke's heart. At the same time, the other's presence had already taken root in his mind. Twice in succession. This left Qin Tianke uncertain whether he should engage in battle with the other party. Qin Tianke didn't know what to do. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within his heart. Time passed slowly. Moments later, the battle concluded swiftly. After another brief period of rest, a new list was once again released. Qin Tianke felt no familiar sensation of teleportation approaching. Instead, before the stage in front of him, a graceful figure materialized out of thin air. The newcomer sported striking red hair, clad in a crimson robe and azure tunic. Though not tall, the expression between her brows bore a certain resemblance to Ouyang Yuqing. This round, only 3 women remained among the top 10 contenders. Yang Ruoshi, Li Qianxiu, and the Ouyang family's prodigy, Ouyang Wanqing. Before Qin Tianke could even glance at his opponent, he heard her speak first. I concede this battle. Ouyang Wanqing is no pushover. She had witnessed every moment of Song Haijun's arrival earlier. What skills did she possess? Are you kidding me? How could she possibly fight a fourth-tier opponent? How could that be possible? Rather than that. And this was entirely expected. Unless it's a little cutie or a transferee who insists on pursuing the path of combat. No one would be foolish enough. Fighting someone of this caliber is pointless. Better to concede now. Conserve your strength and aim for other rankings. Song Haijun stood suspended in midair. He showed no urgency to depart. His gaze swept over the remaining contestants. His gaze locked onto one who stood alone. Since this battle involved 10 participants, Wu Pinggui had been disqualified, leaving only 9. This meant one participant would inevitably receive a bye. And this bystander has now been teleported to Qin Tianke's arena to face Qin Tianke in battle. When he saw the newcomer, a flicker of excitement crossed Qin Tianke's eyes. The other party felt much the same. The two of them, as if in unspoken agreement. Without restraint, they unleashed every ounce of their aura. A unique beast riding space surged forth behind the newcomers. 2 beasts slowly emerged from within. One was a 4-legged beast resembling both wolf and tiger with twin horns. Its entire body radiated waves of thunderous light. A 4th-tier thunder Qilin beast. The other beast radiated a peculiar aura, resembling a python yet bearing the horns of a Qilin. Its scales were fully extended, its body shimmering with an inky black glow. A 4th-tier Beastmaster Black Ink Dragon. Chapter 177, Their Respective Advantages. 2 beasts. 1 Qilin dragon. Both possessed unique attributes and were exceptionally rare beasts. The aura emanating from both mounts grew even more ferocious. They were far more powerful than any opponent Qin Tianke had faced before. This was the aura of a 4th-tier beast. In this tournament, the only 4th-tier beast tamer present was Chun Hu from the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. I never imagined we'd meet like this. Chen Hu felt a flicker of surprise as he looked at his opponent. Qin Tianke nodded in agreement. Indeed. I had assumed we'd be scheduled to face each other in the final battle. After all, both of them were now 4th tier. Qin Tianke had already discerned certain patterns in the sequence of these battles. It seemed unlikely they would meet so early. With combat prowess like theirs, they were already at a level that could be considered the grand finale. Therefore, they should be scheduled to participate last. Yet unexpectedly, they were scheduled to face off at this very moment. In that case, then, let Chen humbly seek guidance from Brother Qin on the art of beast taming. To reach the 4th tier, it signifies possessing one's own unique path in beast taming. This unique path manifests itself in battle. After all, even with the same beast, each will manifest differently in combat. The root cause lies in the distinctiveness of their beast taming philosophies. Upon hearing this, Old Black and Little Gold stood flanking Qin Tianke. They looked at each other. Their auras surged, radiating overwhelming might. Then I shall learn from you. Shen Hu hadn't expected that a long-hidden 4th-tier beast master would emerge among the top 10. Now, 2 4th-tier beast masters clashed head-on. Naturally, it drew the attention of many. It elevated the stakes of this individual battle to the highest level. Spectators turned their gaze toward the impending battle. Betting commenced. They had previously believed that Qin Tianke versus Shang Chenu. This would be a one-sided rout with no suspense whatsoever. But who could have imagined? Qin Tianke not only broke through to the 4th tier, but his strength was nearly on par with his opponents. Under these circumstances, the outcome was far from certain. Both were 4th-tier beast masters. Who could gain the upper hand? It's still hard to say. As the beastmaster representing the Transferee Alliance headquarters in the individual battle, his personal strength and innate talent place him ahead of his peers. But what about Qin Tianke? A lowly beast tamer born in the remote 3 border cities. He has reached this level entirely through his own efforts. His potential and talent are even greater. The crowd began placing their bets. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, was also closely monitoring everything unfolding. He never imagined Qin Tianke would break through to the 4th tier, and that he would encounter Chen Hu so soon. This guy was no pushover. Who could say who would emerge victorious? Who would emerge victorious? Lin Air felt a mix of shock and contemplation. A flicker of light danced in Qin Tianke's eyes. The system activated immediately. Chun Hu. Cultivation level, early 4th tier. Attribute, Thunder. Abilities, Thunder Wrath, Lake Realm. Beasts, 4th tier perfect grade Thunder Qilin Beast, 4th tier elite grade Black Ink Dragon, 3rd tier perfect grade Sacred Winged Unicorn. Qin Tianke's gaze shifted to the other 2 tamed beasts. Beasts, Thunder Qilin Beast. Attribute, Thunder. Cultivation level, early stage 4. Grade, perfect. Abilities, Thunder Rage, Thunder Seal Lockdown, Thunder Spear Strike. Description, born in the Sea of Thunder, the Son of Thunder. Beast, Black Ink Dragon Jiao. Element, water. Cultivation, early stage 4. Rank, elite. Abilities, Thousandfold Water Percolation, Dragon Blood Burst, commanding 10,000. Description, a dragon-blooded wyvern with a trace of dragon blood possessing innate dominance over scaled beasts of lower cultivation than itself. The Black Ink Dragon and the Thunder Qilin Beast? Shin Tian-Ke had studied both of these beast types. They could be described as mounts with unique attributes. The Black Ink Lynx Dragon, as the system described. This type of mount carries a portion of dragon blood within its veins. But only a fraction. That is why it remains in its dragon snake form, rather than true dragon kind. This is precisely why its abilities exert a suppressing effect on scaled beasts. The other Thunder Qilin beast was born within the Sea of Thunder, making it exceedingly rare to obtain. Its innate thunderous power surges eternally. Its combat prowess is extraordinary. Both beasts can be considered supremely powerful entities. Not only are they difficult to obtain, but they are also challenging to cultivate. To have elevated them to the 4th tier and achieved such a level of prowess. This alone speaks to their extraordinary nature. By comparison, Shin Tiang's beasts seem somewhat weaker. After all, both of his beasts are merely undead attributed mutant beasts. Compared to his opponent's beasts, they simply couldn't hold a candle. Shin Tian-Ke, meanwhile, was calculating every detail of the unfolding situation. Against 2 4th-tier beasts, Xiao Jin was clearly outmatched. But Old Black's current strength was certainly up to the task. After all, Lao Hei's power was simply overwhelming among his peers. Moreover, this was the first time Old Black had ever revealed his true strength. Shin Tian-Ke had long sensed the relentless combat hunger surging within Old Black. Old Black himself craved combat. Ever since advancing, he'd yearned to demonstrate his combat prowess. Now, at last, he had the chance to do so. How could Old Black not be thrilled? How could he not be thrilled? The two locked eyes. Shin Tian-Ke showed no haste in making his move. After all, in the records, it was recorded that this man possessed 3 beasts of command. And the last one was even at the 3rd tier cultivation level. This meant Xiao Jin's current strength can only match that sacred winged unicorn, which hasn't even shown its full power yet. That beast must be guarded against. Old Black's single beast must contend against 2 early 4th tier beasts. However, given Old Black's current resources and strength, victory should be within reach. It will simply require some effort. As fellow 4th tier beast tamers, Shin Tian-Ke could sense an unusual amplifying effect within the opponent's body. Once that amplification effect is unleashed, both sides would likely be plunged into a bitter struggle. Fortunately, the previous battle had not taken a significant toll on him overall. Otherwise, why would they say there's an insurmountable gap in cultivation between the 4th and 3rd tiers? This became the very source of the problem. No matter how one tried to cross it, not even half a step could be taken. After all, the power between the 3rd and 4th tiers was fundamentally different. Shin Tian-Ke had participated in so many battles. Yet his overall combat strength had only been depleted by a mere 10 to 20%. He still possessed 80% of his full strength. The opponents he had encountered were all exceptionally weak. Yet the opponents he had faced were all truly the cream of the crop. First came Yang Ruoshi, then her teammate Yuan Haoren. Either one alone could drain most of the opponent's strength. Though this person still possessed some means to replenish their strength. But it was still a drain, making it difficult to sustain. Chapter 178, Battle Stalemate. Considering all factors, Shin Tian-Ke believed he still held a chance of victory in this battle. It was simply a matter of taking a gamble. For Chen Hu at this moment, he must give this battle his absolute all. In the previous series of battles, though he had replenished his energy somewhat, he could never maintain a state of full readiness. At this moment, his combat strength was only about 70%. Under these circumstances, winning would be exceedingly difficult. Still, it might be worth a shot. For Chen Hu, it was a matter of doing his utmost and leaving the rest to fate. More than the battle itself, he yearned to observe his opponent's beast-taming techniques, seeking a breakthrough for himself. To encounter such an opponent is indeed a stroke of luck this time. Both sides possess their own combat strengths. To encounter a beastmaster of equal standing in this individual contest was indeed fortunate. The other's mastery of beast-taming might just help him achieve sudden enlightenment into deeper realms. Then his progress would accelerate a prospect he deeply yearned for. Victory or defeat held little weight in his eyes. Just then, Sun Haijun's voice rang out at the perfect moment. This referee declares the contest now begins. The moment the words fell, unlike the other platforms where battles erupted immediately, the two combatants did not rush to move. Both men clasped their fists almost simultaneously. Chen Hu, from the Transferee Alliance headquarters, Xin Tian K of Lingyun City. The moment the words fell, their beasts let out a roar, as if they could no longer contain themselves. Then they charged forward. Endless thunderous energy coalesced into chains that shot out in all directions. Purple lightning bolts slashed through the air like whips, continuously exploding and cracking in the air. Occasional piercing whistles echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the other beast beside it did not rush into action. Like an outsider, it quietly observed the unfolding situation before it. From time to time, it emitted a series of screeches. The opponent's objective was straightforward. They wanted to deal with Xiao Jin, but the timing wasn't right. So it waited for an opportunity. The Thunder Qilin beast charged straight at Old Black. Chains formed from thunderous power coiled around him. Its speed was blindingly fast. It even unleashed a uniquely thunderous strike from its mouth. Seeing this scene, Old Black hesitated not a moment. He opened his mouth and spat. The attack erupting from the 100 heads was terrifying beyond measure. In an instant, endless attribute attacks erupted from his mouth. These assaults were not merely sonic waves. They were interwoven with three elements: frost, tempest, and flame. As the three elements continuously swirled and intertwined, their power surged with overwhelming force and overwhelming momentum. Old Black's mastery of these three elements had now reached perfection. Moreover, the frequency and intensity of his application surpassed what ordinary people could imagine. In contrast, his opponent possessed only a single elemental power, seemingly at a significant disadvantage in terms of quantity. But that's not the case. While Old Black excels in all three elemental attributes, but the opponent's thunder element is widely acknowledged as the most devastating and ruthless among all elemental powers. The effects of an elemental attack of this caliber is exceptionally formidable. It was absolutely beyond the capacity of ordinary people to withstand. Soon, the two beasts collided. In terms of sheer size alone, Old Black was twice as large as his opponent. After all, its massive frame, it could easily accommodate 100 heads. Without such a massive frame, it would actually be rather unsuitable. The other beast appeared far smaller in comparison. The two beasts collided head-on. In raw physical strength, the Thunder Kirin held no advantage and was even at a disadvantage. Upon its horns, lightning surged, lashing furiously forward. Its four legs raced forward at blinding speed. Old Black opened its maw and unleashed a torrent. Three distinct attribute attacks surged forth with overwhelming force. As Old Black battled his opponent, his aura grew increasingly powerful and surging. The two beasts collided once more. The Thunder Qilin's horns gleamed fiercely as thunderous energy erupted from its body, interwoven with numerous special forces. Both sides' attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, growing ever more tyrannical, until, at the very last moment, they completely transformed into the most extraordinary force and attack. Its might surged like a tidal wave, its aura pulsing with intensity. The two beasts first clashed physically through relentless collisions. Then came the clash of elemental powers. Thunderous energy erupted, intertwined with the collision of fire, frost, and tempest forces. At the point of impact between the two beasts, thunder roared. Howling frost shattered, accompanied by other elemental attacks reverberating outward in all directions. The intensity of the battle escalated. Both sides surged with ever greater, extraordinary power. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin let out a piercing shriek. Then he charged toward that fourth-tier black ink dragon. It had seen the opponent preparing to strike. It couldn't let the enemy seize this opportunity. Water and fire never mix. Even if water could extinguish flames, fire could still reduce water to vapor through its scorching heat. Thus, between the two, there is no absolute elemental suppression. It all depends on who masters elemental manipulation better, who can gain the upper hand. As mentioned earlier, in battles between tamed beasts, when their cultivation levels are completely equal, it comes down to their grade. But when their ranks are unequal, even if one's strength is superior, a higher rank signifies greater power. Yet the chasm between third and fourth tiers is exceedingly difficult to bridge. Therefore, when strictly comparing strength levels, Xiao Jin still fell far short of his opponent. Yet, leveraging the advantage of flight, he could barely scrape by in combat. At the very least, he could hold his own. The battle intensified with each passing moment. Confidence surged like a mighty tide. A dragon and an eagle locked in combat. Fortunately, the opponent possessed only partial dragon blood. Scaled beasts held a natural advantage over them. Xiao Jin and Lao He did not fall into the category of scaled beasts. Had the opponent possessed a higher degree of dragon blood? Then this battle would have been pointless from the start. During the battle with the opponent, though he shrank in size, he maintained his advantage. Though his cultivation was one tier lower than his opponent's, his grade was one level higher, and possessed the ability to fly. The opponent possessed some dragon bloodline. It was merely a fragment of the dragon's bloodline, unable to soar with wind and rain or hide amidst clouds and mist. Its aura is far too weak. Compared to a true dragon, the gap was not just a little. Xiao Jin seemed to gain a slight edge through the innate advantage of flight. But 4th tier is still 4th tier. Though it had only fallen into a brief state of weakness and decline, it quickly regained its composure. Launch a frenzied counterattack. The battle raged at that very moment. It was impossible to say who would prevail. For now, the battle seemed to maintain a fair balance. But it could be shattered at any moment. After all, the enemy still had a tamed beast. Chapter 179, Sacred Winged Unicorn. On the other side, the clash between the two beasts. It was a brutal, bone-crunching exchange where neither would yield. It seemed that without relying on elemental attacks, Old Black managed to maintain the upper hand for the time being. Both were early 4th tier beasts. Old Black simply possessed a greater size advantage. Moreover, the other beast's strength was somewhat weaker. Yet due to their starkly different elemental attributes, the outcome of their battle remained uncertain. Though the thunder attribute is hailed as the most overpowering and invincible of all, the combat dynamics undergo a qualitative shift when the three attributes intertwine. The momentum between them kept shifting. The tension on the battlefield escalated, growing ever more intense. For a moment, the beast tamers seemed locked in a stalemate. If anyone was truly falling behind, it was only Xiao Jin. After all, even with its higher rank, the gap in cultivation was simply too vast to bridge. Thus, its overall strength remained insufficient, its combat effectiveness waning. Witnessing this scene, the others began speculating. After all, Chen, whose only true defeat was against Yang Ruoshi. There was no way around it. Yang Ruoshi was a dual-class transferee. Even if her cultivation was insufficient, she could fall back on the power of her second class. Qin Tianke, however, was one of the few present with a perfect record. One was him, and the other was Yang Ruoshi. The battle on the field grew increasingly fierce. Xiao Jin gradually found himself at a disadvantage. He began retreating backward. Qin Tianke remained standing there, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, as Xiao Jin was forced back by the onslaught, Qin Tianke spoke. His voice echoed in Xiao Jin's ears. At that moment, just as the black ink-scaled dragon was about to charge at Xiao Jin, Lao He let out a roar. Its body was visibly dissolving at a rapid pace. After forming a pool of water, it flowed into the shadow of its opponent. A sudden clash of combat echoed. Old Black burst out from the shadow of the black ink dragon, sinking its jaws into the latter's scaly armor. The scales were jet black throughout. They bore a resemblance to peerless armor forged from refined iron. They emitted an unusual radiance. In terms of hardness, it was indeed formidable. But against Old Black, it was still no match. Too weak, far too weak. Ordinary beasts couldn't bite through it. But remember this. Old Black has 100 heads tearing into its prey almost simultaneously. Under such a bite, not only does combat effectiveness plummet, his scales are as fragile as paper. Spotting the thunderbolts closing in from behind, Old Black hesitated not a moment. 3 elemental attacks swirled wildly. A raging wind laced with frost, forming a peculiar blizzard. Meanwhile, on the other side, flames swept up by the storm. The sea of fire surged and roared. The blizzard churned forward, intertwined with the towering sea of fire. At this very moment, while battling the thunder and lightning, it altered the lightning's trajectory, causing it to strike elsewhere. Old Black seized this opening. He vanished into the shadows between the two beasts. His speed was astonishing, weaving back and forth between the two beasts. In that moment, he managed to tie up both beasts. He avoided direct confrontation with either of them, nor did it launch any offensive actions. Chen Hu's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. The timing was far too difficult for him. He had already sensed something amiss in the situation. After all, no matter how powerful the opponent's beast was, it couldn't possibly fight two at once. But this beast was strangely unpredictable. It neither initiated attacks, nor did it allow the two beasts to engage it directly. It held them back in the shadows. Chen Hu was utterly helpless. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the two beasts were drained of their strength. The enemy still had one beast lurking in the shadows. It lay in wait, ready to pounce the moment his two beasts were drained. Under such circumstances, there could be no further delay. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. A roar erupted from behind him. For a moment, the light blazed brilliantly. A peculiar beast-like figure appeared, leaping forth from behind him. Hooves tapped lightly, treading upon ripples in the air. With wings flapping behind, its horn stood proudly erect upon its forehead. The horn burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. The moment it appeared, the unicorn let out a jubilant cry. Then, surging with power, it roared forth. Sacred Celestial Winged Unicorn. Beast, Sacred Celestial Winged Unicorn. Light dark attributes. Attributes, light dark. Cultivation level, tier 3. Grade, perfect. Abilities, divine judgment, radiant illumination, holy light final slash. Description, between heaven and earth, a divine favorite, possessing unique attributes light and dark permeate its entire being, and it is both male and female. The sacred winged unicorn appeared. After uttering a single cry, it was instantly engulfed by the flames surging from its eyes. Its pure white coat was instantly consumed by flames. The crimson-gray flames of the undead engulfed it in an instant. Its might was terrifying, its power astonishing. Xiao Jin, caught off guard the moment it appeared, caught him off guard. Within that split-second window, though the sacred winged unicorn could soar through the skies, even though it reacted swiftly, it was still helplessly struck, its white fur ignited by the blow. It couldn't even unleash its most basic sacred attack. The sacred winged unicorn is a rare light attribute unicorn. It possessed a natural counter to Old Black. But coincidentally, Xiao Jin held no interest in this type of beast. The spectral attribute has never feared glorious sanctity. Not only did the fireball refuse to dissipate under the sacred light's illumination, instead, its flames grew ever more intense. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Jin emitted a series of shrill cries, engaging the enemy in combat. For a moment, the battle raged with terrifying intensity, neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Old Black, relying solely on his beastly strength, managed to stall the opponent. The battle was not only bizarre but terrifying. Both sides seemed locked in a brief stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Neither could breach the other's defenses. Chen, whose heart trembled violently. If this continued, his strength would be drained dry. His opponent was counting on his strength not enduring the drain. Therefore, they sought to wear him down through this method. It seemed his goal was now achieved. And he had indeed let impatience get the better of him. Chen, whose heart sank with urgency. A thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, waves rippled out from the sacred celestial winged unicorn's body. The ripples were eerie. Those eyes, symbolizing countless divine lights. Now, they underwent a transformation. One eye brimmed with radiant light. The other was filled with gloomy darkness. As if two forces were constantly intertwining and clashing. Simultaneously. Within Qin Tiang's eyes, the attributes of this tamed beast began to shift. From light, it transformed into darkness. Beast, dark abyss unicorn. Indeed, it had changed. In Qin Tiang's eyes, the unicorn's coat began to shift continuously. From its original pure white feathers, it turned pitch black as ink. Simultaneously, it began emitting waves of energy reminiscent of the chaotic abyss. Unique, eerie, surging, chaotic. Chapter 180, Counterbalance. The aura of this unicorn began to shift and transform. It even leaned toward the dark attribute. At that moment, Qin Tiang's heart tightened. After sensing the aura of the horn on the unicorn's forehead shift from light to darkness, he had already made his judgment. That horn was the very source of the unicorn's power. It was also the very foundation enabling its transformation between dark and light forms. Moreover, compared to the previous two beasts, the bond of the contract between this beast and its master ran deeper. This meant that among Chen Hu's contracted beasts, its primary combat mount might not be one of the previous two, but this unique unicorn whose form intertwines both dark and light attributes. Thus, this beast is the primary battle beast. Due to its intensive cultivation, its breakthrough to the 4th tier has been extremely slow. On the unicorn's body, black aura began to spread across its form. A peculiar black flame ignited upon its body. As the flames swirled and consumed the surroundings, accompanied by a peculiar sound, which halted Xiao Jin's intent to continue attacking. The flames in Xiao Jin's wings burned out. He flapped his wings and soared back, circling high in the sky. His gaze remained fixed upon the unicorn, now shrouded in countless dark currents that were causing it to undergo an eerie transformation. The unicorn's horn had transformed from its original pure, flawless light into a raging, ink-black demonic energy. Its wings began transforming into monstrous bat-like appendages. One could even see pulsing veins beneath the membranes connecting its bones. With a piercing cry, the beast's transformation was complete. A deep, ominous darkness now spread across its entire body. An oppressive, peculiar darkness. At this moment, this beast had transformed into something entirely different. Beast, dark abyss unicorn. Attributes, light darkness. Cultivation level, tier 3. Grade, perfect grade. Abilities, dark flame, demon blood rage, abyssal spear. Description, between heaven and earth, a sacred favorite, possessing unique attributes light and darkness permeate its entire being, and it is both male and female. Upon reading this description, Qin Tianke frowned. His heart tightened. Old Black could barely hold off those two 4th tier beasts, but only barely. He needed to conserve strength for the next round. Moreover, judging by the current situation, the enemy's primary battle beast even surpassed those two 4th tier beasts in aura. Once a beastmaster's mount breaks through to the 4th tier, The breakthrough of the second beast would follow naturally. Of course, the longer one has cultivated a beast, the more difficult it becomes for them to break through to the fourth tier. This explains why the aura emanating from this Dark Abyss unicorn grows increasingly terrifying. Yet it still hasn't entered the fourth tier. If one were to truly categorize it, this Dark Abyss unicorn's cultivation level was merely at the threshold of the fourth tier. Xiao Jin circled nearby. It had only recently entered the third tier. At the first to third tiers, it was really a contest of the beast's accumulated cultivation. In comparison, Xiao Jin's cultivation was far too shallow. When facing a primary battle beast cultivated by its master for countless years, the gap remains vast and unbridgeable. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Xiao Jin had already drifted back. It began circling nearby, quietly waiting for its chance. The Dark Abyss unicorn's eyes blazed with a savage, bloodthirsty light. The horn upon its forehead pulsed with an eerie black glow. Its aura felt like a demon from hell. Fierce, domineering, utterly unstoppable. Holy crap, 3 beasts. No wonder they're contestants from the Alliance headquarters, they actually have 3 beasts. And that final unicorn can actually shift between 2 completely conflicting attributes. So powerful. Qin Tianke is as good as defeated now. The surrounding spectators buzzed with discussion. Anticipation for the battle's outcome ran high. No wonder. These two had been the focus of attention from the very start. 2 fourth-tier beast masters. Combined with their distinct beasts and the unique special attributes of their mounts. This battle was absolutely adrenaline pumping. Watching the scene unfold before him, Chen Hu's heart trembled. He quietly sensed the relentless drain of power within his body and the current exhaustion of his 3 beasts. While taming beasts consumed the master's own power, summoning them drew upon the beast master's own reserves. Furthermore, if the beast were to unleash any special abilities, both parties must exert their powers simultaneously. At that moment, the power within his body would be significantly diminished. Now, all 3 beasts are unleashed. Though they appear formidable, 2 of his 4th-tier beasts were held back by the Hundred-Headed Ghost Mastiff, also at the early 4th tier. Despite the combined assault of the 2 beasts, not only were they unable to inflict any damage, but they even risked friendly fire. Instead, they were successfully ambushed by the enemy. In this stalemate, both beasts suffered immense exhaustion. If neither side could exploit the other's weakness, then defeat in this battle would only be a matter of time. After all, both beasts were too impetuous. Their natures were savage and unrestrained. They were no match for this stealthy, cunning beast. Meanwhile, my primary battle beast, the unicorn, engaged in combat with that mutated beast. It had now shifted into its Dark Abyss form. It wouldn't be long. It would drain every ounce of its power. In the previous battle, even when facing Yang Ruoshi and his own teammates, Shen Hu had never summoned his 3rd beast. This was because the 3rd beast, the unicorn, possessed 2 distinct attributes. The energy expenditure between each attribute was also vastly different. The dark attribute consumed the most energy. The power within Chen Hu's body was rapidly depleting by the minute. Combined with the earlier expenditure required to maintain the 2 beasts, it wouldn't be long. He would be the first to reach exhaustion, drained of all strength. By then, he wouldn't even have the capacity to deploy his beasts again. Therefore, at this critical juncture, whether considering the characteristics of his beasts or his current physical condition, the only option is to finish this quickly. Chen Hu immediately transmitted his intent to the unicorn. A crimson light surged in the Dark Abyss unicorn's eyes. It let out a piercing cry. Its hooves touched the ground lightly. Its fearsome wings flapped behind it. It charged forward at breakneck speed. Upon its horn, a dark, demonic energy surged like never before, growing ever denser, until finally it coalesced into the phantom form of a spear. It erupted from the horn, striking directly toward Xiao Jin. Abyssal spear, descend. Xiao Jin stared at the enormous black spear hurtling toward him at blinding speed. His heart filled with dread. The flames of the undead raged wildly beneath the fluttering wings. Around his body, circles of crimson-gray flames formed in waves. The surging waves of flame swept through the air, were enveloped in a shimmering glow. Chapter 181, The Final Killing Move. Flames surged ceaselessly. Their might shook the heavens. The flames formed a solid shield. It even managed to briefly counterbalance the opponent's long spear, creating a momentary stalemate. But this scene lasted only a moment. It shattered in an instant. That black spear was too terrifying. The unique aura of the Dark Abyss emanating from its tip, like a vortex that would swallow anyone who gazed into it. Instead, it voraciously absorbed Xiao Jin's undead flames, harnessing them for its own purposes. As its power steadily swelled and replenished, it had already surpassed Xiao Jin. At this moment, the undead flame actually enhanced the power of the opponent's strike. As one side weakened and the other grew stronger, the situation became dire. Xiao Jin would struggle to withstand it. Seeing this, Jin Tianke immediately. He urged Xiao Jin to unleash other abilities. A ruthless glint flashed across Xiao Jin's handsome face. Then, as the flames violently retracted inward, just as the spear was about to thrust forward, Xiao Jin's body abruptly withdrew the flames at an astonishing speed, simultaneously unleashing unprecedented velocity. Compressed to its absolute limit. Like a streak of fire, in the blink of an eye, it landed not far away. Xiao Jin's undead flame, besides possessing formidable offensive properties, but also functioned as a unique force, capable of being violently compressed before erupting. When unleashed, it not only grants immense speed, but also greatly enhances control over flame attributes. This is the ability Xiao Jin currently possesses. This explains why Xiao Jin has consistently suppressed this power whenever he uses it. He deliberately held back, waiting for the crucial moment to unleash a fatal strike. It has also been the most common application of the undead flame. Witnessing this scene, the Dark Abyss unicorn let out a roar. The dark spear that had flown out. Now, astonishingly, it flew back. And at an incredible speed, it split apart, forming several spears, charging toward Xiao Jin, closely pursuing him from behind. Though Xiao Jin immediately chose to compress his power and lunge at the opponent, there was still a considerable distance between them. To collide with him, he would inevitably be pierced by the spear behind him. Moreover, the unicorn's horn was now pulsing with an unprecedented, peculiar force, preparing to launch a pincer attack. Meanwhile, on the other flank, after letting out a roar, just as his body was about to merge once more into the shadow of one of the beasts, but was detected first by his opponent. Fury blazed in the Thunder Qilin beast's eyes. Finally, I've caught you off guard. Thunderous energy had long coiled around the area, forming a dense web of thunderous electricity. It erupted instantly through its two horns. Thunder flashed. The light was dazzling, instantly piercing Old Black's body, leaving behind a scar, and halted his impending escape. Old Black's scalp tingled from the lightning strike, making him struggle to maintain his balance. The other black ink dragon seizing the opportunity to press its advantage. It charged forward at breakneck speed. It whipped its massive tail like a giant whip. The whip itself bore thick, heavy scales. Not only thick, but also packing tremendous striking power. A whistling wind sliced through the air, accompanied by a series of piercing, buzzing whistles. A heavy blow struck Old Black's body. At that moment, fur was whipped away and fell. A sizable scar was left on his body. Blood flowed freely from the wound. Even the bones and flesh beneath were visible. It stood out starkly against his massive frame. Old Black witnessed this. He flew into a rage. Since Old Black had reached this stage in his cultivation, no one had ever wounded it so severely. And this was despite its masters ordering it to hold back. A beast tamer who dared not suppress its power. How dare they treat it this way? How could it not be enraged? How could it not be enraged? Old Black roared, 100 voices bellowing in unison. The sound waves reverberated across the heavens. It halted abruptly, glaring at the two beast riders before it. From within its 100 heads, flames erupted simultaneously. Meanwhile, the other two beasts launched their most powerful attacks at the same instant. They had already received their master's command. They must eliminate the enemy at the fastest possible speed, at any cost. This meant they could unleash certain special powers that had been sealed away all this time. Shenhu wasn't concerned about accidentally injuring or even killing the enemy. After all, beyond their stage, Sun Haijun still stood there, the foremost among the 36 sovereigns, a universally acknowledged 7th-tier powerhouse. How could the battle between two mere 4th-tier fighters fail to stop even a 7th-tier powerhouse? The twin horns on the Thunder Qilin beast's forehead began to undergo a qualitative change. They were starting to resemble dragon horns. In a certain sense, the Qilin indeed possessed a portion of dragon blood. But compared to the black ink dragon beside it, its dragon bloodline was vastly inferior. Yet it still possesses the innate power to manifest certain dragon-like special attacks. The black ink dragon itself possesses dragon blood. The black ink scaled dragon now opened its maw and roared. Its mouth emitted a series of roars. Upon its pitch-black scales began to appear crimson-hued patterns, like intricate seals, as they continuously surfaced, spreading across its entire body. The crimson patterns on its scales began to radiate an unprecedented aura. Simultaneously, the black ink dragon's form grew hazy. It began to flicker incessantly. Its form expanded in that instant. It swelled to more than double its previous size. Simultaneously, on its body, 4 legs had unexpectedly sprouted. Just like a true dragon, a colossal dragon's phantom materialized behind it. As the dragon's phantom materialized, a colossal, overwhelming pressure descended. Old Black staggered backward, stunned by the sheer force of it. An overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon him, the fear instinctively coursing through his body. Refusing to bow down, He let out a series of low, guttural growls. It tried to break free. It let out a mournful cry. Shin Tianke frowned. Through the system, he saw the black ink lynx dragon, now in the throes of dragon blood fury. The frenzied aura emanating from its dragon blood instantly amplified the attributes that could suppress certain scaled creatures. Now it could suppress all creatures. But in that split second of distraction, it delivered a devastating blow beyond Old Black's imagination. The countless bolts of lightning that had been gathering around the thunder Chilan beast's body for so long began to violently coalesce upon its two horns. As the power surged ever more intensely, at the point between its brows, a flash of lightning erupted. A peculiar lightning spear instantly materialized. It took shape at an astonishing speed. Then it thrust straight forward. Thunder spear, annihilate! A deafening roar echoed. The black ink dragon lizard let out a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry. After that, its aura surged with overwhelming power. The black ink scaled dragon's seemingly illusory forelegs solidified further. Slowly, it raised one claw. The colossal dragon's phantom form behind it followed suit, striking out. Chapter 182, Mutual Destruction. Within that claw lay hidden a series of deep, resonant dragon roars. Mighty and majestic. The oppressive force crushing all living beings descended with the unique, tyrannical nature of dragon blood. The aura was wildly ferocious. Rolling waves of energy surged endlessly. The two attacks converged. They erupted into a staggering, sky-shaking assault, sweeping toward the opponent. Upon witnessing this scene, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. He wanted to intervene. But remembering his master's instructions, he could only reluctantly prepare to evade once more. However, immediately afterward, Lao Hei heard his host's voice. Don't worry. Give it your all and fight them properly. Let the world see your strength. Shin Tianke no longer intended to restrain Lao Hei. Lao Hei's desire to fight remained undiminished, growing ever more exhilarated. This was the first time Lao Hei had revealed his advanced form in such a public setting. It was also the first time he unleashed his attacks without reservation after receiving his master's approval. Lao Hei was loyal by nature, and his loyalty remained undiminished after the undead transformation. Instead, he gained a frenzied nature. His craving for battle grew ever more intense. Just like now. After receiving permission, Old Black now craved nothing but battle. A tidal wave of battle intent surged within him. It stirred a restless agitation within Shin Tiang's heart. As both pairs of eyes turned crimson, an eerie crimson glow began to emanate from them. The hair on his body bristled and trembled. Countless runic markings appeared within them. At that moment, three distinct currents swirled around it. The winds churned ceaselessly in the air, forming a blizzard visible to the naked eye. The snow within that blizzard was the crystallization of another power, the Frost Force. The Frost Power was a special enhancement gained after Shin Tianke consumed the Star Soul Herb. It could be said to be the strongest of the three elemental powers currently possessed by Old Black. The other elemental power, Fire, has accompanied Lao Hei the longest. Its mastery far surpasses that of the other. These two forces, one ice, one fire, clash with each other. As for the storm attribute, though not his specialty, it serves to integrate and complement the others. Ice and fire attributes, though inherently conflicting, can coexist temporarily. Combined with the moderating influence of the storm element, a peculiar, raging tornado emerged. One side blazes with fire, the other with frost. Yet through constant intertwining and entanglement, they coalesce together, slowly forming a unique attack. Extremely violent, the two currents continuously intertwined and spun, hurtling forward with devastating force. Wave after wave of frenzied energy surged violently. The two attacks collided head-on. The thunder spear was indeed ferocious. It lived up to its reputation as the most domineering and powerful thunder attribute attack. It relentlessly pierced through the frost, churned by the flames. It relentlessly pushed forward against the wind's momentum. However, due to the wind's fury, and possessing a certain degree of synergistic properties, it swiftly neutralized all the thunderous power within the strike. Instead, it absorbed the power into its own assault. The claw formed from the dragon's phantom behind the black ink dragon serpent was likewise blocked by the storm. As the two levels of attack continuously intertwined and collided, unleashed an unprecedented commotion. At the point of direct contact, exploded in a frenzied release. A thunderous roar echoed out. At that moment, thunderous power radiated outward. The colossal claw formed from the dragon's phantom began to shatter. The triple attribute storm vortex likewise dissipated into the air. Two immense forces surged wildly. In an instant, snowflakes, sparks of fire, fragments of thunder, whirlwinds, four-colored attacks formed by the four elements painted the sky. Layers upon layers of attacks relentlessly piled up, raging with extraordinary ferocity upon this arena. A thunderous roar echoed. Three levels of attacks erupted violently. Two of the attacks dissipated. One attack suddenly pierced through the center. Everyone witnessed it. It was a peculiar light. Beyond its storm attributes, it contained both flame and frost energies coalescing into a peculiar, needle-like projectile. This was the ultimate reason Old Black had unleashed such a formidable attack. It was all to shield this final strike. This needle channeled the most potent elemental power he could currently master. It was also a special attack unleashed in its berserk state. Meanwhile, the opposing beasts. The attacks of the two beasts were completely nullified in the previous explosion. This single strike contained boundless power. Once it landed, both beasts would either die or be gravely wounded. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The Thunder Qilin beast and the Black Ink Dragon Jiao both recoiled violently at nearly the same moment. Their bodies were covered in scorch marks from the flames. Both beasts bore injuries of varying severity. The constantly flickering runes on the Black Ink Dragon Serpent gradually subsided. Its scales were shattered, exposing raw flesh. Meanwhile, the Thunder Qilin beast's horns now emitted a faint, subdued glow. Simultaneously, the fur on its body had been shaken loose by the previous strike, exposing the flesh and bones beneath. Both beasts had suffered severe blows. Both sustained injuries. The Thunder Qilin beast managed to emit a mournful cry before it struggled to its feet. It stood in a sorry state, covered in bloodstains. The Black Ink Dragon Serpent, however, remained unable to rise for a long while. Once the dragon blood rage manifested, it plunged the user into a state of power depletion, compounded by enduring such a blow. Had the Thunder Qilin beast not absorbed the bulk of the assault, such an assault landing solely upon it would surely cripple it. Yet through the combined efforts of the two beasts, they barely managed to withstand it. Though still battered and bruised, only the Thunder Qilin beast retained the strength to fight on. Yet this was pushing its limits. Though its injuries weren't as severe as those of the Black Ink Dragon Serpent, it was still badly wounded. To fight again would be an immense challenge. Old Black, despite his injuries, due to its unique nature, it only endured the immense pressure from the Dragon Clan. As for those elemental attacks, caused it no harm whatsoever. On the other hand, Little Gold's speed was extraordinary. In its continuous flight, his speed was extremely fast. Though the spear still pursued from behind, Xiao Jin had already closed in. As the beast rider charged forward, the Dark Abyss Unicorn's eyes flashed with shock. The raging darkness relentlessly eroded its being. Its power underwent a relentless metamorphosis. A frenzied assault surged forth. Just as it was about to roar in fury, Xiao Jin's body began to shrink at a visible speed. After transforming into a fiery red streak of light, his form plunged like a meteor hammer, crashing heavily before the unicorn. Crack! As the crisp sound echoed, an attack struck from behind in an instant. The spear pierced through Xiao Jin's body. Blood spurted forth. His body was pierced through by the spear. Yet, the flames of the undead now consumed him. Blood surged through his veins like fuel. The flames surged upward. The flames surged violently, gradually enveloping both beasts within its embrace. Where the two beasts collided, a thick plume of smoke erupted. Which of these two beasts prevailed? Chapter 183, Xiao Jin severely wounded. The crowd watched the scene unfold before them. Anticipation surged within them. They were all curious, their eyes fixed intently on the spot shrouded in smoke, as if praying for the figure they hoped to see to appear. Holy crap, is Qin Tiang's Beastmaster that powerful? I always thought his beast would sneak attack like him, but it nearly defeated Chen Hu. That bizarre 100-headed beast can actually fight two opponents at once? It severely wounded Chen Hu's other two beasts while sustaining almost no damage itself. Qin Tiang's other third-tier flying beast is actually holding its own against the unicorn, and it even knows how to target the unicorn's power source. The unicorn's horn is the very root of its power. Sever that source, and you can force it into a desperate struggle. But wait, look! Chen Hu's Thunder Qilin seems to be showing signs of exhaustion, while his other Black Ink Dragon is practically half dead. Qin Tiang's got this fight in the bag. Holy crap! Could a Beastmaster from some backwater town really defeat a Beastmaster trained for years at the Alliance headquarters? Awe gripped everyone's hearts. No one could have imagined it. If Qin Tianke wins this battle, what kind of impact will it have? It would be no exaggeration to say it would send shockwaves throughout the entire city. After all, the Transferee Alliance headquarters had always been synonymous with invincibility. Their very existence served as a model for all city teams. Throughout the history of Transferee selections, their names have always ranked first. This gradually instilled a belief in everyone's minds. The headquarters of the Transferee Alliance could never be defeated. Whether in group battles or individual contests, they would never be defeated. This is the confidence of the Alliance headquarters, and the hope people placed in them. But judging by the current trend, it seems Qin Tianke holds a significant advantage over his opponent. Should Qin Tianke prevail, it would mean shattering the Transferee Alliance headquarters' long-standing undefeated record. Once he defeats his opponent, Qin Tianke will likely claim the championship title in this individual tournament. The crowd now held their breath in anticipation, each silently praying for the outcome. Within the swirling smoke, whoever emerged victorious would be declared the winner. Would Qin Tianke triumph over Chen Hu from the Transferee Alliance headquarters, earning him fame across the land? Or would Chen Hu of the Transferee Alliance headquarters defend their honor and defeat Qin Tianke? The outcome was truly anyone's guess. Now, many watched with bated breath. They wished they possessed the ability to see through walls, desperately wanting to see everything unfolding within the smoke. As the smoke billowed thickly, the two beasts were each flung flying to opposite sides. Xiao Jin was struck by the attack. He collapsed to the ground. His body was covered in bloodstains. Numerous holes pierced his body. Xiao Jin's frame was already small. Now, under the influence of these wounds, he appeared even more withered and lifeless. The unicorn across from him wasn't faring much better. It had restored its original sacred, luminous form. Precisely because of this, one could clearly see its fur stained with blood and scorch marks from flames still etched upon its body. The most dramatic change was the source of the unicorn's pride and power. That single horn was now broken off by a full third. The unicorn let out a mournful cry. The pain was excruciating. Yet under its luminous form, innate healing powers kicked in. The horn and its wounds would require a long time to heal. After letting out a mournful cry, its breath grew faint and erratic. It kept emitting agonized moans, until Qin Tianke brought it into the beast-taming realm for a brief respite. At that moment, Qin Tianke slowly rose to his feet. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. Xiao Jin's state just now was nothing short of trading injury for death. A mutual destruction. And that was precisely why Xiao Jin was now gravely wounded. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Even as Xiao Jin charged toward that unicorn, he sensed something was amiss. But he never imagined Xiao Jin would resort to a mutually destructive tactic. This tactic was a power possessed by every beast tamer. By depleting the beast's very essence, to gain power far exceeding its normal capabilities. The Beastmaster's primal essence is directly linked to its life. Life is given only once. Except for certain beasts with unique traits, capable of sprouting 9 tails, embodying 9 lives. This creates a unique circumstance within the beast taming essence. It can be continuously stimulated to erupt. However, Xiao Jin hadn't reached that level yet. In this attack, Xiao Jin wounded his opponent but was pierced by the spear that followed closely behind. Some of its primal essence was lost. For Xiao Jin, still in his juvenile stage, this damage was extremely fatal. Shen Hu looked at the opponent. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Their combat strength had been compromised. Compared to the Thunder Qilin beast and the Black Ink Dragon Serpent, the former was wounded but his robust physique allowed him to fight on. The latter's combat effectiveness plummeted. The use of dragon blood had left him weakened, compounded by the significant damage he had sustained. Its combat effectiveness was even lower. Though the unicorn could heal its wounds, it was no match for that strange 4th-tier beast. Beside Qin Tianke, the 100-headed ghost mastiff had already appeared. Its wounds had already healed. Its aura remained undiminished, seemingly unaffected by the battle. On their side, 3 beasts were wounded. None were fit for further combat. One of the enemy was wounded, the other fully healed. The outcome of this battle was now decided. I concede this battle. Shen Hu understood the current situation. Further struggle would only burden the beast further. Rather than that, it would be better to use this opportunity to nourish the beast's body. Thus, he could participate in the next round. Shen Hu found it hard to fathom. The opponent's flying beast had embraced a mindset of mutual destruction, willing to burn its very essence. Such a mindset. Such tactics. The mount's loyalty to its host was beyond comprehension. Shen Hu could even sense that the beast had entrusted its very life and death to its master. Could this be the essence of their mastery over beasts? Shen Hu pondered silently. Qin Tianke felt no joy at winning the battle. Instead, he felt somewhat disheartened. Xiao Jin had just burned its primordial essence to fight. Without timely treatment, it could inflict irreversible damage. But he had never encountered such a situation before. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Xiao Jin's earlier state of exhaustion wasn't caused by the spear piercing him. This left Qin Tianke momentarily at a loss. That was why he had sent Xiao Jin into the beast-taming space first. To prevent further injury. He also wanted to help Xiao Jin heal himself. Qin Tianke couldn't forget what he'd seen displayed on Xiao Jin's status bar moments ago. Beast, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Current status, combat involving the burning of primordial essence, severely injured. Burning one's essence required immense time to mend, and even then, it might not be effective. Chapter 184, Fame Soars. Xiao Jin's current condition. He is utterly incapable of fighting for the time being. But to Qin Tianke, this seemed like a minor issue. Whether Xiao Jin recovers. That was another matter entirely. Suddenly, Jin Tianke remembered something. He immediately rose to seek assistance from Sun Haijun outside the arena. At that moment, Chen Hu's voice rang out. Brother Qin. When Chen Hu had witnessed Xiao Jin burning his primordial essence in battle, he admired Xiao Jin's loyalty. He also witnessed the injuries to Xiao Jin's primordial essence. As fellow beast tamers, he fully understood the grave consequences when a third-tier beast master burned their source. The consequences of burning one's source energy were severe. It could very well shatter the source essence. Once that happened, the beast tamer's path of cultivation would be severed forever. Chen Hu pondered for a moment. He flipped his wrist. He retrieved a pill from his storage ring. But as he did so, a fleeting look of reluctance crossed his eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and tossed the pill to Qin Tianke. This is a return to void pill. Your beast companion is gravely injured, use it to heal it immediately. Qin Tianke reached out to catch it. Upon hearing the other's words, his eyes widened in surprise. He instinctively summoned the system's power. Pill, rejuvenation pill. Grade, perfect grade. Description, repairs injuries to the core essence of beast tamers. Regarding the name of this pill, Qin Tianke had only ever heard of it by reputation. But he never imagined it would actually appear before his eyes now. This pill possesses only one effect, repairing injuries to beast tamers. Yet even this single effect could be considered priceless, beyond any sum of gold. After all, its efficacy was simply too remarkable. Once a beastmaster's primal essence is lost and left unrepaired for an extended period, it would sever the beastmaster's path to cultivation forever. Qin Tianke never imagined the other party would possess such ammunition. After all, this ammunition is extremely scarce. This alone was enough to reveal the individual's status within the Alliance headquarters ranks. It should be considered quite prominent. After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Tianke clasped his fists in a respectful salute. Brother Chen, for this immense kindness, I shall never forget it. Having said this, Qin Tianke felt like conceding defeat. After all, in his eyes, victory could never outweigh the safety of his beast. After tossing it into the beast taming space for Xiao Jin to consume, he felt Xiao Jin's depleted primordial essence, depleted by the burning, gradually begin to repair itself. The wounds on its body began to heal continuously. Qin Tianke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With this pill's aid, it truly came at the right moment. But he hadn't forgotten the other party. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved some medicinal herbs from his storage ring. Brother Chen, I've seen your beast writing technique in an ancient text before. These herbs might help them improve. The other party was helping Xiao Jin. He had to show his gratitude. He couldn't just offer empty words. Otherwise, he'd feel guilty about it. As for Qin Tianke's so-called ancient texts, that was pure nonsense. The system now contained detailed annotations explaining how to enhance the strength of beast tamers and the circumstances under which mutations occur. The system now provides detailed annotations and explanations. The same applies to the opponent's beast tamers. He'd simply been too lazy to examine them closely at the time. Since the other party had assisted him, that debt of gratitude still stood. It was not too late for him to repay that debt now. Among the herbs he handed over, he slipped in a piece of paper. The other party had 3 beasts, but Qin Tianke had only provided 2. One belonged to the unicorn. The other belonged to the black ink dragon. However, the only herbs he currently possessed were those belonging to the black ink lynx dragon. As for the unicorn's herbs, he didn't have a single one. It all came down to the rarity of the other party's beasts. He could consider himself fortunate to have obtained even a fraction of the required herbs. The paper also contained detailed annotations listing other required medicinal ingredients. Chen Hu took it. He hadn't held out much hope for Qin Tianke's words. He hadn't held out much hope. After all, the other party's background was too obscure. It was unlikely to contain anything worthwhile. But after a cursory glance, Chen Hu's expression abruptly changed. 3 lives flower, serpent gall dragon's blood ointment. Seeing those familiar yet unfamiliar names of medicinal herbs, Chen Hu recalled the words his master had spoken long ago. Each of these herbs possessed extraordinary potency to enhance his 2 tamed beasts. The level of detail here was even more thorough than what his master had recorded back then. Chen Hu was stunned. These items were even more precious than the Sudan he had just given away. His earlier disappointment vanished instantly. In that moment, he gained a completely new understanding of Qin Tianke. He began to speculate about the other's mastery of beast control. The 2 exchanged few words. Each sat cross-legged in meditation. They began tending to their beasts. While Chen Hu helped his beast master solidify its foundations and heal its wounds, he also gained some understanding of Qin Tianke's approach to beast taming. He also gained some insights into Qin Tianke's approach to beast taming. Though his beasts appeared to fight independently during combat, There was indeed coordination between them. This coordination appeared unrelated. Yet, it was woven through countless subtle connections. The flying beast immediately engaged the unicorn, preventing it from threatening the hundred-headed mastiff. Meanwhile, the hundred-headed mastiff held back my two beasts, preventing them from attacking Xiao Jin. The art of beast taming involved here seemed somewhat unfathomable. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged. While silently pondering within, he also gained clarity on his own path of beast taming. Typically, reaching the 4th tier requires forging one's own path in beast control. However, due to the abrupt nature of his breakthrough, Qin Tianke found himself momentarily without a clear vision for this path. His current path was the same as most others. He viewed his beast as a partner. Even so, ordinary beast tamers could never unleash techniques like Xiao Jin's, which risked mutual destruction. Qin Tianke felt a flicker of doubt within him. How much longer would this path take? The two remained in quiet recuperation. Little did they know that outside, because of Qin Tianke, a massive uproar had erupted. Qin Tianke had defeated Chun Hu. A beastmaster from a remote small town had defeated a beastmaster trained for years by the headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. The news spread like wildfire through every street and alley. After 8 days, Qin Tianke's name once again echoed throughout the Alliance's capital city. Qin Tianke defeated Chun Hu. Inside the casino. Upon hearing the news, a flicker of light danced in his eyes. After a momentary daze, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. After all, Chen Hu was the clear favorite to win this championship. Many had even predicted he would take first place. Yet unexpectedly, even he couldn't overcome Qin Tianke. This meant Qin Tianke's ranking would undoubtedly land within the top 5, or even the top 3. Even taking the top spot. It wasn't impossible. And Qin Tianke had only a handful of opponents left whom he hadn't truly faced yet. Therefore, Qin Tianke's ranking was virtually guaranteed to be within the top 3. At this thought, Lin Er could barely suppress the grin tugging at his lips. His body trembled with excitement. Chapter 185, The Final Battle. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lin Er trembled with excitement. If Qin Tianke wins, given the odds that kept climbing, the few hundred alliance coins he'd bet could multiply by several zeros. At the very least, he'd walk away with millions of alliance coins. A smile spread across his face, impossible to contain. Though he knew the casino would take a cut. No matter how he calculated it, he could turn it into 10 or even 100 times more. A huge profit, no loss. Lin Er felt fortunate for his keen insight. With this, he would have the strength to restore his family's former glory. His family was merely a third-rate clan within the alliance. Their total assets barely reached a few million. Given the current situation, as long as Qin Tianke can keep winning consecutively, even if he were to lose 2 matches from here on out, he could still maintain his winning percentage and secure a substantial sum of money. At this moment in the square, many spectators watching the scene unfold, utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that a spectator's earlier jest would prove prophetic? Qin Tianke had actually claimed the championship this time. This scene was beyond belief. This scene mirrored the one that unfolded 8 days prior. Yet it was even more shocking than what had happened 8 days prior. Who could have imagined that Qin Tianke, hailing from a remote provincial town, would emerge victorious and defeat his opponent? If his top 10 finish in the speed selection 8 days ago was merely a glimpse of his potential, now he had cemented his reputation. On this day, Qin Tianke's name would echo throughout the Alliance's capital city. Qin Tianke's achievements would be the focus of all attention. At this very moment, among the 44 city teams, even Lin Nuwa and his 2 companions were in disbelief. They had only recently learned that Qin Tianke had broken through to the 4th tier. But they never imagined that he could actually defeat Chen Hu. After all, Chen Hu held advantages over him not only in the number of beasts he commanded, but also held advantages in experience and key resource cultivation. Given all these combined factors, they believed Qin Tianke would suffer a crushing defeat in this battle. Would likely end in a humiliating defeat, yet he actually won? Lin Nuwa cheered excitedly. The captain won. The captain won. Seeing this, anyone unaware might think Qin Tianke had won the championship. Still, defeating Chen Hu meant he was just a step away from the championship. Lin Nua's sturdy frame swayed. As he shouted, he instinctively embraced the person beside him, jumping for joy. The person beside him hadn't even registered what was happening. With a look of pure excitement, they embraced each other. But the next moment, Lin Nuwa felt the softness of the person he was holding. His expression changed. The figure in his embrace flushed crimson. Both instantly realized the awkwardness of the situation. They parted almost simultaneously, darting away to opposite sides. Their faces flushed crimson, as if they'd just done something naughty. Chen Zhengyang, who witnessed everything, wore an expression of utter indifference. But inwardly, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He felt an inexplicable urge to spit out the dog food that had been shoved into his mouth. But in an instant, his eyes filled with amusement. He couldn't help but feel genuinely happy. On the high platform, Ouyang Weiniang, witnessing this scene, gave up all hope. She had once imagined Ouyang Wenqing's battle against Qin Tianke might wear Qin Tianke down, and perhaps even snatch a major upset. At the very least, she wouldn't let him win too easily. But unexpectedly, Ouyang Wenqing conceded defeat right from the start. From outside the arena, she couldn't interfere with Ouyang Wenqing's every move inside. Naturally, she was furious. At that moment, Xu Qiangwei spoke casually. Does everyone recall the wager the Ouyang family's senior elder made with me earlier? Before she could finish, Ouyang Weiniang glared at her, snorting coldly. Her wrist flipped. Suddenly, the breastplate she treasured like a precious jewel appeared. A servant standing nearby respectfully handed it to Xu Qiangwei. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted breastplate, Xu Qianwei's expression brightened considerably. She tucked the jade pendant she had been fondling into her bosom. She then began to examine the breastplate. She murmured in admiration. Truly marvelous, no wonder it's ranked among the rarest treasures. Merely holding it like this, I can already sense signs of a breakthrough in my cultivation. Hearing such sarcastic remarks, Ouyang Weiniang's anger flared, yet she found herself at a loss for words. This was her treasured artifact, how could she not know the Heartguard mirror possessed such effects? Yet the clan elders stood behind her. She couldn't possibly break the wager. Nor could she do anything to tarnish the Ouyang family's reputation. So she had no choice but to swallow her anger. As for Qin Tianke, besides astonishment, she felt a deep, bitter resentment. If it weren't for him, how could she have lost so miserably? Damn it, she'd find a way to get revenge someday. To vent her fury, she could only redirect her thoughts toward Qin Tianke. The elders and senior members behind her were thoroughly satisfied with Qin Tianke's performance. They began showering him with praise. In their view, the emergence of such a gifted junior was quite promising. Throughout the past decade or so of their cultivation, the Alliance had not experienced a complete absence of prodigies. Thus, their spirits remained high. At that moment, the battles on the other platforms were also nearing their conclusion. A break period commenced. Since today was entirely dedicated to finals, each participant had to compete in 9 matches. Combined with recovery periods, the entire process took far too long. Before we knew it, it was already afternoon. With just a few more matches to go, it will be evening. Then the true final moment would arrive. Qin Tianke watched as his opponents were teleported away one after another. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He now had only a handful of opponents left. But unexpectedly, Yuan Haoren and Li Li both chose to forfeit. Li Li's decision was understandable. But Yuan Haoren? They'd never even met. What was he thinking? But if that was the case, then Qin Tianke had only one opponent left. That is, the one he had always been connected to. And he didn't know how to deal with Yang Ruoshi. The mere thought of Yang Ruoshi, Qin Tianke felt inexplicably conflicted. She, like him, maintained an undefeated record. Combined with Qin Tianke's defeat of Chenhu, this battle had drawn unprecedented attention. How should he face her? To fight or not to fight? His thoughts were in turmoil. For a moment, Qin Tianke didn't know what to do. He had come to participate in this selection. He wanted to see the Wu family father and son humiliated. Now that he had beaten Wu Pingdui into disqualification, that initial goal was accomplished. But what should he do about Yang Ruoshi? He didn't know what to do. On the nearby stage, Yang Ruoshi's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing that graceful figure once more, combined with everything he had observed during the night 2 days prior, an inexplicable restlessness surged within Qin Tianke's heart. His face flushed as he averted his gaze. He failed to notice the flush that spread across the others' cheeks when they saw him. Chapter 186, The Encounter. Holy crap, Qin Tianke and Yang Ruoshi finally ran into each other. These are 2 of the top contenders for the championship. Qin Tianke just defeated 4th tier Chenhu, and now he has to face Yang Ruoshi. I wonder if Qin Tianke can keep his winning streak going and achieve 9 straight victories? In the spectator stands, many had already started streaming the match. After all, such scenes broadcast from multiple angles would grant these streamers unprecedented attention. Each livestream currently boasts viewership hovering around 1,800. Some, skilled at managing their channels, with their viewership reaching nearly 10,000. The alliance-wide transferee selection occurs once every 10 years. It's a major event for the entire main city. Many people come to watch. Of course, due to the limited number of on-site seats, combined with the large number of spectators arriving from the main city, it is inevitable that some people cannot attend. Moreover, those from other cities cannot attend either. They can only watch through online livestreams. This also brings some revenue to the streamers and boosts the selection's reputation. Many streamers have begun making predictions, speculating who might claim the top spot. The top 10 contestants compete in 9 battles. Since one contestant was eliminated, most participants only compete in 8 battles. But Yang Ruwashi and Shin Tian-Kei, among a few others, have precisely endured 8 battles. Thus, only the final 9th battle remained. It's worth noting that among these participants, only Shin Tian-Kei and Yang Ruwashi had achieved 8 consecutive victories. This battle will be the pivotal moment, the most crucial one. Whoever wins will be number 1, the champion of this individual tournament. Thus, the clash between these 2 8-win streaks has captured the attention of countless spectators. It has also sparked widespread speculation and anticipation. Upon the high platform, a dual-class transferee versus an exceptionally gifted 18-year-old 4th-tier beast tamer. These 2 youngsters clashing together. What do you think? Ouyang Muyu spoke, as he glanced at the veteran brothers beside him. Lao Guo pondered for a moment. Then Nan Nan spoke up. I still support that beast tamer kid. He's at the 4th tier and he's only 18 years old. Even between you and me, we're only at the 1st or 2nd tier at most. At best, we're 3rd tier at most. That kid managed to break through to tier 4, crossing that threshold. He might just have the qualifications and strength for it. Old Ghost rarely praised Beastmasters, but Shin Tian-Kei had brought him quite a few surprises. His mastery of beast taming far surpassed his own at the same age. Brilliant, brilliant. Though this lad is truly gifted, his opponents are no pushovers. After all, he's a dual-class mage and a necromancer. Possessing both professions simultaneously, their combined power far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. That young beast tamer likely won't stand a chance. Master Miao disagreed with Old Ghost's assessment. In his view, that youngster was indeed formidable, but still not enough. Every dual-class transferee was a force capable of dominating their era. Among their generation, there had been one such dual-class transferee. He dominated his peers and stood unrivaled in his era. It was a pity he was later assassinated by the alien race. These elders each spoke with righteous indignation. Yet few chose to place bets, though each had their own favorite contender. The outcome remained uncertain. The battle between Shin Tian-Kei and that Ling Mountain youth earlier had given them a clear idea of the odds. That's why they dared to place bets. But now, with this completely unpredictable situation, and with so many treasures on their persons, betting now would be a waste. Thus, the crowd was unwilling to wager. The old drunkard remained as tipsy as ever, as if he'd never woken from a deep sleep. Yet a faint smile lingered on his face. On the stage, Shin Tian-Kei and Yang Ruwashi stood facing each other. At this moment, neither of them realized how many eyes were fixed upon them. After a brief flush of color, quickly returned to normal. She wore a deep blue robe of law, sparkling with the occasional flicker of starlight. Simultaneously, she held a unique silver staff in her hand. The staff was entirely silver, seemingly adorned with starlight. Even when simply placed here, one could still perceive the faint, shimmering rings of starlight radiating around it. Was Li Qianxiu's surrender at your behest? Yang Ruwashi's voice was cool and crisp, tinged with a hint of haughtiness. She was naturally aloof and distant. Calling her the Ice Queen would be no exaggeration. The reason Yang Ruwashi asked this question was entirely because of their previous encounter. She and Li Qianxiu had clashed. However, neither had revealed their names yet. The other party had already chosen to surrender. Such behavior was truly unexpected. 2 strangers, yet one had relinquished their spot in this once-in-a-decade selection tournament. Clearly, a third party had intervened. And the favor owed was immense. How sharp was Yang Ruwashi? She recalled that the opponent had broken through to the 4th tier during their battle with Shin Tian-Kei. So she quickly formed a hypothesis. This was merely a test. Shin Tian-Kei was taken aback, not expecting her to have noticed. The favor he owed Li Qianxiu back then was to ask him to hold back when facing Yang Ruwashi. But he hadn't anticipated that Li Qianxiu would misunderstand. Upon seeing Shin Tian's expression, Yang Ruwashi instantly understood that this matter was indeed connected to him. This outcome had genuinely caught Yang Ruwashi off guard. Their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Yet these 2 consecutive moonlit conversations had brought them closer together. The other had forfeited 2 duels to repay a debt of gratitude. To Li Qianxiu, it felt unfair. Moreover, for Yang Ruwashi herself, it felt like an unfulfilling battle. Thinking of this, Yang Ruwashi looked at him. The contemplation in her eyes vanished instantly. She then bowed respectfully. I needn't have worried about Li Qianxiu. Still, thank you. I want to fight you properly. Let me see just how great the gap between us truly is. Hearing this, Shin Tian-Kei lifted his gaze. In Yang Ruwashi's gaze, he saw a confidence radiating from her very core. To be honest, before she spoke those words, Shin Tian-K had been pondering how he should treat young Ruashi. But now, he had made up his mind. Both were undefeated with 8 consecutive wins. To reach this stage, it was clear they had exerted an effort beyond ordinary comprehension. They certainly won't let it all come to naught now. And they certainly wouldn't stop here. Shin Tian-K naturally wanted to engage in a proper battle with his opponent. But because of the friendship between them, he had always avoided entertaining such thoughts. Now that the other had spoken his mind, it actually brought him some relief. Only through battle could the best outcome be achieved. Under these circumstances, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Both men clasped their fists in salute almost simultaneously. Chapter 187 Powerhouse. Compared to the battles erupting on other stages, the battle on the stage where Shin Tian-K and Yang Ruashi stood was the center of attention, eagerly anticipated by all. Shin Tian-K, 4th-tier Beastmaster from Lingyun City. Yang Ruashi, a 3rd-tier mage and spirit summoner from Imperial View City. The referee spoke up at the right moment. This referee declares the match begins. A hint of astonishment flickered in Sung Hae-jun's eyes. She now found herself intrigued. She wanted to watch closely the battle between these two youngsters. And based on her observations, it seemed the relationship between these two youngsters was rather special. As a woman, Sung Hae-jun always trusted her intuition above all else. A flurry of random thoughts quickly dissipated. Her gaze lingered intently on Yang Ruashi. If these two were to clash, who would emerge victorious? She believed Yang Ruashi had a strong chance. After all, this girl was no ordinary person. She held 2 professions. Even if her magical power proved insufficient, her additional psychic abilities could be deployed instantly. With 2 professions and 2 powers overlapping, even if the opponent's beasts were 1 4th tier and 1 3rd tier, they wouldn't stand a chance. Precisely for this reason, Sung Hae-jun believed Yang Ruashi held the greater chance of victory. At that moment, upon the elevated platform, among the 5 thrones at the highest level, with Sung Hae-jun absent, only 4 thrones remained occupied. Shi Xingzuan, seated in the center, broke from his usual composure. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A cold gleam flickered within his eyes. Which of these 2 youngsters do you think will prevail? He had been watching these 2 youngsters all along. Especially that Shin Tian-K. That kid actually knew that old rogue Chen Xingfeng. Based on that alone, he specifically investigated Shin Tian's background. Only then did he uncover some intelligence about the other's background. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this youngster the scion of a military family. After all, his father was once one of the 9 commanders of the Alliance. A position of immense power and influence, backed by formidable strength. Yet he had gone into hiding to protect his offspring. All this time, he had only been known by the title of the highest-ranking meritorious subject. Truth be told, had Shin Yunhai not risked his life to plunge into the depths of the infernal abyss, the Alliance would never have known the peace it enjoys today. To his astonishment, he now stood before the man's son. This left Shi Xingzuan somewhat stunned. Perhaps this son of his old friend could recreate his father's glory, or even surpass his father's achievements. But his opponent was a formidable foe. He was a dual-class transferee. Even Shenhu, a fellow 4th-tier Beastmaster, couldn't withstand him. Could this guy hold his ground? And that's precisely why he was curious about the battle between these 2. Upon hearing this, the Bloodlord paused. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. I believe Shin Tian-K has a strong chance of winning. His talent and strength, in my view, are formidable, truly formidable. Hearing the exchange between these 2, the other 2 reverends remained silent. Instead, they fell silent, unwilling to say more. The battle seemed to fall into a brief silence. On the stage, at the referee's command, Shin Tian-K and Yang Ruashi launched into action almost instantly. Shin Tian-K made the first move. He summoned his beast companion in the blink of an eye. Lao He let out a series of low, guttural growls from within the shadows. Then, slowly revealed its form. Compared to the previous round, Old Black had transformed into a different form. Tall and robust in stature. Even beneath his thick fur, the knotted muscles beneath were clearly visible. His strength was extraordinary. A peculiar aura of power emanates from his body. It is both formidable and eerie. Upon its fur, various runes manifest. Among them were Old Black's own unique elemental power runes. Other peculiar energies pulsed within him. Simultaneously, the moment he roared, a searing whirlwind formed by 3 surging forces erupted around him. Blending fire and frost attributes, it surged forward with devastating force. As Old Black charged forward, hesitated for a moment. After all, Lao He could sense it. This person before him felt strangely familiar? They had conversed together before. Moreover, Lao He could sense the warmth emanating from the other. Therefore, Lao He dared not act too recklessly. As for Yang Ruashi, She remained as calm as ever. The light gathered and coalesced around the magic wand in her hand. She immediately summoned several magical attacks, slamming forward with devastating force. Magical power continuously gathered and coalesced. A bitter wind swept through the air. Within a radius of several meters around him, special ice shards formed. With an offensive power beyond ordinary comprehension, they slammed forward. Their speed was blindingly fast. A colossal aura surged and expanded at that very moment. Xin Tiang's heart tightened. Xiao Jin is still recovering and unable to play. The only one qualified and capable of playing is Old Black. It remains to be seen whether Old Black can give it his all in this match. The moment Old Black stepped onto the field, a flood of information surged into his mind. This special connection formed through the contract between beast tamers. He could clearly sense the meaning conveyed by Old Black's current feedback. Master, should I intervene? Master, aren't you with her? Master, Yang Ruwashi won't hit me, will she? Because Old Black possessed so many heads, the messages transmitted through this unique connection were overwhelmingly numerous, dense and tangled. It felt like a crowd whispering in my ear. Witnessing this scene, especially upon hearing the implication in the other party's words, Xin Tiang's expression darkened. He immediately severed the connection. Simultaneously, he issued his command. Ignore it. Go all out. This explains why Xin Tian had consistently failed to receive Old Black's transmitted messages. It wasn't that Old Black hadn't sent it. It was because he refused to receive them. After all, Old Black possessed too many heads. Each head possessed its own consciousness. This made it incredibly difficult for him to listen. Just listening made his scalp tingle. That's why he wouldn't activate it. But now, due to the unusual circumstances, he chose to initiate this brief sharing. What you don't hear, you don't know, but once you hear it, it's a shocker. Why hadn't he noticed Old Black had so many sayings before? Sensing his master's reaction, Old Black roared. 100 heads revealed a myriad of expressions. Some showed excitement, others disdain, some fearlessness, and others agitation. The voices emanating from these 100 heads momentarily coalesced into layered, surging sound waves. Merely the emitted sonic attack shattered the ice shards completely on the spot. Old Black shifted his feet lightly. He soared over the barrage of ice shuttles. He charged forward with a thunderous roar. Layers of furious roars erupted from within his skull. Seeing her opponent effortlessly shatter her ice darts, Yang Ruwashi retreated step by step. A flicker of light passed through her eyes. She was somewhat surprised. How had she not noticed before that this massive creature possessed such an eerie sonic attack? Chapter 188, Yang Ruwashi's Special Tactics. She suppressed the confusion welling up inside. A cold gleam flashed in Yang Ruwashi's eyes. Her magic staff spun in her hand. The silver staff glowed with speckles of frost. Its light overlapped, flickering and shimmering. Her legs halted abruptly. Her robes fluttered in the wind. Then, a burst of light erupted from his robes. Crystal blue ice sparks erupted from the 1,000 ice condensing staff. It seemed as though some force was steadily gathering. Since Old Black's speed was being slowed by the ice dart, his power and momentum were not yet fully unleashed. Combined with the two magical artifacts Yang Ruwashi wore, the gap in speed widened instantly. Xin Tian seized this opportunity and used the system's power to view the opponent's detailed profile. Yang Ruwashi living being form. Occupation, Mage Spirit Medium. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Attributes, Mage Ice, Wind. Spirit Medium Netherworld. Abilities, Endless Ice Shards, Windswept Strangulation, Bone-Chilling Corrosion, Communication with Ancestral Spirits, Insight into the Past, Ancestral Spirit Possession. Note, as an awakened being's vessel, she possesses profound insights into all living beings, enabling seamless communication. When necessary, she can even incite their rebellion. Magic Artifact, 1,000 Ice Condensing Staff. Grade, Perfect. Element, Ice. Ability, Frozen Realm. Magic Artifact, Wind-Piercing Boots. Grade, Perfect. Element, Wind. Ability, Storm Shuttle, Whirlwind Stirring. It must be said, after the system enhanced its own capabilities, it truly is different now. Previously, the description of the 1,000 ice condensing staff merely classified it as an item. Now it's classified as a magical artifact. 2 perfect grade magical artifacts. For Xin Tian, this posed no trouble. The real trouble lies not with the opponent. Rather, it was his innate special constitution. The living body. This ability was innate to Yang Ruwashi, bestowed upon her from birth. Though it didn't significantly enhance her abilities, it enabled all living beings to obey her commands. Moreover, it could very well cause Lao Hei to defect. After all, the ability to communicate seamlessly with creatures actually poses a certain restraint for them as beast tamers. Even as an undead creature. Hadn't he been tamed by that very power beneath the moonlight? As Xin Tian pondered this, Old Black had already charged forward. Yang Ruashi was now bathed in layers of radiant light. The next moment, a storm of wind and snow instantly swept in. The elements intertwined relentlessly. It actually slowed Old Black down a bit. You see, Old Black was running at full speed. Therefore, when running, he would harness the power of wind elements, constantly channeling it through his body to accelerate his pace. And at the same time, piercing cold winds, whistling past. Yang Ruashi's eyes flashed with realization. A furious shout erupted from her lips. Winds slashing stranglehold. A shimmering light danced upon the staff. Layers upon layers. A savage aura erupted wildly. Before Yang Ruashi, visible pillars of wind formed in an instant. Like chains. Chains assaulted from all directions. Then they completely sealed and crushed the space. Compared to Gao Woming's previous discipline mantra power, the chains crystallized by this power were faster and more lethal. Moreover, their sealing power far surpassed that of the discipline mantra force itself. Its combat prowess far surpassed even the most finely tuned configurations. Its combat power was terrifyingly extraordinary. Lao He watched as chains of wind and flow assaulted him from all sides of the arena, relentless and unending. Rage surged within him. Many heads wore mocking, almost human expressions. So what if it's a wind elemental contest? His wind elemental might not be his specialty, but it was no less formidable than anyone else's. Lao He roared, and several whirlwinds coalesced before him with a thunderous crash. Within the whirlwinds, storm attacks of two entirely different attributes, fire and frost, shot forward. Behind Old Black, long, razor-sharp ice darts suddenly appeared, piercing straight toward him. Old Black caught sight of this scene behind him out of the corner of his eye. His footsteps halted abruptly. A low growl erupted from within his skull. Elemental power surged wildly around him. The aura emanating from Lao He grew increasingly eerie. Dodging the piercing ice dart attacks coming from behind, he darted forward. He aimed to finish the opponent at close range. Qin Tianke watched the battle between the two silently. His heart tightened. He had already abandoned his earlier reluctance to strike Yang Ruashi. Now he regarded Yang Ruashi as a worthy opponent deserving his full effort. Therefore, holding back was simply out of the question. Indeed, Yang Ruashi's strength surpassed his expectations. In his experience, a mage should never possess such terrifying combat prowess. Truly worthy of a dual-class transferee. Now that he'd seen it firsthand, it was truly terrifying. Moreover, the opponent hadn't even unleashed the power of a necromancer yet. A necromancer can communicate across time, summoning the spirits of the past to possess the living. However, throughout history, spirit mediums have always varied in strength. Some spirit mediums can summon ancestral spirits to possess them, possessing unimaginable combat prowess. Others, however, can only summon ordinary reincarnated beings to possess them. Even with such blessings, they remain remarkably weak. When these two professions combine, their strength naturally becomes far greater. But he never imagined Yang Ruashi would prove so troublesome. After all, he hadn't even tapped into the power of a spirit communicator yet. Yet she had already forced Old Black to unleash his full power. Her magical attacks were indeed formidable. He had heard rumors before that Yang Ruashi was the most beautiful woman in Yujing City. She was also the most accomplished mage in the entire city. Qin Tianke had initially dismissed these claims as exaggerated. But now, seeing her in person, she truly was extraordinary. With merely the strength of a third-tier mage. Yet she had managed to push the fourth-tier Lao He into such a predicament. Though Old Black remained unharmed, but as the most formidable single-target attackers among classes, and unable to close in for melee combat, it was only a matter of time before he suffered injuries. If this continued, the situation would become increasingly dire. Xiao Jin is currently repairing his source energy. He should not engage in battle for the time being. Moreover, judging by the current situation, it seems unlikely that either side will gain the upper hand anytime soon. It seems unlikely a decisive outcome will emerge anytime soon. Since he's resolved to give it his all, he would hold nothing back. A gleam flashed in Qin Tiang's eyes. Dark shadow escape. Shadow shuttle. His body began to dissolve at a visible pace, until he dissolved into a pool of liquid. Suddenly, he moved at an astonishing speed. His power pulsed and surged relentlessly. Now in shadow form, the curved blade, Flow of the Moon, reappeared in his hand. Although Yang Ruashi kept unleashing magical attacks, her primary focus remained firmly on Qin Tianke. It wasn't uncommon for a beastmaster to fight alongside their beasts. However, both of Qin Tiang's beasts possessed peculiar abilities. They possessed the ability to traverse through shadows, and the ability to suddenly leap out. Such methods, in her view, were hardly impressive. Chapter 189, The Peculiar Magic Array. Yet such methods were eerily unpredictable and relentless, demanding constant vigilance. Therefore, it was still wise to remain vigilant. It was precisely this line of thinking. Yang Ruashi's eyes flickered with shifting light. Her wand spun ceaselessly in her grasp. Her lips murmured incantations in an ancient, obscure tongue. Alangsaruo, Opu immediately. As the archaic magical incantations echoed forth, the light from her staff surged with vibrant energy. Open! A furious command echoed. The magic staff crashed down heavily before him. Then, two distinct beams of light spread out from the staff. As the light waves pulsed, forming a unique magical array. Within the magic array, three colored lights continuously flared. A brilliant yellow light, an icy blue dazzling light, and a stormy azure light. As the three colors swirled around, special runic markings spread out, weaving and colliding upon the ground, soon forming a unique magical array. Bathed in the array's radiance, Yang Ruashi's entire body was devoid of any shadow. She had studied Qin Tiang's attack methods. He descended through shadows. Now, under the illumination of these three colored lights, the magic array had completely enveloped her. Not only was there no shadow around her, but an absolute protective barrier now existed. Upon the barrier, the three-colored light overlapped and flickered. This magical formation originated from an ancient mage. Yang Ruashi created it by combining ancient texts from the mage with her own insights. This formation could withstand the full power strike of a fourth-tier powerhouse. Even that fourth-tier beastmaster could not harm her. At this moment, she was prepared to unleash her most powerful attack. It was also a way to maintain the respect she owed Qin Tianke. Dragging this out any longer would bring Yang Ruashi no benefit whatsoever. The mage profession is renowned for possessing the most powerful single-target attacks. Yet, while capable of unleashing immense offensive power, also exacts an immense toll on the caster themselves. Therefore, mages typically serve only as support or the trump card within a team, especially in solo combat. Only when absolute safety is assured. Delivering a decisive, lethal strike is the very essence of a mage's combat philosophy. Yang Ruashi didn't want to reveal her other ability as a spirit medium just yet. She had used this ability during the battles against Chen Hu and Yuan Haoren. Qin Tianke certainly possessed the capital and capability. But for some reason, Yang Ruashi didn't want to resort to that kind of power. This single move was more than sufficient to deal with him. Yang Ruashi released her hands from the staff. A strange, piercing light surged within her eyes. The staff stood silently in place. Its surface shimmered with an ever-changing glow. Her hands swiftly formed seals. One magical rune after another drifted out. The magical runes and seals swiftly drifted and settled before him. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of attacks surged from the staff, began erupting outward in all directions. The momentum was powerful and vigorous, its might overwhelming. Though mages possessed formidable single-target attacks, they consumed vast amounts of mana. However, the time required to channel their most potent attacks is equally immense. This is what people refer to as the cooldown period. This period required too much time. That's why Yang Ruashi sought this method to safeguard herself. Simultaneously, she channeled her attack to defeat her opponent. Qin Tiang's shadow coalesced into a small cluster. Upon touching the magical barrier, it exploded outward. Qin Tianke slowly materialized from the shadows. For a moment, he felt a surge of astonishment. He hadn't expected Yang Ruashi to find a solution so quickly. His heart trembled for a moment. Her combat judgment and decisiveness were truly beyond expectations. But this was not a helpless situation. Immediately, he commanded Old Black to charge forward. Qin Tianke extended a finger. An icy seed crystallized at his fingertip. Then, it shot out in an instant. The icy seed flew from Qin Tiang's fingertip. It landed on the ground. Following a peculiar wave of attack ripples, special frosty thorns began to spread continuously from within the seed, circling and colliding around the magical formation, constantly clashing with the incoming attacks. Qin Tiang's current strength had reached the 4th tier. 4th tier attacks were also of this caliber. Though against certain 4th tier melee class players, he was indeed no match for them. He was certainly no match for a 3rd tier mage. Icy thorns erupted relentlessly. For a moment, the area around the opponent's magical barrier, as if entering a primordial ice jungle. Attacks rapidly overlapped and pounded upon the magical barrier. The barrier trembled from the impact. Yet even so, it showed no sign of weakening or breaking. Instead, it seemed to absorb the light, making its own radiance even more intense. After being enveloped in a peculiar, otherworldly glow, it overlapped once more. Lao He had evaded every attack from behind. He closed in. He suddenly lashed out with a claw. Beneath this claw strike, a fierce black light flashed. 3 sharp whistles tore through the darkness in midair, as if 3 sharp claws had sliced through the air. A thunderous boom echoed. The magical barrier array trembled violently. Even the stage trembled slightly. Then, no reaction followed. Instead, the three-colored light on the array, under the constant illumination, grew ever more brilliant. Simultaneously, the aura grew thicker and more potent. Shin Tian-Ke watched this unfold, his mind filled with doubt. Something was wrong. Something was amiss. How had he failed to notice that the opponent's magical formation possessed such an effect? Moreover, Shin Tian-Ke sensed the array's power steadily increasing. The defensive power was rising simultaneously. This was highly problematic. Doubts began to cloud Shin Tian's mind. Frosty thorns kept bursting forth from his hands, slamming into the enemy's barrier in rapid succession. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shin Tian-Ke scrutinized the barrier closely. The frosty thorns that kept striking the barrier began to emit a peculiar vibration. A flash of icy blue light suddenly flickered across the entire surface of the frost thorns. Then, astonishingly, they were absorbed into the barrier itself. The scene appeared rather eerie. Shin Tian-Ke abruptly halted in his tracks. Startled, he instinctively withdrew all the frost thorns. The moment the frost thorns retracted, he sensed that the power within them was no longer as abundant as before. Shin Tian-Ke instantly realized what had just transpired. The opponent's magical barrier had been activated by the impact of his frost thorns striking its surface. The ice elemental energies channeled into the magical array. This magical array was likely forged from the convergence of three elements: light, frost, and storm. However, since Yang Ruwashi lacked the light element, her combat became somewhat awkward and cumbersome. Yet, by combining the dual forces of frost and storm within the carved array, its potency surpassed expectations, delivering more devastating strikes. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are indeed formidable. No wonder it could withstand Old Black's claw earlier. This clearly demonstrated this magical array is absorbing external elements to sustain its own power reserves. Chapter 190, Undead. His earlier frost thorns had inadvertently provided this opportunity. For a moment, Shin Tian-Ke even admired himself. How had he failed to notice this earlier, instead granting the enemy an opportunity to grow stronger? He immediately ordered Lao He to retreat. Shin Tian-Ke could already see only one final piece remained to complete the magical array carved before his opponent. Throughout his journey, he had also learned about some of the special rules governing mages. For instance, a mage's defensive array, ideally formed by 3 individuals as one entity, or 6 individuals as one, or even 9 individuals united as one. Similarly, the higher the tier of the magical rune formation, are also arranged in sets of 3, 6 in a row, 9 in a row. This is a special rule followed among magicians. Generally speaking, reaching 9 magical rune arrays, it signifies that the magical attack will be at its peak, and the most overwhelming. In other words, this is the opponent's ultimate move. The moment Old Black retreated, his expression instantly changed. It sensed a wildly violent surge of ice elemental energy churning in the sky. The next moment, before Old Black could react, the multicolored magic array enveloping his opponent shattered instantly, transforming into a blazing pillar of light, rising from the very center of the formation. Within this magic array lay a piercing chill beyond comprehension. As the wings of icy chill spread relentlessly, the surrounding world grew dim. Simultaneously, endless frost swirled and drifted through the air, descending in a relentless cascade. 9 magical arrays formed before Yang Ruwashi, undergoing a series of combinations and arrangements, instantly linking into a chain. Each time they were arranged, a peculiar light would vibrate. After 9 successive tremors, they formed a single chain. Yang Ruwashi's eyes blazed with brilliance, and she suddenly grasped the magic wand. She twirled it several times in her hand. Then she pointed it forward with fierce determination. At that instant, the attack from the magic wand, amplified by 9 overlapping magical arrays, suddenly erupting forth. Its power and momentum were truly magnificent. The icicles in the sky completely dispersed into the surroundings at that moment. The surging power had reached its peak. Yang Ruwashi's voice was cold and clear, descending with an air of extraordinary significance. Frozen world. This was an attack from the opponent's magical artifact. Though Shin Tian-Ke was not a mage, he could perceive the flow of magical energy. He quickly discerned the magical attack within the opponent's body, especially the ice attribute power, had now fully concentrated into the magic staff in their hand. This was an attempt to harness the full force of the wand's power, to unleash the most devastating assault possible. Blinding, surging ice pillars erupted from the opponent's staff, forming a dazzling, sky-piercing force. A surging, brilliant frost storm suddenly erupted to intercept. Its momentum was majestic and awe-inspiring. A bone-chilling cold permeated the air. This attack surged toward Old Black. Its speed was too swift. Old Black was momentarily unable to dodge. He froze in shock. Qin Tianke saw clearly why Old Black was stunned. At the same time, he charged forward at lightning speed. This was hardly surprising. In this frigid world, the air itself possessed a certain freezing property, capable of briefly paralyzing all living creatures. At that very moment, Lao He had already glimpsed the unusual intent flickering in the opponent's pupils. The power of the living being's body activated instantly. It could cause the beast rider to fall into a brief stupor. Though the duration of this stupor was brief, just a fleeting instant, and the beast quickly regained its senses. At that very moment, the attack had already reached her. This was the most powerful magical assault Yang Ruoshi had ever channeled in her life. She had never unleashed it before. Originally, she had hoped to avoid resorting to such an attack. But now, unwilling to resort to her spirit summoner abilities, this attack had to be unleashed. Qin Tiang's figure flickered at incredible speed, using Old Black's shadow to appear before him. A thunderous boom echoed. Lao Hei's body was obscured by smoke and dust. Upon witnessing this scene, many began murmuring among themselves. What's going to happen now? Qin Tianke must have lost. Exactly. His beast's one needs recuperation after burning its primal essence, and the other must be gravely injured, if not dead, from that last move. What combat capability could a mere beast tamer possibly have? It's over. Looks like Yang Ruoshi's the winner this time. But it's only natural. A dual-class transfiguree is peerless in this era. How could an ordinary genius possibly stand a chance against such a being? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Just then, a peculiar fluctuation rippled out from the dust cloud. Originally atop the high platform, the four reverends' solemn expressions abruptly shifted. Even the elder generation powerhouses behind the 6 great families and the 3 great sects reacted the same way. A flicker of astonishment swept across their eyes in unison. Sun Haijun, standing closest to the arena, paled. He sensed it. At the center of the arena, a peculiar aura was pulsing and layering. It felt like a power entirely unrelated to the two combatants was being unleashed. Undead. It is undead. This is the aura of undead, not the undead attribute inherent to a beastmaster, but the purest form of undead power. Old Ghost was utterly certain. Beasts with undead attributes cannot possess such pure undead aura and offensive power themselves. This is the unique power of these undead beings. On the stage, Yang Ruoshi's expression changed abruptly. She swiftly withdrew her staff, her footsteps light as she retreated. The blinding light that had flared in her eyes gradually faded. Her gaze turned wary as she watched the other. Without a moment's hesitation, the staff fell to the ground. Her hand flew through the air, swiftly forming seals and hand gestures. As the final seal fell into place, shadows multiplied upon her form. A peculiar light flared from her eyes. Her eyes became utterly eerie in that instant. One black, one white. As if containing the power of yin and yang, flowing out from within her body. She silently chanted. Ancestral spirit possession. Her lips moved ceaselessly, chanting arcane, ancient incantations. That too was an ancient magical language. But this time, his voice shifted and transformed as he chanted. Finally, a man's voice emerged from his lips. Then, a single word suddenly thundered forth from his lips. Invoke the spirit, Grandmaster of the Frozen Abyss. A commanding shout echoed out. The next moment, the shadow behind Yang Ruoshi began to shift and transform, eventually coalescing into a crystalline blue light. The light form was that of a septuagenarian elder, dressed in a magical robe. His aura was vast and imposing. The staff in his hand radiated an aura that seemed to pierce the heavens. Though clearly in his 70s, yet surging currents of energy pulsed through his being. His weathered eyes seemed to hold a hatred that could challenge heaven and earth. This is Grandmaster Hanbing, the universally acknowledged patriarch of ice mages. Holy crap, could this be a psychic's ability? Finally using psychic powers? But if this is a necromancer's power, then whose deathly aura is permeating the air? Could it be? Chapter 191, Necromancer? After this little incident, even if some on the field hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, they too sensed something was amiss. If Yang Ruoshi's current action stemmed from a necromancer's abilities, then the necromantic aura permeating the battlefield must originate from another individual. The sole source. Qin Tianke, shrouded in smoke and dust, who had immediately shielded his beast companion. With a soft patter of footsteps, the smoke and dust instantly dispersed. A figure slowly emerged from within. Qin Tianke stood tall and composed. His eyes met Yang Ruoshi's with a calm gaze. At that moment, his eyes held two distinct glows, one black, one white. Simultaneously, the unique magical robe on his body reappeared. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was no longer that of a beastmaster. Instead, he seemed like a messenger from hell itself, exuding a terrifying undead aura that made hearts tremble. This is a necromancer. How is this possible? How could he be a mage? But this aura is unmistakable, it's the unique power of a mage. Could he be a dual-class transferee too? But aren't dual-class transferers limited to one per era? Where on earth did he get this ability? 1,000 questions swirled in their minds. They were utterly perplexed. After all, a beastmaster. How could they possibly possess the aura of a necromancer? Necromancers are the rarest of all mages. This profession is even rarer than that of a spatial mage. After all, their very abilities are fundamentally distinct from spatial magic. Necromancers possess the power to summon the undead. And undead form a vast multitude. If any beings in this world surpass humans in both power and numbers, it can only be the undead. Undead are universally acknowledged as the mightiest beings. This fact is beyond dispute. Some were exceptionally powerful in life. Others were merely ordinary mortals. Yet they all share one trait. Undead possess a unique attribute. They can ignore all magical attacks, directly targeting the physical body. Thus, necromancers have long been regarded as the most dreaded and terrifying of all mages. They are also universally recognized as the most unique breed of beastmasters. Yet no one could have imagined that the opponent would possess this ability. Yang Ruwashi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder. She had sensed a decaying aura emanating from the other person before. She had initially thought it was a tamed beast, but now it was clear. It wasn't a tamed beast at all. It was the aura of the undead. It belonged to another profession. Only undead beings and necromancers can possess such aura. At this very moment atop the high platform, Su Qianwei also sensed this. Her eyes flickered with light. A hint of surprise flashed across her face. Unexpectedly, the opponent didn't possess a third mount, but a second profession. How could he be this powerful? The crowd felt a mix of confusion and contemplation. Yang Weining never imagined Qin Tianke actually possessed a second profession. He felt as though he'd missed out on a colossal treasure. The battle on the field had already commenced. Black and white light flickered in Qin Tianke's eyes. His gaze fixed on the Frost Patriarch behind his opponent. The staff coalescing in his hand suddenly plunged into the ground. His voice grew hoarse, as if 10,000 souls spoke in unison. A surge of energy erupted from his entire being. Communing with the dead? The three simple words carried an unimaginable force of attack. Yang Ruwashi's body trembled. She could sense that the frost ancestor within her body was actually afraid. Yet he was the very first 9th-tier ice mage, countless years ago. The very pioneer of frost magic. What kind of being could possibly fill the Frost Patriarch with such dread? This was something Yang Ruwashi had never imagined. After all, this was a necromancer. An existence even rarer than spatial mages. Among the many mages watching below, many sensed this aura. Their hearts trembled in awe. A necromancer? How could he be a necromancer? Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Tianke slowly raised his hand. With a gentle gesture, he chanted a summoning spell from the depths of hell. Come! The single word rang out. The frost-clad ancestor behind Yang Ruwashi trembled violently. A strange tremor ran across his face. His expression was weary, as if he wished to flee, yet trapped by the body's exhaustion. He wanted to escape, yet his body held him back, leaving him trapped on the spot. Yang Ruwashi sensed the frost ancestor enduring unimaginable terror, as if something was tearing him apart. For you must understand, the Frost Patriarch and he had long since become one. There was no distinction between them. This sensation now felt like being skinned alive. The agony was unbearable. Upon witnessing Yang Ruwashi's state, a peculiar flicker danced in Qin Tianke's eyes. But he did not persist with the summoning. Instead, he brought his staff crashing down. The Frost Ancestor, already half dragged away by this force. At that thunderous impact, like the tolling of a bell, his soul returned to his body. The scattered soul instantly surged back into the other's body. It felt like something that had been lost within the body had finally returned. Yang Ruwashi was shaken by the force. Her legs buckled and she collapsed to the ground. She gasped for breath. Simultaneously, she hastily summoned a light magic array to aid in restoring her body. Moments later, when she looked toward Qin Tianke, her heart was filled with utter shock. How could this be? A trace of conflict flickered in Yang Ruwashi's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. She had already grasped the current situation. Her magical attack had been depleted by that single strike. Her magical power was nearly depleted, while her opponent possessed a second class, which perfectly countered her own abilities. What necromancers feared most were undead. He never expected the enemy to possess such an ability, especially after sensing that tearing sensation within her body just now. She became even more certain of her suspicions. Though deeply reluctant, she still addressed the referee. Referee, I concede this round. What was the point of continuing? This was her only profession, and she was being completely outplayed by her opponent. Continuing would be futile. As the words left her lips, Song Hai-jun's voice echoed across the arena. This lord declares the ultimate champion of the individual tournament to be Ling Yunqing Qin Tianke. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The entire plaza erupted in unprecedented fervor. No one could have imagined Qin Tianke had actually claimed the championship. And like Yang Ruoshi, he possessed two professions. The crucial point was that he was a dual-class transferee who had broken through to the 4th tier. Among dual-class transferees, breaking through the 4th tier is the most dreaded challenge. Once they break through the 4th tier, it signifies that the opponent possesses even greater potential. From then on, advancing the other profession past tier 4 becomes significantly easier. Thus it can be seen, the power within this individual has surpassed all imagination. The moment the arena barrier opened, Qin Tianke instantly sensed several figures materialize beside him. Chapter 192, Sensation. Young friend, I am the Supreme Elder of the Ouyang clan. I hereby extend a special invitation for you to join our Ouyang family. Ouyang Muyu spoke slowly. Before he could finish, someone interrupted him from the side. Who doesn't know the Ouyang family's ways? Young friend, I am the pinnacle of beast taming in the current alliance. Take me as your master, and your beast taming skills will surely reach the pinnacle. Hearing this, a magician clad entirely in black robes spoke urgently from the side. What use is the art of beast taming? I am one of the 3 greatest mages in the alliance today. Become my disciple, and your mastery of magic will surpass your beast taming skills. What magic? I'm cultivating the art of beast taming, aren't I? Young friend. Hearing the murmurs of those around him, especially sensing the powerful auras surging from these individuals, Qin Tianke's expression darkened. The 9 individuals present each radiated an aura that could be described as terrifying. Qin Tianke instinctively activated the system's identification function. HZZNJZBXHX. JDBXBXBXBQ. Ha! Seeing this, Qin Tianke raised an eyebrow. How could this be? 9 individuals, all of whom were entities the system couldn't identify. In other words, these were 9 7th tier or even higher tier powerhouses. Such powerhouses, aren't they incredibly rare, even individually? Where did 9 of them come from all at once? Could they possibly be those legendary old monsters within the alliance? Qin Tianke's heart raced with shock. Look at this, you've scared the person again. Ouyang Muyu stroked his beard. With an air of profound mystery, he spoke slowly. I've said it before, we can't expect these young ones to handle things the way we did back in our day. Especially with such promising young talents, we must be mindful of our methods. As he spoke, Ouyang Muyu slowly advanced, whispering softly into Qin Tianke's ear. His voice carried a hint of persuasion. Young friend, why not join my Ouyang family? Rest assured, you shall receive the highest rank and privileges our family has to offer. We could even arrange for one of our most promising young ladies to be betrothed to you. What do you say? After saying this, the other 8 immediately spoke up. Old scoundrel, don't think I don't know what you're up to. The tricks you pull, Ouyang Shang, are downright shady. Exactly. We're all old foxes who've been around for centuries. What are you playing at, pretending to be some innocent puppy? Get lost. Your Ouyang family's beauty tactics won't even lure us in. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Muyu's expression darkened. His expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak again, a mocking voice beside him cut him off. Get lost already. Your Ouyang family's tricks are useless. Gradually, they began bickering over the ownership of Qin Tianke. In an instant, these old men who had known each other for decades found themselves locked in a tense standoff. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tianke's heart sank. What was going on? It seemed as though they had all come here for him. When did he become so influential? But what exactly was this magician they just mentioned? Qin Tianke's mind was filled with question marks. Suddenly it dawned on him. During the battle on the stage earlier, the words of those around him, while he was fighting Yang Ruoshi just now. His mind, however, was in an extremely peculiar state of agitation. His perception of his surroundings had completely vanished. He could only hear fragments of idle chatter. Qin Tianke quickly pieced together certain aspects of the situation. His expression changed abruptly. His gaze grew eerily intense. So it seemed. They must have mistaken him for a dual-class transferee? No wonder so many old monsters came looking for him. Recalling the techniques he displayed earlier in that dazed state, he couldn't help but feel a bit startled. His full class name was Hell's Calamity Beastmaster. This class inherently shares a connection with hellish undead. It also possessed the ability to summon the undead. These abilities, among his beast tamers, none possessed such abilities. It is uniquely his own. Like the Frost Thorn, a power wholly his own, requiring no beast's aid to manifest. It seemed this very trait was what they had come to regard as his second profession. He recalled the unique robes he had worn earlier, combined with the staff in his hand. No wonder those old monsters had come to such a conclusion. After all, robes and wands are standard equipment for mages. No wonder they'd assume he was some sort of necromancer. Shin Tianke harbored some rough thoughts and speculations in his mind. But he wasn't in a hurry to reveal them. He wasn't foolish enough to lay all his cards on the table. After all, judging by their movements and demeanor, they seemed unaware that a Beastmaster could still wield their own power. After all, he had already utilized this power during the first round of the speed selection. It was merely that he hadn't summoned any undead. It appears that was precisely why they hadn't noticed it back then. Thinking about it this way, everything that had happened before seemed to make perfect sense. Shin Tianke sorted out the threads of the mystery. He looked at the others. His eyes held a contemplative expression. After a moment, his voice grew solemn, his demeanor earnest. He bowed deeply to the many elders before him. Esteemed seniors, I am truly grateful for your kind consideration. However, I currently have no desire to seek a master to learn from. I wish to pursue my craft through my own understanding and exploration. I sincerely apologize for this decision. After speaking these words, Shin Tianke bowed deeply once more. Upon witnessing this scene, their expressions shifted one by one. Some looked troubled. Others grew somewhat disheartened. Others seemed to want to speak but quickly held their tongues. Unexpectedly, among the 9 elders present, none chose to force the issue, to become the other's disciple. For people of their age, if a junior were to become their disciple through such coercion, and the other party was completely unwilling, not only would it fail to achieve the purpose of taking them as a disciple, but may even foster resistance in the disciple during their cultivation journey, gradually neglect their cultivation, until they ultimately abandon it entirely. Each of them cherishes talent. They are unwilling to witness such an outcome. Thus, their hearts naturally brim with regret. One by one, they let out sighs. Seeing their reactions, Shin Tianke was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he bowed his fist in salute once more. Shin Tianke glanced at young Ruashi, who stood not far ahead. Even though they were surrounded by these old men, many among them had turned their gaze toward young Ruashi. In their eyes, during the battle, young Ruashi, she was rapidly approaching the 4th tier breakthrough. Then she too could be invited by them. And this young girl's path is quite unique. Chapter 193, Fame Spreads. You must understand. Every spell young Ruashi cast during battle, and the ancient magical incantations she chanted during combat, all originated from renowned magicians of long ago. It seemed young Ruashi possessed fragments of the unique magical legacies carried by those masters. This legacy extends beyond the Ice Ancestor alone, encompassing the inherited powers of other magicians as well. It could be said that the legacies of many long-departed magicians are reflected here. Worth noting is that these spells all originate from the moment of their spiritual connection, allowing those powerful magicians to briefly descend upon her. All present were seasoned masters. They naturally understood the concept of spirit summoning. It was nothing more than summoning the spirits of the deceased back to life, allowing them to possess one's body, through their combat experience and insights into magic, and forcing it onto oneself, enabling sudden enlightenment. The longer the enlightenment lasts, the more successfully one can emulate the cultivation path of predecessors. However, this requires innate talent. Consider the older generation of magicians, especially those of the Ice Ancestors' caliber. Each of their spells is profoundly peculiar. Moreover, the trajectories of the magic they channeled did not follow the conventional, rule-bound paths of ordinary practitioners. Instead, they exhibit unexpected patterns. It is precisely for this reason a magician's cultivation requires guidance from a mentor and personal understanding during practice. It is impossible to blindly follow the so-called magical trajectories prescribed by others. Such blind adherence would only mislead them. You must understand. Young Ruashi achieved this level of mastery. She could elevate her magic to this level. Moreover, the power of her icy cold attribute is in no way inferior to that of the ice-cold patriarch in his younger days. This clearly indicates the strength within her is likely far from simple and incredibly formidable. Merely by summoning others to cast spells through them, through such means, to continuously cultivate and discern, ultimately grasping the essence of their magical power, and harness it for his own purposes. How formidable is such an ability and method? Such innate talent and insight. It was only a matter of time before they broke through to the 4th tier. Among these 9, some had intricate connections to the Frost Patriarch. An elder detached himself from the group of 9 and approached young Ruashi with deliberate steps. My master, the Crimson Flame Patriarch, was a contemporary of the Frost Patriarch. One of our 2 palace masters is quite interested in you. Moreover, since you've received the magical inheritance from Senior Icefrost, it wouldn't be inappropriate to address you as junior sister. Young Ruashi, who had been lost in thought, Upon hearing these words, she immediately turned to face the man before her. There was something peculiar about the aura emanating from him. Though over 60 years old, he wore a crimson robe and sported fiery red hair styled in a towering updo. The aura emanating from him was scorching hot, spreading wildly. It felt like a cluster of fiery flames that would never be extinguished. A wave of awe washed over Yang Ruoshi. Upon hearing the man's words, she bowed respectfully out of courtesy. Senior, what I have grasped thus far is but a mere fraction of what the Frost Ancestor manifested when descending into my body. I remain far from comprehending the entirety of his legacy. I fear I am not up to the task. Her words were a subtle yet firm refusal, conveyed with utmost tact. Although Yang Ruoshi had just experienced failure, she had clearly seen the gap between herself and Qin Tianke. She now understood that even among dual-class transfigures, disparities still existed. The thoughts that had once occupied her mind had now completely dissipated. Now, only one thought occupied Yang Ruoshi's mind: to break through to the fourth tier. She understood that the other party wanted to help her, even recruit her into their group. It wasn't that Yang Ruoshi was arrogant. Even if the other party was a 6th or 7th tier mage, if their attributes were incompatible with hers, their assistance would be negligible. Thus, Yang Ruoshi chose to decline. Hearing this, the old man was taken aback. However, stroking his fiery red beard, he spoke slowly. In that case, I shall address myself as your senior master. From this day forward, you are officially enrolled as a disciple under my tutelage. Once my junior brother awakens, you may seek him as your master. Though I wonder if you'd be willing to join my Icefire Divine Palace. Hearing this, a flicker of horror crossed Yang Ruoshi's eyes. The Icefire Divine Palace? Could it be that you are? The old man seemed to regain his composure. He stood with a proud bearing. Though I've been in seclusion for over a decade, I imagine there are still those who remember my name from years past. Many years ago, they used to call me Old Man Yen. Yang Ruoshi's heart skipped a beat. She never imagined the man before her possessed such an extraordinary identity. One of the two contemporary patriarchs of the Icefire Divine Palace. Yanhua Shun, mailing. If one were to ask which palace is universally acknowledged as the most powerful among mages, the first would be the Spirit Temple. Second is the Icefire Divine Palace. The Icefire Divine Palace is the utopia every fire attribute and ice attribute mage dreams of. Among today's mages, the three palaces universally acknowledged to enhance one's power are the Hall of Spirits, the Temple of Ice and Fire, and the Court of Storms. These three places are the ultimate destinations every mage dreams of reaching. Who would have thought I'd receive an invitation from the Patriarch? Ah, take your time considering it. No need to rush your reply to this old man. With that, Mailing waved his hand. A special piece of jade had appeared in his hand. The jade stone was blue and red. The two colors intertwined and fused together, forming a unique patterned mark. It was suspended by a red cord. It hung from the other's hand. We've hit it off from the start, young lady. Take this token of my goodwill. Yang Ruoshi did not refuse. She bowed respectfully. She accepted the unique jade pendant. The ice attribute power she cultivated would find its most fitting home within the Icefire Divine Palace. There, she could advance her mastery of the ice element to new heights. From then on, her cultivation journey became remarkably smooth. Witnessing this scene, the other mages who had intended to vie for it retreated one after another. Are you kidding me? That's the flame god Marling, the undisputed master of fire magic in the present age. He is also one of the two founding masters of the Icefire Divine Palace. In terms of magic alone, there was simply no one present who could be compared to these two. Yang Ruoshi has truly been granted an extraordinary opportunity. Yet no one envied her. After all, she truly possesses the strength to match them, and she's a dual-class transferee. On the other side, Qin Tianke declined the assistance of numerous veteran masters. Only then did he leave the arena. The moment he stepped out of the plaza, he spotted the crowd that had been waiting for him for ages. The crowd was densely packed, a sea of people. Cheers erupted from within. Voices of excitement. And countless excited shouts. Chapter 194, Chen Xingfeng's Doubts. The crowd gathered thick and dense before him. The crowd was far larger than when he had secured a top 10 finish in the speed selection race before. After all, Qin Tianke had just claimed the championship of the individual competition held only once every 10 years. He had shattered the long-standing curse that only the Transfiguration Alliance headquarters could ever claim this championship. Such an achievement was enough to electrify everyone present. No one had ever imagined anyone could truly break this curse. And no one could have foreseen that the record breaker hailed from a remote, obscure town. This was nothing short of a shot in the arm for the representatives from all 44 cities present. Who said those from the Alliance's outlying cities were inferior to those from the main cities? Qin Tianke's emergence shattered that curse. It also ignited a shared sense of determination among all competitors. Anticipation for the upcoming team battles was skyrocketing. after the individual battles concluded. 1 day later, the second round of team battles commenced. That is where the true contest begins, the real test. A test of a team's coordination, the trust and responsibility within the group. Many city teams come specifically for this group battle. But back to the matter at hand. Seeing the scene before him, Shin Tian-K felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Why did he keep getting this feeling he'd been set up? As the saying goes, fame brings fear to men and strength brings fear to pigs. Such a dense crowd. He was genuinely starting to feel afraid. Shin Tian-K. Shin Tian-K. Shin Tian-K. He heard them all chanting his name in unison. Shin Tian's expression changed involuntarily. Oh boy. What's going on here? When did he become so popular? Shin Tian-K couldn't recall how he'd made it back to the Dongjiang Hotel. All he knew was that he'd been carried along in a daze. Everyone was so excited, their fervor seemed to solidify into something tangible, completely engulfing him. Along the way, he even enlisted Xiao Jin and Lao Hei's abilities to dash through the city. Only then did he barely make it back to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel. Within the Dongjiang Grand Hotel, a special barrier was in place. It could block out unwanted outsiders. Therefore, there was no need for concern here. The moment he returned, Shin Tian-K couldn't help but sigh. Good heavens! The enthusiasm of these people was beyond his wildest imagination. Whether it was the old veterans or this crowd welcoming him. Even after he escaped to the hotel, the front desk staff and waiters along the way all looked at him with eyes full of admiration. And throughout this journey, he saw this look most frequently. After all, as the only participant from an outlying city team to win the individual championship in the league's recorded history, how could his name not be renowned? At this very moment, in every major casino, even on the posted leaderboards, Shin Tian's name had been prominently displayed for quite some time. Moreover, upon hearing of Shin Tian's achievements, immediately splurged lavishly to celebrate him by renting out entire restaurants. Shin Tian-K remained unaware of all this. He stood by, marveling at and exclaiming over the sheer extravagance of these individuals. But regarding his own achievements, he did acknowledge them. After all, in this round of combat, he had given his all, and such results was hardly surprising. If he hadn't, he might have been furious. Shin Tian-K silently complained to himself. At the same time, he had already reached the door of the room. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound. He looked in the direction of the sound. At his door, a figure stood. Shin Tian's face lit up with joy as he immediately stepped forward. Uncle Chen. Chen Xingfeng glanced at him, his eyes brimming with unrestrained amusement and admiration. This was truly unexpected. He had imagined his talented nephew might achieve something extraordinary. But he never imagined it would reach this level. He had previously believed that the 4th-tier Beastmaster dispatched by the Transferee Alliance headquarters had a chance at the championship. He had seen the Beastmaster's mount before, though he himself knew nothing of the art of beast taming. As for that spatial mage, while such a talent was indeed rare, but they weren't a 4th-tier practitioner. The gap in raw power was something no skill or class specialty could bridge. Unless one is like Yang Ruashi. Possessing 2 professions, one naturally possesses combat prowess beyond ordinary comprehension. This also allowed her to compensate for her weaknesses. This is precisely why Yang Ruashi could fight Shin Tian-K on equal footing, even completely overwhelming him. This also demonstrated the opponent's true strength. He believed Yang Ruashi was the most likely candidate to win the championship in this battle. But Chen Xingfeng quickly suppressed his inner thoughts. His gaze returned to normal. He turned to face the other person. His gaze signaled for them to follow. Shin Tian-K promptly followed behind Chen Xingfeng. The two entered the operations room, one ahead and one behind. You did well. This time, you've shown your sharp edge and demonstrated your strength. But I'm curious, how did you acquire the power of the undead? Ever since the Alliance selection began, he had been closely observing the performance of his own talented nephew. Even so, he never imagined the boy would have a second class? He hadn't noticed this even before. Now, naturally, he was both shocked and puzzled. Shin Tian-K pondered for a moment. A hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. His gaze swept around the surroundings. Noticing that look, Chen Xingfeng's lips curved into a smile. His footsteps were light. The next moment, a peculiar humming sound of a sword's resonance shot out from beneath his feet. It swiftly enveloped them. A barrier of phantom flying swords enveloped the two figures. Rest assured. Within this barrier, I dare say no one in the entire alliance can hear a word we say. Shin Tian-K couldn't gauge his uncle's strength. But he knew. Uncle Chen was at least on par with those 9 elders who had blocked him earlier. Uncle Chen, this isn't actually my second profession, it's a special ability I possess. I remain a Beastmaster. After a remarkable encounter, my beasts gained the ability to transform through necromancy. I also gained abilities akin to a necromancer, though my core identity remains that of a beastmaster. It's just that the ability to summon undead and command them in battle seems to have always been there. It was only later that I gradually discovered it. To be perfectly honest, Uncle Chen has always been very kind to me. And he was my father's brother, my own uncle. Even so, he wouldn't tell him about the system. Nor would he reveal the truth about his time travel. These two secrets were something he would never reveal to anyone. Not even to his mother or elders. These matters were too significant. They could very well lead to a series of unnecessary troubles. In the end, it would only burden them. But he could reveal his abilities to others through certain special means. Chapter 195, Wu Pinggui's grandfather. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Xingfeng's eyes. Could this be innate talent? Or perhaps a unique constitution? It was well known that certain special transferees possessed unique abilities from birth. Possess unique abilities within their bodies. Take Yang Ruoshi's living being body, for instance. Capable of communicating with all living creatures. Qin Tiang's, however, is the ability to summon the undead. It seems his dear nephew truly possesses some extraordinary methods. But he had no intention of prying into the details. His nephew's extraordinary encounter was entirely his own doing. If he lacked the ability, how could such a stroke of luck have befallen him? And how could he possibly hold on to such a stroke of luck? Chen Xingfeng nodded. However, his expression suddenly grew solemn. Although you handled today's matter well, Uncle must still remind you. Now that you've stripped Wu Pinggui of his status, be wary of his grandfather Wu Diao. The Wu family is unique. While his father is merely a city commander. But his grandfather is a 6th-tier powerhouse. Though merely 6th tier, at certain moments he can even rival 7th-tier powerhouses. That man carries an extremely peculiar aura. Rumors suggest he has ties to the Dark Church, though he is mentally unstable and perpetually deranged. Such a man is bound to cause trouble. Don't let him harm you within the city. He's far too dangerous. Stay vigilant. As he spoke, Chen Xingfeng drew a small cluster of flying swords he carried with him. These flying swords were carved from a jade pendant. Under Chen Xingfeng's meticulous carving, the sword intent emanating from it was truly awe-inspiring. Qin Tianke accepted them with both hands. Within the Alliance's main city, I won't give you anything that exceeds your current level of understanding. That would only invite others' envy. This artifact can withstand a full power strike from a 6th-tier powerhouse. As long as you don't compete, you must keep this item close at hand. During the competition, powerful individuals will inspect the protective artifacts on your person. Any soul-level treasures or exceptionally high-grade offensive treasures will be confiscated for investigation. At this point, Chen Xingfeng eased Qin Tiang's tension. A 6th-tier powerhouse's attack would cause an earth-shattering commotion. The moment they strike, nearby guards would rush to intervene. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianke immediately bowed his hands. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Chen Xingfeng's lips curved upward. Let's not dwell on such formalities between us. With that, he walked over to Qin Tiang's side. His expression suddenly changed. He asked with a hint of curiosity. Come to think of it, I'm quite curious, what's your relationship with that dual-class transferee kid? Yang Ruoshi, right? Anyone with even a modicum of social grace, or had even a hint of romantic experience, could see that the relationship between Qin Tianke and Yang Ruoshi was far from simple. Especially Chen Xingfeng. Though he hadn't paid much attention to his own good nephew, he had naturally sent people to investigate. After all, from the very first round of the speed selection trials, his beloved nephew had always been ruthlessly decisive. He showed no mercy whatsoever. Even when facing Wu Pinggui, he intended to toy with him. He chose to let his opponent advance first, only to crush him afterward, severing his path to advancement, leaving him utterly devoid of any path to cultivation. Such a ruthless individual. Yet when facing Yang Ruoshi in battle, he held back at every turn. He even showed moments of reluctance to strike. The only plausible explanation for this situation was the secret between them that could never be revealed. And the truth unfolded exactly as Chen Xingfeng had anticipated. The nature of their relationship. Qin Tianke couldn't explain it clearly. Why he didn't want to harm Yang Ruoshi. He only felt a peculiar restlessness stirring within him, constantly driving his body to react this way. The thought crossed Qin Tiang's mind. For the first time in front of his elders, a rare blush spread across his face. He scratched his head awkwardly. He wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingfeng instantly understood. A hint of teasing appeared on his face. What a pair of inexperienced young lovers. He had been through such things himself, so he understood perfectly. This must be what they call the first stirrings of love. But such situations usually ended in unrequited love. Judging by the reactions between his young nephew and the other girl, however, that possibility seemed exceedingly low. He pondered for a moment. Then he spoke slowly. Alright, seize this chance, win her over, and then come home for the new year. Having said that, without waiting for Qin Tiang's explanation, Chen Qinfeng turned his back. His hands clasped behind his back. His voice drifted out softly, instantly steering the conversation back on track. Remember, the team battle is the crucial contest we should be focusing on. My disciple is but a step away from reaching the 4th tier. I hope this team battle will bring him enlightenment. Strive to break through to the 4th tier as soon as possible. The coordination among the others can proceed as planned. Having been out of combat for so long, they're naturally eager to fight. That little chubby one still has some hurdles to clear before reaching the 4th tier. I hope he too gains some enlightenment this time. Having said that, Chen Qinfeng stepped forward. The unique barrier he had set up, with this single step forward, instantly shattered. Like shattering glass. His figure, amidst the swirling fragments like a shattered mirror, vanished completely from where he stood. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tiang's lips twitched involuntarily. Good grief, Uncle Chen was still as unreliable as ever. He always only tells half the story. And his exit was downright flashy. But then again, what does he have to do with Yang Ruoshi? Bringing her home for the new year? This isn't even a done deal. Oh wait, it's not even close to being a done deal. The more he thought about it, the flush on Qin Tiang's face grew deeper and deeper, until it felt like he was burning up. Only then did he stop dwelling on the matter. Yet a faint glimmer of hope had taken root in his heart. Would the other person come tonight? At the same time, within a pavilion and tower, 2 figures sat facing each other. One was an elderly man with snow-white hair, his flowing robes billowing around him. His countenance radiated an imposing authority that commanded respect without a word. A terrifying aura of a mid-6th tier powerhouse surged from his body. Like a towering mountain, his presence surged and roared. Beside him, a massive, peculiar creature lay sprawled. This creature appeared to possess partial dragon bloodlines. Its appearance bore the characteristics of a quadrupedal dinosaur. Yet it was not pure. Its body bore traces of other mixed animal bloodlines. This hybrid nature resulted in the beast possessed the physique of a tiger. Yet it also possesses the characteristics of a dragon. Numerous areas still bear dragon scales. A dragon's tail swings. On the face. It too is a fusion of dragon and tiger. It possesses both horns and the markings of a tiger king. It appears to be neither one nor the other. Chapter 196, Storm Clouds Gathering. This tamed beast also radiated a 6th tier aura. It is also widely recognized as one of the most unique types among mutated beasts. It is known as the Dragon Tiger Beast. It was known as the Dragon Tiger Beast. Across from the old man sat a middle-aged man. His expression was serene, undisturbed by the old man's imposing aura. Instead, he appeared remarkably at ease, as if he had returned home. Regarding the matter discussed earlier, we kindly request the venerable elder to give it careful consideration. What the Alliance can offer you, we can provide. What it cannot, we can still deliver. We hope you will carefully weigh these terms. If not for yourself, then for the sake of your descendants. Upon finishing these words, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. The beast beside him let out a roar. Its eyes likewise filled with a crimson glow. At the same time, in the lake beside the pavilion where they stood, was suddenly churned by the surging energy, triggering a towering surge. For a moment, an inexplicable illusion of towering, surging waves filled the air. The other party seemed utterly unconcerned, sipping tea as if oblivious, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure. The old man rose angrily. His eyes locked onto the other man. Each word seemed to be forced out between clenched teeth. His rage was impossible to conceal as he barked out a warning. "Are you looking for death?" Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man calmly lifted his gaze. With a flick of his wrist, a white crystal resembling a heart now rested in his grasp. This abruptly appearing white crystal was carved in near-perfect 1:1 proportion to a human heart. Only, it emitted an eerie glow. Above it, a peculiar aura flickered. The next moment, the middle-aged man merely gave the white heart crystal a slight squeeze. A thunderous boom echoed. The elderly man's aura, which had erupted moments before, instantly withered away. The beast beside him reacted most violently. It nearly collapsed, kneeling limp on the ground. A mournful wail escaped its throat. Dragon Tiger Beast. Seeing this, the old man, he ignored the stabbing pains in his heart. He urgently turned to his old comrade beside him. Though the Dragon Tiger Beast was a 6th tier creature, it had accompanied the old man for decades. Even with the long lifespan of a beastmaster, it had grown old and frail. It had gradually stepped back from the front lines, no longer suited for combat. Yet it remained by his side. It was his most loyal beast companion. Seeing his old companion suffer such injuries now, he felt nothing but sorrow in his heart. His eyes then locked onto the opponent with a fierce glare. However, he was deeply wary of the white heart crystal clutched in the enemy's hand. After a long silence, he finally held his ground. I will not agree to that matter. That incident cost our alliance several key commanders, even our youngest prodigy general has perished. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other party spoke impatiently. I don't have time to waste on your nonsense. Besides, you've probably forgotten that over a decade ago, we were all in the same boat. Today, I'm here merely to discuss terms with you. Soon, my faction will launch a massive assault on the alliance. Make sure you pick the right side when the moment comes, old man. Otherwise, your descendants will be hunted down by both sides. A flicker of light danced in the middle-aged man's eyes. His tone grew increasingly flat, yet the chill within it sent shivers down the spine. Hearing these words that blended both carrot and stick, the old man's expression twisted in anguish. And finally looked at the other man. Silence fell. And at that very moment, outside the pavilion, a figure came running slowly, crying and wailing as they ran. Upon hearing the sound, the middle-aged man flipped his palm. The white heart crystal in his hand instantly retracted. The old man quickly regained his composure. He sat down opposite the other man. Though he remained solemn and dignified, the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his earlier state. Grandfather, you must take my side. Grandfather, I've been bullied. You can't just ignore it. As he watched the boy run toward him, a peculiar expression flickered in the old man's eyes. But he quickly sensed the peculiar aura emanating from his grandson. The next moment, his gaze sharpened. A furious shout erupted. What happened? How could your 5 elements barbarian technique be crippled? Wu Pinggui's 5 elements barbarian image was planted by his own hand. This 5 elements barbarian image required extremely precious herbs and spiritual treasures. Moreover, they could channel intangible energies. Highly valuable. Although there are limitations on future growth potential, yet along its path of growth, can yield immense rewards. The power of the 5 elements, combined with the power of beast taming, is sufficient to dominate its peers. Only then did he feel at ease in trusting his grandson to nurture it diligently. Yet upon witnessing the other's current state, his anger flared instantly. He could sense the 5 elements' primal energy within the other's body was exceptionally depleted. Moreover, it showed signs of decay. It seemed to be regressing toward the 3rd tier. As fellow beast tamers, how could he not understand? This was the telltale sign of one whose path to cultivation had been severed. What happened to your cultivation path? Tell me who did this. Who did this? How dare they sever my grandson's path of cultivation? The old man roared repeatedly. Hearing this, Wu Pinggui wept even more bitterly. He collapsed beside his grandfather. He began recounting the entire incident in detail. Strangely enough, the middle-aged man who had been sitting opposite them earlier seemed completely invisible to Wu Pinggui, as if he were made of air. After hearing the story, his expression darkened dramatically. A murderous intent surged in his eyes. The pool of water behind him. Under the suffocating aura of murderous intent, a towering water column erupted. The dragon tiger beast beside him let out a furious roar. Just as it was about to leap forward, it was restrained by the old man's telepathic command. After a long while, the pool beside him gradually calmed, as if nothing had ever happened. Only if one hadn't seen the surging waves drenching the nearby flowers, plants, and rocks, one might not have noticed what had transpired. The old man looked at his grandson. Suppressing his anger, he spoke slowly and deliberately. Grandfather will see justice done for you, but now is not the time. The Transferee Alliance selection tournament is nearing its conclusion. Once the team battles are over, Grandfather will see justice done for you. Having said this, he could no longer contain the turmoil within. He slammed his palm down with all his might. Ripples spread through the air as a massive palm print shot forth. With a single strike, it shattered the massive boulder beside him. From within the boulder, fragments rained down in a shower of stone. They plunged into the pool, once again stirring up towering waves. After seeking justice and receiving assurances from his grandfather, Wu Pinggui returned to his room, dejected for an entire year. Though utterly despondent, his eyes burned with calculation and fury. Damn it! They severed my path to cultivation and destroyed my Manchang beast. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Chapter 197, The Exchange. Wu Pinggui's aura rippled violently. In his rage, he lashed out with a furious palm strike, shattering the chair by the doorway. Then his energy erupted outward. Yet his aura grew increasingly weary. Until finally, a trace of calm emerged. Witnessing this scene, his fury only deepened. His beast riding ability had been crippled. Now he couldn't even vent his frustration. It could be said that he was now no different from a cripple. He should not have ended up like this. He was the pride of heaven. He was a genius. I refuse to accept this. I was heaven's chosen one, a true genius. Qin Tian Ke. You better remember this. In my lifetime, if I ever find a way to rise again, I'll make you wish you were dead. The furious outburst vented all the pent-up frustration in his heart. His mood lightened considerably, yet a lingering resentment still gnawed at his heart. Then, a voice drifted out from the shadows, slow and deliberate. What a prodigy of heaven indeed. A pity your beast-riding ability was crippled, severing your path of cultivation. Now you can only whimper and bark here. Wu Pinggui instinctively scanned his surroundings. His eyes were filled with alertness. Who's there? Show yourself. Stop playing ghost. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing his true form as a mocking voice echoed. What? Could it be that young Master Wu actually has the qualifications to fight me? Oh, I forgot you can't even summon a beast, can you? The 5 elements beast masters are 1 in 5 hearts in 1. If even one is gravely wounded, the rest will never recover. I suppose your 5 beasts wouldn't dare show their faces now, huh? Seeing the figure emerge from the shadows, Wu Pinggui's face turned ashen. He was about to cry out for help. The next moment, he felt as though something had clamped shut his mouth. Not only could he not utter a sound, instead, an invisible giant hand instantly restrained his body. He felt the crushing pressure radiating through every bone and joint, especially as his body was dragged into the air by this immense force and suspended there. His eyes were filled with terror. What kind of power do you have? When you swore that oath just now, I thought you were something special. Turns out you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. You don't even have the courage to resist anymore. And I was willing to make a deal with you. At the word deal, Wu Pinggui's eyes suddenly lit up. A fierce longing appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's lips curled upward. Slowly released her grip. The other person was jolted by this sudden release. They fell from the air to the ground, gasping for breath in heavy, ragged heaves. Yet an urgent look still appeared on his face as he scrambled to his feet and crawled toward the other person. What deal? Tell me, tell me. Seeing the other party's frenzied state, the middle-aged man felt a surge of interest and spoke with a hint of amusement. You don't even know who I am, and you want to make a deal with me? Hearing this, a look of conflict flashed across Wu Pinggui's face. He spoke with an air of petty cleverness. I know who you are. You're from the Dark Church. The words barely left his lips. The middle-aged man nodded. Instead of denying it, he calmly asked again. Since you know who I am, why aren't you afraid? Upon hearing this, Wu Pinggui, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable, his gaze grew sharp. Afraid? What is there to fear? Now my beast-taming abilities are gone, my cultivation path severed. Even if I were to bind a new beast, I'd have to start training from scratch. How long would it take a 21-year-old Tier 1 Beastmaster to reach Tier 4? To regain my former glory. That's why striking a deal with you lot is the safest bet. I know some of you possess methods to unleash immense combat power from a Beastmaster in a short time. That's exactly what I need. I will exact my vengeance. I will make Chin Tian K kneel before me, begging for mercy, with my own hands. Observing the ferocious expression on the man before him, the middle-aged man found it rather interesting. Not bad. He still has some fighting spirit. He has potential worth cultivating. The smile on his face grew more enigmatic, his voice calm and measured. Think carefully. My methods are not for the faint of heart. I will extract all 5 of your beasts, strip half their essence, and through special techniques, fuse them into a single new spirit beast. You may control that spirit beast for a short time. I'll grant you 3 days. If within those 3 days you can temper it to a 5th tier cultivation level, then I shall grant every condition you desire. Even that spirit beast shall be yours to keep. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Pinggui's eyes. Is this true? My word is as good as gold. Wu Pinggui nodded immediately. Very well. I agree, but I demand you avenge me. Seeing the other man's resolute and utterly certain expression, the middle-aged man pointed at himself. Then he let out a mocking laugh. You likely have no idea what this one represents. I am the leader of the Hell Hall among the 18 halls. The middle-aged man's smile remained unchanged. And even with your family's backing, if you think you could reach the 5th tier in such a short time, without your grandfather discovering it, you simply lack the qualifications and strength. Hearing these words, the other party did not grow angry. Instead, he spoke with solemn earnestness. I can't just take this loss lying down. Allying with the Dark Church could get me beheaded. So I demand you avenge me. Whether I reach the 5th tier with my spirit beast or not, I will have you avenge me. Because of my grandfather. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked the other person straight in the eye. He nodded slightly, his mind quietly pondering. This kid seemed passive all along, yet in reality, he was conversing with me from some invincible position. Though I could crush him with absolute certainty. How could he let go of the big fish behind him? This was the grandson most cherished by that old bastard Wu Dior. What harm could come from doing this youngster a small favor? With that thought, he immediately beckoned. A peculiar light gathered in his palm. It then formed two streams of black and white energy. The streams collided and intertwined within his palm. Finally, they coalesced into a peculiar humanoid figure. This object is a 5th-tier puppet meticulously crafted by the Puppet Hall, one of the 18 halls of my church. It can unleash early 5th-tier combat power, making it a formidable force within the Alliance's main city. Use it with caution. These are turbulent times. If you intend to deploy it, find a secluded location nearby. This item can only be used once. Regardless of success or failure, it will self-destruct. If you fail to cut your losses in time, your soul will suffer severe damage. Think carefully. Wu Pinggui seized it immediately. His eyes blazed crimson. Deal. Chapter 198, The Method of Spirit Fusion. Hearing this, seeing the certainty in the other's eyes, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. A peculiar substance drifted in his palm. It resembled a specially crafted silver-white stream of energy. As it swirled and drifted, it rippled with peculiar undulations. The air current rolled and swept away. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the surroundings, finally forming a peculiar barrier. Once the barrier was formed, the middle-aged man hesitated not a moment. He immediately raised his right hand. The next moment, Wu Pinggui before him was lifted by an inexplicable force. His body drifted slowly upward into the air. At the same time, a sliver of crimson light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The next instant, the fingers of his left hand pulsed with light. He then placed them before the opponent's brow. A peculiar silver-white thread shot forth from his fingers, sinking into Wu Pinggui's forehead. The latter's face instantly froze in place. Even the human puppet he had just obtained fell to the ground as his body stiffened and went rigid. Soul extraction, now. The spirit merging technique. Wu Pinggui felt as though his body had been forcibly seized by some unseen force. As if an invisible giant hand was spreading through his body and into his very soul. He could feel his soul being relentlessly toyed with and trampled upon. Amidst the soul's torment, 5 tamed beasts within him let out mournful howls and cries, as if in agony and rage. For a beast master, the beasts bear the pain of the soul, and the beast master endures equal torment. After all, beast master and beast are one. Whatever suffering and experiences the soul-bound beast endures, the beast master can likewise receive some nourishment or share the burden. This is what is meant by mutual resonance. It is also what is known as the unity of beast and master. Therefore, at present, the pain endured by the beast itself is fully reflected back to the beast master. 5 beasts had half their souls extracted. This was no different from tearing at his own soul. The agony was unbearable. It could even be called the most excruciating agony imaginable. Unable to bear the agony, Wu Pinggui's mouth kept emitting low, guttural growls. His voice gradually transformed from cries of agony into the unique sounds of a beast tamer. Among them were the roar of an elephant, the cry of a bird, the screech of a monkey, the hiss of a snake, and the moan of a turtle. These 5 sounds emanated from his 5 elements beast form, overlaid with his own guttural roars. They echoed relentlessly within the barrier. It hurt so much. Damn it! Wu Pinggui grimaced in agony. He knew it would hurt. But he hadn't expected it to be this excruciating. It felt as though his very soul was being relentlessly yanked back and forth by someone's hands. The agony was so intense it obscured his vision. All he could perceive were fragments of light flowing endlessly. At that moment, 5 multicolored rings slowly withdrew from the opponent's brow into the middle-aged man's left hand. As the rings were extracted, one could even hear the mournful howls of the 5 tamed beasts. These were their souls. When a beast's soul is extracted, meant they were no longer whole. Henceforth, they possessed no combat strength. One could even say they were nearing death. However, if the Beastmaster's entire soul is extracted, it would be impossible to fuse it into what the middle-aged man desired. By extracting only half the soul now, it would be just enough to piece together a unique spirit beast. This spirit beast was a uniquely emphasized entity in the records of their Hell Hall. Such an entity could be called an anomaly among spirit beasts, possessing formidable innate power. Its aura is terrifyingly formidable. It possessed abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Wu Pinggui's path to cultivation had already been severed. Now that half the souls of his 5 tamed beasts have been extracted, this signifies that his beasts are nearing death. Though a beastmaster would perish alongside a fallen beast, this bond did not hold if the beastmaster chose to abandon it. Thus, the current situation. In other words, Wu Pinggui chose to abandon his beast. But even so, for him, trading 5 crippled beasts for the means to exact his revenge was a bargain too good to pass up. This deal was too perfect. It was enough. And it was precisely this mindset, beyond the pain in his eyes, but an unprecedented madness. Though the agony had twisted his body beyond recognition, his eyes still burned with madness. Endure. He must endure. Only then could he obtain the spirit beast he desired. Only then could he exact his revenge. Amidst Wu Pingui's piercing screams. Soon. The excruciating pain caused his body to convulse violently before he finally passed out completely. At that moment, the middle-aged man already held 5 multicolored orbs in his hand. He held the orbs in his hands, turning them over and over. A broad smile spread across his face. His fingers moved slightly. The 5 orbs merged together. A peculiar stream of energy materialized in his palm. The air current resembled a spirit snake. It manifested an eerie black and white hue. This serpentine energy swirled until it coalesced into a tiny black and white insect. A peculiar sound emanated from within it, accompanied by a peculiar energy fluctuation. The middle-aged man gazed at Wu Pingui, who had already passed out and was floating in midair. His words sounded like a whisper to himself, yet carried the low murmur of a demon. Since you've sought out this hall master for business, some compensation must be extracted. Among the 18 halls of the Dark Church, the Hell Hall has always been the most notorious. They acted with utter ruthlessness. And they always prioritize fair trade. As long as a deal can be struck, everything can be resolved perfectly. But all fair deals? In fact, it's only for themselves. According to rumors, every host who trades with them is secretly implanted with a special type of bug. As the tiny black and white insect burrowed into the other's 7 orifices, the middle-aged man's expression grew eerily twisted. Behind him, a peculiar beast appeared. He too was a beast tamer. Only his beast was not adept at combat. Instead, it focused solely on manipulating souls. His soul-manipulating techniques were utterly terrifying. It was precisely because of the middle-aged man's existence. Hell Hall is known as the Soul Hall, primarily due to such soul-manipulating techniques. A faint smile played upon the middle-aged man's face. He was quite pleased with what he had accomplished before him. He was quite satisfied. Getting that old man's grandson hooked on this line of work was the perfect finishing touch. This way, their path forward would become considerably smoother. The more he thought about it, the more his face lit up with a triumphant smile. The deal was sealed. Then everything was sufficient. A multicolored orb swirled rapidly in his hand, gradually coalescing into a spirit beast bearing diverse features. Chapter 199, Xiao Jin's Transformation. This spirit beast was tiny, resembling a doll. Yet it radiated an intensely violent aura. It seemed to possess 5 distinct types of energy fluctuations. From this day forward, you shall be called Wooling, a spirit beast that holds half the souls of 5 tamed beasts. Stay by his side. The spirit beast obediently nodded. Then it transformed into a ball of light and vanished into the center of Wu Pingui's forehead. Inside the Dongjiang Grand Hotel. Inside the room, Qin Tianke sat cross-legged in silence. Power surged within him, steadily swelling and pulsing. His aura grew increasingly surging. Upon his body, no longer drifted the black and white aura of the undead. Instead, waves of exceptionally peculiar flame-like currents surged around him. The currents were not vast in scale, yet they carried an unusual sensation. As they flickered ceaselessly, a peculiar ripple rippled layer upon layer around his body. At this moment, within the beast taming space, a fiery crimson flame glowed intensely. This light was blood-red throughout, pulsing with various forces surging and stirring within it. Its aura was powerful and eerie. Simultaneously, accompanying these surges, a force unlike any seen before surged forth, visible to the naked eye. At the very center of that luminous sphere, a dazzling golden light shone. The golden flame, accompanied by the rippling fluctuations of light, gradually restored itself. Like a full moon, a crescent moon. Even within the relatively larger moon, numerous cracks were visible. However, now, enveloped by the ceaseless swirling currents of golden energy, it grew increasingly eerie and powerful. Until finally, the golden full moon fully restored its power and became a complete moon. The luminous sphere began to shift. The orb trembled incessantly, from which a pair of crimson wings extended. The wings spread wide in the air. With a sudden flap, transforming into a falcon bathed in golden flames, it let out a piercing, eagle-like roar. Hearing this sound, Qin Tianke opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the beast taming space instinctively activated. Xiao Jin flew out from within, circling around Qin Tianke's body. His eyes brimmed with excitement. The current Xiao Jin seemed to have undergone some peculiar changes. The faint ghostly white hue that once lingered in its feathers had now completely faded away. They had transformed into a fiery red. Dotted throughout are countless speckles of brilliant gold. At the base of its tail feathers, a dazzling expanse of golden plumage shone brilliantly. At the same time, the white hair that had once adorned Xiao Jin's forehead had vanished without a trace. In its place now lay a patch of golden fur pulsing with an unusual vibration. Golden-like feathers now seemed to swirl around both its head and tail. Xin Tiang's eyes lit up. He immediately summoned Xiao Jin's current state. Whether it was the state of the beast or the emotional fluctuations of the person, could be observed by the system. And it provided real-time feedback. Just like Chen Jingyan's previous state of rage. Beast, Ghostfire Golden Feathered Eagle. Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Flame, Spectre. Power, Tier 3. Abilities, Ghostly Flame Scorch, Phantom Shuttle, Undead Flame Immolation. Current state, Excited. The change in appearance stems from the restructuring of the core essence. The core essence is inherently one entity, but undergoing fragmentation and can alter its form to some extent. Upon seeing this explanation, Xin Tianke instantly understood. So the core could undergo further alterations after? Xin Tianke found this somewhat surprising. However, such an opportunity, he hoped would never arise again. After all, once a Beastmaster's core shattered, the ensuing trouble would be immense. Xiao Jin's survival in this battle could only be described as sheer luck. The core had only been damaged due to intense trauma, causing it to crack and become incomplete. Once the core shatters, it means the beast tamer is nearing extinction. Unless extraordinary measures are taken. Some rely on the forceful external aid of others. Others rely on medicinal herbs, like that pill from before. Xiao Jin was extremely excited, constantly leaping around Xin Tianke, finally settling upon his shoulder. It kept preening its golden feathers. It seemed quite excited. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Jin's physique had undergone a noticeable change. Compared to before, it had grown several times larger. Now, even standing on his shoulder, it was a full meter tall. Such a physique is quite a burden. Moreover, Xiao Jin's feathers are exceptionally fluffy and resilient. Its flight speed is extremely swift. Precisely because of its speed, its body size cannot be too large. Xin Tianke had speculated about Xiao Jin's origins, especially regarding Xiao Jin's original species, the blazing golden-tailed eagle. That species seemed to reach its peak at just over a meter in length. His dream of soaring through the skies atop a beast, sword in hand, was about to shatter right before his eyes. At this thought, Xin Tianke couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, Xiao Jin was still far from advancing to the fourth stage. The only way for a beast to advance was through battle. During the previous individual battles, he had always relied on Xiao Jin as his primary combat force. After all, Xiao Jin truly possessed that capability, while Lao He served as the trump card. He would only deploy Old Black when absolutely necessary. Now it seems, both beasts could participate in the upcoming team battles. However, during this period, Xiao Jin would still serve as the main force. During the individual battles earlier, Xiao Jin didn't have many standout performances. While he did improve somewhat, but not significantly. The key to mastering beast taming lies in combat experience. This is an extremely significant improvement. Yet it is also the most time-consuming aspect. The reason Old Black could improve so rapidly was entirely due to the system's support. He could continuously advance by devouring evildoers. Xiao Jin could also advance by absorbing flames. He must first gain deeper combat experience to enhance himself by devouring fire-attributed spiritual entities. As for fire-attribute spiritual objects, there's no need for concern. After all, this is the Alliance's main city. Here, there's nothing you can't buy, only things you haven't thought to ask for. Legendary spirits have appeared before, let alone mere fire-attribute spirits. Next up is the group battle. Tomorrow is a day off. Then it begins. During this period, 54 teams will face off in head-to-head duels, gradually selecting the strongest. Simultaneously, the rankings for each team will be determined. Subsequently, by combining the scores from the first 2 rounds of competition. In the first round of speed selection, those who advanced to higher rankings earned higher points for their city's team. For example, the top 10, top 50, and so on in round 1. Individual scores from the solo competition can be converted into the team's total score during the group competition. Chapter 200, Moonlit Reunion. At that time, the team's score will naturally increase again. Combined with the points each team earns in the team competition, the sum of these 3 scores will determine the final results. Xin Tianke suddenly glanced out the window. Now, moonlight enveloped the scene outside. In the sky, the full moon hung high. Not a cloud in sight for miles around. Not a single star was visible. Some say, if the night sky has stars, there can be no moon, and vice versa. But Xin Tianke paid no heed to this notion. He had only one thought now. Should he go up to the platform or not? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xin Tianke suddenly slapped his forehead. He looked somewhat annoyed. He had become somewhat close with them, and he'd forgotten to get their contact information. How utterly foolish. But what exactly was their relationship? Friends? Or something more special? The thought alone Shin Tiang's earlier frustration instantly dissipated. He looked somewhat gloomy. This is really, sigh. If only there were a way to contact them. Maybe he could have chatted with someone. For some reason, every time he saw Yang Ruoshi, his heart stirs with an inexplicable restlessness, an uncontrollable nervousness. When they faced each other on the stage, he found himself torn by this very feeling. Should he strike at her? This feeling was something he had never experienced in either of his 2 lifetimes. A vague suspicion and feeling had already taken root in his heart. Could this be what people call love? The thought barely formed. His face flushed crimson in an instant. Lying on the bed, a few wisps of steam, invisible to the naked eye, rose from his face. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the words Uncle Chen had just spoken. At that moment, an even stranger expression washed over his face. His face grew even redder. After a long while, the flush on his face gradually faded away. Shin Tianke finally made up his mind. He adjusted his attire. He returned the beast to his spatial pocket. Only then did he step out of the room. Now, only one thought occupied his mind. Go up and see. To see the moon, to see the scenery. But who would tidy up so meticulously in the middle of the night? Simply to take an elevator to the top floor, to a place so remote that few people venture there just to enjoy the view? The Dongjiang Hotel, with its towering floors, combined with its prime location. Its rooftop platform has always been a bustling hub. However, due to its current outsourcing to the competing city teams, it has grown somewhat quiet. After all, these city teams aren't just made up of contestants. There are also substitutes. Some players have even relocated here with their entire families. These so-called substitutes are players who step in during team matches. They fill in for main competitors who have to withdraw due to injury or other reasons. Thus, the Dongjiang Grand Hotel is now almost entirely occupied by visiting city teams. However, after all, they were all outsiders. Having only seen the platform above once or twice, they've lost interest. They yearn for battle instead, eager to secure a favorable ranking for their city. Shin Tiang's pace fluctuated between quick and slow, his heart filled with urgency. Yet he was also trying his hardest to restrain himself. Thus, amidst this mix of urgency and hesitation, Shin Tianke finally reached the staircase corner of the rooftop terrace. He gazed up at the soft moonlight filtering through above. Shin Tianke took several deep breaths. Amidst the violent heaving of his breaths, he finally resolved. He would go and see. Just once. Just one glance. Yes. Just one glance. If not, I'll dismount immediately. Shin Tiang's mind was already filled with all sorts of persuasive arguments. He kept trying to convince himself. And just then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Shin Tianke first heard the commotion above him. He looked up in response to the sound. Under the moonlit frost filling the sky, a young girl stood within the crescent moon's halo. She stood there. Her eyes held a certain peculiar emotion. Her jet-black hair, bathed in the moonlight, made her appear even more ethereal and otherworldly. Paired with her sheer, gauzy robe, and the silhouette outlined beneath it, all served to accentuate the extraordinary aura emanating from her. She seemed like a fairy descended from the heavens, an emissary from the moon itself. A true celestial maiden, descended to the mortal realm. Shin Tianke gazed at her. A strange, restless stirring stirred within his heart. She looked back at him. Both of them stopped in their tracks, staring at each other. Then the same scene as last night played out once more. Only this time, Shin Tianke was at the staircase turn. Yang Ruoshi stood at the landing of the staircase. They locked eyes once more before turning back toward the platform. Their conversation seemed endless. Their conversation flowed in fits and starts. When they had nothing to do, they'd wander around. For some reason, their hearts seemed remarkably calm. Before this, there was always a flutter in their hearts. Shin Tianke looked at the other person. His gaze held a hint of something unusual. The two walked and paused intermittently. The platform was already quite small. They practically spun me around dozens of times. Who wouldn't admire such perseverance? After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ruoshi's voice drifted out softly. Her inner curiosity was beginning to boil over. Could it be that you're also a dual-class transferee? But why? I don't sense the unique aura of a dual-class transferee emanating from you? After she finished speaking, Shin Tianke pondered for a moment. He repeated the explanation he had given to Uncle Chen. Truthfully, my ability is as simple as your own to communicate with and control animals. It's an innate ability I was born with, though mine is a bit more specialized. I can summon the spirits of the dead. Shin Tianke didn't want to hide anything from him. For some reason, he felt as though he could see that look in their eyes. All the words he'd intended to say were all choked back in his throat. Moreover, the other person was also a dual-class transferee. He could see it, feel it. That unique aura said to be exclusive to dual-class transfigures. Though he couldn't be certain if it was true or not. But since the other party had stated it so plainly, it seemed unlikely to be anything else. Based on these thoughts and reflections, he spoke thus. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ruashi's eyes flashed with sharpness. She nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he lacked the two distinct auras unique to dual-classed adventurers. Yet he possessed two entirely distinct abilities. One was that of a beastmaster. The other was necromancy. No wonder even the seasoned veterans within the alliance mistook him for a necromancer. Beyond sheer astonishment, Yang Ruashi felt nothing else. She didn't seem to feel any regret that the other person had won the championship with this ability. Her expression remained serene throughout. Before she could finish, Shin Tian-Kei spoke first. Chapter 201, The Plan. For some reason, he'd been filled with inner turmoil before meeting Yang Ruashi. But after speaking with her now, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. And now, upon hearing her address him thus, his expression darkened slightly. Actually, you could just call me by my name. There's no need for that. The other person always addressed him using the formal you. This made Shin Tian-Kei feel extremely uncomfortable. It felt as though their relationship was distant. But how could such a distant relationship lead to them meeting up in the dead of night every single day, chatting and daydreaming on this rooftop? Hearing this, Yang Ruashi nodded. Then, Shin Tian-Kei, thank you for today. She knew, when he had used the power of the undead earlier, he had definitely held back. Although the Frost Patriarch was the only being recorded in the Alliance's annals to have cultivated Frost attribute magic to the 9th tier, that was his cultivation level in life. Moreover, such a formidable being, his soul had scattered across the world. Yang Ruashi could only locate a fragment of his soul, precisely because it was a fragment. There wasn't much intact power for her to use in her simulation. When Yang Ruashi wielded her magic, some flaws inevitably appeared. Moreover, only a fragmentary soul could be so easily summoned by her. They merge into her body to become her primary combat spirit. It was precisely based on this line of thinking and reasoning. When Shin Tian-Kei separated her from the Frost ancestor back then, Yang Ruashi could distinctly sense the bond between them was shattering. Had the other been granted even a moment more to completely sever the Frost Patriarch from her body, but the other held back. That feeling from back then was impossible for Yang Ruashi to forget, especially the overwhelming sense of suppression emanating from the other. That sensation felt as though she had truly encountered the sovereign who commanded countless undead. The overwhelming pressure was too intense to forget. Shin Tian-Kei nodded. Unlike earlier when he demanded the other address him by name with righteous confidence. Instead, he seemed somewhat reserved. Silence fell between them once more. Yet sometimes, conversation would flow naturally. Whether it was about cultivation or daily life, or simply idle pastimes, their conversations seemed boundless, even though their professions were worlds apart. After all, necromancers and mediums are inherently in a state of extreme mutual suppression, so their professional discussions was akin to a tiger teaching a rabbit how to run to evade it. They lost track of how long they talked, until the night grew ever darker. The moon in the sky grew ever brighter. Shin Tian-Kei abruptly halted his steps, gazing at the moon on the horizon. This was the first time he had ever gazed upon the moon at this hour. It must be around 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning now. At this hour, the moon shone like a lamp, even brighter than a lamp. Its radiance fell upon the platform, like a layer of winter's silver frost, not only dazzling and brilliant, moreover, it possesses a unique beauty of its own. Moonlight swept across the platform, stirring dust particles into gentle swirls. Shin Tian-Kei gazed at the moon in the sky, though Yang Ruashi beside him did not understand. She too halted her steps. The two stood together in companionship, gazing at the moonlight. For some reason, even something as simple as this brought a sense of peace to both their hearts. Time slipped by swiftly. One night passed. The next day, Shin Tian-Kei plunged back into his monotonous routine. Eat, sleep, play mahjong. The profession of beast tamer was the most common. Their growth came through combat, so when there's nothing to do, he naturally found himself with little to do. Fortunately, Shin Tian-Kei had successfully obtained Yang Ruashi's contact information the night before. From the moment he returned early the next morning, sleeping straight through until the afternoon, he hadn't put his phone down since. Their conversations grew increasingly frequent. For the first time ever, they didn't return to that platform. Instead, they communicated through their phones. Time passed slowly, and evening soon arrived. Shin Tian-Kei, Lili, Lin Nua, Su Jia, and Chen Zhengyang, the 5 of them arrived at the conference room. Due to Uncle Chen's sudden commitment, Shin Tian-Kei assumed the role of team leader and accompanying teacher for this trip. Given Shin Tian's role, he also received the specific lineup order for the participating teams, the team they would face tomorrow. Ningxue City, the very city whose team was led by Wu Pinggui back then. Had this been 2 days ago, Qin Tianke might have said it was a case of enemies meeting by chance, but Wu Pinggui was no longer eligible for this tournament. Therefore, Qin Tianke naturally harbored no such thoughts. Instead, he treated them as an ordinary city team. Their team had substitutes taking the field, but the overall strength of the substitutes wasn't particularly formidable. Thus, their chances of victory were high, even overwhelming. Qin Tianke projected all the detailed match information onto the wall. It was a simple bracket diagram. Head-to-head matchups. The winner faced the winner of the other match. The competition continued in this manner, until the final champion emerged. Qin Tianke looked at his teammates before him. Holding a stick in his hand, he pointed to the list above. Following the schedule, we have 2 matches tomorrow. One is against Ningxue City, and the other team will most likely be Piyun City. Neither team is particularly formidable overall. One of them has a substitute player, so their combat strength isn't too formidable. We can conserve our strength, prioritize taking them down, and give it our all against the second team from Cloudbreaker City. Their combat strength distribution isn't balanced, they primarily rely on magical attacks. I'll use my abilities to take out all their mages first, then you can finish off the remaining fighters. Or rather, let this serve as a good opportunity for you to acclimate to the combat environment of the tournament. Just defeat them according to the previously assigned tactics, no need for overcomplication, but also no room for complacency. After all, he was acting as their mentor. Therefore, as Qin Tianke spoke, a rare seriousness appeared on his face. Hearing this, Lin Nuo looked like a complete fool. He nodded hastily and replied, "Yes, yes, Teacher Qin." Those 5 simple words caused the tension among the group to instantly dissipate. They burst into laughter. Seeing this, Qin Tianke could only smile helplessly. He composed himself, nodded. Then he began to give each of them specific instructions. Remember, we have a very high chance of winning these 2 matches. After advancing tomorrow, in 2 days, we'll face the semifinals and finals. At that time, you must give it your all and strive to surpass last year's results. Hearing this, the 4 of them perked up. Chapter 202, Team Intelligence. Qin Tianke nodded with satisfaction. And as for the current situation, according to the data, these are the cities whose teams are widely recognized as the strongest. Besides the Alliance headquarters, one is Yujing City. This team is particularly formidable because of Yang Ruoshi's presence, coupled with their exceptionally seamless teamwork. Moreover, rumor has it that one member within their ranks shares the most seamless synergy with Yang Ruoshi. Additionally, both the Ling Mountain and Dao Gate teams are composed entirely of transmuters of the same class type. In every previous selection tournament, both the Dao Gate and Ling Mountain teams consistently ranked within the top 10. Judging by this year's competition, if we manage to break into the top 10, they will be formidable rivals. All this intelligence came from the Zhuge family, as arranged by Qin Tianke. Based on the terms the Zhuge family's secret division had offered him back then, his current standing should be quite high. Such intelligence came to him with ease. Therefore, Qin Tianke had already thoroughly investigated the matter. However, he wouldn't share this information with others. He sought this intelligence solely to increase his own chances of victory. If he shared it with others, wouldn't that be like digging his own grave? That's precisely why Qin Tianke wouldn't commit such foolishness. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the intelligence he'd seen earlier and addressed the group. Besides the 4 teams mentioned earlier, there are 2 more squads that require special attention. They've always been obscure and unknown. They didn't achieve particularly outstanding results in the individual competitions or speed selection trials, but their city team is formidable. In the last Alliance transfer selection, they ranked in the top 10. One of the members is named Lan Mo Chang. Their captain has faced me in combat before. His name is Sikong Kwang, from the Sikong family. Within Lanma City's team, there's another member also from the Sikong clan, and according to certain intelligence, this individual is the true core member of the Sikong family, and indeed, the entire team. Her name is Sikong Zue, a female mage wielding both lightning and fire attributes. Though she is merely a mage, her strength approaches that of a 4th-tier practitioner. She wields the most overpowering and ferocious elemental energies, combined with the fact that most of her city's team consists of melee-class transfigures, including 2 armor masters. They exist solely to safeguard her safety, making her the true core of the team. This information remains unknown to certain city factions. After all, even the combat personnel records submitted by various teams, it remains merely data. They don't reveal the other side's attributes or combat strength. Therefore, most people rely on observing speed selection events and individual battles to understand their opponents. Conversely, some city teams deliberately use these methods to preserve their key combat assets. Teacher Qin, What about the other one? Lin Nua spoke up again, but his tone was completely different from before. His earlier tone had been playful and teasing, but this time, it carried a hint of solemnity. Lin Nua may enjoy playfulness. He never dropped the ball when it mattered. He knew how to prioritize what mattered. Everyone listened intently. They were practically taking notes. Qin Tianke nodded. His fingers danced across the projection screen interface. Soon, information about another city's team slid into view. The other city team is called Lulan City. This city team has at least 2 illusionists. Illusionists. Upon hearing those 3 words, the expressions of several people changed. Among the myriad professions of class changers, if one were to ask which profession is the rarest and possesses the most bizarre abilities, the illusionist takes the crown. Undead mages and spatial mages. These are merely subcategories within the broader mage profession system. The illusionist stands as the most unique and distinct class system. You must understand, illusion-based attacks are the most terrifying and bizarre. It's a special profession that only one in tens of thousands can attain. After all, the power of an illusionist lies in illusions. This power acts directly upon the human mind and soul. It can effortlessly alter one's mind and consciousness. It alters the perceived reality before one's eyes. Thus, this profession is exceptionally unique. And precisely because its method of operation is different, it is called the most bizarre and least common. Illusionists are tricky opponents. Unless absolutely necessary, don't engage them lightly. Although Qin Tianke possessed detailed intelligence on that team, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal everything outright. Explaining their origins would be one challenge. This place remained unsafe, and he feared eavesdroppers. Upon hearing this news, the group was somewhat shocked. Nevertheless, they took detailed notes and focused on preparing countermeasures. Qin Tianke had already prepared certain combat readiness measures and tactical strategies for them beforehand. Qin Tianke switched the projection screen back to the pre-arranged images of the one-on-one matchups. Based on the current battle order, it will be either tomorrow or the day after. We'll face Lanma City, so resolve any issues quickly during this period and conserve your stamina. Also, observe their battles to understand their combat patterns and positioning before preparing our own strategies. The opponents in the later rounds will be more challenging, but with the tactical coordination we've developed, we can handle them, so don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Especially you, Lin Nua. I know you're eager to fight, but right now the greater goal takes precedence. Follow all instructions. Lin Nua and the others nodded in agreement. To be honest, they had indeed considered showing off their skills. They were all young. If they just stood by and watched teammates their own age act so boldly, while they themselves were powerless to act, it would have left them feeling somewhat unbalanced. But as Qin Tianke said, this selection happens only once every 10 years. Victory would bring immense glory to the team. How much fame would it bring to the teams of each city? They knew this all too well. So even if any thoughts or urges to fight arise, they must suppress them for now. They would make their decisions later. The most crucial point, they were fighting for victory, not to showcase individual prowess. The group nodded in unison, their faces free of any unnecessary expressions. Their expressions were filled with excitement. They had come here for tomorrow's final selection. Qin Tianke extended his palm forward. His gaze swept across the group. Go for it. They understood perfectly. Chapter 203, the first team competition. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously thrust their palms forward, then slammed them down hard. Their faces lit up with delight. Go! The shouts echoed out. At that moment, the hearts of the group were completely united. A single thought filled their minds. Fight! And win! Early the next morning, compared to individual battles, the crowd for the team battle seemed noticeably smaller. The numbers were clearly insufficient, but that was only natural. After all, team battles typically last 3 to 4 days, sometimes even stretching to a week. After all, a team can only fight 3 to 4 matches a day at most. Time must also be allocated for rest and regrouping. Therefore, scheduling too many matches is impractical. It must be reasonable and fair. This ensures every team can approach the competition in peak condition. This is precisely why the time frame feels longer compared to the first 2 rounds. In the square, the number and size of the battle platforms have changed. Previously, there were only 10 platforms. Now, it has expanded to 20. However, each platform now occupies several times the area of its predecessor. After all, this was no longer a one-on-one contest. The rings for solo matches were designed for individual combat. No matter how powerful one's abilities may be, it's impossible to cover the entire arena. But for team battles, each city team possesses its own unique trump cards. Moreover, their numbers and combat strength will follow entirely different trajectories. When the time comes, their deployment will be terrifyingly devastating. Moreover, their coverage spans an immense area. That's why the arena boundaries were expanded. Only 2 selection rounds have been held so far. The first was a speed competition. The second selection consists of two types: individual battles and team battles. If the individual battle is about showcasing one's strength, a contest to display one's sharp edges and rising prominence, then the team battle is a true test of squad strength. It's where a city's team spirit shines through. Fights of this caliber usually don't draw much attention. Even if they do, they'll only tune in for the semi-final and final matches. There's no need to watch from start to finish. First, it wastes the ticket money. Second, there's little anticipation. After all, you can watch the live broadcasts and streams. Naturally, few people are willing to attend in person unless they have something special to look forward to. Shin Tian-K entered the square. Looking at the sidelines, he felt a pang of emotion. Compared to the packed stands and sea of spectators just a couple days ago, it could now be described as sparse. Only a few scattered spots held people, and most of those people were streamers, each occupying their designated spots. Through live streams, they captured footage from various angles. They disseminate information, reposting live footage from the scene. Such methods are not uncommon. Those who genuinely watch the matches are also present, but they are few and far between. Shin Tian-K wasn't surprised by this scene. Perhaps starting tomorrow or the day after, the crowd would gradually grow. After all, the all-league transferee selection requires admission tickets, though Shin Tian-K didn't know the exact price. Judging by the current situation, it was likely quite expensive. Shin Tian-K pondered and calculated in his mind. With only 20 arenas available on site, their team was scheduled to compete in the third round. Therefore, there was still plenty of time. They could take this opportunity to observe the performances of other city teams. Shin Tian's appearance also drew the attention of numerous live streaming hosts. They all turned their cameras toward Shin Tian-K, because the distance was close enough. And with the high-definition equipment, his face was clearly visible. Everyone, this is the champion who broke the record as the first individual winner in the Alliance-wide Transferee Selection Tournament, and the only champion not affiliated with the Transferee Alliance headquarters. He has created a miracle, setting an example for countless city teams. He hails from Lingyun City, a remote outpost. His name must not be forgotten, Shin Tian-K. The live stream's comment stream erupted with frantic typing, messages constantly scrolling by. During this period, Shin Tian's name had become something akin to a special kind of faith. And throughout this time, another name echoed alongside Shin Tian's. Was another name. Li. Indeed, it was that sword immortal from Shin Tian's city contingent, though his strength wasn't particularly formidable. But ranking among the top 10 isn't about strength. It was his luck. 2 consecutive rounds of buys. First, he skipped the round when the 27 contenders narrowed down to 13. Then again in the round of 13 to 10, he got another buy. Such luck could be called unbeatable. To have such luck in the once-in-a-decade Transferee Alliance selection process, though no one knows what special methods this person employed, such an experience alone is enough to earn them the title of a true lucky charm. For this very reason, many people have printed portraits of Li and hung them in their homes. They pay their respects daily or before gambling. They firmly believe this would bring them some good fortune. Shin Tian's gaze remained fixed and solemn on the teams representing the cities of Lulanqing and Lanmaching. As mentioned earlier, Shin Tian-K also noticed the illusionist's tactics. He silently committed it to memory. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. Now, please welcome the 5 contestants from Lingyun City to face off against the 5 contestants from Ningxue City. The moment the referee's voice fell, both teams swiftly made their way onto the arena. Though the Ningxue City team knew the outcome long before the match began, such a contest occurred only once every 10 years. No one would choose to concede or surrender voluntarily. First, they refused to accept defeat. Second, doing so would result in a deduction from their team's score. After all, cowardice before battle and defeat in combat are 2 entirely different matters. The captain of Ningxue City had changed. Shin Tian-K stared at the opponent. He felt a sense of familiarity. Uncle Chen had mentioned this person before, but he hadn't paid much attention. After all, this guy hadn't made it into the top 10. He deemed his opponent unworthy of his attention. Soon, both contestants took their positions. After exchanging bows, the referee gave the signal. The match officially began. Li made the first move. He soared skyward. A dozen flying swords swirled and intertwined around his body, supported by the flying swords beneath him, reaching the midair. The sword in his hand flashed. A sharp, sword-like glint suddenly flashed in his pupils. Then he pointed forward. In the next instant, the flying swords surrounding him shot forward in unison. Ripples of air were sliced through in waves. The flying swords moved with blinding speed. They seemed to pierce through the very air, enveloping the people within. At that moment, Lin Nua's legs suddenly froze. A unique Tai Chi Bagua diagram spread out beneath his feet. After all this time, It's finally my turn to show what I'm made of. With that, Lin Nuo charged forward. As he ran, he had already transformed into a special bagua robe. After leaping over the flying sword, he stomped his foot down abruptly. A peculiar force surged from his body. Leaning his right shoulder forward, he roared out loud, "Take this Iron Mountain collision from this young master." Chapter 204, Showing Their True Colors. Step forward, pivot hips, lower shoulders, charge, Iron Mountain lean. A furious shout. The Tai Chi yin-yang energy swirling around Lin Nuo erupted in an instant. Don't be fooled by Lin Nuo's physique. He appeared to be someone who rarely exercised and seemed clumsy. Yet his physique was the most agile among them all. This was thanks to his profession, Bagua Walker. This profession could channel the power of Tai Chi in the 8 trigrams, enabling the physical body to undergo certain transformations. It becomes exceptionally supple, simultaneously granting both speed and strength. As Lin Nuo charged forward, a peculiar force had already begun to surge upon his shoulders. It manifested in eerie shades of black and white. Typically, black and white colors represent departed souls, but this power was yin and yang. A peculiar Tai Chi aura now swirled around Lin Nuo's feet. Tai Chi yin-yang power. Subdue. A furious roar erupted. This blow slammed heavily into the shoulder of the leader. The impact was like a charging bull. It forcibly tore open a gap in the formation held by the 5 of them. The 5 were scattered by the force of the blow. The captain, possessing the highest cultivation level, suffered relatively little damage, but the members beside him weren't so fortunate. Their formation shattered. Among them, one member was short and frail. The fluctuations of energy emanating from him were peculiar, seeming rather weak, yet his profession was one of the most proficient in assassination. Shadow Hunter, capable of slipping into the shadows and striking in an instant, almost in the blink of an eye. He sensed an intensely restless, scorching aura surging toward him from behind. Without hesitation, the figure immediately swung the dagger concealed in his hand toward the rear. A horizontal slash. A dull thud echoed. His weapon struck the surface above, leaving not a single scratch. Instead, the recoil force surged back, left his limbs numb. What the hell is this? All he could see was a blinding golden light. It felt as though he had struck a wall of bronze and iron. A tremendous force suddenly struck him. He was lifted off his feet and suspended midair. "Are you tickling me?" Hearing this, the Shadow Hunter was about to unleash another attack. He was instantly flung away by the immense force that had lifted him. He tumbled several times in midair. The moment he landed, his eyes narrowed. He looked at the burly man who had just lifted him up and the 2 figures behind him. Instinctively, he tried to slip into the shadows, but at that moment, a sudden surge of overwhelming pressure erupted. It locked onto him with deadly precision, as if a ruler returned from hell. In that instant, he felt himself plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. Only the countless pairs of crimson eyes before him stared intently. His body froze, utterly transfixed. After witnessing Lao He use this power to intimidate his opponent, Jin Tianke paid no further attention. The gap between 4th and 3rd tier was not merely a chasm to cross. There was also the so-called level suppression. The suppression exerted by a 4th tier practitioner was overwhelmingly powerful. It was absolutely beyond the capabilities of the person before him to withstand. There was always a realm separating them. During Jin Tiang's previous battle with Chun Hu, the dragon-like pressure unleashed by his Beastmaster's beast could intimidate Old Black. The fundamental reason was suppression. What enables suppression? Generally speaking, aside from a gap in rank, but more often, it stems from bloodline suppression. And now, this was a case of level suppression. It can completely immobilize the opponent. This is level suppression, regardless of profession. As long as the opponent is even slightly lower in rank, they'll be crushed completely. Qin Tiang's gaze shifted to his teammates beside him. Su Jia stood behind Qin Zhangyang. Her magic staff glowed intensely in her hands. A dazzling golden light radiated from her body. Sacred light steadily accumulated and intensified. Su Jia chanted incantations in an obscure magical tongue. Her long hair flowed freely. Sacred golden light began to surge from the depths of her eyes. She was brewing a massive magical assault. As for Li Li, Lin Nuo, and Chen Zhangyang, while Chen Zhangyang remained steadfastly by Su Jia's side, the other 2 threw themselves into the fray. Li Li and Lin Nuo were both melee combatants. Li Li, equipped with his flying sword, enabling him to execute ranged attacks to a certain extent. Lin Nuo, meanwhile, wielded the close-quarters prowess of a Bagua Walker. Working together, after just a few simple exchanges, they actually gained the upper hand. Li Li now stood just 1 step away from the 4th tier. Only this final hurdle remains, yet this final step proved exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, having earned Uncle Chen's approval, and having acquired Uncle Chen's sword seal, that object should be considered the inheritance of the sword path. It contained Uncle Chen's own sword intent, Combined with Li Li's inherent strength, the synergy between the flying sword and him had gradually reached perfection. Precisely because of this, the flying sword's speed and power have now reached the pinnacle of what Li Li can achieve. Because Qin Tianke was controlling one person, the current battlefield was, strictly speaking, a 2-against-4 situation. However, due to the distinct roles of Lin Nuo and Li Li, one engaged in close combat while the other provided support from a distance. Their coordination was seamless, combined with their respective roles, one a melee berserker and the other a ranged support. Their complementary roles continuously amplify their combat effectiveness. Since the opposing team was missing one member from their 5-person composition, combined with their seamless coordination, their combat power piled up layer by layer. In mere moments, the battle reached its climax. Li Li let out a soft snort. Flying swords swirled around him, repelling the incoming magical assault. His footsteps shifted lightly. He stepped onto the flying swords. He leapt into the air. Behind him, flying swords crisscrossed around him, his flowing white robe billowing in the wind. Li Li's short hair fluttered wildly in the gusts. 2 fingers pressed against his lips. Sparkling white sword lights gathered at his fingertips. As the sword light continuously coalesced and swirled, a radiant glow emanated from the center of his brow. A mark of the sword gradually emerged. Throughout this period, he fought while comprehending the sword mark his master had bestowed upon him. Within it were recorded some of his master's sword techniques, along with his master's sword intent, advancing from the 3rd tier to the 4th. Especially for their profession, what they needed to grasp was the sword intent. By harnessing his master's sword intent and the insights gained from recent battles, a vague sense of connection had begun to form within him. Yet the gap to true breakthrough remained vast. Yet through prolonged cultivation, he had developed his own unique combat techniques. His gaze sharpened. Then, Li Li slowly raised his hand. He pointed downward with force, his voice commanding, sword as swift as the wind. At the same moment, on the other side, Lin Nuo had also had enough of playing around. His bulky frame weaved through the encircling attacks of several opponents across the field. Chapter 205, Spectating. Boom, boom. Attacks whizzed past him relentlessly. Lin Nuo barely dodged these attacks each time by the skin of his teeth. After shaking off the 2 pursuers, he stamped his foot. The next moment, the bagua array beneath his feet emitted a peculiar glow. His robes fluttered without wind. The unique markings of the bagua array appeared in his eyes. His hands executed a series of intricate movements with the bagua array disc. Then he thrust his palm forward with great force. Bagua, suppress. At the same moment, on the other side, Su Jia stood poised for action. Her magical attack was fully charged. Her eyes blazed with dazzling, sacred light. Her robes billowed as if bathed in a radiant glow. She swung her staff forward. Meteor Divine Slash. A brilliant, vast slash containing boundless light, suddenly unleashed forward. 3 attacks converged into one. An explosive roar erupted. Smoke billowed, quickly enveloping the group. The dust began to settle. The 4 from Ningxue City lay collapsed on the ground. Some of them were still covered in traces of the explosion's dust. This battle, the Ningxue City fighters hadn't even had a chance to unleash their full capabilities. First, they were surrounded by Li Li's flying swords. Then Lin Nuo's Iron Mountain collapse shattered their formation. They were separated and dealt with one by one. By the time they struggled to rise and counterattack, the trio had already unleashed their most devastating attacks. Under such circumstances, even giving their all, victory was impossible. Their formation had been orderly at the start. It was disrupted by the 2 opponents' preemptive strikes, compounded by the presence of a 4th-tier powerhouse within Lingyun City's ranks. Panic seized their hearts, and from that moment on, their formation fell into disarray. Even those with some skills of their own, they were unable to execute them due to fear and panic. They couldn't unleash their full potential. Thus, the battle concluded swiftly. The entire affair lasted less than 10 minutes. At that moment, Qin Tianke ordered Old Black to withdraw the oppressive aura. The Shadow Hunter, who had been immobilized by the pressure, finally snapped back to his senses, just as it prepared to counterattack, only to find all his teammates collapsed on the ground. Their bodies bore scorched marks from the explosion. The 5 opponents across from him stood arms crossed, watching him, their eyes brimmed with pure defiance. Witnessing this scene, even the most obtuse among them grasped the gravity of the situation. A wave of conflict and hesitation washed over him. The dagger he'd raised slowly retracted. Helpless, he could only address the referee. Ningxue City concedes defeat in this battle. What was the point of continuing now? The entire team, save for himself, the entire force was wiped out. How could he possibly take on 4 third-tier opponents and 1 fourth-tier alone? That's suicide. Qin Tianke and his group quickly departed the arena, but they didn't rush to leave. As long as they entered the plaza, they could choose to watch the matches from closer range. They could choose to watch the matches from a closer vantage point. This was also a way to study their opponents. According to the rules, each player must compete in 2 or 3 matches per day, but this week only has 54 spots. After each round of 2 players advancing, the number of participants dwindles significantly. The team competition happens to be the most anticipated event. Naturally, everyone must conserve their energy to face the remaining events in peak condition. That's why this round introduced a last-minute rule. Each team only needs to complete 1 match per day. They could then return to rest and recuperate, or choose to observe other teams' performances. This round, it essentially functions as a preliminary round. After the 54 city teams face off in head-to-head matches, only 27 can advance. These 27 teams will not proceed with the same draw-based system as last time. Draw lots to determine buys. For some reason, they're still using the head-to-head format this time. Only one team will have to endure 2 matches simultaneously. Their group remained unperturbed. After all, based on Chin Tiang's speculation last night, they wouldn't be the team forced to win 2 matches to advance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would face either Lanma City or Lulan City in the round of 13. Of course, Chin Tian had also gathered intelligence on the next city team. This team's overall strength is relatively weak. Although all members possess 3rd-tier cultivation, all 5 of their contestants are beast masters. Each has 2 beasts under their command. That makes 10 beasts in total. With the combined power of 10 beasts, they will achieve considerable results in the team competition. After all, this format both highlights beastmaster prowess and prevents sneak attacks by the beastmasters themselves. To be honest, even Chin Tian felt a touch of admiration when he first saw this team. It must be said, this team is quite the oddball. In a tournament held only once every 10 years, they actually chose to have 5 beastmasters compete simultaneously. It's not that it's bad. It's just unexpected. While they have numerous beasts, some are dead weight. For instance, if the beastmaster's overall strength is insufficient, once they're tied down by their beasts, the tamer's lives hang in the balance. Then they would inevitably face certain defeat. Yet this is precisely where the city's team excels. Who could possibly hold back 10 beasts? Yet to Chin Tian, this strategy was riddled with flaws. It could be easily exploited. Chin Tian and his group took advantage of this opportunity to wander around. They began observing the matches of other teams. This allowed them to study their future opponents. Take Lu Lancheng and Nan Machan. For instance, on one of the battle platforms, a terrifying arc of lightning suddenly erupted. The arc of light surged and twisted, forming a violet-blue glow. The light erupted outward in all directions. In the air, it condensed into a unique arc array diagram, dazzling and brilliant. Among the city teams Chin Tian closely monitored, only Lanma City possessed such violet-blue electric light. Without a doubt, this was the Skong clan of Lanma City. As for that blue-purple lightning display, it belonged to the core member of the Sikong family, the true pivotal figure of their expedition, Sikong Zue. That woman possesses unique abilities. Though she is a mage, she possesses the Siquan family's complete thunder elemental inheritance. The Blue Ink Siquan clan, even across the entire alliance, they held some renown. Their fundamental technique lies in the Siquan family's unique lightning elemental legacy. Due to certain methods employed by the Sikong family, generation after generation of the family produced thunder-related class changers. Through the accumulated experience and personal insights of generations of class changers, a complete and unique system of inheritance gradually emerged within the Sikong family. This includes techniques for mages, and others for beast tamers, and even for those like Siquan Quang, the Thunder Spear King. This lightning elemental legacy has always been the very foundation upon which the Sikong family was built. Only the core disciples of the Sikong family could receive these traditions. Undisputed candidates for the direct line of succession. They would become the future heads of the Sikong family, and even rulers of the entire city. Therefore, this woman is of the highest caliber. Chapter 206, continuing to watch the battle. And because she was a mage, the focus of Lan Mo City's team revolved entirely around her. They made meticulous arrangements. 2 third-tier dungeon masters stood guard beside him. Both of these armor masters possessed only one offensive ability. All other abilities were entirely focused on defense. This made their defensive capabilities exceptionally outstanding, combined with their high-grade shields, sufficient to safeguard the safety of the mage behind them. As for the other two, one is Siquang Quang, and the other is a 3rd-tier beastmaster. Judging solely by this lineup, it was impossible to discern. Their sole purpose was to protect the woman at the very center. Sikong Zue, her status is clearly very high. This aligns perfectly with the intelligence Chin Tian obtained earlier from the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family ran the foremost intelligence agency in the realm. As for the secret chamber mentioned by the Zhuge family, it stood as the foremost entity within that agency. According to intelligence brought by Ding Air and Ding San from the Dark Chamber, Sikong Zue himself wasn't exceptionally powerful, but his talent was extraordinary. Coupled with his father's esteemed status, she has received certain special rewards. These altered her physical constitution. This endowed her with the capacity to inherit the Sikong family's legacy, to the extent that this entire mission revolves around him, with his protection as the primary objective. With this in mind, Qin Tianke immediately shifted his gaze to the other person. Upon the arena, a woman stood. She was not tall. She wore a blue robe of magic. Her long hair was dyed a deep azure. Though clearly a woman, she possessed an unusual, handsome and dashing aura. A staff was clasped in her hand. At its tip, as it continuously nurtured its power, a vibrant energy surged forth. A thunderous mark, identical to that of Sikong Quang, flickered in her eyes. Yet the aura emanating from her body was even more profound and overbearing than Sikong Quang's. Bathed in the lightning's glow, she resembled a celestial maiden returning from the thunderous sea. Qin Tianke watched the scene unfold before him in silence. His mind remained utterly composed. A flash of sharpness flickered in his eyes. A detailed profile of this woman quickly appeared. With Qin Tianke's current strength, no one below the 7th tier could evade his system's detection, whether it be a special constitution or so-called inheritance. Sikong Zue, Thunder Spirit. Occupation, Lightning Mage. Element, Thunder. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Ability, Thousand Thunder Array. Thunderous Might. Transforming Thunder Wings. Legacy, Blue Ink Sky Family Thunderline Mage Legacy, incomplete. Profile, acquired through postnatal physical modification. Thunder Spirit. Far weaker than the innate Thunder body constitution, as the Thunder Spirit is violent and not inherently part of the body, gradually losing its power over time. Upon reading this description, Qin Tianke's expression grew somewhat peculiar. After all, Sikong Quan was practically an old acquaintance of his. All along, the man had been the center of attention within their Sikong clan. Some claimed he was a genius the Sikong family hadn't seen in a century. Others claimed he was the most likely candidate to inherit the family's lightning element legacy. Qin Tianke later learned about it too. The reputation of being a genius unseen in a century within the Sikong family had circulated within Lanma City long before. It was only later, seemingly after another prodigy emerged, his name faded into obscurity. Upon reading the detailed explanations in the other party's profile, he instantly understood. Physical constitutions altered through such external means could never be sustained for long. It likely wouldn't take more than a few years. The other's unique Thunder Spirit physique would completely dissipate, to the point where their inherited power gradually falls dormant, until it becomes utterly uncontrollable. The system contains detailed explanations regarding this. Qin Tianke instantly grasped the true nature of the opponent's so-called trump card. This formation was indeed formidable. It primarily emphasized the mage's single-target offensive capabilities, combined with the fact that the two armor masters were difficult to approach. Add to that Sikong Quang's own berserker combat prowess and the presence of another beastmaster capable of both supporting Sikong Quang and safeguarding themselves. From this perspective, every condition for this team is nearly flawless. However, the one thing lacking and their greatest vulnerability, that is the mage they are protecting. Mages are not adept at prolonged combat, but given his status, must certainly have access to restorative potions. Therefore, we only need to eliminate them within this time frame. Such a solution sounds simple, but it proved exceedingly difficult to execute. Qin Tianke's gaze immediately shifted to the other two shield-armored warriors. These two were brothers. Both possessed 3rd-tier cultivation. Their shields were both elite grade. Furthermore, numerous special runes were inscribed upon them. These runes significantly boosted their defensive attributes. However, they fall short of perfect grade. Nevertheless, they were sufficient to withstand most attacks of the 3rd tier. Regarding this, Qin Tianke's mind had already formed some conjectures and assessments. His mind naturally gained much clarity. Given the current situation, this team certainly deserved attention, but it was far from reaching a state that required all-out effort. Should the necessity arise, he would intervene himself. According to Qin Tianke's current thinking, this tournament might allow him to fully entrust the initial battles to his teammates, allowing them to showcase their abilities and put into practice the strategic plans I've already formulated. This approach would be more perfect. For the subsequent battles, he would observe them in detail. Qin Tianke and his group had been continuously watching the match footage of Lulan City's team and other squads. Particularly noteworthy was the team from the Transferee Alliance headquarters. It was nothing short of a dimensional assault. They hadn't even deployed their full force, sending just one member at random to end the battle. That was nothing short of an instant kill. However, whichever team drew the Transferee Alliance headquarters, it would be nothing short of a dimensional strike. After all, within the Alliance headquarters ranks, are already the strongest young talents within the entire Transferee Alliance headquarters. Moreover, 2 of them are 4th tier. They truly possess the capability and style. No need for others to intervene. Qin Tianke had already formed some rough conjectures in his mind. He could proceed according to some of his previous plans. First, through team coordination, they would continuously refine their cohesion. After all, they had undergone 3 months of training specifically for this team battle. Naturally, he still needed to prepare some contingency plans to guard against unforeseen circumstances. When Qin Tianke and his team began the competition, it was already afternoon. After observing all the noteworthy city teams, evening had arrived. Today's tasks concluded there. The group immediately returned to the Dongjiang Grand Hotel to rest and recuperate. Chapter 207, Beast City. Today's battle had ignited the fighting spirit within the other 3. They now anticipated tomorrow's battle even more. They were prepared, ready to face tomorrow's confrontation. However, it was worth noting, Qin Tianke, for the first time ever, did not head to the rooftop platform. Instead, he contacted the other party via his phone. Unbeknownst to them, the relationship between the 2 had undergone a qualitative leap. The mere thought of it, Qin Tianke felt a surge of restlessness within. He kept pondering how he should present himself to the other person. Yet no satisfactory answer came to mind. But he was already quite content with his current situation. He harbors certain speculations in his heart. Every time he saw the other person, his heart would race violently. His face flushed an unusual shade of red. Could this be what it means to like someone? Could he truly be falling for this person? In just a moment, Qin Tiang's mind was already filled with fantasies he'd never experienced before. Perhaps deep down, he truly harbored admiration and affection for Yang Ruoshi. This was something he had never experienced before, and it was precisely this intertwining of emotions. He found himself so hesitant. Her presence had disrupted the composure he should have maintained. He was naturally decisive and ruthless, especially in this battle. He had come with a strong sense of purpose. Though he hadn't avenged a great wrong, he had gained some advantage. It could be considered a minor success, and it was precisely because of this that his mind had become completely at peace. The hatred he once harbored had been buried deep within. Now, he found himself feeling a sense of anticipation. Perhaps he could see what kind of ranking his team might achieve? Of course, deep down, he also hoped for a deeper connection to form between them, for their relationship to grow more profound. As for what kind of relationship, Qin Tiang's mind was still wrestling with the question. Time passed slowly. Before he knew it, the next day arrived. Today's audience seemed slightly larger than yesterday's, but the numbers were still far too few. The city forces led by Qin Tianke were about to face opponents from Beast City, similar to the Dao sect and Ling Mountain. The primary source profession of this city was Beastmaster. This place could be called a Beastmaster's paradise, a place every Beastmaster dreams of, a destination they flock to in droves. Here, even beast tamers possess their own unique, complete lineage. It can only be bestowed upon those within the Beast City, only those of high moral standing and exceptional potential. As fellow Beastmasters, Qin Tianke naturally had some recollection of this place. Regarding such a place, Qin Tianke had heard rumors. Though called a paradise, from what he understood, it seemed more like some solemn, rigid hall. Every beast tamer within was utterly arrogant. Even when facing fellow beast tamers of their own generation, they carried an inexplicable, almost mystical confidence and pride. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Qin Tianke sensed the profoundly solemn aura of beast taming emanating from the 5 figures across from him. That aura surged and roared unceasingly. The 5 opponents hailed from Beast City. Their very presence in this alliance-wide transferee selection tournament, sufficient proof that their status was truly extraordinary. They were the most elite beast tamers among the younger generation in Beast City. It seems, this battle would prove far more challenging than he had anticipated. But in Qin Tiang's view, he could first observe the coordination among his teammates. As soon as both sides took the stage, they bowed and announced their names. This was the round of 27. After the top 27 comes the top 13. By all accounts, this tournament should only last 4 days, but that's under ideal circumstances. Although the number of cities is limited, the primary focus is on allowing the members of each city's team to recover their stamina. Therefore, this process demands a significant amount of time. Moreover, it's entirely unpredictable. No one can guarantee that a single day will suffice for full recovery, and be ready to fight at their best. Naturally, some adjustments would be necessary. Qin Tiang's gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him. Their respective profiles popped up before him. Among them were 3 men and 2 women. They wore matching, specially crafted cloaks. At the hood's peak, a distinctly unique beast emblem. Both sides exchanged brief greetings. At the referee's signal, the match commenced. However, The 5 from Beast City did not rush to attack. Instead, they turned their gaze toward Qin Tianke. A voice drifted over. Brother Qin, you are also a Beastmaster. You should be well aware of our Beast City's reputation. The speaker was the Beast City's squad leader, Chan Hao. Occupation, Beastmaster. Element, Fire. Cultivation level, Tier 3. Beasts, Twin-Hammered Fire Ape. Flame Spirit. Abilities, Flame Surround. Flame Blade. Double-Hammered Fire Ape, a ferocious, defense-type fire attribute Beastmaster beast. Its arms are like hammers, capable of forming a wall. Flame Spirit, a rare pure fire attribute beast, composed entirely of flames, possessing overwhelmingly potent fire attributes. Qin Tianke's eyes narrowed at the sight. This fellow's beast is truly uncommon. True spirit-class beasts. Among all tamers' beasts, the rarest of all. Such beasts possess no physical form. They only constantly shift form, as they are essentially elemental properties themselves. So it's incredibly powerful in this regard. However, due to its overly singular elemental nature, it's easily countered by other attributes. Chen Hao extended his hand toward Qin Tianke. His gaze was intense, his tone sincere. Brother Qin, with such innate talent, staying where you are is a waste of your potential. Why not join our Beast City? It's a paradise for Beast Masters. With your talent and abilities, you could absolutely hold a higher position within the Beast King Hall. After these words were spoken, not only Qin Tianke, even Qin Tianke's teammates, the referee, and the audience were stunned. Wait, did they drink fake wine or something? What's going on? Why is he trying to recruit people right off the bat? Qin Tianke refused without hesitation. These guys were trying to recruit him, but why so suddenly? And this is during the competition. These people, they feel downright mad. A reckless disregard for others' feelings. He paused for a moment. Qin Tianke waved his hand. No need. I, Qin, am quite fond of my hometown and won't defect on a whim. This remark also carried a subtle dig at them. As far as Qin Tianke knew, the Beast City's forces almost always attempted to recruit beast tamers from other cities whenever they encountered them. Thus, his words carried a double meaning. To be honest, while their origins from Beast City did indeed represent a certain standard among beast masters, but that tone, that posture, and that expression were truly hard to fathom. It was as if joining them held immense benefits. What's the deal? Do they hand out eggs for joining the Beast City? Or what? Upon hearing those words, how could the other side not understand? They understood the speaker's intent perfectly. This was a direct mockery of their past actions. The leader, Captain Chen Hao, immediately turned pale. Chapter 208, One man holds off an entire squad. Chen Hai's eyes held a peculiar gleam. He stared intently at Qin Tianke. Even the air itself visibly began to rise in waves of scorching heat. Since you refuse to give me face, today I'll see just how far your team can go. The teammates behind him hurriedly shouted in rebuke. Even if you're a 4th-tier beast master, you'll never stop us from advancing. The captain personally invited you, that was already showing you respect. Since you refuse to appreciate it, don't blame us for what comes next. The 5 roared in unison. Behind them, 2 beasts materialized behind each of them. Among these beasts, snakes, tigers, leopards, and elephants. It was like a veritable menagerie. A myriad of beasts, each with distinct attributes, layered endlessly. The most striking was a humanoid creature. Its entire body was composed of flames. Its aura felt strangely off. Qin Tianke's eyes swept over them. The ranks, attributes, and power levels of these beasts were all detailed in his mind. Seeing this, Qin Tianke couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had thought these Beast City folk were all blustering about how fierce they were, and thought they were quite formidable. Turns out, among the 10 tamed beasts, only 2 were perfect tier, and even those 2 perfect grade beasts were only infinitely close to reaching the 4th tier. The hosts of these 2 beasts is none other than their captain, Chan Hao. Charge! Among the 10 beasts, 3 charged forward first. These 3 beasts were the Earth God Turtle, the Twin-Hammered Fire Ape, and the Wood Spirit Demon. These 3 beasts were all renowned for their defensive prowess, and Lin Nuo and his companions braced themselves for battle. Anger burned within them all. How dare this fellow humiliate your captain like this? And now he wants our captain to join them? Did he really think they were pushovers? Just as they were about to act, Qin Tianke stepped in front of them. No need. Let me handle this. His eyes fixed on the rushing beast riders before him. His words dripped with contempt. Since you wish to recruit me, let me see what your beasts are truly capable of. Hearing this, the group across from him erupted in fury. Arrogant fool. Are you kidding? The captain is one of the reserve leaders of the Beast King Hall. You're not worthy of making him fight. What if you're a dual-class transferee? What difference does that make? Let me test your mettle. Several among the 5 had already unleashed all their beasts. In an instant, a full 7 beasts closed in on Qin Tianke. Meanwhile, their leader Chen Hao's flame spirit was steadily gathering power, as if preparing for a decisive, fatal strike. Hearing such brazen words, especially witnessing their arrogant expressions, Qin Tianke felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. These people were just like the pyramid schemes he'd heard about in his past life. They had all gone completely mad, like brainwashing. Regarding their own abilities, they held a blind conviction. You must understand, the name Beast City may sound glorious and magnificent. In reality, their track record has been dismal. In the history of the All-League transferee selection, they've only cracked the top 10 twice. Their last ranking was even beyond the 20th position. Such results, coupled with the performance and reactions of these individuals before them, seemed entirely reasonable. With this thought, Qin Tianke's voice echoed softly. One must know their place. As he spoke, he walked step by step toward the front. One must understand the gap between us, and grasp what it truly means that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies yet another sky. Qin Tianke lifted his gaze to meet theirs. His eyes were filled with icy coldness. Simultaneously, black and white light began to surge within them. You boast of your strength, yet you're like frogs in a well, blind to the existence of greater powers beyond your limited world. Today, I, Qin, shall take the trouble to teach you a lesson. The shadows behind him stretched ever longer. A massive beast of mastery emerged from within. The moment this beast appeared, it unleashed a torrent of overwhelming pressure. The pressure surged relentlessly, its momentum overwhelming. At that very moment, Old Black's aura surged violently. Fury, bloodlust, slaughter, madness. These energies swirled and danced around him. The frenzied pressure radiating from him caused the 7 beasts charging toward him to freeze instantly in place. Their legs froze mid-air, then gradually kneeling downward. Qin Tianke showed no surprise whatsoever. Lao He advanced step by step. With each step he took, the closest beast tamers bowed their heads. With each step, their heads bowed lower still, yet they roared incessantly, as if resisting this innate pressure. Yet as the pressure grew heavier, their roars could only turn into helpless whimpers, until they finally collapsed to their knees. When Lao He stepped before them, all 7 beasts lay utterly collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Old Black solemnly raised his gaze. 100 pairs of eyes fixed simultaneously on the remaining 3 beasts and all their hosts. Whoosh! A wave of overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal sea, swept down from the heavens. Chen Hao felt his knees buckle. He immediately collapsed to his knees. The spot where he knelt shook the stage, splitting it open with 2 cracks. Their beasts fared no better, especially Chen Hao's flame spirit, which let out a series of agonized, unwilling cries before it finally collapsed to the ground. Its form rapidly shrank, until it transformed into a mere quail. Chen Hao was too stunned to lift his head. All he could hear were heavy footsteps, growing louder as they drew nearer, stopping right before him. What did you just say? Though spoken softly, yet under the deliberate pressure Old Black unleashed, it swelled relentlessly, like a veritable mountain itself. It crashed down squarely onto Chen Hao's shoulders. His body jolted violently. He could no longer bear the weight. He crashed heavily to the ground. No. Chen Hao's words came out slurred, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Just as he tried to say something more, Qin Tianke's contemptuous voice echoed throughout the arena. Is this what you call coming from Beast City? Before the words had even finished echoing, Chen Hao felt as though his heart was bleeding. Pain, more than the physical agony. He yearned to break free. No, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept it. Lao He let out a low growl. The pressure intensified once more. A series of thuds echoed out. Nearly all 5 of them collapsed unconscious. Their beasts, some unconscious, others clinging to life by a thread. This scene shattered the worldview of everyone present. Even the referee froze for a moment. He didn't know what to say. Only under the gaze of Qin Tianke and the others did he slowly regain his composure. He hastily announced the final outcome of the match. This match is won by the Lingyun City team. He couldn't believe it. After all, Qin Tianke had single-handedly suppressed 5 opponents and 10 beasts. Chapter 209, Fame Soars. Is the suppression between beast masters really that powerful? The referee couldn't tell. He only knew Qin Tianke's performance today. It would soon spread throughout the entire Alliance capital. This man is too powerful. Being a dual-class transferee is one thing, but he also possesses 2 such formidable professions simultaneously. His future is bound to be limitless. The next day, the crowd gathered around the arena was vastly different from the previous days. Some areas were even becoming crowded. Their conversations all revolved around the names Lingyun City and Qin Tianke. Holy crap, did I really see that yesterday? Qin Tian single-handedly dominated an entire team? You have no idea. I bought a ticket myself to see it yesterday. Qin Tian City's performance was beyond expectations. Hearing this, many spectators who had come specifically to see the action couldn't help but show curiosity on their faces. They instinctively drew closer. They urged the speaker to continue. You should have seen it, 5 opponents, each controlling 2 beasts. They didn't last a minute against Qin Tian alone, all of them knelt down and surrendered. How could that be? Even a 4th-tier cultivator couldn't possibly overwhelm 5 opponents with a single move? Exactly. That's just absurd. There's no way around it. You're not beast tamers, so you don't understand the severe level suppression that exists between tamers. Just 1 tier higher in rank, you can suppress the Beastmaster's beast. Though some beasts can partially counteract this so-called level suppression, but they're still the exception. Most beasts cannot resist it and are instead overwhelmed by this powerful pressure. Much like bloodline suppression, if one stubbornly insists on resisting, it could very well lead to severe, irreversible consequences. The topic of everyone's discussion was entirely centered on Qin Tian. Yesterday's battle could be described as the most effortless one Qin Tian's group had ever experienced. The opposing 5 each commanded 2 beasts. All 10 beasts were at the 3rd tier level. 2 of them radiated an aura that bordered on 4th tier. Even so, in Qin Tian's eyes, the 10 beasts were nothing more than clowns. He didn't even need his teammates to intervene. He merely made a slight gesture, summoning Old Black. A domineering, savage 4th tier aura descended instantly, surging forth relentlessly, unceasingly, like a tidal wave crashing down. In an instant, it completely suppressed the enemy. The 10 tamed beasts lost all ability to resist. Were it not for the binding contract, they might have even rebelled against their masters. All the beasts were utterly subdued. Even if the 5 wanted to fight, there was nothing they could do. And this was a battle that had caught everyone completely off guard. After all, no one had anticipated Qin Tian could subdue all the beast tamers with just 1 beast. It was precisely for this very battle that so many had come. Qin Tian and his group slowly made their way onto the square. Their faces bore traces of delighted smiles. The spectators lining the arena, upon seeing Qin Tian and his group, erupted in thunderous cheers. It was quite exhilarating. Witnessing this scene, the smiles on their faces deepened. Lin Luo laughed as he ran over to Qin Tian's side. He nudged his shoulder. A hint of smugness played on his face. How about it? Feels pretty damn good to show off in front of everyone. Ha! The two shared an exceptionally close bond. Qin Tian instantly understood what his friend meant by showing off in front of others. Yesterday, Qin Tian single-handedly crushed an entire team. Such feats and achievements could be described as awe-inspiring, combined with his already dazzling track record. First, he secured a top 10 finish in the speed selection trials. Then, in the individual battles, he outshone formidable opponents. He even defeated dual-class transfigures, emerging as the tournament's biggest dark horse. He clinched first place in the individual competition. He also showcased Qin Tian's other class, Necromancer. His opponent was also a dual-class transfer. Specifically, a Necromancer, a specialized branch within the mage class. 2 professions, a beast master and an undead mage. Both professions were ridiculously powerful. Such an existence are far beyond what ordinary people can casually compare to. And Qin Tian's exploits yesterday have cemented his reputation beyond doubt. Once again, his name echoed throughout the Alliance's capital city. Now, noticing the gazes of those gathered around the sidelines, he was utterly exhilarated. Qin Tian nodded. With a hint of playful amusement in his voice, he said, "Don't just talk about me, today is your chance to really show what you've got." At this point, Qin Tian's tone grew slightly heavier, with a hint of teasing. "I wonder if you'll catch Su Jia's eye." Hearing this, Lin Nuo, who had been carefree and unrestrained, his face suddenly paled. An unusual expression appeared on his face. He even showed a rare hint of shyness. Seeing that expression, Qin Tian instantly understood. Lin Nuo and Su Jia both hail from the Transferee Alliance branch. Strictly speaking, they should be considered part of the same generation as the members dispatched by the main headquarters of the Transferee Alliance. One was stationed at the branch office, and the other at headquarters. They had never met, nor have they maintained any connection. Still, in terms of seniority, they could be categorized this way. Both hailed from the branch office. Moreover, they could be considered childhood friends who grew up together. They understood each other's temperaments and natures well. Lin Nuo has feelings for Su Jia. This was evident in countless subtle details. Their relationship seemed to have reached a point just short of lovers, where friendship had reached its fullest expression. Yet that thin veil of uncertainty, neither of them had dared to break through. After all, their relationship still feels stiff. It seemed that Uncle Chen's teasing of him back then had inadvertently caused more harm than good. Seeing Lin Nua's expression, Qin Tian-K, Li Li, and Chen Zhengyang all wore triumphant smiles. However, they failed to notice Su Jia, trailing behind the group and cloaked in her white robes, also flushed. Her gaze fell upon Lin Nua. A hint of conflict flickered in her eyes. She gave a soft snort. She continued walking forward. But inside, she was muttering to herself. She didn't know why. Her childhood best friend. He'd been quite handsome as a child. Back then, the two of them even played house and pretended to get married. But now, he'd gotten so fat. It was genuinely hard for Su Jia to look him in the eye. So when it came to Lin Nua, she had always chosen to avoid him. But after Qin Tiang's teasing remarks, ripples began to spread through his heart. Some thoughts began to form. Yet he never voiced them aloud. How could she be the one to bring this up? Shouldn't the boy take the initiative? The more she thought this way, the angrier Su Jia's expression grew. She shot him a furious glare.